In a fortnight, 3 homeroom teachers had been driven away. Faced with a class of high school freshmen notorious for their rebelliousness and lackluster martial arts abilities, even the highest remuneration offered by the academic director failed to attract a new teacher. At this juncture, Su Yang activated his mentorship system, boldly stepping forward to volunteer as the new homeroom teacher, determined to cultivate the world's strongest martial arts temple from scratch. However, after some initial guidance, he gradually fell into silence. Why had the Dragon Fist Technique devolved into something akin to needlepoint? And how had the Earth-Shattering Leg become a mere shadow of its former self? As the tide of monstrous beasts threatened the world and foreign foes sought to invade China once again, Su Yang resolutely stood forth. Where are my students from Class 5? Soon, those who had already ascended to the ranks of top martial gods began to arrive in droves. At East C 3rd Martial Arts High School, a resounding crash echoed through the air as a figure was flung from the classroom of Class 5, plummeting like a kite with its strings severed, crashing violently to the ground. After a moment, the individual, disheveled and furious, scrambled to his feet, shouting curses towards Class 5. I'm done with this wretched class. It's a daily torment. Whoever wants to teach can take it. This chaotic scene was witnessed by numerous students and faculty who had grown numb to such occurrences. Is this the 3rd homeroom teacher for Class 5? One remarked. Clearly, it's more than that, another replied. The news quickly reached Liu Zhen, the head of the freshman grade. Burly and broad-shouldered, Liu's head throbbed in exasperation. The students of Class 5 were an impossible lot to manage, rebellious, impervious to authority and all signs of influential families, making them difficult to confront. Within less than half a month, they had already cycled through 3 homeroom teachers. Yet, he had no choice but to take action. With a heavy sigh, Liu decided to call a meeting with the other first-year teachers. Before long, several teachers gathered in the office, exchanging glances filled with trepidation. This was the 4th meeting in a short span, all revolving around the troublesome Class 5. Yet, no one dared to take on this hot potato. Despite the class consisting of only 10 students, each was a notorious troublemaker, adept at tormenting their teachers, making any attempt at governance a futile endeavor. Ladies and gentlemen, Class 5 urgently requires a new homeroom teacher, Liu stated with seriousness. Who will step up? The promise remains the same. Whoever can manage Class 5 will receive a bonus that doubles at year-end. As silence fell, Liu began scanning the room. Teacher Li? The young teacher namely felt a chill run down his spine and quickly replied, Director, you know me well. I've only recently been confirmed as a full-time teacher and lack management experience. ID lasts no more than 3 days in Class 5. You should seek someone more capable. Liu frowned, turning to another, Teacher Chun, the scarred teacher, who was missing his left hand, spoke with a booming voice. Director, you understand me. If I were to go to Class 5, only one of us would survive. Teacher Chun, you just transitioned from frontline combat against beasts. Your aura is still too fierce. You're not suited for teaching students, Liu replied, shifting his gaze to the other teachers. Director, you're well aware of my limits. Enough. Let's not prolong this. Liu banged the table and, after a moment's hesitation, declared, I can petition the school for an additional bag of body-tempering liquid. Several young teachers displayed expressions of conflict, while in the corner, Su Yang, who had recently been confirmed as well, felt a surge of temptation. In a world where martial arts reigned supreme and monstrous beasts roamed freely, strength was paramount. Even as a teacher, one's salary and performance were directly linked to their prowess. Body-tempering liquid was an expensive and scarce resource. As the name suggests, consuming this liquid could enhance one's physical body, with low-ranked martial artists having a chance to directly ascend, while high-ranked martial artists could still significantly boost their physical strength. The martial arts hierarchy was divided into 9 ranks. 9-rank martial artist, 8-rank martial spirit, 7-rank martial mystique, 6-rank martial sovereign, 5-rank martial king, 4-rank martial emperor, 3-rank martial deity, 2-rank martial god, and 1-rank martial saint. Since graduating from EC Martial Arts Normal University, Su Yang had been stuck at the pinnacle of 9-rank martial artist, unable to break through to 8-rank martial spirit. A bag of body-tempering liquid started at 500,000, and even with wealth, it was scarce and required connections to procure. Yet, the promises made by leadership were not new. Though tempted, Su Yang felt a sense of dread at the thought of taking on Class 5. Suddenly, an unexpected voice echoed in his mind. The strongest mentor system has been bound to the host. A system? Before Su Yang could fully comprehend, A slight pain surged through his head as a flood of memories regarding the system rushed in. By completing the tasks issued by the system and guiding students to strengthen themselves, he too could grow stronger. Newbie task released. Take over Class 5 and become the homeroom teacher. Successful task rewards. A random mythic skill failure will result in automatic retrieval by the system. Mythic skill. Su Yang's pupils dilated in astonishment. Wasn't the reward for this newbie task astonishingly outrageous? Skills were categorized into 6 tiers: ordinary, intermediate, advanced, rare, epic, and mythic. To start with a mythic skill for a newbie task, there was no need to deliberate. Even if Class 5 was a hellish nightmare, Su Yang was determined to brave it today. In an instant, Su Yang sprang to his feet. Director, I accept. All eyes turned towards Su Yang, bewildered and incredulous, realizing his youthful naivety had led him to succumb to temptation. Lu Zhen was filled with elation. Indeed, under the promise of great rewards, valiant souls would emerge. Excellent. Teacher Su, let's proceed to handle the transition paperwork. Lu urged, leading Su Yang towards the office, eager to ensure his decision was final. As Su Yang followed Lu under the gaze of his peers, the system notification chimed in his mind. Task completed. Mythic exclusive skill, acquired invincible mentor. Invincible mentor? What sort of skill was this? Su Yang's intrigue piqued as he summoned his system panel. Name Su Yang. Age 27. Realm 9 rank martial artist. Bound class high school, freshman class 5. Skill invincible mentor mythic quality. Exclusive skill for the host. Any damage inflicted upon students bound to the host will be nullified. Sensory damage to touch, hearing, taste, etc. can be shielded based on circumstances, with no cooldown period. A bright light flickered in Su Yang's eyes. Initially, he had felt trepidation, as the students of Class 5, despite their lack of martial talent, came from powerful families and had leveraged resources to reach the rank of 8 rank martial spirit, equipped with skills and gear. He worried he might falter under their relentless antics. Now, with the invincible mentor skill, he felt assured of his capability to manage them. After completing the transition paperwork, Lu patted Su Yang's shoulder and instructed, Little Su, Class 5 is in your hands now. Director, you can rest assured I will teach them diligently, Su Yang assured, then cautiously probed, Director, about the body-tempering liquid. It isn't just a mirage, is it? With the invincible mentor skill, Su Yang felt confident in his ability to handle Class 5, making it imperative to secure as many benefits as possible. The young man possesses an uncanny ability to discern others' capabilities. The likelihood of successfully applying for the body-tempering liquid is quite slim, not to mention, I doubt you can endure for many days. Lu Zhen's expression was grave. As the head of my grade, a word for me is as good as a nail driven in. If the application is unsuccessful, Lu Zhen turned and pointed at the marble desk in his office. I shall consume this desk before your very eyes. All right, with the director's words, I feel reassured. Chapter 2. The Indomitable Mentor. As Su Yang stepped away from the academic affairs office, a new task materialized. Newbie task. Have any student achieve a level evaluation. Successful completion will yield a newbie gift pack with no time limit. The system categorizes students into 6 evaluation levels: S, A, B, C, D, and E, with C being the passing grade. Su Yang immediately sensed something amiss. Is it possible that not a single one among 10 can attain AD? How absurd can that be? In the classroom of Class 5, Year 1, a space exceeding 200 square meters was partitioned into a study area and a training zone. The study area was modest, equipped with merely a blackboard and a dozen desks, while the training zone was brimming with various physical training apparatuses and an array of weapons, including knives, guns, and clubs. In the study area, discussions erupted. I've heard that the new homeroom teacher is named Su Yang, just a 9th grade martial artist, specially recruited to teach martial theory. Only a 9th grade level? One student scoffed. He can't even match us, yet he dares to be our homeroom teacher? He won't last a day. Not necessary, interjected a short-haired boy, rolling up his sleeves to reveal a rather sophisticated launching device. Let him experience the Thunder Needle. He won't survive a single class. The Thunder Needle launches with remarkable speed, silently and stealthily, causing no mortal harm, yet the instantaneous release of high pressure can paralyze the recipient. Even one at the 6th grade martial level would succumb, let alone those weaker, who might even suffer incontinence. Isn't that a bit excessive? The Thunder Needle is designed for dealing with ferocious beasts. A hesitant girl remarked, he's merely a 9th grade martial artist. If he gets hit, he might embarrass himself. As she spoke, the girl brandished a metal spike club. Let me sneak up and give him a few whacks. The thunder needle might only result in embarrassment, but your spike club would surely mean death. Why are your tactics so lowly? Another burly boy expressed his discontent. A martial artist should face opponents with genuine weapons, not resort to such underhanded methods. Why don't you take off your electric tiger gloves before you speak? Hehehe. At the door, a lookout spotted an approaching figure toward Class 5 classroom and immediately turned to announce, "He's here." The students in the study area promptly returned to their seats, sitting upright and appearing obedient. In no time, Su Yang arrived at the entrance of Class 5. However, the room was eerily quiet, with 10 young men and women sitting attentively, their gazes fixed upon him. Such an unusual scene instantly aroused Su Yang's apprehension. Halting him at the classroom threshold, it did not resemble the chaotic Class 5 he had heard about. There must be a trick. Yet, recalling his skill, indomitable mentor, he felt emboldened. With that thought in mind, he confidently stepped into the classroom. There were no unusual behaviors. The 10 students sat obediently in their places, appearing utterly harmless. "Hello, everyone. Stand up." The class leader, Zhu Tao, bellowed with authority, causing everyone to rise immediately. "Good day, teacher." "Good day, students." Su Yang was pleasantly surprised. He had anticipated that the students of Class 5 would scowl at him, yet they greeted him instead. "Please be seated. From today onward, I shall be your new homeroom teacher, Su Yang." Su Yang's gaze sharpened, concentrating slightly. The information panels of each student materialized before his eyes. His attention first fell upon Zhu Tao's panel. Name Zhu Tao, age 16, level 8th grade, martial spirit. Mental technique, Panlong Divine Fist Technique compatibility, 27. Martial skills, none. Defects, unstable foundation due to excessive consumption of elixirs, hastening growth, leading to drastically reduced training efficiency, incompatible mental technique, low compatibility, severely affecting training efficiency. Training efficiency, 244. Overall rating E. Recommendations 1. Replace with a compatible mental technique and start anew. 2. Modify the mental technique for improved compatibility. 244. Su Yang was utterly bewildered. Isn't this training efficiency a bit outrageous? And is the system's recommendation serious? The first one was somewhat realistic, yet the second suggested I modify his family heirloom technique. It was evident that Zhu Tao was practicing his family's traditional technique. If I could alter it, why would I still be in school as a teacher? For a moment, Su Yang was at a loss for words. Regaining his composure, he shifted his gaze to another short-haired boy, namely Yiming, age 16, level 8th grade, martial spirit. Mental technique, earth-shattering technique, compatibility, 9. Martial skills, none. Defects, unstable foundation, incompatible mental technique, dull aptitude, insufficient innate talent, drastically reducing training efficiency, lack of ambition, no drive for progress, severely affecting training efficiency. Training efficiency, 427. Overall rating E. Recommendations, start over from scratch. What the? As Su Yang glanced over, he found that Zhu Tao's training efficiency was the highest in the class, while the others generally hovered around 400. Aside from Zhu Tao, the recommendations for everyone else were to start new. This is truly absurd. However, at least there exists a system, so there might still be hope. Among the short ones, let's elevate the tallest first. Begin with class leader Zhu Tao. Should I find a more compatible foundational technique from the school's library for Zhu Tao to restart? Of course, this requires Zhu Tao's cooperation and parental consent. After all, a family of privilege might not regard the publicly available foundational techniques highly. Noticing Su Yang standing at the podium, appearing lost in thought, the students exchanged furtive glances below. One opportunity. Act now. Beneath the podium, short-haired boy Li Yiming quietly raised his hand, revealing the launching device, pulling his sleeve to aim at Su Yang's thigh. Thunder needle. With barely a sound, a silver flash emerged from his sleeve, and the students instinctively turned their gazes to Su Yang's thigh, where indeed a thunder needle had embedded itself. 1 second, 2 seconds. Su Yang remained lost in contemplation, showing no reaction. The students were instantly bewildered. Hooray! Why isn't he collapsing and convulsing? That shouldn't be. A girl could not contain herself and asked, teacher? Suddenly pulled back to reality by her inquiry. Su Yang instinctively replied, "What is it? Is your leg numb?" Su Yang's eyes widened. "You wanted to call you mom right off the bat. Don't you think that's rather presumptuous?" Chapter 3. Compatibility inside the classroom. Su Yang was delivering a lecture on martial arts with great eloquence. The evolution rate of ferocious beasts far exceeded our imagination. Within less than 200 years, these creatures had begun to evolve based on the human form and even started to learn martial arts akin to humans. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. To overcome the ferocious beasts, one must possess a profound understanding of them. The ferocious beasts can be categorized into three primary types: pure beast forms, semi-beast forms, and humanoid forms. The humanoid ferocious beasts, currently in limited numbers, are the most savage among them, possessing terrifying strength almost equivalent to that of a martial emperor and exhibiting intelligence akin to humans, thereby occupying an absolute leadership position in the ruthless world of ferocious beasts. In addition to martial arts theory and practice, the martial arts general knowledge course is one of the three major subjects in the martial arts entrance examination. Strangely, during his lecture, none of the students in Class 5 caused any disturbances. Instead, they all gazed at him with rapt attention. This left Su Yang feeling somewhat bewildered, sensing an ominous premonition. Class 5 had previously driven away 3 homeroom teachers. It was illogical for them to behave so obediently. He could not believe that this group of troublemakers would cooperate simply because of his striking appearance. Something was amiss. They were likely plotting against him. However, Su Yang was unperturbed, for he possessed the skill of invincibility under a teacher's guidance, rendering any tricks futile. He had resolved to engage Class 5 head-on. After all, he hoped to attain strength through guiding his students' progress, ultimately becoming a renowned martial sage, reaching the pinnacle of life, and marrying the Valkyrie. Thus, as soon as the class ended, Su Yang instructed Class 5 to self-study and promptly headed to the school library to find suitable martial arts techniques for Zhu Tao. However, as soon as Su Yang left, the students in the classroom immediately gathered around Li Yiming. What was happening? Is your thunder needle not charged? Why is Su acting as if nothing has happened? I don't know. Li Yiming tugged at his sleeve, revealing his launch device for inspection. He too was puzzled during the lecture. According to him, his thunder needle should not malfunction. After a thorough check, he grew even more perplexed. There were no issues. Look. All the lights are green. The energy is sufficient. Everyone focused their gaze, and indeed, the indicator lights on the launch device were green, signaling normal operation. How could this be? If everything is normal, why does Su appear unfazed? Should I shoot you to test it? Get lost. I'm not testing anything. Just then, amidst everyone's confusion, a sudden exclamation rang out from the podium. What the hell? What happened? The crowd turned to see class leader Zhu Tao. With a look of shock, picking up a broken metal needle from the ground, split in two. Everyone's expression changed dramatically. Li Yiming's eyes widened. This. How is this possible? The thunder needle is made of reinforced metal. It shouldn't T-break. Could it be a counterfeit? Nonsense. Li Yiming retorted anxiously. Wasn't it working just fine before? The group recalled how the first homeroom teacher had been struck by the thunder needle and collapsed. Convulsing on the floor, Zhu Tao, observing the broken needle, darkened his expression. It's not the needle that's the problem. The others looked on in bewilderment. What then is the issue? Zhu Tao, with a grave expression, placed the 2 broken pieces before everyone. Look closely at this segment. The group leaned in, gasping in shock. The sharp end was completely flattened. This, the Wolf Fong girl gasped, her pupils dilating. What does this signify? You don't know. So don't show that expression, all right. Can't you create a bit of atmosphere? Zhu Tao rolled his eyes in exasperation and explained, it can only break into 2 pieces if it strikes a hard surface. And we all witnessed the thunder needle piercing his leg. So? Zhu Tao remained silent for a moment before offering his conjecture. Steel Bones, 6th rank Martial Venerable. Library. Su Yang presented his identity card for verification and entered the library. With technology advancing rapidly, most martial arts schools feature electronic libraries, housing an extensive and well-rounded collection of foundational techniques. Advanced techniques are typically found only in martial arts universities, with better institutions offering even higher-level methods. The technique Su Yang practiced was called 9 Refinements of the Horizontal Body Technique, a specialty of the East Sea Martial Arts Normal University. However, Su Yang's aptitude for cultivation was unremarkable, and he had made no progress thus far. Coming from an ordinary family, he could not afford the exorbitant cost of cultivation resources. Su Yang would never take out a loan for body-tempering liquid, adding unnecessary burdens. Arriving at a computer, Su Yang began searching through the vast library for foundational techniques that would be suitable for Zhu Tao. Although the system could check the compatibility of techniques based on Su Yang's input, it could only do so one at a time, lacking the capacity for bulk processing. How about this technique for Zhu Tao? Checking compatibility. Check complete. Compatibility with Zhu Tao. 6. What about this one? Checking compatibility. Check complete. Compatibility with Zhu Tao. 11. Su Yang scratched his head, experiencing a headache. The school's foundational technique library was nationally connected, containing over 30,000 techniques. Finding a high-compatibility technique amidst such a vast collection was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. With no idea when he would succeed, this system is somewhat outdated. It doesn't even have a bulk check function. Su-yang couldn't help but grumble. Yet the system remained silent. Sifting through them one by one could take ages. By the time he found a suitable technique, Class 5 would likely have graduated. No. I need to devise a plan. As the saying goes, as long as one's thoughts do not decline, solutions will outnumber difficulties. After pondering for a moment, Su-yang quickly formulated an idea. Although martial arts techniques vary widely, they can essentially be categorized into four major types: physical techniques, weapon techniques, body techniques, and defensive techniques. Each major category contains countless subcategories. A single punch can have thousands of variations, but the principles of force application and techniques remain consistent and do not differ significantly. The same applies to the others. Su-yang decided to approach the problem from a broader perspective, refining his search to see if he could find a relatively suitable technique. Zhu Tao practiced fist techniques, but the compatibility was low, so Su-yang began to select palm techniques, leg techniques, claw techniques, and so forth, seeking the most representative techniques to see if they would yield a higher compatibility. Compatibility of the nine-yang palm. Checking compatibility. Check complete. Compatibility with Zhu Tao, 34. Clearly, the nine-yang palm had a significantly higher compatibility than Zhu Tao's practiced Panlong Divine Fist Technique. Su-yang's eyes brightened. It seemed his line of thought was on the right track. What about the Divine Wind Leg's compatibility? Checking compatibility. Check complete. Compatibility with Zhu Tao, 24. After 20 minutes of screening, Su-yang found that Zhu Tao's compatibility with physical techniques generally fluctuated between 20 and 30, not exceeding 40%. He decisively shifted to a broader category of weapon techniques, first selecting common weapon techniques such as swords, spears, and staffs for compatibility checks. 44, 47, 48. Su-yang's heart leaped with joy as he broke through the 40 barrier. Could it be that weapon techniques are more suitable? However, after various checks, the compatibility remained around 40%, neither high nor low. Compatibility of the penetrating heart needle technique. Compatibility check in progress. Check completed. Compatibility with Zhu Tao at 107 next. Chapter 4. Mastery. Su-yang could not help but exclaim in astonishment, drawing a multitude of curious glances in the hushed library. Regaining his composure, he quickly bowed in apology, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. My apologies, my apologies. Inside, he was exhilarated beyond measure, never having anticipated his fortune would lead him to discover such a highly compatible martial art technique. Was it truly a needle technique? Did that mean he would have to start his training anew? A slight frown crossed Su-yang's brow. Transitioning from fist techniques to needle techniques was indeed a considerable leap. The methods and skills involved in body techniques and concealed weapons were fundamentally different. Could the compatibility exceed 100? This suggested the possibility of achieving compatibility levels of 200 or even 300. His pupils dilated sharply as he stifled his excitement. Opting not to delve into the specifics of needle technique compatibility just yet, but rather to focus on the broader direction. Perhaps there existed a martial art technique with an even higher compatibility. However, after conducting a thorough compatibility assessment, the heart-piercing needle technique boasted an impressive 107 compatibility, clearly indicating that Zhu Tao was well suited for the practice of concealed weaponry. Needle techniques, while somewhat obscure, had rarely been the subject of notable practitioners in Su-yang's recollection. This was not due to the inherent difficulty of such techniques, but rather because of the prevalence of firearms. Achieving the same speed and destructive power as a firearm with a concealed weapon required at least the mastery of a martial sovereign, a level of strength that was relatively rare even in a city like Donghai. The most formidable practitioner at Donghai's third martial arts high school was Vice Principal Lin Jinghua, who had only achieved half a step into the martial sovereign realm, having hit a bottleneck from the age of 30 to 50, unable to break through. Nevertheless, higher compatibility translated into higher training efficiency. If Su-yang could assist Zhu Tao in discovering a highly compatible martial art technique, it might even elevate his -244 training efficiency to a positive figure. With this thought, Su-yang sifted through the library of martial arts techniques, isolating all needle-related techniques. A total of 724 needle techniques were cataloged. The heart-piercing needle technique was particularly popular among practitioners. With time still on his side, Su-yang resolved to continue his selection process. Fortunately, the martial arts school did not adhere to a fixed class schedule. Most of the time, students managed their own schedules while teachers primarily provided guidance and oversight. However, Given the current state of Class 5, supervision seemed rather futile. It was as if the newly appointed homeroom teacher believed they would comply. They would undoubtedly feign obedience. As long as no physical altercations occurred, Su Yang began jotting down his findings. The Xinyi needle technique had a compatibility of 94, while the Lingluo 9 needles had a compatibility of 87. Su Yang felt a surge of joy. Indeed, Zhu Tao was inclined towards needle techniques. Random checks on several needle techniques revealed compatibility scores above 80, but none surpassed the heart-piercing needle technique as compatibility. After about 15 minutes of compatibility screening, Su Yang's breath quickened with excitement. The lotus-severing yang needle technique boasted a staggering 213 compatibility. As he had suspected, techniques exceeding 200 compatibility did exist. If Zhu Tao were to practice the lotus-severing yang needle technique, it would guarantee at least 213 training efficiency, potentially even higher. However, the name of this technique. Su Yang frowned and opened the electronic version of the lotus-severing yang needle technique. The title suggested an ancient martial art. Most modern martial arts techniques bore names like Phoenix Dance in the Sky or Thunderous Destruction, which had a somewhat juvenile flair. Often derived from and refined versions of ancient techniques, crafted by geniuses in martial theory. Such geniuses, with a penchant for the dramatic, often lived in their own worlds. Upon glancing at the lotus-severing yang needle technique, Su Yang decisively opted to search for alternatives. The ancient methods of cultivation were excessively extreme. The lotus-severing yang needle technique required practitioners to strike their own vital regions forcefully, using the intense pain to forcibly reverse their qi flow, supplemented by a plant known as lotus white. Consequently, the first page of the technique bore a prominent red warning stating, "The required plant for this technique is extinct and cannot be practiced, for reference only." What value did this hold for reference? Rolling his eyes in frustration, Su Yang lamented his brief excitement. In classroom 5, a profound silence enveloped the space, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. 10 students sat in a study area, exchanging peculiar glances and whispering incessantly. Is it true that the surname Su belongs to a martial sovereign? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Just look at him. He hardly resembles a martial sovereign. And how old could he be? In his late 20s and already a martial sovereign? That would make him an extraordinary martial arts prodigy. Yet, here he is, attending a second-tier martial arts normal university. Such talent should have earned him a special admission to a National Defense Martial Arts University. Besides, if he were a martial sovereign, why would he still be teaching at a high school? The salary is meager. Exactly. A martial sovereign could easily earn hundreds of thousands a month hunting beasts, right? I refuse to believe it. Yes. Taozi, you must be overthinking this. Zhu Tao frowned, but how do you explain these two needles? If he isn't a martial sovereign with steel-like bones, how could he withstand the thunderbolt needle? Everyone exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for an explanation. Is it possible? Li Yiming furrowed his brow, that he inserted special steel plates into his legs for protection? The group suddenly understood. That must be it. He definitely prepared in advance. Yet Zhu Tao could not suppress his doubts, but from the way he walks, he doesn't seem to have any steel plates. All right, what are we speculating about? The girl with the spiked club placed her weapon on the table. Let me sneak up and give him a couple of hits. And we'll know for sure. Students and teachers passing by the doorway felt an unexplainable aura surrounding Class 5 today. Is it just me? Or is Class 5 unusually quiet today? Didn't they get a new homeroom teacher? I know, it's Teacher Su. He substituted in our class for a few martial theory lessons. Wow, Teacher Su has managed to bring Class 5 under control so quickly. That is impressive. Just this morning, Class 5 chased away the previous homeroom teacher, and now they've been subdued by Teacher Su. Whispers spread, and soon, the news reached the office of Lucian. The grade leader. A teacher delivering documents chuckled. Group leader, this young Su is quite impressive. He has managed to reign in Class 5 right after taking office. Your foresight is commendable. While sipping tea, Lucian suddenly sputtered, spraying the liquid everywhere. What? He has managed to control them? Yes. Is that true? Absolutely. I just passed by Class 5's classroom, and everyone was quiet, not causing any ruckus. They were engaged in discussion and study. The atmosphere felt remarkably conducive to learning. A stark contrast to their usual chaos. Group leader, why are you banging on the table? Lu Zhan, frustrated, glanced up from his marble desk, contemplating how best to approach this situation. Chapter 5. Dual Cultivation. Su Yang spent the entire morning in the library, his patience wearing thin. He meticulously sifted through 724 types of acupuncture techniques, selecting more than half. Among them, 27 methods exhibited an adaptability exceeding 200. Yet, none could be cultivated. The reasons varied. Some cultivation methods were excessively extreme, while the necessary auxiliary materials had largely become extinct. Certain techniques required the blood of ferocious beasts as medicinal catalysts. But ancient ferocious beasts were entirely different from their modern counterparts. Some had gone extinct, while others had mutated, particularly in the island nation, where self-inflicted calamities had led to the emergence of mutated beasts due to nuclear radiation. It now teetered on the brink of destruction, repeatedly appealing to warriors from other nations for assistance. In the spirit of humanitarianism, Hua Xia provided some uncontaminated water resources, allowing the islanders to endure the torment of mutated beasts. Rather, to enable the islanders to drink clean, unpolluted water and strive to survive. As for the once mighty Eagle Nation across the ocean, its 50 states were embroiled in internal strife, each reigning as a king in their own right, too preoccupied to lend a hand. Observing the tumultuous world, Hua Xia stood out in its singular beauty. It was no wonder that the acupuncture techniques were seldom practiced. Su Yang muttered to himself as he bypassed the more extreme methods. He couldn't, in good conscience, lead his students towards such radical paths for the sake of enhancing their cultivation efficiency. The pursuit of such methods could adversely affect their mental well-being. Even if a student desired to pursue it, he would not allow it, as it would violate the ethics of teaching. At the very least, he hoped that his students, even if they did not achieve great success, would not become a burden on society. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. His efforts bore fruit as Su Yang finally discovered a foundational technique with a compatibility rating of 347 for Zhu Tao, titled Heaven-Mending Stitching Needle. The name alone suggested that the ancient author was a serious individual, though one might argue that such a grandiloquent title was somewhat pretentious for a foundational technique. Eagerly, he opened the contents of the technique for examination, only to find his expression shift to one of bewilderment. Far from being extreme, it was rather mundane, even somewhat inferior when compared to other techniques. While other methods could potentially elevate one to the 6th rank of martial sovereign, the heaven-mending stitching needle was limited to the 7th rank of martial mystic. Moreover, the ancient author, it seemed, was a tailor who had derived this technique from years of mending garments. How could its compatibility surpass 300? He decided to hold on to it for the time being and continue searching for further discoveries. After sifting through all 724 techniques, only the heaven-mending stitching needle remained. He was quite pleased with the compatibility rating. If Zhu Tao were willing to start anew and practice this technique, his cultivation efficiency would surely be remarkable. However, how could such a rudimentary method possibly pique Zhu Tao's interest? And how could his family ever agree to it? Su Yang found himself at a loss. Having yet to earn the trust of his students in Class 5, it was unlikely they would cooperate with him in starting over. Temporarily, he copied the heaven-mending stitching needle and departed the library, returning to his office. At that moment, Li Yiming, who had been observing the office from the doorway of Class 5, hurried back inside. The surname Su is back. Where the hell has he been? How could a homeroom teacher skip class for an entire morning? I'm going to report him for absenteeism. The students were understandably agitated, having never witnessed a homeroom teacher vanish after just one general class, only to reappear after lunch. Now that he was back, they felt compelled to test his depth. All eyes inevitably turned to Zhu Tao. After discussing for the entire morning, he was still stuck in his stubborn beliefs. He remained convinced that Su Yang was merely pretending to be weak, concealing his true strength, undoubtedly a 6th-rank martial sovereign. Zhu Tao had faith in his judgment. After all, he was the intellectual pinnacle of Class 5 and was willing to wager his allowance on it. How to test this? Let me sneak attack him. No way. Zhu Tao decisively restrained a girl attempting to rush forward. If he really is a 9th-rank warrior, it could be deadly. Exactly. If you sneak attack, you'll only hit the back of his head. I just want to be a slacker, not a murderer. And I certainly don't want to end up in prison for it. What difference does it make? Being a slacker is still slacking. After much discussion, the group quickly devised a plan. Zhu Tao would first go to the office to lure Su Yang into the training area. With the plan set, Zhu Tao confidently made his way to Su Yang's office. Every teacher had their own private office, as they too were martial artists who required a relatively quiet environment for meditation and relaxation. Life is a continuous journey, and so is martial arts. Su Yang was in his office, pondering how to to convince Zhu Tao to abandon his family's inherited techniques in favor of the heaven-mending stitching needle, when he suddenly heard a knock at the door. Momentarily taken aback, he turned to find Zhu Tao standing at the entrance. Goodness, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Ahem, Zhu Tao, what brings you here? Zhu Tao paused for a moment but dismissed the thought. Teacher, we encountered some unclear points in our practice and need you to come to the classroom to guide us. Su Yang's brow twitched. He was not convinced. Surely, he suspected some ulterior motive. Why couldn't they seek guidance elsewhere? Yet, he quickly shifted his thoughts and asked, Zhu Tao, may I ask you a question? Zhu Tao, puzzled, replied, what is it? Suppose, just suppose, There is a foundational technique right before you, perfectly suited for your cultivation, capable of accelerating your progress exponentially. But to pursue it, you would have to abandon your current methods and start anew. How would you choose? Zhu Tao wore a look of confusion. What kind of foolish question was this? Who would willingly forsake their lifelong efforts for the chance to start over? That would mean all their hard work was for naught. I need to know what this technique is. For example, acupuncture techniques? Zhu Tao's eyes suddenly lit up, and he blurted out, "You mean a dual cultivation technique for administering acupuncture? Where can I find it? You've got to be kidding me. If it truly existed, would it come to you? No, you, a student, are being too audacious. You have no regard for your teacher." Chapter 6, An unexpected turn. Su Yang revealed an awkward yet courteous smile. While students from other classes merely checked their blood pressure, the 5th class went straight to the voltage. One must not lose their temper. To do so would jeopardize future relations and hinder the progress of work. Zhu Tao scoffed. What good is a foundational mindset? Even if one dedicates their entire life to it, they may only attain the rank of martial respect. My training, however, can lead to martial sovereign. Su Yang forced a dry laugh, choosing not to respond. With such a disposition, not only would he never reach martial sovereign, but if he continued to be lazy, he might even regress to the 9th rank of martial artist. Cultivation is akin to rowing against the current. One either advances or retreats. You lot are like speedboats provided by your families, yet you insist on operating in reverse. Nevertheless, Su Yang felt a twinge of envy. The cultivation techniques passed down from martial sovereigns are priceless treasures. Many from ordinary families might spend their entire lives without ever encountering such advanced methods. Are you going to offer any guidance or not? Zhu Tao, growing impatient at Su Yang's silence, threatened, "If not, I'm leaving." Though Zhu Tao suspected Su Yang might be a martial respect, he thought, so what? Every family has a martial respect to keep things in check. Zhu Tao's demeanor left Su Yang feeling somewhat stifled. This was the first time in his teaching career he had been treated in such a manner by a student. He felt the urge to retaliate, yet he resolved to observe what these students were up to, seizing the opportunity to establish his authority. Let's go then. Su Yang rose calmly and followed Zhu Tao toward the classroom. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the classroom door. Zhu Tao instinctively quickened his pace, entering the classroom first. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Li Yiming hiding in a corner, preparing to strike, and exchanged a knowing glance with Zhu Tao. The others were posturing in the training area, secretly observing. The next moment, Su Yang strode into the classroom, blissfully unaware of Li Yiming's intentions. By the way, Zhu Tao, I have one more question. Reluctantly unwilling to give up persuading Zhu Tao, Su Yang placed a hand on his shoulder. Zhu Tao's heart suddenly sank. Before he could react, a dozen thunder needles shot out from Li Yiming's sleeve. In an instant, Su Yang felt the needles embed themselves in his back. Li Yiming, you son of a... Zhu Tao could barely escape, as a violent current surged through him, rendering his body numb and causing him to collapse forward. Zhu Tao, what is wrong? Su Yang instinctively caught Zhu Tao as he fell, but Zhu Tao's body began to convulse violently. What the hell? Su Yang's face paled instantly. Zhu Tao, don't scare your teacher. The 5th class erupted into chaos. Su, let go? You need to release him. If you don't, he'll really be in trouble. Su Yang, acting on instinct, loosened his grip, and Zhu Tao fell to the ground, still convulsing and foaming at the mouth. A faint odor wafting through the air. Quick, send him to the infirmary. At the school infirmary, Su Yang stood at the door, fraught with anxiety. The students of the 5th class looked at his expression with a mix of confusion and disbelief. Is this guy really a 6th rank martial respect? If he weren't, how could he withstand so many needles without a scratch, while Zhu Tao suffered? Conversely, if he truly were a 6th rank martial respect, how could he remain entirely oblivious to the needles? The inconsistencies were too many. Even a martial respect would react to such an assault. Being physically tough does not equate to being immune to electricity. Moreover, if he were truly a martial respect, he would have evaded the attack or at least sensed something amiss. Su Yang's mind raced. He suspected these students were up to something. However, his skill of being invincible as a teacher had rendered him unaware of any harm. If anything happened to Yu Tao, he, as the new homeroom teacher, would be the first to be held accountable. The end of his teaching career would be a minor concern compared to the possibility of facing dire consequences. With this thought in mind, Su Yang had to maintain his composure. Who can tell me what happened? Why is Zhu Tao in this state? The students exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Did Su Yang truly not know, or was he pretending? You don't know? If I knew, would I be asking you? Su Yang snapped. This is a matter of life and death. Don't joke around. Among the group, only Li Yiming, with a grim expression, replied, it could indeed be fatal. Su Yang was taken aback. Li Yiming, what do you know? Li Yiming looked up at Su Yang with a desolate expression. Once Zhu Tao wakes up, he'll definitely kill me. Mr. Su, I need to take a leave of absence. Su Yang was stunned. At a time like this, you want to take a leave? If you leave for 3 years, I'll only return when Zhu Tao graduates. Just as Li Yiming was about to leave, the others grabbed him. You can't run away. You might escape from the first year, but not from the 15th. Zhu Tao will come after you. Li Yiming pointed at Su Yang, a bitter smile on his face. It's not my fault. If you hadn't touched Zhu Tao's shoulder, this wouldn't have happened. What is going on? Su Yang was exasperated. Can you stop speaking in riddles? The students furrowed their brows. You really don't know? I know nothing. Li Yiming could no longer contain himself. He revealed his launching device and asked, are you wearing protective steel plates underneath your clothes? Every teacher has a set. Many martial artists enhance their physical strength by wearing a full set of steel plates during training. Those with sufficient means buy a set with high-tech, insulated, waterproof lining for added comfort and protection against beasts. The school indeed provided every teacher with a full set of protective gear as part of their basic benefits. But Su Yang, being less experienced, found it cumbersome and had left his gear untouched in the closet. Upon seeing Li Yiming's launching device, Su Yang suddenly realized, oh no, thunder needles. This equipment is specific to the Kunlun Patrol, typically used against tough beasts and criminals. The civilian version is a stripped-down model, costing over $1 million. Su Yang was about to vehemently deny wearing steel plates, but upon reflection, he realized the issue lay with his invincible teacher skill, a secret he could not disclose. He could neither admit nor deny wearing protective gear without facing a logical quandary. Let us change the subject. I'm going to check on the infirmary. As Su Yang hurried into the infirmary, Li Yiming wore a knowing expression, shrugging. See? He is guilty. I knew it all along. A swift knock landed on the back of his head. What's wrong? You fool. If you lack brains, at least use your eyes. Wearing a short-sleeved shirt. How could one expect to have a steel plate? Even if he had something underneath, without protective gloves. He would surely suffer the consequences if an electric shock were to occur. It is impossible for him to remain unscathed. Then, what is the situation? In the infirmary, Zhu Tao, who had just regained consciousness, appeared dazed, as if under the influence of anesthesia. Su Yang, having received permission from the school doctor, leaned closer to Zhu Tao and softly inquired, Zhu Tao, how are you feeling? I saw my great-grandmother waving at me. Chapter 7. Impulsiveness is the devil. Fortunately, Zhu Tao's physical prowess, being at the 8th rank of martial spirit, far exceeds that of ordinary individuals, allowing for a remarkable recovery. Additionally, the thunder needle is not lethal, so his body sustained no serious injuries. Su Yang finally eased the tension in his heart, having narrowly escaped a premature demise. Once Zhu Tao regained full consciousness, he immediately dashed out of the infirmary in pursuit of Li Yiming. Upon hearing the commotion, Li Yiming turned and fled. Tao Ge, it's not my fault. It's all because of that Su. Stop right there. Su Yang emerged to see Zhu Tao bouncing back to life, and he felt a sense of relief wash over him. However, the gazes of the other members of Class 5 towards Su Yang were filled with skepticism, clearly questioning whether he truly was a 6th-rank martial master. Su Yang could only remain silent. If I were truly a 6th-rank martial master, would I still be teaching? The principal would have stepped aside for me. Having confirmed that everything was fine, he returned to the classroom. Let us get back to class, he stated curtly before leaving for his office, leaving the others with an enigmatic silhouette. Not long after, in Class 5's classroom, based on all evidence, Su was definitely not a 6th-rank martial master. Taozi, you've lost. Zhu Tao furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Li Yiming, sporting a bruised face, muttered softly, Tao Gu, I think. Shut up. Zhu Tao shot him a cold glance, silencing him immediately. The others tacitly avoided discussing the incident with the thunder needle and established a rule, starting today. The use of the thunder needle or any high-voltage equipment against Su Yang is strictly prohibited to prevent similar tragedies. After a long pause, Zhu Tao finally spoke. Then there is only one possibility. What? As far as I know, the heart method of Donghai Martial Arts Normal University is the 9 techniques of horizontal body cultivation. Zhu Tao crossed his arms and spoke solemnly. This is a defensive-focused heart method with 9 levels. Upon reaching the 5th level, one gains the resilience akin to bronze skin and iron bones, with internal organs possessing formidable resistance to impact. Though it may not equate to the true steel-like fortitude of a 6th-rank martial master, its defensive capabilities are nonetheless terrifying, making it possible to withstand high-voltage currents. Wait a moment. Someone interjected skeptically, isn't that an advanced heart method? If he could truly cultivate to the 5th level, he wouldn't merely be at the 9th rank of martial artist. Zhu Tao replied seriously, no, it is indeed possible. How do we determine our strength ranks? Through testing. The crowd instinctively responded, using specialized machinery for testing. Typically, the rank of a martial artist is assessed through various machine tests that yield relevant data. which is then comprehensively evaluated across three main categories: strength, agility, and endurance. Each major category is further divided into several subtests. For strength alone, tests include impact force, lifting power, and grip strength, among others. Zhu Tao's words immediately enlightened everyone, and one person exclaimed in astonishment, "Are you suggesting that Su is afraid of pain and has focused all his time and energy on defense?" Zhu Tao nodded slightly. "Exactly." Suddenly, understanding dawned upon the group. So that's it. He is a specialized student. During testing, his endurance must have been exceptionally high, and his defensive stats likely soared while all others fell short, resulting in an overall assessment of a 9th-rank martial artist. Indeed, clarity washed over the group, explaining all the peculiarities. Truly, Zhuge Tao of Class 5. No wonder Su dared to be our homeroom teacher. It turns out he relied on his thick skin and resilience. Remarkably well concealed. Yet, he is certainly not a 6th-rank martial master. Taozi, you still lost. Damn it, I couldn't pull the wool over their eyes. Zhu Tao reluctantly distributed his 30,000 in pocket money to the others, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards Su Yang. That said, Zhu Tao distinctly recalled a rather foolish question Su Yang had posed when he visited the office. Recultivating the heart method, and with a focus on needle techniques. Now, reflecting on it, Su Yang must have cultivated to an extraordinary level of defensive capability, even able to withstand the high voltage of the thunder needle. Could he possess some unique method to significantly enhance his cultivation speed? But why choose the exceedingly obscure needle techniques? Is it due to his long, exquisitely beautiful hands? Zhu Tao gazed at his own calloused hands, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, in the office, Su Yang was equally absorbed in thought. Having yet to establish a good rapport with Class 5, this incident would likely worsen their relationship. How could he proceed with his work now? Su Yang felt immense frustration. Without a solid teacher-student relationship, the system's tasks would be impossible to advance. Cooperation is the foundation of everything. If they refuse to cooperate, even forcing them to learn would be futile. If the students want to learn, how can I, as their teacher, ascend to the pinnacle of life? I must devise a strategy. As a teacher, I cannot simply grovel unconditionally. I must possess authority. Otherwise, they will not take me seriously. After pondering for a moment, Su Yang concluded that he could not manage Class 5 using conventional methods. Special techniques would be required. Although their time together had been brief, Su Yang had gained some foundational understanding of this unruly group. Youthful arrogance. That is their greatest weakness. With an idea in mind, Su Yang promptly set off for the classroom. Upon his arrival, the members of Class 5 regarded him with open hostility, tinged with wariness. We have no grievances. So there is no need for such expressions, is there? Previously, there were no grudges, but now there are. Upon seeing Su Yang, Li Yiming erupted with rage, coldly hissing. Su, we shall not coexist. Su Yang's lips twitched. I'm also a victim here, all right? Forget it. If Class 5 were reasonable, it wouldn't be Class 5 anymore. However, I need that temper from you. How about we make a bet? Su Yang boldly proposed. If you win, you can do as you please from now on. I won't interfere. But if you lose, you must obediently follow my instructions and train properly. Do we have a deal? Seeing Su Yang's bold declaration, Li Yiming's eyes widened in defiance, ready to retort, but was swiftly silenced by Zhu Tao's hand over his mouth. You fell for such a childish provocation? Did our earlier analysis go in one ear and out the other? Don't be impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil. He is setting a trap for you. Li Yiming realized belatedly, damn, that cunning Su is trying to ensnare me. Analysis? What analysis? Su Yang frowned slightly. Zhu Tao sneered. Su, we've already guessed your secrets. Trying to lure us into a trap? Not a chance. Is it just a simple contest of wit and fists? Where the first to falter loses. Su Yang's expression darkened slightly. Indeed, the incident with the thunder needle had rendered the provocation ineffective. Zhu Tao scoffed. Don't waste your breath. We won't fall for it. The others nodded in agreement, their faces displaying disdain. Such a juvenile provocation. Only a fool would fall for it. Oh, is that so? Su Yang mused. I wonder if the incident involving one of Class 5's students accidentally getting electrocuted and wetting their pants will spread. Damn. Su, you despicable scoundrel. Zhu Tao's pupils constricted in fury, ready to charge forward. Tao Ge. Impulsiveness is indeed a devil. The one with the surname Su is laying a trap for you. Do not fall into it. Such a base provocation. Zhu Tao forcefully kicked Li Yiming aside. This is aimed directly at me. Chapter 8. Telecommunications fraud. Do not presume that just because you have reached the 5th level of the 9 transformations of the horizontal body technique, you are invulnerable. Zhu Tao growled, baring his teeth as he pointed at Su Yang. Do you think that because you have cultivated the copper skin iron bone technique, you can evade my grasp? Su Yang remained noncommittal, lacking the inclination to explain himself. for there was no need to do so. His salary was not contingent upon this confrontation. Sensing that Zhu Tao had fallen into his trap, Su Yang deliberately displayed a hint of provocation in his gaze. So, are you suggesting we place a wager? Why would I shy away from a bet? Zhu Tao scoffed coldly. However, it must adhere to my rules. What rules? Su Yang inquired. Speed. Zhu Tao declared boldly. On the training field, we shall race 100 meters. Whoever reaches the finish line first shall be deemed the victor. Do you dare? Su Yang squinted. The teacher's invincibility skill merely neutralized the damage inflicted by students. It did not enhance his physical prowess. As a mere 9th-rank warrior, he was undoubtedly at a disadvantage in speed against the 8th-rank martial spirit Zhu Tao. Nevertheless, he thought, it was not a significant issue. Very well, but let me make one thing clear. Should you refuse to acknowledge a loss, there will be consequences. You dare. Zhu Tao's eyes bulged in disbelief, his teeth almost grinding to dust. A gentleman's word is not easily broken. Fine. Let us proceed to the training field now. With a snap of his fingers, Su Yang turned and exited the classroom. The gaze of the entire 5th class converged on Zhu Tao. Taozi, you agreed far too readily. There must be a trick up his sleeve. Zhu Tao's expression hardened. Deep in thought. Before long, Su Yang and the 5th class had arrived at the training ground. They established the starting and finishing points. A distance of approximately 100 meters. Li Yiming took charge of the starting signal. The two competitors took their positions, preparing to sprint. Su Yang and Zhu Tao exchanged glances, each having made their resolve. It was merely a contest of speed, without any stated restrictions on the rules. As soon as Li Yiming gave the signal, Su Yang would charge at Zhu Tao, leveraging the teacher's invincibility skill to absorb any force directed at him. In the ensuing chaos, he planned to throw Zhu Tao off balance, ensuring his victory. Su Yang secretly reveled in his assured success. Zhu Tao, on the other hand, was equally confident. Su Yang's readiness to accept the challenge hinted at a hidden strategy, but he remained undeterred. He thought, there are no stated restrictions. Once the signal is given, I shall simply grapple with Su Yang. With my 8th-rank martial spirit strength, he will be unable to escape, and I will throw him out, ensuring my victory. Positions. Li Yiming observed both competitors readying themselves and called out, prepare, run. As the command rang out, both Su Yang and Zhu Tao sprang into action, but instead of rushing forward, they lunged at each other, embracing fiercely. Su Yang? Zhu Tao? The 5th class? Zhu Tao was the first to react, exerting all his strength. However, as he did so, he realized something was amiss. Su Yang seemed rooted to the ground, impervious to his efforts. What the? Immovable. Zhu Tao's face paled, and with a light exhalation from Su Yang, he effortlessly lifted Zhu Tao and hurled him backward with all his might. As soon as Zhu Tao was released, Su Yang turned and sprinted towards the finish line with all his strength, moving like the wind. Zhu Tao, midair, struggled to regain his balance as he landed nearly 10 meters away, only to see Su Yang, panting heavily, cross the finish line. His expression darkened significantly. The 5th class was utterly bewildered. What just happened? Taozi, how did you get thrown by Su Yang? As they gathered around Zhu Tao, disbelief was etched on their faces. I miscalculated. This guy has already mastered the immovable stance. What? Immovable? The others looked on in confusion. Zhu Tao's face was clouded with fury. The 6th level of the 9 transformations of the horizontal body technique, immovable. He neutralized all my strength with his skill, rendering me incapable of moving him. The group gazed in shock at Su Yang, who stood at the finish line, panting. How afraid of pain must you be? Aside from defense, you seem to have no other attributes, do you? Standing at the finish line, Su Yang felt a surge of exhilaration as he called out. Zhu Tao, a bet is a bet. You won't go back on your word, will you? I will keep my promise. Zhu Tao replied, though with evident reluctance. From today onward, I shall train according to your directives. Su Yang felt elated. He knew Zhu Tao would harbor resentment, yet this marked a pivotal first step. However, noticing the increasingly wary expressions of his classmates, he understood that this tactic could only be employed once. It might not work a second time. But that was a concern for another day. For now, he needed to introduce Zhu Tao to the acupuncture technique. Once he tasted its benefits, Zhu Tao would inevitably realize that Su Yang, in his role as teacher, bore no ill intent. After returning to the classroom, Su Yang summoned Zhu Tao to his office. Observing Zhu Tao's defiant demeanor, Su Yang immediately adopted a serious expression. As a man of honor, you must uphold your commitments. Now, I am your teacher, and you are my student. Present the attitude befitting a student and stand straight. Zhu Tao's eyes brimmed with discontent, yet he complied and stood tall. What do you wish to discuss? How do you address your teacher? Su Yang replied sternly. Zhu Tao forced a smile, his words laced with barely restrained anger. Teacher Su, what are your instructions? I wish to discuss the matter of dual cultivation techniques with you. Huh. Zhu Tao took a step back, his face a picture of horror. Same sex can actually dual cultivate? Su Yang rolled his eyes in exasperation. What nonsense fills your mind? I meant simultaneously practicing two techniques. Oh, what? Zhu Tao's eyes widened. Are you joking? How could I possibly practice two techniques at once? Do you think I am a martial arts prodigy? Under normal circumstances, a martial artist would choose to cultivate only one type of technique throughout their lifetime. It would be one category, not two. For instance, if one practiced foundational boxing techniques in high school, they would then advance to more sophisticated techniques in college. Su Yang had practiced the foundational defensive technique, the rock technique, in high school, and upon entering the martial arts teacher training academy, he pursued the advanced protective technique, the 9 transformations of the horizontal body technique. However, if the techniques were not of the same category, one would face two choices, dual cultivation or recultivation. Practicing two techniques simultaneously was not uncommon. Su Yang recalled that many seniors at the Martial Arts Teacher Training Academy had successfully done so. In fact, dual cultivation posed little risk. Even if the techniques differed, all martial arts stemmed from the same energy source. As long as one could ensure the smooth circulation of energy within their body, one could cultivate 3 or 4 techniques without issue. The difficulty lay in the execution. Simply put, one technique represented a single flow of energy within the body, while similar techniques would only enhance that flow. Since the energies of similar techniques would consume and merge with each other, there was no concept of dual cultivation within the same category. Under these circumstances, dual cultivating different techniques would yield 2 distinct energy flows. 3 techniques would mean 3 flows, and so forth. If one could not even master a single flow of energy, how could they hope to control 2, let alone 3? If the 2 energies clashed within the body, they could easily disrupt one's cultivation, potentially leading to a regression in power. Fortunately, unless one intentionally provoked a clash between the 2 energies, there was generally no life-threatening danger involved. Thus, only those exceptionally gifted in martial arts could truly control multiple energies flowing smoothly within their bodies, resulting in combat prowess that far surpassed their peers at the same level. In this regard, Zhu Tao displayed an admirable self-awareness. Thus, for an ordinary individual seeking to cultivate alternative martial arts techniques, the only viable option is typically to undergo a complete retraining, which necessitates relinquishing one's current prowess, a process known as scattering power. In ancient times, this practice involved the drastic measure of severing one's meridians, a perilous endeavor that, if mishandled, could render one utterly incapable of further martial cultivation. However, in contemporary times, the official Kunlun authorities in Hua Xia offer sophisticated and advanced equipment that enables risk-free power scattering, albeit primarily for children. After all, at a young age, should one err, there remains ample time and opportunity to start anew. Conversely, someone like Zhu Tao, who is considerably older, would find that embarking on a retraining journey demands not only immense courage but also substantial resources to catch up with the current realm. Zhu Tao would undoubtedly be averse to relearning martial arts, and his parents would certainly not acquiesce. After much contemplation, Su Yang surmised that under the condition of achieving a compatibility rate of 347 with the Buitian Shiyu needle, a dual cultivation approach might prove more pragmatic. With this thought in mind, Su Yang, wearing a serious expression, addressed Zhu Tao. Zhu Tao, I have observed you for quite some time and have discerned your exceptional bone structure and extraordinary fortune. You are indeed a rare martial arts prodigy, endowed with the potential of a martial deity. Zhu Tao furrowed his brow and retrieved his mobile phone. What are you doing? If this is a scam, I shall report it to the authorities. Chapter 9. Talent within the confines of the office. Zhu Tao gazed at Su Yang with a peculiar expression. Previously, Su Yang had advised him to refine his acupuncture techniques, but now he had shifted to advocating for dual cultivation. Mr. Su, why must you insist on my learning acupuncture? I suspect your motives are not entirely pure. You possess a remarkable talent. Su Yang declared emphatically, a talent related to acupuncture. How did you discover this? Zhu Tao inquired. Taken aback. I am a teacher, adept at observation, Su Yang replied without hesitation. Though this is merely our first day of acquaintance, the moment I encountered you, I sensed your innate gift for acupuncture. It is a teacher's intuition. Your fingers display an extraordinary dexterity. Zhu Tao paused, instinctively glancing down at his hands. Su Yang's lips twitched. It seemed the boy had a somewhat adversarial relationship with gambling and drugs. After rapping his fingers against the desk, Su Yang wore a serious expression, prompting Zhu Tao to regain his composure, albeit with a puzzled look. I've lived for 16 years without realizing I have any talent for acupuncture. I haven't even touched needle and thread. Then why not give needle and thread a try yourself? Su Yang suggested. Zhu Tao's face contorted with disapproval. Isn't it a bit embarrassing for a grown man to play with needle and thread? His resistance was palpable. However, Su Yang remained unperturbed, asserting, "Your forthcoming training will revolve around this." "What? I must take out the tattered clothes in my dorm and mend them myself?" The martial arts academy operated under a closed system, where students resided on campus, with only 2 days off each month aside from statutory holidays. Zhu Tao's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is this a joke?" "I can't so. You can learn. There are countless tutorials online," Su Yang countered, frowning. "You must keep your word. You promised to follow my guidance in your training. Are you trying to back out?" Fine. Also. But I expect you to check my progress every night." To prevent Zhu Tao from discarding his torn garments to shirk responsibility, Su Yang quickly added, "If you happen to lack any torn clothes, fear not. I have plenty." Zhu Tao replied curtly, "I do have some." "Then we are in agreement," Su Yang concluded, waving his hand dismissively. "You may leave now. I shall meditate and recuperate. If you require anything, simply call for me in my office." Once Zhu Tao exited the office, his demeanor still sour, Su Yang shook his head in resignation. He was uncertain whether the training task he had set would yield effective results. But the compatibility seemed so high that it might lead to unexpected rewards. If it did not work, he would simply try another approach, one step at a time. Shaking his head to dispel distracting thoughts, Su Yang activated the timer on his phone and began to meditate within the office, circulating his energy to ensure his vitality flowed healthily each day. As he closed his eyes, relaxing his mind, he soon felt a thread-like energy wandering within him, its pace measured and unhurried. It took approximately 10 minutes to traverse from his lower dantian to the crown of his head, and another 10 minutes to return to the lower dantian from the perineum. This completed one small cycle of energy circulation. Upon opening his eyes and stopping the timer, Su Yang noted that the small cycle had taken nearly half an hour, leaving him drenched in sweat. Yet, he remained steadfast. With a wry smile, he acknowledged that his martial arts talent was rather mediocre. The national average for a small cycle was 21 minutes and 36 seconds, and he lagged behind by 7 minutes. Yet another day of falling short of the national standard. He could only strive to educate his students well, as this might enable him to reverse his fate and one day win the heart of a formidable Valkyrie, returning home in glory, filled with anticipation for the future. Su Yang promptly opened his computer to review the copied heavenly needle for repairing the sky, preparing to devise a reasonable and efficient training plan for Zhu Tao's acupuncture practice. Unbeknownst to him, night had already fallen. The staff and student dormitories of the 3rd Martial Arts High School were located together, each offering single rooms conducive to quiet meditation. Most martial arts students would engage in meditation upon returning to their dormitories to consolidate their training. However, the students of Class 5 were an exception, gathering together to play games. "Where is Taozi?" "In his own dorm. Why isn't he joining us?" He said he was in seclusion to train, letting us play on our own. The group halted their activities, exchanging bewildered glances. What did Mr. Su say to him in the office today? Who knows? He won't say a word. Li Yiming, observing the discarded snacks strewn about the floor, felt a surge of anger at the disarray. He suddenly thrust a trash bin forward. "Bro, the trash can is here. Toss it in here." As the lowest tier of the food chain in Class 5, Li Yiming felt utterly frustrated. In terms of strength, he ranked among the top 3 in the class, yet in terms of family background, he was the youngest, unable to provoke any of the others. Even when he was bullied, he could only endure in silence. Each gathering took place in his dormitory, resulting in a mess of garbage. Li Yiming had a cleanliness obsession and could not tolerate littering. Yet, he dared not voice his displeasure. Just wait. 30 years of the East River, 30 years of the West River. One day, when my leg techniques are perfected, I will catch every piece of garbage you throw away, ensuring not a single scrap touches the ground. In the adjacent dormitory, Zhu Tao sat in a chair, holding a needle in his left hand and a thin thread in his right, while his phone played a tutorial. Dear friends, here comes the hand sewing method that anyone can master. It is widely known that common hand sewing techniques include knotting, straight stitching, backstitching, and closing stitches. After diligently watching the tutorial, Zhu Tao nervously took a breath and began threading the needle. To his surprise, it slipped through effortlessly. This marked Zhu Tao's first foray into mending his own clothes, and the experience unfolded much more smoothly than anticipated. Within mere minutes, he had repaired the tear so skillfully that, upon closer inspection, one would hardly notice any signs of mending. Moreover, he felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. I thought this would be difficult. It's quite simple. Wait a moment. Something didn't add up. Zhu Tao realized with a puzzled expression. What does sewing have to do with the techniques of concealed weapons? Chapter 10, 3 years. Not long after, Su Yang arrived as promised. Upon entering, he noticed a heap of tattered clothing strewn across Zhu Tao's desk. Looking around, though it was somewhat disorganized, it was certainly not dirty. It was evident that it had been cleaned regularly. Quite satisfactory indeed. Zhu Tao remained silent, only expressing his confusion. What does sewing have to do with needle techniques? However, Su Yang merely walked around the dormitory, inspecting it with his hands behind his back. Noticing Su Yang's lack of response, Zhu Tao's expression darkened. Why aren't you answering my question? Oh, were you speaking to me? Su Yang casually replied. I distinctly remember having a name. Teacher. Only then did Su Yang turn to face Zhu Tao. What is your query? Does sewing relate to needle techniques? It does. Su Yang elucidated. Sewing requires skillful finesse. It also cultivates the dexterity and coordination of your fingers, laying a foundation for your mastery of needle techniques. Zhu Tao could not help but roll his eyes. I cannot undertake a retraining, let alone pursue dual training. Su Yang did not linger on this topic, sitting down to inquire. So, did you experience anything particularly special while sewing? What could I possibly feel? Isn't it simply a matter of having hands? It's boringly simple. Is that so? Su Yang raised an eyebrow. Do you have something you've already sewn that I could see? Zhu Tao handed over a previously sewn piece of clothing to Su Yang, but after examining it, Su Yang appeared puzzled. Where did you sew it? I can't see it. Zhu Tao pointed to the area that had previously come undone, explaining that he had skillfully tucked the thread ends inside while sewing, rendering it nearly invisible. Su Yang's expression turned peculiar. You are truly sewing for the first time? What of it? I told you. You wouldn't believe I have talent. Su Yang quickly replied. Achieving this level on your first attempt is quite impressive. If it were me, I certainly wouldn't have done it as well. This is indeed talent. No wonder Zhu Tao had such an extraordinary affinity for the bountiful needle of cloud stitching. It seems his talent truly lay in this area. This lad must have been a tailor in his past life. Zhu Tao scoffed, dismissing Su Yang's words as mere flattery. All right, enough of that. It doesn't signify anything. I'm not asking you to retrain, but to pursue dual training. Su Yang stated earnestly, to cultivate both the Panlong Divine Fist and the bountiful needle of cloud stitching that I selected for you. But Zhu Tao appeared puzzled. Why do you think I can pursue dual training in mental techniques? What, are you seeking the truth or falsehood? What is false? You are a rare martial talent, possessing the grace of a martial deity. Zhu Tao's lips twitched. He knew Su Yang was trying to deceive him. And the truth? You possess no martial aptitude. Otherwise, with your family's resources, you wouldn't be stuck at the 8th tier of martial spirit. I'm offering you a chance. Either you continue to wallow in self-pity, living a life of mediocrity, or... Su Yang's voice rose with intensity. His gaze sharp. You heed your teacher's advice. Pursue dual training in needle techniques. Grant me your trust, and I shall provide you with a future. Zhu Tao's expression was extraordinarily complex. Given my family's circumstances, as long as I avoid trouble and refrain from entrepreneurship, the wealth my parents left me is sufficient for me to live comfortably for several generations. This future, isn't it good? Su Yang nearly suffered an internal injury from that remark. How careless of him. He had forgotten that these individuals were scions of power. They were not lacking in wealth. While others were born as horses or cattle, they were born into Rome. Do you not wish for your family to regard you with esteem? Su Yang stated earnestly, do you not wish for your family to take pride in you? If you were to gain admission to the Martial National Defense University, your family tree could be granted a page of its own. The Martial National Defense University? Zhu Tao was utterly bewildered. It would be a miracle if I could even get into college, let alone the Martial National Defense University. How can you dream bigger than I do? I have never even dared to dream of attending the Martial National Defense University. That is the dream institution for martial artists in Hua Xia. Su Yang sighed in resignation. Truly, he was met with resistance. Even when fed, they would refuse to eat. What could be done? Perhaps it was best to take a slower approach with his persuasion. Here is the mental technique for the bountiful needle of cloud stitching. I have copied it. If you are interested, take a look. If not, do as you please. Su Yang placed the copied mobile disc on the desk and added, continue sewing. I will still come to inspect your progress daily. Zhu Tao acknowledged with an O. And once Su Yang departed, his gaze fell upon the mobile disc left on the table, a contemplative expression crossing his face. After leaving the student dormitory, Su Yang walked back to his own quarters, pondering Zhu Tao's reactions during their previous conversation. When family was mentioned, Zhu Tao's mood noticeably darkened. Yet upon discussing the prospect of a page in the family tree, signs of intrigue emerged. It seems no martial artist can resist the allure of a page in their family tree. Zhu Tao's family circumstances must be rather complex. Su Yang did not possess much knowledge about Zhu Tao's background. He only knew that Zhu Tao hailed from the Zhu family of Donghai, a prominent martial clan with a sprawling lineage. The current clan leader was a 5th-tier martial king, among the top-tier powerhouses in Donghai City. Within the clan, there appeared to be numerous young prodigies of Zhu Tao's age, most of whom attended Donghai's premier martial high school. That institution was the strongest martial high school in Donghai City, with admission criteria set at the 7th tier of martial profound realm. Those who could reach the 7th tier of martial profound realm by the age of 15 or 16 were truly exceptional, in comparison to others with similar resources. Zhu Tao barely managed to reach the 8th tier of martial spirit. Each major realm is further subdivided into detailed tiers: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and peak. Zhu Tao's records indicated he was at the intermediate 8th tier of martial spirit, yet he had not yet reached the peak, clearly showcasing a significant gap between him and his clan's outstanding offspring. Moreover, Zhu Tao's hands, calloused and scarred, bore testament to his relentless efforts to catch up to his peers and earn the family's recognition. In the dormitory, Su Yang's words indeed stirred something within Zhu Tao. Curiosity began to bloom within him. Could the bountiful needle of cloud stitching possess some hidden profundity? After a long hesitation, he finally opened the electronic version of the bountiful needle of cloud stitching mental technique that Su Yang had left behind. It was indeed the most basic of techniques, far inferior to his own Panlong Divine Fist. After reading it several times, Zhu Tao could not discern any secrets. He had encountered techniques related to hidden weapons before. They were largely similar, and even the understanding of this bountiful needle of cloud stitching technique was less profound than others he had seen. In summary, it boiled down to one phrase: using the needle as a guide, with chi as the thread. The most peculiar aspect of the bountiful needle of cloud stitching was its method of cultivation. It required one to guide their breath to control the needle tip, continuously stitching garments. According to the mental technique, one could achieve a degree of mastery in merely 3 years. Zhu Tao slammed the table in frustration. Am I to sew until I graduate high school? Damn it, Su, you're truly playing me for a fool. While others wield weapons for martial examinations, you want me to bring a sewing kit into the examination hall. Chapter 11. The gift. Zhu Tao looked left and right, yet he could not discern any nuances from the principles of the supplementary heaven embroidery needle. Nevertheless, he felt that Su Yang's demeanor was sincere, and he doubted that he was being toyed with. Surely, his homeroom teacher must be aware of my family's circumstances. There was no reason for someone surnamed Su to jest about such matters. Any trouble I encounter would ultimately reflect poorly on him. He had no need to assume such risks. Moreover, this fellow had cultivated the 9 techniques of horizontal stance to the 6th level of immobility, which indicated that his mastery of mental techniques was certainly extraordinary. Weighing the pros and cons, Zhu Tao's gaze fell once more upon the electronic version of the supplementary heaven embroidery needle as principles. His mind was awash with thoughts. Having invested so many resources into you, even a pig could ascend to the 8th rank of martial spirit. Useless. After such a long period of cultivation, there has been no progress whatsoever. Were it not for the blood of the Zhu family coursing through your veins, you would have long been expelled. You are a disgrace. You have brought shame upon the Zhu family. Zhu Tao's eyes turned cold, and he could not help but clench his fists. In any case, I have no choice. I will trust you this once, Su. If it is dual cultivation, then so be it. The principles of the supplementary heaven embroidery needle were not extensive, and Zhu Tao had read them countless times, now familiar with every detail. Without any hesitation, he crossed his legs and, clearing his mind of distractions, began to attempt entry into the techniques of the supplementary heaven embroidery needle. The first step was to guide all of his original energy to converge at the dantian, temporarily disconnecting from the self-operating mechanism to avoid the confusion of the energy cultivated through the coiling dragon fist technique. This process, however, would be excruciating. In just a moment, Zhu Tao concentrated all the energy within his body at the dantian. A sharp pain began to radiate from his abdomen, causing his expression to twist in discomfort. Damn, that hurts. Zhu Tao recalled someone online mentioning that the sensation of suppressing energy during dual cultivation felt akin to menstruation. Thankfully, it was bearable. After focusing his mind and confirming that the energy from the coiling dragon fist technique was completely suppressed, Zhu Tao officially commenced his entry into the supplementary heaven embroidery needle as principles. Unbeknownst to him, half an hour had slipped by. Zhu Tao suddenly opened his eyes, glancing at the time with a bewildered expression. What is happening? I have already sensed energy in just half an hour. He was astonished. Having faintly perceived the energy within him taking shape, distinct from the energy of the coiling dragon fist technique, one was relatively domineering, while the other was comparatively gentle. When he first began cultivating the coiling dragon fist technique, it took him nearly a month to develop a sense of energy. Was it due to the rudimentary nature of the supplementary heaven embroidery needle as principles, or was it because of my foundational martial arts training? There is no reason for me to cultivate such a sense of energy so quickly. However, the pain in his abdomen intensified, and Zhu Tao could not afford to dwell on it. He again closed his eyes, attempting to guide the gentle energy within him. He had to act swiftly. The longer he delayed, the more intense the pain would become. Before long, Zhu Tao opened his eyes once more, feeling dazed. Has it succeeded? Following the guidance of the supplementary heaven embroidery needle as principles, Zhu Tao endeavored to direct the energy within him into his meridians, attempting his first circulation. Typically, newly generated energy is weak and uncontrollable, necessitating constant guidance. This process is generally protracted and unlikely to succeed in one attempt. Yet, Zhu Tao found himself adept at this initial guidance. The entire process unfolded so smoothly that Zhu Tao began to question whether he truly possessed the aptitude of a martial deity. Could it be that I really have a talent for cultivating needle techniques? Otherwise, there would be no reason for me to sense energy so swiftly. How did Su Yang know? Zhu Tao felt Su Yang's image becoming increasingly enigmatic, accompanied by a swell of excitement within him. After nearly 10 circulations of the energy from the supplementary heaven embroidery needle, the sensation of energy became progressively pronounced. Although dual cultivation is notoriously challenging, the initial advantages were unmistakable. The meridians within him had already undergone a cleansing, with the governor and conception vessels fully open, allowing for unobstructed circulation and the continual nurturing of the internal energy through physical strength. A wave of hunger soon surged within Zhu Tao, prompting him to grab a bag of nutritional fluid from the fridge and gulp it down. The nutritional fluid not only replenishes the nutrients necessary for physical growth, but also provides abundant energy and a sense of fullness. In an instant, the bag was emptied, and Zhu Tao continued his circulation, elated. The intense hunger signified that the energy was steadily growing, desperately craving sustenance. This was a splendid omen. After consuming a total of 10 bags of nutritional fluid, the sensation of energy finally crystallized. Zhu Tao could genuinely feel the energy flowing through his meridians, marking his formal entry into the techniques. The entire process took 3 hours and 26 minutes. To enter within 3 hours is astonishing. Even accounting for my meridians being previously opened, this is utterly outrageous. Zhu Tao found himself hesitant to proceed with the next stage of cultivation. The speed of his entry had far exceeded his comprehension, leaving him somewhat anxious. The path of martial arts does not offer shortcuts. Even the rarest martial talents must diligently practice to surpass others. The rapid growth of his energy sensation might not necessarily be a boon. It could jeopardize his martial foundation. Wait, something feels off, Zhu Tao contemplated for a moment. Oh, my martial foundation has long been ruined, so it's of no concern. In his pursuit of forcibly elevating his realm, Zhu Tao had overdosed on body-tempering fluids and elixirs, effectively compromising his foundation. With that in mind, he had nothing to worry about. Zhu Tao began to guide the energy within him into the tips of his right index and thumb. A sensation of swelling pain emerged in his fingertips, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. First layer of the supplementary heaven embroidery needle, draw the needle. Simultaneously, Su Yang, who was burning the midnight oil in the staff dormitory, formulating a training regimen for Zhu Tao, suddenly sensed a surge of inexplicable pure energy entering his body. What is going on? The pure energy began to swirl uncontrollably within him, prompting Su Yang to quickly sit down and regulate his breath, circulating his energy to guide the errant energy into his meridians. The energy was so pure that it required no assistance from the circulatory process. The moment it entered the meridians, it immediately blended with his energy, causing Su Yang's previously thin energy to thicken significantly, and the sensation became more intense than ever. The stubborn bottleneck of the peak of the 9th-rank martial artist even showed signs of loosening at this moment. Where did this heavenly gift come from? Upon regaining his composure, Su Yang immediately summoned the system to check Zhu Tao's information. Name, Zhu Tao, age, 16, realm, 8th rank martial spirit, mental technique, coiling dragon fist technique, compatibility 27, supplementary heaven embroidery needle, compatibility 347, martial skill none defects, unstable foundation. Incompatible mental technique, conflicting mental techniques, conflicting techniques reduce cultivation efficiency. Traits, mental technique mania, appears when compatibility exceeds 300. Significantly enhances cultivation efficiency and concentration, cultivation efficiency 237, overall rating, guidance suggestions, 1. Disperse energy and recultivate the supplementary heaven embroidery needle. 2. Modify mental technique to improve compatibility. 3. Unstable foundation, reforge from the ground up. A new trait has been added. The system's suggestions could be overlooked. Su Yang could not help but grin. This kid claims to be uninterested, yet his body is remarkably honest. Chapter 12. The method of body refinement. Every enhancement achieved by the students of Class 5 is directly communicated to Su Yang in the form of pure energy. The amount of progress is directly proportional to the energy received. This pure energy requires no intermediary phase, allowing one to amplify their aura instantaneously, unlike conventional cultivation, where energy derived from food or body refining liquids necessitates a prolonged absorption process. This efficiency saves an extensive amount of time. Zhu Tao has indeed heeded advice. The bottleneck has finally eased. If I push once more, I am certain that I can ascend to the 8th rank martial spirit realm. Su Yang could not help but feel exhilarated. In the 8th rank martial spirit realm, one can apply for a salary increase of 500 units. Over the years, this accumulation amounts to a significant sum. However, it has only been a few hours, 3 or 4 at most, and Zhu Tao has officially commenced his foundational practice. Su Yang anticipated Zhu Tao's swift progress, but did not expect it to be to such an extent. In contrast, the others exhibited approximately 400 reduced efficiency in their training. It is evident that when searching for suitable cultivation methods for the others, I must seek those with a compatibility exceeding 300. Only with the fervor for cultivating such methods can their training efficiency be transformed into positive numbers, ensuring a continuous influx of pure energy back to me. Nevertheless, Su Yang refrained from hastily finding suitable methods for the next student. Dual cultivation is an arduous endeavor, and it is uncertain whether Zhu Tao can maintain his progress. He must keep a close watch to ensure Zhu Tao's practice remains stable. The foundation of a day is laid in the morning. At 7:30 the following day, students from other classes had already begun their morning exercises in preparation for their daily cultivation. However, upon Su Yang's entrance into the classroom, he was met with an empty space. My goodness! Surely you cannot be this negligent. Have you abandoned the foundational practices altogether? Morning training is of utmost importance for martial artists. Early mornings are when the natural energies are most abundant, providing a prime opportunity to absorb the essence of the universe and nourish the body. This is fundamental for martial artists, and there can be no room for complacency. Regardless of the reason, I am the homeroom teacher of Class 5, and I must take responsibility for my students. This is a matter of principle. Their foundational skills cannot be neglected. Originally, this group of youngsters, aside from Zhu Tao, had succumbed to apathy, significantly diminishing their training efficiency. I must devise a means to motivate them to study diligently. Su Yang surmised that most of these individuals were likely still indulging in slumber in their dormitories. Initially, he contemplated storming into the dorms and dragging each of them to the classroom for morning training, but he reconsidered. Confrontation would only exacerbate the discord between teacher and students. Forcing them to train would likely breed resentment, and even if he went to the dormitory, they might refuse to cooperate, potentially locking him out. A better approach is needed to encourage them to engage in morning exercises. After contemplating for a moment, an idea struck him. By 8 or 9 o'clock. After the time for morning training had passed, the students of Class 5 gradually began to trickle into the classroom, with Zhu Tao arriving the latest at 10:30. Taozi, why did you wake up so late today? Zhu Tao awkwardly avoided admitting that he had spent the entire night engrossed in the celestial needle technique, sewing nonstop. He casually replied, playing games. The others hardly paid attention. Had it not been for the complete signal blackout in the dormitory area at that hour, they might not have even considered coming to class. Su Yang had been discreetly observing from his office and only entered the classroom once he confirmed that all of Class 5 had arrived. Upon his arrival, the students offered him little in the way of cordiality, appearing indifferent. Only Zhu Tao's gaze held a hint of complexity, yet he refrained from saying anything, certainly not admitting that he had already begun practicing the celestial needle technique. This morning, I noticed that everyone skipped morning training, Su Yang remarked. Walking into the training area with his hands behind his back, his displeasure evident. Had you all simply informed me you weren't coming? I could have enjoyed a bit more sleep instead of rising at 6:30. Initially, the students expected a reprimand, but his unexpected words left them momentarily speechless. However, one student retorted sarcastically, with your kind of laziness, how can you even call yourself a teacher? Su Yang, unfazed, replied with a smirk. What do you think the school appointed me as the homeroom teacher for Class 5? How careless. This homeroom teacher is quite the trickster. However, since he was already there, he thought it better to engage in a game. Are you trying to set a trap for us? Li Yiming rolled his eyes in refusal, not interested. It is merely a simple game. Su Yang shrugged, moving to a spacious area. I will stand here. Feel free to use any weapon you wish. If anyone can make me take a step back, you shall be exempt from morning training. Even if the school were to check and find you absent, I will cover for you, so you can sleep in peace. The students exchanged glances, their brows furrowing. But what if we can't budge you? If you can't budge me, there is no punishment. Is such a generous offer truly on the table? Absolutely. All right, I'll go first. The girl wielding the spiked club dashed forward. Her face twisted into a fierce grin. The others did not intervene. They were initially concerned that she might seriously injure someone. But now that they knew Su Yang had reached a level of immovability, they felt reassured. Su Yang promptly closed his eyes, suppressing his instinct to evade, while the girl, charging directly at him, suddenly pivoted and swung the club down upon the back of his head. However, as the club struck, the girl felt her strength dissipate instantly. leading her to angrily swing the club several more times before storming off in frustration. What a letdown. I felt no impact at all. All my strength was absorbed. The others thought, isn't that to be expected? Unbeknownst to them, Su Yang was equally startled, as his martial instincts had urged him to evade multiple times. But he had managed to suppress that impulse. After a prolonged silence, no one stepped forward. They were all watching cautiously. Su Yang raised an eyebrow. Does no one want to give it a try? The students rolled their eyes in unison. What exactly are you planning, Su Yang? Su Yang smirked. Would you like to possess my formidable physique? The students of Class 5 scoffed in disdain. Not interested. I possess a unique method of body refinement. One suitable for any realm, with no prerequisites. Su Yang asserted earnestly, simply follow my training regimen, and within 3 years, you can achieve my level. The conditions are exceedingly simple. Whoever guarantees full attendance for morning training for 1 month, I will teach them the basics. The students burst into derisive laughter. A worthless body refinement technique. Not even a dog would bother with it. Chapter 13. The Joker upon observing the nonchalant demeanor of his classmates in Class 5. Su Yang felt no concern about their indifference. He turned and returned to the office. As the saying goes, a generous reward will surely attract brave men. I have prepared a feast for you, complete with an extra portion, and I refuse to believe you will not partake. However, Su Yang did not expect everyone to engage in morning exercises. He would be satisfied if just half participated. This step was, in essence, a tactic of division. As long as some engaged in morning practice while others did not, Class 5 would no longer be a united front. The moment any fissure appeared, Su Yang could seize the opportunity to strike individually. Education, in many respects, is akin to playing strategic war games with students. As for the so-called secret to physical training, it was merely a pretext Su Yang concocted. It was similar to a scam. One must devise a way to entice the target into the game. Once they were hooked, Su Yang would employ an exceptionally compatible method to facilitate their dual cultivation. Whether they chose to learn or not was their concern. I have provided the plan. A bunch of youngsters who have yet to mature dare to challenge me. Meanwhile, in the classroom, Zhu Tao sighed inwardly. He found Su Yang's words to be rather credible. At the very least, his rapid progress in cultivating the heavenly needle of mending the sky was evident. Achieving a sense of qi within half an hour and entering the basics in under 4 hours. However, Zhu Tao believed Su Yang was overly naive. The members of Class 5 hailed from prominent martial families. Such tactics might work on naive children, but against Class 5. It was akin to wielding a great blade before Guangong, utterly presumptuous. Within martial families, internal strife was rampant. With Su Yang's current standing, he would not even secure a seat at the children's table during family conflicts. Zhu Tao could see through Su Yang's intention to employ a divisive strategy, aiming to dismantle their unity. As expected, Li Yiming spoke sternly. Does Su think we are mere toddlers easily deceived? There are no shortcuts in martial arts. Achieving stability in 3 years without any prerequisites is simply impossible. Even telecom fraudsters would not dare fabricate such nonsense. His actions are aimed solely at sowing discord among us, to undermine our trust in one another. We must not fall for it. We should stand united against external threats. I will endure hardship and immerse myself to test it out. All eyes in the room turned sharply towards Li Yiming. If you dare to practice in the morning, we will consider you on Su's side, so be cautious. With a jest, he continued, just kidding, don't take it to heart. I am definitely united with everyone. Of course, I won't believe Su Yang's nonsense. Anyone who comes to practice in the morning is a traitor. Let us deal with him. Li Yiming observed the fervor in his classmates and felt a deep sense of frustration. He genuinely wished to learn that so-called secret of physical training. After all, the prowess of achieving stability was evident to all. If he could truly attain stability in 3 years, it would be a monumental victory, granting him a significant voice within the family, preventing him from being a mere shadow during family gatherings. Yet, having spoken so openly, Li Yiming hesitated to practice secretly. No one understood the ruthlessness of Class 5 better than him. As long as one survived, they would be mercilessly targeted. They could not contend with Su Yang. But could they not handle themselves? Moreover, Su Yang might not even be able to protect himself. In a moment, Li Yiming's heart sank to the depths. He spent the night weighing the pros and cons between Class 5 and Su Yang, which was more beneficial for him. After a night of turmoil, Li Yiming ultimately made his choice. He would practice in the morning, at least maintaining full attendance for a month, allowing Su Yang to guide him into the basics. With others rising so late, they might not notice him during morning practice. If he remained undetected, all would be well, but if discovered, then he would face daily beatings. Once he entered the basics and his defensive capabilities surged, along with his 8th-tier martial spirit strength, even if they all came at him, they would hardly stand a chance. Besides, he was cultivating the earth-shaking technique, focusing on leg techniques. If he truly took off running, they might not even catch him. Sometimes, one must take a gamble. A bicycle could become a motorcycle. Li Yiming silently set his alarm for 7 o'clock the following morning. However, he lay awake all night, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. As dawn broke, he quickly dressed and stealthily opened his room door. At this hour, most students were already awake and preparing for morning practice. The hallway was bustling with people. Li Yiming slipped out of the dormitory, seamlessly blending into the crowd, fearful of being spotted by Class 5 members. Soon, he left the dormitory area and, with the sun still yet to rise, felt a daze wash over him. He could hardly recall the last time he had practiced in the morning. The thought of a month of morning practice leading to mastering the physical training secret and achieving stability in 3 years thrilled him, prompting him to quicken his pace. Before long, he arrived at the classroom door, only to find Su Yang waiting there. Su. Teacher Su. Li Yiming hurried to Su Yang's side, his voice tinged with excitement. Will you keep your word? Su Yang blinked and smiled. Of course. Great. I will start my morning practice right now. All right. I was waiting for you. Wait. What do you mean, waiting for me? Li Yiming was taken aback. Others had arrived at the classroom before 6 o'clock, and he had only just arrived. In that moment, Li Yiming felt like a complete fool. What the hell? Are you all even human? In an instant, he felt utterly deceived, turning angrily to storm into the classroom, only to be greeted by the sight of the rest of Class 5 already engaged in morning practice, meditating and regulating their breath. The closest to him was Zhu Tao, who slightly opened his eyes. You're here? Li Yiming forced a smile. Yes. Tao Gu. I feel ashamed for breaking my promise to everyone. So I am a traitor. From now on, please call me Class 5's Tibetan Mastiff. Li Yiming nearly gasped for breath. What? This is a thing now. He looked incredulously at those around him. You're calling yourselves dogs now? Thank you. Samoyed. Alaskan. Schnauzer. Wolfstick Girl. I'm a Chihuahua. I'm a Pomeranian. No. Are you all seriously giving yourselves nicknames? Frustrated, Li Yiming found an empty seat and sat down. What else left? A teddy and a mixed breed. Fine. Fine. I'll be the teddy among dogs. Li Yiming crossed his legs and sat comfortably, shedding his mental burden and focusing on morning practice. At the classroom door, Su Yang looked at the entire Class 5 gathered, each suddenly declaring themselves various dog breeds, his expression turning strange as he hesitated to enter. Why am I suddenly a mixed breed? Chapter 14. Argument. After confirming that everyone had commenced their morning exercises and breathing exercises, Su Yang returned to his office. He refrained from entering to supervise, opting instead to extend the most fundamental trust. Each one of them was a proud enigma. Upon returning to his office, Su Yang could not help but chuckle and scold them lightly. The attempt to divide had failed. Among this group, there was no one who embodied the stubborn resistance he had envisioned, someone who would oppose the teacher to the bitter end. The situation was better than he had anticipated. The fact that everyone participated in morning exercises ensured attendance. This was a stringent requirement set by team leader Lu Zhan. The 5th class would not be considered well-managed simply by avoiding trouble. They had to engage in teaching activities like any normal class. For now, Su Yang had at least managed to barely get on the right track, ensuring a month of morning exercise attendance first. The sight of the 5th class collectively exercising soon caught the attention of several passing teachers, their expressions akin to having seen a ghost. Half a month into the school year, no one had witnessed any morning exercises from the 5th class until today when they were all participating, truly astonishing. One would never have guessed. Young-Su really had a knack for managing students. When Young-Su had substituted a few general courses in my class, I had already sensed he was extraordinary. He possessed a remarkable charm. At only 27 or 28, the age gap with the students was not too significant, making communication much easier than with us older folks. However, team leader Lu would likely have a headache. There was a high probability he would not be able to apply for the body refinement elixir. The veteran teachers were hardly convinced that Lu Zhan could secure the elixir. Indeed, upon learning about the 5th class's morning exercises, Lu Zhan had already begun researching whether there were any rituals associated with consuming a marble table. Who could have imagined that the seemingly unremarkable Su Yang could truly manage to keep that rowdy group of the 5th class in line? It was utterly unfathomable. The students in the 5th class were notorious. Each one of them was rebellious. Su Yang had never been a homeroom teacher before. Lacking any management experience, how could he possibly maintain order? Now is not the time to question these matters. If this continued, I must follow through on my words. Lu Zhan was quite eager to perform the feat of swallowing a marble table. With his mid-level strength in the 7th rank of the martial Xian realm, he would not perish from such an endeavor. Reneging on his promise was simply not an option. As a leader, his words must hold weight. Failing to do so would not only be embarrassing but would also undermine his ability to set an example for all first-year teachers in the future. It was entirely his fault for getting carried away and inadvertently making such a commitment. Truly, words can lead to disasters. The body refinement elixir. It is not something one can simply apply for. While Su Yang had some qualifications, it was still a stretch. He had only been working for 2.5 years. Lu Jun wore a troubled expression. In contrast, researching the necessary ingredients to consume a marble table seemed far more feasible. Unbeknownst to him, Su Yang was unaware of Lu Jun's worries regarding his promise. His primary concern was still Zhu Tao's situation. Over the past few days, Su Yang had been diligently studying materials related to dual cultivation and insights on practice. The more he examined, the more he realized that this path would be exceptionally arduous. The challenge of operating two different types of energy within the body simultaneously without interference was exceedingly high. If one type of energy were likened to a car, then the meridians theoretically represented a single lane. Only one vehicle could traverse in one direction at a time. To facilitate the simultaneous operation of two vehicles, there were theoretically two possibilities. The first was to widen the lane, which required reaching the 6th-rank martial venerable. Only after cultivating a body of steel could one endure the excruciating pain of expanding the meridians. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to courting death. The second option was to compress and elongate the energy, akin to compressing two cars into a bicycle, thus allowing simultaneous operation. However, this demanded years of practice and an extraordinary ability to control energy, a feat typically achieved only by martial geniuses. Su Yang believed that at least in the realm of needle techniques, Zhu Tao undoubtedly qualified as a genius. Entering the basics in just 4 hours, was he anything less than extraordinary? From the moment Su Yang discovered that compatibility could reach a remarkably high level, he understood one thing. Everyone possesses talent. Everyone is a genius, merely awaiting the discovery of their suitable path. When they do make their mark, it can be astonishing. Therefore, Zhu Tao would undoubtedly be able to control the energy cultivated from the heavenly needle stitching clouds technique. The only potential difficulty lay in managing the energy from the coiling dragon fist. Moreover, with one being yin and the other yang, the inherent conflict intensified the challenge. In his research, Su Yang found that there was virtually no literature on dual cultivation with conflicting attributes. Practitioners tended to choose energies of the same attribute. The coiling dragon fist belonged to the yang category, while the heavenly needle stitching clouds belonged to the yin category. The information available primarily focused on same attribute dual cultivation, offering little in terms of valuable reference. As a teacher, having led Zhu Tao down the path of dual cultivation, he at least needed to ensure that Zhu Tao's practice would not veer into chaos. He must provide a direction for Zhu Tao's cultivation, preventing him from flailing about like a headless chicken. How could he enable Zhu Tao to effectively control the energy of the coiling dragon fist? He possessed no talent in this area. Modifying the technique was unrealistic. He lacked the capability to alter a yang technique into a yin one to align with the heavenly needle stitching clouds. Not to mention that this was a closely guarded family secret, not to be disclosed to outsiders, lest it lead to dire consequences. The system could offer no assistance to Su Yang. He was left to fend for himself in his research. Fortunately, as a graduate of a martial arts teacher's college, his foundation in martial theory was exceptionally solid. Yin and yang are inherently one, capable of both conflict and fusion. This is a well-established concept. Suddenly, an idea struck Su Yang. He hurriedly accessed the online thesis repository of the East Sea Martial Arts Teacher College. He recalled having read a prominent scholar's work while writing his own thesis years ago. Entering relevant keywords, Su Yang quickly located the paper on the fusion of yin and yang in martial arts energy. This thesis was authored by a graduate of East Sea Normal University 12 years ago, who had since ascended to the rank of a 5th-tier martial king. However, it was merely an undergraduate thesis, lacking depth, largely theoretical, with references drawn from ancient texts. This perspective had been validated by ancient martial practitioners. But modern practices emphasized scientific cultivation, where energy was unified in its application. The essence of the thesis argued that the fusion of yin and yang is fundamentally a chaotic energy, a form of energy capable of integrating all techniques, a universal energy. Although it remained purely theoretical and lacked a methodology, indeed, the author himself did not possess a dual cultivation technique. This did not preclude the possibility of feasibility. Yet, Zhu Tao could not be allowed to experiment. The risks were too great. Su Yang's eyes lit up. I must conduct the experiment on myself. Many students in the 5th class possessed yin attributes, while his own 9 techniques of horizontal body refinement was of the yang category. If he could find a way for the 5th class to strike him with hidden energy, allowing sufficient yin energy to permeate his body, with the protection of a teacher's invincibility, he could freely conduct his experiments. If he succeeded, he could publish a thesis, and by the year's end, the principal might just step aside for him to take the position. I, Su Yang, request the principal to resign. Chapter 15. Excessive within the classroom. The morning exercise had concluded, yet the members of Class 5 remained in their meditative postures, reluctant to open their eyes. However, given their inherently restless nature, they could not withstand the silence for long. After about 10 minutes, the urge to move became unbearable. Initially, I had no intention of attending morning practice, however. The noise in the corridor had kept me awake. Since I was already awake, I thought I might as well have breakfast in the cafeteria. Before I knew it, I found myself at the classroom door. I pondered, since I had come this far, I might as well sit in the classroom to eat. To my surprise, inspiration struck me. I crossed my legs, closed my eyes, and suddenly found myself here. Damn it. I have no idea who moved me while I was meditating. No one responded. Are you even speaking human language? I exclaimed. Only someone with a decade-long brain freeze could concoct such nonsense. I must clarify. Jutao suddenly spoke up. I came here because I lost a bet. Su insisted that I join the morning exercise. One must keep their word, so I was compelled to attend. Not for the sake of mastering the 6th layer of the unyielding stance. All right, enough explanations. Someone interjected. We simply could not resist the temptation. Su offered too much. A 3-year crash course in unyielding stance. Who could possibly refuse that? I declared, morning practice is indeed morning practice, but it does not mean we succumb to Su's tyranny. I proposed a collective skip of the general studies class. Yes, after all, Su only asked us to ensure full attendance for morning practice, not for general studies. Skipping general studies became our last act of defiance, an effort to salvage some dignity. Yes, let's skip general studies. We cannot allow Su to gloat. I detest his repugnant demeanor. And so it was decided. When Su Yang arrived for general studies, he found the classroom utterly deserted. A collective truancy. Well, look at this. Su Yang rolled his eyes. However, knowing that Class 5 was known for their obstinate pride, he was unperturbed. General studies constituted 20 of the college entrance examination score. The primary focus remained on the other 2 subjects, martial arts combat and beast defense. Martial arts combat involved sparring with examiners, while beast defense required facing actual beasts. Typically, the exam questions revolved around confronting specific beasts. Each beast, due to its species and habits, necessitated different strategies. The exam could involve killing the beast or protecting facilities from its attacks, with the most challenging task being the protection of hostages. The examiners often posed as hostages, creating additional obstacles. During Su Yang's own examination, he faced the unfortunate scenario of protecting hostages from a beast attack. The examiner, an elderly woman, insisted on crossing the street at a leisurely pace, refusing assistance and hurling insults if not helped. Su Yang, despite his patience, had to endure the ordeal, ultimately carrying her to safety before the beast could strike. If Class 5 were to take that exam now, they would likely ride the old woman across the street. Fearful of any potential mishap, having collectively skipped class, the only alternative was either the dormitory or the cafeteria. Su Yang, eager to validate whether the chaotic energy could be harnessed, hurried towards the cafeteria. As expected, upon arriving at the entrance, he found the spacious cafeteria occupied by a mere 10 individuals, indulging shamelessly in their feast. Slow down. No one is competing with you. Someone exclaimed. What on earth? Did you break your plate too? Mind your image. As if I had any image to uphold. Martial artists require substantial nourishment to replenish their energy. While nutritional liquids are the preferred choice, their taste becomes monotonous with excessive consumption. Suddenly, as the group feasted, they caught sight of Su Yang's arrival and instinctively halted their actions. It's fine, continue, Su Yang said as he took a seat beside them. I'm not here to catch you skipping class. Then what is your purpose? They inquired. I need your assistance. What kind of assistance? Hit me. Use all your strength. This request seemed somewhat masochistic. You're insane, protested the girl wielding the spiked club, her cheeks stuffed with food, making her speech unintelligible. There is no impact in that. We want to do it. Come on, in public? You want us to hit you? You're not fooling us. Are you trying to set a trap for us regarding general studies? Save your tricks for another day. General studies require a different price. Despite their resistance, they continued to stuff their mouths. I knew you wouldn't cooperate. Su Yang silently rose, approached their table, surveyed the dishes, and decisively grabbed a handful of mashed potatoes. The group was momentarily stunned. With a swift motion, Su Yang hurled the mashed potatoes directly at the face of the girl with the spiked club. Run. Su Yang dashed towards the classroom. Get him. Break his legs today. This is too much, shouted someone. Whether anyone would intervene was uncertain. Soon, the classroom of Class 5 transformed into a lively scene of Su Yang engaging with the students in a playful battle. Put some muscle into it. Didn't you just eat? Why is there no strength left? Su Yang taunted, encouraging the young ones to exert themselves fully. He was uncertain whether their dark energy could permeate his body under the passive effect of his master's invincibility technique. He had no control over it. Yet, as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly felt a wave of soft energy infiltrating his being, swirling about. Could it be that Master S invincibility can be activated by sound? Su Yang pondered, uncertain, but internally commanded, "Bring it all in." In the next moment, an overwhelming surge of dark energy flooded into him, careening chaotically before he forcefully contained it, compressing it into his dantian. This was a perilous act, akin to self-sabotage of his dantian, yet Su Yang felt no discomfort. After nearly 10 minutes of intense exertion, the students of Class 5, exhausted and panting, observed Su Yang standing effortlessly at the center, their morale shattered. "I'm furious," the girl with the spiked club exclaimed, tossing her weapon to the ground after minutes of futile attempts to strike him, feeling utterly deprived of any sense of participation. The others, equally exasperated and out of breath, glared at Su Yang, their energy drained from the prolonged engagement. After relentless combat, Su Yang felt a chill on his back and, upon touching it, discovered his shirt had been pulled off. Fighting is one thing, but you've gone too far, he thought, the corner of his mouth twitching in irritation. "Next time, I'll remove your oxygen supply." Chapter 16. Takeoff. Su Yang returned to the staff dormitory in a somewhat disheveled state, hurriedly changing his clothes. Within his dantian, he had successfully suppressed a considerable amount of 5 types of malevolent energy, ample enough for his experiments. Under normal circumstances, harboring such a significant quantity of hostile energy in the dantian could lead to immediate demise. However, thanks to the invincibility of his master, the harm was rendered ineffective, and Su Yang had completely controlled this destructive energy within his dantian. Having changed, Su Yang sat cross-legged, commencing meditation to conduct his experiments. He extracted a wisp of malevolent energy from his dantian and forcefully injected it into his meridians, attempting to circulate it alongside his yang energy. Yet, the malevolent energy proved uncontrollable, darting about chaotically. Even with the assurance of his Master-S invincibility, Su Yang felt a surge of trepidation. Others would have perished long ago under such circumstances, due to the absence of methodological guidance in his research, which only sought to substantiate the existence of chaotic energy. Su Yang was left to navigate this endeavor alone. The overarching aim was to fuse the malevolent and yang energies, returning them to their primordial chaotic state. Unbeknownst to him, half an hour had slipped by, and after numerous attempts with no success, Su Yang realized that his approach was flawed. The simultaneous circulation of malevolent and yang energies showed no signs of integration. Rather, their interference rendered the process exceedingly challenging. A change in strategy was imperative. Perhaps a sequential approach, one following the other, might yield better results? Uncertain, he retried the process with yang energy leading and malevolent energy trailing. However, managing both energies simultaneously proved to be an arduous task, and fatigue soon washed over him. He paused to replenish his energy with a pouch of nutrient liquid before resuming his attempts at differential circulation. The endeavor was exceedingly difficult. After 2 full hours, Su Yang finally achieved his first successful dual energy circulation, albeit without any indication of integration between the two energies. Perhaps the frequency of attempts was the issue? With newfound experience, the second attempt proceeded more smoothly, prompting Su Yang to conduct several more trials in hopes of unexpected breakthroughs. As dusk descended, the malevolent energy he had suppressed in his dantian had dwindled significantly. Su Yang leaned over his desk, brow furrowed. Surrounded by a pile of manuscript papers documenting each experiment's process, time expended, and results. The content, if viewed by an ordinary person, would likely induce a sense of dread. For any of the methods detailed amounted to suicidal behavior. Thus, Su Yang had marked the number 71, signifying that, without the invincibility of his master, he would have died 71 times. After an entire day of experimentation employing various methods, there remained no signs of integration between the yin and yang energies. Su Yang glanced at his manuscripts, lost in thought. I have experimented with both observational and intervention methods. Could it be that the formation of chaotic energy cannot be achieved through conventional means? Yet, chaotic energy undeniably exists. The excavation of ancient martial masters' remains has revealed potent energy signatures, which, upon investigation, displayed a unique attribute beyond yin and yang, capable of integrating with both and supporting the existence of chaotic energy. Su Yang pondered deeply. The nature of chaotic energy remains an enigma in martial arts research, with countless scholars striving to unveil its secrets, yet stagnating for decades without any corroborative data, relegating their efforts to mere speculation. Theoretical discourse suggested that chaotic energy might be a byproduct of extreme cultivation practices. Eureka! The thought struck Su Yang. He recalled the extensive collection of extreme cultivation methods he had encountered while searching for compatible techniques for Zhu Tao in the library. The methods he had been employing were modern adaptations of ancient practices, If he were to create chaotic energy, he needed to embrace the ancient ways, venturing into extreme approaches. In a flurry, Su Yang scoured the internet for relevant information and soon found himself drawn to a method that the general populace would find incomprehensible: energy collision. In essence, this involved allowing the yin and yang energies to operate in opposing directions, one in a forward motion and the other in reverse, colliding within the meridians. A reckless endeavor. Indeed, yet for Su Yang, it represented a novel perspective. By generating energy through violent collisions, he might force a fusion or perhaps even give birth to a new entity amidst the chaos. He decided to give it a try. After consuming another pouch of nutrient liquid to restore his energy, Su Yang settled into a cross-legged posture once more to ensure a successful collision. The strengths of both energies needed to be aligned. After a painstaking 10 minutes, he extracted sufficient destructive malevolent energy to match the strength of his yang energy from the 9-practice horizontal body technique. He initiated the collision. The two energies began their opposing circulation, and in an instant, they collided. Su Yang sensed a tremendous force within him, forcibly expanding his meridians. It felt as though his meridians were being inflated, creating a sensation that was not painful but distinctly uncomfortable. Suddenly, realization struck him, filling him with exhilaration. So, this is actually expanding my meridians. Expanding the meridians is one of the prerequisites for becoming a martial arts powerhouse. Only those who have cultivated a robust physique to the 6th rank are qualified to expand their meridians. Success in this endeavor is essential to pursue higher realms of martial arts. Otherwise, the increasingly potent energy coupled with limited meridians would inevitably cause stagnation in one's power. To Su Yang's knowledge, the conventional methods for expanding meridians typically involve the use of exceedingly rare and expensive elixirs. However, he had discovered an entirely new method. Energy collision could also facilitate meridian expansion. Yet, this approach was uniquely suited to him, contingent upon possessing the malevolent energy of the 5th-tier students. Others attempting this would meet their demise. Su Yang could hardly contain his glee. He was on the verge of expanding his meridians at the pinnacle of the 9th-tier martial artist, an unprecedented achievement, even though he remained uncertain of the outcomes. As there were no references available online or in literature, no one had ever expanded their meridians before reaching the 6th rank. He had accomplished what no one had ever done before, and no one would follow in his footsteps. To hell with that wretched principle. I wouldn't accept his invitation even if offered. Chapter 17. The essence of chaos within Su Yang's body. The scene of colliding energies unfolded repeatedly. With each collision, he sensed his meridian swelling, followed by an indescribable sensation of smoothness. A single lane transformed into a multi-lane highway. Such comfort. Time slipped away second by second. As Su Yang became engrossed in this sensation of swelling and ease, he suddenly realized that the feeling of expansion had vanished. What? Su Yang snapped back to reality, swiftly assessing the state of his meridians. The two competing energies had stagnated. No, more accurately, they were beginning to dissipate. What was happening? A look of perplexity crossed Su Yang's face, tinged with panic. Experiments always carry risks. While life-threatening dangers are absent, the possibility of rendering his meridians useless loomed large. Wait. Su Yang's eyes widened in shock, disbelief washing over him. The essence of chaos. He initially thought it was a mere illusion. Focusing intently, he discerned that indeed, at the point where the two energies converged, a previously unseen essence was emerging. The dual forces of yin and yang were being absorbed by this new essence, which was growing in power. This is it a rebirth from death? Su Yang's eyes widened as he felt the unknown essence rapidly expanding, its absorption rate accelerating. In mere moments, it consumed all the yang energy from his 9-practice horizontal body technique and the yin energy from the 5th-class students, subsequently circulating within his meridians. This Su Yang swallowed hard, instinctively activating the second layer of the 9-practice horizontal body technique. The essence surged into his arms under his guidance, and as he struck the table with a punch, it emitted a profoundly dull thud. Upon raising his hand, he noticed cracks forming in the stone tabletop. Not only had it integrated with the yang energy of his technique and begun to operate normally, its power had significantly increased. The essence of chaos. One essence for myriad uses. Su Yang couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath, soon overwhelmed by boundless euphoria. However, before he could revel in his joy, an intense hunger suddenly struck him. In an instant, cold sweat broke out all over him. He was physically drained, his hands trembling from hunger. He hurried to the fridge and guzzled a bag of nutritional liquid. Yet, even after consuming one bag, his hunger showed no signs of abating. The second bag, the third bag until he had drained all 20 bags stored in the fridge. Only then did his hunger begin to slightly subside. Though the cold sweat ceased, the gnawing hunger remained. For a martial artist, this kind of hunger is a promising sign. A pressing need for nourishment signifies growth. Su Yang, however, was only now realizing that the pinnacle of his 9th-rank martial artist realm had shattered the moment the hunger struck. Silently, he had ascended to the 8th rank martial spirit realm. So that's why I felt so ravenous. It was a breakthrough in my realm. No, this is merely the beginning of my 8th rank martial spirit realm. The power of the copper bone wouldn't be this strong yet. The essence of chaos indeed enhances the power of mental techniques. Yet, Su Yang had no time to ponder further. All he wanted was food. He dashed to the cafeteria and indulged heartily. Upon returning to the staff dormitory, Su Yang was in high spirits. With the expansion of his meridians, the essence of chaos circulated swiftly within him. He had undergone a transformation. In many ways, Su Yang had secured his ticket to becoming a formidable martial artist. However, there is always a flip side to every coin. Su Yang soon recognized a more pragmatic concern. With the expansion of his meridians, the self-operating essence of chaos demanded increasing amounts of nourishment and energy. Even with the school's meal allowances and nutritional subsidies, his salary would likely struggle to keep up. A rough estimate suggested that his food expenses alone would reach 300 to 400 yuan a day. His base salary was just over 7,000. Now, as a homeroom teacher with additional allowances, it barely exceeded 8,000 after deductions. Adding in other meal subsidies, it was just enough. Yet he occasionally had to dip into savings. Su Yang calculated that, considering his savings, he could sustain himself for a year and a half without extra expenses. He also needed to find time to return to his alma mater to learn the 3rd layer of the 9-practice horizontal body technique. If he could break through to the 7th rank martial mystic realm, he would be eligible to become a beast hunter, allowing him to earn extra income on weekends. Upon returning to his dormitory, the first thing Su Yang did was destroy all documents related to his experiments. If anyone were to see this, they might think he was contemplating how to befriend the king of hell. Though the essence of chaos had been discovered, it bore no practical significance. To cultivate the essence of chaos, one must clash energies hundreds of times, each clash carrying the risk of instant demise. Thus, Su Yang found it utterly perplexing. How did ancient martial artists manage to cultivate the essence of chaos? Perhaps feeling there was no future, their meridians clashed in a bid for self-termination, inadvertently leading to the discovery of the essence of chaos. Writing a thesis was out of the question. This concept was akin to someone buying a coffin without any reviews. Regardless, Su Yang no longer viewed the 5th-class students with disdain. Now, not only could he enhance his strength and convert energy, but with the essence of chaos, he could even absorb their latent energy for his own use. Yet, the 5th-class students were too weak. The amount of latent energy he could absorb was minimal. Conversely, while he had soared to new heights, he was still unable to provide any substantial progress for Zhu Tao's dual cultivation. Su Yang scratched his head, pondering. He genuinely wished to share his energy with Zhu Tao, allowing him to possess the essence of chaos, thus accelerating his growth. Yet, that was impossible. Each person is unique in this world, and the energy they cultivate is equally unique, possessing both individuality and exclusivity. The so-called uniqueness means that each person cultivates different energies, while exclusivity asserts that one can only utilize their cultivated energy. Attempting to use another's energy would lead to backlash. Though the essence of chaos exhibits compatibility, it also possesses uniqueness and exclusivity. Otherwise, the lingering essence of chaos from ancient martial artists would have long enabled the mass production of warriors endowed with it. Thus, Su Yang needed to devise a way to assist Zhu Tao in overcoming the initial hurdles of dual cultivation. After much contemplation, he concluded that no amount of reading could substitute for consulting someone who had genuinely experienced dual cultivation. Su Yang decisively reached out to his college network, hoping to connect with alumni who had experience with dual cultivation techniques. Soon, he received a response. It seemed promising. Dual cultivation techniques indeed offered advantages, enabling one to work much faster in a factory setting. Chapter 18. Departure from school. The notion of heading to the factory to tighten screws was a mere jest, yet it inadvertently underscored the folly of dual cultivation techniques. After inquiring around, Su Yang discovered that all alumni who had pursued dual cultivation were steeped in regret. While such techniques indeed offered an advantage in the early stages of martial prowess, providing an additional means of combat, over time, this advantage transformed into a disadvantage. Neglecting one's foundational skills resulted in both techniques faltering, leading to a stagnation in power, lacking both strength and connections. The aspiration for a promising future in society was nothing short of delusional. However, Su Yang was pleasantly surprised to glean some insights into the practice of dual cultivation techniques. The intricacies of compressing techniques were exceedingly challenging, requiring an exceptional mastery over one's breath, something that the vast majority of practitioners found unattainable. The method of differential rotation that Su Yang experimented with was, at this stage, the most commonly employed technique among dual cultivators. By allowing two breaths to circulate simultaneously, maintaining a differential speed ensured stable operation. Nonetheless, The specifics of this differential varied according to the techniques employed and the time taken for circulation, necessitating individual exploration of its patterns. Furthermore, with advancements in strength, constant adjustments were essential to prevent the breaths from colliding and causing injury. Diligently summarizing and recording his findings, Su Yang, after completing his morning practice the following day, summoned Zhu Tao to his office. Zhu Tao entered with an air of aloofness, leaning against the desk as if he were a steadfast hero unwilling to yield to captors. He even refrained from addressing Su Yang as teacher. Time would nurture their teacher-student relationship, and Su Yang was not in a hurry. He presented his compiled notes on dual cultivation techniques. "What is this?" Zhu Tao inquired, furrowing his brow. After glancing through the notes, he scoffed. "No need for this. I've already stated that I 1T practice dual needle technique." What an obstinate character. Did he think Su Yang was unaware of his training? A stubborn duck refusing to acknowledge the truth. "Take it. Better safe than sorry," Su Yang replied nonchalantly. "Should you ever change your mind and decide to practice dual needle techniques, it would certainly prove useful. Don't say your teacher didn't prepare you." Zhu Tao raised his chin. "In light of your decent attitude, I shall accept it. However, I am not one to owe anyone a favor." Internally pleased yet maintaining his proud exterior, Zhu Tao asked, "What are the conditions?" Just as Zhu Tao expected Su Yang to express hopes for diligent training and personal pride, he was taken aback when Su Yang recited a whimsical rhyme: a 3-story villa with a rooftop pool, a small garden in front, and a spacious garage. "All right. I'll have it prepared for you in the future." This uncanny rapport between teacher and student. Handing the notes to Zhu Tao alleviated some of Su Yang's concerns. Yet, he remained uncertain about how beneficial the content would be for Zhu Tao. The latter's obstinacy was apparent, as he still refused to admit to training the repairing the sky and weaving clouds technique. Without his acknowledgement, Su Yang felt powerless. For now, he could only ascertain that Zhu Tao had made some progress, but the specifics of his cultivation level were shrouded in mystery. Never mind, patience is a virtue. This afternoon, Su Yang had plans to leave the school to apply for realm recognition at the East Sea Martial Arts Association. Having ascended to the 8th rank of martial spirit, the first order of business was certainly to request a salary adjustment. With the end of the month approaching, he was eager to finalize this process, hoping to secure a salary increase before month's end. With the necessary documents prepared, he hurried to obtain a leave of absence from team leader Lu Zhen. "Going to the Martial Arts Association this afternoon?" Lu Zhen paused upon receiving Su Yang's leave request, then exclaimed, "Little Su, have you broken through?" "Yes, a fortunate breakthrough," Su Yang replied with a smile. "I've just entered the 8th rank of martial spirit and am preparing to apply for realm recognition." Lu Zhen beamed with delight at this news. Previously, he had been troubled by the issue of body tempering liquid, and everyone was aware of Su Yang's struggles at the 9th rank of martial spirit. Surely, they all hoped the body tempering liquid would aid in his advancement to the 8th rank. Now, with Su Yang's direct breakthrough, the urgency for the body tempering liquid had diminished significantly. "Little Su, I have been monitoring the situation in Class 5, and I knew I had not misjudged you." Su Yang was momentarily taken aback. Was he the one who had foolishly stepped forward? "Yes, the leader's insight is indeed sharp. I hold your work ethic in high regard and believe you possess boundless potential, a rising star in the education sector." No. Based on my understanding of you, leader, such unsolicited praise must come with ulterior motives. Your leader speaks only the truth. Rest assured, I will diligently work and not disappoint your expectations," Su Yang replied earnestly. "The body tempering liquid is something I must obtain." Lu Zhen chuckled dryly. "It's good to have confidence. I believe you can fulfill your duties." "Yes, leader." "May I have my leave approved?" "Of course, I'll grant it right away." As Su Yang stepped out, he couldn't help but smirk inwardly. After 2.5 years of acquaintance, he felt he knew Lu Zhen all too well. Su Yang understood that the matter of body tempering liquid was merely Lu Zhen's way of painting a rosy picture, and it was unlikely to materialize. At this juncture, body tempering liquid held little significance for Su Yang. With the expansion of his meridians and the infusion of chaotic energy, his cultivation speed was extraordinary, rendering auxiliary materials like body tempering liquid unnecessary. However, Su Yang would never openly decline such offers. Needing something and wanting something were two different matters. He could always sell it later. Even if it ultimately fell through, he could leverage it to extract some benefits. Lu Zhen would undoubtedly find a way to accommodate him. Of course, the marble desk in Lu Zhen's office would likely be the first casualty of this arrangement. Amused by his own thoughts, Su Yang returned to the classroom, where he was met with the same indifferent demeanor from his students. "I'll be leaving the school this afternoon. You all should continue your practices. If any issues arise, we can address them upon my return." After giving his instructions, Su Yang turned to head back to his office, but the students from Class 5 suddenly blocked the doorway. Breathless and visibly excited, they looked as if they could devour Su Yang whole. Su Yang was taken aback and instinctively took a few steps back. What's going on? You're leaving the school? Su Yang nodded. Yes, indeed. What's the matter? Zhu Tao spoke with earnestness. Old Su, I'm asking you a favor. Take me out just this once, and I promise not to cause any trouble. Su teacher, I admit I spoke too loudly before. Please forgive me. I'll even bow to you. Just take me out for a day. The girl with the wolf-toothed club stomped her foot. I'll give you my wolf-toothed club. Just take me out for a day of fun. Chapter 19. Lemon Passion Fruit. The third martial arts high school operates under a fully enclosed management system, allowing students to leave only during holidays or the last 2 days of the month. The school boasts a large supermarket, a cafeteria, and an entire building dedicated to medical facilities, which rival those of external hospitals, making it impossible to feign illness to escape. Hardly any chance of escaping? The 4 main gates are guarded by 6th-rank martial masters dispatched by the official Kunlun of Hua Xia, ensuring the safety of the nation's young flowers from ferocious beasts. Attempting to skip school under the watchful eyes of these martial masters is nothing short of a pipe dream. For the students of Class 5, this environment feels akin to imprisonment. They have longed to escape and experience the world outside, and now that opportunity has finally arrived. Disregarding any sense of decorum, they merely hope that Su Yang can take them out today. Su Yang is momentarily taken aback. When have the members of Class 5 ever been so subservient? However, upon reflection, it is quite understandable. This group thrives on entertainment, and with no recreational facilities within the school, their dormitory area often blocks signals, allowing them only to check the time on their phones. It certainly feels like a prison to some extent. But alas, there is little to be done. They have no ability to gain admission to the prestigious first high school, and thus they are confined to this closed environment of the third. Seeing Class 5 suddenly lowering their postures, Su Yang does not let himself become overly elated or use this as leverage. Such behavior contradicts his educational philosophy. This presents a splendid opportunity to cultivate relationships with the members of Class 5, and he intends to seize it. However, escorting students out of the school is quite a troublesome affair. Should anything happen outside, the teacher bears full responsibility. Moreover, Class 5 has a tendency to stir up trouble. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yang raised a finger and declared, I can only take one person out, and they must ensure no trouble is caused. If not, I will not take you out again. As soon as the words left his mouth, the members of Class 5 rolled up their sleeves, their eyes brimming with determination. Bring it on. Today, only one of Class 5 will leave. Observing their readiness for a fierce contest, Su Yang rolled his eyes. To ensure fairness, they decided to settle it with rock, paper, scissors. In the afternoon, Li Yiming anxiously followed Su Yang, preparing to leave the school. Su Yang, puzzled, remarked, You won the game. Yet I see no expression of joy on your face. How can I be joyful, although I wish to leave the school? The thought of Class 5's fierce expressions after my victory fills me with dread. Never mind. Hurry up, Su. I haven't seen the outside world in half a month, and I can hardly wait. Su Yang blinked. Did he just call me Su? Is this the allure of leaving the school? Quickly. Su Yang led Li Yiming to the north gate. An elderly man in his 60s sat cross-legged at the entrance, eyes closed, though his face appeared kind. An unmistakable aura of pressure emanated from him. The presence of a 6th-rank martial master is undeniably formidable. Lu Lao, Su Yang called out. The elder slightly opened his eyes, his voice laced with a hint of laziness. Little Su, what brings you here? As he spoke, the elder glanced at Li Yiming beside Su Yang. Li Yiming trembled involuntarily, instinctively inching closer to Su Yang. I need to leave the school for a while. This is a leave request approved by the head. Su Yang handed the leave request to Lu Lao, who briefly scanned it before his gaze settled on Li Yiming. This little fellow looks familiar. I believe I caught him once before. Li Yiming dared not utter a word, feeling an inexplicable pain in his rear. The school guardian knows how to exert force, no harm done. Yet the ache lingers for a week or two. After Class 5 experienced a taste of this, they never dared to skip school again. Understanding the dark history of Class 5, Su Yang chuckled internally and quickly added, I plan to take him out for some errands. Be cautious, Lu Lao replied. With Su Yang vouching for him, Lu Lao naturally would not obstruct their departure. If anything happened outside, it would be Su Yang's responsibility, and the guards would not concern themselves with such matters. Soon, Li Yiming followed Su Yang into the vibrant world outside, his eyes darting around, resembling a country bumpkin in the city. Look at how the boy has been cooped up. He has nearly regressed to a primitive state. Wow, that one is so big and white. Her legs are so long, just like the female lead from that film I once saw. Where? Su Yang instinctively glanced over, suddenly snapping back to reality. Hold on. I almost let you lead me astray. So, this is what you've been thinking about all this time? How infuriating. Where is that place you mentioned? I wish to go there and critique it. Su Yang cleared his throat. If you keep staring, I will send you back to school. Once outside the school, everything is under my command. Li Yiming promptly averted his gaze and hurried to catch up with Su Yang. Where are we going? To the Martial Arts Association. Li Yiming was taken aback. Why? Why ask so much? Just follow along. Are we taking a taxi? It's too far to walk. Saving time means we can explore more. Who said we are walking? We are running, to strengthen our training. Su Yang wouldn't admit that he was merely trying to save costs, avoiding unnecessary expenses. The Martial Arts Association isn't too far. A distance of about 10 kilometers takes only about 10 minutes for a martial artist. They dashed down the street, of course waiting at the traffic lights. Before long, Su Yang led Li Yiming to the entrance of the Donghai City Martial Arts Association Service Hall. I'm going inside to handle some matters. Stay here and don't wander off. I'll bring you back some oranges. Li Yiming nodded eagerly. This 9-year compulsory education dropout didn't even understand the simple concept of waiting. Su Yang inwardly criticized, urging Li Yiming to behave and not run off while he took care of business. Every year, the school organizes health checkups for the staff. So Su Yang was well acquainted with the process. He entered the service hall of the Martial Arts Association, took a number, and queued for realm identification. The entire procedure was straightforward, primarily involving machine tests, with a security check before entry to prevent cheating. As Li Yiming stretched, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. The sky seemed much clearer than it had at school. Spotting Su Yang entering the service hall, Li Yiming grinned. Do I look like an obedient person? After finally getting out, shouldn't I have some fun before returning? With that, Li Yiming dashed off to a nearby milk tea shop. The school, aiming to ensure students' nutritional health, does not sell milk tea or fruit tea, and Li Yiming had long craved this indulgence. Hello, what would you like? I'll take a bucket of lemon passion fruit, with ice and less sugar. Would you like anything else? Li Yiming, feeling a pang of conscience, decided to order one for Su Yang as well. Another cup of lemon passion fruit, no passion fruit. And make sure to add plenty of lemon. Chapter 20, Cloud Chi Tian as Su Yang emerged from the bustling hall of the East Sea Martial Arts Association. He was pleasantly surprised to find Li Yiming waiting for him at the pavilion. The lad had not vanished into thin air after all. Had he not strayed too far? Of course not. He had merely taken a brief detour to a nearby bubble tea shop, indulging himself while also purchasing a cup of lemon passion fruit juice for Su Yang. With an eager expression, Li Yiming handed the refreshing drink to Su Yang, urging him to savor it while it was still chilled. Your smile seems a tad mischievous, Su Yang remarked, eyeing him warily. Teacher, how could you doubt your studentess goodwill? Li Yiming protested. All right, I accept your concern. Unfazed by the possibility of poison, Su Yang took a sip. Upon tasting it, he raised an eyebrow. Was that all? It tasted rather bland, akin to ice water. He smacked his lips, realizing he was indeed parched, and downed half the cup before setting it aside. Li Yiming watched in disbelief as Su Yang consumed half the drink, his expression turning blank. Isn't it sour? I even added a spoonful of concentrated lemon powder to ensure it packs a punch. Teacher, do you feel anything unusual? Li Yiming stammered, with a bemused smile. Su Yang glanced at him. For example? No, nothing at all, Li Yiming stuttered, deflated. All right, I have completed my business, Su Yang declared, standing up. Considering it was a rare outing, he asked, do you have any plans? The moment those words left his lips, Li Yiming's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he promptly forgot about the remaining half of the lemon passion fruit juice. Let us go watch a movie. Su Yang's lips twitched. If he were to go, it would be alongside the Valkyries, not just the two of them. However, seeing the eager anticipation on Li Yiming's face, he relented. Fine. Finish that half cup of lemon passion fruit, and we shall proceed. Although Su Yang harbored suspicions about Li Yiming's concoction, he chose to let it slide this time. He warned, next time, refrain from such tricks. Li Yiming chuckled nervously, perplexed by Su Yang's resilience. Is it really that impressive to remain so steadfast? Has the sourness been neutralized by your prowess? Nearby, a cinema beckoned, and Li Yiming eagerly trailed after Su Yang, extolling the cinematic marvels they were about to witness. Su Yang found it amusing. This was not the typical image of a wealthy scion he had envisioned. Aren't they supposed to revel in extravagant pursuits? Perhaps a pool party with models? Ah, but he remembered, Li Yiming was still underage. A pang of regret washed over Su Yang, had he known. He might have pursued a career as a university mentor, missing out on the opportunity to educate the young elite at a lavish pool party. Unbeknownst to Su Yang, Li Yiming's innocence was indeed refreshing. The mere prospect of watching a movie thrilled him. As the adage goes, one must invest to reap rewards. However, the price of the movie ticket stung Su Yang's wallet. He wished Li Yiming were shorter, so he could pay for just one ticket. Before they reached the cinema, Li Yiming's attention was captured by a nearby store exuding a futuristic vibe. Su Yang peered closer and noticed the display case brimming with enhanced exoskeletons, prominently featuring the Cloud Chi Tian logo. Cloud Cheation Technology had emerged as a formidable player in the high-tech weaponry arena in recent years, with their flagship product being the adaptive reinforced exoskeleton, starting at $1 million. Their primary clientele consisted mostly of beast hunters, as a reinforced exoskeleton could provide crucial assistance and enhance safety during hunts, making it a highly sought-after commodity. Old Su, let's go take a look, Li Yiming exclaimed. Are we skipping the movie? Su Yang was speechless. Children often had fleeting interests. I just bought the tickets. It's still early. We can watch the movie later. I want to check out Cloud Cheation's new gear. All right. Since they could refund the tickets before the screening began, Su Yang decided to accompany Li Yiming into Cloud Cheation's showroom. This was Su Yang's first visit to a Cloud Cheation store, primarily because he couldn't afford their products. He was not part of their target demographic. Li Yiming, however, seemed quite familiar with the establishment, showing little interest in the exoskeletons on display. Instead, he headed straight to the enclosed testing facility at the back, seeking out the manager. To Su Yang's surprise, the manager greeted Li Yiming with utmost courtesy. Young Master Li, it's been a while. Li Yiming nodded slightly. I'm here to test the new equipment. Very well. I will make the arrangements right away, the manager responded promptly, ushering Li Yiming into the testing area. Curiosity piqued, Su Yang inquired, what new equipment? An automated combat exoskeleton. Li Yiming replied, his excitement palpable. It's not yet on the market. It's in the closed testing phase. I spent quite a bit to secure a testing spot. Su Yang was taken aback. Automated combat? Indeed. Li Yiming grinned. The intelligent chip within the exoskeleton stores extensive combat data from martial arts masters. Once donned, even a 9th-grade martial artist can easily exhibit the prowess of a 7th-grade martial master, and may even approach the combat capabilities of a 6th-grade martial sovereign. Su Yang was astounded. That must cost over 10 million, right? Close, perhaps even more, Li Yiming replied, a hint of frustration in his voice. My family would never permit me to purchase it. They see it merely as a toy. Su Yang fell silent. He had assumed the issue was merely the price. Instead, it was his family's perception of its value that held him back. In the realm of the affluent, technology reigns supreme, while the impoverished rely on mutation. Yet, he believed that external enhancements could cultivate dependence. Traditional martial clans generally viewed high-tech armaments with skepticism. Su Yang's beliefs were rooted in the notion that one must forge their own strength, true power lies within. However, as the new equipment was still in the testing phase, Su Yang lacked the qualifications to participate. He could only wait outside the testing facility. Meanwhile, Li Yiming, accompanied by the staff, entered the enclosed testing arena. As customary, he signed a waiver, consenting to participate in the trial. The equipment was still being refined, and some issues could arise, with Cloud Cheation assuming only secondary liability. Soon, Li Yiming donned the automated combat exoskeleton, the adaptive technology being Cloud Cheation's signature feature. Upon wearing it, the suit seamlessly adjusted to his body, offering unparalleled comfort compared to other exoskeleton brands. The aesthetic was strikingly modern, crafted from high nano-carbon fiber composite material, ensuring lightweight yet exceptional protection suitable for a myriad of combat scenarios. After confirming everything was in order, Li Yiming activated the automated combat mode. A swarm of high-speed drones, prepped for combat simulations, took to the air, swiftly converging on him. Awesome. Li Yiming reveled in the exhilaration of the automated combat exoskeleton, empowered by a bioantimatter energy source that dramatically enhanced his combat capabilities. What a thrill! If only old Su could join, it would be even more exhilarating. Chapter 21. I'm here. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. Li Yiming remained engrossed in the exhilarating battle, unable to extricate himself. Outside the testing hall, Su Yang was not only unhurried but also quite enjoying himself. Accompanying Li Yiming, he was treated to beverages and a fruit platter, along with complimentary access to a fully automated massage pod. Having just completed his evaluation at the Martial Arts Association, his muscles were in dire need of relaxation. As he pulled out the realm certification report from his folder and gazed upon the emblem of an 8th-rank martial spirit at the entry level, an uncontrollable smile spread across Su Yang's face. A slight increase in salary was a secondary concern. The most significant aspect was that he had finally gained the qualifications to apply for the annual Outstanding Teacher Award. In the past, such aspirations had seemed unattainable. Yet now he was brimming with ambition. If he were to be honored as the Outstanding Teacher of Donghai City, the city government would reward him with a luxurious flat. Given the current real estate prices in Donghai, the value of such a flat would be at least 6 million yuan. Of course, the competition was fierce. He would not only be contending against all the teachers from the 3rd high school but also against educators from the entirety of Donghai City. With only 10 slots available each year, the stakes were high. To participate in the selection for the annual Outstanding Teacher Award, 2 rigid criteria must be met. class performance and personal performance. These two factors were interlinked. Even if one's personal performance stood out, it would not suffice unless the class performance was equally remarkable, such as a student gaining admission to a prestigious martial arts university or making significant contributions. The minimum threshold for eligibility was an 8th rank martial spirit at the entry level. Su Yang felt quite confident in this regard, with the assistance of the system. The luxurious flat was as good as his. Just as he began to contemplate what furniture he might procure for his future abode, a sudden commotion erupted within the store. Su Yang paused momentarily, emerging from the massage pod to witness 3 members of the Kunlun patrol team hurriedly entering the establishment, initiating the evacuation of patrons. The staff were bewildered, and the manager rushed to the patrol members to inquire about the situation. After exchanging only a few words, the manager's face turned ashen, and he promptly led the patrol team towards the sealed testing hall. "Sir, I apologize, but there has been an incident, and we need to conduct an emergency evacuation." A staff member hastily approached Su Yang. "You need to leave quickly." "What happened?" Su Yang asked, taken aback. "My student is still inside. We're not entirely sure of the details, but the situation in the store is dangerous. The patrol team will handle it. Please leave with us." Su Yang had no choice but to follow the staff outside, where he found the entire Yuqing store cordoned off with police tape. He was escorted beyond the barriers, while the surrounding crowd murmured in confusion. After waiting for a moment without seeing Li Yiming emerge, Su Yang began to inquire about the situation. What on earth is happening? Why has everything suddenly been sealed off? Is it a beast attack? It's not a beast. It's an emergency situation. A middle-aged man who appeared knowledgeable responded. "Haven't you seen the news on your phone?" "No," Su Yang replied. "The back-end of Yinqing Group has been hacked, and the testing equipment across the country has gone haywire." Su Yang's eyes widened. "What? It's been hacked again?" "The back-end of Yinqing Group has been attacked before. Whether it's due to malicious competition from business rivals or other reasons, Su Yang, an ordinary citizen, had no way of knowing. All he was aware of was that his student, Li Yiming, was undergoing a test. If it's out of control, what happens next? I don't know. But given the current chaos, it's unlikely to end well." Su Yang's expression darkened, shifting between anxiety and fear. Inside the sealed testing hall, chaos reigned. "Why can't I stop? Move aside, move aside." The venue was littered with damaged drones, yet Li Yiming felt as though his body was beyond his control. More precisely, the automated combat exoskeleton he wore operated independently, launching attacks on nearby staff members. The personnel responsible for testing and data collection were in a state of panic, attempting to sever the exoskeleton's network connection while diverting its recognition program to keep the robot confined within the testing hall. If it were to escape, everyone would be automatically viewed as a target, and that would undoubtedly lead to catastrophe. Li Yiming was equally alarmed, unable to regain control over the exoskeleton, which had malfunctioned. "Pressing the buttons isn't working," he exclaimed in despair, as the exoskeleton drew nearer to one of the staff members. The staff member, unable to evade, instinctively raised their exoskeleton for defense, but was sent flying with a single punch, blood splattering. Just as this unfolded, a figure suddenly darted in, catching the airborne staff member with a swift motion. "Everyone evacuate. The scene is now under the control of the Kunlun patrol team. The Yuqing backend has been infected with a virus, and the program has been rewritten." A female member of the patrol team shouted. "We are now in a no-discrimination attack mode." The staff members' faces paled, and they hurriedly retreated. Li Yiming felt his body moving again, only to be seized by a burly patrol member who gripped the exoskeleton's arms with terrifying strength, rendering it temporarily immobile. "It hurts, it hurts," Li Yiming grimaced. His arm painfully pressed against the exoskeleton's limb, causing him to wince and cry out. The muscular patrol member's expression darkened, and he released his grip. In that instant, a frantic Li Yiming delivered a punch that sent the patrol member sprawling. "No, it's not my fault," Li Yiming protested. "I can't control my body." In the midst of their conversation, Li Yiming unexpectedly appeared in front of the patrol member again, delivering another powerful punch. The patrol member coldly raised a hand to block, the force of the impact shattering the specialized floor of the testing hall. "This is quite a predicament. We must find a way to subdue this kid, otherwise I won't be able to act freely." "No, it's impossible," a woman's voice interjected. "We cannot extricate him. The program has been locked. We must ensure this child's safety while figuring out how to destroy this machine." "What about the energy source? Could we destroy it?" "That antimatter energy rod. If it's destroyed, this child will undoubtedly be killed." Li Yiming was paralyzed with fear. "Help, help. I don't want to die." The female patrol member remained calm. "Don't be afraid, brother. We'll hold it off. See if you can use your strength to restrain this machine." "I can't. I've tried with all my might, and it won't stop." The burly patrol member's expression darkened as he swiftly moved within the hall, pursued relentlessly by the weeping Li Yiming. "This is infuriating." I can't fight back. If I exert myself, this kid will be ruined. Buy some time and think of a solution. The three of them wore grim expressions. In their usual encounters with beasts or criminals, the situations had never been this complicated. They simply could not deploy their tactics. Otherwise, even if Li Yiming survived, he would surely be maimed. Just as the three were at a loss, a voice unexpectedly echoed from the direction of the exit. I'm here. Chapter 22. The commander, all eyes instinctively turned towards the exit of the venue, where Su Yang was swiftly making his way to the center. However, he was intercepted midway by a tall, slender member of the patrol team. Who are you? The patrolman inquired. I am his teacher. Su Yang replied hurriedly. I can help. The slender patrolman looked momentarily taken aback. Martial honor? He exclaimed. Ah, no. I am an 8th rank martial spirit. The patrolman rolled his eyes and admonished. What trouble are you causing here? Get out quickly. The strength of this machine is not much inferior to that of a martial honor. A single punch could crush your skull. Just then, Li Yiming, who was being pursued by a brawny patrolman, cried out anxiously, Old Su, hurry to save me. My teacher possesses immovable stability and can transform energy. He can withstand this. Li Yiming's desperate shout left the three patrolmen present bewildered. Immovable stability? Transforming energy? Is this a joke? Isn't that something only a martial king can achieve? With a whoosh, a female patrol officer approached Su Yang, her delicate features etched with confusion. Transforming energy? She echoed. Well, sort of, Su Yang replied, feeling the pressure of his own words. After all, he could hardly explain it himself. The slender patrolman glanced at Su Yang with a peculiar expression. Do you believe that? The female officer hesitated for a moment. The world is vast and full of wonders. I believe you. However, to ensure your safety, I must first test your ability to transform energy. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Qin Yao, a 6th rank martial honor. Su Yang's pupils dilated suddenly. What? A 6th rank martial honor? You could easily kill me with a single slap. Just as Qin Yao prepared to test Su Yang's so-called energy transformation, he bolted forward. No need for testing. Just see for yourself. Qin Yao paused. Exchanging glances with the slender patrolman, they decided not to pursue him, watching as Su Yang charged to the center of the venue and shouted at the brawny patrolman. Bring him over here. You can really transform energy. The patrolman asked. Yes, just bring him over. Su Yang affirmed. All right. The brawny man suddenly pivoted, his body transforming into a blur, akin to an arrow released from a bow, and he lunged towards Su Yang. Step back. Su Yang called, stepping forward with determination. As the shadow approached, he felt a rush of air. The fist, covered in exoskeleton material, struck his shoulder with a resounding force. There was no noise, not even a dull thud, as Su Yang stood resolutely in place, swiftly grasping the exoskeleton that bound Li Yiming's hands. Old Su, you finally made it, Li Yiming exclaimed, feeling the exoskeleton's power rendered ineffective as tears of relief nearly spilled from his eyes. I love you. The brawny patrolman stood frozen, scratching his head in disbelief as he witnessed the exoskeleton's immobility under Su Yang's grip. After a moment of stunned silence, he managed to utter, impressive. Qin Yao and the slender patrolman hurried over, their expressions a mix of astonishment and disbelief. Indeed, there are always greater powers beyond our own. Who would have thought that a mere 8th rank martial spirit youth could truly possess the ability to transform energy, a skill typically reserved for martial kings? Remarkable. My teacher's ability to transform energy could even neutralize the sourness of concentrated lemon. Su Yang jested. I knew this little rascal must have spiked that glass of ice water. Is there no way to deactivate this exoskeleton? Su Yang asked, noticing Li Yiming's trembling hands as the exoskeleton struggled to break free. Just then, the brawny patrolman shouted, watch out below. Su Yang instinctively looked down just in time to see Li Yiming deliver a powerful kick right between his legs. The sight sent shivers down the spines of all the men present. Old Su, it wasn't my fault. The exoskeleton kicked by itself. Are you all right? Su Yang remained silent, cold sweat trickling down his back. Thank goodness for my invincible teacher. Otherwise, that kick would have rendered me sterile. Isn't this exoskeleton designed to absorb the data of powerful martial artists? What kind of powerful martial artists could possibly tackle 3 roads? It seemed that the exoskeleton was growing increasingly desperate, unable to break free from Su Yang's grip. It cannot be disassembled. Qin Yao quickly added. This exoskeleton is molded as a single piece. There are no detachable parts, and it can only be forcibly damaged. Su Yang surveyed the exoskeleton, which encompassed most of Li Yiming's body. Forcibly damaging it would likely leave Li Yiming paralyzed. Panic washed over Li Yiming's face. Am I going to die for sure? There is another solution, waiting for the Yunqing group to crack the virus and reprogram the system. However, the timeline is uncertain. Hearing there was still hope, Su Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. All right then, let's wait for the system to be redone. But before that, Su Yang swiftly executed a horizontal sweep, sending Li Yiming crashing to the ground. The exoskeleton was rendered ineffective, leaving Qin Yao and the other patrol members in a state of shock. The power of a transformation energy master is indeed formidable. Dazed from the impact, Li Yiming snapped back to reality. Old Su, you're getting back at me, right? Ridiculous. I'm not that petty. Su Yang replied earnestly. I merely subdued you to avoid harming others. Li Yiming lay on the ground, immobilized beneath Su Yang's weight. The scene left the three members of the patrol team questioning their very existence, especially as they observed Su Yang's calm demeanor amidst the chaos. The slender patrolman hastily inquired, What should we call you? Su Yang, he replied. Where do you teach? At the 3rd Martial Arts High School. The slender patrolman hesitated before continuing. Our patrol team could use someone of your caliber. The benefits of being a teacher pale in comparison to those of the patrol team. With your ability to transform energy, you wouldn't need to take an exam. You could be directly recruited into Team 7. I'd serve under you as a subordinate. Qin Yao was taken aback, her beautiful face filled with disbelief. After a moment, she exclaimed, he should join my Team 6. Being a member is already a significant underestimation of his abilities. Especially since he is only an 8th rank martial spirit, the potential for growth is immense. The brawny patrolman gazed at Su Yang with sincere admiration. Su Yang, you should truly consider this. With your abilities, not joining the patrol team would be a waste of talent. You don't need to join my Team 5. You're not suited to be a team leader. How about this? I'll discuss with the commander about stepping down, and you can take his position. Chapter 23. Auditory Hallucinations. Confronted with the olive branch extended by Qin Yao and her companions, Su Yang felt a profound temptation. Were I truly capable of mastering the transformation energy, I would resign and assume the role of the chief at the Kunlun Law Enforcement Bureau in Donghai City, becoming its leader from this very day. To Su Yang's astonishment, the trio before him were actually the patrol team leaders. He had presumed they were mere team members. Yet here they were, 3 leaders acting in concert. This clearly illustrated the formidable nature of the exoskeleton he had managed to suppress. Su Yang possessed a fair understanding of the hierarchy within the Kunlun patrol team. At the grassroots level were the patrol officers, followed by the team leaders. And then the chief, with the chief at the apex. Typically, the chief was selected from among the team leaders, implying that the disparity in strength would not be vast. Those capable of assuming the role of team leader began their journey as 6th-grade martial cultivators, for only such prowess could subdue various demons and monsters. Apologies. Su Yang chuckled softly. I must admit, I prefer the role of a teacher over that of a patrol officer. Each individual has their own aspirations, and I shall not impose my will upon others. Lu Hai, the burly captain of the 5th team, swiftly shifted the conversation. Actually, you could consider a part-time role. Jiang Fan, the lanky captain of the 7th team, chimed in. Indeed, with your ability to harness transformation energy, you need not actively partake in patrols. Merely holding a nominal position suffices. You would draw your salary and bonuses as usual, only called upon in extraordinary circumstances when we find ourselves unable to manage. Qin Yao nodded slightly. Su Yang, I believe you should contemplate this seriously. The remuneration within the patrol team is truly commendable, given your capabilities. The compensation you would receive would be on par with ours. Enough. I find the idea appealing, yet alas, it is beyond my reach. I have my own reasons. Su Yang replied, a hint of helplessness in his tone. I appreciate your kindness. With such candidness, the trio of team leaders grew increasingly curious. What reasons could you possibly have? Perhaps we can assist. Simply apprehend those rebellious students from Class 5 and confine them in prison for a few days to instill a sense of fear. Then return them to me for proper correction. It's a personal matter, Su Yang stated, perhaps one day when I resolve it. I might consider attempting the patrol team assessment. No need for such trouble. I shall leave you my contact information. Lu Hai promptly produced his phone. Should you ever come to a decision, just reach out to me. You will be specifically recruited. Moreover, add me as a contact. Do not join the 5th team. Qin Fan urged, it is filled with muscle-bound men, lacking any women. It would drive anyone mad. Join my 7th team. We are all talents. And every one of us speaks charmingly. Captain Qin merely remarked, I lead a team of women, most of whom are single and in need of partners. Lu Hai and Qin Fan exchanged a startled glance. Despicable. Upon hearing this, Su Yang decisively added Qin Yao to his contacts. Captain Qin, let us keep in touch. Of course, she replied. Recognizing the value of connections, he also added Lu Hai and Qin Fan. The future was uncertain. And should an opportunity arise to work part-time with the patrol team, Su Yang would certainly not want to close off such possibilities. Lu Hai, still filled with curiosity, inquired. Su Yang, how did you cultivate your transformation energy? Qin Yao rolled her eyes. Do you not think that question is somewhat presumptuous? Indeed, it is rather inappropriate to ask. Qin Fan added quickly. Su teacher, Is your school still enrolling students? Do you accept transfers? I shall complete the enrollment procedures tomorrow. As he spoke, he turned to Li Yiming. Hello, classmate. What shall I call you? Li Yiming. Greetings, Brother Ming. I look forward to your guidance henceforth. Li Yiming was somewhat bewildered. 3 patrol team leaders, each a 6th grade martial cultivator. While not the pinnacle of power in Dahai City, they were certainly formidable. Why were they treating Su Yang with such deference, even extending an invitation for him to join the patrol team? The martial arts general knowledge test scored 12 points. Li Yiming, the high school martial arts general knowledge textbook, pristine. Is transformation energy truly so remarkable? Observing the trio's intense curiosity, Su Yang could only respond with a smile. It's a secret. Good news soon arrived. Engineers from the Yuqing group had successfully breached the virus within 25 minutes of its incursion, promptly executing a patch to rectify the vulnerabilities and transmitting it to testers in various cities. After the repair, the automated combat exoskeleton regained control. Fortunately, the Yuqing group swiftly issued a statement seeking official intervention from Kunlun, preventing a catastrophe. Only injuries were reported, with no fatalities. Simultaneously, the Yuqing group released an apology and temporarily halted all closed testing activities of the automated combat exoskeleton, undertaking system upgrades and investigating the source of the virus. The investigation focused on 3 avenues. First, commercial competitors. Second, foreign forces. And third, cults. Su Yang hitched a ride back to school with the patrol team. Although Li Yiming did not manage to watch a movie, after such a tumultuous episode, he had long lost interest in films. Regarding the incident, the 3 team leaders declared they would not disclose it publicly. The rationale was that should it be made known, Su Yang would likely be forever estranged from the patrol team. Most major corporations would undoubtedly vie for Su Yang's talents, particularly those dedicated to beast research. With a master of transformation energy like Su Yang, what beast could elude capture? Su Yang was even more eager to keep his secret under wraps. He had no desire for the information to leak, inviting a horde of martial artists seeking to test their mettle against him, potentially leading to an untimely demise. Thus, upon returning to school, Su Yang needed to devise a strategy to ensure the members of Class 5 remain tight-lipped. Do not spread rumors. Do not let anyone genuinely believe I possess transformation energy. Otherwise, should some fool attack me unexpectedly, I might very well meet my end. Upon Qin Yao and the others returned to the bureau, they were promptly summoned by the chief. This time, your handling of the situation was commendable. You managed to completely subdue that exoskeleton without any injuries, which deserves commendation. The uncontrolled exoskeleton incidents occurring across various regions had already resulted in numerous patrol team leaders being injured, and in some cases, innocent civilians had been caught in the crossfire due to mismanagement. Although 6th grade martial cultivators had developed formidable physical resilience, capable of withstanding bullets, they were not immune to physical harm. Chief, the true suppressor of the exoskeleton was someone else. Oh, another team leader? No, Chino interjected first. A teacher from the 3rd Martial Arts High School. At the time, the exoskeleton was being tested on one of his students, and in the heat of the moment, he acted alongside us. The chief frowned. Nonsense. The strongest at 3rd High is the vice principal, who is merely a half-step martial revered. What assistance could he provide? Lu Hai added, that teacher has mastered transformation energy. What? The chief was taken aback, doubting his hearing. Could you repeat that? Lu Hai responded, what? Qin Fan and Qin Yao exchanged glances, their thoughts echoing the same sentiment. Muscle-bound. Oh no. The chief's expression shifted dramatically, his wrinkled face revealing a bitter grimace. I cannot deny my age. It seems I am indeed losing my faculties. I truly ought to purchase a hearing aid. Chief, it is not a hallucination. Although we find it rather absurd, we witnessed it firsthand. He single-handedly suppressed the automated combat exoskeleton, rendering it immobile. He has indeed cultivated transformation energy. Chapter 24. Extraordinary. The office fell into a profound silence. The bureau chief took a while to regain his composure. The 3 patrol captains had witnessed firsthand that what Su Yang had demonstrated was indeed genuine transformation. Achieving this level of transformation at the 8th tier martial spirit entry stage was, in some respects, not mere fantasy. Transformation is not a measure of brute strength, but rather an understanding of martial arts. With an exceptionally high level of comprehension in martial arts, it is indeed possible to attain transformation. Especially considering that Su Yang practiced the 9 refinements of the horizontal body technique, which is a defensive mental discipline that facilitates the understanding of transformation. Remarkable indeed. The bureau chief couldn't help but exclaim, to comprehend transformation before the age of 30 is a testament to extraordinary talent. With such formidable martial arts aptitude, why choose to become a teacher? Moreover, if one were to pursue teaching, at the very least, one should aspire to a prestigious institution like the 1st High School. The bureau chief furrowed his brow. Why would he opt for the third high school, which offers such poor conditions and lacks resources for cultivation? It was not only the bureau chief who harbored this perplexity. The three captains were equally baffled. With such exceptional talent, how could he settle for being a teacher at the third high school? As a result, on their journey back, they made a special detour to the Martial Arts Association to retrieve Su Yang's records. Upon reviewing the information, their astonishment only deepened. From elementary school to the present, Su Yang's martial arts performance had been rather unremarkable, indeed, even inferior to his peers. Beginning his martial arts journey in elementary school, he spent a full 18 years reaching the high echelons of the 9th-tier martial artist, only attaining peak level during his university years. With such profound comprehension, how could his martial prowess develop so slowly? The three captains shared their bewilderment with the bureau chief, who pondered for a moment before realization dawned upon him. Ah, this young man possesses remarkable perseverance. The three were left in confusion. Bureau chief, how do you explain this? They had merely overthought the situation. The bureau chief reflected. This young man has devoted over 20 years entirely to the study of transformation, neglecting his martial arts training. This is a path that ordinary people would never dare to take. Instantly, the three captains felt enlightened, their respect for Su Yang soaring dramatically. This is truly extraordinary. To dedicate 20 years to the study of transformation is a gamble with an uncertain future, necessitating unimaginable hardships and enduring countless mockeries from peers. Such immense willpower and courage. A sharp sword is forged through cutting, and the fragrance of plum blossoms emerges from bitter cold. Even now, despite having mastered transformation, Su Yang remains unassuming, resolutely declining the patrol team's invitation, content to remain at the third martial arts high school, continuing to teach and nurture. This exemplifies the true mindset of a strong individual, unaffected by external accolades or personal sorrow. He seeks neither fame nor fortune, only the opportunity to cultivate and educate. The bureau chief couldn't help but exclaim. Only with such a mindset could one achieve mastery in transformation. Fresh from submitting his documents at the academic affairs office, Su Yang was in high spirits. His salary had surged by 500 yuan. If he worked a few more years and attained the title of senior teacher, he could undoubtedly earn over 10,000 a month. However, Su Yang quickly reigned in his exuberance. He aspired to become a martial god and could not allow himself to be swayed by a mere 500 yuan. He needed to remain composed and calm. Upon returning to the classroom, he noticed that the gaze of his 5th class students seemed less hostile than before. Most likely, Li Yiming had shared yesterday's incident with them, leading these young ones to harbor a modicum of goodwill towards him. Today, he had an announcement to make. Su Yang contemplated and then said, "Regarding my ability to achieve transformation, I would appreciate it if you would keep this matter to yourselves." Su Yang no longer wished to feign modesty. After all, the 5th class believed he had indeed mastered transformation, and this could serve as a convenient excuse. What benefits could this bring? Perhaps a confidentiality fee? Su Yang pretended to ponder. I recall that each month, the homeroom teacher can organize an outing for practical lessons. Perhaps we should forego that. The student's pupils widened in surprise. What transformation are you referring to? We are unaware of such a thing. Teacher, what did you just say? Su Yang turned sharply and replied earnestly, "Nothing of importance. I was merely contemplating where we might go for our practical lessons." Ever since Su Yang recognized the 5th class's eagerness to leave school, he felt it was a splendid opportunity to foster teacher-student relationships. However, typical practical lessons merely involved taking students to other schools for sparring and exchanges to reinforce their training, which he had no intention of doing. The 5th class students were rather reckless, and engaging with students from other schools would likely lead to trouble. Furthermore, discussing martial cultivation with them at this stage was akin to playing music to cattle. They simply could not comprehend. It would be far more beneficial to find a place to relax and converse, nurturing relationships first to effectively manage the 5th class. Upon further interaction over the past few days, Su Yang concluded that these children possessed inherently good hearts. As he settled down, Su Yang suddenly felt discomfort beneath him. Rising to investigate, he discovered a board of steel nails had been stealthily placed on his chair. With a swift motion, he cast the board aside and resumed his seat. I retract my previous statement. This group of mischief-makers ought to experience the harsh realities of society. He resolved not to entertain such trivial antics in the future, finding them tiresome. Noticing that Su Yang had escaped unscathed, the students below displayed a hint of disappointment. He keenly observed their expressions, particularly noting Zhu Tao's distracted demeanor as he scanned the surroundings. Su Yang felt puzzled, unsure of what Zhu Tao was searching for. After examining Zhu Tao's data, he found no anomalies. He had already shared the summary of the dual cultivation technique with Zhu Tao and wondered if the boy had taken it seriously. Given Zhu Tao's proud nature, he surely had peered at it clandestinely. As for any results, that remained to be seen. It was not only Su Yong who noticed Zhu Tao's unusual state. The other students in the 5th class had also observed his distracted behavior since arriving in class that morning, yet Zhu Tao insisted there was nothing wrong. Since he was reluctant to share, the others knew further inquiries would yield no results and thus chose to ignore it. As night fell, the 5th class gathered as usual in Li Yiming's room for gaming. Looking around, they noticed Zhu Tao was again absent. What is going on with Taozi lately? He's been holed up in his room for 3 consecutive nights. I wonder what tasks that fellow Su has assigned him. Meanwhile, in the teaching building, a figure stealthily entered the 5th class's classroom, ensuring no one was present before pulling out a phone to illuminate the area with a flashlight. He then retrieved a sewing kit and made his way to the curtains. These little holes were simply unbearable. They must all be patched up. Chapter 25. Menopause. The curtains in the classroom are generally replaced periodically. After all, during martial arts training, swords and blades are indiscriminate, and the curtains often suffer significant damage, becoming riddled with various large and small holes. Zhu Tao had previously felt indifferent about this, but ever since he cultivated the heart method of the stitching needle of heaven, he experiences discomfort upon seeing even the slightest tear in fabric, yearning to mend it immediately. However, the thought of engaging in needlework seemed too embarrassing. He feared that if the 5th class and Su Yang were to discover this, he would undoubtedly be ridiculed. He endured until nightfall to stealthily approach the curtains and repair them. Zhu Tao was uncertain why, but during his practice of the Panlong Divine Fist, he found it impossible to calm his mind, whether it was restlessness or frustration. Yet, ever since he began practicing the stitching needle of heaven, he felt an extraordinary tranquility whenever he mended garments, easily immersing himself in the task. He found joy in the tactile sensation of the needle weaving through the fabric, meticulously repairing each rupture, which brought him immense satisfaction. What astonished him most was that with every garment he mended, his inner energy seemed to swell, continuously growing. And his technique improved steadily. What began as clumsy fumbling gradually became smooth and effortless, akin to the silky elegance of fine chocolate. This feeling captivated Zhu Tao utterly. In just 3 short days, he had fallen completely in love with this sensation. As he sewed the curtains under the lights, he unknowingly lost himself in the task, diligently examining each damaged area and carefully stitching it back together. With the passage of time, his speed increased. In a state of almost forgetfulness, Zhu Tao mysteriously pinched the steel needle between his forefinger and thumb, flicking it gently. The needle, propelled by the thread, pierced the fabric. And with a quick change of fingers, he flicked it again, allowing it to pass through another area. Each flick was executed with precise force. It wasn't until he realized that he had completely mended the ruptured sections that Zhu Tao was jolted back to awareness. What just happened? I was so engrossed that I didn't even notice. Have I mastered some extraordinary technique? Zhu Tao felt a surge of excitement as he attempted to replicate the impressive maneuver, bending his fingers to launch the needle once more, swiftly ready to catch it in return. However, Zhu Tao winced, quietly extracting the needle that had pricked his finger. Let us try again, but soon after, he had to abandon his attempts to replicate the previous feat, feeling the strain on his fingers. It seemed that he could not force it. He needed to let things unfold naturally, adopting a tranquil mindset. He focused, deciding to refrain from any flashy techniques and to simply ensure the clothing was mended first. At that moment, a sudden elderly voice came from behind him. Needlework? Quite rare. In an instant, Zhu Tao was akin to a startled wildcat, goosebumps erupting across his skin, and he instinctively leapt to flee. However, a pair of hands landed on his shoulders, despite exerting no force. Zhu Tao felt as if a great mountain were bearing down upon him, rendering him immobile. Mechanically turning his head, he caught a glimpse of an elderly face, weathered with wrinkles, illuminated by dim light. Zhu Tao recognized him immediately. This was the gatekeeper of the 3rd middle school, old Lu, who had apprehended him when he attempted to scale the wall to escape school, his behind tinged with a phantom pain. Grandfather, are you trying to scare me to death? You entered without a sound. I noticed you were sewing quite earnestly, so I refrained from disturbing you, old Lu replied calmly. Why are you not using the lights? I thought it was some unwary little thief. The gatekeepers were primarily responsible for the school's security, and at night, at least one of them patrolled the premises. Zhu Tao's mind raced. Training my night vision. Old Lu did not press further. But with a hint of confusion, he remarked, strange, if I recall correctly, you were practicing the Panlong Divine Fist. I remember when you tried to escape over the wall. You used it to confront me. Zhu Tao had been furious at old Lu for obstructing him and had intended to give this oblivious old man a little shock from the Zhu family. Yes, indeed. But how is it that you are now practicing needlework? Old Lu inquired, slightly taken aback. Dual cultivation of heart methods? Old Lu raised an eyebrow. Nonsense. With your talent, I've observed many over my years at the 3rd middle school, and none have been as lacking as you. You cannot even grasp the Panlong Divine Fist. Yet you wish to pursue dual cultivation. Please, don't scold me. It was my teacher who encouraged me to pursue dual cultivation. Zhu Tao chuckled awkwardly. He claimed I am a rare talent in needlework. Old Lu scoffed. Who is your teacher? Su Yang, Zhu Tao replied. Upon hearing this name, Old Lu's anger flared, corrupting the youth. His voice was thick with displeasure. I must confront this young man and ascertain his intentions. As Old Lu turned to leave, Zhu Tao's expression turned grave. The gatekeepers held significant authority in every school. Even the principal treated them with utmost respect. Generally, they did not interfere with school matters, but if they chose to, even the principal could not oppose them. If Old Lu were to act in anger, Su Yang could very well lose his position. Zhu Tao had a twinge of fondness for this new homeroom teacher, and he genuinely felt that Su Yang was not deceiving him. Grandfather, please. Allow me to explain. Old Lu hesitated, casting a puzzled glance at Zhu Tao. What is it? I truly believe that teacher Su has not led anyone astray. Zhu Tao hurriedly explained. I am genuinely suited to practice needlework. I mastered the stitching needle of heaven in less than 4 hours. Old Lu sneered. Nonsense. Do you truly believe yourself to be a prodigy in martial arts? Have you considered your own capabilities? For hours to master a technique? With your aptitude, it would be more fitting to say that you would be buried in the ground in 4 hours. Old Lu's words struck hard, and Zhu Tao felt an overwhelming urge to confront him. But I truly did achieve mastery in under 4 hours. He insisted earnestly. Old Lu glanced at Zhu Tao's fingers, marred with small wounds. Oh, is that so? Surprising. In martial arts practice, who remains unscathed? Seeing Zhu Tao's eager demeanor, Old Lu felt a twinge of surprise. He was well aware of the character of the 5th class. After many years as a gatekeeper, it was the first time he had witnessed a class audacious enough to climb a wall and skip school in front of him, even daring to speak boldly. He had not anticipated that the newly appointed homeroom teacher, Su Yang, would manage to bring them to heel, and now Zhu Tao was defending Su Yang. It seemed these students had finally found a teacher who suited them. Although Old Lu felt a bit uncomfortable about Zhu Tao's dual cultivation, he also recognized that it was a mutually agreeable situation. If Zhu Tao were unwilling to practice needlework, Su Yang could not force him. After a moment, Old Lu finally said, since this is your own choice, then so be it. Yes, thank you, grandfather. Zhu Tao breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Su Yang would owe him a debt of gratitude. If I had not intervened, your position would certainly be in jeopardy. The next morning, before dawn, Su Yang encountered Old Lu on his way, having just performed a courteous gesture. Yet, Old Lu, who was usually amiable, grunted discontentedly and turned away with his hands clasped behind his back. Eh? Su Yang was bewildered, as were the other teachers accompanying him. Little Su. Did you upset Old Lu? No. How could I possibly offend him? Perhaps it's just a phase of menopause. Chapter 26. The purple sweet potato head. Su Yang racked his brain, unable to recall how he had provoked Old Lu. Unable to discern the cause, he concluded that Old Lu must be experiencing a midlife crisis. Upon entering the classroom, he observed the students of Class 5 engaged in their morning exercises. He chose not to interrupt them and returned to his office to continue his cultivation of mental techniques. At present, Su Yang had only progressed to the 2nd layer of the copper bone technique in his 9 refinements of the body, and his advancement was barely halfway. Regrettably, the system could not assess the compatibility of his techniques. Otherwise, he would have certainly opted to start anew. However, after expanding his meridians and refining chaotic energy, he could distinctly sense that his progress was accelerating dramatically. A brief session of meditation the previous evening equated to what would have taken an entire week before. The method of cultivating the copper bone was not overly complex. It essentially involved enveloping the surface of bones with energy to enhance their hardness and defensive capabilities. Previously, the practice had been quite arduous for Su Yang, requiring 10 days to half a month to complete the enveloping of a single finger bone. However, last night, merely guiding the chaotic energy for its first enveloping demonstration allowed him to successfully coat the bone of his pinky finger in just half an hour. With the support of chaotic energy, he felt a marked increase in the strength of his pinky compared to his other fingers. To test this, he struck a 2-centimeter thick wooden board with his fingers. While the other fingers could penetrate only 2 layers, the pinky effortlessly broke through 3. Were it not for the pinky's short length, Su Yang believed he could penetrate 4 or 5 layers with ease. After much contemplation, Su Yang resolved to redo the copper bone technique, utilizing chaotic energy for a fresh enveloping to enhance his skeletal strength. However, one cannot expect to achieve great results without exertion. The practice was exhausting, and after completing the enveloping of his right hand, an overwhelming hunger surged within him. The nutritional fluids stored in his office's mini-fridge were swiftly consumed. Chaotic energy had many advantages, yet it was prohibitively expensive. Su Yang had to tally the costs. 1 bag of nutritional fluid, with subsidies, amounted to around 100. Thus, a single hand had cost him 1,200. He winced at the thought. Covering his entire body would surely cost several tens of thousands. He felt as though his savings were on the brink of disaster. Having worked for merely 2.5 years, he had scrimped and saved to accumulate only 100,000, beyond regular cultivation. To set aside several tens of thousands for redoing the copper bone was financially untenable. He needed to devise a means to increase his income. Although he longed to take a part-time job with the patrol team, he feared that he might be unjustly accused of fraud at a critical moment. A more realistic option was to become a beast hunter, yet the entry requirements were unattainable. The minimum threshold set by major corporations and consortiums was the 7th rank of martial mysticism. Even if he met the strength requirements, he doubted he could spare the time. Beast hunters served corporations and consortiums, often going 3 years without a job, and once engaged, tasks could take 10 days to half a month. Su-yang could not be absent from school for such extended periods and would have to wait until the holidays. Other than these two routes, the only remaining option was to borrow the pure energy feedback from the student's ascension in strength. How he wished to exploit the bountiful resources of Class 5. His family had ample funds, and nutritional fluids were in no short supply. Yet, as a teacher, he could not compromise on principles. Thus, he resolved to borrow instead. Borrowing brought him joy. In recent days, Zhu Tao had been unusually quiet, likely hindered by his dual cultivation. This aloof fellow was reticent about his progress, leaving Su Yang at a loss. After much deliberation, he concluded that he should not place all his eggs in one basket. Determinedly, he set out to find suitable mental techniques for Li Yiming, who ranked second in efficiency within Class 5. In contrast to Zhu Tao's temperament, Li Yiming was relatively easy to communicate with. Given the recent incident with the malfunctioning exoskeleton, Su Yang felt that Li Yiming would likely be more cooperative at this juncture. Without hesitation, he seized the opportunity during Class 5's morning exercises to rush to the library in search of an appropriate mental technique for Li Yiming. Meanwhile, within the classroom, Zhu Tao was seated in meditation, attempting to practice dual energy manipulation according to the mental technique Su Yang had provided him. This matter was indeed pressing. Every time Zhu Tao attempted to compress the overwhelming energy of the Dragon Fist technique within his dantian without allowing it to circulate, he experienced considerable pain. This was a discomfort he could not become accustomed to, as each attempt yielded new and excruciating sensations. It was imperative to integrate the energy of the Dragon Fist into the circulation of the body. Despite the exceptional compatibility of the energy from the Heavenly Restoration technique, Zhu Tao found the Dragon Fist's energy to be rebellious. It resisted direction, veering off course when he sought to guide it. Zhu Tao's initial attempts at training this domineering energy had been far from successful. Once he confirmed that the gentle energy of the Heavenly Restoration technique had begun to circulate automatically, Zhu Tao could only slowly coax the aggressive energy out of his dantian, attempting to conduct differential circulation. However, the timing of this entry was challenging to control. If he moved too quickly, he risked a collision, while moving too slowly could lead to being overtaken. After a few tentative attempts, Zhu Tao felt the turbulent energy surging within him, causing his face to flush a deep red. As the morning exercises concluded, the students of Class 5 gradually opened their eyes, stretched, and prepared to replenish their nutritional fluids. Upon awakening, they were met with the sight of Zhu Tao's crimson face, prompting a flurry of concerned glances among them. What is going on with Taozi? Why does he look so distressed after just a morning workout? His face is turning purple. Though they sensed something was amiss, they hesitated to wake Zhu Tao, fearing that a sudden shout might startle him and lead to dire consequences. Where's Su? Go summon him from the office. Li Yiming hurriedly made his way to Su Yang's office, knocking on the door and calling out, but receiving no response. He turned back to the classroom, exclaiming, "Old Su's not in the office. Damn it, he vanishes when we need him." They all scrambled for their phones, ready to call him, but suddenly paused. "I don't have Su's number." "Neither do I." "I do." Li Yiming quickly pulled out his phone and dialed Su Yang's number. In the library, engrossed in his search for mental techniques, Su Yang felt his phone vibrate. He glanced at the screen, noting it was Li Yiming calling. He stepped outside the library to answer. "What is the matter?" "Old Su, we have a problem." Li Yiming hurriedly replied. "Zhu Tao hasn't woken up, and his face is turning purple." "Purple?" Su Yang inquired anxiously. "Is it the kind of purple from a bruise when your parents hit you?" The differential method required constant experimentation, which would inevitably cause energy surges, and turning red or purple was a normal occurrence. Li Yiming instinctively replied, "My parents have never hit me." Su Yang was momentarily speechless. "What nonsense. You wouldn't know because you've never been hit." Chapter 27, Claims? Upon understanding Zhu Tao's condition, Su Yang remained unperturbed. "It's nothing to worry about. The purpling is normal, as long as there is no vomiting of blood. In fact, even if he were to vomit blood, it could still be considered normal. To cultivate the dual cultivation technique, one must inevitably pay a price. As long as the appropriate moment for entry is found, the situation will improve, and Zhu Tao's overall strength will undoubtedly ascend to a new level. With two energies operating simultaneously, his combat prowess will certainly surpass that of his peers at a lower realm. Li Yiming was left dumbfounded. Is purpling really nothing to worry about? What on earth is Zhu Tao doing? Don't ask me. I cannot say. Wait until Zhu Tao awakens. And you can inquire directly. After ending the call, the attention of the 5th class students turned to Li Yiming. What did the one named Su say? He said it's fine, a normal situation, as long as there's no vomiting of blood. The 5th class students rolled their eyes in unison, pondering what sort of cultivation task Su had arranged for Zhu Tao. Frustrated, they began taking pictures beside the now purpling Zhu Tao, hoping to preserve this embarrassing moment for future leverage. Mr. Zhu Tao, you surely wouldn't want your purple sweet potato photos to be made public, would you? While Su Yang verbally dismissed the situation, he hurriedly left the library to head to the 5th class classroom. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, he felt it was imperative to keep a watchful eye on his student. However, upon arriving at the classroom door, he was taken aback to find the 5th class students already posing for various pictures beside Zhu Tao, who had transformed into a purple sweet potato. Su Yang's eyes widened in alarm. These rebellious students. They dare to sneak photos without me. Ultimately, he suppressed the impulse to capture Zhu Tao's purple sweet potato visage and cleared his throat, stating sternly, "What are you all doing?" Seeing Su Yang return, the students reluctantly put away their phones. Go on. Go replenish your energy after morning exercises. Su Yang waved them off, urging them not to create further disturbances. Though they were disgruntled, they realized that staying there wouldn't be of any assistance, and the gnawing hunger in their bellies compelled them to depart. Su Yang strolled beside Zhu Tao, deep in thought. Zhu Tao was likely attempting the differential cultivation technique, which merely required some time. However, this method merely serves as a temporary fix. To achieve true mastery, one must specialize in a singular technique. But since the child was unwilling to recommence his training, Su Yang felt powerless. In truth, Su Yang was not entirely incapable of assisting. The risk was simply too great. He possessed chaotic energy, which theoretically could help Zhu Tao merge the two energies into a singular essence. Yet, it was not a transformation of chaotic energy, nor could it be. Just as there are 1,000 readers with 1,000 interpretations of Hamlet, 1,000 practitioners of the same technique will yield 1,000 distinct energies, each unique. To simplify, once your energy enters another's body, it becomes incompatible, unable to assume the other's form, resulting only in destruction. Su Yang's hypothesis was to utilize chaotic energy to blur the energies, at least allowing them to coexist without conflict, turning adversaries into allies. However, this remained merely a theoretical notion. Su Yang had never tested it, and certainly would not experiment on his student. The risks were too high. Successful execution would require Su Yang to possess formidable micromanipulation skills over his own energy, alongside Zhu Tao's deep cooperation. The entire process needed to be seamless, without interruption of the energies. Should it fail, the chaotic energy would directly consume both energies. Zhu Tao, unable to control the chaotic energy, would ultimately have to rely on Su Yang to reclaim it. While Su Yang would benefit, akin to harvesting a bountiful crop, it would be Zhu Tao who would suffer. Although he would not be forced to disperse his energy can regenerate, he would enter a prolonged period of weakness, during which he would essentially be incapacitated, unable to cultivate. In summary, this was merely a concept, and Su Yang did not possess confidence in its execution. His control over chaotic energy was not yet refined. He could not even achieve precise micromanipulation within his own body, let alone within another's. Fortunately, Zhu Tao's purple sweet potato transformation did not persist for long. After approximately half an hour, his complexion began to return to normal. Su Yang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The differential cultivation technique seemed to have succeeded. It was fortunate that the child had diligently comprehended the differential technique he had devised. Had he approached it carelessly, issues could have arisen. After a considerable time, Zhu Tao finally opened his eyes, noticeably more spirited than before. However, upon seeing Su Yang standing beside him, his expression stiffened slightly. Having conversed with Zhu Tao previously, Su Yang was aware that this boy was the type to feign toughness, so he remarked, "You were practicing the turtle breathing technique, weren't you?" The turtle breathing technique, essentially a method of holding one's breath to feign death, had little to do with genuine cultivation. It was a survival skill, as fierce beasts seldom prey on the dead. How considerate of me, preparing a ladder for you to avoid embarrassment, Su Yang thought. Zhu Tao huffed. You knew that yet still asked? Su Yang inwardly rolled his eyes and casually said, "Everyone else has already gone to the cafeteria. You should hurry and replenish your energy." Having said that, he did not linger and turned to leave. The differential technique merely allowed the two energies to circulate simultaneously within the meridians, resulting in a power boost. But it did not elevate his realm. Thus, Su Yang did not gain any pure energy for free. As Su Yang departed, a hint of delight emerged on Zhu Tao's face. The differential technique had succeeded, after countless attempts. He had finally discovered the correct moment to infuse the domineering energy of the Panlong Divine Fist Technique into his meridians, ensuring its proper circulation. Zhu Tao could distinctly feel the surge of power from the two energies, allowing an unceasing flow of strength. Henceforth, he could focus on cultivating the heavenly needle without the need to endure pain each time he practiced. However, the differential dual cultivation technique possessed a relatively fatal flaw. Each time one energy increased in strength, the circulation speed of the surrounding energies would elevate, necessitating a readjustment of the other energy. Nevertheless, Zhu Tao did not dwell on this too long, as his growling stomach urged him to hasten towards the cafeteria. Upon arriving, the fifth-class students had nearly finished their meal when Zhu Tao rushed in. Just as they prepared to inquire, Zhu Tao dismissed them with a single remark about practicing the turtle breathing technique, thinking that Su Yang had set the stage perfectly for him, saving him the trouble of further explanation. Su Yang, on his way to the cafeteria, had just stepped out of the office when his phone rang. The caller ID displayed team leader Qin Yao. Could it be that Yinqing Group is seeking compensation? Su Yang furrowed his brow, recalling that during the incident when he restrained the automated combat exoskeleton to save Li Yiming, the recoil had caused some distortion and deformation of the exoskeleton. His greatest concern was that the Yinqing Group would hold him accountable for damages. After all, how could he afford to compensate for an exoskeleton worth tens of millions? Chapter 28. Seeking assistance, Su Yang promptly answered the call. Team Qin. Teacher Su, are you busy? I have something to inform you. Su Yang paused momentarily. Is it good news or bad news? Good news. Yinqing Group has prepared a bonus of 30,000 yuan for you. What? Su Yang was utterly astonished. Not only had Yinqing Group not sought compensation from him, but they were also offering a bonus. After Qin Yao explained the situation, Su Yang understood. It turned out that due to a virus invasion, there had been an outbreak of rogue combat exoskeletons in multiple regions across the country. Most of these exoskeletons had been forcibly destroyed by the patrol teams, with only a handful remaining intact. To express their gratitude, Yinqing Group donated a sum of money, which was distributed by local Kunlun law enforcement agencies, resulting in a 30,000 yuan bonus for Su Yang, a civic-minded citizen. Upon learning the details, Su Yang was overjoyed. Not one to refuse a windfall, he promptly provided his account information to Qin Yao, saying, "Thank you for your assistance, Team Qin." "Just a small effort," Qin Yao replied, but she did not hang up, seemingly hesitant to speak. Su Yang sensed that there might be something she needed, yet she was reluctant to ask. He chuckled. "Team Qin, is there something I can assist you with?" "Teacher Su, it's hard to explain over the phone. Could we meet in person?" Of course, Su Yang agreed readily, arranging to meet at the school gate shortly. He dismissed the thought that Qin Yao had taken an interest in him romantically. While Captain Qin was quite admirable, he felt it was beyond his reach. Just a joke, he thought. He surmised that the matter likely pertained to the issue of the combat exoskeletons, and he probably wouldn't be able to help much, yet it would be impolite to turn her down without understanding the situation first. Before long, Su Yang arrived at the North Gate. Such brief outings generally did not require reporting. However, he noticed that Lu Lao appeared displeased upon seeing him. Su Yang was puzzled as to why Lu Lao seemed unhappy to see him. Nevertheless, he hurriedly approached and bowed respectfully. "Lu Lao." With a hint of coldness in his tone, Lu Lao replied, "Speak. I need to step out for a moment. Someone is looking for me at the school gate." Lu Lao cast a glance at the Kunlun patrol car parked not far from the gate, sensing the faint aura of a martial artist emanating from it, which left him somewhat perplexed. He did not deliberately hinder Su Yang and allowed him to exit. As Su Yang approached the patrol car, Qin Yao emerged from it. "Team Qin. Teacher Su, I apologize for making you come here. It's no trouble at all. What is the specific matter?" Qin Yao glanced at Lu Lao, who stood guard at the entrance, and spoke softly, "Let us find a different place to talk." Su Yang nodded slightly and followed Qin Yao as they walked further away. Only then did Qin Yao begin. "Teacher Su, I have a relative who, 20 years ago, was ambushed during an operation against the cult and has yet to recover." Su Yang was taken aback. 20 years and still unhealed? The assailant's dark energy has not dissipated? Even though he was aware of the existence of cults in society, this exceeded Su Yang's comprehension. Dark energy is essentially a force that forcibly breaches one's defenses and enters their body. Under normal circumstances, dark energy does not persist for long. The energy that invades is akin to an aggressive drone powered by a battery. Once the battery depletes, it ceases to function. Moreover, the assailant would not remain passive and would likely employ their own energy to counteract it. In such cases, the theoretical duration of dark energy's harmful effects is not extensive, lasting at most 10 to 15 days. Yet, in this instance, the dark energy within Qin Yao's relative had persisted for a full 20 years. Not only had it not dissipated, but it had also grown increasingly potent over those 2 decades. Qin Yao's voice grew somber. My relative has been battling this dark energy for 20 years, and their health has deteriorated significantly. Su Yang found it absurd. If that were the case, there could only be one explanation. The cultist possessed formidable strength and was undoubtedly intent on a mutual destruction with a full power strike. The most terrifying aspect was that the dark energy was exceedingly domineering, capable of forcibly absorbing the victim's energy to sustain itself, persisting for 2 decades. Team Qin. What was the strength of that cultist? Qinya replied with seriousness. They are at the 5th rank of the martial king realm. My relative is also at the 5th rank, but has not comprehended the transformation of energy. Su Yang felt a shiver run down his spine, confirming his earlier suspicions. Only dark energy of such a level could wield such power. It was remarkable that Qin Yao's relative had survived. However, Su Yang lacked the means to help. Even if he possessed the ability to transform energy, the dark energy released by a 5th-rank martial king was not something one could simply absorb without risk. Noticing Su Yang's silence, Qin Yu quickly remarked, Teacher Su, you need not feel burdened. Is this not a burden? If only I had the ability to transform energy. I could at least give it a try. Perhaps your relative could attempt to transfer the dark energy to one of my students. That might work. However, once the dark energy from a 5th-rank martial king enters the body, even a student of that level would likely perish on the spot, with no chance for rescue. I'm sorry, but I am unable to assist, Su Yang said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. Qin Yao waved her hand, unperturbed, no matter. She was well aware of the risks involved. In fact, her family had previously sought the help of 5th-rank energy manipulators, but they were helpless. The condition of her relative was too dire to withstand the forceful intervention of a 5th-rank martial king's energy for transformation. The process was too lengthy and could potentially lead to a fatal outcome. Su Yang was the only person Qin Yao knew who could comprehend the transformation of energy at a lower realm, but helping would require immense risk. She feared that Su Yang would struggle to absorb the dark energy from a 5th-rank martial king. Qin Yao realized the improbability of the situation. Yet she sought confirmation from Su Yang to put her mind at ease. Teacher Su, I will not take up any more of your time. Qin Yao mustered a smile. If you consider joining the patrol team, make sure to contact me first. Yes, Team Qin, take care. Su Yang waved goodbye, choosing not to say more. In truth, there was a possible solution. While he lacked the ability to transform energy, he possessed chaotic energy, which was far superior. The chaotic energy could directly devour and assimilate the dark energy rather than merely transferring its force. Yet, the risk remained substantial. The dark energy released by a 5th-rank martial king was likely to overwhelm him before he could absorb it. That energy was extraordinarily fierce, and he might not be able to withstand it. As he pondered, Su Yang returned to the school gate, only to be halted by Lu Lao's voice. What is your relationship with that girl from the Qin family? Su Yang quickly replied, just a friend. I advise you to limit your interactions with the Qin family, lest you attract trouble. Chapter 29. Better to be a head among chickens than a tail among phoenixes. Su Yang originally intended to inquire about old Lu's reasoning behind his counsel. But the old man, in his menopausal state, chose to ignore him. Frustrated, Su Yang turned away. He attempted to search online for information regarding the so-called Qin family. But the only results pertained to Qin Yao. Qin Yao, for years his senior, was a 31-year-old 6th-grade martial master. A graduate of the top martial arts high school in the East Sea, she was admitted to Kunlun Martial Arts University, one of the 10 premier martial academies in China and a training ground for the Kunlun patrol team. She was indeed a person of exceptional talent. However, he could find no information about the Qin family itself. Yet, Su Yang could speculate to some extent. With a 5th-grade martial king as an elder, it was highly likely that the Qin family was also a concealed martial arts clan. But why did old Lu advise him to keep his distance from them? Su Yang scratched his head, puzzled. Nonetheless, he felt that old Lu's warning was somewhat superfluous. After all, the Qin family might not even be interested in him. After finishing his meal, Su Yang proceeded to the library to continue his search for Li Yiming's compatible mental techniques. Li Yiming's training efficiency had plummeted to around -400, exhibiting 2 significant flaws, lethargy and poor aptitude. The other members of Class 5 were not much different. The issue of poor aptitude was congenital, something Su Yang could not remedy. Lethargy, however, seemed to arise from a defeated mindset, feeling hopeless about his training, which led to apathy. Su Yang believed that if he could help Li Yiming find a suitable mental technique, his outlook would improve, and his lethargy would likely dissipate. Continuing with the classification method he had previously devised, Su Yang found the results rather disheartening. Unlike Zhu Tao, whose compatibility soared when he reached the needle techniques, Li Yiming's compatibility across various categories was shockingly low. The highest compatibility was a mere 22 for leg techniques, while the others languished in single digits. This perplexed Su Yang. As the family's inherited technique, the Earth-Shattering Leg technique, specialized in leg techniques, how could the compatibility be so abysmally low? Could it be due to his poor aptitude? Was the technique too advanced for him to grasp? Unable to shake his doubts, Su Yang began a one-on-one compatibility assessment within the foundational mental techniques specifically for leg techniques. The repository of foundational leg techniques vastly outnumbered that of needle techniques, boasting over 4,000 entries, a considerable workload to tackle over the coming days. However, he was in no rush and decided to take it one step at a time, skipping those with compatibility below 300. With Li Yiming's current training efficiency, only techniques with a compatibility of 300 or higher could offer any hope of improvement. Otherwise, his efficiency would likely remain negative, while Su Yang was engrossed in his search. The other members of Class 5 were not idle. The students from other classes were diligently engaged in martial arts study, so they too sought to occupy their time, fearing that idleness might lead to physical deterioration. Thus, they gathered to play werewolf. Zhu Tao, however, lacked interest. "You all play. I'll take a walk," he said. The others paid him no mind as he exited the classroom and quickly made his way to the rooftop of the teaching building. Having successfully activated the differential speed cultivation method, Zhu Tao was eager to practice the sky-mending needle technique. To avoid detection by his classmates, he sought a secluded spot. The rooftop, deserted, was perfect for solitary training. He found a place to sit, pulling out a small black box about the thickness of his thumb, filled with specialized steel needles. To excel in one's craft, one must first have the right tools. Ordinary needles could not withstand the rigors of a martial artist. They would easily break under the slightest pressure. Thus, Zhu Tao had invested heavily in a set of specialized steel needles for his training in the sky-mending needle technique. After extracting one of the specialized needles, Zhu Tao began to channel his energy. After 3 days of practice with the sky-mending needle technique, having repaired countless articles of clothing, he had made modest progress. Moments later, the needle between his fingers began to quiver slightly, filling Zhu Tao with elation. Indeed, I am a prodigious talent for needle techniques. Within a day, he had grasped the fundamentals, and in 3 days, he had advanced to the second layer of the technique. By channeling his energy through his fingers into the needle, he enhanced its strength and penetrating power. Only upon reaching the second layer could one truly access the art of concealed weapons. However, to launch the needles effectively, one required specific finger techniques. Zhu Tao had inadvertently demonstrated this while secretly mending curtains. Upon returning to his dormitory last night, he had confirmed that he had indeed executed the finger technique known as the flicking needle technique. Theoretically, this technique could only be performed at the pinnacle of the sky-mending needle technique, requiring one to reach the 7th grade martial profound realm. I managed to execute the flicking needle technique almost effortlessly, and even at a higher level. For powerful words flashed in Zhu Tao's mind, martial genius. Yet, along with this realization came a torrent of confusion. How had Su Yang perceived this? Merely by intuition? Zhu Tao dismissed the notion of mere instinct, pondering that Su Yang must possess other means. After all, it was already remarkable that Su Yang could cultivate the transformation technique. Perhaps he was concealing other unknown secrets. Was his intense encouragement for Zhu Tao to pursue needle techniques driven by ulterior motives, or was it a genuine desire to see unrefined talent flourish? Yet, these questions quickly faded from Zhu Tao's mind. Regardless of Su Yang's intentions, he would remember this kindness. "One day, when I rise to prominence, I shall repay you with luxury cars and villas." At that moment, Zhu Tao found himself reconsidering the seemingly cumbersome Dragon Phoenix Fist technique. Having scrutinized every word of the differential speed cultivation method provided by Su Yang, he understood that ongoing adjustments would be necessary. To maintain the status quo, or to start anew? Zhu Tao pondered, his brow furrowed. He personally favored starting afresh, but his parents would likely disagree. They had invested considerable effort into his training. To abandon it for a lower-tier foundational needle technique would be utterly irrational, even if his parents consented. The elders of the Zhu family would surely object. As a martial arts clan, they held traditional views, insisting that their members only practice the Dragon Phoenix Fist technique, viewing other techniques as aberrations. Zhu Tao is already somewhat marginalized among the new generation of the Zhu family. If he switched to needle techniques, he would likely become an outcast. Even if he did choose to start anew, mastering the sky-mending needle technique would only elevate him to the 7th grade martial profound realm, after which he would have to navigate his own path, searching for advanced needle techniques to progress. However, such techniques were obscure and rare. Zhu Tao had never even heard of any advanced needle techniques, leaving him uncertain about his future. After a prolonged period of reflection, Zhu Tao's demeanor shifted. "Better to be a head among chickens than a tail among phoenixes. I shall be the king of needles." Chapter 30. You are not useless. Su Yang remained in the library until nightfall, his eyes aching from the strain. He had completed merely a quarter of the work, yielding no fruitful results. The leg technique that matched him best boasted a compatibility of only 67, leading Su Yang to question whether Li Yiming was truly suited for the practice of leg techniques. This stood in stark contrast to Zhu Tao's situation. He felt that perhaps his inherent lack of talent was genuinely affecting his progress. Nonetheless, with 3/4 of the mental cultivation techniques yet to be matched, Su Yang was determined not to give up. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of his dormitory, where he spotted a figure lingering outside. Was it Li Yiming? Upon recognizing the sneaky silhouette, Su Yang was somewhat taken aback. As soon as Li Yiming saw Su Yang return, he hurried over, exclaiming, "Old Su, I've been waiting for you forever. Where have you been? Why are you only coming back now?" "In the library," Su Yang replied, his expression peculiar. "Is something the matter?" Come inside," Li Yiming urged. Su Yang soon ushered him into his dormitory. Compared to student accommodations, the faculty quarters offered more spacious living arrangements, consisting of 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom, sufficient for daily life. All that was missing was a voluptuous Valkyrie. "What brings you here at this late hour?" Su Yang inquired. "Hee, I brought you a little something." Li Yiming eagerly lifted a bag brimming with fruits and snacks, declaring, "This is to thank you for saving my life." Su Yang couldn't help but chuckle. "This is your idea of a life-saving gift? Huh? What else should I give? If I were to offer myself, you'd be committing a crime. The law applies equally to both minors." His adeptness at legal jargon amused Su Yang. "All right, no more jokes. I appreciate the gesture. But from now on, just listen to me and practice diligently." Li Yiming instantly adopted a serious expression. "I will definitely listen to you from now on." Su Yang felt a wave of relief. These kids might be mischievous, but their hearts were genuinely not bad. It was a rare occasion for Li Yiming to purchase fruits and snacks, indicating he was grateful. Nevertheless, Su Yang pulled out a red envelope from the bag and handed it back. He had noticed its presence immediately. The lad seemed quite savvy. "This isn't necessary," Li Yiming protested. "Come on, it's not much. Just consider it a token of my appreciation. As your teacher, saving you is my duty and obligation. While I do wish for a reward, principles cannot be compromised. I hope our teacher-student relationship remains pure and untainted by ulterior motives." With a smile, Su Yang returned the envelope. "Your thoughtfulness is enough. Anything beyond that seems excessive." Li Yiming nodded slightly and decisively tucked the envelope away. "Old Su, I knew I was right about you." Su Yang scoffed lightly. "It sounds as though you have seen me prove myself before." "I'm not joking. The moment you stepped through the door, I sensed your uniqueness. Not only are you tall and handsome, but you also exude a certain aura." "Stop." "Oh, I won't say anymore." "Don't stop, continue." Li Yiming felt that Su Yang was being somewhat shameless. "By the way, I actually have something to ask you." Su Yang quickly inquired, "Do you know the Qin family?" Being from a prominent family, Li Yiming should have some insight. Su Yang was particularly bothered by Lu Lao's cryptic remark. He despised riddles. Li Yiming paused. "Which Qin family?" "The one with the older sister who appeared at the testing facility." "Do you know her?" "Which older sister?" Su Yang playfully tapped the back of Li Yiming's head. "Stop steering the conversation off track. Just answer me." Li Yiming scratched his head and chuckled. "I've seen her a few times, but I'm not familiar. However, I do know about the Qin family you mentioned. Tell me more." Li Yiming's expression shifted slightly. "Old Su, you're not trying to pursue her, are you? She's a martial sovereign and would hardly notice you. Moreover, she's from a prominent martial arts family. They certainly have arranged marriages and don't engage in casual dating. Besides," Li Yiming rubbed his chest with both hands, "I'm not exactly in a position to compete. Don't hit me. I won't joke around anymore." Su Yang withdrew his hand. "That has nothing to do with my inquiry. I'm merely curious about the Qin family situation. There's nothing particularly special. 20 years ago, the Qin family was quite formidable, but then their patriarch was ambushed and left half dead, leading to their gradual decline. Without a fifth-tier martial king to back them in Donghai, a prominent family is bound to become a minor one." Su Yang understood. "So, other prominent families are looking to replace them?" "Of course. It's a natural order. Big fish eat small fish, and small fish eat shrimp. My family was similarly taken down." Su Yang blinked in surprise. "Your family has fallen too?" Li Yiming's tone was laden with sorrow. "Our family has always been aligned with other prominent families, essentially a vassal family, and we've never risen to prominence." "Old Su, I have a suggestion." "What is it?" "Teach me how to harness my energy, and once I become the head of my family, I'll take you to the best clubs every day." Su Yang laughed in exasperation. "Do you think you could learn it?" Li Yiming reconsidered. "Forget I said anything." Finally, Su Yang grasped the meaning behind Lu Lao's words. The Qin family's current predicament was precarious, with other prominent families seeking to usurp them. Yet, even in decline, the Qin family still had a martial sovereign like Qin Ya to maintain their status. Lu Lao's advice to keep his distance from the Qin family was likely a caution to avoid being embroiled in conflicts between great families, a well-meaning warning. Su Yang resolved to heed this counsel and maintain his distance from the Qin family. As an ordinary citizen, he had no desire to be swept away in the tumult of their familial rivalries, oblivious to the dangers that might ensue. His gaze turned to Li Yiming, contemplating the necessity of instilling some wisdom in this ambitious youth. So, you have quite the ambition, aspiring to be the family head? Li Yiming raised his chin confidently. Of course. Who would want to be the head of the family? Then I could sleep wherever I wanted. Su Yang remarked, this child's thoughts are dangerously reckless. Perhaps it would be better to send him to prison and spare him decades of misguided ambition, allowing him to face the law instead. Noticing Su Yang's suddenly piercing gaze, Li Yiming quickly waved his hands. Old Su, I was just joking. I hope you're only joking. Li Yiming chuckled awkwardly. I was truly just joking. Don't think I aspire to be the family head. I wouldn't even have a seat at the ancestral hall's banquet. With my qualifications and abilities, I could only share a table with dogs. I'm realistic, and I probably won't pass the martial arts university entrance exam. After graduating high school, I might as well just live off my meals. Li Yiming couldn't help but sigh heavily. I'm such a waste of space. Stop right there. Su Yang furrowed his brow. You are not a waste. Upon careful observation, my young friend, you possess the potential of a martial god. Chapter 31. The Art of Self-Dispersal? The Gift of a Martial Deity? Li Yiming scratched his head. Lao Su, are you blind? I'm not joking. You truly possess the potential of a martial deity. It's merely not your time yet. Oh, then when will the time come for me to manifest such potential? In due course, Su Yang replied, echoing the wisdom of the ages. The primary issue was that Su Yang had yet to discover a suitable cultivation method for Li Yiming, making it challenging to persuade him. No. To conduct a more profound ideological discussion. A simple inquiry revealed that Li Yiming indeed harbored ambitions. Ambition is a good thing. One must fear the absence of it. For a life devoid of aspiration leads to despondency, a state that is exceedingly difficult to remedy. Well, it's getting late. Let us return to rest. We have morning training tomorrow. Sure, but Lao Su, please don't let anyone know about my secret visit. Li Yiming hurriedly insisted. I came here quietly. No one knows. The others haven't accepted you yet. If they discover how close I am to you, they will surely target me. Publicly, I will still align with them. But I promise to inform you of any crucial intelligence in private. Agreed. Once Li Yiming departed, Su Yang felt a surge of amusement. He had never anticipated that playing the role of a teacher would afford him the thrill akin to a spy thriller. After closing the door, Su Yang began his evening meditation, as was his routine. Li Yiming stealthily exited the faculty dormitory, only to be met with a pair of questioning eyes lurking in the dimly lit greenery. What is he doing here? Sneaking around? Zhu Tao, concealed within the nearby foliage, observed quietly. After contemplating for an entire night, he ultimately resolved to practice self-dispersal in secrecy. This was not something he could allow his family to discover. However, at his age, he required a guardian to accompany him to the Martial Arts Association for self-dispersal. After much deliberation, he decided to seek out Su Yang. To his surprise, he spotted Li Yiming on his way, undoubtedly on his way to find Su Yang. This fence-sitter has become a traitor. Zhu Tao scoffed internally, never expecting a defector to emerge from their ranks. It was unclear what benefits Li Yiming had received from Su Yang. Yet, upon reflection, he realized he had no right to criticize him. Once Li Yiming had moved far enough away, Zhu Tao sprang from the bushes and dashed towards the faculty dormitory. Moments later, he stood before Su Yang's door but hesitated, feeling a profound sense of embarrassment. After a moment of steeling himself, he thought, yes. As long as I am not embarrassed, the awkwardness belongs to others. Knock, knock, knock. Startled from his meditative state by the sudden knocking, Su Yang initially assumed it was Li Yiming returning and quickly opened the door. What greeted him was a young man, hands clasped behind his back, gazing up at the moon from the stone landing of the corridor, exuding an air of solitude as he murmured, "The heights are cold." Seeing the boy fall silent, Su Yang blinked in disbelief. Is that it? What comes next? The boy's face flushed with embarrassment as he raised his voice. The heights are cold. What a pretentious performance, unable to recite a poem completely. Come down. This is the 12th floor. You could break a leg if you fall. The boy, without turning around, declared, the heights are cold. All right. I truly admire your conviction. Su Yang replied, exasperated. Dance with the clear shadows. How does it compare to the mortal realm? Only then did the boy turn, his expression devoid of warmth. Not bad. We are kindred spirits. With that, he leapt down and bypassed Su Yang to enter the room. Su Yang's lips twitched in disbelief. He had never noticed this peculiar behavior before. How had his demeanor changed so dramatically after just a few days of cultivating the celestial needle of reparation? Was it the fervor of the cultivation technique? After shutting the door, Su Yang turned to find Zhu Tao once again standing at the window, gazing at the moon. I'm quite curious as to why you sought me out at this late hour. Since you are genuinely inquiring, I shall reluctantly share, he began. The technique you recommended. The celestial needle of reparation resonates with me. However, the accelerated cultivation method ultimately addresses only the symptoms rather than the root issue. Hence, I plan to practice self-dispersal. Su Yang's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Have you truly considered this? Yes. Then go ahead. You need not consult me about it. This matter must remain unknown to my family, so I need you to take me to the Martial Arts Association for self-dispersal. Are you out of your mind? Su Yang rolled his eyes, incredulous. You truly expect me to escort you there, while you wish to keep it from your family? You must be joking. Rest assured. I will protect you. I will naturally provide an explanation later. This is non-negotiable, Su Yang declared firmly. If you wish to practice self-dispersal, go back and discuss it with your family. Convince them to take you to the Martial Arts Association. Zhu Tao hesitated, then sighed deeply. You know that's impossible. In that case, consider dual cultivation methods, Su Yang remarked seriously. It may be somewhat troublesome, as adjustments are required with each advancement in technique. But steadily cultivating to the 7th rank of the martial mystic realm poses no significant issues. And what lies beyond that? That is your own affair, Su Yang replied. Somewhat helplessly, do you expect me to provide you with advanced techniques? If I possessed such ability, would I be sitting here conversing with you? Zhu Tao fell into silence. Su Yang ceased his discourse, closing his eyes to feign meditation. He had no intention of assisting. It would only lead to self-inflicted hardships. Teacher, please help me. Su Yang remained silent, unaffected. Observing Su Yang's lack of cooperation, Zhu Tao, resigned, declared stubbornly, I will just find someone else to accompany me. With that, he turned to leave, but Su Yang remained unmoved, continuing to feign relaxation. I'm leaving now. I truly am leaving. Teacher, I won't act foolishly anymore. Please think of a way for me. Hearing Zhu Tao's tone soften, Su Yang finally spoke. There is but one solution. Persuade your parents. Zhu Tao offered a wry smile. The Panlong Divine Fist Technique is our family's cultivation method and emblem. They would never allow me to disperse my power. Then convince them. I lack the ability to do so. If all else fails, I will have to resort to self-dispersal. Self-dispersal methods vary. The simplest involves striking one's own life gate. The survival probability stands at 20%. Should one survive, dispersal is achieved. There is always a means to conclude one's own journey. Chapter 32. The Bold Intrusion. Although Su Yang remained silent, a trace of worry crept into his heart. The idea of dispersing one's cultivation was an extreme measure that no rational person would entertain. However, the children in Class 5 were hardly typical, especially Zhu Tao, whose stubborn pride made him unpredictable. It was entirely possible that one day he might resort to such a reckless course of action, where the risks and rewards were utterly disproportionate. Nonetheless, no matter how many arguments could be made, Su Yang would never relent on this matter. He simply could not bear the responsibility. Yet, there were alternative solutions. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Su Yang opened his eyes, glanced at Zhu Tao, and spoke. I can assist you. Zhu Tao's face instantly lit up with excitement. Really? However, not at this moment. Su Yang replied after a brief pause. Come to me when you reach the 7th rank of Martial Profound Realm. I possess a method that will allow you to cultivate successfully without needing to disperse your energy. Zhu Tao was taken aback. Skepticism evident in his gaze. I can't shake the feeling that you're merely stalling me. As expected of Zhu Tao from Class 5, he quickly discerned Su Yang's intentions. In truth, Zhu Tao's current decision to disperse his energy was quite astute. By doing so, both the Dragon Phoenix Fist and the Celestial Needle's essence would be completely eradicated. Akin to formatting a device before starting anew with the Celestial Needle's cultivation, thereby eliminating any interference from the Dragon Phoenix Fist. However, under the current circumstances, dispersing his energy was not a feasible option. Su Yang acknowledged that he was indeed buying time, but only to allow himself a moment to think. Another potential solution lay in the chaotic energy, which could alleviate the frequent adjustments required by the dual cultivation method without necessitating the dispersion of energy. However, Su Yang was not yet proficient with the chaotic energy. He lacked the skill to manipulate it effectively and was hesitant to attempt it. Thus, he needed time to refine his control over the chaotic energy to a level of precise mastery. Whether you believe me or not is your own affair. Su Yang feigned an air of profundity. My promise stands. Until you attain the 7th rank of Martial Profound Realm, I shall not intervene to assist you. Zhu Tao, without much hesitation, acquiesced. Fine, I will heed your advice. Until then, I shall continue with my dual cultivation practices. When I reach the 7th rank, I will seek you out. That day will not be far off. Su Yang acknowledged him with a nod. You may leave now. I have my evening practice to attend to. Understood. I take my leave, Zhu Tao replied respectfully. As Zhu Tao departed, Suyang opened his eyes, left speechless. Having just completed a spy drama with Li Yiming, he now found himself in a historical drama with Zhu Tao. It was quite exhausting to constantly play along with their antics. Alas, one could not escape the responsibilities of being the instructor for Class 5. With a resigned shrug, Suyang resumed his evening practice, setting his phone to timer mode to begin his meditative breathing. The chaotic energy flowed through his meridians at an accelerated pace. When Suyang finally opened his eyes, he promptly stopped the timer. Although this was not his first encounter with such phenomena, each time it left him incredulous. A smile crept upon Suyang's lips. Previously, his circulation took approximately 28 minutes per cycle, significantly below the national average of 21 minutes. Now, bolstered by the chaotic energy and enhanced meridians, that time had plummeted to 18 minutes, a staggering improvement. Moreover, this was achieved while he was still unfamiliar with the chaotic energy. Suyang surmised that once he fully mastered this energy, he could potentially compress that time to under 10 minutes. Historically, martial gods had achieved a circulation speed of around 10 minutes. Thus, the difference was negligible. This foundation was paramount for a martial artist. The shorter the time required for circulation, the quicker the regeneration of energy, growth, and cultivation, and the stronger the recovery abilities would become. The sole drawback was the rapid depletion of energy. Suyang had already restocked his supplies of nutritional fluids, filling his refrigerator and office freezer to the brim. Ordinarily, he would only conduct 2 rounds of circulation per day, one in the morning to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, and another in the evening to consolidate the day's efforts. Excessive circulation could easily lead to physical overload and damage to the meridians, resulting in a net loss. Now that my meridians have been expanded, theoretically, I should be able to perform 3 or even 4 circulations. After replenishing himself with 2 bags of nutritional fluids, Suyang felt no unusual fatigue. The previous experience of exhaustion and muscle soreness after 2 rounds was now a distant memory. Without further hesitation, he resolved to test his limits. Once in a suitable state, he commenced another round of circulation. The nutritional fluids in the refrigerator began to dwindle. The 3rd round of circulation proceeded smoothly. The 4th round continued without issue. By the 5th round, a slight soreness began to manifest in his muscles. Yet he felt little fatigue and detected no abnormalities in his meridians. However, by the 6th round, fatigue and soreness surged forth, accompanied by a mild pain in his meridians. In total, he consumed 14 bags of nutritional fluids today, costing him 1,400. Suyang reclined back onto his bed, vaguely sensing a loosening of the bottleneck in his cultivation realm. The limit stood at 7 rounds of circulation, but he felt too exhausted to push beyond 6. The rapid sensation of a loosening bottleneck indicated an accelerated progression, which risked destabilizing his foundation. Compared to Class 5, his foundation remained relatively sound and should not be compromised. It was prudent to take a step back. The more pressing issue remained money. The 30,000 yuan prize he had just received would hardly last long. Another day of yearning for sudden wealth had passed. The following morning, as usual, Suyang arrived at Class 5's classroom and confirmed the presence of everyone engaged in their morning exercises. He then prepared to head to the library to continue his search for a compatible cultivation method for Li Yiming. However, just as he was halfway through his research, the group leader, Lu Zhan, summoned all first-year teachers to the meeting room for a conference. Suyang felt a twinge of confusion. Such meetings typically indicated a relatively urgent situation. Without further thought, he hurried to the meeting room. Most of the teachers had already assembled, and after exchanging a few words with nearby colleagues, Suyang noted that no one else appeared to have any insight into the matter at hand. All right, quiet down. Lu Zhan soon appeared, and the room fell silent. A sudden incident has occurred, Lu Zhan stated gravely. Last night, an intruder breached the 3rd high school, a masked 6th-rank martial sovereign. After being repelled by our esteemed guardians, he managed to escape. The esteemed guardians Lu Zhan referred to were the 4 gatekeepers. A wave of astonishment washed over the teachers. Suyang too found it hard to believe. Who would dare to brazenly intrude, knowing that 4 martial sovereigns stood guard at 3rd high school? Leader, what could the intruder's intentions have been? It can only bode ill for the students. The guardians reported that the intruder headed towards the dormitory, Lu Zhan explained. The patrol team has already commenced an investigation. To ensure safety, the school leadership has decided to organize a teacher patrol team following evening study sessions. Chapter 33. An odd sensation. Since this arrangement was made by the school leadership for the safety of the students, the teachers naturally complied. Each drew lots to form patrol teams, with pairs assigned to each group. Suyang felt somewhat unfortunate, as fate had led him to partner with the one-armed Chun Ming. This elder brother had previously served as a combat instructor on the front lines, but after losing an arm in battle, He transitioned to a role at the third high school as a martial arts instructor, teaching students practical combat skills, particularly how to deal with ferocious beasts. Though Su Yang had been a teacher for only a year, Chen Ming was a recent retiree from the battlefield, still carrying a heavy aura of aggression and appearing rather unapproachable. It was said he was restless and requested tasks from above, which ultimately led to his assignment at the third high school. Everyone held a deep respect for him, as without heroes like Chen Ming, who bravely faced ferocious beasts, the present tranquility would not exist. Holding the number 17 he drew, Su Yang approached Chen Ming and initiated, "Brother Chen, it seems we'll be patrolling together from now on." Chen Ming's expression was grim and unsmiling. He merely nodded and offered no further response. Su Yang, wary of displeasing him, refrained from further conversation. In their daily lives, their interactions had been minimal. Chen Ming was reclusive, spending most of his time either teaching or training alone in his room. Their occasional encounters were limited to mere nods of acknowledgement. With an age gap of nearly 20 years, Chen Ming being 48, there was a generational divide as well. Once the members of the teacher patrol team were assigned, Lu Xun emphasized, this matter should not be disclosed for the time being, to avoid causing anxiety among the students and disrupting their training. The teachers nodded in agreement. Su Yang privately speculated if the masked martial artist was targeting the 5th class, as that group was notorious for their antics, and, being from prominent families, might have attracted unwarranted attention. Clearly, Lu Xun shared this concern. After the meeting, he retained Su Yang for a private discussion. "Xiaosu, keep a close watch on the 5th class. Don't let them wander aimlessly. I suspect that masked martial artist may be after them, as they certainly have a knack for trouble." Su Yang contemplated countering, pointing out that students from other classes also came from illustrious families, but ultimately decided against it. The 5th class did indeed have a reputation for mischief. "Director, to be frank, I think that masked martial artist might be a bit unhinged," Su Yang muttered. "Does he not realize our school has 4 guardians?" Lu Xun glanced around to ensure they were unobserved before whispering. 2 of the 4 elders were injured. "But it's not too severe. Keep it under wraps. They care about their reputation." Su Yang felt a chill run down his spine. Wait, they fought 4 against 1 and 2 were injured, yet they couldn't even apprehend the assailant? That must have been a peak 6th grade martial artist, or perhaps a half-step martial king. Lu Xun sighed. It's been chaotic since the school year began. A flicker of guilt passed through Su Yang's eyes. Could it be the butterfly effect stemming from his acquisition of the system? "Ah, Xiaosu, I have something to discuss with you." "Director, I have a stomachache. I need to use the restroom. Let us talk another day." Su Yang quickly fled. Lu Xun's mouth twitched. "Do you plan to take all day?" Today's youth were indeed harder to manage. Lu Xun glanced at the marble table, shaking his head and sighing. "If all else fails, I'll have to find a shredder." After Su Yang finished his evening practice, he met with Chen Ming. The campus of the third high school was expansive, with 3 grades spread across different areas, each several kilometers apart. Thus, students from different grades rarely crossed paths. The sheer size of the campus necessitated numerous patrol teams to ensure every corner was monitored. The 2nd and 3rd grade teachers were patrolling their respective areas, while Su Yang and Chen Ming were primarily responsible for the vicinity of the North Gate. As usual, the one-armed elder remained taciturn, merely nodding in acknowledgement as they patrolled in silence. This left Su Yang, who had a natural inclination for conversation, feeling quite stifled. He envied those paired with the younger female teachers, as there were quite a few attractive ones in the 1st grade team, though none matched his ideal of a voluptuous Valkyrie. After a while, Su Yang could no longer contain himself. "Brother Chen, may I ask you something?" Su Yang glanced at Chen Ming's empty right sleeve. "Brother Chen, with the advancements in technology, have you considered getting a prosthetic arm?" As a veteran, he would have access to government subsidies, and modern prosthetics were quite sophisticated, allowing for smooth movement and a sense of dignity for those with disabilities. Moreover, with the competition among manufacturers, the cost of acquiring a prosthetic would be minimal. "No need," Chen Ming replied, his face betraying no emotion, his voice deep and resolute. "I can slay beasts with one hand just fine." Su Yang quickly gave a thumbs up, momentarily at a loss for words. Chen Ming continued, "In the future, when you encounter ferocious beasts, even humanoid ones, do not show any mercy." "Yes, I shall remember that." Su Yang thought to himself how highly Chen Ming regarded him. Humanoid ferocious beasts were exceedingly rare, and he could count them on one hand, their counterparts being the martial kings of the human realm. If he were to encounter one, he would wonder whether it was a stroke of luck or misfortune. It was a consensus among the 1st grade teachers to avoid discussing ferocious beasts and battlefield experiences with Chen Ming, as they wished to spare him from recalling painful memories. "Brother Chen, you know I practice the 9 techniques of horizontal body cultivation," Su Yang said, scratching his head with a smile. "I have very little practical experience and lack combat skills. Perhaps you could teach me someday?" Su Yang's combat experience was primarily limited to sparring with classmates, mere skirmishes. The 9 techniques of horizontal body cultivation were defensive in nature, and if he were to face any real danger, he would be more of a passive target. Now equipped with chaotic energy and super meridians, he needed to learn offensive techniques and strategies to enhance his overall combat capability. Purely focusing on defense would be a waste of his chaotic energy and super meridians. All right, Chun Ming replied, then inquired, what level are you currently at? 2nd level. Bronze bones. Su Yang raised his right hand. This palm has completed its coating. Chun Ming instinctively reached out with his left hand, grasping Su Yang's palm, and suddenly exclaimed, "Oh." Feigning confusion, Su Yang asked, "What is it?" Chun Ming's expression turned incredulous. "The sensation is off. It doesn't feel like the 2nd level. It resembles the 3rd level. No, the 4th level." Chapter 34. Coating. It is indeed peculiar that the sensation feels just right. After all, the coating is applied with chaotic energy, which undoubtedly surpasses the strength of ordinary copper bones. Yet, Su Yang, lacking a reference point, remains uncertain about the caliber of his copper bone strength. Chun Ming, having once served as a frontline instructor, is undoubtedly well-versed in such matters. However, Su Yang is genuinely astonished by his ability to discern the bone's condition. "Brother Chun, how did you manage to ascertain this?" "I feel," Chun Ming replied earnestly, casting a serious glance at Su Yang. "No, I am merely in awe and at a loss for words." Chun Ming's temperament is not one to jest lightly. Su Yang feigned puzzlement. Could it be that the prolonged stagnation at the pinnacle of martial artists has led to this accumulation over the years? Chun Ming nodded. "It indicates that you have put in considerable effort. By the way, congratulations on your promotion to martial spirit." Su Yang smiled. The school circle is small, and such developments are nearly impossible to conceal. In truth, he had no intention of hiding it. Having ascended to the 8th rank of martial spirit, he could finally hold his head high within the classroom circle, speaking with newfound confidence. Had he not been concerned about his age, he would have eagerly hosted a promotion banquet to collect gifts. "What level do you perceive it to be, Brother Chun?" Su Yang pretended to be curious. "I too feel that the intensity has significantly increased, but I am unsure if it is due to my elevation in rank." This was a perfect opportunity for Su Yang to gain a free evaluation of his strength, allowing him to gain a clearer understanding of himself from another perspective. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Ming provided his assessment. "You are situated between the 3rd and 4th levels. Do you mind if I examine other areas?" Su Yang opened his hands, gesturing for Chun Ming to proceed. Chun Ming proceeded to palpate various parts of Su Yang's body, his usually serious demeanor revealing a hint of peculiarity. "Only your right palm exhibits this level of hardness. The rest is of lesser quality than an ordinary 2nd level. It appears you have a particular affinity for your right palm, having evidently devoted significant effort there." Su Yang raised an eyebrow. "I suspect you are joking, yet I have no evidence to support my claim. With just your right palm, could it withstand a 7th rank martial xian? Striking your right palm would certainly pose no issue, but your body cannot endure it. It is too fragile." Chun Ming remarked seriously. "If your entire body possessed the strength of your right palm, the 7th rank martial xian would struggle to contend with you. With full exertion, you could withstand a martial sovereign strike without succumbing." Chun Ming, being at the pinnacle of the 7th rank martial xian, had lost an arm, thus diminishing his overall capability. Even so, he remains among the upper echelons of the faculty. He stands on par with the vice principal. However, should a confrontation arise, it is likely that the vice principal emerging from the training room would not match Chun Ming's prowess. "Thank you for your guidance, Brother Chun. You must have spent several years honing your right palm to reach this level. Before turning 50, you have the potential to complete the full body coating." Chun Ming encouraged. "Do not give up. You can still achieve the 7th rank martial xian before 50. Focus on your training. You have the chance to cultivate a formidable physique, truly becoming a half-step martial sovereign." Su Yang nodded eagerly, recognizing that Chun Ming's encouragement was sincere, devoid of derision, and perhaps even overly optimistic. Before he had the system, reaching the pinnacle of the 8th rank seemed the utmost limit he could aspire to in his lifetime. Entering the 7th rank martial xian was already a daunting task. The essence of martial cultivation is fundamentally a prolonged process of accumulation. Exceptional talents are not the only ones who can achieve remarkable feats. Substantial resources are invariably required behind the scenes. One cannot cultivate martial arts without financial means. Nevertheless, Chun Ming's insights have instilled Su Yang with newfound confidence regarding his current capabilities. For him, coding is now a straightforward process, provided he has sufficient energy. Once he achieves complete coding and attains mastery over his copper bones, the 7th rank martial xian would pose no threat, enabling him to withstand a martial sovereign strike without peril. While he might not be able to retaliate against them, at the very least, his survival would be assured. "If I cannot defeat them, I can at least feign death. Can I?" I am also familiar with the tortoise breathing technique. As long as the martial sovereign does not deliver a finishing blow, I can survive. However, such musings seem far-fetched. Su Yang finds it difficult to envision a scenario where a martial sovereign would seek to eliminate a mere instructor. Surely it would not be out of jealousy for his good looks. On reflection, Su Yang realizes he has harbored a rather rigid impression of Qin Ming. This one-armed elder brother does not seem aloof. In fact, he appears quite willing to assist others. It is merely due to a lack of interaction that Su Yang assumed Qin Ming was unapproachable. As they continued their patrol, Qin Ming appeared somewhat distracted. "Brother Qin, what is the matter?" Without preamble, Qin Ming stated, "The masked martial sovereign who appeared last night possesses formidable strength, not typical of an ordinary peak realm." Su Yang was taken aback. He had been preoccupied with acting alongside Li Yiming and Zhu Tao the previous night, completely oblivious to any anomalies. "Brother Qin, did you witness the event last night?" "Yes, I vaguely heard some commotion and hurried over," Qin Ming replied, gazing toward the campus's outskirts. "The elders managed to force him out. The leader mentioned that 2 of the elders were injured." Qin Ming nodded slightly, indeed. But the adversary did not gain any advantage and had to retreat, albeit in a rather embarrassing fashion. 4 against 1, and still allowed the assailant to escape. It seems he has a history of violence. Su Yang's expression shifted subtly. "A wanted criminal?" "No," Qin Ming shook his head. "He resembles someone with professional training, focusing on lethal strikes with impressive agility. I suspect he is an assassin. He likely intended to infiltrate, but underestimated the perceptive abilities honed through years of experience by the elders. Such arrogance often leads to a relentless pursuit of tasks left unfinished. Thus patrols will likely become the norm until this matter is resolved. Be cautious, as he may target instructors," Qin Ming warned, casting a sharp glance at Su Yang. Su Yang felt a pang of anxiety. Better safe than sorry. To err on the side of caution, he decided to suspend the task of researching methods for Li Yiming starting tomorrow. Instead, he would focus on the chaotic energy coding project, striving to perfect his copper bones and enhance his survival odds. That evening, upon returning to his dormitory, Su Yang found himself compelled to work late into the night to complete the coding of his other hand. It was not until the early hours that both hands underwent a true transformation into copper bones. He reluctantly utilized a substantial portion of his savings to purchase nutritional solutions in bulk, budgeting 60,000 to expedite the enhancement of his copper bones. In the following days, apart from briefly appearing in Class 5 for morning exercises and participating in evening patrols, Su Yang dedicated the majority of his time to the office or dormitory, focusing intently on the coding process. Fortunately, no unforeseen incidents arose during patrols. With the involvement of the Kunlun patrol team, they have been consistently patrolling the areas surrounding the school in recent days. The masked martial sovereign has yet to reappear. In the office, Su Yang sat cross-legged, unable to suppress his excitement. After several days of intensive effort, his copper bones were nearing completion. Now, only the final and most crucial area remained, the skull. The primary difficulty lay in controlling the energy. Stability was paramount throughout the entire process to ensure that the coating remained external to the skull, under the epidermal layer, lest he inadvertently harm his brain or central nervous system. Numerous similar cases exist. Several professors at the Eastern Sea Martial Arts Teacher Training Institute have sustained injuries, accidentally causing concussions or, in severe instances, brain hemorrhages that necessitated emergency ICU treatment to save their lives. Currently, Su Yang felt an unusual tension, hesitating to proceed. Even though his proficiency had surged over the past few days, he still lacked confidence. After all, he had achieved in 3 days what others might take over 30 years to accomplish. To be cautious, perhaps he should reserve a spot in the ICU? Chapter 35, Power Crisis. After much hesitation, Su Yang found himself lacking confidence. The final step was undeniably crucial. Only when the skull was completely enveloped could it be deemed a true mastery of the copper bone technique. However, the risks loomed large, and Su Yang was reluctant to proceed without precautions. He needed a way to mitigate the potential for uncontrollable outcomes. After mulling over the situation, a brilliant idea suddenly sparked in his mind. The concept of invincibility. When one is harmed by a student, any injury will be negated, entering into a state of invulnerability. If he could time it perfectly and have the student cooperate, he could allow the student to strike him if things went awry, thus naturally nullifying any damage incurred from losing control. Yet, he had already cultivated chaotic energy, and employing the 5th class to attack him with hidden force as before would likely be ineffective. Once those hidden forces entered his body, they would probably be consumed by the chaotic energy before he could complete the enveloping process. Furrowing his brow, Su Yang realized that the task of enveloping required intense concentration, making it impossible to multitask. However, a solution quickly took shape in his mind. He promptly messaged Li Yiming, requesting him to bring the Thunder Needle to his office. Upon receiving Su Yang's message, Li Yiming was perplexed. Why would he need to bring the Thunder Needle to the office? Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it and seized the opportunity to slip away from the classroom, where the 5th class was engrossed in a game of werewolf. Under the pretense of using the restroom, he stealthily approached Su Yang's office. "Old Su, I'm here. Open the door." Su Yang hurriedly opened the door to let Li Yiming in. "Did you bring the Thunder Needle?" Li Yiming revealed the launching device strapped to his arm. "I have it. But what is the plan? Help me cultivate." "Wait, what?" Li Yiming was momentarily stunned. "Use the Thunder Needle for cultivation." Su Yang quickly instructed. "I will enter a meditative state and focus intensely. I want to be able to remind you, so stay alert. If I show any signs of distress, don't hesitate. Immediately give me a shot." "Didn't he hear that?" I heard. Li Yiming scratched his head, feeling dazed. It was likely that the developers of the Thunder Needle never envisioned it being used as a cultivation aid. "Are you ready? I will begin my breathing exercises." All right. With Li Yiming's confirmation, Su Yang ceased his delay and entered a meditative state. His perception of the external world began to blur as he concentrated, directing the chaotic energy within him towards his skull. The chaotic energy slithered through his body like a serpent, occasionally veering off course and requiring timely redirection. After a while, under Su Yang's guidance, the chaotic energy finally reached the area of the skull, marking the commencement of the enveloping process. The process of enveloping entailed winding the chaotic energy, akin to silk threads, around the surface of the bone. Once a sufficient number of layers were intertwined, the energies that came into contact would merge, ultimately forming a membrane-like structure. It was imperative that the chaotic energy remained on the surface and did not permeate the bone. Otherwise, the enveloping would fail. Su Yang began guiding the chaotic energy to wrap around the surface of the skull. Each rotation proved to be a formidable challenge. Directly guiding the chaotic energy in a straight line was already a serpentine endeavor. The circular guidance was naturally more complex. As expected, just past the halfway mark of the first rotation, the chaotic energy deviated from its intended path and plunged into the interior of the skull. Instantly, Su Yang felt a vague stinging sensation in his brain. Observing Su Yang's twitching eye, Li Yiming swiftly pressed the launch device, delivering a shot to Su Yang before hastily retreating to avoid any collateral damage. In an instant, the prickling sensation in Su Yang's brain dissipated. He rejoiced, effective. He quickly reeled the chaotic energy back and resumed the enveloping process. After a series of 3 misaligned attempts, the first rotation was completed with difficulty. Su Yang knotted the beginning and end of the first layer to enhance its stability before embarking on the second rotation. Unbeknownst to them, half an hour had elapsed. Li Yiming had administered a total of 36 shots, and seeing Su Yang still seated in meditation made him scratch his head in confusion. Although it wasn't the first time he witnessed Su Yang immune to the Thunder Needle, the scene before him felt utterly absurd. Yet, observing Su Yang show no signs of awakening, Li Yiming's brow furrowed in concern. The energy of the launching device had dwindled to 1/5. The Thunder Needle could not be recharged. Household electricity lacked the necessary voltage to meet its high-pressure demands. They relied on miniature antimatter fuel cells for energy conversion. These batteries were consumables, and once depleted, they would need to be repurchased, each costing approximately 50,000 yuan, with an estimated total of 500 shots. From the beginning of the semester until now, Li Yiming had only fired around 100 shots, most of which had been used on Su Yang. He wondered how much longer Su Yang would need to cultivate and hoped his battery would endure. Li Yiming scratched his head, not giving it further thought, and continued to monitor Su Yang's movements. At the slightest disturbance, he would administer a shot, then quickly retract and recharge. This cycle continued for another half hour. Su Yang's signs of distress became noticeably more frequent. Although Li Yiming hadn't kept track of the number of shots, the energy of the launching device had nearly diminished to 2/5. "Old Su?" Li Yiming gently called out, but Su Yang remained unresponsive, clearly still immersed in his cultivation. During this phase, his perception of the external world was exceedingly vague. 1 hour, 2 hours. To avoid disturbances from the 5th class, Li Yiming had even turned off his phone, remaining vigilantly by Su Yang's side. Yet, anxiety began to mount within him. The energy had dwindled to 1/5. Yet Su Yang still showed no signs of awakening. There were no spare batteries in the dormitory. After all, Li Yiming had never anticipated exhausting the Thunder Needle's energy within a single day. Goodness, old Su still isn't waking up. Li Yiming felt a surge of anxiety. What will I do if it runs out of power? As he spoke, Su Yang's brow furrowed, prompting Li Yiming to quickly fire another Thunder Needle. Gradually, Su Yang's expression returned to normal. Faced with the impending energy crisis, Li Yiming found himself at a loss. What would happen when the energy ran out? If Su Yang's cultivation went awry, it could spell disaster for his life. Chapter 36. Target acquired. Unbeknownst to him, the launch mechanism of the Thunder Needles had already illuminated most of its warning lights in crimson. Insufficient power. Oh no. Li Yiming's face turned pale, while Su Yang remained seated in a meditative posture, oblivious to the urgency around him. What should I do now? Only 10 Thunder Needles remained operational in the ejector. Li Yiming was in a state of frantic anxiety, akin to an ant on a hot pan. Observing a slight movement from Su Yang, he hastily administered another needle. 9 needles left. At that moment, Li Yiming's gaze caught the power strip at the corner of the desk, and he blinked in surprise. Old Su had cultivated his energy. He had taken nearly 400 needles without any adverse effects, so the household electricity should be safe, right? Li Yiming was uncertain. The instantaneous high voltage generated by the Thunder Needles was non-lethal due to its non-continuous nature, as long as the household electricity was not continuous. Even though it wasn't high voltage, there was no other option now. After hastily administering another needle to Su Yang, Li Yiming dashed towards the power outlet, swiftly disconnecting the power before frantically unplugging all the devices from the power strip. The length was just right, allowing him to reach Su Yang. He hastily pried open the socket and placed Su Yang's 2 fingers directly into the outlet, then with a roll, grabbed the power strip's plug, aiming for the wall socket. His breaths quickened with tension, his eyes fixed intently on Su Yang. As soon as he noticed Su Yang stir, he immediately plugged the device into the socket. In the next instant, the frown on Su Yang's forehead began to ease. I am truly a genius. Li Yiming let out a silent sigh of relief, witnessing Su Yang's brow smoothen, and hurriedly unplugged the device. Had I known this method would be effective, I wouldn't have wasted the Thunder Needles or a battery. Old Su surely hadn't he realized. Next time, he needn't call for me. Otherwise, I'd risk exposure. I could just touch the switch myself while cultivating. With the discovery of this effective method, the heavy burden in Li Yiming's heart finally lifted. Meanwhile, Su Yang was concluding the final touches of the membrane process. With Li Yiming's assistance, the procedure was characterized by speed and intensity. If it failed, they would promptly start over. Su Yang had no time to familiarize himself with the manipulation of chaotic energy. Moreover, Su Yang was not particularly gifted. An epiphany regarding techniques was far from realistic. He could only accumulate knowledge over time. The previously entwined chaotic energy began to merge, with just a small portion remaining to complete the sealing. After spiraling 20 times and failing 15, the chaotic energy finally enveloped the top of his skull. The membrane was complete. A smile involuntarily crept onto Su Yang's lips. Upon witnessing this, Li Yiming promptly plugged in the device to continue the power supply. However, Su Yang's smile was suddenly overshadowed by a drastic change in expression. Could it be that the voltage is insufficient? But where am I supposed to procure high voltage now? At that moment, Su Yang's eyes flew open, startling Li Yiming. Old Su, how are you? Thanks to you, the cultivation was a success. As Su Yang finished speaking, he unconsciously glanced at his fingers inserted into the power strip. My Thunder Needles are out of power, so I had to use this instead. That works too. Li Yiming quickly unplugged the device, and Su Yang slowly rose, stretching his limbs. Remaining in one position for an extended period had left his joints somewhat stiff, and the membrane process had exerted pressure. As he stretched and relaxed his muscles, the chaotic membrane on the surface of his bones gradually expanded. In an instant, a series of cracking sounds echoed throughout his body, and Su Yang felt an immense sense of relief. Li Yiming was not particularly surprised by Su Yang's method of cultivation. After all, cultivating energy must involve a unique approach. However, he never expected it to be achieved through electricity. Old Su, please don't tell me your so-called body-tempering secret is this. Impossible, Su Yang casually dismissed. Li Yiming sighed in relief. That's good. All right, you've worked hard. Hurry back to rest. Oh, wait. Li Yiming hurriedly brandished the now depleted ejector. I need to buy a new battery. Su Yang, in high spirits, instinctively replied, no problem, I'll reimburse you. How much? 50,000. Is this battery made of gold or silver? Oh, it's an antimatter fuel cell. So that indeed is the price. Su Yang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. How did the budget of 60,000 suddenly double? Yet, regardless of the cost, it was a fortune well spent. Pouring millions into cultivation might not yield the same results, and it wasn't something that could be achieved merely with wealth. I'll owe you for now. I'll reimburse you when I receive my year-end bonus and performance pay, all right? Forget it. Li Yiming waved his hand and smiled. I was just joking. You are my lifesaver. How could I ask you for money? I must be off quickly. Others will wonder where I've been for so long. I need to think of an explanation for our next encounter. All right, go ahead. Li Yiming discreetly exited the office, while Su Yang stretched his hands and clapped them together, feeling almost no pain. According to Brother Chun, the 7th-tier martial arts realm was completely powerless against him. Only those above the martial respect level could inflict harm. In a sense, he had now achieved a defensive capability akin to a half-step martial respect. In high spirits, Su Yang resolved to reciprocate the favor. He needed to find a compatible method for Li Yiming. However, upon Li Yiming's anxious return to the classroom, he found everyone still engrossed in the world of werewolf. Utterly oblivious to his return, not a single person inquired about his whereabouts. They were thoroughly engrossed in the game. Li Yiming felt a surge of humiliation and tapped one person's shoulder. "What's up?" The individual turned, slightly irritated by the interruption. "You've disrupted my train of thought. I've been gone for several hours." "Huh, really?" The person paused. "Where did you go?" Li Yiming forced a smile. "Just taking a stroll." "Oh, humph." In a fit of anger, Li Yiming surveyed the room, discovering that Zhu Tao was still absent. Zhu Tao had been missing for several days after morning exercises, and no one seemed to care. The dynamics within Class 5 were peculiar. They were only united when playing games or competing against teachers. At other times, they mostly kept to themselves, especially since they were all from prominent families, often rivals to one another. It was remarkable that they didn't actively target each other, and naturally, they were unconcerned about others' whereabouts. On the rooftop, Zhu Tao extended 2 fingers of his right hand, closing his eyes against the wind. Between his fingers, several black threads danced in the breeze, their other ends connected to a dozen suspended specialized steel needles. After a moment, Zhu Tao opened his eyes, his gaze sharp. "Target." In an instant, the suspended specialized steel needles shot forth, all piercing into Zhu Tao's palm. "I didn't ask you all to come." Chapter 37. The tool. Zhu Tao endured the pain as he slowly extracted the numerous steel needles from his hand. Fortunately, they had not been inserted too deeply. Despite the discomfort, Zhu Tao felt an overwhelming sense of joy. He was on the verge of mastering the second layer of the Byzantine Shuyunju. With precise control over a single needle during a moment of concentration, he would finally achieve this layer. However, this was not simply a matter of manipulating the needles with his qi. The ability to project one's essence to control objects was a feat only attainable by those at the martial emperor level. This was merely a minor technique within the Byzantine Shuyunju. By utilizing a thin black thread as a medium, he could channel his essence into the specialized steel needles. Once he reached a certain proficiency, he could conceal the needles in his sleeve, and with a flick of his fingers, launch them unexpectedly at his adversaries. This technique required not only mastery over his essence, but also a profound understanding of the human body, honed through repeated training. Zhu Tao felt quite confident in his control over his essence, yet he lacked an opportunity for practice. The ideal training partner would naturally be a living person. But where could he find someone willing to be his target? Suddenly, a figure flashed through his mind. Wasn't Su Yang the perfect training partner? After all, Su Yang possessed the ability to transform qi and would have no fear of being pricked. That evening, after Su Yang returned from patrol, he was met with an urgent knock on his door. Upon opening it, he found a young man standing in the hallway, gazing at the moon with his hands clasped behind his back. Su Yang, feeling indifferent, promptly slammed the door shut. After a moment, the knocking resumed, accompanied by Zhu Tao's anxious voice. Teacher, I won't act pretentiously anymore. Let me in." Reluctantly, Su Yang opened the door and snapped. "Did I not say to come find me after you reached the 7th rank? I won't assist you now." "That's not it." Zhu Tao hurriedly interjected. "It's something else. And only you can help me." "What is it?" "Speak inside." Su Yang allowed Zhu Tao to enter and said, "Go on." "Teacher, I have nearly mastered the second layer of the Byzantine Shuyunju," Zhu Tao exclaimed. "I urgently need a sparring partner to help me break through to the 3rd layer." "Oh, you're about to master the second layer?" Su Yang was taken aback. "Are you serious?" Su Yang scrutinized Zhu Tao, who was proudly holding his head high. A smile barely contained. It seemed genuine. However, such rapid advancement in his training suggested that the repercussions of an unstable foundation were beginning to manifest. Nonetheless, discussing this was futile, as Su Yang found himself at a loss. "So, how should I assist you in your training?" "It's simple," Zhu Tao replied. "You need to strip off your clothes, and let me prick you to practice my technique." Su Yang considered the request, and found it not unreasonable. He had studied the principles of the Byzantine Shuyun needle, and for practical application, using a person as a target would indeed be the most efficient method, albeit somewhat taxing on the individual. "You don't fear that I might inadvertently harm you?" Zhu Tao responded with a tone of assurance. "You have the ability to transform qi. You needn't worry about being pricked." "Your attitude displeases me," Su Yang remarked sternly. "As your teacher, I have but one request." "What is it?" "Should any trouble arise from this, do not implicate me. I'll do my best." Su Yang never anticipated that he would one day become a tool for someone else. Let the training commence. Zhu Tao thought to himself, eager to enhance his strength, which would also yield energy feedback for Su Yang, a mutually beneficial arrangement. Additionally, he saw this as an opportunity to cultivate their teacher-student relationship. Thus, Su Yang resolutely bared his torso, while Zhu Tao pulled up a diagram of acupoints on his phone, searching for guidance. The atmosphere was slightly awkward, prompting Su Yang to introduce a topic. Have you given any serious thought to your future? Zhu Tao, while studying the diagram, replied, given my talent, I refuse to squander it. I now have a life goal. Su Yang's heart swelled with joy. This was a positive development for the young man. What goal? Zhu Tao's expression turned solemn. I have a childhood friend. Once I am capable, I intend to marry her. Wait, what? Su Yang exclaimed, surprised. You seem to be quite the romantic. Yet observing Zhu Tao's complex expression, Su Yang understood. As a scion of a great family, the constraints of marriage were likely not in Zhu Tao's hands. Having grown up together, they shared mutual feelings. Yet Zhu Tao's lack of innate talent restricted his freedom in choosing a partner. His childhood friend was likely also from a prominent family, rendering them mere pawns in a game of familial alliances. To gain freedom and love, one must first acquire strength. Su Yang sighed, work hard. As long as you possess strength, your love will find its way. Zhu Tao frowned. Love? It's nothing but a tangled mess. Su Yang was momentarily stunned. What do you mean? That girl has always bullied and humiliated me due to her superior talent, Zhu Tao seethed. I could never retaliate. I had to swallow my pride. Once I gain strength, I will marry her and ensure she bears my child. Su Yang felt vindicated in his assessment of Zhu Tao's character. This boy certainly exhibited traits of a formidable man in the making. Such a mindset is detrimental. Su Yang admonished, adopting a serious tone befitting a teacher. This is merely a vengeful impulse, which will only ensnare you further, blinding you with hatred. You must broaden your perspective. You are the future of our nation. A pillar of society, destined to become a martial deity and protector of human civilization. Do not let such petty grievances hinder your path. Although Zhu Tao's current situation was akin to being ensnared by a carnivorous flower, it did not prevent Su Yang from attempting to correct his somewhat distorted worldview. Zhu Tao scoffed, a hint of annoyance crossing his face. He did not appreciate being lectured, yet with a request at hand, he could only endure. To take her as your wife would only detract from your own growth. It is not worth the cost. Oh, wait. Chapter 38. Reality jokes aside. Su Yang must embrace the role of an educator. In comparison to martial arts training, instilling a correct set of values in students and nurturing talent is of paramount importance. However, Su Yang harbors a disdain for grandiose educational philosophies and is loath to adopt an aloof, preachy demeanor. Not only would the students find it tiresome, but he would as well. Time is on their side. Corrections can be made gradually. In truth, the profound principles are already understood by them. They possess an innate awareness of the individuals they aspire to become. Su Yang softly stated, not seeking to stand tall and proud, but simply to be true to oneself is sufficient. Zhu Tao nodded slightly, murmuring, you truly differ from other teachers. Su Yang replied, I know. My striking appearance is merely superficial, so there is no need to focus on it. Zhu Tao rolled his eyes inwardly, and after a moment of silence, he added, in any case, I am very grateful to you. Su Yang smiled softly, choosing not to respond. There are many talented individuals, yet true mentors are rare. I understand this principle, Zhu Tao earnestly expressed. If it weren't for your guidance, I would never have encountered acupuncture. Nor would I have discovered my innate talent for it. This kindness I shall forever cherish. Feeling a sense of gratification, Su Yang acknowledged that gratitude signifies a heart not entirely corrupted. The students of Class 5 were not inherently bad, they simply lacked direction. Listening to your teacher will never lead you astray, he assured. Suddenly, Su Yang turned and remarked, indeed, apply pressure to this acupoint. My shoulder is rather sore. In recent days, Su Yang had spent long hours in the library seeking the right mental techniques for Li Yiming, resulting in some shoulder discomfort. He couldn't help but reflect. You have yet to witness the silent sacrifices I make for your benefit. Zhu Tao resolutely pressed down with all his might, his voice tinged with desperation. You may exert yourself before us, but who sees the efforts behind the scenes? It's not as if it's something shameful. That was a valid point. Su Yang found himself in agreement. Perhaps it would indeed be better for me to demonstrate my efforts in front of you. After pressing for a while, Zhu Tao's hands began to ache. Hesitating for a moment, he inquired, Teacher, do you think I can truly become a martial god? Ah, this is a metaphor, you understand? Su Yang replied. It merely indicates that your talent for acupuncture is commendable, that you possess the potential of a martial god. It does not guarantee that you can truly become one. I cannot promise you that. Anything is possible, Su Yang added. However, it would be more practical for you to consider how to attain the 7th rank of martial mysticism first. Do not let yourself become complacent. You have a long way to go. Maintain a humble mindset, for the world is replete with geniuses. Take, for example, the first martial arts high school in Donghai City. What talented individuals do you think are admitted there? Surely your family has many peers your age enrolled in the first high school, right? A flicker of bitterness and anger crossed Zhu Tao's face. Indeed, recognizing the resentment in Zhu Tao's words, Su Yang was not surprised. Harmony within large families is a rarity. Most members are fierce competitors. Unlike the relatively equitable resource distribution in a school environment, familial resources are often highly imbalanced. In such an environment, individuals like Zhu Tao, with their talents and capabilities, inevitably face ridicule and disdain. They either rise against the humiliation or succumb to despair and accept their fate. Class 5 has evidently chosen the latter. However, the blood ties grant them a share of the family's benefits, however meager, ensuring a comfortable existence. Humans exist beyond humans, and heavens beyond heavens. One must always keep a humble heart, Zhu Tao echoed. I understand. Enduring hardship is the path to greatness. That depends on the environment, Su Yang corrected. In the realm of martial arts, that saying is not entirely accurate. If you fail to find a cultivation path that suits you, then you are simply enduring unnecessary hardship. No amount of suffering will elevate you above others. Su Yang felt justified in his assertion, for prior to his involvement with Class 5, the students' meager cultivation efficiency rendered their efforts futile. Their strength would continue to decline regardless of how much hardship they faced. Thus, the significance of a mentor becomes apparent. Listen to your teacher. At the very least, your efforts will yield visible rewards. I feel as though you are subtly manipulating me, but I cannot refute you. Zhu Tao replied. Su Yang shrugged slightly. Think what you will. I simply wish to instill some spirit in you. For your own future. Zhu Tao raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. And for your own title? Su Yang chuckled. Indeed. My future as principal hinges on how well you all perform. Zhu Tao remarked. I suddenly find you quite to my liking. Being your student seems rather pleasant. Zhu Tao mused. Do remember to give me a 5-star review upon graduation. Absolutely. Zhu Tao grinned. Not merely a 5-star review. If I truly become a martial god, I will ensure that your name is honored in my family's ancestral hall, and every day my kin will bow and offer incense in your name. Zhu Tao's sincerity was palpable. I speak only the truth. That is entirely unnecessary. Admission to the ancestral hall is the highest honor in my family. Yet I do not bear the name Zhu. Indeed, after this exchange of heartfelt sentiments, Su Yang felt that his relationship with Zhu Tao had made truly significant strides. This rebellious student had ultimately succumbed to the undeniable charm of his teacher. If only the others in Class 5 could grasp this understanding. But that seemed rather unrealistic. Zhu Tao had already begun practicing with the acupuncture needles, poking at Su Yang's back. Ultimately, I am simply different from them. Su Yang allowed Zhu Tao to practice. Feeling nothing and perplexed, how so? Class 5, aside from you, is filled with fools. As Li Yiming had suggested, the members of Class 5 harbored mutual disdain. Su Yang found the situation both amusing and exasperating. How then can you all continue to work together? There's no choice. We see each other every day. So we must endure one another. Besides, if I don't play along with them, how will I showcase my intellectual superiority? Indeed, the thought processes of Class 5 were quite unique. You must learn to unite and support one another in the future. If you cannot even manage that, given the familial ties, you will inevitably become rivals. Are you all so pragmatic at your age? Unfortunately, it cannot be avoided, Zhu Tao sighed. Looking at the needle marks on Su Yang's back that formed the phrase "You are my father," with a sense of satisfaction. Chapter 39, Abbreviated Mental Techniques as the hour grew late. Su Yang instructed Zhu Tao to return to the dormitory for rest, assuring him that he could come by to practice each night. However, just as Zhu Tao was about to leave, a flicker of unease crossed his face. Teacher, may I ask you something? What is it? You wouldn't, hit a student. Would you? Su Yang was taken aback, responding confidently, of course not. How many times have you plotted against me? Yet have I ever laid a hand on you? All right then, I feel reassured. Huh? Su Yang inquired. What I mean is, if you wish to subdue others, you must refrain from using force. They respond better to gentleness than harshness. Su Yang regarded Zhu Tao with appreciation for his growing ability to consider matters from his own perspective. Thank you for the reminder. Zhu Tao chuckled awkwardly and hastily departed. Initially, he had intended only to play a prank, thinking that Su Yang's residual needle marks from his energy work would soon fade. However, half an hour later, the marks remained conspicuously visible. Upon returning to his room, Su Yang glanced at the time and commenced his final cycle of energy circulation for the day, marking the 7th such session, his absolute limit. He felt compelled to push on. Zhu Tao was nearing the 2nd level of his dual cultivation technique, and it would not be long before he advanced to the 3rd. The urgency to resolve Zhu Tao's dual cultivation conundrum had reached a critical point. This was a hurdle that every member of Class 5 faced. None could afford to restart their training, and they were all bound to follow the path of dual cultivation. Thus, they would confront identical challenges. With the elevation of their realms, adjustments were necessary each time. Upon reaching the 7th rank of martial cultivation, the dual cultivation technique would become a burden. The only viable solution, as Su Yang had previously envisioned, was to utilize chaotic energy to blur the properties of the two energies, merging them into one. Therefore, mastering the manipulation of chaotic energy became paramount. Typically, mastery is achieved through the gradual passage of time, which could take decades to refine to a level of precision. However, after expanding his meridians, Su Yang could drastically compress this timeline. By maximizing his 7 cycles of energy circulation, he aimed to enhance his proficiency in chaotic energy manipulation. Continuous training would significantly accelerate his tactile familiarity with chaotic energy. It was clear that retaining his savings would be impossible, yet these were mere trifles. The following day, after confirming the morning practice of Class 5, Su Yang returned to the library to continue his search for a suitable mental technique for Li Yiming. He managed to clear part of the technique repository, yet the compatibility remained low, with not even one technique exceeding 100 compatibility. Su Yang began to doubt whether he had been searching in the wrong direction. Other techniques showed even lower compatibility than the leg techniques, some even registering single digits. While the techniques he was currently examining should at least be in double digits, should he consider adapting someone else's techniques? No, that would merely invite unnecessary trouble. Even if he found a compatible technique from someone else, it would be exhausting if they did not cooperate. If it did not suit him, ignorance would be bliss. After half a day of filtering, Su Yang was overwhelmed by the weight of the long-standing legacy of Hua Xia's martial arts. Still, there were no fruitful results. He casually flipped through the fragments in the technique repository. Besides complete techniques, there were numerous incomplete fragments available for reference and study. He chose a fragment of a leg technique, hoping it might yield something special. Compatibility check in progress. Check completed. Compatibility with Li Yiming is 34? Su Yang blinked in surprise at the plus-minus sign. The question mark indicated that the incomplete section could not be assessed. This implied that even if the missing part were restored, the compatibility might either increase or decrease. An audacious idea struck Su Yang. Could he alter a mental technique to change its compatibility, perhaps even create one specifically suited for Li Yiming? Generally, mental techniques are categorized by levels. The 9-phase horizontal technique that Su Yang practiced is divided into 9 levels, while Zhu Tao's current technique, the heavenly repairing cloud stitch, comprises 6 levels. Removing any level would affect compatibility, potentially increasing or decreasing it, and could result in a failure to adapt if a critical section were missing. With this thought in mind, Su Yang immediately set to work. He identified the heavenly Xian leg technique with a compatibility rating of 87. This technique consists of 7 levels, with the highest realm attainable being the martial sovereign realm. After creating a document, he first attempted to remove the first level for compatibility testing. Compatibility check in progress. This technique is missing a critical component. Compatibility check failed. Su Yang's eyes brightened. After restoring the first level, he tried removing the last level instead. Compatibility check in progress. Check completed. Compatibility with Li Yiming is 143. What? Su Yang's eyes widened. Removing the last level increased the compatibility by over 60. Could it be that the level of this technique is simply too high for Li Yiming? After meticulously reviewing the contents of the final level of the heavenly Xian leg technique, he concluded that it only affected the upper limit. Without the last level, one could only reach the pinnacle of the 7th rank of martial cultivation. Su Yang blinked, pressing on. He then removed the second to last level and checked compatibility once more. Compatibility check in progress. Check completed. Compatibility with Li Yiming is 278. The compatibility doubled again. However, with only 5 levels remaining. The upper limit had lowered, allowing only for compatibility up to the mid-level of the 7th rank. If he were to remove another level, compatibility would only extend to the entry level of the 7th rank. Yet, he decided to attempt it. Compatibility check in progress. Check completed. Compatibility with Li Yiming is 368. Su Yang couldn't help but scratch his head. The heavenly Xian leg had been reduced to the heavenly remnant leg. Yet compatibility had reached an ideal state. He realized he could not remove any more levels. The first 4 were critical components, while the last 3 were progressive aspects. Removing any would trigger a system alert indicating that compatibility was unattainable due to missing critical parts. What about the heavenly repairing cloud needle? Su Yang quickly opened the copy of the technique and attempted to delete levels from the end. However, removing the last level caused compatibility to plummet to 224. He could not proceed further, as the first 5 levels of the heavenly repairing cloud technique were essential. each one indispensable. According to the compatibility feedback, it appeared that Li Yiming was only suited to practice the first 4 levels of the Heavenly Xian leg, while the latter 3 would diminish his training efficiency. Yet, this upper limit seemed excessively low, confining him to the entry phase of the 7th rank of martial cultivation. Su Yang found this rather amusing. This indicated that once Li Yiming reached the entry level of the 7th rank, he must promptly switch techniques, or else his progress would stagnate. Of course, this was not an absolute rule. Anyone with exceptional comprehension and a solid theoretical foundation in martial arts could potentially derive advanced techniques from basic ones. However, Su Yang had never encountered such individuals, and he did not believe that Zhu Tao or Li Yiming possessed such insight. At least, he could not rely on these two to independently grasp advanced techniques. Yet, with his current limitations, Su Yang could only access basic techniques, leaving him with no recourse. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it. After saving the first 4 levels of the Heavenly Xian leg technique, he resolved to continue his search. After all, there remains a considerable portion of the mental techniques yet to be filtered, and it is imperative to select those that align most harmoniously with Li Yiming's cultivation. There can be no compromise in this matter. Suddenly, Su Yang felt a surge of pure energy flooding into his body, while simultaneously, a system notification echoed in his mind. Task completed. The beginner's gift pack has been dispatched to your item inventory. Please check to receive it. Chapter 40. The authority of the mentor upon regaining his composure. Su Yang immediately checked Zhu Tao's attributes. Indeed, he had ascended from E to D rank. The system's realm is classified as a major realm, hence there was no change. But Su Yang recognized this as Zhu Tao's second ascent within a minor realm. His current strength should now be at the advanced stage of an 8th rank martial spirit. Such rapid advancement is truly astonishing. It seems that using himself as a practice target last night provided this young man with considerable insights. Su Yang promptly guided the pure energy into his meridians, temporarily storing it in his dantian for gradual consumption. Typically, this process would induce a sharp pain near the dantian, akin to menstrual cramps, with the intensity varying from person to person. However, whether due to the expansion of his meridians or the energy feedback from Zhu Tao activating the mentor's invincibility, Su Yang felt nothing at all. Regardless, it was a good sign, and he was not inclined to dwell on it. Once he had sufficiently stored the pure energy, Su Yang eagerly turned to his inventory to examine the Novice Gift Pack. Novice Gift Pack, upon use, grants the exclusive skill authority of the mentor and a breaking through pill. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yang utilized it. Authority of the mentor, an exclusive, epic-level active skill that, when released, consumes a certain amount of stamina to instill on students, fostering a sense of reverence. The stamina consumed and the duration of the effect depend on individual circumstances. This skill only affects students bound to the class and has no cooldown. What a remarkable skill I now possess. The rebellious students of Class 5 have only dared to slight me due to my mentor's invincibility, but with this skill, who would still dare to test my patience? In his excitement, Su Yang quickly glanced at the breaking through pill. After examining it, he could barely suppress a grin. Breaking through pill. Consuming this pill allows one to disregard their bottleneck, breaking through the constraints of their own strength, effective only before reaching the martial sovereign realm. Limited to consumption before reaching the martial sovereign, which means if I can elevate my strength to the pinnacle of the 7th rank martial profound, I can directly advance to martial sovereign. Su Yang's heart swelled with indescribable joy. The most formidable hurdle in martial arts is the transition from the peak of the 7th rank martial profound to the martial sovereign, a final bottleneck. The phase before martial sovereign is merely a process of quantitative accumulation. As long as one continues to gather strength, a breakthrough will eventually occur. However, martial sovereign represents a qualitative transformation, signifying true entry into the ranks of martial arts masters. This final step has deterred countless individuals. Yet now, with the breaking through pill in hand, this formidable hurdle seems merely a trivial obstacle to Su Yang. This is far more practical than any luxury car or villa. Once I step into the martial sovereign realm, financial worries will be a thing of the past. Opportunities for wealth will abound. Delighted, Su Yang carefully stored the breaking through pill for future use in his pursuit of the martial sovereign. The system truly delivers. It offers genuine treasures. However, his elation was short-lived, as a new main quest abruptly doused his enthusiasm. Quest update. Main quest. All students in the class must reach a D rating. Success will reward a martial arts gift pack, with no time limit. Achieving a D rating for the entire class. The challenge lies not in enhancing strength, but in ensuring the cooperation of Class 5 students and avoiding any catastrophic failures during dual cultivation. Once a failure occurs, given the backgrounds of Class 5, I would likely face expulsion from the academy. Therefore, I must quickly improve my proficiency with the chaotic energy, merging the two energies to minimize the risk of failure. But before that, I shall test the effectiveness of the authority of the mentor. Su Yang had long found the rebellious students irksome. In no time, he arrived at the door of the classroom. Unlike other classrooms where students diligently practiced to enhance their martial prowess, the members of Class 5 were engrossed in playing cards, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Zhu Tao was absent, presumably off training alone. Previously, Su Yang had been indifferent, knowing that intervening would be futile. Although the authority of the mentor can be unleashed at any time, it does consume stamina. I cannot begin by targeting everyone. If I were to collapse from exhaustion, that would be utterly embarrassing. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yang decided to randomly select a fortunate rebellious student for testing. Standing at the doorway, he discreetly scanned the room, his gaze swiftly landing on Sun Zhao. It is you. With that, Su Yang entered the classroom with his hands clasped behind his back. Hearing the commotion, the card players glanced at Su Yang but dismissed him, returning to their game. Sun Zhao, engrossed in a game of do diju with two others, paid little mind until Su Yang suddenly chimed in. You have 3 twos and a pair of aces. Sun Zhao, instantly infuriated, spun around. Are you deliberately provoking me? Su Yang's eyes narrowed. Authority of the mentor. In an instant, Su Yang felt his stamina rapidly depleting. While Sun Zhao's furious expression began to falter, his gaze shifting away. Ultimately, he chose to swallow his pride and turned back to the game. Sun Zhao was baffled, uncertain as to why he suddenly felt intimidated by Su Yang. The other two players, witnessing Sun Zhao's capitulation, exchanged bewildered glances. What is happening? Sun Zhao is backing down. How audacious. How dare you disrespect your mentor? Su Yang straightened his posture, snorted coldly. Step outside. With that, he turned and walked out of the classroom. The students of Class 5 lifted their heads, confused. Previously, everyone had coexisted peacefully. What has gotten into Su Yang today? Moreover, how could Sun Zhao possibly listen to him? Wait, what? To their astonishment, Sun Zhao hesitated for a moment before abruptly rising to follow Su Yang, abandoning the game as the others rushed to the doorway to observe. Sun Zhao stood before Su Yang, head bowed in silence. He, too, was perplexed. Normally, he held Su Yang in low regard, yet today, he found himself inexplicably fearful. He couldn't quite grasp the reason for his trepidation, but he did not dare to meet Su Yang's gaze. Meanwhile, Su Yang was reveling in his triumph, maintaining a serious faade as he intoned. Who permitted you to play cards during training? Do you have no respect for me? Upon hearing this, Sun Zhao's fury ignited. Su Yang was indeed targeting him. Everyone else is playing cards. How blatant can you be in singling me out? Sun Zhao shot up, ready to retort, only to be met with Su Yang's imposing countenance, rendering him speechless. What are you looking at? Do you dare to defy your mentor after receiving his reprimand? Do you have any sense of accountability? Stand up straight. Instinctively, Sun Zhao straightened his posture, his anger clashing with an overwhelming sense of reverence. Su Yang's stamina continued to drain rapidly, especially as he noticed Sun Zhao's legs fidgeting, indicating his rebellious spirit still lingered. However, as Su Yang's meridians had expanded and he was bolstered by chaotic energy, his physical capabilities were vastly improved, even if his strength remained unchanged. Seizing this opportunity, I shall set an example. The students of Class 5, peering into the classroom, observed as Su Yang began directing his finger at Sun Zhao, who appeared submissive. A wave of disbelief swept through them. Is this really happening? Sun Zhao, the one who seemed invincible, is bowing to Su Yang? Why are you not standing up to him? Chapter 41, The Secret of Body Refinement. Su Yang unleashed a torrent of admonishments upon Sun Zhao, akin to a teacher chastising a wayward pupil. Look at yourself. Where's the demeanor of a scion of a prestigious family? Day in and day out, you remain stagnant, earning nothing but disdain. A true man, dwelling in this vast world, cannot languish for long beneath others. Su Yang was acutely aware that his words would bear little weight. If the members of Class 5 were inclined to heed advice, they would not have fallen into their current state. Yet, how could he not assert his authority as a mentor? He could not merely stand there, staring blankly at them. However, the toll of maintaining his authoritative presence was undeniably taxing. After merely 10 minutes of lecturing, Su Yang felt his energy waning. Recognizing the impending danger, he promptly decided to withdraw, resolving to devote more time to his own cultivation. With a cold huff, he declared, "Return." Following his command, he turned and strode toward his office, hands clasped behind his back. Once Su Yang departed, Sun Zhao felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Upon turning, he was met with the incredulous gazes of his classmates, as though they had seen a ghost, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. Sun Zhao, why didn't you confront that fellow Su? When did you become so cowardly? Flustered, Sun Zhao attempted to defend himself. It's not what you think. What is it then? I can't quite explain it. Spare us the explanations. We all saw it. You're just embarrassing yourself. Or perhaps you've accepted some favor from Su. All this to stage a show for us? Absolutely not. Sun Zhao retorted, eyes widening. I'm not acting. Huh. So you're afraid of Su? How shameful. And you dare call yourself a scion of a prominent family? Seeing their mocking demeanor and their refusal to listen to his explanations, Sun Zhao turned on his heel and declared, believe what you wish. The rest of Class 5 echoed their disbelief. Only Li Yiming found the situation perplexing. Like the others, he believed Sun Zhao was colluding with Su to stage a farce. Confused, he wondered when Sun Zhao had become a traitor, thinking himself the sole mole in Class 5. Yet, observing Sun Zhao's demeanor, it hardly seemed like an act. How strange. Meanwhile, upon returning to his office, Su Yang immediately perched himself by the window. Discreetly observing the classroom, he felt a surge of delight upon noticing Sun Zhao's displeased departure. This plan was a masterstroke, accomplishing multiple objectives, establishing authority, setting an example, and sowing discord. Class 5 had never been a cohesive unit. They held mutual disdain. This incident had already created a rift between Sun Zhao and the others, making future camaraderie increasingly difficult. As long as these rebellious students remained divided, it was merely a matter of time before he could pick them off one by one. Underestimating me in this game of wits, you are still too inexperienced. I shall let Sun Zhao stew for a few days. Once tensions escalate further, I will seize the moment. Hehehe. What on earth is happening? Sun Zhao mumbled to himself, unable to comprehend the situation. Feeling disgruntled and unable to remain in the classroom, fearing further ridicule from his classmates, he decided to seek solace on the rooftop. However, when he attempted to push open the windproof door, it wouldn't budge, seemingly blocked from the outside. Who the hell has wedged the door shut? Frustration mounting, Sun Zhao kicked the door with force. With a resounding thud, the windproof door flew open, and as he prepared to step onto the rooftop pavilion for some fresh air, he froze in his tracks. Inside the pavilion, Zhu Tao stood awkwardly, one hand clutching a needle, the other holding a piece of clothing, caught in a moment of surprise. To maintain his privacy while cultivating, Zhu Tao had taken to propping the door shut with a stick, deterring any unwanted visitors. Ordinarily, students finding the door locked would simply leave. Never did he expect that Sun Zhao would kick it open today. They stared at each other in stunned silence for a moment before Sun Zhao broke the tension, his expression turning peculiar. What are you doing? Zhu Tao regained his composure, explaining, the clothes are torn. I'm mending them. Sun Zhao raised an eyebrow, a sly smile creeping onto his face. You seem quite prepared. Zhu Tao cast a sidelong glance at the storage box and sewing kit beside him, maintaining his calm demeanor. To excel in one's craft, one must first sharpen their tools. Well then, carry on. Sun Zhao's eyes sparkled with mischief as he turned to leave. Suddenly, Zhu Tao felt a sense of foreboding and swiftly stepped in front of Sun Zhao. Are you planning to inform anyone else? No. Sun Zhao averted his gaze from Zhu Tao's piercing stare. I would never do that. Zhu Tao's expression hardened. Then swear it. Why should I swear? If you don't swear, I'll have to teach you a lesson. Sun Zhao scoffed. You're quite bold. Our strengths are evenly matched. Neither of us can prevail. Even if you confess, what can you do about it? Moments later, Sun Zhao stumbled back, clutching his chest, pain etching his face. As Zhu Tao approached with a stern expression, Sun Zhao hastily exclaimed, I concede. I swear I won't tell anyone about this. If I do, may I be without heirs. Zhu Tao snorted, reluctantly relenting. Consider yourself fortunate. Rubbing his chest in pain, Sun Zhao gasped. When did you secretly advance your skills? Mid-tier? No. You've reached high tier. Zhu Tao raised an eyebrow. No comment. Don't disturb me. Just leave. If you let this slip, you'll regret it. With that, Zhu Tao returned to the pavilion, casting a cold glare at Sun Zhao. Previously, Sun Zhao had sparred with Zhu Tao shortly after the school year began. Their abilities had been evenly matched, with no clear victor. Yet now, after just one exchange, Sun Zhao realized that Zhu Tao's speed and strength had significantly increased. His only attempt at retaliation had been effortlessly dodged, leaving him nearly defenseless. What the hell? How could Zhu Tao's power have surged so dramatically? Wait a moment. Sun Zhao suddenly connected the dots. Ever since Zhu Tao lost a bet to Su Yang had assigned him a rigorous training regimen. Since then, Zhu Tao had become elusive, no longer socializing with them, even isolating himself in his dormitory at night. In just a week, Zhu Tao's strength had escalated to such an outrageous degree. He was undoubtedly at a high-tier level. Otherwise, he wouldn't be this formidable. Sun Zhao narrowed his eyes, focusing on Zhu Tao's fingers. He recalled seeing Zhu Tao's fingers covered in band-aids before but hadn't thought much of it. Now, it dawned on him that it must be related to Su Yang's training tasks. Could it be that mending clothes is the so-called secret of body refinement that Su Yang mentioned? Chapter 42. Attempt the conclusion that emerged left even Sun Zhao feeling somewhat ridiculous. What connection could there possibly be between the secrets of body forging and sewing? However, after being beaten by Zhu Tao, Sun Zhao was indignant, unwilling to let the matter drop, and thus confronted Zhu Tao to inquire about the situation. Fuming, Sun Zhao departed from the rooftop only to discover that Zhu Tao had closed the door behind him. This guy was being overly secretive. And sewing was hardly a grave matter. One could simply endure a few jests. Was it truly necessary to resort to violence to compel me to swear an oath? Sun Zhao narrowed his eyes and hastened to leave. Meanwhile, Zhu Tao's expression fluctuated between anxiety and relief. He was unsure whether Sun Zhao would keep quiet, considering that he himself was hardly a paragon of honesty. The sewing incident was trivial enough. If anyone found out, he could easily dismiss it as merely a hobby, enduring only a few laughs. What truly troubled Zhu Tao was the possibility of his needlework practice being exposed. The consequences of such a revelation would be dire. After pondering for a while, Zhu Tao concluded that it shouldn't pose a significant problem. After all, his sewing was indeed a form of cultivation. Furthermore, given Sun Zhao's scant understanding of martial arts, even if he were to ponder for a decade, he would never connect the dots to realize that Zhu Tao was practicing the heavenly needle technique. No, even if others were to witness him, they would merely assume he was engaged in sewing, unable to make any deeper connections. With this thought, Zhu Tao felt reassured and resumed his sewing. After leaving the rooftop, Sun Zhao did not return to the classroom. Zhu Tao's strength had surged remarkably in just a week of training, undoubtedly a special outcome orchestrated by Su Yang. Sun Zhao felt an overwhelming desire to enhance his own abilities. Who would remain idle when presented with such an opportunity for explosive growth? I yearn for strength. I crave the chance to impress. Yet, Sun Zhao could not bring himself to approach Zhu Tao for assistance. Nor could he swallow his pride to seek help from Su Yang. After all, he had just been reprimanded by Su Yang. And to approach him now would be utterly humiliating. The mere thought of facing Su Yang's smug countenance filled Sun Zhao with ire. How could a man of my noble lineage, a descendant of the martial emperor, bow to a mere teacher? After a fierce internal struggle, Sun Zhao decisively set off to the supermarket, stealthily purchasing a sewing kit, which he promptly concealed within his clothing before hastening back to his dormitory. Sun Zhao chose to trust his instincts. Zhu Tao's evasiveness indicated that the secrets of body forging were undoubtedly intertwined with sewing. Upon returning to his room, Sun Zhao embarked on his inaugural attempt at threading a needle. Having trained in the Sun family's traditional palm techniques, his hands were calloused and robust, making the task all the more challenging. After struggling for quite some time without success, he was nearly driven to the brink of overturning his desk in frustration. Eventually, Sun Zhao managed to calm himself. If he sought to enhance his strength, he must be willing to endure hardship. If he lacked patience, he could never hope to grow stronger. With a renewed mindset, Sun Zhao attempted once more. After multiple trials, he exclaimed, "To hell with this, I shall not sew anymore." Nightfall arrived once again. After completing his patrol, Su Yang returned to the dormitory. As previously arranged, Zhu Tao stealthily came to practice once more. With his back turned to Zhu Tao, Su Yang removed his clothing, revealing the needle marks on his back, which had yet to fade. Zhu Tao's expression grew increasingly uneasy. Something was amiss. Why had they not healed? Had he pierced too deeply? Just then, Su Yang's voice broke the silence with a question. What's wrong? Oh, nothing at all. Zhu Tao coughed, hastily lifting the steel needle to change the subject. Teacher, I encountered Sun Zhao on the rooftop while practicing this afternoon. Su Yang's expression shifted, and he inquired urgently. And then? He didn't discover your needle techniques, did he? No, he merely stumbled upon me sewing while cultivating, Zhu Tao reassured him quickly. To be safe, I gave him a beating, and he promised not to speak of it. Su Yang felt a twinge of anxiety. He shouldn't have guessed about your dual cultivation techniques, right? Rest assured, he lacks the intellect for such deductions, Zhu Tao replied with a relaxed demeanor. Under normal circumstances, no one would connect the dots to my dual cultivation either. Only then did Su Yang exhale in relief. Until I resolve your dual cultivation methods, we must keep this matter under wraps for our mutual benefit. Zhu Tao, being one of the more astute individuals in Class 5, was acutely aware of the repercussions of exposure and understood the stakes involved. After all, he was the only one in Class 5 with the dual shortcomings of an unstable foundation and incompatible heart techniques, unlike others who bore the burdens of dull aptitude and a lack of motivation. However, upon returning to the dormitory today, I discovered that others were huddled in Li Yiming's room, seemingly plotting something. I caught wind of your scolding, Sun Zhao. Zhu Tao looked puzzled. What happened? You heard correctly. I indeed educated Sun Zhao, Su Yang replied. Zhu Tao was taken aback. He didn't retaliate? Stood there in silence, not uttering a word. That's impossible. Sun Zhao is not one to back down without a fight. How could he simply stand there and take it? Zhu Tao remarked incredulously. Su Yang smiled. As your teacher, I have my ways of dealing with you. Zhu Tao remained non-committal, but he believed this. After all, it was indeed remarkable that Su Yang had cultivated to such a level at his age. Teacher, are you conducting drills every day during patrols? Su Yang was about to explain, but the school administration had already issued a directive not to inform students about the masked martial artist breaching the school premises, opting for a unified narrative of safety drills to avoid instilling fear and disrupting their martial arts training. Although Class 5 was not significantly affected, given their lack of practice, knowing about it would only lead to unnecessary speculation and anxiety, particularly for Zhu Tao, whom Su Yang had come to perceive as somewhat paranoid. Yes, drills. Su Yang casually affirmed. It has become a routine. Zhu Tao did not dwell on it, but after a moment's consideration, he declared, Teacher, this morning my strength has increased once more. Su Yang was unsurprised and replied softly, maintain a calm demeanor and avoid arrogance or impatience. The rate of your strength improvement has exceeded my expectations entirely. Zhu Tao spoke with palpable excitement. I am close to mastering the second layer. With a few more days of practice, I am confident I can directly ascend to the third layer. The only trouble was that I had to spend time readjusting my breath this morning, and it was more painful than before. Wait until you reach the 7th tier before discussing further. Zhu Tao said no more, ever since he decided to recognize Su Yang as his teacher. The mental barriers he had faced were suddenly lifted. With a single thought of devotion to Su Yang, the world opened before me. Chapter 43. An unbearable grudge. The following morning, the members of Class 5 proceeded to their classroom for morning exercises as usual. Along the way, they regarded Sun Zhao with disdain. Upon noticing their contemptuous expressions, Sun Zhao, filled with indignation, chose to walk alone. When the others ignored him, Zhu Tao feigned curiosity and inquired, What happened? You didn't see it yesterday, Taozi. Sun Zhao was called out of the classroom by that Su fellow and was thoroughly berated in the hallway. He didn't even dare to retaliate. What a disgrace. And he still claims to be from a prominent family. This cowardice is beneath us. The group openly displayed their disdain. Zhu Tao, bemused, couldn't help but chuckle at the situation. He hadn't expected old Su to actually punish Sun Zhao on the spot. However, if these guys had read a bit more, they would understand that old Su's mastery of body refinement was formidable. Did they really think he was an ordinary teacher? Letting go of their ridiculous pride and seeking an alliance with him would surely lead to a bright future. Yet, good advice often falls on deaf ears. No one knew better than Zhu Tao the nature of his classmates. If he attempted to counsel them, they would treat him as they did Sun Zhao. After all, he had once shared their same disposition. Still, he believed old Su would find a way to win them over. He chose not to interfere, lest he complicate matters. Zhu Tao cast a glance at Li Yiming in the crowd. This guy was truly adept at hiding his true self. Had he not witnessed Li Yiming visit Su Yang's dormitory, he would have doubted that Li Yiming was a traitor who had already pledged allegiance to old Su. Li Yiming, sensing Zhu Tao's gaze, felt a twinge of guilt. Tao Ge, what's wrong? Zhu Tao remained silent, retracting his gaze, which left Li Yiming feeling uneasy. You're really petty. It's just a little incident. Why dwell on it? I took a beating too. What more do you want? Besides, if you're looking for trouble, go to old Su. Li Yiming thought to himself, contemplating whether to sneak into Zhu Tao's room that night to apologize. But no, one must have principles and boundaries. He was destined to become the clan leader. A mere apology was out of the question. He had to bring a gift, too. Unbeknownst to them, they had arrived at the classroom, taking their respective places to commence morning exercises. However, as the others closed their eyes and entered a state of focus, Sun Zhao discreetly opened his eyes to steal a glance at Zhu Tao. Damn it, I almost pierced my hand while sewing all night, and I see no results. It must be my training method that's flawed. That Su fellow's body refinement technique certainly has its secrets. It can't be as simple as sewing. After a night of contemplation, Sun Zhao resolved to inquire further. Unsure whether to approach Su Yang or Zhu Tao, he decided to cast a coin for guidance. Heads for Su Yang, tails for Zhu Tao. The coin landed on heads. With newfound determination, Sun Zhao resolved to visit Su Yang's office after the morning exercises. In the office, Su Yang wore a wry smile. He had finally completed the selection of leg techniques the previous day. After Zhu Tao departed, he continued his work and ultimately narrowed it down to 3 techniques: Heavenly Mysterious Leg, Windless Bounce Leg, and Heavenly Fire Foot. These techniques, after refinement, matched Li Yiming's attributes, all being of the yang nature, with a ceiling set at the entry level of the 7th grade martial mystique. The differences lay in their training methods, which had become quite peculiar. The Heavenly Mysterious Leg allowed for the training of only one leg, while the other leg lacked subsequent techniques. The Windless Bounce Leg focused solely on jumping ability, eliminating all offensive capabilities. The Heavenly Fire Foot was the most bizarre, involving scalding the foot with boiling water. and upon advancement, using red-hot coal to stimulate potential through extreme temperatures. Among these, the trimmed version of the heavenly mysterious leg appeared relatively normal. It was time to select a fortunate student to experience the authority of the teacher. Su Yang prepared a lottery box, placing the names of the 8 students, excluding Xu Tao and Li Yiming, into it for a random selection. After testing it with Sun Zhao yesterday, he found the results promising. More instances of this would help establish his authority as a teacher. The consumption of teacher's authority exceeded that of combat, due to Su Yang's current limitations. He could only release it in one-on-one scenarios and for a limited duration to avoid exhausting himself. After shaking the box, he drew a slip. Sun Zhao. Su Yang paused momentarily but ultimately returned the slip with Sun Zhao's name back into the box. Repeatedly targeting one individual could indeed enhance the effect. But one should not exploit a single sheep too often. I shall spare you this time. Once more, he shook the box and drew again. Sun Zhao. Su Yang fell silent once more. Fate is indeed unyielding. I have given you a reprieve, yet here you are again. You can only blame your misfortune. After the morning exercises concluded, Xu Tao was the first to awaken and left the classroom to practice alone in the pavilion on the rooftop. The others gradually stirred, preparing to discuss what new antics they might engage in that day. Sun Zhao sensed his isolation as the others excluded him from their discussions. Observing this, he merely shrugged. Whatever. Who cares? Seizing the opportunity, he planned to sneak into the office to find Su Yang. However, just as Sun Zhao stood up, he caught sight of a figure approaching the door with hands clasped behind their back. Sun Zhao, step outside. The members of Class 5 froze at the voice, turning to the door and then back to Sun Zhao. Sun Zhao's expression grew increasingly complex as he reluctantly exited the classroom. Upon reaching Su Yang, his stern demeanor returned. Have you reflected seriously on what I said yesterday? The familiar sensation washed over Sun Zhao, rendering him unable to meet Su Yang's gaze or respond defiantly. Once again, he found himself standing in place as punishment. The members of Class 5 watched this familiar scene unfold, rolling their eyes in exasperation. Old Su, is this still not over? Must you repeat this charade? A single demonstration should suffice. Sun Zhao's mind raced with a torrent of frustration. Old Su is mercilessly tormenting me. I can never reconcile with Su Yang. Chapter 44. 10 fingers connected to the heart. Su Yang indeed felt that it was somewhat excessive to repeatedly chastise Sun Zhao alone. Thus, with a stern demeanor, he questioned Sun Zhao a few times, urging him to reflect deeply before returning to his office. Once Su Yang left, the sense of reverence dissipated, and Sun Zhao's eyes flared with rage. He wished to devour Su Yang whole. To humiliate me once was already intolerable, but to do so repeatedly, it infuriates me. In a fit of rage, with no outlet for his anger, Sun Zhao sought someone to spar with. He stormed into the classroom, his gaze landing directly on Li Yiming. Li Yiming, step out here and fight me. Li Yiming, taken aback by Sun Zhao's furious demeanor, stammered. Wait, I didn't provoke you. It was old Su who criticized you, not me. If you need to vent, go find old Su. Are you looking at me as an easy target? How absurd. Do you really think my family is just a subordinate clan, and that you, the scions of noble families, can command me at will? With a sudden step forward, he warned, Brother, don't get angry. Calm down. It's not good for your health. Enough nonsense, just come out. Then, please go easy on me. Reluctantly, Li Yiming followed Sun Zhao out of the classroom, becoming nothing more than a punching bag. The other students in Class 5 exchanged peculiar glances, sensing something amiss. Indeed, Sun Zhao did not seem afraid of the surname Su. Otherwise, where would his anger stem from after being berated? Upon further reflection, it truly did not appear that Sun Zhao was merely acting, nor did he seem afraid. He seemed more frustrated than anyone else after the scolding. Could it be that Sun Zhao had some leverage over the surname Su, which compelled him to comply with this charade? Otherwise, why would the surname Su target him for 2 consecutive days without troubling the rest of us? Suddenly, it dawned on everyone. Yes, that must be it. How could Sun Zhao be intimidated? He must be threatened by the surname Su, and he dares not speak up. Well, the surname Su is truly despicable, using such underhanded tactics. But what could Sun Zhao possibly have on him? Uncertain, the students began brainstorming. Meanwhile, Su Yang, immersed in honing his mastery of chaotic energy in the office, remained oblivious to the sinister image he was cultivating in the minds of the Class 5 students. After concluding the selection of Li Yiming's mental methods, Su Yang devoted himself entirely to guiding and manipulating the chaotic energy. However, he was surprised to discover that the pure energy accumulated in his dantian had not diminished despite some consumption yesterday. With closed eyes, he sensed that a ball of pure energy in his dantian remained unchanged from the previous day. Yet, during his morning practice, he had clearly felt less energy. Upon reflection, could it be that the nutrients he consumed in the morning had been refined and transformed? The human body cannot generate energy on its own. The only plausible explanation lies with the 2 bags of nutrient liquid he had consumed that morning. Previously, he had never encountered such a phenomenon. The pure energy feedback from Zhu Tao's first promotion had been completely expended in his attempt to break through to the 8th-tier martial spirit realm. He had never intended to store it in his dantian. This time, however, the storage process was devoid of any pain, which was already quite remarkable. And now the pure energy seemed to be increasing? Scratching his head, Su Yang was momentarily perplexed. After much contemplation, it seemed to stem from the chaotic energy within him. Currently, chaotic energy is merely a conceptual existence within the martial arts academic community. While it is acknowledged that chaotic energy exists, research on it remains entirely blank. However, through reasoning based on the concept of chaotic energy and his personal experiences, Su Yang began to develop a hypothesis. Chaotic energy might assist the body in refining high-purity energy autonomously, while also influencing the structure of the dantian. For martial artists, the dantian serves as the energy hub. The circulation of energy begins and ends within the dantian, which possesses the capacity to store energy. During the dual cultivation of mental methods, the other form of energy must be directed to the dantian, allowing the body to return to a relatively primitive state. When one encounters a bottleneck in cultivation, excess energy flows into the dantian, preventing energy overflow. Now, due to the influence of chaotic energy, it seems that the function of energy storage in Su Yang's dantian has undergone some form of mutation. Large quantities of energy can be stored without the accompanying side effects of pain, and the extracted energy closely aligns with the purity of the feedback from the system. This significantly reduces the time required for the absorption and transformation process. A positive development, yet one that is too good to be true. In a week, Su Yang's resources had dwindled by more than half. To avoid raising suspicion, he purchased the nutrient liquids in batches through various channels. The expenditures were relentless. If he did not find some means to earn extra income soon, he would end up destitute by the end of the month. As long as one remains resolute in thought, solutions will always outweigh difficulties. Su Yang had no clear avenues for making money, and given his current realm of strength, there were few lucrative opportunities available to him, if any at all. However, there were numerous ways to save. Since I can store energy, and my speed of absorption and transformation surpasses that of ordinary individuals, this indicates that I can replenish energy by continuously consuming food. My hunger has been a constant companion. The most economical approach would be to indulge in buffets. I could consume a month's worth of food in a single meal. At worst, I might end up on the buffet blacklist. Su Yang felt this was the most cost-effective way to replenish energy. Of course, it also meant risking a beating. However, with his hardened physique, he was not particularly afraid of that. Naturally, Su Yang had his own principles. If this method proved viable, he would only dine at each buffet once. After finishing at one establishment, he would move on to the next, to avoid truly depleting their resources. Unfortunately, both his compensatory leave and vacation days had been exhausted. He had already taken time off to attend the Martial Arts Association for rank recognition, and any further requests for leave would have to wait until next week. Moreover, given the current exceptional circumstances, whether or not his leave would be approved was uncertain. In any case, there was no rush. After an intense confrontation with Li Yiming, Sun Zhao felt significantly relieved. However, the repeated humiliation from Su Yang extinguished any desire he had to confront him again. Thus, he turned to Zhu Tao. Yet, Sun Zhao understood Zhu Tao's character well enough to know he would never share the secret to body refinement with him. I refuse to believe I cannot deduce it myself. Upon returning to his dormitory, Sun Zhao rummaged through his sewing kit. After a period of deep contemplation, an epiphany struck him. I understand now. Zhu Tao had all his fingers covered in band-aids. Sewing was merely a ruse. The key was to prick his fingers. With 10 fingers connected to the heart, he would harness pain to unlock his body's potential. Damn it, I am truly brilliant. Let the training commence. Chapter 45. A token of affection and modesty. As dusk fell, a weary Li Yiming returned to his dormitory, taking a considerable time to recover from the exhaustion that seemed to permeate his entire being. Every part of him ached. It occurred to Li Yiming that it was imperative to request old Su to impart the secret technique of body strengthening to him at the earliest opportunity. This way, should the others in Class 5 continue to use him as a mere practice dummy, he would not suffer so greatly. Although he was quite displeased with the bullying from his classmates, there was little he could do. His status as a member of his family meant he was relegated to a subordinate position among the elite, forever subject to the whims of others. No one wishes to endure constant humiliation, and Li Yiming was no exception. Thus, he resolved to cling tightly to old Su, believing that even a smattering of knowledge from him could provide the foundation for his rise. For now, his role was to act as a keen insider. However, the pressing concern was Zhu Tao. The memory of Zhu Tao's piercing gaze from that morning sent a chill down Li Yiming's spine. He was certain Zhu Tao still harbored a grudge against him. Being in Zhu Tao's bad books was far from advantageous. The dragon-slaying fist technique was notoriously brutal, and Zhu Tao's blows were far more painful than those of others. Among the members of Class 5, Zhu Tao was the most cunning. His intellect surpassed that of the others combined. Li Yiming had no desire to provoke Zhu Tao. He concluded that an apology was in order. But what could he offer as a gift? Given Zhu Tao's affluent background, he had likely encountered far finer treasures than anything Li Yiming could present. The dilemma loomed large. He was reluctant to part with something of value. After much deliberation, Li Yiming decided to make a significant sacrifice. He soon retrieved his prized jade Dan bottle, which contained the blood tiger bone strengthening pill, an exclusive item procured through various channels, a non-commercial treasure reserved for his own enhancement, originally intended for personal use. He found himself compelled to part with it. There were 8 pills in total. Having consumed 4 himself, he resolved to gift the remaining 4 to Zhu Tao. With the jade bottle in hand, Li Yiming hurried next door to Zhu Tao's room and knocked on the door. After a moment, Zhu Tao's voice called out, "Who is it?" "It's me, Tao Gu." Zhu Tao opened the door promptly. "What do you want?" Li Yiming cautiously glanced around. "Tao Gu, let us discuss this inside." Observing Li Yiming's furtive demeanor, Zhu Tao found it peculiar, but allowed him entry. "Speak, what is it?" Li Yiming quickly presented the jade Dan bottle, offering it to Zhu Tao. "Tao Gu, a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it." "What is this?" Zhu Tao asked, puzzled. As he accepted the bottle and opened it, releasing a robust fragrance of the elixir within. "This is the blood tiger bone strengthening pill, made with the blood of the fearsome saber-toothed tiger, blended with numerous precious herbs. It is renowned for its ability to bolster one's physique, replenish vitality, and extend life. A true treasure." Zhu Tao's expression turned more curious. "You're giving this to me?" "Yes, indeed," Li Yiming responded, gathering his thoughts. "Though it may not be particularly valuable, the sentiment is profound. Given how you have cared for and assisted me in Class 5, I have always felt indebted. Please do not refuse. You must accept it." Though Zhu Tao was unsure of Li Yiming's motives, he found the sentiment agreeable. "All right, I shall accept it." Zhu Tao smiled broadly and patted Li Yiming on the shoulder. "But I don't like owing favors. Rest assured, I will look out for you." Seeing Zhu Tao in such high spirits, Li Yiming felt a surge of relief. It seemed the matter had been resolved. "All right, Tao Gu, I won't disturb your training any longer. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask." "Go on," Zhu Tao replied, shutting the door while toying with the jade Dan bottle. The rich aroma indicated that this was indeed a valuable item. Upon glancing inside, he noted there were 4 pills remaining. Li Yiming had quite the knack for navigating these situations. It was no wonder old Su had chosen him as an insider. Having firmly grasped Su Yang's support early on, Zhu Tao mused on this, recognizing that he lacked Li Yiming's eloquence. Not long after, when Su Yang returned from his patrol, Zhu Tao arrived as promised. Upon entering, Su Yang prepared to go shirtless, only to turn and see Zhu Tao unexpectedly producing a jade Dan bottle from his clothing. "Teacher, this is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it." Su Yang paused, curiosity piqued as he accepted the bottle. "A Dan pill?" "Yes. It is the blood tiger bone strengthening pill, made with the blood of the fearsome saber-toothed tiger and blended with various esteemed herbs, known for its remarkable health benefits." Su Yang opened the bottle and inhaled the fragrance, then listened as Zhu Tao continued. "Teacher, it is not particularly precious, but the sentiment is sincere. Your care and assistance in Class 5 have left me feeling somewhat indebted. Please do not decline. Just accept it." Su Yang was about to refuse when he reconsidered, realizing he was in need of such a remedy. "How about this? Lend me 1 pill, and I will certainly return it later. The rest, you may keep. I have principles. Teaching and assisting you is my duty. I will only borrow 1, and I promise to return it." "Very well." Zhu Tao readily poured a pill from the jade bottle, securing it for himself. "I do not have spare bottles. Rest assured, I am a man of my word." The following day, after morning exercises, Li Yiming felt his phone vibrate slightly. Upon checking, he discovered a message from old Su instructing him to come to the office discreetly. Surprised, Li Yiming wondered what old Su needed and seized the opportunity to slip out under the pretense of using the restroom, hastening to knock on Su Yang's office door. Su Yang opened the door promptly. "Did anyone see you?" "No. Come in, quickly." After inviting Li Yiming to sit, Su Yang opened a drawer and retrieved a jade Dan bottle, handing it directly to Li Yiming. Li Yiming accepted the bottle, finding it oddly familiar. "Old Su, what is this?" "This is the blood tiger bone strengthening pill, made with the blood of the fearsome saber-toothed tiger and blended with various esteemed herbs, known for its remarkable health benefits." Li Yiming was taken aback. "This is what I specifically procured for you." Su Yang sought to borrow this pill from Zhu Tao primarily out of a sense of obligation to Li Yiming. who had endured considerable hardship as a training dummy after Sun Zhao had taken out his frustrations on him. The lad had borne the blows without betraying his loyalty, which was commendable. Though it may not be particularly valuable, the sentiment is profound. Knowing you were subjected to Sun Zhao's ire yesterday, I felt a pang of guilt. Therefore, you need not refuse, just accept it and take care of your recovery. Li Yiming was rendered speechless. Noticing Li Yiming's silence, Su Yang remarked, "No need to be overly moved. Just focus on healing. You will likely need to endure more for the sake of your teacher. Little Ming, you must hold strong." Chapter 46. Resilience. Of course, the teacher has much more to offer than mere elixirs. Su Yang sensed that the time was ripe and spoke softly. "Do you remember what the teacher mentioned before? You possess the potential of a martial god." Li Yiming, excited, carefully stored the white jade pill bottle back into his possession, his expression brimming with anticipation. "Are you about to impart the secret technique for body refinement?" Taking a deep breath, Su Yang's expression turned serious. That technique was merely a fabrication of mine. Li Yiming paused for a moment, then let out a wry smile. "I knew there were no shortcuts in martial cultivation." In truth, the 5th class held a skeptical attitude towards Su Yang's claims about the body refinement technique, adhering to a mindset of better to believe than not. For Li Yiming, Su Yang was his savior. Even if he felt deceived, disappointment was not the sentiment that prevailed. "No, there are shortcuts," Li Yiming exclaimed, his pupils contracting in astonishment, his voice trembling with excitement. "Old Su, can you help me achieve enlightenment?" You might be overestimating me. Such feats can only be accomplished by a martial emperor. Indeed, a martial emperor could assist others in attaining enlightenment through energy, but the toll was immense, and one misstep could lead to backlash. Unless it was a close relative, a martial emperor would never assist another in such a manner. However, before Su Yang could explain further, Li Yiming had already knelt on one knee, tears welling in his eyes, filled with hope. Given the atmosphere, it would seem somewhat inappropriate for Su Yang to declare that he could not assist in enlightenment. Moreover, upon reflection, it appeared not entirely contradictory. After all, it was all a ruse. If they believed I had mastered energy manipulation, then it would not be unreasonable for them to think I could facilitate enlightenment. Especially considering that apart from Zhu Tao, the rest of the 5th class bore a sense of hopelessness, their confidence shattered by the harsh realities of life, leaving only self-doubt and extinguishing their motivation for cultivation. Moreover, the meticulously selected compatible mental techniques Su Yang had in mind would likely yield results not inferior to that of enlightenment, since it was all a deception anyway. Restoring their confidence would be a beneficial outcome. With this thought, Su Yang composed himself, cleared his throat, and declared, "Indeed, it is enlightenment." Upon hearing Su Yang's response, Li Yiming was instantly covered in goosebumps. I knew clinging to old Su's coattails was the right choice. At a loss for words, Li Yiming was about to bow in gratitude when Su Yang stopped him. "No need for such formalities. That's not the custom. However, before I assist you in attaining enlightenment, you must promise me 3 things." Li Yiming nodded vigorously. "First, the events of today are known only to the heavens, the earth. You and me. No one else is to know. If I possess the ability to help you achieve enlightenment, I certainly have the means to revert you to your original state. Second, maintain a low profile and act prudently. Humility is essential. Do not become arrogant. Third, the final say rests with me. Should you act dishonestly, I reserve the right to revert you at any moment." "Understood. Good. Now sit down. I shall assist you in achieving enlightenment right away." Li Yiming promptly sat cross-legged. I shut tight. "Old Su, I am ready." Su Yang scratched his head. Having never witnessed the process of enlightenment firsthand, he decided to proceed casually. He placed his hand atop Li Yiming's head and softly commanded, "Awaken." Li Yiming felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Here it comes. He was uncertain what sensation enlightenment would bring, but he anticipated discomfort. Just as he braced himself, he heard Su Yang's breathless voice nearby. "All done." "Oh, huh?" Li Yiming opened his eyes, somewhat dazed. "That was so quick? I felt nothing. It's already over?" As Li Yiming pondered whether the process of enlightenment was too casual, he noticed Su Yang gasping for air, leaning against the table, weakly explaining, "If I had taken my time, you wouldn't have been able to handle it. So I had to be swift." Li Yiming's heart trembled. Despair and pain, old Su had chosen to bear the brunt of it himself. How could he have doubted old Su's sincerity? It was utterly disgraceful. Unable to articulate his gratitude, Li Yiming resolved to ensure Su Yang's future comfort in a grand burial. He hurriedly helped Su Yang to sit. Su Yang, feeling a slight embarrassment, tried to avoid Li Yiming's gaze. "Cough. You have now attained enlightenment, although you may not realize it yet." Li Yiming's eyes widened in realization. "How can I recognize it?" At this point, Su Yang opened a drawer and retrieved a portable drive, handing it to Li Yiming. Dual cultivation techniques. The drive contained a condensed version of the celestial leg techniques and a summary of the differential dual cultivation method. Li Yiming's face was filled with astonishment. Dual cultivation techniques? Me? You were not ready before, but now that I have assisted you in enlightenment, you must diligently study the techniques I compiled on the drive. You will soon experience what it means to progress by leaps and bounds. Yes. Li Yiming, without a trace of doubt, immediately secured the portable drive. Remember, absolutely no one must know. Understood. Li Yiming nodded solemnly. After sending Li Yiming on his way, Su Yang let out a sigh of relief. Compared to Zhu Tao, Li Yiming required little persuasion. His cooperation made Su Yang feel somewhat guilty. Once Li Yiming left the office, he had no interest in returning to class and headed straight for the dormitory. I have attained enlightenment. From this day forth, I will show all those who look down upon me what it means to be silent until the moment of revelation. I, Li Yiming, am resilient. From today onward, I shall not bow down. However, as he approached the restroom, he spotted Fu Yuhai from the 5th class emerging with his pants still partially secured. Li Yiming, aren't you going to the restroom? Startled, Li Yiming quickly hunched over, clutching his stomach. Brother Hai, I'm not feeling well, perhaps something I ate disagreed with me. I didn't want to offend you with unpleasantness, so I went to another restroom. Fu Yunhai, not suspecting anything, chuckled. You're quite considerate. Brother Hai, I'm off to the infirmary. Li Yiming hurriedly left, quickly returning to the dormitory, ready to change his destiny. Meanwhile, Sun Zhao, also sneaking back to the dormitory, was preparing to alter his fate. Unfortunately, his fingers were covered in puncture wounds, and aside from the pain, he felt no changes in his body. Realizing his folly, Sun Zhao almost cried in self-reproach. Damn it, had I just thought a little more critically, I would have known it couldn't be that simple. What was I thinking? Knowing it was dung, I still dared to take a taste. Chapter 47. Impetuous upon returning to his dormitory, Li Yiming promptly opened the contents of the portable drive. Inside, there were 2 files, differential cultivation method, doc and refined version of Tianxin Leg, PDF. From the very words within the documents, Li Yiming could sense the profound affection of old Su. He first opened the differential cultivation method file, and the initial sentence that greeted him was a striking red warning from Su Yang. First, practice the dual cultivation method according to the differential cultivation method. You must read it thoroughly and meticulously, otherwise, problems will arise. After you reach the 7th rank martial Xian realm, come find me, and I will assist you with your qi issues. Until then, focus on practicing the differential cultivation method. Li Yiming hurriedly read through the concise summary of the differential cultivation method. The content was not extensive and was easily comprehensible. After diligently absorbing the material, he turned his attention to the refined version of Tianxin Leg. Again, a series of red warning letters awaited him. This is the refined version of the fundamental technique. Tianxin Leg. Only the first 4 levels are suitable for your cultivation and can be applied up to the entry stage of the 7th rank martial Xian. Li Yiming felt a tingling sensation at the back of his head. Who exactly was Old Su? The ability to bestow enlightenment and even amend cultivation methods was nothing short of extraordinary. From this day forth, he would be Old Su's faithful disciple. Regaining his composure, Li Yiming began to focus on the principles of the Tianxin Leg. The content was similarly brief, yet something about the practice of cultivating only one leg felt amiss. He had never heard of a leg technique that involved training just one leg. What was the purpose of the other? A mere ornament? No. How could he question Old Su? Any hint of doubt would be a disservice to Old Su's capabilities. Casting aside his reservations, he prepared to practice the dual cultivation method. First, he drew in the essence of his tremor ground technique into his dantian, feeling a slight discomfort that remained within tolerable limits. Next, he contemplated whether to cultivate his left or right leg. After much deliberation, he decided to flip a coin, ultimately choosing to train his left leg. Without hesitation, Li Yiming raised his right knee and maintained a stance akin to a golden rooster standing on one leg, attempting to initiate the Tianxin Leg and cultivate his qi perception. As moments passed, his breathing developed a rhythmic quality. He silently sensed the flow of power within his left leg, noting the changes in his muscles. An unprecedented tranquility enveloped him as a new essence gradually emerged through his meditative practice. The qi sensation became faintly discernible. Li Yiming's heart raced, and he opened his eyes in astonishment. Incredible! Old Su was indeed remarkable. Enlightenment and rapid mastery of martial arts. Never in his life did he imagine he could cultivate a qi sensation within a single day, experiencing such an extraordinary immersion during his training. He felt completely absorbed, devoid of agitation or concern, instinctively slipping into this state as if in a dream. When he finally came to, everything had fallen perfectly into place. Suppressing his inner elation, Li Yiming took a deep breath to calm himself before diving back into his practice. He needed to wait for the chi sensation to clarify before attempting to guide it into his meridians, completing his first circulatory cycle. With that, he would have mastered the Tianxin leg's fundamentals. Unbeknownst to him, dusk had descended. The members of Class 5 returned to their dormitory and decided to visit Li Yiming. Is Li Yiming feeling unwell? One of them, Fu Yanhai, inquired. Yes, he mentioned that this morning, another replied. He should be feeling better now, right? He didn't even greet us. Although the group harbored some disdain for Li Yiming due to his family status as a vassal clan, after half a month of interaction, they found him to be amiable, albeit a bit indecisive. Even if he were akin to a dog, how could they not develop some affection after so much time spent together? The fact that Li Yiming had been unwell without any updates concerned them. Soon, they arrived at Li Yiming's dormitory door, only to find that the lights inside were off. They exchanged glances and quickly knocked. Li Yiming, are you all right? However, there was no response from within. Could he be out? Someone suggested. Let me call him. A phone call was made, and soon the sound of a ringing phone echoed from the dormitory. The group paused, surprised. Is he asleep? Perhaps so. How can he be so fragile? Just a bit of food makes him ill. If he is unwell, let him rest. Suddenly, a girl with a wolf-toothed club exclaimed. What? Are we just leaving? Shouldn't we check on him? Right. Let us at least take a look to confirm, she insisted. The group resumed knocking, but despite their efforts, there was still no reply, leading them to feel an inexplicable unease. Could something have really happened? Surely he wouldn't be sleeping so deeply. Quick, let us kick the door down. Just as they prepared to force their way in, the door of the adjacent dormitory swung open. Zhu Tao peeked out, perplexed by the commotion. What is going on? Taozi, Li Yiming had an upset stomach this morning, and we've been calling him for ages without a response. We're worried he might be in trouble, so we want to check on him. Zhu Tao's expression shifted slightly as he quietly said. No need to kick the door down. I'll climb through the window and see what is happening. Just wait here. With that, Zhu Tao returned to his room, his eyes glinting with determination. He swiftly made his way to the small balcony outside and leaped onto Li Yiming's balcony. Upon turning, he peered through the window and saw Li Yiming standing in a peculiar stance like a golden rooster. Zhu Tao blinked, cautiously opening the door to enter. Li Yiming remained unresponsive, standing like an ancient pine, calm and undisturbed. Zhu Tao's gaze fell upon the open laptop and the familiar portable drive, along with the jade pill bottle resting on the table. So, the elixir old Su borrowed from me was intended for Li Yiming? It seems that the child who cries receives milk. Zhu Tao felt no bitterness, however. Rather, he was more concerned about when old Su's needle marks would finally fade. Glancing at the contents on the laptop, Zhu Tao turned back to the still-standing Li Yiming. This is reckless. If something goes wrong, both old Su and I will be exposed. He smirked, casually shutting the laptop and retrieving several bags of nutrient solution from the fridge, placing them beside Li Yiming before returning to the others. All right, there is nothing to worry about. He is just asleep, having taken some potent medicine. He is out like a light, and no amount of shouting will wake him. Let us head back. Chapter 48, Extraordinary Fortuity. By the time Li Yiming awoke, the sky had darkened, and an overwhelming sense of hunger left him feeling utterly drained, nearly collapsing to the ground. However, upon turning his head, he discovered several bags of nutrient solution placed beside him. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized a bag and fervently poured its contents into his mouth. As he consumed the last of the nutrient liquid, the gnawing hunger gradually subsided, and his strength slowly returned. With a sigh of relief, though utterly exhausted, his eyes sparkled with vitality. Truly, as old Su had said, the path of cultivation was a rapid ascent. In just a single day, his understanding of the heavenly mysterious leg had become clear, signifying that he had crossed the threshold into the realm of practice. It was unbelievable. The enlightening experience was astonishingly potent. Even someone with my modest cultivation aptitude could defy fate. Li Yiming genuinely felt what it was like to be a prodigy in martial arts. It was as if he had activated an extraordinary cheat. What others took 10 days or half a month to accomplish, those geniuses could achieve in merely a day. The disparity was like that between the heavens and the earth. Li Yiming's eyes brimmed with tears of excitement. A small clan has its own survival rules, always acting under the shadow of larger families. Growing up in a vassal family, he had always felt inferior among the offspring of prominent clans. While others played equestrian games, he was merely a pawn. The scions of larger families treated him like a dog, and he had to swallow his humiliation in silence. Yet now, this extraordinary fortune had finally come to him. Grateful to my master, Su Yang, Li Yiming felt compelled to create a dedicated space in his dormitory to hang a portrait of his mentor, offering incense and bowing daily in gratitude to express his respect and appreciation. However, where had the nutrient solution come from? Looking at the empty bag strewn on the floor, he couldn't help but scratch his head. Did I take them out myself? But why did I have no recollection of it? Turning his head again, he noticed that the computer was shut down, further deepening his confusion. Could it be a side effect of my cultivation? A brief amnesia? No, that couldn't be right. Someone must have been here. At that moment, a cold sweat broke out over Li Yiming's body. He hadn't anticipated losing himself so completely in his practice. So he hadn't adequately prepared, merely locking the door behind him. Oh no, this is a disaster, especially concerning the contents on the computer. If someone were to discover them, wouldn't it expose me? Hadn't I just obtained the martial arts genius experience card? Old Su would certainly reclaim it. Calm down. Calm down. Li Yiming forced himself to suppress his rising panic and hurried to check the door lock. It was still securely locked, intact. Then, he turned his gaze towards the small balcony opposite. Someone must have entered from there. Zhu Tao. This seemed to be the only possibility. The computer was closed, and the nutrient solution had been removed. He knew I would be weak upon waking. Indeed. Li Yiming's gaze fell upon the jade pill bottle on the table. From the moment he had seen this jade pill bottle in Su Yang's possession, he had suspected that Zhu Tao was also on his side. Moreover, he too had received enlightenment from old Su. In the faculty dormitory, Zhu Tao gazed at the needle marks on Su Yang's back, pondering to himself. He had tried his best to leave more needle marks to obscure the evidence. Yet the words "you are my father" had become even more apparent. What a predicament. Zhu Tao? Ah, teacher, what's wrong? Su Yang turned around, looking puzzled. Nothing. Zhu Tao quickly raised the steel needle and, after some contemplation, said, Old Su, has Li Yiming also begun to cultivate the dual cultivation technique? Su Yang was momentarily taken aback, but did not conceal the truth, instead responding with curiosity. How did you know? Originally, Su Yang's intention was to nurture all the students in Class 5. They saw each other daily, so it was impossible to keep it a secret. Knowing this was inconsequential. It was only a matter of time. As long as he could persuade everyone quickly enough to cultivate the dual technique, they would all be in the same boat, naturally minimizing any risk of exposure. Zhu Tao secretly thought to himself, as expected, and recounted the events of the afternoon to Su Yang. Upon hearing this, Su Yang couldn't help but exclaim, Li Yiming almost exposed me. Thank goodness for your cleverness. I feel this fellow is not entirely reliable. Zhu Tao spoke solemnly, Old Su. Do you need me to silence him? Su Yang rolled his eyes. Don't make it sound like we're engaged in some illicit activity. So, you've actually already realized that Li Yiming was my undercover in Class 5? I wasn't sure before, but once I saw that jade pill bottle, I could confirm. What jade pill bottle? Su Yang asked, surprised. The blood tiger bone strengthening pill? Yes, that was originally a gift from Li Yiming to me. Why didn't you say so earlier? Zhu Tao shrugged. I didn't know you were going to give it to Li Yiming. Su Yang found it amusing. I wondered why Li Yiming was so silent the entire time. I thought he was moved by me. Turns out he was just speechless. Never mind. It's not a big deal. He would have found out sooner or later. It's better to know now so you two can look out for each other. To ease Zhu Tao's potential feelings of injustice, Su Yang added, the reason for giving him the pill was because of my influence. He indirectly got beaten by Sun Xiao, and I was worried he wouldn't be able to handle it, so I gave it to him for healing. Zhu Tao understood, but, upon hearing Su Yang's words, couldn't he help but glance at the needle marks on Su Yang's back. Teacher, what if one day I truly upset you? You wouldn't hold it against me, would you? Su Yang was taken aback. Why would you upset me? Cough. What if? Who knows? I might do something foolish one day that annoys you. Of course. It definitely wouldn't be anything illegal. Then what would it matter? Su Yang chuckled. I am quite magnanimous. You see, even though you all used to play pranks on me, I never got angry. Those little antics of yours, how could I possibly take them to heart? Moreover, as a teacher, one should be broad-minded and treat others with openness. How could I get upset over trivial matters with you? Therefore, I certainly wouldn't hold a grudge against you. As long as it's not illegal, I would just scold you a bit. Wait, why are you recording this? Su Yang noticed Zhu Tao had almost shoved his phone in his face. Teacher, what you said was too wonderful. I couldn't help but record it for posterity. Zhu Tao hurriedly put his phone away. Su Yang looked at him with a strange expression. You haven't done anything foolish already, have you? Absolutely not. Chapter 49. Ascendancy. As the dormitory lights dimmed, Zhu Tao finally returned. The recording served as an implicit safeguard. Yet, Zhu Tao was perplexed. Why wouldn't the needle marks fade? Could old Su's physical form have reached some unfathomable level? The steel needles weren't acupuncture needles. They were quite thick, leaving noticeable marks upon insertion. Logically, there should have been bleeding, but in the days Zhu Tao had been experimenting, he hadn't witnessed a single drop. And the wound showed no signs of natural healing. It was exceedingly peculiar. The secrets surrounding old Su were growing exponentially. As Zhu Tao pondered, he heard a rustling near the windowsill. Who's there? Zhu Tao's fingers twitched, a steel needle poised for deployment. Li Yiming hastily poked his head in. It's me, Brother Tao. Zhu Tao silently retracted the needle, his brow furrowed. Why aren't you using the door? What's with all the sneaking around? Well, I didn't want to be seen by the others, Li Yiming chuckled nervously. Brother Tao, if only you had told me you were on my side. Zhu Tao retorted. You have the nerve to say that? If it weren't for me today, the rest of Class 5 would have been battering down the door. That's why I came to express my gratitude for covering my tracks, Brother Tao. Zhu Tao scoffed. Next time, be more discreet. Those guys from Class 5 are untrustworthy. If word gets out, not only will Old Su be in trouble, but so will we. Li Yiming nodded, realizing the gravity of the situation. The foundation of every great clan lay in its ancestral cultivation method. Each method carried the family's unique imprint, a gift from their forebears. To abandon one's own family's method in favor of another was seen as disrespecting one's ancestors, a transgression that could lead to expulsion. Therefore, disciples of these great clans were forbidden from practicing other methods, focusing solely on their own. Dual cultivation was a gray area. Accusations of disrespecting one's ancestors could arise. Yet the practice itself implied a deeper understanding. Regardless, being discovered in either recultivation or dual cultivation would lead to trouble. However, it wasn't a dead end. Both Zhu Tao and Li Yiming were aware that family rules were often applied selectively. Weak individuals who practiced other methods were deemed traitors, deserving of punishment. But those who achieved great power through such practices were hailed as prodigies, surpassing their predecessors. In these families, strength was paramount, and power reigned supreme. With sufficient power, even the most staunch traditionalists would fall silent. It was said that one should fear not a godlike adversary, but a witless ally. The members of Class 5 seemed intent on causing chaos. The slightest slip could alert their respective families, with dire consequences. I'm glad you're smart enough to realize I was the one covering for you. Li Yiming offered a wry smile. I'm not that dense. Even a fool would know you were on my side, Brother Tao. Good. Next time, be more alert. Zhu Tao said sternly. Keep your distance from them. Don't reveal anything until Old Su has them under control. Li Yiming nodded, feeling a sense of security now that he knew Zhu Tao was an ally. After all, Class 5 had only one brain between them, with Zhu Tao and himself each claiming half, leaving only cranial fragments for the rest. Should we offer our help? Li Yiming asked eagerly. Following Old Su is a stroke of good fortune. They'd be thrilled. That's unnecessary. Zhu Tao rolled his eyes. Don't make things worse. Besides, who knows what they're thinking? What if they become greedy and betray Old Su? We'd be implicated as well. Old Su may have reached the pinnacle of martial prowess, but he's still just one man. Zhu Tao's expression turned grave. A man is not guilty of a crime, but he is guilty of possessing a treasure. If he's targeted, it wouldn't be difficult to find a way to restrain him. Li Yiming felt a chill run down his spine. Brother Tao, your foresight is truly remarkable. Of course. Because I've considered it too. Li Yiming felt even more unnerved, instinctively taking a step back. Don't misunderstand. I mean, we have to consider the problem from the perspective of a villain. That's why I considered it from this perspective. Zhu Tao explained. Old Su isn't from a prominent clan. He doesn't understand the inner workings of such families. He hasn't experienced the depths to which people can sink. It's a world of scheming and betrayal. Li Yiming deeply related to this, having been victimized by his own family members. They would put on a friendly facade only to stab you in the back. In families with hundreds of members, treacherous individuals were never in short supply. He doesn't know. But you and I do. Li Yiming nodded hastily. Then I'll pretend nothing happened. I'll cultivate in secret. That's for the best. Zhu Tao casually inquired. Have you entered the initial stage? I have. Li Yiming's enthusiasm surged. I entered in just one day. It's unbelievable. Normal. Same for me. Zhu Tao was puzzled. But why did you receive a censored version? Huh, you didn't? No, I received the full and censored version. Zhu Tao pondered, finding it odd. Old Su even customized the method for you. Yes, he said the others weren't suitable for me. After the deletions, I can only cultivate one leg. Zhu Tao didn't dwell on it. Cultivation was a personalized journey, with 1,000 people each having their own unique path. Uniformity would be strange. Trust Old Su. He knows best. I will. Let's make it clear. No backstabbing each other. Zhu Tao decided to address the issue up front. After graduation, we'll return to our respective families. Hopefully, we'll both have a place within them. If you strive, you might even become the clan leader, given the small size of the Li family. Li Yiming wanted to retort that the Li family consisted of hundreds of members, but he changed his statement considering the thousands of members in the Zhu family. Why would we stab each other in the back? Wouldn't cooperation be better? The East Sea is vast enough to accommodate both the Zhu and Li families. Besides, Brother Tao, your vision is too limited. We need to think bigger. Li Yiming exclaimed. We need to set our sights on the entire nation. Now that you mention it, I was thinking small. Zhu Tao's eyes narrowed, and a smile crept across his lips. Yes, the nation. No, the world. We'll lead our families to the pinnacle. becoming the true great clans of China. Cooperation and mutual benefit. Exactly. Why compete? Competition would be fratricide. Cooperation and mutual benefit, becoming great clans of China. With our names at the forefront of the family genealogy, while everyone else takes a back seat. The first incense offering will be for us. As they spoke, a sense of ambition ignited within them. Zhu Tao thrust out his fist towards Li Yiming. Ascendancy. Li Yiming excitedly bumped his fist against Zhu Tao's. Rebuild the glory. Good. Now, we need to discuss how to divide the East Sea in the future. Yes, we need to carefully consider it. Even close brothers need to settle accounts clearly. Chapter 50. How arrogant you are. Li Yiming successfully entered the realm, and naturally, Su Yang received the corresponding energy feedback. He took a moment to examine the specific changes in Li Yiming's information. Name, Li Yiming. Age, 16. Realm, 8th rank martial spirit. Mind technique. Earth-Shattering Technique. Compatibility 9. Heavenly Profound Leg modified. Compatibility 368. Martial skills, none. Defects, unstable foundation. Incompatible mind technique. Conflicting mind techniques. Dull aptitude. Traits, mind technique fanatic. Born genius. Due to the resurgence of confidence, previous despondency has dissipated, enhancing cultivation efficiency, comprehension, and resilience. Cultivation efficiency 187. Overall rating E. Advice 1. Unstable foundation. Need to be rebuilt. 2. Revise mind technique to enhance compatibility. In shock, Su Yang did not expect that Li Yiming had truly been swayed by his words. The lad genuinely believed that he had imparted enlightenment, and not only did he perk up immediately, but he even developed the new trait of born genius. However, what truly surprised Su Yang was that despite the enhancement from the two positive traits, Li Yiming's cultivation efficiency still lagged significantly behind Zhu Tao. Would this require a relentless effort to continue the charade? Yet, upon reflection, this method might not necessarily work on others. After all, others did not possess the same level of trust as Li Yiming, and with a skeptical attitude, it was unlikely they could develop a positive trait, such as born genius. Nevertheless, it should not pose too much of a problem. Once they tasted success, their doubts would likely dissipate. Su Yang now felt a twinge of regret. When he had guided Zhu Tao in his cultivation, he lacked this experience. Had he known, he would have also provided enlightenment, allowing Zhu Tao's cultivation efficiency to soar. If that didn't work, perhaps he could employ other tactics to create a sense of ritual, which would be more persuasive than mere empty words. However, all of this hinged on establishing a relatively good relationship with the students first. Otherwise, any effort to teach would be in vain. This morning, as Sun Zhao was about to leave after his morning exercise, he was intercepted by the crowd from Class 5. Seeing himself surrounded, Sun Zhao immediately adopted a wary expression. What is going on? Sun Zhao, do you perhaps have some incriminating evidence in the hands of that Su fellow? After 2 days of brainstorming, the group still could not come up with a coherent explanation. After much contemplation, they decided it was better to ask directly. What evidence? Sun Zhao was momentarily taken aback. What could I possibly have? Seeing the confusion etched on Sun Zhao's face only deepened their puzzlement. Then why are you afraid of Su? Sun Zhao, visibly displeased, replied curtly, I already said I don't know. I can't explain. So you're just scared? Yes, whatever you say. Sun Zhao, exasperated, hurriedly stood up and declared, move aside. I'm going back to my dorm. Wait a moment. What is so frightening about that Su? Isn't he just skilled in some defensive techniques? Exactly. No matter how much he talks, he is only boosting his defense. He probably can't even hit hard. True. We can't deal with him, but neither can he deal with us. Why do you have to back down? Aren't you embarrassed as a member of a prominent family? The barrage of questions only served to irritate Sun Zhao further. I said I don't know. If you're so capable, go ask Su yourself. Sun Zhao retorted with a mocking tone, just don't be more cowardly than I am. The group immediately scoffed. Me? Scared. What is that Su to me? Am I like you, timid? Care to wager? Upon hearing this, Sun Zhao was fired up. Let us wager. Whoever gets scolded by Su and can retaliate, I'll hand over all my pocket money and living expenses for this month. Well, I guess you'll be eating dirt this month. Fu Yunhai, standing in the crowd, straightened his posture. Watch closely. I'll make that Su furious. As he spoke, Fu Yunhai flicked his martial robe and strode out of the classroom towards the office. The crowd from Class 5 quickly followed him into the hallway to observe. Not long after, Fu Yunhai arrived at Su Yang's office door, knocking vigorously. Su, come out. Fu Yunhai had the loudest voice in Class 5, and his call drew the attention of many. Su Yang, meditating in his office, was momentarily startled by the commotion outside. Upon opening the door, he found Fu Yunhai standing with his hands in his pockets, head held high, exuding an air of arrogance, even bouncing his leg. Who do you think you are? Yelling like that? I'm just being myself. What can you do about it? Su Yang was bewildered. Have you lost your mind? I just reprimanded Sun Zhao twice and was planning to ease off, hoping not to instill any psychological trauma in you. Why would you willingly walk into the line of fire? Noticing Su Yang's lack of reaction, Fu Yunhai smirked disdainfully. I knew you wouldn't dare. As soon as the words left his mouth, Fu Yunhai turned to leave. Stop. Who said you could go? At that moment, Su Yang's stern voice rang out from behind him. Instantly, Fu Yunhai felt as if the sky had darkened, a pair of crimson eyes fixated on him from behind. An unprecedented sense of pressure enveloped him, leaving him breathless, with cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. His legs felt as though they were weighed down with lead, immobilizing him. What is happening? Where does this terrifying pressure from that Su come from? Fu Yunhai's eyes were wide with terror, his body rigid. Such audacity. You dare to be so disrespectful before a teacher, showing no regard for the sanctity of the classroom. Stand up straight. With a light command from Su Yang, Fu Yunhai's legs involuntarily came together, and his body straightened reflexively. Turn around. As Fu Yunhai turned to meet Su Yang's icy gaze, he felt a tremor run through him, unable to bear the intensity of the stare, and he quickly lowered his head. What kind of student behaves this way? Who taught you to speak to your teacher like that? Fu Yunhai opened his mouth, intending to retort, but the overwhelming pressure rendered him speechless, unable to lift his head or utter a word. How arrogant you are! After so many years of schooling, do you not comprehend the importance of respecting your teachers? How have I been instructing you all this time? Why the silence now? Were you not just so brazen? In an instant, Su Yang's stern reprimands echoed throughout the nearby classrooms, drawing an ever-growing audience. Students from various classes crowded their windows, watching in bewilderment. Even the teachers were astonished. They had heard that Class 5 had calmed down under Su Yang's guidance, but witnessing this scene made the first-year teachers finally believe it. Little Su is impressive. The unruly rascals of Class 5 are silenced with just a scolding. Chapter 51. The drama. Initially, Su Yang had no intention of reprimanding the students of Class 5 publicly, aware that their pride might only aggravate their rebellious spirits. However, their audacity was intolerable. To disrespect a teacher in such a public setting was beyond comprehension. Thus, with the atmosphere charged, Su Yang felt compelled to assert his authority, believing it would be a disservice to himself not to confront Fu Yunhai, who had come to the office to face repercussions. When the students of Class 5 beheld Fu Yunhai standing silently before Su Yang, their expressions mirrored that of someone who had seen a ghost. The situation bore an uncanny resemblance to the earlier incident with Sun Zhao. Witnessing Fu Yunhai's predicament finally brought a gleeful expression to Sun Zhao's face. Now do you believe it? Justice is served, and my heart is at ease. The faces of Class 5 were painted with disbelief. How could this happen? What trickery was at play from the one surnamed Su? They turned their gazes towards Sun Zhao, hoping for an explanation. I have no idea, Sun Zhao replied, hands raised in surrender, a mischievous grin lighting his features. Why not try it yourself? Experience a reprimand firsthand, and you'll understand. Thus, Fu Yunhai endured a 10-minute lecture from Su Yang in full view of the public before being released. Had it not been for Su Yang's waning strength, he could have continued for another half hour. Regrettably, he felt his energy dissipating just as he was gaining momentum. He resolved to elevate his abilities swiftly so that he could impose a comprehensive half-hour standing punishment upon this rebellious class. Fu Yunhai fled back to the classroom in a state of disarray. As soon as he returned, his classmates crowded around him. Fu Yunhai, what happened? Why didn't you speak up? You just stood there and took it. Where's your courage? Catching his breath, Fu Yunhai hastily explained. I don't know what happened. I finally understand why you didn't dare to speak up, right? You wanted to retort but couldn't. Am I right? He quickly glanced at Sun Zhao, who nodded in agreement. The moment that surname Su opened his mouth, I felt like I was being targeted by a predator. Paralyzed with fear, Sun Zhao empathized, nodding thoughtfully. Now, at last, someone shared his sentiments. The students of Class 5 could not help but believe. What method did that surname Su employ? How could he render someone speechless? Sun Zhao narrowed his eyes. If you're truly curious, why not send someone else to try? Upon hearing this, Fu Yunhai immediately chimed in. Whoever can give that surname Su a taste of his own medicine, I'll wager my entire monthly allowance. The humiliation was too great. To be seen like that by students from other classes was unbearable. Now that he reflected on the situation, he clenched his teeth in frustration. That surname Su had made him look foolish. He vowed to ensure that the others in Class 5 would also face embarrassment. Though he dared not seek revenge, thinking back on the punishment he had just endured sent shivers down his spine. Fu Yunhai resolved not to experience that terror again. Without further thought, he pulled out his electric shock device and slammed it onto the table. Not only will I wager my allowance, but whoever can retaliate will claim this. He exchanged a knowing glance with Sun Zhao, who promptly added, I'll offer my nanofabric battlesuit as well. The rest of the students in Class 5 exchanged incredulous looks, realizing the obvious trap laid before them. Come on, are you two really trying to fool us this badly? Anyone with a modicum of sense recognized this as a ploy to drag everyone into social disgrace. A girl wielding a spiked club declared, "Count me in, Xie Yuhan. Don't let greed cloud your judgment." Ignoring the protests, Xie Yuhan boldly marched towards Su Yang's office with the spiked club in hand. Upon reaching the door, she raised the club, ready to strike, but recalled how severely Fu Yuhai had been reprimanded and hesitated. Instead, she knocked gently on the door and called out sweetly, "Open up." As the door swung open, Su Yang, upon seeing Xie Yuhan brandishing the spiked club, could not suppress a smirk. "Is this a new addiction? What is this? Do you wish to receive a lecture as well?" Xie Yuhan hesitated for a moment, but then resolutely nodded. "Go ahead. I'm not afraid of you. Just be a little gentler." With 2 female students in his class, Su Yang found it hard to be harsh. He felt it was impossible to go easy on her. Yet he decided to compromise. "Very well. I shall only lecture you for 5 minutes. That will conserve some of my energy." After a while, Xie Yuhan returned to the classroom, tears streaming down her face. "Wah, that surname Su went too far. He even said I was shorter than the spiked club. He insulted me. I need vengeance. Please help me." The students of Class 5 fell into a stunned silence. Sun Xiao and Fu Yuhai exchanged triumphant glances, their scheme unfolding perfectly. "Xie Yuhan, are you willing to wager everything?" "Absolutely. I'll stake my spiked club and all my savings." The other students looked at one another, knowing that anyone who hesitated would be branded a coward. Sun Xiao, sensing the shift in dynamics, boldly declared, "Only those who dare to confront the one surnamed Su are true heirs of noble families." Upon hearing this, Fu Yunhai and Xie Yuhan chimed in, "Exactly. We've already faced the trial. We are the true heirs, for we venture boldly into the tiger's den." Each of them challenged the others, urging them to step forward and face the music. In the office of the grade leader, Lu Zhan was busy sorting through documents when a passing teacher startled him. "What is happening?" Lu Zhan inquired, a puzzled expression on his face. "Don't you know? It's the drama in Class 5. The teacher exclaimed. "We must hurry to witness it before it concludes." "What drama?" Lu Zhan asked, confusion etched on his face. "Su is currently reprimanding that rowdy bunch from Class 5. Right at the office door." "Wait, they're fighting?" Lu Zhan's expression shifted. "No fighting. They're all standing silently, taking their reprimands like model students. I must hurry to record this." When had anyone ever seen Class 5 behave so obediently? Chapter 52. The Needle Flick Technique. Su Yang felt that the students of Class 5 were somewhat lacking in normalcy. Were they putting on a performance akin to the Hulu brothers? Each one of them seemed to enter the office presenting what could only be described as a head of sorts. The situation appeared to take on a theatrical quality. And as Su Yang observed the gathering crowd of teachers and students outside the teaching building, he realized things had spiraled out of control. He promptly summoned the students into his office. "Come on, I can handle this." The audacious demands from the wayward students prompted Su Yang to roll his eyes in disbelief. "Are you out of your mind? Have you all gorged yourselves on nonsense? Just focus and start berating me." The rebellious students insisted, "If you don't scold us, it means you look down on us." As a teacher, Su Yang often felt that his rationality set him apart from these peculiar students. What on earth were they thinking? It seemed they were ready to stoke the flames of chaos once more. Su Yang was left speechless. The situation in Class 5, where trouble brewed from all corners, truly required reform. They exhibited none of the camaraderie expected of a class. With this behavior, the likelihood of them ranking dead last in the upcoming final exams was alarmingly high. The prospect of being recognized as an outstanding teacher was utterly hopeless. Both the midterm and final assessments in martial arts included a critical subject, team collaboration. While this subject was not part of the college entrance examination, it would nonetheless be recorded in the teacher and Oppo's performance evaluations. This inclusion, along with theoretical knowledge in martial arts, was mandatory to ensure student survival. One could never be too cautious, as the threat of monstrous waves could emerge at any moment. The martial arts general knowledge course aimed to familiarize students with the characteristics of these beasts, while team collaboration was essential for students to develop a collective combat capability that far surpassed individual efforts in the face of danger. However, given the current state of affairs, it was highly probable that when the monstrous waves did arrive, Class 5 would be the first to throw their classmates out as bait to escape. Or perhaps they would cast Su Yang out first. The mere thought of this incensed Su Yang, stirring his authoritative presence as a teacher. Li Yiming was the last to arrive in the office. Upon seeing Su Yang's stern countenance, he exclaimed, "Old Su, hold your tongue. We're all on the same side here." Su Yang, nearly instinctively unleashing his formidable presence as a teacher, was momentarily taken aback upon recognizing Li Yiming. leading him to chuckle despite the absurdity of the situation. Have these rascals truly stoked the flames of discord? Quite the opposite, Li Yiming chuckled. Now they genuinely fear you. Su Yang rolled his eyes again. They must be truly full of themselves, sabotaging my grand plans. I had hoped to sow division between Sun Zhao and Class 5 to exploit the gap and win Sun Zhao over. But now, the Teacher-S authority has unified them all into one camp. Truly, plans are subject to rapid change. Yet, it was entirely a misfortune. At the very least, after experiencing the weight of his authority, the students would harbor some measure of respect. In future discussions, they would no longer sport those indifferent expressions, resembling students more than rebels, a sight that would be much more pleasing to the eye and beneficial for one's mental health. Naturally, Li Yiming was eager to share his good news with Su Yang. Old Su, I've just entered the realm of dual cultivation. The enlightenment from the initiation was simply extraordinary. I never imagined someone of my talents could achieve dual cultivation, let alone reach this level in just one day. Li Yiming's excitement was palpable, his joy evident on his face. I truly possess the potential of a martial deity now. Su Yang merely smiled, choosing not to comment. The journey to becoming a martial deity was still far from over for either of them. In this era, the existence of such beings was uncertain. Su Yang's understanding was confined to his immediate surroundings, and he couldn't definitively assert the existence of martial deities even in the broader context of Hua Xia or the world. However, what he could affirm was that the level of a martial deity transcended human comprehension. Martial deities had, to some extent, freed themselves from the constraints of physical laws, capable of soaring through the skies. Their destructive power could be measured in equivalent terms, in their speed in Mach units. Theoretically, a single punch from a martial deity held the terrifying power of a nuclear explosion. Most importantly, martial deities were historical figures recorded in the annals of history. Throughout Hua Xia's history, 5 martial deities had emerged, their existence preserving the nation from the ravages of monstrous invasions and mass suffering. In contrast, the concept of martial saints lacked historical documentation. It was a notion birthed from the words of martial deities themselves, expressing that one must traverse stars and tread upon moons to achieve the path of sanctity, implying that these 5 martial deities believed that there existed even higher realms within the martial arts, capable of traversing the cosmos. Of course, self-assurance is commendable. After spending about 10 minutes in the office, Li Yiming emerged, visibly distressed, returning to the classroom to join his classmates in vociferously denouncing Su Yang for his perceived injustices. Following their collective outcry, a wave of confusion washed over them. What was that inexplicable pressure they had felt? For reasons unknown, it felt strikingly similar to the sensation of being scrutinized by a gatekeeper while attempting to scale a wall. The classroom fell into a sudden hush as memories of the first days of school flooded back, when they'd been caught by the gatekeeper while trying to sneak over the wall. Indeed, being under the gatekeeper's watch had carried an elusive sense of pressure. In martial arts theory, this sensation was termed pressure, typically only manifesting in those of a martial respect level or higher. But no, Su Yang's pressure was far more intense than that of the gatekeeper. What on earth was Su Yang's background? This was both a display of chi transformation and an overwhelming pressure. Was he truly at the 8th rank? Wait a moment. Wasn't there something missing? What could it be? What about Taozi? We all faced the scolding. How could we leave him out? Indeed, the whole class should be together. They hurried to locate Zhu Tao and escort him to the office. On the rooftop pavilion, Zhu Tao's expression gradually shifted into contemplation. After several days of focused training and practice with Su Yang, his understanding of the heaven-mending needle technique had deepened significantly, to the point where even his dreams were filled with images of stitching and refining techniques. Yet now, as he gazed at the steel needle embedded in the ground, he felt a buzzing sensation in his head. This doesn't seem right. With a flick of his finger, the steel needle was drawn back by the thread. Just as it was about to land on his fingertip, Zhu Tao concentrated his energy at the tips of his fingers and flicked it away. Whoosh! A faint sound of air being split reverberated through the air. At that moment, the solid concrete floor was effortlessly pierced, and the steel needle vanished into its depths. Zhu Tao couldn't help but scratch his head, his expression one of bewilderment. Have I just mastered the needle flick technique? Chapter 53. Unity of Mind and Self. As night descended, Zhu Tao arrived at Su Yang's chamber, as was his custom. Su Yang was about to disrobe when Zhu Tao interjected, "Teacher, a moment. I sense something amiss within me." Su Yang paused, casting a perplexed gaze upon Zhu Tao. "What troubles you?" I believe I have mastered the flicking needle technique." Su Yang and Appo's expression shifted to disbelief. Is this child delusional? He mused. The flicking needle technique was not attainable until the final, 6th layer of the embroidered clouds mending heaven art. Zhu Tao had yet to fully master the 2nd layer, yet he claimed to have mastered the technique. How can you execute a technique when the prerequisites are unmet? Despite his skepticism, Su Yang responded, demonstrate it for me. As you wish. With a subtle gesture, Zhu Tao produced a steel needle, seemingly from thin air. He lightly tossed it upward, and, with a deft flick of his fingers, thwack! The needle pierced the wall, the dark thread attached to it bisecting Su Yang's vision. Is this normal, teacher? Normal? Hardly. This is patently abnormal. Su Yang reached out and touched the thread. As expected, it possessed remarkable tensile strength. It was merely ordinary sewing thread, yet it had been successfully imbued with qi. Using the needle as a conduit and qi as the thread, he had executed the flicking needle technique, completing the embroidered clouds mending heaven art. Su Yang lapsed into silence. This was a blatant violation of martial arts conventions. Zhu Tao's strength and mastery of the art were insufficient to unleash the flicking needle technique, yet he had done so. Moreover, its power and velocity rivaled that of a bullet. I may have given you an advantage, but is this advantage excessively absurd? You've been cultivating the embroidered clouds mending heaven art for less than 2 weeks, and your needlework is already perfected. Seeing Su Yang's silence, Zhu Tao refrained from interrupting. Settling quietly to the side, a sense of trepidation in his heart. He was uncertain whether this was a boon or a curse, as it defied the established laws of martial arts. He had not even fully mastered the second layer, yet he had inexplicably learned the flicking needle technique. How bizarre. After a considerable pause, Su Yang finally spoke. Have you experienced anything unusual prior to this? Not precisely unusual, Zhu Tao replied hastily. During cultivation, I become easily immersed, to the point where I lose all sense of time. Teacher, is this a state of meditative absorption? Su Yang responded reflexively, yes. The ability to wholeheartedly devote oneself to cultivation, impervious to external distractions, was known as meditative absorption, a serendipitous occurrence. Everyone experienced it to varying degrees. Su Yang himself had entered such a state. Once engaged in cultivation, one would become completely engrossed, oblivious to the passage of time. This state was immensely beneficial for martial arts advancement, potentially leading to breakthroughs in strength or enhanced comprehension of the art. It was a rare and sought-after phenomenon. How often? Each time. Each time you cultivate, you enter meditative absorption? Yes, I unwittingly become immersed. However, fearing the loss of time, I set an alarm to forcibly awaken myself. Zhu Tao added. Li Yiming seems to be similar. The system has granted you both this boon, while I am relegated to the role of a student in Class 5. How is it that a chance occurrence has become your daily cultivation routine? How can one so casually enter meditative absorption? Could it be due to an ardent devotion to the art? Since Zhu Tao typically practiced stealthily on the rooftop, beyond his direct supervision, Su Yang was unaware of Zhu Tao's cultivation habits. Prior to this, Su Yang had believed that meditative absorption occurred only once, upon initial exposure to the art. When Su Yang had cultivated the 9 refinements body tempering art, he had only experienced meditative absorption during his initial foray. He had never experienced it since. Now he realized that Zhu Tao was capable of entering meditative absorption every time he cultivated, even needing to set an alarm to forcibly awaken himself, lest he forget the time spent practicing his needlework. Moreover, Li Yiming was the same. Before coming here, Zhu Tao had even peered over the balcony to observe Li Yiming. Li Yiming was indeed in his room, standing on one leg, maintaining a state of meditative absorption, to avoid losing track of time as he had previously. He had followed Zhu Tao's example and set an alarm with a powerful vibration to forcibly awaken himself. No wonder their cultivation speed is so outrageous. However, upon further reflection, Su Yang realized that even consistent meditative absorption could not account for Zhu Tao's ability to execute the flicking needle technique, a feat that blatantly defied martial arts conventions. Meditative absorption merely accelerated the pace of cultivation and deepened one's understanding of the art. It simply expedited the gradual process, without suddenly enabling one to master the flicking needle technique. It must be something other than meditative absorption, Su Yang said, maintaining a composed demeanor, as if he had foreseen this all along. Reflect carefully. Is there anything else amiss? Zhu Tao pondered for a moment. Perhaps dreams? Su Yang's heart skipped a beat. Dreams? What sort of dreams? I cultivate and practice needlework in my dreams, Zhu Tao said, scratching his head, puzzled. But they're just dreams. So I didn't think much of them. Are you able to recall the details of your dreams with relative clarity? Su Yang asked, his voice growing urgent. Yes, quite clearly. Many details are still vivid, Zhu Tao replied, somewhat perplexed. Teacher, is this significant? Yes, exceedingly so. A wave of unease washed over Su Yang. This state of cultivating in dreams was described by a rare and esoteric term in martial arts theory, one that most individuals would never encounter in their lifetime. Unity of mind and self. The art and the self become one, cultivating in dreams. A state even more elusive than meditative absorption. Ancient texts contain numerous accounts of individuals who had mastered their abilities, comprehended the art, and achieved enlightenment in their dreams, awakening with the ability to execute them. Moreover, unity of mind and self was unrelated to one's strength or mastery. The ancients were perplexed by this phenomenon, as it occurred only in a select few cases. Now, however, Su Yang understood the underlying cause. Whether it was meditative absorption or unity of mind and self, the root of it all lay in the compatibility of the art. These rare cases documented in ancient texts likely involved individuals who had selected an art with a compatibility exceeding 300, an occurrence even rarer than winning the lottery. However, in Su Yang's domain, he could manipulate this probability. Teacher, is this a good thing or a bad thing? Su Yang took a deep breath. This state of cultivating in dreams is known as unity of mind and self. Unity of mind and self? Zhu Tao asked, a look of confusion on his face. I've never heard of it. That's perfectly normal. You are not yet at a stage where you would be exposed to such theoretical knowledge, Su Yang said solemnly. Do not worry. This is a good thing. However, there may be a minor side effect. What side effect? Sleepwalking. Chapter 54. The martial arts arena. The reason Su Yang was certain that there would be side effects from sleepwalking was due to the rare cases documented in ancient texts, where individuals either faced execution at noon or succumbed to suicide. Upon awakening, their families were already gone. The experience of training in dreams could very well resemble sleepwalking. However, one would remain oblivious to their own sleepwalking. Furthermore, Zhu Tao resided in a single dormitory, making it even less likely for him to be aware of his nocturnal wanderings. After contemplating, Su Yang decided, to be on the safe side, you shall rest here today, as I need to ascertain the specifics of the situation. Zhu Tao's expression became somewhat grave. Understood. As night fell and the lights were extinguished, Zhu Tao quickly succumbed to a deep slumber. Warriors rarely suffered from insomnia. After a day of rigorous training, exhaustion overtook them, and they would fall asleep almost as soon as their heads hit the pillow. Su Yang sat beside him, observing with curiosity the phenomenon of dream training. After all, he had the invincible guidance of his master, and Zhu Tao posed no threat to him. Time passed slowly, and approximately half an hour later, Zhu Tao suddenly sat up in bed. Su Yang's expression shifted, and upon closer inspection, he noticed that Zhu Tao appeared to be in a slumber, his head tilted oddly, yet his body seemed to move of its own accord. His right hand stretched out into the void, frozen in that peculiar posture. What was happening? Just then, the sound of metallic clinking reached Su Yang and Appo's ears. Turning his head, he was astonished to see Zhu Tao's steel needle case trembling incessantly. This startled Su Yang. The heavenly repairing needle required prolonged exposure to the thread to channel energy, thereby deepening one's control over the needle. However, Zhu Tao, in a dream state, was somehow extracting the needle directly from thin air without the thread as a medium. This astonishing display left Su Yang wide-eyed, as it was a feat only achievable by a martial emperor. Ordinary warriors could not project their aura externally. They could only manipulate it within their bodies. To influence external objects, physical contact was necessary. Otherwise, the aura would dissipate uncontrollably. The scene before him was indeed mind-boggling. Zhu Tao's ability to perform the needle-flicking technique was already extraordinary, but now he was extracting needles from the void while dreaming? The sheer audacity of his mental state was astounding. Just as Su Yang marveled at this, the lid of the needle case flew open, and a steel needle shot forth, perfectly grasped between Zhu Tao's fingers. What followed was even more surreal. With his other hand, Zhu Tao pinched the air and began threading the needle. Moments later, as he released the needle, it bizarrely hovered in midair. Su Yang and Appo's pupils contracted sharply. It was not merely the air. He was extracting his own aura to serve as the thread, using aura as thread. In the next instant, Zhu Tao flicked his fingers, and the steel needle ricocheted back, landing precisely between his fingers before being launched again. A faint sound of slicing through the air resonated, but the needle did not travel far, halting abruptly at about half a meter before Zhu Tao yanked it back and unleashed it once more. This back and forth escalated in speed until Su Yang could no longer track the needle and Appo's movement. No wonder Zhu Tao was unaware of when he had mastered the technique. It was entirely due to the muscle memory developed during dream training. This was undeniably hazardous. Anyone sleeping nearby would likely find themselves in grave danger. Witnessing this, Su Yang imagined the chaos that would ensue in the future when the fifth class engaged in dream training, a veritable dance of demons. Fortunately, as they all resided in single dormitories, there should be little cause for concern. However, Su Yang was uncertain how long this state would persist. The following morning, when Zhu Tao woke, he found Su Yang still seated in meditation. "Teacher, how did it go?" he inquired. "Not much to worry about," Su Yang replied, yawning. "Just ensure there are no other people around while you sleep." Zhu Tao, coming to his senses, chuckled incredulously. Did I really sleepwalk? Indeed. You practiced the needle-flicking technique while sleepwalking. Zhu Tao appeared bewildered, clearly finding the situation hard to comprehend. This won't have any repercussions, will it? The unknown instilled a sense of dread that left Zhu Tao far from excited. There might be some consequences, Su Yang replied, his expression shifting. Be cautious in the future to avoid accidentally pricking your girlfriend. Seeing Su Yang still jesting eased the heavy stone in Zhu Tao's heart. However, I don't feel any increase in strength, he remarked. You merely learned the killing move of the heavenly repairing needle in advance, Su Yang shrugged. Your realm remains unchanged. But your combat capability has undergone a qualitative transformation. Zhu Tao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Teacher, can we spar once? I want to see the practical effects of the needle-flicking technique. No, Su Yang said, raising his hands in resignation. Sparring with me would yield no experiential feedback for you. Indeed, there was no point in practicing together. It wasn't that Su Yang was unwilling to assist. Once he engaged in combat, he would automatically become invincible, making assessment impossible. Zhu Tao pondered this and conceded that fighting Su Yang would not reveal any practical effects. Then I shall head to the martial arts arena. The martial arts school had established various facilities to enhance and evaluate students' training achievements. The martial arts arena was one such venue. Within this arena, students could challenge martial combat robots, adjusting difficulty and parameters, with a maximum level not exceeding 6. This allowed for targeted self-training. However, the arena at their school employed second-generation combat robots, somewhat outdated and lacking in intelligence, making the practical assessment less than ideal compared to the latest third-generation robots used at the first school, which closely mimicked actual combat scenarios. The arena has both free public areas and paid private rooms. Remember to rent a private room. Understood. Su Yang had to return to the classroom, making it impossible to accompany Zhu Tao, so he advised him to exercise caution. Zhu Tao left the staff dormitory and headed straight for the martial arts arena. Typically, those who frequented the arena were seniors, eager to hone their combat skills. By the time Zhu Tao arrived at the arena, it was already bustling with activity. Numerous students donned combat testing suits, engaging with the martial robots in the public testing area. The combat robots were covered in a rubber-like material. A punch would certainly sting, but it posed no life-threatening risk. However, as soon as Zhu Tao entered the arena, he felt numerous hostile gazes directed at him from all directions. Every prominent family had their rivals, and the Zhu family was no exception, especially with many elite students from their school present. Within moments, several individuals had surrounded Zhu Tao, their eyes gleaming with malice. Chapter 55, Shallow Waters, Abundant Turtles. As Zhu Tao found himself surrounded, he maintained a semblance of composure. Step aside, unless you seek discomfort, he declared, attempting to extricate himself from the encirclement. However, he was suddenly greeted by a familiar voice from behind. Zhu Tao? A jolt of recognition coursed through him, and his expression momentarily stiffened. Turning around, he beheld a gaunt youth, wearing a half-smile, approaching him. Xue Fei, it's been quite some time, hasn't it? I heard you and Sun Zhao are in the same class now. Indeed, Sun Xue Fei replied with a dismissive click of his tongue. Is Class 5 a garbage disposal? Why lump all the refuse together? Although irritation simmered within Zhu Tao, he bore it silently. Sun Xue Fei was one of Sun Zhao's cousins, known for his penchant for bullying the weak while avoiding confrontation with the strong. In the presence of the elite from prominent families, he dared not utter a word. Don't mind me. I speak my mind, Sun Xue Fei laughed, adding, what I mean is, you and Sun Zhao are both trash. Zhu Tao clenched his fist in silence. At that moment, an irked voice interjected from the side. Sun Xue Fei, who are you insulting? Startled, Zhu Tao turned to see another youth, arms crossed and a scowl etched on his face, glaring at Sun Xue Fei. I'm not insulting you, Sun Xue Fei retorted, rolling his eyes. What are you doing here, stirring the pot? Fu Yuhai is still my family. The newcomer, Fu Dongming, shot back coldly. You, an outsider, have no right to interfere. Sun Xue Fei scoffed. What? Are you here to defend Fu Yuhai? Yes, Fu Dongming replied with a dismissive grunt. Care for a fight? Sure. Sun Xue Fei smirked. I'll be waiting inside. Come if you dare. With that, he departed with a few followers. Fu Dongming shot Zhu Tao a glance, his voice icy. What brings you to the martial arts arena? Do you not realize how unpopular you are within your family? Not all scions of esteemed families were like Sun Xue Fei. Fu Dongming was of a kinder disposition. I just wanted a place to practice, Zhu Tao explained hastily. Fu Dongming frowned slightly. Practice and leave quickly. Do not attract attention. If you encounter Xiezhen, run. That guy is a lunatic. If he catches you, you might not leave here unscathed. At the mention of Xiezhen, a shiver ran down Zhu Tao's spine. A relative of Xie Yuhan. He was notorious for his violent temper and penchant for brawls. Zhu Tao had learned of Xia Zhen's reputation long before arriving at Sanzhong. Prominent families were called so for their extensive networks of relatives, with numerous connections throughout Donghai, yet these relatives often thrived on others' misfortunes. Understood, Zhu Tao replied. Eager to vacate the hall, he hurried to the reception desk to request a private room. Soon, Zhu Tao donned a martial arts testing suit. The snug outfit was equipped with numerous sensors that monitored his physical condition during tests, providing a comprehensive overview of his capabilities. Before him stood a combat robot, its rubbery exterior marred by the scars of previous encounters. It was entirely black, adorned with an array of sensory devices. After the staff provided an explanation, they departed, leaving Zhu Tao to configure the robot's specific parameters at the control panel. Typically, the settings were default, but Zhu Tao opted for a higher difficulty, selecting an advanced 8th grade martial spirit level, aligning with his current prowess. He chose a boxing style for the robot. Once configured, he promptly entered the testing area. The robot, previously at rest on its charging station, sprang to life upon receiving the command, mimicking human movements. It approached Zhu Tao, performed a traditional salute, and immediately assumed a fighting stance. The control panel chimed in. Combat preparation. 3, 2, 1. At the sound of 1, Zhu Tao swiftly launched a steel needle. With a swift whoosh, it embedded itself in the robot's forehead, penetrating deeply. The robot collapsed to the ground, motionless. The control panel announced, detected a fatal injury. Combat cannot continue. Congratulations on defeating your opponent. Time, 12 seconds. Zhu Tao's scalp prickled with astonishment. He knew the power of the needle technique was formidable, but to dispatch the combat robot in a single strike was unsettling. Hastily, he examined the data on the control panel. Although the second-generation combat robot was not highly intelligent, it possessed the essential capabilities to recognize attacks and choose to evade or defend. However, it failed to react due to the current parameter settings, leaving it defenseless. If the robot could not react, neither could he. Zhu Tao chuckled at the absurdity. His skill level and the needle technique were mismatched. The robot's dynamic response capabilities could not keep pace with the speed of the needle. Am I truly invincible among my peers? Zhu Tao pondered, scratching his head. If he faced an opponent of equal standing, he felt he could indeed eliminate them before they even had a chance to strike. The needle technique was potent enough to pierce through the skull of an adversary of the same caliber. Wouldn't that mean certain death or injury for them? Zhu Tao's expression turned complex. Due to his training in the dream realm, executing the needle technique was almost instinctual, making it impossible to control its power. While his combat abilities were undoubtedly impressive, he realized he could not recklessly use this technique against others without facing dire consequences. His gaze fell upon his own parameters, only to discover they had not changed. There were no specific values recorded. It seemed the equipment was indeed outdated. How could they still employ such antiquated testing suits in this era? Zhu Tao lamented the dilapidated state of Sanzhong's facilities, especially when compared to Yizhong, which utilized motion capture technology for data analysis. Determined to challenge himself further, Zhu Tao contemplated raising the difficulty. After a moment's thought, he decisively set the combat robot to a mid-level 7th grade martial mysterious realm. Meanwhile, in another private testing room within the martial arts arena, Xia Zhen exited the testing area, sipping water while glancing at his phone. Zhu Yuan's cousin is in testing room B34, he read, his expression twisting into a menacing scowl. Chapter 56. Mad Dog. Within the confines of the B34 testing room, Zhu Tao's figure darted across the testing platform, seeking the opportune moment to unleash a strike. Yet, the combat robot pursuing him evaded effortlessly with a mere tilt of its head, closing the distance and delivering a powerful punch. Caught off guard, Zhu Tao was sent staggering back several steps, hastily retracting the steel needle. The main control system's voice echoed a warning. Please be advised, should you suffer another attack, you will be deemed to have failed. Panting heavily, drenched in sweat, Zhu Tao found himself under relentless assault from the combat robot, which charged toward him with unyielding ferocity. In response, Zhu Tao slammed his fist into the ground, invoking the legendary dragon-slaying fist. Harnessing the explosive force from his own strike, he propelled himself upward and retaliated with another needle, this time successfully narrowing the distance to land a shot directly into the robot's cerebral region. However, the combat robot showed no signs of halting, retaliating with another fierce punch. Desperately, Zhu Tao raised both hands to shield his face, only to be forcefully ejected from the testing platform with a resounding thud. The robot finally ceased its assault, and the main control panel announced, failure. With a bitter smile, Zhu Tao lay on the ground for a moment before gradually rising. The disparity in strength was painfully evident. This was merely a combat robot, yet he was unable to subdue it. Against a true martial artist, he would surely perish. Zhu Tao approached the main control panel, scrutinizing the robot's parameters. Difficulty, peak of the 7th rank martial profound realm. Type, fist technique. Tiger roar, 8 gates fist. Remaining health, 27. Injured areas, brain, right chest. Lower right leg. The gap was indeed insurmountable. Observing the 3 injured areas, Zhu Tao couldn't and oppose, help but reflect. His last strike to the brain was his ultimate exchange. Yet it failed to deliver a fatal blow. The remaining 2 strikes had aimed for the heart, but were skillfully dodged by the combat robot. In a genuine combat scenario, facing an expert at the peak of the 7th rank martial profound realm, he would have but a single chance to strike. The sole positive note was that his needle technique could sufficiently breach the defenses of such a formidable opponent, ensuring it would not be easily deflected by mere flesh. After resetting all information on the control panel, Zhu Tao began to introspect. As long as he had the opportunity to strike, he could incapacitate a mid-tier 7th rank martial profound realm expert with a single needle. Presently, even against a high-tier 7th rank adversary, he stood a chance. But against the pinnacle of that realm, it would be a mere exchange of blows. Against opponents below the 7th rank, he was invincible when striking first. Above that, it devolved to a 1-for-1 trade, limited to those below the martial sovereign rank. Should he encounter a 6th rank martial sovereign, he would be resigned to his fate. With no hope for resistance, his steel needles would never penetrate the defenses of such a powerful entity. Having gained a clearer understanding of his current abilities, Zhu Tao resolved to dedicate himself to rigorous training in order to elevate his prowess. He aimed to ascend swiftly to the 7th rank. After powering down the main control panel, Zhu Tao exited the testing room, intent on leaving without delay. He could not afford to disregard Fu Dongming's warning. Xiezhen, the mad dog, relished targeting the Zhu family. This animosity stemmed from a past family competition where Xiezhen had encountered his cousin Zhu Yuan, suffering a complete defeat with no chance of retaliation. Each year, prominent families engaged in competitions to showcase their legacies and the strength of their younger generations. A matter of pride for each clan. Zhu Tao, however, had never participated due to his insufficient strength, which precluded him from qualifying. Typically, only the elite members of the family were permitted to compete. Approximately 3 years prior, during such a competition, Zhu Yuan faced off against Xiezhen. At that time, both were in their 3rd year of junior high, each at the peak of the 8th rank martial spirit realm. Such parity and strength made it easier to discern the superiority of their martial techniques. The Xie family was renowned for their mastery of firearms. Yet Xie Yuhan was an exception. Her skills with a gun were restrained by her own principles. In that fierce battle, Zhu Yuan severely injured Xiezhen, who had to be carried off in defeat. Zhu Tao was acutely aware of Zhu Yuan's mercilessness toward his own kin. It stood to reason he would show no mercy to outsiders. After nursing his wounds for 6 months, Xiezhen faced another setback when he faltered in his martial arts entrance examination. Ultimately, he failed to even meet the threshold for the 1st or 2nd tier schools, ending up at the 3rd tier institution. Zhu Tao understood the depth of Xiezhen's resentment toward the Zhu family, as he seized any opportunity to create trouble for them, seeking revenge with fervor. Such matters were typically overlooked by both clans. Skirmishes among the youth were their own affairs, and elders preferred not to intervene or escalate tensions. As long as no lives were lost, it was deemed a matter of skill rather than malice. Zhu Tao, however, wished to avoid an encounter with Xiezhen. Just as he neared the exit of the combat arena, he heard the taunting voice of Sun Xuefei. Zhu Tao, why the haste? Upon hearing Sun Xuefei's gleeful tone, Zhu Tao's heart sank. The next moment, a chilling voice called out, Zhu Tao, halt. Dread gripped him. Xiezhen. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhu Tao took off running. He recognized that voice all too well. It was undoubtedly Xiezhen's. With a menacing grin, Xiezhen brandished his weapon and charged after him. Among the crowd, Fu Dongming witnessed the scene but chose to remain inactive. He had just engaged in a skirmish with Sun Xuefei, expending considerable energy, and he had no desire to intervene. Knowing he was outmatched, Zhu Tao fled with all his might, not daring to look back. Still trying to escape? Xiezhen shouted, raising his spear and swiftly closing the distance, delivering a powerful strike. Zhu Tao rolled to the side just in time to evade the blow. Xiezhen, taken aback by Zhu Tao's unexpected agility, exclaimed, "You actually dodged that?" Xiezhen, Zhu Tao shouted urgently, "This is between you and Zhu Yuan. Why are you targeting me? I didn't harm you. Rest assured, I will find him eventually, but none of you Zhu family members will escape." Xiezhen growled, pointing his spear directly at Zhu Tao. "I intend for you all to experience my suffering." It was futile to reason with such a madman. With a sinister smile, Xiezhen bellowed, "Make your move. I'll allow you one chance." Zhu Tao's eyes narrowed, his anger coalescing as he silently gripped the steel needle in his hand, yet hesitated to reveal it. "I cannot strike. Doing so would expose my capabilities." "Fine. Zhu Tao shouted, retreating several steps and gathering his strength in his fists. Watch as I demonstrate the dragon-slaying fist of the Zhu family. Xia, amused, waved his hand mockingly. Come on, are you running again? Seeing Zhu Tao bolt once more, Xia felt mocked. If you think you can toy with me, then don't blame me for losing my humanity. Chapter 57, The Copper Bone. Zhu Tao dashed forward with unerring purpose. In this dire situation, the only one who could save him was Old Su. Behind him, Xia pursued relentlessly, his speed formidable, causing Zhu Tao to weave left and right in a frantic bid to evade capture. The reason the advanced mental techniques are deemed advanced lies in their comprehensiveness. The Panlong Divine Fist Technique encompasses not just offensive maneuvers but also incorporates agility and defense. In contrast, the CF family S7 kill spear, while integrated in its attack and defense, is notably deficient in mobility. The longer the spear, the less demanding it is of agility. Yet, Xia frustration grew with each failed attempt, as Zhu Tao, an 8th-grade martial spirit seemingly forged from resources, should not have been able to elude him. Amazingly, the boy managed to detect and evade every strike in time. The inability to land a hit only fueled Xia's ire, making his metal spear all the more menacing. With a powerful swing, Zhu Tao narrowly avoided a strike, only to be grazed by flying debris that marred his cheek. Gazing at the crater left in the ground where he had just stood, Zhu Tao's face paled in terror. This man truly intends to kill me. Without hesitation, Zhu Tao summoned every ounce of strength in his legs and leapt into the greenery. Xia, seeing Zhu Tao slip away once more, gritted his teeth in rage and brandished his spear as he continued the chase. Zhu Tao, stop. Do you really think you can escape today? As he spoke, Zhu Tao emerged from the greenery, finally reaching the vicinity of the first-grade classroom building. Taking a deep breath, he bellowed towards Su Yang's office. Old Su, save me. His voice echoed throughout the entire first-grade teaching block. Many heard the commotion and instinctively turned to peer outside the classroom. The first-grade teachers, upon stepping out, were taken aback. They caught sight of Xia emerging from the greenery, relentlessly pursuing Zhu Tao as he leapt about. The sight of Xia caused their expressions to shift dramatically. Known as the notorious troublemaker of the third school, Xia's reputation far exceeded that of the rascals in Class 5, who merely toyed with their teachers. Unlike them, Xia had once seriously injured a teacher, sending him to the ICU. Ultimately, the CF family intervened, and the matter was quietly swept under the rug, leading to the teacher's resignation without further inquiry. Why did Zhu Tao provoke Xia? Was he seeking trouble? The first-grade teachers hesitated to intervene, recognizing their own limitations. Most were merely 8th-grade martial spirits, while Xia was a solid mid-level 7th-grade martial practitioner, armed with the silver killing spear. Who could stand in his way? Xia's demeanor suggested he was already on edge. However, the teachers could not turn a blind eye and rushed to summon the grade leaders, Lucian and Shenming. Meanwhile, Class 5 had been playing cards in their classroom when they suddenly heard a cry for help, freezing in surprise. That voice sounds like Zhu Tao's. They murmured in confusion, stepping outside to look. The moment they spotted Xia, all members of Class 5 instinctively crouched down, their faces paling in terror. What the hell? Isn't that Xia the mad dog? Why is he here? If he finds us, we're all doomed. The expressions of Class 5 shifted between shades of green and white, knowing full well that Xia was not one to engage in rational discourse. If he took a disliking to someone, he would not hesitate to strike, and among the young scions, he was notably powerful. Had it not been for the severe injuries inflicted by Zhu Yuan during the high school entrance exam, which led to his failure, Xia would have easily secured a spot in the top school. That incident marked a turning point in his character, initially targeting only the Zhu family as offspring. He gradually became indiscriminate in his fury, attacking anyone he deemed fit. Xia Yuhan trembled in fear, for among the CF family, Xia was the one she dreaded most. Li Yiming's heart raced as he stole a glance and saw Zhu Tao in a desperate predicament, feeling a sense of impending doom. He was aware that Zhu Tao must also be practicing dual cultivation, but the specifics of his techniques were unknown. If Zhu Tao's identity were revealed at this moment, it would spell disaster. Where was Old Su? He needs to intervene. Noticing that Su Yang had yet to appear, Li Yiming hurriedly made his way to the office. Li Yiming, where are you going? To find Teacher Su. The students of Class 5 exchanged incredulous glances. What do you need him for? He is not going to get involved in this mess, is he? That is asking for trouble. Without offering further explanation, Li Yiming rushed to the office door and knocked urgently. After a moment of silence, he grew anxious. What on earth is Old Su doing? In a panic, he stepped back, gathered his strength, and kicked the office door open with a resounding crash. Inside, he found Su Yang seated in meditation, eyes closed in deep concentration. Old Su. Old Su. Something big has happened. Su Yang remained silent, already vaguely aware of the commotion outside and Li Yiming's cries. He thought, I understand your urgency. But please, do not rush me. I am currently in the midst of channeling my energy. Forcing a break in my practice at this stage could result in injury. Su Yang managed to muster a fragment of focus and replied, "Give me 2 minutes." With that, he returned his concentration to the task at hand. Li Yiming peered through the window, seeing Xu Tao stumbling and about to be caught by Xie. Taking a deep breath, he leaped out of the window without a second thought, immediately aiming his projectile device at Xie. Whoosh! Xie sensed danger and, with a swift motion of his spear, spun around to sweep the air. A gust of wind erupted, deflecting the incoming thunder needle, his gaze turning menacingly towards Li Yiming. "You, who are you?" Xie did not recognize Li Yiming but felt a sense of unease upon seeing his stance. Thunder needle? Seeking death? Li Yiming felt a chill run down his spine as Xie locked eyes with him. What the hell? This guy can dodge the thunder needle. Xie propelled himself forward with a powerful thrust. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Yiming emptied his projectile device, launching all 35 remaining thunder needles. However, all he could hear was the faint sound of clinking as a shadow loomed before him. Hee, Brother Zhen, you are truly impressive. I merely wish to witness the might of the Xie family's 7-kill spear firsthand, nothing more. Is that so? Xie grinned ominously, swinging his silver killing spear with sudden ferocity, leaving Li Yiming utterly stunned. Copperbone. Boom. The silver killing spear struck with a dull thud, momentarily halting its momentum. In Chapter 58, Apologize with a Bow, Xie, upon seeing Su Yang, narrowed his eyes, retorting, "Another one?" Su Yang, interposing himself between Xie and his silver serpent spear, rebuked sternly, "Which class are you from? Such insolence. And who might you be?" "The homeroom teacher of Class 5. "Ah, a teacher. My apologies. A rare defensive technique, indeed." Xie withdrew his spear, but as Su Yang anticipated a cessation of hostilities, Xie abruptly thrust the spear forward. What in the world? Is this guy insane? Unable to evade, Su Yang channeled his inner chaos chi, bracing his chest forward. Bang! Xie staggered back, astonishment etched across his face as he beheld Su Yang, who had also retreated several steps. Su Yang, regaining his balance, glanced down at the hole pierced through his garment, his countenance darkening. Such formidable force! Li Yiming, relieved at Su Yang's arrival, hastened from the ground, murmuring, "Old Su. His name is Xie, a martial profound realm of the 7th grade. Xie? A flicker of recognition crossed Su Yang and Appo's features. Where have I heard that name before? Su Yang's pupils dilated. Was this not the notorious troublemaker from the senior year? The one who had even injured a teacher, landing them in the ICU. Su Yang. His voice hushed with urgency, exclaimed, "Why did you provoke him?" "I don't know. He came after Xu Tao. Stand back. I'll handle him." "All right." Li Yiming retreated swiftly as Su Yang fixed his gaze upon Xie, admonishing, "Xie, this is a school. Refrain from causing a disturbance. Any issues should be resolved through amicable discussion. Fighting is a violation of school regulations." Xie, pacing back and forth with his spear, scrutinized Su Yang, disregarding his warnings. Instead, he inquired, "What kind of art do you practice to be so resilient?" "The ninefold body tempering art." Observing Xie's predatory gaze, Su Yang, feeling increasingly apprehensive, retorted, "Cease your aggression, or I will escort you directly to the disciplinary office." "Huh? On what authority?" Xie scoffed. "I'll see how long you can endure. Take this." As predicted, Xie was impervious to reason. Su Yang braced himself once more, seizing an opportunity to grasp the silver serpent spear, only to be propelled into the air. Damn, the force is outrageous. Barely landing on his feet, Su Yang was met with Xie and Appo's relentless assault. The spear tip whistled through the air. Bang! The spear pinned Su Yang against the wall. Curious. Such a resilient physique, yet such underwhelming prowess. How could one cultivate such a robust body at the 8th rank? Su Yang scoffed, gripping the silver serpent spear, then forcefully twisting it. Caught off guard, Xie relinquished his hold on the spear. Su Yang advanced swiftly, unleashing a direct punch. Copper bones. Xie blocked the blow with his arm, a smirk playing on his lips. Inconsequential. Su Yang, his expression unwavering, delivered another punch. Xie parried effortlessly, his disdain growing. "You overestimate yourself. It seems I don't even need the silver serpent spear to deal with you." Xie retreated, flinging the silver serpent spear, lodging it into the nearby wall, then beckoned Su Yang forward. "Come." Li Yiming and Xu Tao, capitalizing on Su Yang's diversion, scurried back to the classroom entrance. "Xu Tao, are you mad?" Upon Xu Tao's reappearance, the crowd erupted in indignation. "Why did you provoke Xie?" "As if I had a choice." Xu Tao retorted. "He pursued me relentlessly. I had no choice but to seek assistance from old Su." "Assistance, indeed. Su is no match for him. Observe how Xie is toying with Su." Su has maxed out his defensive stats, rendering him useless in a fight. Zhu Tao peered out, confirming that Xie was indeed humiliating Su Yang, relying on his superior strength to withstand Su Yang's punches, a blatant act of mockery. Li Yiming. Where is your thunder needle? Zhu Tao, incensed by the humiliation Su Yang was enduring, exclaimed, give old Su a shot. Electrocute this bastard. Gone, already depleted. Li Yiming displayed the empty launcher. The mad dog deflected every single one. Zhu Tao's face fell. The other students and teachers observed the scene unfolding below. Su Yang being toyed with by Xie. They were astonished that Su Yang had intervened at this juncture, and even more surprised that he had cultivated a resilient physique. Xie's 7-kill spear, despite its ferocity, had failed to harm Su Yang. However, this was not the time for such observations. Xie was not merely humiliating Su Yang. He was brazenly assaulting a teacher on school grounds, a direct affront to the entire faculty. This is outrageous. I can't bear it any longer. This is beyond the pale. Don't be impulsive. We would only be a hindrance. Let us await the arrival of the team leader and teacher Liu. Why haven't they arrived yet? They are attending a meeting at the administrative office. Of all times? Why now? Below, Su Yang abruptly ceased his assault. What's this? Giving up already? Xie taunted. Admitting defeat? Not at all. Su Yang clasped his hands behind his back, remarking languidly, I must thank you. Xie paused, then guffawed. Thank me? For what? For deigning to humiliate you? Su Yang's gaze hardened. Continue your arrogance. You'll regret it. Aha aha. What? Xie's laughter ceased as he sensed an anomaly within his body. When did you plant a hidden force within me? If I told you, it wouldn't be hidden. Xie scoffed. A trifling trick. Su Yang remained impassive. However, Xie's expression shifted to one of alarm. He attempted to forcefully neutralize the hidden force, only to discover that it was not only resisting but was also devouring his own qi, growing stronger and rampaging through his body. He was unable to contain it. Ugh. Xie spat a mouthful of blood, his voice laced with panic. Expel your hidden force. It's invading my meridians. Su Yang's face remained impassive. Bow and apologize. You. Su Yang turned to leave. Xie, desperate, bowed hastily. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Say, Teacher Su, I apologize. I was wrong. Louder, or I can't hear you. You. Fine. Suit yourself. Xie inhaled deeply, then roared, Teacher Su, I apologize. I was wrong. Chapter 59. Acknowledgement of defeat. The sudden roar plunged the entire teaching building into a profound silence. Everyone was taken aback when they heard Xie abruptly lower his head in admission of guilt, their minds buzzing in disbelief. Acknowledgement of defeat. The members of Class 5 could hardly believe their eyes. What on earth transpired? Seeing Xie concede, Su Yang paused his steps and turned around, instructing, sit down and regulate your breath. Flustered, Xie hastily crossed his legs to sit. Su Yang approached him and added, do not resist. Allow my energy to flow within you. Should you attempt to deceive me, I shall ruin your martial foundation. We shall perish together. Xie gritted his teeth. No. I won't. Hurry. He was desperately guiding his breath to evade Su Yang's hidden force, fearing that the energy he had nurtured for years would be devoured outright. Once Xie settled down, Su Yang positioned himself before him, placing his hand firmly on the crown of Xie's head. Channeling energy that began to extend into Xie's body. He truly owed a debt of gratitude to Xie. Had it not been for this little madman pushing him to his limits, he would have never dared to unleash the chaotic energy for an experiment. Nor would he have realized the finesse with which he could manipulate it. With each successive punch, a degree of chaotic energy infiltrated Xie's body. Yet the arrogant youth remained oblivious to the anomaly. Su Yang continually adjusted the intensity of his output. The infiltration of hidden energy required time, as martial artists inherently possessed an invisible protective energy membrane, commonly referred to as Gang Qi. As one's realm advanced, the strength of Gang Qi would similarly enhance, significantly boosting physical defense. To penetrate the hidden energy into the opponent required breaching this protective shield, a task fraught with difficulty. If the energy was too weak, it would dissipate without penetrating the Gang Qi. Conversely, if it was too potent, Xie would sense the irregularity and forcefully expel it. Although chaotic energy possessed the ability to devour, a significant disparity in strength could easily compel it to dissipate. The complexity of reclaiming the hidden energy varied depending on the circumstances. For individuals like Xie, a 7th-grade martial spirit, this process was relatively straightforward. In fact, it was quite simple for those below the 6th grade. Su Yang merely needed to extend his breath, and the chaotic energy that was wildly circulating within Xie would be easily attracted. Similar energies attract, while differing energies repel, a fundamental principle of energy. Before long, the chaotic energy that roamed within Xie was entirely reclaimed, and the energy absorbed was sent to Su Yang's Dantian for further storage. Theoretically, as long as his realm was sufficiently high, all others would become mere pawns. Once the reclamation was complete, Su Yang withdrew his hand, casting a glance at Xie Zhan as he declared, "I shall spare you this time. Should you seek trouble again, the consequences shall be yours to bear." Xie Zhan suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a fierce glint, glaring menacingly at Su Yang's retreating figure. Not receiving an answer, Su Yang unexpectedly turned back. Xie Zhan's expression immediately softened. Did he not hear? No. He heard. Su Yang, preferring silence, left with his hands clasped behind him. His head throbbed. That madman Xie Zhan had forced him to reveal all his cards. However, what was done was done. Ruminating on it was futile. He would proceed step by step. Ascending the stairs, Su Yang headed directly to his office. Upon arriving at the doorway of Class 5, the students stood, their expressions a complex mix of emotions. "Zhu Tao, come to my office." Su Yang's tone was tinged with irritation. Hearing Su Yang's somewhat displeased voice, Zhu Tao could only smile wryly, understood. He followed Su Yang into the office, where the door was still damaged from being kicked in by Li Yiming, rendering it impossible to lock. Before Su Yang could speak, Zhu Tao hurriedly explained, "Old Su, I did not provoke Xie Zhan. I simply went to the martial arts arena for a test, and halfway through, I encountered Xie Zhan, who insisted on latching onto me like a madman." Su Yang found the situation peculiar. Zhu Tao, being the cautious type, had no reason to instigate trouble. Of course, it was also due to Zhu Yuan's influence. Zhu Yuan? Zhu Tao clarified, "Yes, he is my cousin, and he is not a good person." Zhu Tao elaborated on the family competition, and upon hearing this, Su Yang felt a sense of resignation, as it indeed aligned with the teacher's assessments of Xie Zhan. Those from the third middle school were notoriously reckless. Moreover, it was just Xie Zhan. Su Yang felt a headache coming on. Realizing there were many other noble offspring who harbored disdain for Class 5, he only hoped that by dealing with Xie Zhan, those relatives from Class 5 would tone it down. "Have you exposed anything?" Zhu Tao's expression turned serious. "No, if I had, he would already be dead. If I had struck, he wouldn't just be injured, he would be crippled." Su Yang did not doubt Zhu Tao's sincerity. "In the future, even if we go to the martial arts arena, I will accompany you." Su Yang waved his hand. "All right, it's nothing serious. You may return to class now. I still need to consider how to handle the other teachers and school leaders." "Yes." Zhu Tao promptly exited the office. As expected, no sooner had Zhu Tao left than several teachers arrived at Su Yang and Appo's office. "Ah, little Su. Impressive indeed. You've truly hidden your talents. After all this time, you've managed to cultivate your body through rigorous training. No wonder you possess such remarkable courage. It's quite rare for someone your age to achieve such mastery." From the time Su Yang interned, it was evident that he was destined for greatness. The younger generation truly showcases the prowess of the new generation. Among teachers, commercial flattery was commonplace. Su Yang had never faced discrimination due to his weaker abilities in the first-year group. After all, they couldn't openly speak ill of him in his presence. Ignorance was bliss. Su Yang was disinclined to dwell on it. Attributing his progress to mere luck, one moment lost in meditation, and upon regaining consciousness, he had achieved such mastery. He did not concern himself with the absence of teachers willing to assist. The two group leaders capable of restraining a 7th grade were attending a meeting, leaving others unable to assist despite their intentions. Su Yang understood this well. In truth, dealing with the teachers and leadership was a minor issue. He could easily fabricate explanations. Moreover, with so many witnesses to his passive defense, they could not find fault. What truly troubled Su Yang was Xie Zhan. This young man clearly seemed unwilling to accept defeat, and Su Yang genuinely feared that Xie Zhan would incite the Xie family to take action. Given the current state of affairs, it was all contingent on the Xie family's attitude. If they chose not to target him, all would be well. However, should the Xie family decide to retaliate, Su Yang was prepared to confront them head-on. Apologizing was out of the question. Xie Zhan had already crossed the line. If not for his hidden strength, he would have surely faced a humiliating defeat. Could he endure that? If the Xie family sought to harm him, he would turn to Qin Yao, seeking a way to restore the 5th-grade martial king of the Qin family. He wondered how the Xie family would respond then. Chapter 60. The support. Before long, Su Yang was summoned to Lu Zhen's office. Lu Zhen, still disoriented from recently learning the situation, was taken aback. The notorious senior, Xie Zhan, had ventured into the first-year teaching area, only to be subdued by Su Yang. Throughout this encounter, Su Yang exhibited his impressive physical prowess, clearly demonstrating that he had achieved mastery of the copper bone technique. Lu Zhen was baffled. Was and Oppos, this young man merely a newcomer to the 8th rank? How had he reached such a level so swiftly? It was utterly absurd. Upon Su Yang and Oppos' arrival, Lu Zhen greeted him warmly, urging him to take a seat. "Little Su, I am aware of what transpired, and you handled it admirably. Truly, you are the young talent I recognized at first glance. However, I did not expect you to be so modest, achieving mastery of the copper bone technique without a word. Su-Yang mused that speaking up would not lead to a raise in salary. He understood the principle of drawing attention. After all, team leader, this isn't something worth boasting about. Su-Yang replied humbly. It was merely good fortune. Then, a hint of concern crossed Su-Yang's face. Team leader, do you think the Xia family will come after me? Lu Zhen waved his hand dismissively. In terms of reason and sentiment, you have done nothing wrong. Why would they target you? Do they really believe the school is their territory? Moreover, if teachers do not discipline their students, what purpose do schools serve? Su-Yang murmured softly, but I heard that a teacher was stabbed by Xia. Lu Zhen quickly interjected, reassuring him. Do you think the Xia family silenced that teacher? Su-Yang, are you aware that the compensation that teacher received was likely more than enough for a lifetime of comfort? I heard from the administrative office that when he resigned, he couldn't suppress a smile. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Su-Yang felt a pang of regret. Oh dear. Team leader, please don't say that. I'm suddenly feeling a dull ache in my chest. Lu Zhen, changing the subject, queried, by the way. How did you manage to subdue that boy? Xia is a genuine 7th-rank martial mystic at an intermediate level. I heard you were struggling at first. What made him suddenly relent? Did you employ some trick? An exclusive technique taught by my university mentor. Su-Yang raised an eyebrow, specifically designed for taming students. Lu Zhen's eyes lit up with interest. What kind of technique? I should have all the teachers learn it from you. Lu Zhen had no doubts. For Su-Yang had previously managed to discipline Class 5, and that alone lent credence to the existence of such a secret technique. However, Su-Yang shrugged nonchalantly. The prerequisite is learning the 9-style body technique. Lu Zhen's face fell in disappointment at this revelation. Su-Yang, observing Lu Zhen's expression, realized he had successfully deceived him. No one would actually go to the East Sea Martial Arts Teachers College to verify his claims. After leaving Lu Zhen's office, Su-Yang made his way directly to Class 5. In truth, he was most anxious about encountering Chen Ming, the one-armed instructor. After all, during their last patrol, Chen Ming had grasped his right hand, knowing he had just completed the protective layer. It had only been a short time since then. And with his sudden mastery of the copper bone technique, Chen Ming would undoubtedly notice the discrepancy. However, Chen Ming was typically taciturn and not one to spread rumors. Thus, it was likely not a significant issue. I need to come up with an excuse to navigate this situation. In a short while, Su-Yang entered the classroom of Class 5. To his surprise, he found all the students seated obediently at their desks, looking unusually well-behaved. Noticing the clarity in their gazes compared to before, Su-Yang felt a surge of joy. Perhaps this time, he had truly succeeded in making an example of Xia. Having dealt with such a troublemaker had evidently instilled a sense of order among the other students. Su-Yang approached the podium, cleared his throat, and declared earnestly, if you encounter another troublemaker like Xia, do not hesitate to report it to me immediately. I am your strongest ally. As he spoke, Su-Yang and Appo's posture straightened, and his voice resonated with confidence. If more students like Xia come along, I shall find a way to feign injury and obtain compensation. My prosperity depends on your support. With pride, Su-Yang straightened his back and left, instructing, self-study time. If you have any issues, come find me in the office. As the students watched him depart, they exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and admiration. In the past, they had been somewhat skeptical of Su-Yang, but today, his handling of the Xia incident had earned him newfound respect. This homeroom teacher could truly take action. Even the notorious Xia had bowed an apology before Su-Yang in front of everyone, leaving them in awe. Su. No, from this day forth, I shall refer to him as Teacher Su, Fu Yunhai declared earnestly. Following him, at the very least, will not be oppressive. The others nodded in agreement, inexplicably feeling a sense of security for the first time in Su-Yang's presence. They had long endured bullying, and if given a choice, they certainly wished to avoid it in the future. Suddenly, Su-Yang turned on his heel and returned to the classroom, causing all eyes to focus on the door. Teacher Su, is there something wrong? Su-Yang smiled gently. I almost forgot to mention that starting tomorrow, we will officially begin general studies classes, which will include homework. Anyone who fails to complete their assignments can expect to write a reflective essay. Any student who neglects their homework shall face the full authority of a teacher. Disregarding the student's slightly mournful expressions, Su-Yang made his way back to the office. It was high time for general studies to commence, but he had postponed it due to the situation with Class 5. The annual selection for outstanding teachers was one matter. However, it was undeniable that these students needed a proper education in martial arts theory. They were alarmingly ignorant of basic martial arts knowledge. And if they were to progress in their training, they must possess a solid foundation in theory. Su Yang feared that these rebellious students might misinterpret concepts during their dual cultivation practice due to their lack of theoretical understanding. Back in the office, Su Yang began to prepare his lessons. With the reassurance from team leader Lu Xun, he momentarily set aside his worries about the Xie family seeking retribution. Moreover, the most significant takeaway from this experience was validating the controllability of chaotic qi. Previously, he had hesitated to conduct experiments, uncertain whether chaotic qi could indeed merge two different energies as he imagined. Now, he felt 70% confident. However, that was still insufficient. Su Yang sensed that his command over chaotic qi was not yet at a level of precise manipulation, leaving considerable room for risk. He needed at least 90% certainty to feel secure. Chapter 61. General Studies. The following day, after completing his morning exercises, Su Yang commenced the inaugural formal martial arts general studies class for Class 5. Today, the students appeared far more agreeable than before, each dutifully seated in their respective places, exuding an earnest demeanor as they listened attentively. No educator could resist the sight of students yearning for knowledge, save for a few who held their textbooks in reverse. However, Su Yang chose not to dwell on such trivialities. The mere fact that they were seated and engaged was commendable for Class 5. Today, we shall discuss qi, Su Yang announced, inscribing the character on the blackboard, followed by its variant, qi. The concept of qi, as we articulated, has been a subject of exploration for humanity since time immemorial. Most contemporary interpretations of qi are derived from the insights of our ancestors, synthesized through the diligent collection and archaeological contributions of modern scholars, culminating in a systematic theory and elucidation of qi. This ethereal and enigmatic force serves as the very foundation of martial arts. It is imperative to note that all living beings possess qi, including ferocious beasts. Our forebears recognized this long ago. Hence the saying that one qi gives rise to myriad things. With fervor, Su Yang elaborated on the origins, development, and applications of qi to Class 5. He underscored the obsession of ancient practitioners with qi, which often led them down paths of extreme and scientifically questionable practices. Such extremities are ill-advised, as they frequently result in self-inflicted injuries, adversely affecting the flow of qi within oneself. Even if some individuals achieved formidable prowess through these means, such instances are mere survivor bias. One must not overlook the countless failures that lay in their wake. Ordinarily, general studies classes are designed to impart common knowledge, so Su Yang refrained from extending the lecture excessively. After an hour, he returned to the podium, took a sip from his thermos, and declared, "Thus concludes today's lesson. Tomorrow, after our morning exercises, each of you is to submit a summary of 500 words." A profound silence enveloped the classroom. Observing the incredulous expressions etched on the faces of his students, Su Yang paused momentarily. What? Is that too little? Typically, assignments commence at 1,000 words. No. That's quite enough. Very well, you may use the remaining time for self-study. Su Yang, grasping his thermos, was about to depart when he abruptly turned to emphasize. Focus on your training and refrain from excessive gaming. Once Su Yang exited, Class 5 fell into a state of hushed contemplation. 500 words. It would be easier to be put to death. Is it permissible to abstain from writing? Suddenly, I find Su Yang quite irksome. Wait, what did we cover today? What is qi? The discontent was palpable, with Zhu Tao feeling a headache arise at the thought of the assignment. He instinctively glanced at his rather cumbersome hands. Writing an assignment? Can these hands even grasp a pen? Despite the grumbling, the students realized that failing to submit would likely result in a reprimand from Su Yang, which they deemed unwise. What to do? What else but to write? But I can't write. Then what is your phone for? Ah, right. As the realization dawned on them, they collectively thought, we have our phones, we can search online and copy. Yet they soon discovered the absence of paper and pens, leading all gazes to converge on Li Yiming. With a resigned sigh, Li Yiming replied, "Fine, I'll go buy some. Make haste, before I forget." Yes. Zhu Tao, feeling somewhat at ease given his relatively rich knowledge of martial arts, decided not to write immediately and instead planned to continue his training on the rooftop. This could not be delayed, nor could he afford to reveal himself too easily. Although Class 5 had begun to view Su Yang more favorably, they were not yet trustworthy, and he considered only Li Yiming as a true ally. Just as Zhu Tao prepared to leave, Sun Zhao hurriedly followed him. Zhu Tao, wait. Zhu Tao furrowed his brow and halted. What is it? Can we speak privately? Sun Zhao quickly pulled Zhu Tao aside and whispered. Has your power increase anything to do with Teacher Su? Previously, Sun Zhao had suspected that Zhu Tao's sudden strength was a result of Su Yang's body-tempering secrets. However, after enduring 2 instances of Su Yang's authoritative reprimands, he felt more at ease to inquire. Now, witnessing Su Yang's prowess in subduing Xie, Sun Zhao was resolved to ally himself with Su Yang. He now sought to ascertain whether Zhu Tao and Appo's enhancement was indeed linked to Su Yang, as this information would directly influence his commitment to Su Yang. Seeing Sun Zhao's earnest inquiry, Zhu Tao cautiously countered, "Why do you ask? What is your intention?" Sun Zhao was momentarily taken aback by the question. "What intention? Don't you know? I want to grow stronger too. Aside from that, what else could I want?" Upon observing Sun Zhao's eager and sincere gaze, Zhu Tao realized he had perhaps overthought the matter. The members of Class 5 were not particularly astute, their emotions often plainly displayed on their faces. They were devoid of guile. Why should he be cautious around such straightforward individuals? With this thought, Zhu Tao replied, "Yes and no." Sun Zhao tilted his head in confusion. "Huh? Can't you speak plainly? Just say yes or no, and provide a clearer answer. Think for yourself. Don't follow me." Zhu Tao, disinterested in further explanation, swiftly departed. Sun Zhao remained behind, pondering for a considerable time, scratching his head. So is it yes or no? Damn it. I need to be more discerning. As the third school only lifted its signal blockade from 8 to 10 in the evening, the students had no choice but to wait until nightfall to write. Consequently, they all congregated in Li Yiming's dormitory, fervently copying notes. However, they were transcribing Li Yiming's work. As the online summaries often exceeded thousands of words, while only Li Yiming had distilled it into a concise form. As one of the two most intellectually gifted individuals in Class 5, Li Yiming found it somewhat amusing that his peers copied his work verbatim. However, he lamented, "Please, for the love of all that is good, do not copy my typos as well." Yet when Li Yiming finally beheld the results of their copying, he was relieved. Each student managed to produce a plethora of unique misspellings while cleverly segmenting their texts. Li Yiming couldn't help but feel a swell of emotion. It is indeed a stroke of fortune for me to host such talented individuals here in my humble abode. Chapter 62, Blood Brotherhood. After finally bidding farewell to the myriad deities of Class 5, Li Yiming began the task of tidying up, preparing for his cultivation. Today was a rare occasion when the place wasn't overly chaotic, as everyone had been preoccupied with drafting their summaries. However, Li Yiming surmised that old Su would likely suffer a heart attack upon seeing the summaries produced by the group, just as he was engaged in cleaning. A sudden noise from the balcony caught his attention. It was Zhu Tao, who had returned earlier than usual. Zhu Tao entered the room and sat down. A stark contrast to his usual habit of returning only after the lights went out at 10. "Brother Tao, have you finished your summary?" Just 500 words. Zhu Tao replied with a hint of exasperation. "Why the incessant wailing? It's made it impossible for me to focus on my training." Li Yiming felt that such disturbances might soon become a regular occurrence, as old Su was bound to assign homework frequently. "Brother Tao, did Xiejun cause you any trouble today?" "No, fortunately, you arrived just in time." As he spoke, Zhu Tao pulled a fruit knife from his pocket and placed it on the table. Li Yiming blinked, quickly seizing the knife. "Brother Tao, I shall peel an apple for you." "That's not what I meant," Zhu Tao interjected, waving his hand to halt Li Yiming. "Sit down," though slightly taken aback. Li Yiming complied. "Brother Tao, if there is something you wish to discuss, please proceed." Taking a deep breath, Zhu Tao declared earnestly, "I wish to establish a blood brotherhood with you, to become sworn brothers of different surnames." Zhu Tao had even taken leave from Su Yang to prioritize this matter, choosing not to practice acupuncture with him that evening. Previously, Zhu Tao had looked down upon Li Yiming, considering him a sycophant, especially since Li Yiming was often ordered around in Class 5, akin to a mere dog. Zhu Tao held him in disdain. Yet today, Zhu Tao was taken aback by Li Yiming's willingness to risk his own safety to step forward in a moment of crisis. Everyone in Class 5 knew Xiejun's true character. The others had been paralyzed with fear, not only failing to assist him, but even reproaching him for provoking Xiejun upon his return. In contrast, Zhu Tao realized that Li Yiming was someone worthy of friendship. True feelings are revealed in times of peril. However, upon hearing Zhu Tao propose brotherhood, Li Yiming was momentarily stunned. "Huh? Brotherhood?" Zhu Tao's expression was solemn. "Yes, brotherhood. Let us put past grievances behind us. From this day forth, we shall be good brothers. Doesn't it seem that I was the only one harboring grievances? Don't sweat the details, just agree to the brotherhood." Of course I agree. For Li Yiming, this was a momentous occasion. As a scion of a minor family, he had never received acknowledgement from those of prominent lineage, always feeling inferior. Zhu Tao was the first to genuinely recognize him. Yet, Li Yiming felt a twinge of guilt. The reason he had intervened when Xiejun confronted Zhu Tao was not solely out of loyalty. He was merely concerned about Zhu Tao seeking retribution later. After all, he was acutely aware of Zhu Tao's character. They both understood each other well enough to guess one another's thoughts. Still, such matters were inconsequential now. What mattered was their mutual reliance over the next 3 years, as they would be companions in the same living quarters. Such an important matter as brotherhood should not be rushed, Li Yiming exclaimed. I'll prepare some fruit. Zhu Tao nodded eagerly. Yes, let it be presentable, after all. It's my first time forming a brotherhood. Living in a clan, the sense of ritual was integral to their lives, signifying respect for one another. Li Yiming hastily prepared the fruit, but lacking any wine, they had to settle for milk tea. Once everything was arranged on the table, both men exchanged glances, furrowing their brows. Doesn't it feel like something is missing? Indeed, they felt a lack of a ceremonial tablet or a revered elder. After pondering, they retrieved a photo of Su Yang to place on the table. Hiss, this still feels a bit off, doesn't it? Should we change it to black and white? Is that appropriate? Old Su is still alive. It's merely for the sake of ritual, he wouldn't mind. All right then. The photo was soon adjusted to black and white, and as it was set on the table, both felt a sense of relief. With everything prepared, they took paper cups and performed the blood oath. They pricked their fingers, allowing a drop of blood to mingle, and then knelt on one knee. May our teacher Su Yang in the heavens, cough, cough, may our teacher Su Yang bear witness. Today, we, in dormitory A302, become sworn brothers of different surnames. Zhu Tao. Li Yiming. Zhu Tao clasped his fists and proclaimed, I do not wish for my brother to suffer hardships. Li Yiming echoed. Nor do I wish for my brother to drive a Range Rover. Is something amiss? Times have changed, that is how they say it online. Oh. They exchanged knowing looks and together declared, may we advance and retreat together, share hardships and joys, and face life and death together. Ritual completed. They then rose, clasped fists in respect, and saluted one another. Brother Tao. Second brother. Wait, Li Yiming pondered, I was born in January, by age. I'm actually the oldest in class 5. Zhu Tao's expression turned serious. The accomplished shall lead. Very well. Li Yiming didn't dwell on it. He was already accustomed to the title. With the ceremony concluded, they quickly devoured the food. It was tea an offering. After all, old Su was still alive and well. As they ate, Li Yiming inquired, Brother Tao, now that we're sworn brothers, does that mean we're truly comrades? Of course. We can be completely honest with one another. What cultivation method are you practicing? Li Yiming was exceedingly curious, as Zhu Tao would vanish without a trace whenever he practiced, always keeping his method shrouded in secrecy. Zhu Tao extended his hand, revealing a steel needle connected to a black thread. Now do you see? Well, where did that come from? Can I take a look? Zhu Tao pulled back his sleeve, revealing an arm guard with small holes for storing the steel needles. It's somewhat similar to my launching device. Quite so. It's a specialized item I purchased online. Zhu Tao remarked, practicing hidden weapon techniques requires proper equipment. Brother Tao, you're practicing needle techniques? Didn't you see? I thought it was merely a concealed weapon like my thunder needle. In truth, Zhu Tao was also unsure why he had chosen to cultivate needle techniques, while Li Yiming practiced leg techniques, but he didn't dwell on it. So, Brother Tao, how far have you progressed? Zhu Tao casually flicked his wrist, launching a needle that struck the wall with remarkable precision, almost causing Li Yiming's eyes to bulge in astonishment. Apologies, I inadvertently mastered the technique. Chapter 63, Dream upon learning that Zhu Tao had mastered the art of acupuncture. Li Yiming stood frozen, as if turned to wood. What? Mastered? Acupuncture? Zhu Tao nodded slightly, effortlessly retracting the steel needle embedded in the wall, and added, however, the situation is rather unique. What makes it unique? Zhu Tao hesitated to explain that he had been able to practice in his dreams and had inadvertently comprehended the technique. After a moment's reflection, he realized that such an explanation might sound implausible and could mislead Li Yiming. Moreover, Su Yang had specifically advised against divulging details about dream cultivation to outsiders. He could share it with Li Yiming, but it seemed unnecessary, especially since Zhu Tao believed this phenomenon was exclusive to him. If Li Yiming were to learn of it, he might feel a sense of imbalance. After all, it is better to suffer collectively than individually. With that thought in mind, Zhu Tao shifted the topic. I will tell you later. It holds little significance for you anyway. Li Yiming nodded in agreement. Recognizing that Zhu Tao's mastery in acupuncture contrasted with his own focus on leg techniques. Knowing this would only frustrate him, he changed the subject. Brother Tao, what is your current level of strength? With such power behind that steel needle, you must have reached the 7th rank of Wuxian. Not yet. I am currently at the high tier of the 8th rank of Wuling. Oh, wait, what? Li Yiming's eyes widened in astonishment. High tier already? There's no need to be surprised. Zhu Tao slowly rose and patted Li Yiming on the shoulder. You will catch up soon. Excitement washed over Li Yiming. Indeed. After only a few days of training in Tianxian legs, he had sensed a long dormant bottleneck finally beginning to loosen. When he enrolled, both he and Zhu Tao were at the mid-tier of the 8th rank of Wuling. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he too could break through to the high tier. The thought made his heart race with anticipation. All right, I need to get back to my training, Zhu Tao said, hastily adding, "I want to delay you." "Good." Li Yiming did not insist on keeping him longer. After Zhu Tao leaped back onto the balcony, Li Yiming quickly locked the door and resumed his training. He continued to practice the golden rooster stands on one leg until fatigue overtook him, compelling him to retire to bed. Unbeknownst to him, he soon drifted into a deep slumber. In his dream, he found himself at the family training grounds, diligently practicing golden rooster stands on one leg. Suddenly, a group of elderly family members gathered around, their faces twisted with mockery as they stared at him. "What a joke! With your pathetic talent, do you even deserve to cultivate? Get out of the Li family. You, a worthless waste, have no right to claim kinship with us." The unexpected barrage of insults made Li Yiming grit his teeth, but he dared not retaliate in the presence of his family. Just then, an elder emerged from the crowd, the head of the Li family. "Li Yiming, how dare you practice dual cultivation techniques, showing disrespect to our ancestors. I will have you expelled from the family tree. From now on, get out of the Li family." "Wait, patriarch, let me explain." "Humph, what is there to explain?" In that moment, Li Yiming saw the other Li family members laughing at his expense, reveling in his humiliation. Suddenly, another figure stepped forward from the crowd, brandishing a spear. "Xiezhen, you fool, seeking death. Watch the spear." With a clang, a figure lunged forward, blocking the spear with his chest. The familiar silhouette ignited a spark of excitement in Li Yiming. Old Su. However, in the dream, Su Yang turned, appearing oddly monochromatic. "Old Su, let me explain." "Explain what?" Su Yang roared. "Li Yiming, a true man born of heaven and earth cannot languish beneath others. Stand up for yourself. If they mock you, fight back." Clenching his fists, Li Yiming felt a surge of anger as he watched the Li family members continue to mock him. His blood boiled. In an instant, he planted his left foot firmly and leapt into the air, channeling his energy, and propelled himself towards the ground. Tianxian Lakes. The next morning, Zhu Tao was awoken by the cacophony outside. Groggily opening his eyes, he heard a commotion, despite the dawn barely breaking. Checking his phone, he saw it was only 5:30. What is all this noise? Can't anyone sleep? Zhu Tao, having practiced until 2 in the morning, felt as though he had barely closed his eyes before being disturbed. He got up and stepped onto the balcony to investigate. Looking out, he saw a throng of students from the third school gathered by the roadside, all craning their necks to see something, pointing and whispering. Whenever a girl passed, she would turn crimson, covering her eyes and scurrying away. Zhu Tao's mind was still foggy, but after shaking his head to clear it, he glanced at the large tree that everyone was staring at. Its dense foliage obscured whatever was causing the commotion. What is going on? Zhu Tao looked left and right, still unable to discern the situation. Driven by curiosity, he quickly dressed and without a second thought, leaped from the third floor into the nearby greenery. What a decline in societal decency. Is this person so carefree about sleeping? Does he truly not care for anyone in the world? Hey, pervert. Another girl, eyes covered, hurried past Zhu Tao, her face flushed with embarrassment, just as she brushed by him. Intrigued, Zhu Tao pushed through the crowd to get a better look, only to find himself frozen in place. At the intersection of the tree trunks lay a figure clad only in underwear, one leg propped up on a high branch, perfectly aligned. From this angle, he could clearly see a plump backside, a drooping arm, and the blissfully slumbering face of Li Yiming. The crowd suddenly noticed Zhu Tao's presence, instinctively glancing in his direction. Their expressions a mix of confusion and curiosity. Who is that? I don't recognize him. Zhu Tao, puzzled, muttered to himself as he quietly retreated from the crowd, then hurriedly made his way back to his dormitory. This is madness. What on earth is wrong with Li Yiming? How could he sleep naked in a tree? Chapter 64. You are about to soar. Zhu Tao was in a daze, but instinctively rushed back to his dormitory, seizing a bed sheet before leaping from the third floor once more. Stop looking, stop looking. What is there to see? Clear the way, clear the way. As soon as Zhu Tao reappeared, full of vigor, the students quickly dispersed. The science of Class 5 were not to be trifled with. Once the crowd parted, Zhu Tao found his mark and leapt with force, grasping a tree trunk 3 meters high, swiftly arriving beside the still, slumbering Li Yiming, hastily covering him with the bed sheet. Li Yiming, wake up, wake up. To his surprise, Li Yiming was deeply asleep, and it took several sharp slaps from Zhu Tao before he finally opened his eyes, dazed. Ah, my face hurts a bit. Huh, Tao. Brother Tao, what are you doing here? Don't you want to see your current predicament? Gradually coming to his senses, Li Yiming surveyed his surroundings, only to find himself naked atop a tree, his mind blank. The news of Li Yiming sleeping naked in a tree soon spread like wildfire. Team leader Lu Zhan, upon hearing the commotion, immediately summoned Su Yang to his office. Xiao Su, you need to manage this. What kind of peculiar habit does Class 5 have? I don't oppose sleeping in a tree, but at least wear some clothes. Even if you must sleep, Find a secluded spot where no one can discover you. Sleeping naked on a roadside tree is simply disgraceful. Su Yang was bewildered, having no idea what was happening. He had just stepped out of the dorm when Lu Zhan called him over. Team leader, let me confirm. Our classmate Li Yiming is sleeping naked in a tree? Not exactly naked. At least he is wearing his underwear. Lu Zhan quickly pulled out his phone, showing Su Yang a photo taken by a student, exclaiming, "Look at this disgrace." Taking the phone, Su Yang was immediately struck by the stark contrast of the dark body against the bright whiteness of the exposed backside. A visual shock that prompted the first thought in his mind, that butt is really white. As his gaze shifted, he confirmed it was indeed Li Yiming's face. Su Yang silently returned the phone to Lu Zhan, momentarily at a loss for words. I understand everyone has their unique quirks to some extent, but Lu Zhan interjected. This is truly indecent and tarnishes the school's image. Xiao Su, go back and have a serious talk with him. He must refrain from such behavior in the future. If he wants to sleep, he should at least wear clothes. In truth, compared to other situations in Class 5, sleeping naked in a tree was a minor issue. After all, it was Li Yiming's own dignity at stake, yet it would ultimately impact the school's reputation, hence the need for intervention. Yes, team leader. I will speak to him properly. Su Yang left the office, his expression peculiar. Li Yiming's posture seemed less like he climbed the tree to sleep, but rather as though he had become stuck in a tree fork, one leg raised high, caught on another branch. The moment he saw the photo, he suspected Li Yiming, like Zhu Tao, would indeed practice in his dreams. However, Su Yang was puzzled as to how one could sleepwalk up a tree. It was hard to comprehend. Arriving at Class 5, he found the others still engaged in morning exercises, but Li Yiming was nowhere to be seen. Just then, Zhu Tao, who had been feigning meditation, quickly opened his eyes at the sound from outside and hurried over to Su Yang. Old Su, there is something you need to know I already know. He climbed a tree. Zhu Tao chuckled, pulling Su Yang aside to whisper, I feel this situation is quite similar to mine. Su Yang chose not to respond. Zhu Tao's reputation as the top of the class continued to rise. He too must have been practicing in his dreams, otherwise. There was no explanation for his inexplicable tree climbing. Zhu Tao hurriedly added, he just doesn't realize it yet. Su Yang nodded, where is he? In his dorm, isolating himself. Zhu Tao sighed, he is completely withdrawn, not even acknowledging me. Let him calm down for now. Su Yang felt a headache coming on after such an incident. His mindset must be quite fragile. Old Su, please go explain the situation to him. Zhu Tao urged, I'm genuinely worried he might develop psychological issues. Su Yang was reluctant. It was not that he didn't care about Li Yiming, but rather that at this critical moment, if he went to explain, Li Yiming might blame himself for the incident. Nonetheless, he acknowledged that there was indeed some responsibility on his part. Primarily, Su Yang believed that since the students lived in single dormitories, sleepwalking would not lead to any significant trouble. He had never imagined that sleepwalking could result in climbing a tree. He should have given a warning beforehand. All right, I'll visit his dorm. After the morning exercises, let us have self-study. Oh, and by the way, please collect the assignments and leave them in my office. Okay. Not long after, Su Yang arrived at Li Yiming's dormitory door. After hesitating for a moment, he knocked. Li Yiming opened the door. After a long pause with no response, Su Yang sighed and continued knocking. You need to open the door. I have something extremely important to discuss with you regarding your practice. After a short while, the door finally opened. Li Yiming appeared expressionless, devoid of emotion, as if his very soul had been drained. Su Yang quickly entered the room and shut the door behind him. I'm aware of everything that has transpired. Li Yiming let out a heavy sigh and slumped into a chair. Old Su, I'm taking a leave of absence. How long do you wish to take off? Perhaps 8 or 10 years until everyone forgets about this incident. Then I'll return to be your student. That is likely unrealistic. Your pale backside has left quite an impression. Su Yang came to offer his congratulations. Li Yiming shot him a resentful glance. Old Su, I'm not in the mood for jokes. I'm not jesting, Su Yang replied earnestly. You have entered the realm of dream cultivation. Li Yiming looked at Su Yang with a hint of confusion. Su Yang hastily explained what dream cultivation was and its side effect, sleepwalking. Upon hearing Su Yang's explanation, Li Yiming instantly perked up. I was cultivating the heavenly mysterious leg in my dreams. Indeed, but you remain unaware of it. Su Yang continued. You have witnessed Zhu Tao's finger pulse needle technique, haven't you? Li Yiming nodded vigorously. That is the result of dream cultivation. Su Yang patted Li Yiming on the back. Kid, you are about to soar. Indeed, I have already soared up a tree. Chapter 65. Consolation. Li Yiming's spirits were lifted, albeit marginally. While nightly cultivation through dreams was beneficial, it couldn't fully overshadow the mortification he felt. He couldn't help but sigh, how will I ever face anyone again? The thought of his family finding out filled him with dread. His position within the clan wasn't particularly strong to begin with. And this incident only exacerbated his worries that the clan leader, his grandfather, might remove him from the family tree. It was simply too embarrassing. Enough. Where's your manly spirit? Su Yang, sitting beside him, patted Li Yiming's shoulder. Everyone has a past. Especially the strong, their pasts are filled with dark secrets. And you, my dear disciple, are destined to become a martial god. Su Yang cleared his throat. A martial god with a slightly embarrassing past only makes you more relatable. No one is immune to mistakes. Besides, what happened to you wasn't even a mistake, just a minor faux pas. At least you were wearing underwear. Old Su. Your attempts at consolation are appreciated, but perhaps you should refrain from offering them in the future. Li Yiming lamented. I feel even worse now. Li Yiming imagined that if he were to become a powerful figure, other strong individuals would have scandalous affairs or, at worst, some minor legal infractions in their history. His dark past would be sleeping in a tree with his buttocks exposed. He wanted to disappear into the earth. How could he ever hope to succeed in the martial arts world with such a history? Since it has already transpired, there's no use dwelling on it. Su Yang waved his hand. Once your strength reaches a certain level, no one will even care about such things. However, I understand that you might need some time to recover. Therefore, you don't have to attend classes for now. Focus on your cultivation in the dormitory. Su Yang stood up. Do you value your reputation or your strength? Li Yiming sighed helplessly, seemingly resigned to his fate. With my rear exposed, what reputation do I have left? Exactly. If you've already lost face, why worry about it? Focus on your cultivation, and come to me if you have any questions. Oh. And remember to wear clothes when you sleep from now on. Su Yang didn't elaborate further, as Li Yiming's recovery ultimately depended on his own ability to process the situation. After their conversation, Su Yang felt that the matter wasn't too serious. The students in Class 5 were, in some ways, remarkably resilient. One couldn't be a troublemaker without a strong mentality. They had already experienced their share of embarrassing moments, so one more wouldn't make much difference. At worst, a new joke about Class 5 would circulate around 3rd High School. One finger needle, Zhu the unbeaten, Li Yiming's buttocks are pure white. After completing his consolatory efforts, Su Yang returned to his office to check the homework. He had already braced himself for what he would find. The assignments submitted by Class 5 were either copied or nonsensical. Therefore, Su Yang didn't bother to read them, simply marking them with a red read at the end. He only cared about their attitude. The homework itself was inconsequential. He didn't expect the students in Class 5 to pursue postgraduate studies. With the exception of Li Yiming's assignment, all 9 students had submitted their work. At least they were capable of completing the tasks he assigned. This attitude pleased Su Yang. The biggest problem in education wasn't the inability to teach, but the refusal to be taught. Now, he truly felt in charge of Class 5. Su Yang glanced at the system task. Achieving a D-level rating for the entire class would likely take a considerable amount of time. Zhu Tao's D-level rating wasn't solely due to his guidance. More importantly, the boy himself was diligent and hardworking, and he didn't have the innate disadvantage of being untalented. As a result, he had quickly improved to a D-level rating in half a month. The others would undoubtedly require much more time. As for the martial skill gift pack for achieving a D-level rating, Su Yang was indeed quite eager to obtain it. Martial skills differed from cultivation methods. Cultivation methods involved absorbing energy and converting it into qi, while martial skills used the learned cultivation method as a foundation to release energy and enhance qi. Higher-level martial skills could enhance one's qi with minimal energy expenditure, temporarily boosting one's combat power. This reverse process of releasing energy to enhance qi was extremely difficult to control. Only those who had reached the martial emperor realm, with their unparalleled control over qi, could perform this reverse process and develop martial skills. Martial skills were far rarer than cultivation methods and were typically only found in large clans with matching cultivation methods. For example, the Panlong Divine Fist Technique of Zhu Tao's family was named after the martial skill Panlong Divine Fist. Only after reaching a certain level of cultivation could one unleash the Panlong Divine Fist. Its power was extraordinary, with an aura that manifested as a dragon coiling around the user, capable of injuring enemies one realm above. A 7th-rank martial artist could potentially injure a 6th-rank martial venerable. In proportion to its power, the martial skill also depleted physical energy. Su Yang had heard that using a martial skill once required 2 to 3 days of rest to recover. The 9 Refinements body tempering technique also had a matching martial skill called adamantine arm. Su Yang had seen a demonstration video in college where the right arm would instantly expand to twice its size when using the adamantine arm, with an aura swirling around the arm. A single punch could create a sonic boom, and the resulting shockwave could attack enemies from a distance. Possessing extreme lethality even at 100 meters, it could devastate everything in its path. The only drawback was the slow qi gathering time, requiring a full 3 minutes. and at least reaching the 3rd level of cultivation and the 7th rank martial Xian realm to be able to use it. If he had a martial skill, combined with his super meridians and chaos chi, Su Yang believed that his strength would undergo a qualitative change. Even against martial venerable level experts, he would have a chance to fight. He wondered what kind of martial skill would appear in the gift pack, hopefully one that suited him. If he could get a mythical level martial skill. Ahem, never mind, better not to dream. Tomorrow is Monday. I need to sneak out to eat a buffet and store up energy. Su Yang didn't plan to take Class 5 out, as the masked martial venerable hadn't made any moves, and the school wouldn't allow students to leave campus. To avoid arousing suspicion from Class 5, he would have to attend the general education class and then make an excuse to slip away. Many teachers went out, and nothing had happened. Su Yang figured that the martial venerable probably had nothing to do with him. They had no grudges, even if they were targeting him. There shouldn't be any danger going out during the day. In broad daylight, with the Kunlun patrol team patrolling everywhere, would the martial venerable dare to attack him? Chapter 66. Minor objectives. The following morning, Su Yang sought out Lu Jin to request a half-day leave of absence. After attending his general education class, he swiftly made his way to the north gate, where he handed Lu Lao his leave note. Lu Lao cast a glance at the document, his demeanor noticeably less displeased than before. What urgent matter compels you to leave at this juncture? Su Yang hastily replied, I have some pressing issues to attend to. Very well, return promptly. Lu Lao permitted him, adding, though you have fortuitously achieved the mastery of copper bone, do not let it foster arrogance. Su Yang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded in acknowledgement before departing from the school. As he watched Su Yang leave, Lu Lao's expression was peculiar. He had indeed heard of the incident involving Xiezhen previously, upon learning from Zhu Tao that Su Yang had instructed him in dual cultivation techniques. Lu Lao had been displeased, believing Su Yang was leading his students astray. However, seeing Su Yang stand up for his fellow students now, he felt that he was worthy of the title teacher. Still, leading students astray was still leading them astray. Trouble was self-inflicted. Su Yang exited the campus and headed directly to the nearest buffet restaurant, which specialized in beastly ingredients. The majority of the meat from these ferocious beasts was edible, possessing a firmer texture and richer nutritional content than ordinary ingredients. Certain specific beasts, such as the black feather chicken, exhibited astounding reproductive capabilities, laying as many as 40 to 50 eggs in a single clutch, reaching maturity in a mere 10 days. Consequently, these creatures were rapidly domesticated and became staple ingredients on human tables. The buffet cost 149 per person, with a time limit of 1 hour. Upon entering, Su Yang was taken aback by the throng of people, an overwhelming scene reminiscent of a National Day holiday. Was there truly such an absurd number of patrons? Most martial artists had considerable appetites, and with the time constraint, any dish that was freshly served was promptly devoured. Su Yang quickly realized his plans to indulge were futile. This was no leisurely dining experience, but rather a competition for food. If he failed to secure a dish, he would leave empty-handed. To make matters worse, there were no available seats. Many patrons were seen balancing their bowls while walking and eating simultaneously. With no other options, Su Yang begrudgingly joined the fray, grabbing food as he went. Little did he expect that his display of prowess would be showcased not on the battlefield against beasts or enemies, but in a buffet restaurant. Without the aid of copper bone, he would scarcely have been able to navigate through the crowd. An hour passed swiftly, and upon exiting the restaurant, Su Yang was left feeling both amused and exasperated. Though he had indeed saved money, he had hardly consumed much. It was all rather absurd. He estimated that the energy he had regained was equivalent to 4 bags of nutritional liquid. Thankfully, with his mastery of copper bone, he was able to fend off others who would have otherwise pushed him aside. Otherwise, he would have merely stood by helplessly. While he had not lost anything financially, the effort required was quite taxing. As a teacher, it felt somewhat ludicrous to be swept up in such a frenzy for food. If anyone were to witness him, it would certainly be embarrassing. He resolved to seek another establishment. After a brief search on his phone, he decisively chose a buffet priced at 499 per person. This one promised to be less crowded. The quality of the food was of little concern. His primary objective was to replenish his energy. Most patrons frequented buffets for the sheer volume of food available, without much regard for taste, and Su Yang was no different. Just as he departed, a figure quietly emerged from the restaurant, observing Su Yang with a peculiar gaze. Moments later, Su Yang arrived at the new buffet. Indeed, while there were still many patrons, it was not chaotic. The food was plentiful, and the service was sufficiently speedy, offering a wider variety of dishes. He quickly found a seat and began to feast heartily, fully embracing the 1-hour time limit. But in this establishment, he could indulge without restraint. To avoid drawing attention, Su Yang chose a secluded corner and utilized the side paths when retrieving food. Another hour elapsed, and upon leaving the buffet, he calculated his consumption. He realized he had hardly paused during the hour and estimated that his 500 spent had provided him with approximately 50 bags worth of nutritional energy. He felt satisfied, mindful of his image, and refrained from devouring his meal like a ravenous beast. Otherwise, he could have easily consumed another 50 bags of energy. Yet, the sensation of hunger began to resurface. Su-Yang rubbed his stomach. His feeling of fullness was fleeting, barely lasting seconds. Nevertheless, this hunger was within tolerable limits. What was most remarkable was his digestive capacity. Logically, his stomach should not accommodate such a volume of food. Even a martial master would not consume more than he had. The expansion of his meridians naturally increased his energy requirements, and the essence of chaotic energy further intensified this demand, explaining his extraordinary digestive ability. His dantian remained unperturbed, resembling an insatiable abyss capable of absorbing vast amounts of energy. Su-Yang concluded that he would set a minor objective to replenish a month's worth of energy before returning. Based on his regimen of 7 extreme circulations per day, he needed at least 210 bags of nutritional liquid for basic sustenance over the month. Indeed, dining at a buffet proved to be a wise choice. Before long, afternoon arrived, and Su-Yang was pleased to have met his small goal, contentedly making his way back. However, just as he took a few steps, he was suddenly seized by someone. He turned in surprise to find a woman in her 40s. Her face marked by the passage of time, yet her features still bore the traces of a once undeniable beauty. "Excuse me, miss, is there something you need?" Su-Yang inquired. Just as she was about to respond, she clamped her mouth shut, her face contorting in a grimace, and with a fierce glare directed at Su-Yang. She commanded, "Follow me." "Why should I?" Su-Yang retorted, but before he could finish, he felt a sharp pain in his arm, his expression shifting dramatically. "I have achieved copperbone mastery. Even a 7th-tier martial master could not harm me." This meant that this woman before him was a martial sovereign? "Miss, we have no grievances between us," he began, but she interjected, "Less chatter, just come with me." Suddenly unable to contain herself, she rushed to the roadside and began to retch violently. Su-Yang blinked in astonishment, then snapped back to reality, sprinting towards the nearest police station. Chapter 67. The pinnacle of martial respect. As Su-Yang had scarcely taken 2 steps outside, he suddenly felt a heavy weight on his shoulder, immobilizing him with an overwhelming force. "What are you running for?" He chuckled awkwardly, hastily gesturing toward the supermarket across the street. "Miss, I noticed you seemed unwell, and I was merely going to fetch you a bottle of water to rinse your mouth." "And what do you mean by that?" the middle-aged woman retorted, wiping her mouth in exasperation. "Isn't it because of you?" Su-Yang widened his eyes in disbelief. You can't be accusing me unjustly. I've never wronged you in any way. Your vomiting has nothing to do with me." "Come with me," the woman murmured, her tone low. "This isn't a place for conversation." She quickly added, "I mean you no harm, Su Laoshi. This woman knows who I am." Su-Yang was taken aback, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. An individual of the martial respect level seeking him out could not bode well. Assistance? If a martial respect could not resolve their own issues, how could he possibly help? "Senior, since you are aware of my identity, you must also understand I am merely an ordinary teacher. I cannot assist you. You are anything but ordinary." She snapped back. "I have never encountered anyone who can consume as much food in a day as you do. No, you even surpass ferocious beasts in your appetite. I have followed you since you left school, and I have seen you eat nonstop." Su-Yang felt a chill run down his spine. She had been tailing him since he left school? How could I have been so oblivious? No, wait. If she followed me from school? His pupils constricted as realization dawned upon him. You can't possibly be that audacious individual who barged into Sanzhong, can you?" The woman did not reply, merely stating, "Follow me. I harbor no ill intentions. If I did, you wouldn't be standing here now." "Why yes." Su-Yang had no choice but to follow. How foolish of me to tempt fate with my words. Who could have imagined that a masked martial respect was indeed pursuing me? At this distance, Su-Yang remained entirely compliant, devoid of any thoughts of escape. A martial respect level warrior was beyond his capacity to contend with, even if he were to achieve the pinnacle of physical prowess. Moreover, this woman had managed to injure 2 elderly guardians and withdraw effortlessly, undoubtedly at the peak of martial respect, on the cusp of martial king. They hadn't walked far, merely relocating to a more secluded spot. The woman even bought a bottle of water along the way, sipping it while still appearing poised to retch at any moment. "I have never seen anyone consume food like you. It is utterly absurd." "Ugh." Su-Yang watched in bemusement as she suddenly turned and vomited. He couldn't help but chuckle. "I've never encountered anyone so candid. You didn't have to eat alongside me. You could have just refrained." However, her behavior suggested she bore no ill will. As she had mentioned, if she truly intended harm, she could have seized the opportunity at any moment. even in broad daylight. She could eliminate him without consequence, given her prowess. The Kunlun patrols would hardly catch her. Ah, exceptional talent, with an extraordinary appetite since childhood. Su Yang forced a laugh, quickly expressing concern. Senior, are you feeling any better? I just need to vomit for a bit. All right. Su Yang found his current predicament to be rather surreal. He was being held against his will by someone who was currently unwell and retching. In this situation, fleeing seemed inappropriate, yet remaining could be perceived as disrespectful. Perhaps it would be best to stay put. After a considerable pause, the woman finally seemed to feel somewhat better. After rinsing her mouth, she addressed him. Su Laosher, I have a request. Senior, may I refuse? You cannot. Then could you refrain from requesting anything from me? Seeing Su Yang fall silent, she continued, I am the biological mother of Xie Yuhan. What? Su Yang stared at her in disbelief. You are the parent of the little hammer. Cough, cough. Xie Yuhan? Yes, Xie Yuhan's mother nodded slightly. Her biological mother. Su Yang recalled Xie Yuhan's profile and tentatively asked, Wei Yun? No, I am Lu Fangfei. Lu Fangfei displayed no pretense in her disdain. Gritting her teeth as she stated, Wei Yun is a wretched woman. Su Laosher, could you please bring Xie Yuhan out to meet me? Lu Fangfei implored. This child has been away from me since she was very young, and I wish to see her. Su Yang remained silent for a moment before speaking. Xie Yuhan's guardian. Please don't tell me you barged into Sanzhong just to see your daughter. Yes. Is it not possible that Sanzhong is a civilized and open school? Not a prison or a den of danger. You could have applied for visitation. There was no need for such drastic measures, especially if it resulted in injuring one of our gatekeepers. Lu Fangfei hesitated for a long time before replying, Su Laosher, you do not understand the complexities involved. The CF family would not allow me to see her, leaving me no choice but to resort to such desperate measures. Surely, as a peak martial respect, they would not treat you so poorly? Indeed, there are martial kings within the CF family, but how deep does the animosity run? They would go so far as to alienate a peak martial respect instead of seeking an alliance? This defies logic. It is a long story. One of familial grievances. Lu Fangfei did not elaborate further, her gaze earnest. I implore you to ensure that Xie Yuhan meets me. And then what? I will take her far away to cultivate in the mountains. Lu Fangfei spoke earnestly. I owe that child so much and understand the humiliation she has endured within the CF family. I wish to take her away and find a way to make amends. Senior, if you vanish into the mountains, what will become of me? Su Yang exclaimed in shock. If I bring the child out and she is lost, how will I explain this to the school and the CF family? Su Laosher, I realize you are in a difficult position, but please understand my feelings as a mother. Lu Fangfei urged. Once this is accomplished, I will offer a substantial reward. This isn't merely a matter of reward. Senior, you are putting me in a precarious situation. I am just a humble teacher. If this escalates, I could end up in serious trouble. Is there no room for negotiation? Are you threatening me if I refuse? Su Laosher, my mind is in disarray. Could you grant me some time to contemplate? That is not an option. Without warning. Lu Fangfei placed her hand on Su Yang's shoulder, her expression resigned. Su Laosher, you have no choice, and neither do I. Su Yang felt an ominous energy surge through his shoulder, his expression darkening in an instant. Chapter 68. Are you not harming me? Su Yang and Appo's countenance was notably somber, as he stifled his anger and said, Xie Yuan's guardian, is this not a bit excessive? Lu Fangfei quietly withdrew her hand and simply remarked, my unique hidden energy will only manifest 3 days later. Su teacher, you have a mere 3 days. Su Yang did not respond, his face displayed a flurry of emotions. Though inwardly he remained as steady as a rock, the hidden energy did not intimidate him. He thought, let the chaotic energy surge forth and engulf it. When Lu Fangfei's hidden energy coursed through him, Su Yang maintained his composure, wary of revealing any unusual reactions. One must not underestimate the prowess of a martial sovereign in manipulating and perceiving energy. Thus, he offered no resistance, allowing the hidden energy to flow through him. Only after Lu Fangfei retracted her hand did Su Yang immediately channel the chaotic energy throughout his body, pursuing the hidden energy. However, the martial sovereign's hidden energy was indeed formidable. The friendliest of camels outweighs a horse. Although the hidden energy Lu Fangfei introduced into Su Yang's body was weak and non-lethal, it was still an immense force for him. The chaotic energy, upon contact, momentarily stagnated, causing Su Yang's blood to surge, and he could not help but emit a soft groan. Upon hearing this, Lu Fangfei and Appo's expression shifted slightly. Do not attempt to dissolve my hidden energy. What is your cultivation level? Nearly at the 8th rank? Be cautious not to damage your meridians. Su Yang remained silent. He had not anticipated the terrifying nature of the martial sovereign's energy. Even his extraordinary meridians were profoundly affected by the clash. Attempting to consume the hidden energy of a martial sovereign at its peak was indeed an overestimation of his abilities, prompting Su Yang to swiftly alter his strategy to a gradual consumption approach. The proficiency gained from fervently cultivating chaotic energy was now fully displayed. In less than a minute, Su Yang adeptly guided the chaotic energy to swiftly encircle and gradually consume the hidden energy. He estimated that within 3 hours, he would be able to neutralize this hidden energy with virtually no expenditure. The energy absorbed from the hidden energy would sustain the encirclement's consumption. Once the situation was under control, Su Yang felt a sense of relief, though his expression remained grim. Naturally, his mood was not much improved. Being coerced was already displeasing, and now facing threats only compounded his irritation. I understand your feelings as a mother. You should also consider the challenges I face as a teacher. Seeing Su Yang's silence, Lu Fangfei assumed he had relinquished his resistance and sighed, Su teacher, I truly do not wish to make things difficult for you. Indeed, you are doing so intentionally. Regardless, upon your return, please bring Xie Yuhuan out as swiftly as possible. I will naturally assist you in dispelling the hidden energy. Otherwise, as time passes, my hidden energy will gradually infiltrate your limbs, impairing your mobility. Do not harbor illusions that others can dispel my hidden energy, Lu Fangfei added. Except for a martial king adept in energy dissolution, no one can neutralize my hidden energy, not even those 4 old men at your school. They lack the capability. Su Yang retorted with irritation. Am I to suffer for no reason? Does your conscience allow this? If you wish, you may accompany me into the mountains for training. Lu Fangfei eagerly responded. I could even impart my ancestral techniques to guide your cultivation. Alternatively, if you have any unfulfilled wishes, I shall do my utmost to assist you. I desire a Valkyrie. Can you assist with that? Su Yang secretly scoffed, yet his expression conveyed a semblance of compromise. Let us discuss this after I have retrieved her. Joy illuminated Lu Fangfei's face. Thank you so much, Su teacher. Su Yang pondered that once he concealed himself within the school, she would have no leverage. To be prudent, he decided to keep a contingency plan. Once I bring her out, where do I find you? You must provide me with a means of contact. Lu Fangfei swiftly replied. No need. As long as you retrieve her, I will seek you out. I am aware of your aura. The CF family is currently scrutinizing my whereabouts, so I cannot reveal myself easily. Su Yang appeared somewhat taken aback. You are now. However, Lu Fangfei subtly adjusted her collar, revealing a layered mark on her neck, causing Su Yang to fall silent. A biogenic mask. Damn it, I fear not the martial sovereign's tricks, but dread their internet savvy. It was rather progressive for her to don a biogenic mask. After all this time, Lu Fangfei was not even using her true appearance and had applied makeup. Su Yang had initially intended to extract information about Lu Fangfei and Appo's whereabouts to contact the Kunlun patrol team for assistance in capturing her, but he was taken aback by her caution, her true face hidden, and unwillingness to provide any contact details or address. The perception abilities of a martial sovereign surpass ordinary comprehension. Below the rank of martial sovereign, one merely engages in basic energy manipulation. Only upon achieving the martial sovereign realm can one master energy to a certain extent, enabling advanced applications, even detecting foes from 100 miles away, akin to possessing X-ray vision. The gatekeeper of the school rarely opens his eyes while on duty. They utilize energy to sense the external world. Everything possesses energy. Vision can deceive, yet energy does not. Without further ado, Su Yang bid farewell to Lu Fangfei and returned to the school. Upon his return, he promptly sought out Li Yiming in the student dormitory. Su Yang did not intend to directly inquire with Xie Yuhuan. From Lu Fangfei's words, he discerned the complexity of the situation. Questioning Xie Yuhuan could lead to her harm, and he did not wish for her to be aware of this matter. He was uncertain of Xie Yuhuan's feelings towards her biological mother and how she would react. Consulting Li Yiming, who was well acquainted with the intricacies of various prominent families, was the best course of action. He wondered if this future martial god had continued in his state of melancholy. He arrived at the dormitory door and knocked. Who is it? Me. The door swung open, and Li Yiming hurriedly pulled him into the room. To Su Yang's surprise, Zhu Tao was also present in Li Yiming's room. Are you here to comfort Li Yiming? Unnecessary. Zhu Tao waved his hand. He has come to terms with it. Really? Su Yang glanced at Li Yiming. Indeed. This attitude is commendable. It was never a significant matter. A true man should not sweat the small stuff. What era are we in? Swimwear shows, bodybuilding contests. There are countless instances of revealing oneself. In truth, that was not the reason he had come to terms. Su Yang was taken aback. Oh? Then what is the reason? Li Yiming scratched his head, looking somewhat embarrassed. Old Su I think I and Amp, Appo's, VE had an epiphany. An epiphany about what? Li Yiming and Amp, Appo's face brightened with excitement. I just realized. My left leg is Tian Xian. My right leg is Han Di. Huh? It means I can cultivate 2 different techniques in each leg simultaneously. Chapter 69. Is it a melodrama? Su-yang listened, utterly bewildered. Huh. Simultaneously cultivating. Indeed. Li Yiming hurriedly replied. I thought of it suddenly after you left. Su-yang regained his composure, feeling somewhat incredulous. Under normal circumstances, it would be nearly impossible to simultaneously practice dual cultivation techniques. It was that it was impossible. But to execute 2 techniques concurrently would require a prodigious talent in martial arts. The challenge of simultaneously channeling 2 energies was immense. They could only be practiced separately. How did you come up with that? I can and oppose. Quite articulate it. Li Yiming scratched his head. It's like intertwining? Oh, how should I put it? It's just like the energies swoosh past, and then swoosh again. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. What do you mean by swoosh? Su-yang couldn't and oppose. Help but facepalm. Forget it. If you can't explain it clearly, there and oppose. No need to say more. You should read more martial arts theory books in the future. If you can't even explain the basic principles of energy manipulation, don't even mention being from class 5. I can't afford to lose face on your behalf. After all, the theoretical foundation of martial arts among the children of class 5 was quite lacking, with Xu Tao being somewhat better, but not by much. Li Yiming forced a laugh and scratched his head. Old Su, I promise I'll read more. Xu Tao refrained from mockery, well aware of his own level, and quickly added, Teacher, this simultaneous practice is quite strange. I intended to call you, but your phone was unreachable, so he sought me out. Su-yang coughed lightly, pondering that he had indeed switched his phone to airplane mode to avoid being contacted while sneaking out. With a puzzled expression, he asked, What is so strange about it? Old Su, let me demonstrate for you. Step aside a bit. I don't want to accidentally kick you. As if you could kick me. Just step aside and see. Fine. Su-yang retreated to the side, watching as Li Yiming took a deep breath and began to channel his energy with full force. With his left leg embodying the Tian-Shin technique and his right leg embodying the handing technique, Li Yiming suddenly began to spin in place. Old Su, this is what happens. Li Yiming spun continuously as if wheels had been installed on his feet, gaining speed until he had spun 2 or 3 dozen times before hastily stopping, leaning against the wall, feeling dizzy. He shook his head slightly to clear his mind. When I try to practice simultaneously, I end up like a spinning top. It makes me dizzy and disoriented. I can't even fight like this. Before I even engage, I'm already faint. Su-yang couldn't help but roll his eyes. If you know it's problematic, why are you so insistent on practicing simultaneously? Why not just focus on one technique? If I can perform both techniques at once, wouldn't that make me stronger in a fight? Do you think you can tell your opponent to wait while you spin like a top? Li Yiming let out a bitter laugh. Old Su. What's the reason? What else could it be? Your control over energy isn't strong enough. Su-yang explained, if you haven't even mastered one form of energy, how can you think of controlling 2? It's evident that you've lost control. When the energy condenses in your legs to a certain degree, it will cause the qi to expand and lift you a few millimeters off the ground, a phenomenon known as qi external sliding, which is why you can glide. Li Yiming's eyes widened in realization. So that's how it is. I told you not to mess around. Just follow the differential training method I provided. Su-yang raised his hand in frustration. Are you really not afraid of ruining your legs? Li Yiming quickly dodged, exclaiming, Old Su, I won't do it again, I promise. Xu Tao chuckled, thinking Li Yiming had truly grasped some remarkable technique, only to realize it was merely a case of losing control. Indeed, I really need to read more. I'm not forbidding you from trying and innovating, Su-yang retorted, but the premise for experimentation and innovation is that you must have a solid theoretical foundation. Otherwise, it's tantamount to courting disaster. After all, you don't have the invincibility of a master and cannot afford to recklessly experiment like I do. This thought left unspoken. Su-yang then said gravely, remember, whatever you intend to do, don't act impulsively. Consult me first. Understood. Su-yang finally sat down, stating, now, I need to ask you something. What? I want to understand the situation regarding Xie Yuhan. Su-yang frowned. When I reviewed your records today, I noticed something odd about Xie Yuhan's file. What is odd? Her mother is only 31. Is she a stepmother? Su-yang had thoroughly examined the files of all the students in class 5, and this detail particularly stood out to him. Had it not been for Lu Fangfei's appearance today, he might not have paid attention to this issue. In noble families, remarriages were quite common. Xu Tao shook his head. I don't know. I haven't paid much attention to the Xie family. Su-yang turned to Li Yiming. You, the family expert. What do you know? Hee. I actually do know, Li Yiming quickly responded. She is indeed a stepmother. Xie Yuhan's biological mother is Lu Fangfei. Su-yang was somewhat taken aback. Goodness, this fellow even knew the name. Did you go through their family tree? What family tree? Li Yiming chuckled. We vassal families today are with this family, and tomorrow, Who knows, we might be with another. It's essential to understand the circumstances of all families. At least to know their taboos, so we don't accidentally offend them. Besides, Lu Fangfei can't be included in the Xia family tree. Li Yiming shrugged. Xia Yuhan isn't on the family tree either. What does it mean that she is not on the family tree? Old Su. Do you know what the Xia family's unique martial technique is? The 7-kill spear. Wait, how did Xia Yuhan use a wolf fang club? Therein lies the problem. The Xia family forbids her from using a spear, or rather, she isn't worthy of wielding one. Li Yiming sighed. Xia Yuhan has suffered more than us. At least we are acknowledged in the family tree, but she is not. From childhood, she has been called a wild seed in the Xia family. Su Yang pondered, considering that Lu Fangfei was a pinnacle martial sovereign. How could they treat her biological daughter in such a manner? However, he refrained from interrupting, waiting for Li Yiming to elaborate. The underlying reason is complex and rather melodramatic. How melodramatic? Xia Yuhan's father met her mother while guarding a pass. They fell in love at first sight, each concealing their identity. And had Xia Yuhan. When their true identities were revealed, they discovered their families were sworn enemies. Is it melodramatic? A bit. That's not the most melodramatic part. The truly melodramatic aspect is that Xia Yuhan's stepmother is her cousin by relation, because the Wei family is a branch of the Lu family. However, they later fell out, and the Xia family purposely married Wei Yun to Xia Yuhan's father to spite the Lu family. Su Yang felt as if his brain might explode. Chapter 70. Why don't you just ask? Su Yang was aware of the complex relationships within prominent families. Yet he never anticipated the extent of the chaos. What about Xia Yuhan's mother? I'm not entirely sure. The Lu family is not from Donghai but from Sichuan. Li Yiming shrugged helplessly, stating that the only thing he knew was that Xia Yuhan's mother, Lu Fangfei, was quite formidable. She was already a high-level martial sovereign when she gave birth to Xia Yuhan, and she was in her 20s. With such exceptional talent, she must now be at the pinnacle of martial sovereign, or perhaps even at the martial king level. So, with the Xia family treating Xia Yuhan this way, do they not fear her mother's retaliation? This is where you, Old Su, lack understanding of noble families. Zhu Tao interjected, in large families, there are often thousands of members, with at least 20 martial sovereigns among them, along with reigning martial kings and allies. This is the foundation of a prominent family. A single peak martial sovereign would find it utterly futile to seek revenge against such a vast family. Li Yiming added, I believe the most significant issue is, she might lose her way. To seek revenge, she must at least identify the right targets. Indeed, a region accommodating thousands, or even tens of thousands of inhabitants resembles a small town. Thus, noble families establish their estates in the countryside, as it is impossible to secure such extensive living areas within cities. Li Yiming sighed in resignation. In fact, this isn't just a problem for the Xia family. Most families face similar issues due to those obstinate old-timers. Su Yang was taken aback. Zhu Tao timely elaborated, Teacher, the majority of families aren't unified. They are divided into two factions. Li Yiming continued, one faction consists of those stubborn old-timers, while the other represents the new generation. You cannot fathom the extent of absurdity among those antiquated views. They refuse to accept new ideas and impose strict adherence to family rules upon all members. Can you believe that even in 2042, many families cling to feudal rules from centuries past? There is not a shred of essence left, only remnants of decay. Those old-timers, having weathered storms, refuse to shelter others. They want everyone to endure the rain together. Zhu Tao nodded in agreement. Astute observation. I feel the same way. Su Yang sensed the profound resentment in the two youths as they spoke of family rules. Moreover, based on Li Yiming's explanation, it seemed that Xia Yuhan's tragedy was largely a consequence of these archaic regulations. There was no need to perpetuate feuds from centuries ago. We now live in a harmonious society. Family rules must evolve with the times, especially considering the absence of marital freedom. As someone from an ordinary family, Su Yang found it difficult to imagine the anguish of being unable to choose one's partner, living a lifetime with someone disliked or even unfamiliar. It was an unbearable thought. Even if they arranged for a formidable warrior, it wouldn't suffice. It had to be someone of my own choosing. After all, a forcibly picked fruit is never sweet. Noticing the deep resentment in the two youths, Su Yang seized the moment to encourage them. Thus, you both must strive harder. Only with formidable strength can you shatter these rules. They nodded slightly, their gazes resolute. Su Yang had gained some understanding of Xia Yuhan's situation and decided to leave. Contemplating his next steps, Xia Yuhan was indeed a pitiable child, undoubtedly suffering greatly within the Xia family. Out of sympathy for her, Su Yang found his animosity towards Lu Fangfei lessening. However, he had no intention of intervening. He did not wish to become embroiled in this matter. Should I report this situation to the school? Su Yang hesitated. He simply wanted to cast aside this troublesome situation and remain uninvolved. Why should I, a mere ordinary teacher, get entangled in such familial disputes? If the school were informed, it might alert the Xia family, and once they intervened, matters could become even more convoluted. Moreover, Lu Fangfei would inevitably deduce that he had betrayed her, and he wondered if that would incite her wrath. Damn it! Why do I feel trapped no matter what I do? Perhaps feigning ignorance would be best. After all, Lu Fangfei wouldn't dare to intrude into the third middle school casually. As long as I remain on school grounds, I should be safe. After thorough contemplation, Su Yang decisively resolved to keep this matter to himself. Retrieving his thoughts, he momentarily cast aside the issue and redirected his focus to the unconsumed dark energy within him. The dark energy released by a peak martial sovereign was indeed remarkable. Even when completely enveloped by chaotic energy, it remained vibrant, persistently attempting to break through the encirclement and infiltrate his meridians. Yet Lu Fangfei could never fathom that chaotic energy resided within him, and her control over her energy was still lacking. Otherwise, she would not have been detected by the gatekeeper during her previous intrusion. It was impossible for her to force her way in, especially since the 3-day deadline had not yet expired. "Who is there? Show yourself," Su Yang shouted towards the bushes, but received no response. This made him realize he was perhaps being overly cautious, prompting him to hasten back to the dormitory. However, just a few steps later, a pair of icy eyes stealthily emerged from the underbrush. It was none other than Xiezhen. Ever since Xiezhen had suffered humiliation at Su Yang's hands, he could not comprehend how he had been defeated by him, especially in front of others, being compelled to bow and apologize. Such disgrace. Naturally, he would not disclose this embarrassing incident to the Xie family, nor would he allow them to intervene. He intended to reclaim his honor in his own way. Furthermore, having learned from his previous defeat, Xiezhen realized that as long as he prevented Su Yang from getting close enough to unleash his dark energy, he could easily suppress him with his own strength. Although Su Yang possessed formidable physical prowess, it posed no lethal threat to him. Yet, Xiezhen did not rush into action. Like a hunter observing his prey, he waited for the opportune moment. Acting prematurely would lead to his own downfall. And now was not the time to strike. Once Su Yang returned to his dormitory, he resumed his usual routine of circulating his energy, heading out to patrol with Qinming at the appointed time. However, Su Yang felt somewhat frustrated. He had concocted an excuse to deflect Qinming's inquiries regarding his mastery of the copper bone technique, yet after 2 days of patrolling, the one-armed man hadn't broached the subject at all, leaving Su Yang feeling quite unsettled. "Brother, I've already prepared my excuse. Why don't you just ask?" Chapter 71. The battle-damaged dormitory. Since Qinming did not inquire, Su Yang certainly would not bring it up. It seemed rather odd to engage in self-explanation when one was merely well-fed. More importantly, Su Yang was exceedingly intrigued by Qinming's martial arts technique. Given Qinming's prior profession, the technique he practiced was a high-level martial art exclusive to the war zone, Songyanju. This technique was markedly different from more common practices, belonging to the rarest category of advanced martial arts. It was a state-type technique. As long as one operated the Songyanju, their abilities would be comprehensively enhanced, with significant improvements in speed, strength, and defense, rendering it remarkably versatile. The sole drawback was that mastering the Songyanju was exceptionally arduous. Only those with immense perseverance could undertake its training. It was said that even reaching the initial stage could take a year and a half. Thus, those who could participate as frontline warriors were invariably individuals who had cultivated the Songyanju, capable of enduring hardships that others could scarcely bear, with a resolute spirit to protect their homeland. Currently, Su Yang possessed chaotic energy, which theoretically allowed him to practice any martial art and even bypass the introductory phase. If not for his low realm and limited comprehension, he could potentially master a technique in a single day, completely unrestrained. If he wished to pursue further martial arts, there would be no theoretical limits for Su Yang. Provided he had sufficient energy, he could practice 100 techniques. However, as the saying goes, one cannot chew too much at once. Su Yang was not greedy and certainly did not want to be governed by desire. He aimed to see if he could extract the Songyanju from Qinming, even if it were just the first layer. He urgently needed to elevate his strength. Primarily, this was to guard against troublemakers like Xiezhen, who might seek to cause issues for Class 5, which he, as their teacher, would need to suppress. Additionally, he had to contend with Lu Fangfei, the peak martial artist, as it was uncertain when she might charge at him again. Thus, while on patrol, Su Yang suddenly spoke. "Brother Chun, which layer of Songyanju are you currently at?" "The third layer," Qinming replied. "Not yet fully mastered." Su Yang cautiously asked. "I recall that the Songyanju can be transmitted, correct?" "Yes, but only the first layer," Qinming stated seriously. "The remaining details are confidential." Su Yang quickly nodded. Brother Chun, I have been researching martial techniques lately and require some reference materials. Before he could finish, Chun Ming interjected, all right. I will write down the first layer of the technique for you tomorrow. However, please refrain from disseminating it. Understood, understood. Su Yang had previously searched online and confirmed that the first layer of Tsang and Ju could indeed be transmitted, yet there was no relevant information available online. After all, this was a martial art exclusive to the war zone, and no one would dare to spread it casually. Any adverse consequences would lead to severe repercussions. However, Su Yang was taken aback by Qin Ming's swift agreement. He suddenly felt that patrolling with Qin Ming was quite fortuitous, as he discovered that this stern one-armed brother was rather warm-hearted and willing to help. After the patrol concluded, Su Yang returned to the dormitory, and shortly thereafter, Zhu Tao arrived to practice his needle technique. As usual, Su Yang removed his shirt and allowed Zhu Tao to demonstrate. With Zhu Tao and Appo's increasing proficiency in acupoint targeting, he had transitioned to performing the needle technique from 2 meters away, directly launching steel needles at Su Yang and Appo's acupoints. Due to the immense power of the needle technique, Zhu Tao could only target the head and heart, leading to excessive lethality, which could easily result in fatal injuries. Through continuous training, he aimed to accurately insert the steel needles into non-lethal areas to restrict the opponent's movements. With a soft thud, Su Yang felt the steel needle pierce his back and was slightly astonished. You're progressing quite rapidly. The power seems significantly stronger than before. Previously, Su Yang had felt nothing at all. Now that he could perceive the feedback, it indicated that Zhu Tao's needle technique was indeed gaining strength. Indeed, Zhu Tao replied with a wry smile. Every day when I wake up, it feels as if I've improved. The heart and dream unification state is simply outrageous. Su Yang, however, was somewhat taken aback. You don and amp. Appo's. Do you feel fatigued? The fatigue is secondary, Zhu Tao said with a frown. This morning, I woke up to find the dormitory lights shattered, with glass shards all over the bed. It must have been from my training in the dream state last night. That's nothing, just a minor issue. After a moment of silence, Zhu Tao added, the light was the only one in my dormitory that didn't break. Su Yang turned, slightly bewildered. You broke the others? Pretty much, Zhu Tao sighed helplessly. My dorm is riddled with marks from steel needles. I even intended to record my dream training session, but Zhu Tao sighed again, pulling out a completely damaged phone from his bag. The phone is ruined. Su Yang examined it and realized that Zhu Tao's phone had clearly been pierced by steel needles. Not only was the screen shattered, but the internal electronic components were also destroyed, and the phone was bent from the force. Old Su, I and Appo's am starting to worry that my needle technique and Appo's power is increasing too much. What if I end up piercing through walls? Su Yang recognized this as a valid concern. Given Zhu Tao and Appo's rapid training pace, it would not be long before he reached the 7th rank of martial arts, at which point the power of the needle technique would undoubtedly amplify, making it plausible to penetrate walls. Should it injure other students, it would be troublesome. I and Appo's think of a solution. You just focus on your training. All right. Su Yang had not anticipated the myriad issues surrounding dream training. While the heart and dream unification state was indeed beneficial, its uncontrollable nature presented numerous challenges. After the general studies class the following day, Su Yang visited the logistics office. Initially, he contemplated relocating Zhu Tao and Appo's dormitory, but upon reflection, it seemed futile, as there were always others nearby, failing to resolve the issue. After some consideration, Su Yang decided to request some steel plates from the logistics office. While specialized steel plates were likely unavailable, there were plenty of ordinary steel plates in the warehouse. Leftover scraps. Su Yang gathered a pile of steel plates, intending to reinforce Zhu Tao's walls. While the students were attending class, he went to Zhu Tao's dormitory to begin his task. Upon opening the door, Su Yang was left dumbfounded. Wow, what a battle-damaged dormitory. At a glance, the entire room was riddled with holes, the walls covered in a myriad of small punctures, and even the wardrobe was in disarray. The computer was ruined. The water cup destroyed. Nearly nothing was intact. One might think that it had been swept by a machine gun. Chapter 72. Sheltering. While Su Yang was engrossed in reinforcing Zhu Tao's dormitory with steel plates, the students in Class 5 were enduring the torment of after-class assignments. Su Yang's practice of assigning homework after every general studies class had become a source of profound misery for them. Their appellation for Su Yang oscillated between Su and Teacher Su. Zhu Tao, as usual, was nowhere to be found, a circumstance to which everyone had long grown accustomed and paid no mind. However, Li Yiming's sudden absence was unsettling. In ordinary times, his absence would have gone unnoticed, but his presence was indispensable when it came to completing assignments. Where had he vanished to? Like Zhu Tao, he seemed to disappear the moment general studies class concluded. He even missed morning training yesterday. Could it be that he no longer desired old Su and Appo's body tempering secrets? Everyone found Li Yiming and Appo's behavior exceedingly peculiar. They had even searched for him in his dormitory last night, but he was nowhere to be found, and his phone was unreachable. How strange. Meanwhile, a new figure had appeared in the rooftop pavilion. Zhu Tao, as was his custom, was preparing to cultivate when. No sooner had he arrived at the rooftop and opened the windproof door than Li Yiming followed him. Upon encountering each other, they exchanged bewildered glances. What are you doing here? Zhu Tao stammered, taken aback. Cultivating, of course. Li Yiming responded instinctively. I can't very well cultivate in the classroom, can I? I figured there wouldn't and Appo's be anyone here on the rooftop, so I decided to cultivate here. Zhu Tao couldn't and Appo's help but chuckle wryly. It seemed this location wasn't so secure after all. Fortunately, Li Yiming was an ally. It wouldn't matter if he discovered the secret. Prop the doors shut to prevent anyone from finding us. Oh, Li Yiming replied, quickly using a wooden stick to secure the windproof door. He then watched as Zhu Tao entered the pavilion and retrieved a storage box from beneath the seat. Upon closer inspection, Li Yiming noticed that the two storage boxes contained not only thread but also clothing. Brother Tao, what's all this? Zhu Tao made no attempt to conceal his actions, openly beginning to thread a needle. Cultivation. Your method of cultivation is rather peculiar. Anyone else could say that, but not you. Li Yiming pondered this for a moment and realized the truth in it. He walked to one side, assumed a crane stance, and began to cultivate with his eyes closed. After a moment, he added, Brother Tao, I didn't climb a tree this morning. That doesn't exactly sound like something to brag about, Zhu Tao replied. I'm not bragging. It's just that after careful consideration, I've realized that dream cultivation seems to be related to the dreams one has, Li Yiming explained. For example, Zhu Tao blinked. As long as I diligently cultivate while dreaming, nothing will go wrong. I open my eyes to find myself still in bed, albeit without a blanket. Li Yiming said earnestly, but yesterday, I had a nightmare, and then I was up in a tree. Strictly speaking, you didn't climb the tree. You were more like stuck in it, Zhu Tao remarked, furrowing his brow. If you come up here, won't those guys start looking for you everywhere? Li Yiming was taken aback. Huh? Why would they look for me? They don't care about me at all. They may not care about you, but they'll be deeply inconvenienced if they lose someone to order around. Such was the harsh truth. Never mind. They don't know I was up in a tree yet. If they find out, they and Appo's, LL surely mock me, Li Yiming said despondently. Anyway, old Su has already suppressed them, so they probably don't and Appo's need me as an undercover agent anymore. I might as well focus on cultivating. Perhaps I could offer a suggestion to divert their attention from your arboreal escapades. Li Yiming's eyes widened. Brother Tao, what is it? Take a nude lap around the area below. I guarantee no one will care about your partially exposed posterior after that. Zhu Tao chuckled. All right, let's focus on cultivating. We need to reach 7th grade as soon as possible. Old Su has a way to help us overcome the challenges of the dual cultivation technique. Li Yiming nodded slightly, refocusing his mind and beginning to cultivate earnestly. However, even as he cultivated, peculiar ideas continued to surface in Li Yiming's mind. Yesterday, when he simultaneously unleashed the earth-shaking palm and the sky-profound leg on old Su, his body had begun to spin uncontrollably. Although he had been in a state of disarray, Li Yiming had subsequently researched information online regarding qi gliding. It was then that he discovered that qi gliding could indeed have adverse effects on martial artists, namely, compromising their martial foundation. Li Yiming had been momentarily stunned upon reading this. I thought my martial foundation was already ruined? What difference does it make? It and Appo's already beyond repair, unless I undergo rebirth. So, after careful consideration, Li Yiming had decided that since his martial foundation was already ruined, he might as well experiment with this so-called qi gliding. He believed that the power of simultaneously executing two techniques was indeed formidable, and if he could control the qi gliding and maintain his high-speed rotation, attacking his enemies like a spinning top, the power would be even greater. In the world of martial arts, speed is paramount. However, all of this was predicated on his ability to overcome the dizziness caused by high-speed rotation. If he couldn't overcome that, it would all be for naught. Li Yiming was still contemplating whether to discuss his idea with old Su. If old Su supported him, that would be ideal, but if he didn't, he would have to abandon the plan. After all, when it came to cultivation, he had to listen to old Su and couldn't just blindly experiment. Having resolved this, Li Yiming finally stilled his mind. The two remained in meditation for an entire afternoon. Upon awakening, both were ravenously hungry and immediately headed toward their dormitory. However, when Zhu Tao opened the dormitory door, he was immediately stunned. To his astonishment, the dormitory walls had been covered with irregularly sized steel plates, and even the ceiling had been plated. It certainly wasn't aesthetically pleasing, but it was practical. They faintly heard movement from the bathroom. Sure enough, Su Yang's voice emerged from within, just borrowing the restroom. Zhu Tao was deeply touched. In all his years, apart from his parents, he had never felt so cared for. If he truly became a powerful warrior in the future, he would never betray his teacher's kindness. Zhu Tao silently closed the door, noticing that the room had been cleaned and tidied. The dilapidated wardrobe had been reassembled, and even the wardrobe doors had been covered with steel plates. This level of reinforcement should be sufficient. Zhu Tao raised his hand and channeled his qi. A steel needle emerged from his sleeve, flying through the air with almost no pause. Zhu Tao swiftly executed a needle flick, launching the steel needle, which struck the steel plate with a ding, penetrating only partially. The effect is not bad. Zhu Tao tugged sharply, intending to retrieve the steel needle, but to his surprise, several of the adjacent steel plates suddenly detached and clattered to the ground. Bang! Su Yang, startled by the loud noise outside, hurriedly emerged from the bathroom to find the steel plates had fallen. Zhu Tao's lips twitched. What kind of shoddy construction is this? Teacher, I only stuck one needle in. How did the surrounding steel plates all fall off? Doesn't that just highlight the prowess of your needle technique? Chapter 73. The Great Brawl after the steel plates were installed in Zhu Tao's dormitory. Su Yang promptly sought out Chen Ming to request the first layer of the Tsungyan method. He intended to delve into it after the evening patrol. It was and oppos, long before he encountered Chen Ming, who, after providing the heart method, added, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Yes, thank you, Brother Chen. Su Yang replied, grateful for the assistance. Chen Ming believed that Su Yang was unlikely to engage in dual cultivation with the Tsungyan method, as such practices were not typically considered by most individuals. With the first layer of the Tsungyan method in hand, Su Yang felt a surge of joy. With his perfected copper bone and the enhancement of the Tsungyan method, his defensive capabilities would undoubtedly rise to a new level. He mused that should he encounter someone as troublesome as Xiaozhen again, it would not pose as formidable a challenge. As for the dark energy left within him by Lu Fangfei, it had long since been consumed, though he had not acquired any pure energy. Still, he had made significant progress in mastering the chaotic energy. Once the patrol concluded, Su Yang hurried back to the dormitory, deciding to forego Zhu Tao's training for the night in favor of immersing himself in the Tsungyan method. The energy stored within his dantian was plentiful, so he anticipated no difficulties. Upon returning to his dormitory, Su Yang immediately began to study the first layer of the Tsungyan method. As expected, the difficulty level was exceedingly high. The process required him to first disperse his energy and then consume the blood of ferocious beasts daily for a duration of 6 months. After establishing a foundation through the beast's blood, he would need to undergo rigorous training to awaken the latent energy within, thus allowing his body to absorb it fully and unlock its potential. For a year, he would not be able to rely on luck, but must instead focus on pure physical training to uncover the hidden capabilities of his body. Even under such circumstances, the success rate for cultivating qi was merely 10%. However, for Su Yang, this step could be entirely bypassed. He sat cross-legged and began to circulate the energy according to the Tsungyan method. Every heart method possesses a unique way of circulating energy, constructing a distinct trajectory of qi that activates the method. The Tsungyan method circulation was notably complex, requiring the formation of a pentagram-shaped trajectory that encompassed his head and limbs, ultimately converging at the dantian. The circulation of the heart method must not intersect with any meridians. The more meridians traversed, the more complicated the process became. Su Yang also needed to avoid the original energy trajectory of the 9-practice horizontal body method. This demanded a high degree of control over the qi. But for Su Yang, it posed no significant challenge. In just half an hour, he completed the construction of the Tsungyan method circulation path. Taking a deep breath, Su Yang made his first attempt at operating the Tsungyan method. The chaotic energy surged forth from his dantian, swiftly integrating into the Tsungyan method's qi path, operating autonomously. In an instant, he felt a powerful force arise within him, flowing endlessly. Indeed, the extent of his enhancement would need to be gauged through combat or instruments, and he resolved to assess his current level at the martial arts arena. Moreover, as he slowly rose, his eyes sharpened. Copperbone. A portion of the chaotic energy remaining in his dantian rapidly flowed into the energy path of the 9-practice horizontal body method. He was simultaneously employing 2 heart methods. While Li Yiming would encounter issues when attempting to use dual heart methods, Su Yang faced no such limitations. The chaotic energy within him could be utilized in various ways, allowing him to employ multiple heart methods at once, albeit at the cost of dividing the chaotic energy into several portions, resulting in significant energy expenditure. Confirming that he could operate both heart methods simultaneously, Su Yang swiftly retracted the chaotic energy and resumed his meditation, reflecting on the situation. While he could not yet assess the extent of the enhancement provided by the first layer of the Tsunyan method, he believed that with the support of chaotic energy and superior meridians, he should be capable of fighting above his level. At the very least, he would not be as helpless against Xiejin as he had been previously. After this period of cultivation, Su Yang keenly sensed that his bottleneck had entirely loosened, and he was poised to step into the mid-tier of the 8th grade martial spirit. Should he advance? Su Yang hesitated. No, he decided. He would hold back and continue to solidify his foundation. After all, advancing to the mid-tier held little significance for him at this moment. If he was to restrain himself, he would do so profoundly. At that moment, Li Yiming suddenly called. Su Yang was momentarily taken aback. Upon answering, he heard Li Yiming urgently exclaim, "Old Su! Hurry to the dormitory. Class 5 is fighting on the 6th floor. What? You need to come quickly. It and Oppos. It's getting intense." Without time to inquire further, Su Yang rushed to the student dormitory. Before reaching the 6th floor, he could already hear the sounds of fierce fighting and heated insults. Upon his arrival, he found that apart from Li Yiming and Zhu Tao, the other 8 members of Class 5 were engaged in chaotic combat in the corridor. The commotion frightened students who were blocking the stairway, preventing them from returning to their dormitories. Seeing Su Yang arrive, they immediately sighed in relief. "Teacher Su is here. Make way." As Su Yang pushed through the crowd, he witnessed Sun Zhao suddenly fly past him, crashing into the corridor wall. Immediately, he scrambled to his feet, intent on rejoining the fray. Sun Zhao, stop. However, in his furious state, Sun Zhao paid no heed to Su Yang's admonition, charging back into the fray with evident rage. Su Yang's expression darkened. He quickly approached the corridor's entrance and observed the fierce struggle among the Class 5 students. Xie Yuhan was particularly ferocious, wielding a wolf fawn club with wild abandon. What animosity could drive them to harm one another so? Su Yang was incensed, unable to contain his fury as he focused on the 8 individuals embroiled in the melee. "Cease this at once." With a commanding voice, Su Yang's authority as a teacher instantly silenced the chaotic brawl. The 8 combatants froze in their tracks, an unspoken sense of reverence enveloping them. Stand against the wall. Unable to resist the overwhelming feeling of respect, the members of Class 5 reluctantly complied, lining up against the wall. Once the situation was under control, Su Yang released his authoritative presence. However, the exertion required to suppress the 8 students was immense. As the weight of reverence dissipated, they sighed in relief. Although their expressions remained displeased, Su Yang was puzzled. While the members of Class 5 may not have shared a close bond, their daily interactions should not have escalated to such violence. It was best to resolve family disputes privately, allowing them to maintain some dignity. "Follow me," Su Yang huffed, turning to lead the 8 students away. The onlooking students were astounded as they witnessed Su Yang and Oppos' ability to handle the situation with such ease. Indeed, the moniker of Headache Slayer was well-deserved. Chapter 74. The Power of Reflection. Su Yang was unaware that within the student circles of his 3rd class, he had inadvertently acquired the reputation of a formidable enforcer, particularly against troublemakers. After leading the members of Class 5 away from their dormitory, they sought a secluded spot to discuss the unfolding events. Who instigated this? Xie Yuhan immediately raised her hand and pointed at Fu Yunhai, exclaiming, "Teacher, he insulted me first." Upon hearing this, Fu Yunhai became flustered. "I was just joking." "Joking?" Xie Yuhan retorted angrily. "Is saying I have no mother a joke?" For a moment, Fu Yunhai felt a pang of guilt, silenced by Su Yang's piercing gaze. "Apologize to Xie Yuhan at once," Su Yang coldly commanded. "How can you joke so insensitively? You deserve the consequences." Fu Yunhai, recognizing his fault, hesitated to lower his pride and muttered, "But I've already been punished. Do I still need to apologize?" Su Yang shot him a stern look. "A mistake is a mistake. You spoke out of turn first, so apologize. It's a simple principle that you should understand." Thankfully, Xie Yuhan is not particularly skilled. Otherwise, you may not even be able to stand here to speak. Yet, Fu Yunhai remained silent, prompting Su Yang's expression to darken. Teachers command respect. Apologize. Feeling the familiar pressure mounting, Fu Yunhai knew he could not resist and turned to Xie Yuhan, saying, "I'm sorry, it was my fault." Xie Yuhan huffed, accepting his apology but still visibly displeased. With that, Su Yang relaxed his authoritative demeanor and shifted his attention to the others. This matter concerns the conflict between Xie Yuhan and Fu Yunhai. Su Yang frowned. "Why did the rest of you get involved?" He Weiwei, one of the only 2 girls in the class, quickly responded. "Fu Yunhai was bullying a girl. Of course, I had to help." Su Yang turned to Sun Zhao. "And you?" Sun Zhao pointed at He Weiwei. "I was just watching when she suddenly slapped me." He Weiwei hurriedly defended herself. "Teacher, it was an accidental injury." Su Yang intervened, turning his gaze to another student. "And you?" "I was merely an innocent bystander when He Weiwei slapped me." "Me too." I dodged. But Sun Zhao took advantage of the chaos to attack me. No, he is lying. I was just trying to block the attack. It was an accident. Su Yang was momentarily stunned and then turned his attention back to He Weiwei. She chuckled awkwardly. Teacher, my gossiping technique isn't quite perfected yet. Once I strike, I can't hold back. If there's blame, it should be directed at Fu Yuhai. Fu Yuhai widened his eyes. How can you blame me? If you hadn't dodged, I would have accidentally hit anyone else. Exactly. Xia Yuhan chimed in. Who told you to dodge? Teacher, Fu Yuhai is the root cause. Fu Yuhai rolled his eyes, feeling quite aggrieved as he looked at Su Yang. Su Yang felt exhausted. Class 5 was a constant source of trouble. All right, enough with the explanations. He waved his hand. Now, you have two options before you. First, we put this incident behind us, and no one is allowed to hold grudges. Su Yang fixed his gaze on Fu Yunhai. Especially you. Don't joke so carelessly in the future. Let us maintain a harmonious environment to prevent similar situations. Second, Fu Yunhai must write a 10,000 character reflection, while everyone else writes 5,000 characters. In the future, if similar incidents occur, the instigator will start with 10,000 characters, and those who cause trouble will begin with 5,000. For severe cases, it will be doubled, 10,000 words. The group gasped as if struck by lightning. Writing 500 words after class was already torturous. How could they manage 5,000? In a panic, they all shouted, the first option. The first option. Good. Then let us shake hands and make amends. The students hurriedly shook hands with one another, visibly shaken by the thought of writing reflections. Upon hearing about the 10,000-word reflection, Fu Yuhai rushed over to Xia Yuhan. Xia Yuhan, there is no need to hold a grudge. It was my fault, and I sincerely apologize. Humph. Xia Yuhan turned her head away, still dissatisfied. Fu Yuhai quickly grabbed the wolf's tooth club in her hand and shook it. All right, let us consider this as your forgiveness. Seeing this, Su Yang waved his hand. All right, if there is nothing else, you can all return to your dormitories and rest. The students scattered like frightened birds, clearly terrified by the prospect of writing reflections. Su Yang shrugged. For these simple-minded, physically strong students, reflections were indeed a more effective deterrent. Of course, a pre-established authority was crucial. Without it, there would be no impact. As the crowd dispersed, Su Yang noticed Li Yiming stealthily emerging from the nearby greenery. Seeing Li Yiming's appearance, Su Yang couldn't help but chuckle. When did you hide there? I saw you, old Su, and jumped down from the 3rd floor to hide. Li Yiming replied with a grin. Old Su, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, no one else could control them. You didn't leap down just to flatter me. Did you? Of course not, Li Yiming quickly responded. I plan to explore the simultaneous application of 2 mental techniques. Old Su. I've already researched the phenomenon of external sliding energy. It could affect the foundation of martial arts. Li Yiming shrugged. Do I still have any room for improvement? Su Yang paused, realizing that indeed, there was no longer any room for improvement. What are your thoughts? Li Yiming shared his idea of utilizing the high-speed rotation of external sliding energy to enhance his combat ability, rather than outright rejecting it. Su Yang found the concept had a degree of feasibility. One must admit that ever since this boy had misguided himself, his thinking had become quite unique. This inherent quality had indeed enhanced his comprehension and understanding. Most individuals regarded external sliding energy as a negative phenomenon, fearing it would hinder their martial foundations. Yet, due to Li Yiming's accelerated growth, his martial foundation had already suffered considerable damage. Can you withstand the dizziness caused by high-speed rotation? I'm not sure. Li Yiming admitted, uncertain if he could endure it. I suppose I'll just have to try. After all, I want to neglect my training. Su Yang silently assessed the risks and deemed them manageable, deciding to allow Li Yiming to experiment independently. Being overly protective might stifle the child's creativity and imagination. Feel free to experiment, Su Yang advised, but if you feel any discomfort, stop immediately. Got it. Chapter 75. Confidentiality in the dormitory area for high school seniors. A visitor arrived at Xiezhen's room. While polishing his silver gun, Xiezhen inquired in a low voice. How's the investigation on the matter I asked you to look into? The visitor was Sun Xuefei. A few days prior, Xiezhen had requested Sun Xuefei to gather information on Su Yang. Sun Xuefei was quite taken aback by Xiezhen's sudden visit. He was well aware of Xiezhen's misstep against Su Yang. Had it been anyone else, he would have relished the opportunity to gloat. However, given Xiezhen's formidable reputation, Sun Xuefei dared not mock him. After all, Xiezhen was a mid-level practitioner of the 7th rank, while Sun Xuefei had only recently entered this level and was no match for him. With Xiezhen seeking assistance, Sun Xuefei felt compelled to oblige. Yet, the findings of his inquiry revealed a troubling turn of events. Despite his efforts, he had uncovered nothing. Suddenly ceasing his actions, Xiezhen's gaze turned icy. Are you toying with me? Is it so difficult to investigate a mere teacher? Sun Shuefei's expression darkened. He is no ordinary teacher. Xiaojin, not particularly surprised, asked, "Is he from a prominent family?" His reason for probing into Su Yang's background was to ascertain whether he had any connections. Su Yang's ability to cultivate his physical prowess at such a young age was commendable, and the dark energy he wielded left Xiaojin feeling unsettled. Fearing that Su Yang might indeed be from an influential family, Xiaojin was concerned that any trouble he attracted could backfire on him. "I don't know," Sun Shuefei replied. "What?" Xiaojin's face darkened further. Sun Shuefei continued, "I had someone check his records, but it's classified information and cannot be accessed." Xiaojin's expression froze. "Classified?" "Yes." Sun Shuefei's face was grim. "I sought assistance from the Donghai Kunlun branch, and the response was that it is confidential and cannot be investigated." Xiaojin was incredulous. "What sort of background does this guy have?" "I don't know." Sun Shuefei took a deep breath. "Given the confidentiality, I advise you not to provoke him. Individuals classified in this manner are not to be trifled with. His formidable physical capabilities and that peculiar dark energy speak volumes. If you continue to seek trouble with him, not only might you find yourself unable to handle him, but if anything escalates," Sun Shuefei stressed, "can you bear the consequences? The Kunlun branch will certainly intervene, and the Xia family may not be able to shield you." Xiaojin's expression darkened to an extreme. Meanwhile, Sun Shuefei felt equally troubled. He had no idea who Su Yang truly was, but being a classified individual meant he would not easily reveal his strength or identity. The school's public records indicated Su Yang was merely at the peak of the 9th rank when he first started working, recently advancing to the 8th rank just half a month ago. This information suggested that Su Yang had been concealing his true abilities for a substantial 2.5 years. Yet now, he was willing to expose his strength by personally intervening for Class 5 against Xiaojin. Sun Shuefei and App's initial instinct was that someone from Class 5 might be Su Yang and App's target or mission. However, he quickly dismissed this notion due to the timing. If Su Yang was indeed there for Class 5, he could not have predicted 2.5 years ago that someone from Class 5 would come to Sanzhou. Thus, Sun Shuefei was inclined to believe that Su Yang's assistance to Class 5 was more impulsive than premeditated. Su Yang was fiercely protective of his own. Setting aside other considerations, this trait alone made Sun Shuefei uneasy. He had bullied Sun Zhao more than once, and there was no telling when Sun Zhao might enlist Su Yang and App's aid to confront him. At the very least, Sun Zhao wanted nothing to do with Su Yang. "Xiaojin, I'll leave it at that. You can ponder it yourself." Sun Shuefei said no more and swiftly departed from Xiaojin's room. In room A302, Li Yiming had thought that after Class 5's altercation that evening, they would not disturb him, allowing him to focus on his cultivation in peace. However, upon returning to his dormitory door, he was surprised to find all the members of Class 5 waiting for him. "Li Yiming, where have you been? We didn't see you yesterday. You were missing after this morning in App's General Studies class." Li Yiming quickly shifted the blame onto Su Yang, saying, "I've been unwell. I've been in the infirmary getting 4 drips for the past 2 days. I already informed old Su. Didn't he tell you?" The others suddenly understood. "So that's it. Why are you so fragile? It's been days and you're still not better? Now that you're back, open the door quickly. We still haven't written our post-class summaries. Are you all addicted to copying or something? Old Su, can't you manage this?" Li Yiming, feeling helpless, had no choice but to open the door for everyone, retrieving his post-class summary and even preparing paper and pens. The others immediately began copying. Throughout the process, they never mentioned Li Yiming's incident in the tree, clearly unaware of it. Li Yiming wasn't surprised, after all. The social circle of Class 5 was quite insular with no interaction with students from other classes, so it was unlikely they would find out anytime soon. He could delay it as long as possible. Just as the members of Class 5 were engrossed in their copying, a knock on the door suddenly echoed. The group paused and turned to Li Yiming in unison. Li Yiming was puzzled. Who could be knocking at this hour? It certainly wasn't Brother Tao, who was next door mending clothes, and even if he wanted to come over, he would use the balcony and not the front door. With curiosity, Li Yiming opened the door and was taken aback by the sight of the visitor. "Fei, Brother Fei, what brings you here?" Sun Shuefei rarely wore a smile as he asked, "Is Sun Zhao here?" "I went to his dorm, but he wasn't there." "He is," Li Yiming stammered. The moment the others in the room saw Sun Shuefei, their hearts sank, sensing trouble brewing. Li Yiming even discreetly pulled out his phone, ready to seek Su Yang's help. Though Sun Shuefei wasn't as uncontrollable as Xiaojin, he certainly had a knack for stirring up trouble, especially when it concerned Sun Zhao, often subjecting others to humiliation. Upon noticing Sun Shuefei's arrival, Sun Zhao felt an overwhelming sense of displeasure, but he dared not show it. He forced a smile and said, "Brother Fei, what do you need?" Sun Shuefei entering the room with a bag full of goodies, replied, "What kind of question is that? I'm your cousin. Isn't it natural for me to come by and check on you? I brought you some snacks and drinks. It's quite the endeavor to be working on assignments this late." The members of Class 5 were left speechless. Chapter 76. Silence as Sun Shuefei approached with food. The members of Class 5 perceived it as a ploy reminiscent of Shimin Qing treating Wu Dalong to a meal, harboring ill intentions. However, Sun Shuefei arrived at Sun Zhao's side, his face adorned with a hint of contrition. "Sun Zhao, I acknowledge my previous misdeeds. I sincerely apologize and wish to express my regret." Sun Zhao stood momentarily in shock, bewildered. He had braced himself for a tempest of humiliation from Sun Shuefei, only to be met with an unexpected apology. Could it be that the sun had risen from the west? This old trickster would deign to apologize to me? Let bygones be bygones. Sun Shuefei's expression was earnest. "Let us set aside past grievances and strive for harmony moving forward, shall we?" Sun Zhao, overwhelmed by this sudden turn of events, felt his mind whirl in confusion. It was Li Yiming who, upon witnessing this situation, brightened and stepped forward, exclaiming, "Of course. Brother Shuefei, as family, we should coexist amicably." He turned to Sun Zhao, since Brother Shuefei has extended his apology with such sincerity and even brought gifts. Let us not dwell on past disputes. Let us shake hands and make amends. Sun Shuefei confidently extended his hand, and Sun Zhao, hesitating but influenced by Li Yiming's urging glances, finally reached out to shake hands with him. "There, now everyone is happy." Li Yiming chuckled, then suggested, "Brother Shuefei, why not stay and share a meal with us?" "No need." Sun Shuefei quickly waved his hand with a smile. "It's getting late. I must take my leave." "Sun Zhao, should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." Sun Zhao thought to himself, "Isn and Oppos, you who is my greatest challenge at Sanzhong?" He had not forgiven Sun Shuefei, but merely acknowledged Li Yiming and Oppos as silent cues. As Sun Shuefei departed, his expression fell dramatically. Were it not for the need for caution, he would never have lowered himself to appease such a group of worthless individuals. However, as the saying goes, a wise man knows when to endure. To avoid entanglement with Su Yang, he had to swallow his pride. A true gentleman can bend and yield. Once Sun Shuefei left, a heavy silence enveloped the dormitory. The expressions of the others were exceedingly peculiar. What was Sun Shuefei up to? Was he laying a trap for us? I refuse to believe he genuinely seeks reconciliation. His smile seemed insincere. Sun Zhao, do not be deceived. I sense that he has ulterior motives. Their instincts unanimously warned them that Sun Shuefei's visit harbored some hidden agenda. Could the food be tainted? Quick, take it away. Throw it in the trash. Xie Yuhan brandished a club, ready to discard the items Sun Shuefei had brought, only to be hastily stopped by Li Yiming. "Wait, don't throw it away." The others sensed something amiss in Li Yiming's defense. Could it be that this fence-sitter had been won over by Sun Shuefei? Li Yiming, you traitor, speak. What did Sun Shuefei offer you to defend that scoundrel? Li Yiming, caught between amusement and disbelief, retorted, "Stop your wild conjectures." Sun Shuefei genuinely came to apologize. Preposterous. That scoundrel would willingly come to apologize? I cannot say for certain if it was out of goodwill, Li Yiming chuckled. But he certainly came to express his regret. Why? The answer is simple. Old Su. Li Yiming stated earnestly. Old Su can take care of even Xiezhen. Dealing with Sun Shuefei would be child's play. The group fell into a stupor. Are you suggesting that Old Su privately confronted Sun Shuefei? Otherwise, do you think he would have come to apologize? Clearly, he fears Old Su might cause him trouble. If he had not come to apologize, Old Su would undoubtedly have harassed him daily. The members of Class 5 pondered this, realizing the likelihood of truth in it. After all, they had all faced Su Yang's reprimands, the invisible pressure making it difficult to breathe, leaving them unable to argue, only able to stand in place and endure the scolding. Sun Shuefei, too, must have endured a similar silent reprimand from Su Yang, compelled to apologize and seek reconciliation with Sun Zhao. Someone raised a question, but Old Su never mentioned this matter. Li Yiming could not help but exclaim, "That is because Old Su has been quietly protecting us." The others held little skepticism, especially since they had just been in a scuffle, yet Su Yang had not sought to trouble them, even allowing them to reconcile, which seemed rather magnanimous. Moreover, since Su Yang dared to stand up for Zhu Tao against Xiezhen, he would certainly be willing to defend others as well. Reflecting on the past few weeks, they realized that Su Yang had never made things difficult for them. Despite their antics, he had not lost his temper. Whether in lectures or assignments, though they might grumble, they understood that Su Yang acted in their best interests. A profound silence fell over them as they felt an inexplicable warmth in their hearts, realizing how much they had come to appreciate Su Yang. I will heed Old Su and Oppos' words from now on. After all, it is rare to encounter such a benevolent teacher. Let us not provoke him unnecessarily. Indeed, throughout my life. Apart from my parents, old Sue is the first person willing to stand up for us. The group could not help but express their gratitude, feeling an overwhelming sense of warmth after having been bullied for so long, finally receiving support. The next morning, after finishing their morning exercises, Su Yang resumed his general studies class. Yet, upon entering, he sensed something was amiss. Why did the gaze of these students feel so unsettling? Scanning the room, he noticed their eyes were filled with genuine sincerity, even a hint of respect. As the saying goes, when things seem out of the ordinary, something is afoot. Su Yang pondered what they might be planning. Just as he prepared to sit, he instinctively felt for anything unusual on his chair. To his relief, the cushion was soft, devoid of any hidden spikes or traps. Strange. The atmosphere felt so off that Su Yang was left feeling uncomfortable. However, possessing the confidence of an invincible teacher, he chose to dismiss the unease. Teacher? Yes? What is it? Thank you for being here with Class 5. Su Yang was momentarily touched. This group of students, truly. Do not think that by adopting this endearing approach you can evade my assigning after-class work. Dream on. Chapter 77. Decision. As the 3-day deadline loomed, Su Yang could not help but feel a sense of trepidation. He had dispelled the hidden energy left by Lu Fangfei, ensuring his safety. However, he was now concerned that Lu Fangfei might be angered by not seeing him escort Xie Yuhan out, potentially leading her to recklessly invade the school once more to seek him out. While a rational person would not act in such a manner, Lu Fangfei and Appo's unpredictability was a cause for concern. Based on Su Yang and Appo's assessment of Lu Fangfei and Appo's voice, she appeared to be in her early 40s, possibly even younger. Such martial artists were exceedingly rare, particularly one who had reached the pinnacle of martial mastery, standing just a step away from the realm of martial kings. This indicated an intense dedication to martial cultivation, often at the expense of social skills and worldly experience. Otherwise, she would not have entered a relationship with Xie Yuhan and Appo's father without inquiring about his family background, which ultimately led to tragedy. Xie Yuhan and Appo's father likely belonged to the same category of individuals. Was he powerful? Yes, but his strength was derived from intellect. Yet, upon further reflection, Su Yang realized he might be overly cautious. Regardless of Lu Fangfei and Appo's strength, she could not simply take her daughter away, which implied that even the combined efforts of the 4 guardians could not subdue her. Therefore, as long as he remained compliant within the school, Lu Fangfei would be left helpless, merely watching. After all, Su Yang did not intend to involve himself in this matter. For a martial sovereign to impose hidden energy upon a mere 20-something 8th-grade martial spirit and coerce him into action was, to say the least, a breach of martial ethics. The fact that he had not betrayed her was, in Su Yang's view, an act of profound kindness. As the deadline approached and Su Yang still had not taken Xie Yuhan out of the school, anxiety and conflict brewed within Lu Fangfei. She recognized the selfishness of her actions, driven by an overwhelming longing for her daughter that forced her into such desperate measures. Nevertheless, she did not wish to harm Su Yang or drag an innocent person into her plight. With the passage of time, the reality of her dark energy's impending activation loomed over her. Although it would not threaten Su Yang's life, it would undoubtedly cause him immense suffering. The longer she waited, the more perilous his situation became. Throughout these days, she had lingered near the school, striving to maintain a safe distance to avoid detection by the guardians. As the 3rd day transitioned into night, she knew that once this night passed, her dark energy would manifest. Yet, she still found herself waiting for Su Yang to bring her daughter out. Perplexed by his continued absence, her heart sank. Clearly, Su Yang had no intention of cooperating. Was this teacher so obstinate? Lu Fangfei furrowed her brow, having expected that once she exerted her dark energy, Su Yang would comply and facilitate Xie Yuhan and Appo's exit from the school. However, the current situation suggested that Su Yang seemed to have completely forgotten about the matter. Despite her confusion, Lu Fangfei remained calm. Perhaps he was merely biding his time, searching for an opportunity. She decided to wait a little longer. As another day slipped by, Lu Fangfei still did not witness Su Yang bringing her daughter out, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. This was not right. Su Yang had been afflicted by her dark energy. Logically, he should be suffering immensely by now. How could he remain so unperturbed? Lu Fangfei could not fathom that Su Yang and Appo's 8th-grade martial spirit could withstand her dark energy. Night fell, and Lu Fangfei extended her senses. She detected Su Yang's presence still patrolling around the school, leaving her in shock. How could this be? Having succumbed to her dark energy, he should be in agony. Yet he appeared as lively as ever, with no signs of weakness. What was happening? As her mind raced, she took a moment to analyze the situation. While she was sure Su Yang could not withstand her dark energy, the fact that he was still active meant only one thing: Someone had intervened to dispel her dark energy from him. The four guardians of the school could not possibly have unraveled her dark energy, indicating. Lu Fangfei's pupils dilated in realization. There was a martial king among them. Only a martial king could counter her dark energy. However, throughout her time in the school, Lu Fangfei had not sensed any stronger presence beyond the four guardians. If there truly were a martial king, why had they not made an appearance to stop her during her previous intrusion? A barrage of questions flooded her mind, nearly overwhelming her. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Lu Fangfei arrived at a chilling conclusion. Su Yang and Appo's vitality indicated the presence of a martial king within the school. Yet this individual had chosen to conceal their aura and identity, perhaps out of a bond with Su Yang, offering assistance without revealing themselves. Such a martial king would possess extraordinary abilities to mask their presence, evading the scrutiny of a martial sovereign. The existence of a martial king in such a seemingly ordinary school was almost unfathomable. Yet, rather than feeling elated at this discovery, Lu Fangfei was filled with trepidation. The combined strength of the four guardians was already a considerable challenge for her, and she had no desire to inflict harm. Reflecting on her earlier encounters with them, she realized she had only tested their strength without resorting to lethal force. Had she recklessly charged into the school, she could have inadvertently forced the martial king to reveal themselves, a consequence she could not afford to face. After a moment of silence, a flicker of gratitude for Su Yang emerged within her. It was now the fourth day, and yet the Xia family had not appeared. This meant that even if Su Yang had been freed from her dark energy, he had not betrayed her, safeguarding her whereabouts and secrets. A wave of shame washed over Lu Fangfei. With her options now limited, she recognized that a direct confrontation with the school was impossible. After an indeterminate period, she fixed her gaze resolutely toward the school. If she were a martial king, she would not only breach the school but could also confront the Xia family, easily evading capture even from their patriarch. Ultimately, her inadequacy in strength was the crux of the matter. Even if she succeeded in taking Xia Yuhan away, the Xia family would undoubtedly pursue her relentlessly, potentially leading to a tragic separation between mother and daughter. With this realization, Lu Fangfei understood that she had to make a decision. Yuhan, wait for your mother to break through to the martial king realm. I will go to the Xia family and reclaim all the grievances you have endured over the years. Wait for me. With resolve, Lu Fangfei turned and vanished into the darkness, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 78. Spinning in recent days, Su Yang observed that Lu Fangfei had not made any moves, nor had he heard of the masked martial artist daring to intrude upon the third middle school again, leading him to conclude that he was indeed safe. Presently, Lu Fangfei had no leverage over him, allowing him to remain uninvolved. However, amidst this sense of security, Su Yang noticed that the demeanor of Class 5 was rather peculiar. Although the attitudes of these rebellious students had not undergone a complete turnaround, they were markedly more eager than ever before. The most astonishing incident occurred during a general knowledge class, when Su Yang found himself without water in his thermos. Sun Zhao, seated nearby, promptly took his cup and filled it with hot water, leaving Su Yang utterly astonished. What is going on here? Have they not communicated anything to me about this sudden shift? Why have these rebellious students ceased their opposition? Could it be the residual effects of the teacher's authority? Yet, just a few days ago, there was chaos in the hallway. Confused, Su Yang pondered the situation, but then realized it could be a fortuitous development. Was this not the ideal state of Class 5 that he had longed to witness? It seemed there was nothing to be troubled about. As another general knowledge class concluded, Su Yang had just exited the classroom when Zhu Tao and Li Yiming followed suit, both making their way to the rooftop pavilion. Isn't this a bit too blatant? Zhu Tao remarked, noticing Li Yiming trailing behind. Won't they suspect us? I mentioned I was heading to the infirmary for a checkup. Li Yiming waved off the concern. Don and Appos, T worry. They want and Appos, T suspect a thing. Besides, if we do get exposed, just say I was giving you a massage to help you relax. Who would question that? Li Yiming had always played this role in Class 5, being summoned by Zhu Tao for massages, a scenario that seemed entirely reasonable, albeit tinged with a hint of sadness and humility. Yet, Li Yiming was unconcerned. He had grown accustomed to reading others' emotions and had developed a passive ability to adapt. He bore no significant resentment, as being utilized by Class 5 only entailed trivial errands, which he found quite enjoyable. Unlike the others who treated him like a servant, Class 5 regarded him as a comrade. Zhu Tao ceased speaking and simply patted Li Yiming on the shoulder. One day, you shall astonish us all. Tao Gu, let us rise together, Li Yiming declared, raising his fist. Let us grow strong and prosperous. Zhu Tao responded, fist bumping in agreement. The two ascended to the rooftop to continue their training. Zhu Tao, as was his custom, began mending clothes in the pavilion, solidifying his foundation. Li Yiming, however, found the sight quite disconcerting. especially in the sweltering heat of the previous day when Zhu Tao had shed his shirt. His muscular physique was striking, and due to his martial training, the girth of his arms was nearly comparable to that of his thighs. While sewing, Zhu Tao exuded an aura of tranquility. His fingers delicately poised as he immersed himself in the task, unaffected by external distractions. This image of a rugged man sewing left Li Yiming feeling somewhat uncomfortable, too abstract. Perhaps due to familiarity, he felt slightly better today, not as out of place. Shaking his head, Li Yiming stepped outside the pavilion to begin, spinning in place. However, after barely 2 minutes, he felt dizzy and collapsed to the ground, beginning to retch. Zhu Tao was jolted back to reality by the sound of Li Yiming's retching, rolling his eyes upon witnessing yet another bout of nausea. Just yesterday, Li Yiming had spent the entire day retching after spinning around, yet there had been no visible improvement. After a prolonged moment of retching, Li Yiming finally regained his composure and was about to continue when Zhu Tao called out, "Wait. Tao Gu, what's the matter? You practiced all day yesterday and could barely manage a few minutes today. It nearly made me dizzy." Zhu Tao remarked with exasperation. Perhaps it would be wise to ease off. It and Oppos. As only the first day of practice, progress 1 and Oppos. T comes so swiftly. Li Yiming insisted. I'll persevere. I believe I can spin longer. Moreover, if I master this, I'd be incredibly strong. With my left leg, I can ascend to the heavens, and with my right, I can shake the earth. I'll be a force to reckon with. Zhu Tao could not deny this, having witnessed Li Yiming's astonishing speed while spinning. His legs became a blur, and a kick from him would undoubtedly be formidable. Moreover, if he could endure longer, his speed and power would only increase. However, there was a pressing concern. While spinning, he lost all awareness of his surroundings. Zhu Tao pointed out, but the issue lies in your indiscriminate attacks. You might inadvertently strike a teammate. Li Yiming felt somewhat embarrassed, scratching his head. Indeed, while spinning, the world became a chaotic world, rendering him unable to distinguish friend from foe. Nevertheless, he believed that it was normal to face challenges at the outset of his training. Let us give it a few months and see how it goes. Once I adapt to this speed, I'll be fine. Or perhaps you could explore other spinning techniques. Zhu Tao suggested. Such as? Maybe something like dance. Zhu Tao pondered. Li Yiming blinked. Dance? Like ballet? Isn't that just spinning too? Furthermore, it aligns well with your training style. Don't ballerinas often spin on one leg? Aren't you already practicing the golden rooster stands on one leg daily? Upon hearing this, Li Yiming felt enlightened. You know, Tao Gu, now that you mention it, I suddenly feel inclined to give it a try. I'm not sure if I can do it though. Zhu Tao encouraged, just give it a shot. If it doesn't feel right, you can always explore other options. Ice skating works too. There are countless ways to spin. You don't need to force it. All right, I'll give it a try. I'll head to the library to look up some resources. Excited, Li Yiming dashed off towards the library. At this time, the signal was jammed, leaving only the library accessible for internet use. Before long, Li Yiming returned, having gathered a plethora of ballet-related instructional videos to learn from. Following the tutorial, he spread his arms, initiated movement with his head, then his torso, and finally his legs. As he attempted to spin and land, he suddenly blinked. Tao Gu, how does this look? It may not be aesthetically pleasing, but it seems quite fluid, Zhu Tao replied while continuing his sewing. How do you feel? Uncertain. Let me try spinning a few more times. Go ahead. Li Yiming repeated the movements, each time pivoting on his left leg. Remarkably, he felt no dizziness. Let me test my luck. He started spinning in sync with the rhythm of his head, body, and legs. Hey, Tao Gu, look. I'm spinning, and I'm not dizzy. Zhu Tao observed as Li Yiming spun and conversed simultaneously, smiling. That indicates you found the right method. Unbeknownst to them, 5 minutes had passed. As Li Yiming spun faster, creating afterimages, Zhu Tao suddenly sensed something was amiss. Li Yiming? Tao Gu, I think I can't stop. My legs are no longer under my control. Chapter 79. Unable to stop, unable to stop? What are you joking about? I am quite serious. Li Yiming exclaimed urgently. My legs feel as if they are not my own and refuse to obey my commands. Zhu Tao and Oppo's expression changed abruptly, and he hurried to Li Yiming, who was spinning wildly in place. After all, Su Yang had previously mentioned that the phenomenon of external energies slipping was due to a lack of mastery over one's breath, leading Zhu Tao to suspect that the inability to stop was a result of losing control. However, he had never heard of legs refusing to respond after losing control. Zhu Tao managed to remain calm, keeping a safe distance out of fear of being kicked by the rapidly spinning Li Yiming, and asked, "What should we do?" "I have no idea. Is there any way to make me stop?" Zhu Tao's face darkened. "All right, but you will have to endure some pain." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Tao had already prepared a steel needle in his hand. Wait, Brother Tao, that's unnecessary. Li Yiming, still spinning at a high speed, was terrified to see Zhu Tao ready to use the needle technique. You know how powerful that technique is. I am only at the mid-level of the 8th rank. Your needle would pierce right through me. Having witnessed the might of the needle technique firsthand, Li Yiming urged, "Hurry and find old Su." "Okay, hold on. I'll be right back," Zhu Tao replied. With no time to waste, Zhu Tao rushed downstairs, making sure to close the windproof door behind him to prevent Li Yiming from spinning out through it. In no time, Zhu Tao reached the office and knocked on the door. "Old Su, old Su." When Su Yang opened the door and saw Zhu Tao's anxious expression, his face changed instantly. "What's wrong?" "Li Yiming has lost control and can't stop spinning," Zhu Tao explained hurriedly. "What?" Su Yang was taken aback. "He really started spinning? Where is he?" "On the rooftop. Let us go." Su Yang quickly followed Zhu Tao up to the rooftop. Upon opening the windproof door, he saw Li Yiming spinning like a human top, careening around the rooftop and Oppo's edge, seemingly on the verge of tumbling over. Seeing Su Yang, Li Yiming shouted, "Old Su, I can and Oppo's stop. Don and Oppo's panic." Su Yang, momentarily at a loss, realized that he had never encountered this phenomenon of external energy slipping before, let alone imagine that Li Yiming could inadvertently end up spinning like this. The fervor of his mental cultivation was becoming increasingly absurd. "Try to control your breath." "I can and Oppo's Li Yiming replied. "My breath is out of control." Zhu Tao and Oppo's expression shifted. "Teacher, could it be that he has gone into a trance?" "You're overthinking it." Su Yang chuckled helplessly. "You're not even close to that state. A trance typically occurs only at the level of a martial venerable, and it usually results from an obsession that leads to a mental instability in cultivation. Li Yiming's condition doesn't fit that description. He can still communicate normally." However, Su Yang could not define it either. He simply categorized it as an expression of fervent mental cultivation since he was uncertain. Since he couldn't and Oppo's stop it himself, then I must intervene. "Zhu Tao, be careful not to get it." "All right." Su Yang thought that in Li Yiming's current state, he posed a significant threat. If kicked, Zhu Tao would certainly suffer. Without hesitation, Su Yang darted forward, relying on his invincible status as a teacher. He boldly collided with Li Yiming. With a loud thud, Su Yang lost track of how many kicks he endured. He was not injured, but the reaction force sent Li Yiming spinning away, continuing his chaotic trajectory. After several attempts, Su Yang was unable to catch Li Yiming. The speed of his spinning was too great, making it impossible for Su Yang to grasp his feet and halt his rotation. Instead, each collision sent Li Yiming bouncing away. This was exhilarating for Li Yiming. "Wow, this move is incredibly powerful. It's like a top-tier version. Even someone as capable as Su Yang couldn't and Oppo's hold him." However, this was not the time for celebration. If he couldn't and Oppo's stop, he would surely exhaust himself. "Old Su, what should we do?" "I'll try again," Su Yang replied, taken aback by how impressively Li Yiming was spinning, unable to catch him after so long. Meanwhile, Li Yiming could not control his speed either. Fortunately, after a few tries, Su Yang began to recognize a pattern, despite the rapid spinning. His movement across the rooftop was not excessively fast. He just needed to corner him and force him into submission. Primal flow technique. With a surge of power from within, Su Yang and Oppo's gaze sharpened, and he concentrated his energy in his legs, launching himself like an arrow. With another resounding thud, Li Yiming was propelled away once more. But this time the force was greater than any previous instance. Thanks to the enhancement of the primal flow technique, Su Yang managed to corner Li Yiming, leaping into the air to execute a bear hug. However, to Su Yang's astonishment, as soon as he embraced Li Yiming, he was still too slow. Li Yiming bounced off the wall and continued to accelerate, zipping past Su Yang with a swift whoosh. Hey, watch out." Zhu Tao, who was watching the scene unfold, saw Li Yiming hurtling towards him and quickly dodged, barely escaping a collision. Whoosh. "Tao, I didn't and Oppo's mean to." Su Yang rushed to Zhu Tao's side. "You weren't hit, were you?" "No, I managed to dodge just in time." Zhu Tao, observing Li Yiming's erratic movements, shook his head with a wry smile. "If I had known, I wouldn't have mentioned ballet." "What ballet?" Su Yang asked, puzzled. Zhu Tao briefly recounted a recent incident, leaving Su Yang somewhat bewildered. It turned out that it was Zhu Tao who had inadvertently reminded Li Yiming, and it seemed they had stumbled upon the right direction. "Teacher, what should we do now?" Su Yang felt a headache coming on as he watched Li Yiming spin wildly. "We can't catch him, and we can't keep up with his speed, so we'll have to wait until he exhausts himself." Li Yiming, spinning around, heard this clearly. Old Su, how long will I have to keep spinning? By the way, how can you see us while spinning so fast? Everything should appear a blur to you." Your dynamic vision shouldn't be able to keep up with such speed. I don't know how, but I can see everything clearly in a full 360-degree view. And I don't feel dizzy at all. Zhu Tao looked at Su Yang with confusion. Su Yang was equally at a loss. The effects of mental fervor had exceeded his understanding. Just keep spinning for now. Once your energy is depleted, you should stop on your own. And if I can't stop, then be more cautious in your next life. Chapter 80. Cancer? From Li Yiming and Appo's current reaction. Su Yang felt that there should be no immediate danger to his life. As long as his physical strength was exhausted, it would likely come to a natural halt. After all, the driving force behind the spiral wind kick ultimately stemmed from his qi. Physical strength and qi mutually influence one another. Once physical strength wanes, so too does the qi. Moreover, simultaneously executing two different mind techniques consumes an extraordinary amount of energy. He could only manage to sustain it for half an hour at most. What truly puzzled Su Yang was that, in such a rapid rotation, Li Yiming not only did not feel dizzy, but even maintained a 360-degree field of vision. This seemed quite illogical. Upon further reflection, it might actually be more peculiar if it conformed to reason. After all, Zhu Tao beside him had even mastered the needle flick technique. The fervor for mind techniques is inherently an extraordinary phenomenon. Moreover, this matter seems to lack any conclusive significance. The manifestation of this fervor varies from person to person. Currently, the only shared symptoms are entering a meditative state and practicing in dreams. Yet these are mere symptoms, and the specific actions differ significantly. In any case, Su Yang felt somewhat helpless. However, worried that Li Yiming might spin off the rooftop, he decided to remain on the roof. Zhu Tao observed Li Yiming darting about and couldn't help but scratch his head. Teacher, I have a question I and Appo's been wanting to ask you. What is it? Why does our cultivation style seem different from others? Well, it sounds as if your usual style is akin to others, Su Yang replied with a shrug. Zhu Tao paused, realizing that was indeed the case. Having differences is entirely normal. Su Yang continued, each person's cultivation method is inherently unique. Especially since you practice dual cultivation techniques, it is natural to be distinct. Zhu Tao nodded, not dwelling too much on that question. Strength is what matters. Who cares if the style is proper or not? Will others cultivate like us? Zhu Tao inquired eagerly about the students in Class 5. That is uncertain, Su Yang responded. I chose to guide you too because I see that you possess commendable character and great perseverance, able to endure hardships. As for others, I still need to observe them closely. If suitable, I will guide them. If not, then so be it. In truth, the choice was somewhat limited. The cultivation efficiency in Class 5 nearly gave him a heart attack. He couldn't help but admire the teacher's keen insight. His words hit the mark. With a whoosh, Li Yiming darted past. Old Su, your judgment is spot on. Li Yiming managed to endure for nearly the duration Su Yang had anticipated, even finishing ahead of schedule. He lasted a mere 23 minutes before finally succumbing to exhaustion and collapsing to the ground. My goodness, I'm utterly exhausted. My legs feel like they're about to break. Old Su, I feel like I won't be able to stand for at least 3 days. I can't even feel my legs. Li Yiming exclaimed, panic evident on his face. Old Su, I can't be paralyzed, can I? Simple, Zhu Tao, give him a needle. Understood. Zhu Tao swiftly produced a steel needle, but upon seeing Li Yiming's pale complexion, he hesitated. Tao Ge, if you give me a needle, I might truly be paralyzed. Su Yang couldn't help but chuckle. No need to be so literal. Just a light prick will do. Zhu Tao gently pricked Li Yiming, causing him to yelp in pain. Well, it seems you're not paralyzed. Relieved that Li Yiming was merely suffering from exhaustion and muscle fatigue, Su Yang finally let out a sigh. It was simply the aftermath of overexertion. There shouldn't be any major issues. He patted Li Yiming's thigh and said, go back and rest well. After you recover, focus on your cultivation. The reason you spun out of control this time, I suspect, is due to your inadequate ability to control your breath. Furthermore, how the two types of qi circulate in your body while executing two mind techniques simultaneously is still unclear to me. I cannot draw any conclusions at this moment. Su Yang pondered for a moment before stating, for now, concentrate on your cultivation. We shall discuss everything once you reach the 7th rank. He believed that with time, when he could proficiently master chaos qi, Zhu Tao would likely advance to the 7th rank as well. At that point, he could gain a clearer understanding of the situations within Zhu Tao and Li Yiming, providing more precise guidance for their future cultivation. However, Li Yiming was temporarily unable to move. Although he could stand, his legs trembled uncontrollably, leaving him barely stable. Zhu Tao, you should focus on your cultivation. Su Yang observed and decided to carry Li Yiming on his back. I'll take him back to the dormitory to rest. All right. Li Yiming felt a bit embarrassed. Old Su, try to keep it discreet. Don't let anyone see. Su Yang, aware of the sensibilities of a middle school boy striving to maintain his dignity, reassured him, Don't worry. Most are in the classroom cultivating, and no one will be wandering around. With that, Su Yang said no more and carried Li Yiming downstairs toward the dormitory. Indeed, the regular class was diligently engaged in their cultivation within the classroom, but Class 5 had no intention of doing so. Seizing the opportunity while Su Yang was absent, they were still sneakily playing games. However, someone happened to step out to use the restroom and unexpectedly stumbled upon the side of Su Yang carrying Li Yiming out of the teaching building. Hey, come here quickly. The students of Class 5, puzzled, all exited the classroom to see Su Yang carrying Li Yiming toward the dormitory. Instantly, they were deeply moved. What a saintly figure old Su is. He even went to the infirmary to carry Li Yiming back to the dorm. What illness does Li Yiming have that it's so serious? They exchanged glances, realizing that Li Yiming had been unwell for several days, spending the whole day in the infirmary and only returning at night. Initially, they thought little of it, viewing him as somewhat weak. Yet now, it seemed something was amiss. What illness could render him incapable of walking? Old Su even had to carry him back from the infirmary. Just yesterday, he had been lively. How had he become like this today? A sense of foreboding washed over them. It couldn't be cancer, could it? What nonsense are you spouting? Fu Yunhai hurriedly interjected. He started complaining of a stomachache a few days ago. That night he was silent. And Zhu Tao went to check and found him deep in sleep. Now that I think about it, how could he sleep so soundly without taking sleeping pills? Could it be related to his illness? With this suggestion, the group immediately felt a tightening in their chests. Li Yiming's recent behavior had indeed been exceedingly abnormal. And with Su Yang carrying him back today, they found themselves spiraling uncontrollably into a dark train of thought. Chapter 81. You must be strong. After escorting Li Yiming back to his dormitory, Su Yang returned to his office. No sooner had he arrived than a knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, he was met by a gathering of students from Class 5, their expressions inscrutable. Su Yang hesitated for a moment. What's the matter? They wasted no time in getting to the point. Teacher, what happened to Li Yiming? We saw you carrying him back to the dorm. Xia Yuhan interjected anxiously. He can't walk at all? Su Yang found it difficult to disclose that Li Yiming's temporary inability to move stemmed from overexertion during his training. It was best to keep the secrets of the dual cultivation technique to a minimum, even among his own students. Not everyone was in the same boat, and there was always the risk of information leaking. Therefore, Su Yang and Li Yiming had already agreed on a cover story. An ankle sprain would suffice. You're overthinking it. Su Yang quickly waved his hand. Li Yiming simply twisted his ankle. I had no choice but to carry him back. Upon hearing this, the students ceased their inquiries and turned to leave. Scratching his head, Su Yang noticed their indifferent reactions and felt an inexplicable sense of unease. No sooner had they walked a short distance than someone remarked, I told you, right? Old Su would never reveal the truth. He's just afraid we worry. The group exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting a mix of concern. A sprained ankle? Old Su's excuse seemed rather flimsy. After all, Li Yiming was a formidable 8th-rank martial spirit practitioner, specializing in leg techniques. How could he possibly sprain his ankle? This was undeniably a benevolent lie. Reflecting on Li Yiming's prior discomfort leading to his current condition, their hearts sank. Just as they were beginning to set aside their grievances and unify as a collective, Li Yiming's situation had taken a turn for the worse. They exchanged glances, each able to see the discomfort reflected in one another's eyes. Just yesterday, he had been full of life. How had he deteriorated so drastically overnight? It was normal, they reasoned. Many terminal illnesses strike without warning. They wondered just how severe Li Yiming's condition had become. Let us visit him tonight, and everyone should act as if they are unaware of the situation. The most important thing for him now is to maintain a positive mindset. Due to exhaustion, Li Yiming fell asleep shortly after Su Yang left him in his dorm. It was unclear how long he had slept when he was awakened by a knock at the door. Groggily opening his eyes, he mumbled, Who is it? Li Yiming. We came to check on you. Please open the door. Upon realizing it was his classmates from Class 5, Li Yiming responded with an O, instinctively reaching for the doorknob. However, the soreness in his legs surged, and before he knew it, he collapsed to the floor. The door swung open, and his classmates rushed in, alarmed by the thud. Li Yiming, are you okay? I'm fine really. Just twisted my ankle today. It hurts so much I can't walk. He hastily waved them off, attempting to rise. Yet, after several futile attempts, he could only manage a bitter smile. I should practice before reaching the 7th rank. Otherwise, every attempt leaves me incapacitated. Witnessing his struggle, their hearts ached even more. This guy was incredibly stubborn. Even in this state, he refused to admit weakness. You don't look like someone who just sprained their ankle. You seem more like someone who is paralyzed. Realizing he couldn't get up, Li Yiming asked, Could you lend me a hand? It really hurts. Okay. They snapped back to reality and hurriedly helped him to his bed. Li Yiming, Aware that they had come to copy his homework, sheepishly remarked, "I haven't written my after-class summary yet. Why don't you all sit for a while?" "No need." Sun Zhao immediately interjected. "You don't have to write today. I'll handle it. Just rest well." Yes, focus on resting. We'll take care of the summary." Li Yiming was momentarily stunned. What was happening? Had the sun risen in the west? Why were they suddenly so kind-hearted? He had expected them to mock him for being a fragile martial artist after his injury, yet here they were, expressing concern. While Li Yiming was still in disbelief, Sun Zhao had already taken a seat beside him. Li Yiming, regardless of the past misunderstandings, we're all classmates in Class 5. Don't dwell on the trivial matters. Li Yiming was still processing this when Sun Zhao pulled out a cherished card from his belongings. "To make amends, I'd like to give you this." Li Yiming and Appo's eyes widened in astonishment. "Wait, is that a Star Sea World flash card?" The Star Sea World was a shared childhood memory for Class 5, featuring game-related cards of various rarities. Flash cards were particularly rare. Li Yiming had spent all his pocket money trying to acquire a gold card and had never succeeded, let alone a flash card that was 2 tiers above it. "Are you serious? You're giving this to me?" Though reluctant to part with the flash card that had accompanied him since 3rd grade, Sun Zhao reasoned that Li Yiming needed a bit of joy in such dire circumstances. After all, they were classmates. It might be a rare occasion to see each other again. Gritting his teeth, Sun Zhao took Li Yiming's hand and pressed the card into it. "It's yours." Li Yiming's mind was a whirlwind, sensing something amiss but unable to articulate it. He felt compelled to refuse. "No, I can't accept this. It's your heirloom. Take it," Sun Zhao insisted, unwavering. "Fine, thank you." As soon as Sun Zhao got up, Hua Xia sat down beside Li Yiming. "Li Yiming, I don't have anything to give you. But how about this? You can make a wish for your birthday in advance, and I'll see if I can help you fulfill it." Li Yiming began to understand. Were these classmates comforting him because they thought he was paralyzed? I just sprained my ankle. I'll recover in a couple of days. It's not a big deal." Seeing his optimism, Hua Xia, the most emotional of them all, could no longer hold back her tears. "Li Yiming, you must be strong." With that, she wiped her tears and turned away, unable to bear looking at him. Chapter 82. Special Training. Li Yiming was acutely aware that his comrades had misinterpreted the situation. He understood the thought processes of Class 5 all too well. They likely believed he was afflicted with some incurable ailment. Otherwise, they wouldn't have reacted this way. They probably saw old Su carrying him back to the dormitory the other day, and coupled with his recent excuses to visit the infirmary, they had jumped to the worst possible conclusion. Realizing this, Li Yiming promptly declared, "I deeply appreciate everyone's concern, but I assure you, I merely sprained my ankle. I haven't contracted any terminal illness. If I had, I wouldn't be here at school. I'd be hospitalized." Silence descended upon the room. "Are you certain it's just a sprained ankle?" "Absolutely." "Then why are you acting as if you're paralyzed? Shouldn't you just be limping?" "Because before I sprained my ankle, I relentlessly performed 10,000 squats, which left my legs utterly weak." The others were taken aback. "Why would you do 10,000 squats?" Li Yiming swiftly shifted the blame to Su Yang. "Old Su made me do it." The group exchanged bewildered glances. "Did you violate some cardinal rule that warranted 10,000 squats?" "Indeed. One lie always necessitates countless others to conceal it." Fortunately, Li Yiming had already devised a plan. He feigned ambiguity and said, "He didn't and Oppos." He explained, "He simply instructed me to do it. I suspect, and this is just a guess, it might be special training preceding the body tempering technique." Body tempering technique. Their breathing quickened. Hadn't they been diligently attending morning exercises for the sake of the body tempering technique? However, upon hearing this, they couldn't help but feel somewhat resentful. Why was he receiving special training in advance? "Yes, we're all students of Class 5. Why single him out for special training while excluding us?" Hua Xia protested with some displeasure. "If there's special training, it should be for everyone." "Exactly, it's unfair." Li Yiming shook his head. "I don't think old Su is being biased." "What do you mean?" Li Yiming stated earnestly, "Because those 10,000 squats must be completed in one go, without any breaks. I'm the only one in our class who trains legs, so I believe old Su is testing the intensity first to see if I can endure it." The others pondered this, their expressions thoughtful. Seeing that they were considering it, Li Yiming added fuel to the fire. "But that's just my conjecture. I can't be certain if it's true." Regardless, Class 5 would eventually discover his tree-climbing escapade, and he would inevitably face ridicule. So, he might as well implicate them all. Misery loves company. Moreover, Li Yiming had endured his fair share of torment in the past, and this was the perfect opportunity for retribution. Even if the truth were revealed, old Su would cover for him, claiming that there was indeed such a thing. In any case, seeing that Li Yiming was perfectly fine, they took back all the gifts they had brought. Sun Zhao swiftly snatched the flashcard from Li Yiming's hand. "Hey, aren't you giving it to me? When did I say I was giving it to you?" Did anyone hear me? Li Yiming instinctively looked at the others. I didn't, and Oppos. T hear anything. Me neither. Li Yiming and Oppos. S lips twitched. I knew you guys weren't and Oppos. T that kind. After the others left Li Yiming and Oppos' dormitory, they each wore peculiar expressions. Do you think Li Yiming's 10,000 squats are genuinely special training? 10,000 squats in one go? That would be the death of me. Although they were somewhat tempted. They didn't and Oppos. T have much inclination to try. Just then, Sun Zhao suddenly said, I think it and Oppos. That's true. What makes you say that? Sun Zhao had initially wanted to say that the special training was definitely real. Otherwise, Zhu Tao's strength couldn't have increased so drastically. However, he didn't dare reveal this, lest Zhu Tao seek trouble with him. After some thought, he said, Intuition. Li Yiming must be old Su and Oppos' second special training subject. With that, Sun Zhao quickly departed, saying as he walked, I and Oppos, am going back to do it now. Really? But that and Oppos' 10,000 squats. Even if it and Oppos' 100,000. I and Oppos, LL finish them even if it kills me. Sun Zhao declared resolutely, no one can stop me. Sun Zhao's sudden excitement and determination left the others staring at each other in bewilderment. What's up with him? Why is he suddenly so motivated? I don't know. Are you planning to go back and do it? Silence descended upon the hallway. Forget it. 10,000 is just too torturous. We probably won't be able to get up the next day after doing that. The others nodded slightly. They hadn't trained much lately. And 10,000 squats in one go were simply too demanding. Besides, they didn't know if what Li Yiming said was true. After all, he was just guessing. And they had seen the consequences firsthand. He was practically paralyzed. That alone was enough to deter them. Before long, they returned to the 6th floor and were about to head back to their respective dormitories when they faintly heard counting sounds coming from Sun Zhao's room. 37, 38, 39. The others were speechless, feeling a sense of unease stirring within them. What if it really was preparation for special training? If they couldn't do 10,000 squats in one go, would they miss out on the body tempering technique? After calming down and thinking it over, since it was about horizontal body training, enhancing the body's strength and resistance to impact, training was undoubtedly essential. 10,000 squats were clearly a leg exercise. One of the steps to stimulate the body's potential. Fu Yunhai couldn't resist any longer and turned back to his dormitory. I'm going to do it too. It's just 10,000 squats. I should be able to endure it if I grit my teeth. Seeing Fu Yunhai return to his dormitory and start counting, the others exchanged glances and decided not to hesitate any longer. Let's do it together. Supervise each other. Work together. In reality, they all had ulterior motives. They were thinking that if the body tempering technique had nothing to do with this, then they would have trained in vain. If they were the only ones training in vain, they would definitely feel uncomfortable. But if everyone trained in vain together, they would feel balanced. Fu Yunhai, let's go to Sun Zhao's room together. All right. The others swarmed into Sun Zhao's room. What's up? Let's do it together. Supervise each other. I suppose that's all right. How many have you done? 57. Let's start over, everyone together. That night, the students on the 6th floor had no idea what horrifying events were unfolding in Class 5. A group of people were counting in their rooms, starting with impressive momentum, but by the time they reached 2,000, their voices were strained. By 5,000, they were wailing, and by 8,000, their cries echoed throughout the area. Chapter 83, 7th Rank Martial Mystique. The following morning, when Su Yang arrived at the classroom to check on the morning practice of Class 5, he was astounded to find only Zhu Tao present. What was going on? Li Yiming had collapsed and chose to cultivate in the dormitory instead. But where was everyone else? They had been diligently practicing for nearly a month. Surely they wouldn't abandon it now. As Su Yang pondered this, Zhu Tao, sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. Teacher, the others asked me to inform you that they cannot make it to the classroom. They are all practicing in the dormitory. What? Why can't they come? Su Yang was taken aback. Last night, each of them did 10,000 squats in one go for 2 to 3 hours, making a racket like pigs being slaughtered. The entire building could hear them. Su Yang was perplexed. Were they simply overindulging? 10,000 squats in one breath? Had they made another bet? Zhu Tao chuckled helplessly. Li Yiming set the trap, and everyone jumped into it. In truth, Li Yiming had confided this to Zhu Tao the night before. He was afraid of retaliation from the others later on, asking Zhu Tao to rein them in and avoid excessive punishment. This fellow regretted digging the pit after the fact, and sought Zhu Tao's help to cover for him. Zhu Tao shrugged and explained, knowing Sun Zhao and the others. If they find out Li Yiming was fooling them on purpose, they will surely give him a good beating. Su Yang rolled his eyes. Li Yiming had indeed gone a bit overboard. However, he could hardly believe how enthusiastic this group was. They had actually done 10,000 push-ups for the sake of cultivating the body secret technique. This hardly seemed like a state of despondency. Instinctively, Su Yang summoned the system panel and glanced at the status of Class 5. To his astonishment, he discovered that the despondent state of all the students had disappeared, and their training efficiency had undergone a significant transformation. Their average training efficiency had surged from -400 to around -350. Previously, Su Yang had been preoccupied with refining chaotic energy and had not checked on the students' conditions. Reflecting on it now, the shift in their mindset was likely triggered by the incident involving Xie. Truly, I must express my gratitude to Brother Xie for taking the time out of his busy schedule to humiliate Class 5. Without him, I would have no idea when I could rectify their despondency. Since the rest of Class 5, aside from Zhu Tao, was incapacitated, this was perfect. No one would disturb him and Zhu Tao. After this period of intense effort, Su Yang felt he had gained an 80% confidence in merging energies. The remaining 20% was due to a lack of practical attempts. He promptly inquired of Zhu Tao, "How long do you feel it will take to reach the 7th rank?" "Any moment now." Su Yang was taken aback. "Any moment?" Zhu Tao nodded slightly. "I have felt my bottleneck loosening for quite some time. I was merely suppressing my realm." "No need for suppression. Are you worried about an unstable foundation?" Su Yang blinked. "You know your foundation is already compromised." "Not exactly," Zhu Tao replied with a wry smile. "I have been progressing so rapidly in my training that I feared I had developed an illusion, worried I might be going astray, which is why I hesitated to advance." So it wasn't concern over an unstable foundation, but rather the rapid pace of his cultivation that made Zhu Tao feel it was unrealistic to break through. Su Yang could understand this. After all, Zhu Tao's speed of cultivation was indeed extraordinary, advancing a minor realm in 3 days and a major one in 5. With such a pace, anyone would feel it was too fantastical to dare a casual breakthrough, fearing problems would arise, especially since Zhu Tao was practicing dual cultivation methods, which inherently carried greater risks. Zhu Tao added, "Moreover, I fear that if my realm advances, I might inadvertently break through a wall while sleepwalking." "Just advance directly," Su Yang declared decisively. "I and Appos, I'll assist you in resolving the issues with the 2 energies." "Here?" "To the office." "All right." Upon arriving at the office, Zhu Tao sat down on the floor. With Su Yang watching closely, he did not hesitate to attempt the breakthrough. Su Yang stood by, observing. In fact, Zhu Tao could have begun merging energies regardless of whether he advanced, but for safety's sake, it was better to wait until he reached the 7th rank before trying. Once Zhu Tao ascended to the 7th rank of martial mystique, both his body and meridians would be enhanced, allowing him to endure greater risks and recover more swiftly. After all, Su Yang himself did not possess absolute certainty in successfully merging energies. If he failed, the chaotic energy would devour both energies within Zhu Tao. However, following the advancement to the 7th rank, the recovery time would be considerably shortened, providing Su Yang with a buffer. As this thought crossed his mind, Su Yang suddenly felt a surge of pure energy flooding into his body. He quietly guided this energy into his dantian. Zhu Tao was indeed not exaggerating. He had suppressed himself for a long time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have advanced to the peak of the 8th rank so quickly. Yet, Zhu Tao did not awaken. It seemed he truly intended to break through directly to the 7th rank. Su Yang couldn't help but frown. Was it realistic to leap from a minor realm to the 7th rank without rest or replenishment? While not entirely impossible, Zhu Tao's stamina might not hold up. However, Su Yang refrained from voicing his concerns. After being suppressed for so long, Zhu Tao might not even be able to stop himself from advancing. Unbeknownst to them, 10 minutes had passed, and Su Yang noticed Zhu Tao's complexion turning pale, indicating he was likely exhausted. He hurriedly retrieved the nutrient solution from the refrigerator, preparing to feed it to Zhu Tao as soon as he regained consciousness to prevent him from collapsing. However, in that moment of distraction, an immense surge of pure energy once again flooded into Su Yang's body. "What?" Su Yang's pupils constricted. Zhu Tao beside him suddenly erupted with the distinct aura of the 7th rank martial mystique, causing Su Yang to freeze momentarily, unable to believe it. Had he truly crossed realms in one go? Even more astonishing was the feedback of pure energy. It was several times greater than all the energy he had received previously combined. Su Yang felt it surpassed the energy reserves he had accumulated from his binge at the buffet a month prior. What was happening? Why was the feedback of pure energy so exaggerated? After pondering for a moment, Su Yang began to form a hypothesis. Could it be that as his realm increased, the feedback ratio also rose? Perhaps it was once 1, and now it was 110. If he could advance to the 6th rank martial sovereign, would it not be 100? A casual enhancement could yield energy consumption equivalent to several years. Would this not directly propel him to the 6th rank martial sovereign? Chapter 84. Amalgamation. Before Zhu Tao could even open his eyes, Su Yang swiftly retrieved all the nutrient solutions from the freezer, uncapped the bottles, and began frantically pouring them into Zhu Tao's mouth. Having broken through 2 realms consecutively, Zhu Tao was undoubtedly in a state of extreme depletion, necessitating immediate replenishment. Zhu Tao eagerly consumed the solutions, one bottle after another, quickly emptying the entire reserve, which visibly invigorated him. Upon opening his eyes, an irrepressible joy illuminated his face. He had finally achieved it. In merely a month, he had overcome his limitations and ascended to the 7th grade martial profound realm. The realization felt almost surreal to Zhu Tao. He was now a 7th grade martial profound realm cultivator. Su Yang, standing nearby, inquired with a smile, "How does the advancement feel?" "Magnificent," Zhu Tao exclaimed as he rose to his feet, his joints audibly cracking. His promotion to the 7th grade had ushered his physical form into a new epoch, akin to the rebirth of a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. However, the elation on Zhu Tao and Appo's face soon morphed into a grimace of agony as he clutched his lower abdomen, kneeling involuntarily. As a precaution, he had stored the energy of the coiling dragon divine fist in his dantian before the advancement. The substantial increase in both energies within his body due to the breakthrough intensified the piercing pain beyond anything he had previously experienced. Within moments, Zhu Tao was drenched in cold sweat from the torment. Seeing this, Su Yang hastily steadied Zhu Tao, helping him sit upright. "I will now assist you in resolving the issue of the 2 energies. However, I must inform you that even I cannot guarantee success. Currently, I estimate an 80 probability. Failure would result in the depletion of both energies for a period, with an uncertain timeline for recovery. Teacher, there is no need for apprehension. Proceed," Zhu Tao declared through gritted teeth, his expression resolute. "I trust you. Even if we fail, it is of no consequence. I can simply begin anew." Su Yang chuckled inwardly. "Do not place too much faith in me. This 80 probability is merely theoretical." Nevertheless, given the circumstances, Su Yang could only exert his utmost effort. "Do not resist." "Understood." Su Yang immediately channeled his energy, guiding the chaos energy swiftly towards his hand, then forcefully penetrating Zhu Tao's shoulder. Sensing Su Yang's inner force invading his body, Zhu Tao offered no resistance, allowing the chaos energy to pierce through his protective. "Now, use your own energy as a guide, leading my inner force directly into your meridians. Rest assured, I will maintain control." Trusting Su Yang implicitly, Zhu Tao immediately directed the heaven-mending embroidery cloud art towards Su Yang's inner force. Su Yang skillfully manipulated the chaos energy, confining it within a specific range to prevent it from running amok. Soon, Zhu Tao and Appo's energy made contact. Upon encountering the chaos energy, Zhu Tao's expression shifted slightly. He realized that Su Yang's inner force possessed the ability to devour his energy. Heavens, is it truly that formidable? Do not be distracted. Continue, Su Yang urged, instantly dispelling Zhu Tao and Appo's wandering thoughts. Be swift. Hesitation will result in the consumption of your energy. Yes, this was the pivotal moment for Su Yang to demonstrate his mastery. He continuously exerted precise control over his chaos energy, preventing it from consuming Zhu Tao and Appo's energy. A frenzied tug-of-war ensued. Just as the chaos energy was about to pounce, Su Yang forcefully reined it back. Despite his efforts, a portion of Zhu Tao's energy was inevitably consumed, while the remaining energy hastily led the way. It was somewhat akin to inviting a wolf into one's home. A make-yourself-at-home kind of situation. While simultaneously pulling and guiding the chaos energy, Su Yang's own energy was continuously depleted. This level of precise manipulation was an immense test of both mental and physical fortitude, especially considering the potentially dire consequences of failure. Before long, Su Yang was drenched in sweat. Fortunately, his recent relentless training had not been in vain. After a series of extreme maneuvers, Su Yang finally managed to guide the chaos energy into Zhu Tao's meridians. Su Yang exhaled slowly, his expression turning grave. This next step is the most crucial. Success will free you from the torment of the 2 energies and may even bring unforeseen benefits. Failure, however, will result in depletion. Prepare yourself. Understood. Release both energies completely. Operating in opposing directions, towards my inner force. Zhu Tao and Appo's face contorted abruptly. "What? ISN and Appo's that self-harm? My inner force will act as a buffer, preventing any harm." Su Yang responded, his brow furrowed. "Be quick. The longer it drags on, the greater the risk of complications." "Very well." Zhu Tao gritted his teeth, resolving to give it his all. He immediately channeled the energy of the coiling dragon divine fist from his dantian into his meridians, operating in the opposite direction. "Here it comes." Su Yang's heart leaped as he closed his eyes, focusing all his attention on manipulating the chaos energy. In a fleeting moment, Su Yang sensed the two energies rapidly approaching the chaos energy. With unwavering resolve, Su Yang forcefully pulled and dragged, exerting utmost control over the chaos energy to prevent it from indiscriminately devouring the incoming energies. As the two energies collided with the chaos energy, Su Yang roared inwardly, "Rotate." Su Yang manipulated the chaos energy into a high-speed rotation. The chaos energy's innate ability to devour, coupled with its rapid rotation, instantly drew both the heaven-mending embroidery cloud art and the coiling dragon divine fist energies into its vortex. Inevitably, a portion of the energies would be consumed during this process. Su Yang managed to spare a sliver of his consciousness, sternly instructing, "Endure." Zhu Tao clenched his jaw, his face contorted in agony. After all, this entire process was taking place within Zhu Tao and Appo's meridians, making it an ordeal for him. The three energies churning wildly within his meridians caused not only excruciating pain, but also affected his internal organs, creating a sensation of turmoil within his body. Zhu Tao struggled to persevere, while Su Yang remained intensely focused. The method of fusing the two energies had always been theoretical. The principle was simple. Utilizing the chaos energy's devouring effect and chaotic properties, the two energies would be forcibly combined through high-speed rotation. Fusion, in this context, resembled forcibly intertwining the two energies, with the points of contact being blurred by the chaos energy's properties, serving as a kind of adhesive. This would prevent the energies from separating after fusion. The resulting fused energy would possess both properties, allowing for dual application. However, all of this remained theoretical. Whether it could be truly realized remained unknown. Yet, Su Yang had faith in his theoretical understanding. After all, he was the top scorer in the 3 middle school's martial arts theory examination, the only 9th grade peak martial artist to be specially recruited. Chapter 85. The Unity of Chaos. As time ticked away, Su Yang felt a heaviness in his head. The most crucial step in merging the energies was high-speed rotation, which placed a tremendous burden on the mind. The physical toll was secondary. Moreover, the energy reserves within Su Yang were sufficient to complete this phase of energy fusion. Naturally, the faster the rotation, the better, but Su Yang opted for a more stable speed, a decision reached after countless attempts. Too rapid a pace could lead to loss of control, while too slow would result in the consumed energy being devoured. The fact that the two energies were being drawn together indicated that the rotational speed was adequate. However, after 7 or 8 minutes of sustained effort, there were yet no signs of the energies merging within Zhu Tao. The longer the process dragged on, the more discomfort Zhu Tao experienced. Yet, there was no alternative. After all, there is no free lunch in this world. Even with a celestial system, Su Yang still had to invest time and energy into nurturing his student to reap rewards. To gain, one must inevitably give. Both Zhu Tao and Su Yang could do nothing but persist. Time felt like an eternity. Fortunately, their steadfastness finally bore fruit. After about 10 minutes, Su Yang finally observed signs of the two energies beginning to merge. Under the rapid rotation of chaotic energy, the energies from the heaven-mending stitching clouds technique and the coiling dragon divine fist technique gradually intertwined. This brought immense joy to Su Yang, and the dull ache in his head began to dissipate. Struggling to open his eyes, he glanced at Zhu Tao, who was contorted in pain. His jaw clenched tightly as he persevered in silence. Indeed, this child clearly possessed the fortitude to endure hardship. When heaven bestows a great responsibility upon a person, it must first temper their spirit, exercise their muscles, and subject their bodies to hunger. His character was truly evident, and he indeed harbored the potential to become a martial deity. Su Yang promptly closed his eyes again, focusing his mind and continuing to sense the energies. As they intertwined, the chaotic energies served as a binding buffer, gradually depleting. The hardest step had been successfully navigated. Now, it was merely a matter of waiting for the complete fusion of the two energies, followed by a circulation through the meridians to thoroughly cleanse the dantian, culminating in a true metamorphosis. However, Zhu Tao's mind was now somewhat disoriented. The intense pain relentlessly assaulted his spirit, and he struggled to endure. Feeling the added torment of not knowing when it would end, the only thing he could do was trust his teacher, believing he would surely overcome this trial. He had endured enough ridicule from his family, enough humiliation from Zhu Yuan and others. He refused to be the butt of jokes for life, nor did he wish to be a nameless drifter within his lineage. What youth lacks ambition? Zhu Tao understood that this was his singular opportunity, one he must seize. No matter how arduous or challenging, he would grit his teeth and persevere. At that moment, Su Yang's voice suddenly resonated. "Zhu Tao, circulate the energies." Zhu Tao focused his mind, instantly feeling the swelling in his meridians diminish. Upon regaining his composure, he immediately began to guide the energies. However, at the moment he sensed it, a tempest surged within his heart. What? What is this? Zhu Tao distinctly felt only one energy, yet within it, he simultaneously sensed the essences of both the heaven-mending stitching clouds technique and the coiling dragon divine fist technique. Su Yang swiftly withdrew the chaotic energy, collapsing weakly onto the ground, feeling an overwhelming urge to sleep, yet he forced his eyelids to remain open, awaiting Zhu Tao to complete this final step. To some extent, this cleansing of the meridians would yield effects that rivaled enlightenment through divine teachings, perhaps even surpassing it. While enlightenment may not guarantee the dual cultivation of heart methods, the energy Su Yang had merged could indeed sustain dual cultivation. Moreover, as time progressed and the two energies continued to assimilate, they could ultimately unite as one, achieving complete integration. Zhu Tao almost immediately commenced the circulation of energies the moment Su Yang withdrew the chaotic energy. This brand new energy flowed seamlessly through his meridians, and remarkably, the residual energies began to involuntarily merge with it, assimilating into the whole. Following a complete circulation, his meridians underwent an unprecedented cleansing, eventually returning to the dantian. When Zhu Tao opened his eyes, astonishment was etched on his face. In merely one circulation, he had discovered the terrifying potential of this energy. Not only could it operate the heaven-mending stitching clouds technique, but it could also facilitate the coiling dragon divine fist technique. Both heart methods could be utilized. Even more incredulous was that while his coiling dragon divine fist had been of average might, when fueled by this energy, it felt exponentially more formidable. This implied that regardless of whether he cultivated the heaven-mending stitching clouds technique, he could unleash tremendous power through the coiling dragon divine fist when the energy was amplified. Incredible. Teacher, are you all right? Zhu Tao intended to share the good news with Su Yang, only to find him slumped against the table, appearing utterly exhausted. A jolt of alarm coursed through Zhu Tao and Apos' heart as he rushed to Su Yang and Apos' side, grasping his hands and shaking him urgently. Teacher, you mustn't end Apos. Sleep, please. I can't hold on any longer. Su Yang's eyes fluttered shut. Just let me rest for a bit. Zhu Tao shook him desperately, his eyes brimming with urgency. Teacher, you can't sleep. Please, stop shaking me. You nearly rattled my brain loose. Su Yang groaned, feeling as though his mind was being jostled. I don't mean to leave. I'm just incredibly fatigued and need to rest for a while. What? Just sleep? Zhu Tao stammered. What else? Su Yang replied weakly. I've risked my life for this. You should have said so earlier. I thought you were about to pass into the afterlife. Zhu Tao even contemplated hanging Su Yang's portrait in the Zhu family ancestral hall. No, I need a nap. Su Yang waved dismissively, reclining onto the floor and mumbling. This is called the unity of chaos. I have merged your two energies. The specific effects remain unknown to me at this moment, but at least it eliminates the frequent need for. Before he could finish, Su Yang had already drifted into a deep slumber. The unity of chaos. Zhu Tao's eyes sparkled with determination. From this day forth, his path of dual cultivation would undoubtedly be smooth. Seeing Su Yang asleep on the ground, Zhu Tao could no longer contain his exuberance and gratitude, bowing without a second thought. Great teacher, I bow to you, Zhu Tao. Zhu Tao bowed earnestly. Great teacher. May your journey be smooth. Get lost. All right then. Chapter 86. Of little consequence to spare Su Yang from the chill of the floor. Zhu Tao returned to the classroom to fetch a white blanket to cover him. He restrained himself from simply draping it over Su Yang's head. Indeed, one is influenced by their surroundings. I was never this mischievous before. It seems the fifth class has led me astray. Once Su Yang was settled, Zhu Tao eagerly returned to the classroom, keen to test the power of the mixed essence technique. Today, aside from him, the entire fifth class was incapacitated, allowing him to practice in solitude. Dragon Claw Fist. Zhu Tao exclaimed softly, channeling all his energy into the mixed essence technique. In an instant, he felt a torrent of power surging through his hands, and to his astonishment, he could see the energy surrounding his hands coalescing into a tangible form, faintly visible. This phenomenon, known as the condensation of qi, was described in the Dragon Claw Fist manual. Zhu Tao's eyes widened in disbelief. The Dragon Claw Fist technique comprises 8 levels, and he had only reached the second. Zhu Yuan and others had attained the 4th level, where the condensation of qi would manifest in their hands. Yet, he was achieving this at the 2nd level? Perhaps it was merely an illusion. After all, he was significantly behind in terms of mastery and power levels. Zhu Tao steadied his mind and focused on the specially designed sandbag in the corner of the training area. Time to test its might. He swiftly approached the sandbag, inhaled deeply, and with a determined gaze, unleashed a punch. Bang! A muffled thud echoed as the sandbag, along with its steel frame, was propelled forward, crashing against the wall with a resounding impact. Zhu Tao's pupils constricted, astounded by the power of his own strike. Although he had just entered the 7th tier, His strength had grown considerably, yet it should not have reached this magnitude. The mixed essence technique is extraordinary. Old Su is remarkable. Since the mixed essence technique combines his two energies, it effectively doubles their potency. No, the effect is even more profound than simple addition. Zhu Tao sensed a peculiar swelling in his meridians as he harnessed the mixed essence technique. It seemed as if this technique was expanding his meridians. He could not be certain, but he was undeniably stronger with the mixed essence technique's enhancement. However, he remained unsure of the exact extent of his improvement. Should I test it at the martial arts arena? Zhu Tao hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided against it. Old Su was still in sleep mode. It was better to stay close and ensure everything was all right first. Su Yang awoke in the night, feeling a slight headache. Teacher, here is some water. Zhu Tao hurriedly offered as soon as he noticed Su Yang was awake. Thank you. Su Yang took a sip, feeling his throat ease a bit. Noticing the darkness outside, he rubbed his head and asked, Did you stay here the whole time? Zhu Tao nodded. I told you I would just sleep for a bit. There was no problem. Su Yang massaged his temples. This is quite taxing. I'll need 2 or 3 days to recover. Have you tried it yourself yet? Zhu Tao exclaimed excitedly. It's incredibly powerful. My dragon claw fist might have surged, even showing the condensation of qi, approaching the level of the 4th tier. Yet, I have only practiced the 2nd tier. Su Yang nodded, as expected. After all, the mixed essence technique was designed to resolve the issues of frequently using differential methods in dual cultivation. As for its specific effects, I cannot assess them. Only use the chaotic qi as a reference. The chaotic qi can be applied in myriad ways, seamlessly facilitating both the 9-form horizontal body technique and the newly learned Songyin technique with remarkably enhanced results. The mixed essence technique can be considered a simplified version of the chaotic qi, capable of dual applications, so it should not fall short in efficacy. Most importantly, the mixed essence technique surely benefits from the foundational techniques of the heavenly stitching and cloud weaving technique. Immediately, Su Yang checked Zhu Tao's attribute panel. Name, Zhu Tao, age, 16, realm, 7th tier martial mystic, technique, dragon claw fist, adaptation rate corrected to 347 for unknown reasons. Heavenly stitching needle, adaptation rate 347, martial skills, none, flaws, unstable foundation, traits, technique enthusiast, unnamed trait. This trait forcibly binds dragon claw fist and heavenly stitching needle techniques, correcting the adaptation rate and significantly enhancing training efficiency, covering defects of incompatibility and conflict, training efficiency, 573, overall rating, D, recommendations, unstable foundation. Requires reconstruction. Su Yang Kuden and Oppos, T help but gasp in astonishment. What? The mixed essence technique is so extraordinary? The training efficiency skyrocketed from 237 to 573, and the rating leaped to D. My efforts over this period have not been in vain. This 237 efficiency had already allowed Zhu Tao to progress at an astonishing rate. Now it has doubled. He is truly soaring now. However, his unstable foundation remains a significant drawback. It cannot be resolved easily. Yet Su Yang was unconcerned, feeling a surge of excitement as he looked at Zhu Tao. Brother, we had a deal about the villa. Let us hold true to our word. You truly possess the demeanor of a martial god now. A dual cultivation martial god. Under the night sky, Zhu Tao felt a little uneasy under Su Yang's glowing gaze. Teacher, what's wrong? Coughing lightly, Su Yang replied, nothing. Well then, continue your training. Su Yang still hesitated to abandon his teacher and Oppos' dignity and ask Zhu Tao for benefits. My damned pride. Teacher, does this mean I Don and Oppos' have to hide anymore? Su Yang pondered for a moment. Well, try to remain low-key. If it becomes impossible to conceal, rest assured, teacher, I will claim it is my own dual cultivation and that you have no connection to it. I would never expose you, even under duress. Su Yang nodded slightly. That was sufficient. Although he wished to bask in the glory of the future martial god, he reconsidered. If Zhu Tao were to achieve fame, it could lead to complications if people discovered that he was the one who facilitated Zhu Tao's dual cultivation. It could even pose a threat to his life. He would undoubtedly gain fame and fortune, but currently, all his methods could only be applied within the 5th class. He had no insight into the situations of others and could not provide specific guidance for dual cultivation. The most troubling aspect was the powerful clans. What if they sent their offspring to him en masse? If he accepted them, the clans would think he was negligent. If he refused, they would view him as pretentious. Su Yang, who always avoided trouble, decided it was best not to get entangled. In the end, the 5th class could simply claim they chose dual cultivation on their own. Of course, this was only a temporary solution. It would be manageable if only a few were involved, but if everyone pursued dual cultivation, the suspicion would inevitably fall upon him. However, that concern could be deferred. Su Yang, an ordinary teacher, merely a martial god, is of little consequence. Chapter 87. Principal Su Yang decisively named the unnamed characteristic as primordial unity. This would henceforth serve as his unique teaching method. However, spurred by Zhu Tao's challenge, Su Yang himself felt compelled to test whether he could surge to the 7th grade in one breath. Upon inspection, he discovered that not only had Zhu Tao consumed all the energy gained from his promotion, but he had also depleted half of the energy he had originally reserved for a month. After half a day, he had not earned any energy, rather. He had squandered half a month in Appos' worth. No, he had even consumed the 20 bags of nutritional liquid stored in his freezer. Zhu Tao noticed the shift in Su Yang's expression from one of excitement to one of melancholy, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Teacher, did I do something wrong? Not at all. Just try to keep a low profile in your daily actions. However, if someone dares to ride roughshod over you, do not hesitate to retaliate. Su Yang replied earnestly. I only ask that you refrain from causing unnecessary trouble. What constitutes unnecessary trouble? Zhu Tao inquired. For instance, if someone hasn't wronged you, and you deliberately provoke them, or if you engage in actions that violate the rules, such as betraying your teacher, harming your ancestors, or turning against your fellow disciples. Is this not common sense? I understand, Zhu Tao declared, standing tall. I would never bully the weak. Good, Su Yang smirked. Otherwise, do not force my hand to revert you to your original form. Yes. Zhu Tao's demeanor immediately became much more respectful. He was aware that Su Yang's latent power possessed the ability to devour. If he provoked Su Yang, he might find himself entirely consumed by the primordial energy within him. Su Yang refrained from mentioning the matter of chaotic energy. Was there even a need to? To speak of it would be tantamount to betraying one's teacher. Su Yang had no intention of cleansing his ranks. He would inevitably absorb the primordial energy. The rebellious students of Class 5 were not foolish enough to disclose such matters. All right, it's getting late. I still need to patrol. You should return and rest, Su Yang said with a smile, giving Zhu Tao a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Tomorrow marks the beginning of your new life, young man. Zhu Tao was elated, nodding vigorously. By the way, please do not inform Li Yiming. I will approach him when I am ready. Do not let anything slip. Understood. Su Yang leisurely walked away, finally relieving himself of a burden. However, the matter of Li Yiming's primordial energy would require some time. After all, the insufficiency of his own energy was one thing. Each individual's dual cultivation techniques in meridian conditions varied, necessitating different amounts of time and effort. Su Yang felt that Li Yiming's situation should be somewhat better. After all, both the earth-shaking technique and the heavenly mysterious leg were of the yang attribute, and their fusion should yield quicker results, unlike Zhu Tao and Appos' conflicting techniques. Moreover, the likelihood of successful integration would be higher in the later stages. The only troublesome aspect remained, that this fellow possessed rather poor aptitude. The innate talent was not something that could be salvaged. Zhu Tao had already ascended to the 7th grade, while Li Yiming remained at the mid-level of the 8th grade martial spirit. Su Yang found it perplexing, with such elevated training efficiency. And given that Li Yiming could also enter a meditative state and dream to cultivate, why had his strength not improved? Could it be that this fellow was suppressing his own realm? If you do not enhance your strength, how can I become a martial god? Su Yang resolved to find a moment the next day to inquire about the situation. Before long, Su Yang encountered Shen Ming, continuing his patrol. This marked the 5th day without a sign of Lu Fangfei. While Su Yang felt reassured, he was also puzzled. Was this woman rather fierce? Why was there no movement from her now? Could it be that he had frightened her away? Su Yang entertained the possibility, considering that Lu Fangfei had placed latent energy within him. After 3 days of him remaining lively, and given that Lu Fangfei, a peak martial sovereign, could sense his presence, she must have realized this. Therefore, could it be that she suspected the existence of a transformation realm martial king? For according to logical reasoning, only a transformation realm martial king could unravel the latent energy of a martial sovereign. Never mind. Su Yang dismissed the thought. As long as he was safe at school, that was sufficient. During their walk, Chun Ming observed Su Yang yawning frequently and couldn't help but inquire, Xiao Su, you seem a bit off today? I didn't rest well last night, Su Yang replied casually. Chun Ming nodded slightly. Managing Class 5 is indeed no easy task. I certainly wouldn't be able to handle it. If it were me, those rascals would probably never make it out of the classroom. Su Yang couldn't help but chuckle at the truth of this statement. Indeed, the behavior of Class 5 had been so poor that even a dog would find it distasteful. They spent their days concocting ways to torment their teacher. A retired individual like Qin Ming would undoubtedly be unable to tolerate it, likely resulting in a confrontation with the students on the very first day, physically speaking. Speaking of which, Why has that Xiezhen been so quiet lately? Have the students of Sanzhong simply decided to endure his antics? Su Yang had prepared himself with the Tsangyin technique in anticipation of trouble from Xiezhen, fearing that one display of fear might render him too intimidating. Something felt amiss. However, if there were no disturbances, that would be for the best. Now that the primordial unity experiment had succeeded, Su Yang needed to consider the next steps for instructing Class 5 in their dual cultivation techniques. Among Class 5, the third highest cultivation efficiency belonged to Sun Zhao. He practiced the renowned 7 Elements Cloud Palm of the Sun family, which was akin to Zhu Tao's Panlong Divine Fist, emphasizing explosive power and remarkable impact. Also of the Yang attribute, the downside was the lengthy cooldown period and considerable physical toll. Conversely, He Weiwei practiced the 8 trigrams Mysterious Wind Palm, which focused less on instantaneous power and more on sustained output, capable of delivering dozens of slaps if one wasn't careful. In a few days, he would have to immerse himself in the library again. Searching for techniques for Zhu Tao and Li Yiming had nearly made him nauseous. He had lost count of how many bottles of eye drops he had used, considering that he still had 8 more techniques to locate. Su Yang felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Shortly thereafter, Zhu Tao returned to his dormitory. Upon opening the door and seeing the steel plates posted everywhere, he felt a warmth in his heart each time. After shutting the door, he began to meditate. Familiarizing himself with the primordial unity, Zhu Tao still harbored a surreal sensation. For just a month and a half prior, he had been struggling within the Zhu family, yearning to break through to the high tier of the 8th grade martial spirit in hopes of gaining recognition from his kin. Yet, merely a month and a half later, he had ascended to the 7th grade martial Xian realm, acquired the primordial unity, and witnessed a meteoric rise in strength with boundless prospects ahead. This led Zhu Tao to believe that Teacher Su must be a celestial being descended from the martial Lyra star to save him. Furthermore, he seemed to do so without seeking anything in return. Reflecting on the fact that he had consumed a total of 20 bags of nutritional liquid provided by his teacher today, it amounted to a trifling sum for him. Yet it was not an insignificant expenditure for Su Yang, whose teacher and Apos' salary was hardly generous. Zhu Tao retrieved his bank card, which contained a modest savings of around 300,000. He contemplated a way to express his gratitude to Su Yang. Perhaps not. Teacher Su would surely refuse, and such an act would be a grave insult to his dignity and status as a teacher. Su Yang, one must have principles. One cannot forsake dignity for monetary gain. Chapter 88. Providing cover that evening, after the patrol concluded, Su Yang deliberated and decided it was prudent to check on the situation of the rebellious students in Class 5. He harbored concerns that complications might arise, so it was better to take a look. Since he was going, he certainly could not go empty-handed. They were all nearly exhausted. He ought to bring something to express his sympathy. During the dormitory allocation, only Zhu Tao and Li Yiming were assigned to the 3rd floor, while the remaining 8 were on the 6th floor. After a brief preparation, Su Yang made his way to the dormitory, heading straight for the 6th floor. He first arrived at Sun Zhao and Apos' room, knocked on the door, and soon heard Sun Zhao and Apos' feeble voice from within. "Who is it?" "It's me, your beloved teacher Su." After a brief silence, Sun Zhao, leaning against the wall for support, shakily opened the door. Upon entering, Su Yang was both amused and exasperated by Sun Zhao and Apos' condition. "Your awareness of fraud prevention needs improvement. Please, take a seat." All right. Sun Zhao's face contorted in pain as he struggled to sit down. The moment he made contact with his legs, he couldn't help but gasp. The discomfort was truly unforgettable. Thankfully, he was at the 8th rank of martial arts initiation, possessing a certain level of physical resilience. Had he been at the 9th rank, after attempting 10,000 squats, it would have taken him 10 days to recover. "I heard you all managed to complete 10,000 squats." Su Yang inquired knowingly. Sun Zhao nodded. "Yes, indeed. Impressive tenacity." Su Yang chuckled. "This is precisely what a martial artist ought to do. I might as well tell you, this was part of the pre-training for the body refinement secret method. I had initially intended for Li Yiming to give it a try, but it appears he couldn't and Apos' keep his mouth shut and spilled the beans to all of you." Sun Zhao and Apos' heart leaped with joy. "I knew it was related to the body refinement secret method." However, he hesitated for a moment. "But I merely increased the intensity for Li Yiming," Su Yang explained. "After all, he specializes in leg techniques and could endure 10,000. You are not solely focused on leg techniques. I originally planned for you to do around 2,000 to 3,000. Sun Zhao's heart sank, his fists clenched tightly. Su Yang pondered that since Li Yiming had the audacity to exploit his name, it was somewhat disrespectful to his mentor. While Su Yang didn't mind a bit of mischief now and then, he felt that involving the entire class in this escapade was rather inappropriate. A slight reprimand would serve as a warning. He would certainly provide cover, but the effect would be diminished. Seeing that you are nearing a month of morning practice, I will, of course, honor my promise to impart the body refinement secret method to you, Su Yang declared. However, this method is rather unique. Sun Zhao was immediately intrigued. In what way is it unique? It varies from person to person, Su Yang elaborated slowly. Each individual requires a tailored body refinement secret method. Additionally, extensive preparatory work is necessary, so we must proceed one by one. You may need to wait a bit, but not for long. You will be the first. I shall teach you the body refinement secret method within this week. Sun Zhao was overcome with excitement. Thank you, teacher. Calm down. There and Oppos. There's no need to be so overly enthusiastic. Su Yang waved his hand. Given your current condition, it's unlikely you'll recover within 2 to 3 days. Rest well. Sun Zhao nodded vigorously. Since Su Yang had come to offer his condolences, he naturally brought along some tokens of goodwill. As Su Yang reached into his tote bag, Sun Zhao's heart raced with anticipation. Could it be the body refinement secret method? Soon enough, Su Yang produced a neatly organized stack of papers and handed it to Sun Zhao, who eagerly received them, nearly shouting with excitement. Body refinement secret method guide. Teacher, can I look at it now? Of course, feel free. Sun Zhao hurriedly opened the first page, and his eyes brightened considerably. Teacher, why are there multiple choice questions? Why can't there be? It doesn't seem like a guide. It resembles a martial arts general knowledge quiz with 500 multiple choice questions. This is indeed the guide. Seeing Su Yang's shamelessness, Sun Zhao felt utterly frustrated. Su Yang mused that since they would be bettered in for 2 to 3 days, they might as well engage in answering some martial arts knowledge questions to enrich their minds. Do you think that that's insufficient? Let me gift you another one. Rest assured. Each set is different. As Su Yang prepared to reach into his bag again, Sun Zhao's expression changed in alarm, and he waved his hands frantically. No. That's enough. I'm fully satisfied. Well, can you act like a person? Yet. Su Yang retrieved a bag of freshly squeezed juice and pressed it into Sun Zhao's hands. Here, freshly squeezed for you. Drink it slowly. All right, thank you. Sun Zhao accepted the chilled juice, feeling a warmth in his heart despite the coldness in his hand. Rest well. Once you've regained your strength, I'll begin teaching you the body refinement secret method. By the way, you must complete the guide. Understood. All right, I'll check on the next one. With that, Su Yang took his leave and proceeded to visit Fu Yunhai. The same routine ensued. Every student he encountered exhibited clearer eyes, though their previous melancholy diminished significantly upon receiving the freshly squeezed juice. Su Yang certainly did not possess a juicer. He had hand-squeezed the juice, adding a few ice cubes for good measure. The fruits were leftovers gifted by Li Yiming, and the bags were repurposed from nutrient liquid containers he hadn't discarded yet, thoroughly cleaned and refilled. Ah, I truly am a frugal genius. All of this is from my heartfelt sentiments, except for the dormitories of Xie Yuhan and He Weiwei. Where he felt it inappropriate to intrude, he entrusted the dormitory supervisor to deliver the gifts. After completing his rounds, Su Yang descended to the 3rd floor and knocked on Li Yiming's door. Upon hearing Su Yang's arrival, Li Yiming struggled to rise and hurriedly opened the door. Having rested for nearly a day, he could finally manage to get up. Old Su. Yes, lay down quickly, Su Yang urged, gesturing for Li Yiming to recline. He then pulled up a chair and sat beside the bed. You seem to be able to walk now. Your recovery is looking good. I should be all right after resting another day or 2. Li Yiming whispered. Old Su, did you provide cover for me? I did. Su Yang patted his chest confidently. I know you were left with no choice. Rest assured, how could I not provide you cover? Seeing Su Yang's unwavering assurance, Li Yiming felt relieved. With old Su covering for him, he believed there would be no trouble from the others. After all, Su Yang had a clear conscience. He did indeed provide cover. Though he had downplayed 10,000 squats to 2 or 3,000, if Li Yiming faced any consequences later, that would be his own affair. Just say whether I provided cover or not. Chapter 89. Serendipity. Su Yang did not elaborate on the matter of providing cover. Instead, he shifted the conversation, inquiring. You've been practicing dual cultivation for some time now. How do you feel your cultivation is progressing? Upon this query, Li Yiming was filled with elation and excitement, exclaiming, leaps and bounds. Since you're progressing in leaps and bounds, Su Yang remarked with a peculiar expression, why does it feel as though your bottleneck hasn't loosened? Li Yiming was taken aback. It loosened long ago. Su Yang was equally surprised. It loosened. Indeed. I felt the bottleneck loosening within days of starting. As expected, this fellow is also suppressing his realm. Su Yang mused. There's no point in suppressing your realms. Your foundations have long been ruined by your antics. Break through as soon as you feel the bottleneck loosening. He then asked, so, you and Oppos, resuppressing your realm? Li Yiming stammered. No, I and Oppos am not. Ah? Then why Haven and Amp? Oppos. To you broken through? Li Yiming wore a wry smile. I and amp, oppos, V tried to break through over a dozen times, but I haven and amp, oppos, T succeeded. That layer of window paper is blocking me, and it's incredibly frustrating. Su Yang was momentarily speechless. He finally understood why Li Yiming's strength in realm hadn't progressed. It was indeed due to his dull aptitude. Moreover, Su Yang empathized with this feeling. Before obtaining the system, he had attempted to break through to the 8th grade martial spirit dozens of times, but each time had ended in failure. At times, he had even despaired, believing that he might remain a 9th grade martial artist for the rest of his life. The analogy of a window paper to describe a bottleneck was quite apparent. Once one cultivated to a certain level and felt the bottleneck loosening, it was like a layer of window paper, with the next realm only a hair and amp, oppos, breadth away. Yet, no matter how hard one tried, one simply couldn't pierce through it. It was infuriating. From this perspective, Su Yang realized that he and Class 5 were essentially the same. They were all individuals with dull aptitudes. The difference was that Class 5 had chosen to give up, while he was unwilling to accept such a fate. Since martial prowess was lacking, he could only rely on his intellect, at least to become a scholar. However, with the addition of chaos chi and super meridians, Su Yang felt that the negative impact of his dull aptitude had been offset. Unfortunately, the other members of Class 5 did not have these heaven-defying abilities. Dull aptitude and unstable foundations were two major malignancies. Old Su, I'm puzzled myself. Given that you helped me with empowerment and enlightenment, my aptitude shouldn't be that bad. Li Yiming was also quite perplexed. Why haven't I succeeded in advancing after trying over a dozen times? Did you miss something when you were helping me with empowerment and enlightenment? Su Yang nodded slightly. Indeed, I missed something. Li Yiming's face changed. What did you miss? I forgot to put your brain back in. Su Yang glared at Li Yiming irritably. Empowerment and enlightenment can't ultimately change your aptitude. You still need to rely on yourself. Li Yiming smiled wryly. I've tried very hard to try. Then keep trying. Su Yang was helpless in this regard. The system did not provide any items that could change aptitude or foundations. However, it's not too big of a problem. With the cultivation efficiency in place, I'll help Li Yiming create a Hunyuan Qi, and the cultivation efficiency will double again. Just charge forward. Charge 800 or 1,000 times, and you'll eventually succeed. Li Yiming's eyes widened. When will that be? I don't have a solution, Su Yang said, shrugging his shoulders. But theoretically speaking, everything below the 6th grade martial venerable is a process of quantitative change. Accumulate to a certain level, and you'll naturally break through. Having reached this point, Su Yang could only offer consolation. Don't be impatient. Let it be. Don't be too fixated on improving your strength and realm, or you'll easily get caught in a dead end. Li Yiming smiled wryly. That's all I can do. Your cultivation speed has already increased. Just accumulate slowly. Su Yang patted Li Yiming on the shoulder. Keep a level head. It's best to have a sense of relaxation. All right. Su Yang naturally knew that such things couldn't be forced. It was useless to be anxious. He simply let it be. Breakthroughs would definitely happen. But compared to Zhu Tao's terrifying rate of advancement, the realm improvement of the other members of Class 5 would definitely be much slower. In some ways, this was also a good thing. It was not only a tempering of their mental state, but also a disguised consolidation of their foundations. Once they overcame it, it would all be minor matters. After figuring out the reason why Li Yiming had not advanced, Su Yang returned to his dormitory. After tidying up the messy kitchen, he went to sleep. The next day, only Zhu Tao came to the classroom for morning practice. The others were still sprawled out on their beds. Zhu Tao was quite conscientious and didn't need to be watched. Su Yang went straight to the library to find a suitable cultivation method for Sun Jiao. When Zhu Tao woke up, he went to the office but didn't see Su Yang. He couldn't help but scratch his head. Where did he go? Zhu Tao had originally wanted to call Su Yang, but his phone had long since broken down. The new phone he had asked Li Yiming to order online hadn't arrived yet. He had originally planned to go to the martial arts arena again today to test himself and have old Su accompany him. However, since Su Yang had something to do, he decided to go by himself. After all, the situation had changed dramatically. He was no longer afraid of Xie Zhen and the others, and he didn't need Su Yang to accompany him. If everything went smoothly, he naturally wouldn't cause trouble. But if they were still as overbearing as before, Zhu Tao wouldn't and amp, oppos, T mind venting his anger. With this thought in mind, Zhu Tao didn't and amp, oppos, T hesitate any longer and immediately set off for the martial arts arena. Before long, Zhu Tao reappeared at the martial arts arena, which was as crowded as ever. As soon as he appeared, Zhu Tao noticed that many people and amp, oppos, gazes were fixed on him. But this time, Zhu Tao held his head high and strode forward. This is my new life. He went straight to the counter. But instead of opening a private room as he had done before, he chose to wait in line in the public training area. After getting his number, Zhu Tao followed the other senior students and sat in a corner to rest, waiting for his number to be called. This scene was witnessed by many disciples of prominent families, who were puzzled. However, no one dared to step forward and cause trouble. Ever since they heard that Xiezhen had chased Zhu Tao to the first-year teaching building and was subdued by the fifth-grade class teacher, who even publicly apologized. These disciples of prominent families had been a little panicked. Not only was it because the fifth-grade class teacher Su Yang was able to suppress Xiezhen, but also because Xiezhen hadn't an amp, oppos, caused any trouble since then. Instead, he had been cultivating diligently in the martial arts arena from morning till night. Without stopping for a moment, given Xiezhen and amp, oppos, mad dog nature, it was impossible for him to give up so easily. Therefore, the senior disciples of prominent families had all come to the same conclusion. The fifth-grade class teacher was likely also a disciple of a prominent family, and one with a high status in the family. Xiezhen didn't dare to act rashly because he was wary of Su Yang's background and chose to swallow his anger. Chapter 90. A New Life. Within an independent martial arts arena, Xiezhen wielded the silver-shattering spear, engaging in a vigorous back-and-forth with a martial arts robot. Seizing the moment, he delivered a sweeping strike, sending the robot crashing away. As the triumphant tone signifying a successful challenge resonated from the control panel, Xiezhen lowered his spear, gasping for breath, yet a lingering sense of frustration remained trapped within his chest, unable to be released. The words of Sun Xuefei had restored a semblance of reason within Xiezhen, compelling him to immerse himself in the martial arts hall, seeking solace through combat to alleviate his inner turmoil. However, the results were meager. Far from mere dissatisfaction, what plagued him was a profound sense of unwillingness. The last encounter with Su Yang had not been a defeat born of sheer strength, but rather a cunning display of hidden capabilities. Such treacherous tactics, executed by a despicable individual, his loss was steeped in an unwillingness to accept defeat. The more he reflected on that day, the greater his ire grew. Had he not been careless, he was certain victory would have been his, for Su Yang would never have had the chance to secretly unleash his hidden powers. With the silver-shattering spear in hand, he could have completely suppressed Su Yang, even if the latter had trained his body extensively. It would have mattered little if he could not close the distance. Yet now, Xiezhen hesitated to confront Su Yang again, fearful of the potential repercussions. 3 years prior, he had suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of Zhu Yuan during the family tournament, resulting in a loss of face for the Xie family. Since that incident, the support and affection from his family had significantly dwindled. Once, even his reckless behavior would elicit nothing more than a few admonitions. Now, however, he sensed his standing within the family waning, and any misstep would invite reprimand from the elders. If he were to attract trouble because of Su Yang, Xiezhen knew his standing in the family would plummet. He could not afford to lose their support again, for that would sever his path to becoming a formidable warrior. Yet, despite this understanding, Xiezhen remained unwilling to accept his situation, and with the passage of time, this sentiment only deepened. After 2 full hours of practice, he felt his stamina waning and decided to step outside for some nourishment and fresh air before returning to continue his training. However, upon exiting, he encountered Sun Xuefei leaning against the wall, seemingly waiting for him. "What is it?" Xiezhen inquired. "Zhu Tao has arrived. Avoid provoking him," Sun Xuefei replied in a low voice. Upon hearing Zhu Tao's name, Xiezhen's expression turned icy. "I do not require your reminders. I know how to conduct myself. You think you have any sense at all? You're a reckless fool when you get heated," Sun Xuefei retorted. "Do as you wish, but don't blame me if trouble arises." With that, Sun Xuefei turned and departed. He had just seen Zhu Tao meditating in the public area and felt an ominous premonition, prompting him to warn Xiezhen. After all, despite his grievances with Xiezhen and Appo's reckless nature, Xiezhen was the only prominent member of a noble family he could connect with at their school. Many noble families in their senior year were not on good terms with the Sun family, but the Xie family had a history of alliance through marriage, making them allies. Moreover, Xiezhen's talents and abilities were among the finest in their class. Such a person was worth fostering connections with, especially since Xiezhen was a contender for the position of clan leader in the future. Sun Xuefei was willing to invest in Xiezhen, at the very least. If trouble arose, Xiezhen would not come seeking him first, by giving him an early warning. Sun Xuefei aimed to keep Xiezhen rational and steer clear of Zhu Tao. Before long, Sun Xuefei and Xiezhen arrived at the public martial arts arena, one following the other. Xiezhen scanned the crowd and quickly spotted Zhu Tao meditating outside Area A6. After much hesitation, he ultimately suppressed his impulse, walking to the A6 area without causing any trouble. Instead, he found a corner to sit quietly, intently observing Zhu Tao. This scene made Sun Xuefei's heart race with anxiety. Fearing Xiezhen might impulsively attack, When Xie remained still, Sun Shuefei breathed a sigh of relief and approached him, also watching Zhu Tao, who was meditating not far away. "What are you planning to do?" he asked. Xie pointed the spear's tip at Zhu Tao. "That guy concealed something last time." Sun Shuefei was taken aback. "What do you mean?" "He managed to evade my shot." A moment of surprise crossed Sun Shuefei's face as he processed this revelation. "Are you saying he dodged despite your vast difference in strength?" Zhu Tao is the strongest in his class, but he is only at the intermediate level of the 8th grade martial spirit. His family's Panlong Fist is formidable. But for him to dodge your attack is quite remarkable. A thought crossed Sun Shuefei and Apos' mind, and his expression shifted. "Do you suspect his homeroom teacher is involved?" Xie turned his head, his gaze suddenly becoming clearer. Huh? He clearly had not considered that angle. Sun Shuefei inwardly rolled his eyes, resting his chin in contemplation. Their homeroom teacher has hidden strength. At the very least, he has cultivated his body and possesses some strange hidden powers that only surfaced during your encounter. He is no ordinary individual and must have guided Zhu Tao, facilitating his progress. Otherwise, given the nature of Class 5, they would not take their homeroom teacher seriously. Xie nodded, not dwelling too much on it. Zhu Tao's strength was indeed lacking, but conversely, that meant he had significant room for improvement. Xie merely wanted to witness the Panlong Fist in action, albeit without high expectations. Zhu Tao and Apos' low level of skill likely meant that the Panlong Fist he demonstrated would lack substantial power, and the intelligence gained from it would probably be minimal. Nevertheless, Xie would not let this opportunity slip away. He was determined to defeat Zhu Yuan and reclaim everything he had lost in the arena. A 6-73. Just then, the announcement for Area A6 reverberated through the hall. Zhu Tao finally opened his eyes and rose, heading directly to the control panel. His gaze swept across the crowd, landing on Xie and Sun Shuefei, who were intently watching him, but Zhu Tao appeared unaffected as he approached the control panel. A student on duty received Zhu Tao's number tag, confirmed its validity, and inquired, "What parameters?" "Max out," Zhu Tao replied. The senior student on duty hesitated for a moment. "Are you sure?" "Absolutely." "Choose marksmanship." After a brief pause, seeing Zhu Tao step onto the martial arts platform, the senior student entered the parameters. Upon activation, the martial arts robot retrieved a weapon from the rack. Xie's expression turned cold as he prepared to rise, only to be restrained by Sun Shuefei's hand. "ISN and Apos, T this perfect?" "Don and Apos, T you want to see how the Panlong Fist fares against firearms?" With a cold snort, Xie steadied himself. On the martial arts platform, after the customary bow, the robot assumed a stance, its gun barrel aimed squarely at Zhu Tao. 3, 2, 1. In an instant, the martial arts robot shot forward, its gun tip lunging toward Zhu Tao's chest. In a split second, Zhu Tao executed a swift high kick, bringing his foot down with formidable force. Bang! With a resounding thud, he perfectly trapped the gun tip beneath his foot. The robot momentarily hesitated, but Zhu Tao surged forward, his right elbow curling as he conjured an imposing aura. "This punch will obliterate the 16 years of humiliation and resentment," he roared, his voice echoing throughout the martial arts hall. Panlong Fist. Chapter 91. Renaming accompanied by Zhu Tao's roar, the already condensing dragon fist was suddenly unleashed. In an instant, a fierce momentum radiated in all directions, causing everyone beneath the martial arts arena to feel a tremor in their hearts. Bang! A tremendous thud erupted, and the martial combat robot was propelled like a cannonball. As the punch's wind swept through, all eyes were fixated on the 7th-grade martial arts robot, which had been directly blasted off the stage, leaving everyone in a daze. Zhu Tao exhaled heavily, slowly retracting his fist, feeling an unprecedented sense of refreshment. "All right, I'm done." Next, approaching the control panel, he exchanged a few words with the attending student before turning away with his hands behind his back. Numerous high school seniors who had come to observe quickly parted ways, their gazes still tinged with disbelief. Although the 2nd-generation martial combat robot with peak parameters of the 7th-grade martial Xian realm was somewhat clumsy, it was not something to be easily dealt with. Being knocked off the stage by Zhu Tao with a single punch was an overwhelmingly shocking spectacle. In a corner, Xie and Sun Shuefei stared in astonishment. How is this even possible? Xie abruptly stood, disbelief etched on his face. The condensation of qi. This guy's arm has condensed qi, just like Zhu Yuan. Sun Shuefei's mind buzzed. What on earth is going on? I thought he was just hiding a little something. Turns out he's hiding a colossal amount. He's at the 7th-grade martial Xian realm. Coming to his senses, Sun Shuefei's voice brimmed with incredulity. No, wait. I distinctly remember he was merely at the mid-level of the 8th-grade martial spirit. However, in that brief moment of shock, Xie had already dashed towards Zhu Tao with his gun raised. Zhu Tao stopped. Zhu Tao and Apos' expression darkened slightly, Turning around, he found Xie at his side. His eyes filled with excitement. Yet Zhu Tao remained unperturbed, coldly responding, "What do you want? Let us spar. Give it your all with your dragon fist," Xie exclaimed. Gun in hand, Zhu Tao replied leisurely, 3 days from now, at the martial arts hall. "All right, I'll be waiting." Zhu Tao turned and walked away, leaving Xie and Appo's eyes sparkling with excitement. He never expected Zhu Tao to surprise him so greatly. This guy, like Zhu Yuan, had already achieved qi condensation, with power that was equally formidable. He was the perfect sparring partner. Once he had left the martial arts hall and found himself in a secluded area, Zhu Tao hurriedly ducked into a small grove. Damn, that hurts. How could the martial combat robot be so sturdy? Crouching on the ground, he shook his slightly swollen right hand. He had struck too hard, directly hitting the internal specialized steel frame. Hiss! Zhu Tao winced, involuntarily gasping in pain. Thankfully, Xie did not pursue him again. Otherwise, he would have had to seek help from Old Su. But where was Old Su anyway? Regardless, it felt exhilarating. This punch was not in vain. It had indeed justified his name. From this moment on, no other scions of prominent families would dare to act arrogantly in front of him. However, while relishing this moment, Zhu Tao pondered whether he would cause trouble for his teacher. After careful consideration, it should not be a significant issue. He had not revealed any needle techniques. He simply showcased his dragon fist. It was unlikely to expose anything. Moreover, what if it were to be exposed? With my dragon fist having reached qi condensation and the support of chaotic energy, I can easily defeat a peak 7th-grade martial Xian realm opponent with a single punch. I haven't even utilized my true killing move, the needle strike. At the library of the 3rd high school, Su Yang was busy searching for suitable cultivation methods for Sun Jiao. After witnessing the previous mishap with Li Yiming, Su Yang's workload had doubled. He not only had to sift through all the complete cultivation methods, but also had to revise them if there was no high compatibility in the follow-up. Of course, incomplete methods were not considered. The advantage of a complete method lies in its holistic cultivation mechanism, which minimizes the probability of issues arising during practice. Modified methods merely truncate the progression process. The core elements cannot be altered. In contrast, incomplete methods are problematic, and their compatibility remains uncertain. Thus, Su Yang would not allow the students of Class 5 to practice them. However, practice makes perfect, and with prior experience, this selection process was significantly quicker than before. Since the system lacked a batch search function, Su Yang even learned to use an auto-clicker, recording the operation and letting it run automatically to find the next cultivation method. This saved both time and effort. As long as one maintains a proactive mindset, solutions will always outweigh difficulties. After this selection, the situation was more complicated than with Li Yiming. The compatibility rates were exceedingly low, with the highest being only around 30 or 40%. Su Yang knew he would likely need to make further reductions. Currently, the highest compatibility was found in the Xingyi-style methods, which essentially mimic various animals such as tigers, leopards, cranes, and snakes, among others. Due to the numerous variations, a separate category had to be established for Xingyi methods within each major classification. Su Yang felt gratitude towards the pioneering scholars who devoted themselves to the collection and organization of these methods. Otherwise, he might have struggled to discover that the methods he sought were of the Xingyi category. The workload for the Xingyi methods was also substantial, amounting to 4,000 or 5,000 volumes. Just thinking about it gave Su Yang a headache, so he decided to copy them and sift through them later at his leisure. Having completed the copying, he returned to his office and took a quick glance into the classroom, noticing Zhu Tao meditating and cultivating. Su Yang couldn't help but admire the composure of this young man. Once Su Yang left, Zhu Tao secretly glanced in the direction of his departure. Old Su should be unaware that he had gone to the martial arts hall to show off. At this moment, Zhu Tao needed to focus on his cultivation. Having accepted Xie's challenge, if he failed to show up 3 days later, Xie would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly. Zhu Tao was well aware that Xie had a reactive response to Zhu Yuan and the Dragon Fist. However, instead of feeling apprehensive, Zhu Tao felt a subtle eagerness. He was in urgent need of a true opponent to solidify his skills. The martial combat robot was merely a lifeless entity. Real combat was far more dynamic than what transpired on the martial arts stage. It tested a martial artist's understanding of martial arts and their ability to adapt spontaneously. Having just stepped into the 7th-grade martial spirit realm, Zhu Tao required genuine combat experience to hone his skills. While Xie viewed himself as a sparring partner, Zhu Tao equally regarded Xie as one. Each would benefit. Yet, Zhu Tao dared not underestimate Xie. Xie's strength was undeniably formidable, with a foundation far more solid than his own. Once the battle commenced, he would have to give it his all. Xie was a stepping stone. Overcoming this hurdle was essential for him to stand tall and proud within the Zhu family. Chapter 92. 1,000 miles to deliver a goose feather in the student dormitory. The members of Class 5 were lamenting their misfortune. Old Sue was utterly unreasonable. Each of us was assigned 500 multiple-choice questions, which would have been bearable. But the most despicable part was that each person's questions were unique, and the order was completely scrambled. We lay sprawled on our beds. And yet you still had the heart to make us do homework? Even more infuriating was the requirement to answer at least 100 questions correctly before he would impart the secrets of physical training. Is your behavior truly worthy of the respect and trust we have in you? The group began to bombard their phones with messages, denouncing Su Yang's inhumane treatment. That surname Su has utterly betrayed our trust. What should I do if I don't know how to answer the 40-second question? Exactly. This is so unreasonable. Disgraceful. Choose C for the 2 short and 1 long. Kindness invites bullying. We should unite. How come I still have multiple choice questions? The knowledge was forcefully lodged in my mind through Su and Appo's despicable means. However, under the weight of Su Yang and Appo's authority, everyone had no choice but to comply. Fearing his displeasure and the prospect of being made to stand in silence, just as Sun Zhao was being tortured by Su Yang's 500 questions. A sudden knock at the door interrupted. Thinking it was Su Yang returning, he was surprised to find it was Li Yiming, leaning on a cane. Upon seeing Li Yiming, Sun Zhao and Appo's anger flared, and he yanked Li Yiming by his collar, shaking the pile of questions in front of him with a fierce glare. Look at this. Li Yiming was momentarily stunned and quickly took a look. The cover read Secrets of Physical Training, a comprehensive guide, but in reality, it was 500 multiple-choice questions for the martial arts general knowledge course. Oh, such a cruel act could only be attributed to old Su. It's not my concern. How can it not be your concern? Sun Zhao glared. Old Su said we were only to do 2 or 3,000. If it weren't for your misleading, would we be doing 1,000 squats and end up like this? How many? 2 or 3,000. Indeed. Old Su himself told me. No way. Old Su, you can't be serious. Even while providing cover, you're skimming off the top. Fortunately, I had a backup plan. Don't get agitated, Li Yiming said, stabilizing himself on his cane. I already told you I was merely speculating, and I guessed the result but not the process. Besides, I came here specifically to apologize to you. As he spoke, Li Yiming limped outside, carrying a bag full of fruits and snacks. Upon seeing these trivial offerings, Sun Zhao's irritation surged. You bring fruits and snacks as an apology. Are you testing my leadership with these trifles? What leader can withstand such a test? However, Li Yiming pivoted the conversation, earnestly stating, this is not for me. Sun Zhao paused, instinctively asking, Old Su? Li Yiming nodded quickly. Old Su specifically asked me what you all like to eat, and went to the supermarket to buy them. Sun Zhao looked puzzled. Then why didn't he deliver them himself? Why send you a cripple? It's Old Su's punishment for me. Li Yiming chuckled ruefully. Had I not been so careless with my words, things wouldn't have turned out this way. I narrowly avoided a catastrophe. So he sent me to make amends by bringing you snacks, hoping you wouldn't hold a grudge. When I heard Old Su say you might hold a grudge, I immediately refuted him. I said that was absolutely impossible, while others might care. Sun Zhao never would. He is a magnanimous person, completely incapable of harboring resentment. Old Su. You do not understand, Sun Zhao. Sun Zhao coughed, his expression turning serious. Yes, you know me well. I am not one to hold grudges. Nor do I sweat the small stuff. I knew you would be like this, Zhaoge. Li Yiming hurriedly added, all of this is Old Su's goodwill. You know Old Su doesn't earn much, and he still manages to save to buy us fruits and snacks. A light gift carries deep affection. Sun Zhao felt warmth in his heart and nodded slightly. Zhaoge, I will go find the next person to apologize to. Li Yiming added, just don't mention this to Old Su. He fears being overly sentimental, which is why he had me deliver them. Sun Zhao, feeling elated, replied, sure. I understand, go ahead. The cloud of gloom in his heart dissipated, especially the slight resentment towards Su Yang for assigning homework vanished entirely. Just as he closed the door, Li Yiming couldn't help but sigh. It doesn't take much to gain everyone's understanding and, in doing so, enhance Su Yang's reputation. I am indeed repaying my mentor. Turning around, Li Yiming entered the dormitory of Fu Yuhai. When I heard Old Su say you might hold a grudge, I immediately countered. I said that was absolutely impossible, while others might care, Fu Yuhai never would. He is a magnanimous person, incapable of harboring resentment. Old Su. You do not understand Fu Yuhai. He even visited the rooms of He Weiwei and Xie Yuhan. However, he had to slightly alter his approach. The girls might not respond positively to being told they were broad-minded. He had to lavishly praise them, calling them beauties who could eclipse the moon and embody elegance. Although He Weiwei and Xie Yuhan were far removed from such descriptors, Li Yiming always spoke with a lack of scruples. After completing his rounds on the 6th floor, he finally received the forgiveness of Class 5, each one declaring they bore no grudges. Li Yiming felt a burden lifted. However, he had not anticipated old Su's cunning, skimming off a significant portion even in providing cover. If it weren't for my silver tongue, I would have been in for a beating today. Nonetheless, Li Yiming naturally bore no resentment. That would be absurd. Old Su was not only a mentor but also a lifesaver, and for these two reasons, resentment was out of the question. I must honor Old Su, setting up a shrine for him and offering incense daily to express my deep appreciation. Just as Li Yiming, limping with his cane, returned to the 3rd floor, he suddenly spotted an uninvited guest impatiently knocking at his door, causing him to feel uneasy and wanting to retreat upstairs. Stop. Where are you running off to? Li Yiming forced a smile. 13th brother, what brings you here? The visitor was Li Yuandong, one of Li Yiming's many cousins. Also a student at martial arts high school, currently in his 2nd year. What's up with you? I sprained my ankle. You really are fragile. Li Yuandong waved his hands. I urgently need money. Lend me some. Li Yiming laughed awkwardly. 13th brother, shouldn't you pay back the money you owe me first? Li Yuandong glared, his eyes widening in anger. Why should I return what I borrowed if I earned it fair and square? Chapter 93, Version Update. Li Yuandong, visibly impatient, exclaimed, Is it really just a small amount of money? We are family. Must you be so calculating? Upon hearing this, Li Yiming felt a surge of anger. You've been taking my things since childhood. I've long been fed up with you. You still owe me over 100,000, now you wish to borrow more? Do you think I am an ATM? Despite the tempest of emotions brewing within, Li Yiming maintained a facade of difficulty, replying, 13th brother, I don't have much left. It and Appos, just my living expenses. Li Yuandong, clearly skeptical, frowned and retorted, Stop with the nonsense. Hurry up. If I were an Appos, in dire need, would I have come all this way to find you? But I truly have nothing. I don't believe you. Show me your phone. Hey. Li Yuandong reached for Li Yiming and Appos' phone, causing Li Yiming to widen his eyes in alarm. Although he knew of Li Yuandong and Appos' shamelessness, he never expected it to be this brazen. At that moment, the door to the adjacent room swung open, and Zhu Tao stepped out with a stern expression. Li Yuandong, I and Appos, count to 3. If you don and Appos, return the phone to Li Yiming, I shall break whichever hand you use to take it. Upon seeing Zhu Tao, Li Yuandong forced a laugh and quickly returned the phone to Li Yiming and Appos' bag. I was merely joking with him. Members of the Li family, being lesser kin, naturally chose to yield when confronted by those of higher status. Zhu Tao, despite not being well regarded in his own family, still held the stature of a prominent lineage. He was not someone Li Yuandong could easily provoke. Leave. Yes. Li Yuandong shot a cold glance at Li Yiming before hastily departing. Thanks, Tao Gu, Li Yiming said, shrugging helplessly. If you hadn't come, I would have been at a loss for how to handle him. I can't fight him, and even though I'm somewhat recovered, my legs still ache unbearably. This fellow has been knocking on your door for ages, Zhu Tao said as he approached Li Yiming, offering a supportive hand. In the future, when you see him, don't feel obliged to show respect. If you can't handle it, I will. Indeed, Zhu Tao truly regarded me as a brother. This brotherhood was not in vain. Tao Gu, I appreciate your kindness, Li Yiming shook his head. You needn't intervene. Zhu Tao furrowed his brow, initially thinking Li Yiming was going to endure the situation, but then Li Yiming scoffed and declared, I shall deal with him personally. That scoundrel comes to borrow money every few days. Not only does he never repay, but his attitude is as if I owe him a debt of gratitude. I've had enough of him. No, in fact, I'm fed up with all those from the Li family. Li Yiming gritted his teeth. I intend to settle the score with all of them and reclaim every penny they owe me. Seeing Li Yiming's determination, Zhu Tao felt reassured. It's only a matter of time. After a brief hesitation, he inquired, by the way, how much do you actually have? Zhu Tao was aware that many of the Li family's businesses were managed by Li Yiming's parents, who possessed exceptional business acumen. The Li family, having established a substantial enterprise, was relatively well regarded among the lesser clans. However, both great and small clans comprised countless families, each with varying capabilities and economic statuses, leading to significant disparities in wealth. At the very least, Li Yiming's family was among the wealthiest within the Li clan, which explained why so many relatives sought him out for loans shortly after school commenced. Zhu Tao had previously observed this but refrained from intervening, recognizing it as a family matter beyond his purview. Yet now that he and Li Yiming were sworn brothers and classmates, he felt compelled to assist. Li Yiming casually waved his hand. Not much, just a few million. You? A few million? Is that true? Did your parents give you that much money? My parents could never give me that much. Li Yiming replied nonchalantly. I earned it myself. How did you make so much money? Teach me. Zhu Tao, though not lacking, felt comparatively impoverished next to Li Yiming. Stock trading, futures, and the like. Zhu Tao looked utterly astonished. You can do that? I and Oppos. V been doing it since I was 8, Li Yiming shrugged. I learned from my dad. In truth, he had once earned over 20 million, but after some missteps, he was left with merely a few million. You might want to steer clear of it. It's easy to get addicted. Fortunately, I kept some reserve, or I would have lost everything. Zhu Tao found this hard to fathom. 8 years old. He recalled that at that age, he was diligently practicing martial arts, while Li Yiming was already engaged in stock trading. Though it was not a conventional path, he had indeed managed to amass wealth. Doesn't that sound a bit absurd? Is it really so outrageous? Li Yiming scratched his head. I think it's quite normal. Besides, having money is pointless. Li Yiming sighed, spreading his hands. Without strength, no amount of money can be retained. They come to me for loans almost daily. I've lent out over 100,000 already. Does your family know about this? They Don and Oppos. T. I Haven and Oppos. T told them. If I did, I and Oppos. D end up with nothing. Li Yiming sighed again. The real issue is, my family is genuinely wealthy. Yet they are utterly shameless. I've discussed it with my parents, and they too asked me to lend money. I had no choice. If I didn't lend, these relatives might cause a scene, going to the clan leader or the old stubborn ones to complain that our family is profiting unethically and neglecting our own kin. Every family has its own difficulties. Zhu Tao understood Li Yiming and Oppos' predicament well. After all, his own family situation was even more complicated than the Li family and Oppos'. Tao Ge. You were a bit harsh earlier, Li Yiming said as he settled down, a hint of concern crossing his face. Li Yuandong is rather petty and holds grudges. The most troublesome part is his association with He Kuan, who happens to be the cousin of He Weiwei. At the mention of cousin, Zhu Tao's mind filled with faces that warranted a good thrashing. He coldly remarked, not a single one of them is worth a dime. They are all scoundrels, cousins and sisters alike. Indeed, they are all scoundrels. Li Yiming wholeheartedly agreed. As for my cousins, aside from my cousin Li Shuang, the rest are all scoundrels. Zhu Tao was somewhat surprised. I didn't expect your cousin to be quite kind-hearted. Not really. She's just 2.5 years old. Still too young to comprehend. Regardless, I'm a bit concerned that He Kuan might come looking for trouble for us. Zhu Tao snorted. If he comes, even better. I could use some action. Tao Ge, you must remain calm. You cannot reveal your strength. Zhu Tao remained silent for a moment before patting Li Yiming's shoulder. My version has been updated. Chapter 94. A chance for you after Su Yang had copied the martial arts technique from the library. He intended to join Shenming for patrol duty. However, he was taken aback when a notification quickly appeared in the workgroup, announcing the cancellation of the patrol and a return to regular teaching duties. Su Yang was left bewildered by the sudden change. What was happening? Had Lu Fangfei been apprehended by the patrol team? That seemed unlikely, considering her status as a peak martial artist who had never revealed her identity. It was implausible that the patrol team could have captured her, let alone that she would surrender. The other teachers in the group were equally puzzled, all inquiring about the situation from Lu Zhan. Soon, Lu Zhan's message arrived. The identity of the individual was still unconfirmed, as they likely wore a bionic mask. However, after analysis by the Kunlun patrol team, it was ascertained that this masked martial artist was the same person involved in a recent assault on the Xia family. The masked martial artist had already left Donghai City and entered the territory of Sichuan, temporarily alleviating the danger. The remaining task fell to the Kunlun patrol teams in Donghai and Sichuan. Su Yang glanced at Lu Zhan's message, becoming even more confused. He quickly asked, Captain, what happened with the Xia family's assault? Other teachers who were aware of the incident replied, approximately half a month ago, a masked martial artist suddenly appeared at the Xia family estate, severely injuring hundreds of members of the family, including 2 of their martial artists. While the family head was away visiting friends, the Kunlun patrol team had intended to initiate an investigation, but the Xia family refused, instead dispatching a large number of personnel to search for the assailant. Su Yang and Oppos' eyes widened in surprise. He knew that Lu Fangfei was formidable, but he hadn't and Oppos' anticipated her boldness in directly attacking the Xia family. But wait, how had she left Donghai? Wasn't and Oppos' she supposed to take her daughter, Xia Yuhan, away to safety? Su Yang was puzzled, but did not dwell on it too long. At least he was safe for now. With the patrol cancelled, he had more time to focus on Class 5. Upon returning to his dormitory, he resumed the task of screening the martial arts techniques for Sun Zhao. After creating a clicking device, his efficiency significantly improved, reducing the workload from 3 or 4 days to just 2. Once Sun Zhao entered the dual cultivation stage, Su Yang planned to take leave and indulge in a buffet to replenish his energy in preparation for Li Yiming's fusion of energies. Based on Zhu Tao and Apos' energy consumption for the fusion, Su Yang estimated he would need to accumulate energy for at least half a year to successfully complete the blending. This would be a considerable expense. Compatibility check in progress. Check complete. Compatibility with Sun Zhao is 97. As the notification chimed in his mind, Su Yang immediately halted the clicking device. He focused on the computer screen, which displayed the name of the technique, Golden Toad Skill. Such a high compatibility? Su Yang was elated. Previously screened techniques had compatibility ratings fluctuating between 40 and 60, but this one had soared to 97. Nonetheless, he reminded himself to remain composed. He would finalize his conclusions after completing the screening, as there might be even higher compatibilities. In the student dormitory, Li Yiming lay on his bed. A hint of worry etched on his face. After Zhu Tao had chased away Li Yuandong earlier that day, Li Yiming was concerned that Li Yuandong might bring He Kuan along. However, his worry was not whether Zhu Tao could defeat Li Yuandong, but rather whether Zhu Tao might inadvertently cause serious harm. Zhu Tao had mentioned that he had updated his version, and Old Su had told him that he no longer needed to be discreet. This left Li Yiming puzzled. Why hadn't he been included in the version update? Upon reflection, he surmised it was due to his consecutive failures and breakthroughs, and thus could not fault Old Su for not providing him with a patch. Li Yiming and Apos' greatest fear was that Zhu Tao might become reckless in a fight and accidentally unleash the needle strike technique. He had witnessed firsthand the devastating power of that technique. To prevent the steel needles from penetrating walls, Old Su had even reinforced Zhu Tao and Apos' room with steel plates. If one were to hit, it would surely result in death or debilitating injury. Surely, Taogu would exercise restraint, right? Li Yiming was uncertain, but could only prepare for the worst. Zhu Tao had shown him such loyalty, and he could not jeopardize that. After inspecting the thunder needles, he resolved that if things looked grim, he would simply empty the needle chamber. At least that weapon was non-lethal. Just then, a knock echoed through the room. Who could it be? Yiming, it's me, came Li Yuandong and Apos' gentle voice from outside the door. I'm here to apologize. Li Yiming was taken aback. I don't believe you. This guy must be trying to trick him into opening the door for an ambush. Nevertheless, he got up and peered through the peephole, only to find Li Yuandong standing there, battered and bruised, holding a pile of items, glancing nervously at the neighboring rooms. The knocking became more urgent. Yiming, open the door. I'm genuinely here to apologize. With a bemused expression, Li Yiming opened the door, allowing Li Yuandong to rush in. Li Yuandong hurriedly placed the items on the table and then produced a bank card, quickly handing it to Li Yiming. Yiming, all the money I borrowed from you is here. The password is 6 zeros. Li Yiming accepted the card, his mind spinning. What was going on? Had Zhu Tao truly beaten him up? That didn't seem right. Given Li Yuandong's vengeful nature, it made no sense for him to come over to apologize or even return money. The only explanation must be that he had gone to exaggerate the situation to He Kuan. As Li Yiming pondered this, Li Yuandong quickly added, Yiming, regardless of what happens, we're still family. Please speak well of me to Zhu Tao in the future. Oh, all right. You twisted your ankle, right? I bought you a bunch of supplements. In the future, if you want anything, just call me, and I'll rush over to get it for you. Sounds good. I won't disturb your rest any longer, Li Yuandong said, making a hasty exit while casting a glance at Zhu Tao's room. Deep down, he felt a mix of envy and resentment toward Li Yiming. He never expected Li Yiming to have found such a formidable ally in Zhu Tao. Indeed, as Li Yiming suspected, Li Yuandong had gone to borrow money but was turned away by Zhu Tao and Apos' harsh rebuke. Frustrated, he sought out He Kuan to intervene on his behalf. Kuan-gu, you must stand up for me. Everyone knows I'm your loyal subordinate. Zhu Tao's words were an outright slap to my face. Upon hearing this, He Kuan was furious and gave Li Yuandong a beating. Why the hell did you provoke Zhu Tao? That guy is already on the verge of reaching a breakthrough. It won't be long before he rises in the Zhu family. And you want me to back you up? Do you want me to attend your funeral tomorrow? Chapter 95. No more than this. As Li Yiming gazed in confusion at the array of supplements on the table, a sudden noise emanated from the balcony. Zhu Tao, upon entering and noticing the pile of items, expressed his bewilderment. Where did all this come from? Sent over by Li Yuandong, Li Yiming replied. His curiosity piqued as he looked at Zhu Tao. He even asked me to speak well of him in front of you. Zhu Tao responded with a knowing nod, a look of expectation on his face. Well, at least he understands. Did you give him a beating? No, Zhu Tao shook his head. Then how did he end up with a black eye? Li Yiming pressed, increasingly intrigued. He even returned the money he borrowed from me. Zhu Tao recalled seeing He Kuan at the martial arts arena and said, it must have been He Kuan who did that. Why would He Kuan hit him? Zhu Tao replied nonchalantly, because he provoked me. Li Yiming, bewildered, inquired, "Come on, brother, can you drop the act? What's really going on?" "It's quite simple," Zhu explained. "I merely visited the martial arts arena and, in front of the senior students, knocked a 7th grade martial arts robot off the fighting platform with a single punch." Li Yiming and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief. A 7th grade martial arts robot, knocked off the platform with one punch. "Well, it and Appo's nothing remarkable," Zhu said, patting Li Yiming's shoulder. "Before long, you will be able to accomplish that too." "Ah, no. You think too highly of me. I've tried to break through several times without success." "Then what is your current level?" Zhu asked. "Just entered the 7th grade." Li Yiming nearly gasped in astonishment. "7th grade? No way. Just a few days ago, you said you were at the 8th grade. How could you drop to the 7th grade so quickly? Are you cheating? Is it really that shocking?" Zhu waved his hand dismissively. "You're close too. I've only been training for less than a week longer than you. You should be at your peak by now, right?" Zhu assumed that Li Yiming's progress would be similar to his own, given that they were both from the same school and should have comparable training rates. "Could it be that I'm still at the 8th grade intermediate level? How could that be possible?" Zhu paused, taken aback. "Are you suppressing your level like I am?" Li Yiming lamented. "I failed to break through even after numerous attempts." Zhu was momentarily stunned. "You've been stuck at the 8th grade martial spirit intermediate level all this time?" "Ah." Zhu was genuinely unaware of this. Having spent most of his time training and assuming that Li Yiming's progress would be similar to his own, well, that could be considered a form of suppression. Zhu said seriously. "It's essentially the same thing. That's a significant difference. I simply can't progress. You, on the other hand, can progress but are just holding yourself back. Can they be compared?" Upon learning that Zhu had entered the 7th grade martial arts realm, Li Yiming felt a pang of discomfort. "Is the gap between us really that vast? Does old Su know about this?" "He knows, but there's nothing he can do," Zhu replied. Li Yiming sighed. It's just my own lack of diligence. My training speed is quite rapid. Otherwise, I wouldn't have attempted to break through continuously. Unfortunately, I just can't seem to overcome this bottleneck." Zhu hesitated for a moment before offering some consolation. "Don't be anxious. Take your time. As long as you are willing to endure hardship, you will have endless suffering." "All right. Wait. Just kidding. It's really a matter of accumulation." Zhu quickly added. "Go with the flow. Forcing it will only lead to loss." "Sounds familiar. Just like what old Su said," Zhu shrugged. "The path of martial arts is inherently like this. It's akin to writing an essay. When inspiration strikes, the words flow effortlessly. But when inspiration eludes you, you can struggle for days without producing a single word. Then why don't you have any bottlenecks? Why is your training so smooth? Do you have any secrets you could discreetly share with your younger brother? Are you sure you want to know?" "Forget it. I'd rather not embarrass myself." Li Yiming decisively abandoned the thought. "Perhaps it's just innate talent. What else could it be?" Li Yiming managed to maintain a positive mindset. It's quite normal for a class to have both strong and weak members. Moreover, he was already quite satisfied with his current state. A breakthrough was merely a matter of time. "I refuse to believe that after 100 or so attempts, I would still be stuck at the 8th grade intermediate level." Li Yiming's gaze was resolute. "Regardless, I want to flaunt my prowess like Brother Tao. I too aspire to kick a martial robot off the fighting platform." Unbeknownst to him, it was already the early hours of the morning. Li Yiming had drifted into slumber. In his dreams, Li Yiming found himself at the martial arts arena of his school. He spotted Xiejin, Sun Xuefei, He Kuan, and others, individuals he often avoided in his daily life. He also noticed the detestable relatives from the Li family had come to observe at the arena. At that moment, an announcement rang out. "Li Yiming, please come to the stage." His heart raced, a surge of adrenaline coursing through him as he leapt onto the fighting platform. Just then, old Su's voice echoed. "What parameters do you require?" Following the sound, Li Yiming saw old Su standing by the control panel. His head transformed into a plaque reading, "Master Su Yang." "Ready? Full power," Li Yiming declared. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, he saw the martial robot charging towards him. "Come at me," Li Yiming shouted, his body spinning into action. "Taste my Euro spinning kick." In an instant, he transformed into a rapidly rotating top, darting towards the martial robot. With a tremendous crash, the robot was sent soaring into the air, crashing into the ceiling and swaying precariously. Li Yiming swiftly regained his balance, casting a cold glance at the stunned spectators below. No more than this. The following day, at 5 in the morning, the top students at the school had already risen, preparing to head to the classroom for morning training, eager to absorb the essence of the world. However, as they made their way outside, they were met with chaos. Clothes and shoes lay strewn about. Various personal items scattered across the greenery. Along the way, they even encountered a number of spoiled fruits. On the ground, a large pile of loose packaging caught their attention. Picking one up, they discovered it was Qinglong strengthening granules, clearly a supplement. What is going on here? Who knows? Hey, what's that? The group noticed a dark figure dangling from a nearby tree and hurried over for a closer look. They found a person hanging from the tree, tangled in a mess of items, with a bed sheet tied around them, one end caught in the tree while the other encircled their body, obscuring their face with a nightgown. I'm guessing it's Li Yiming. One curious individual lifted the nightgown, revealing Li Yiming's sleeping face, albeit with a reddened complexion from the blood rushing to his head. Impressive. He can even sleep through this. Chapter 96. The Golden Toad Technique. In the early hours of the morning, Su Yang was abruptly roused from his deep slumber by the shrill ring of his phone. Upon glancing at the screen, he discovered it was a call from the dormitory supervisor, Sister Wu, which instantly heightened his alertness. What's the matter, Sister Wu? He inquired. Xiao Su, your classmate Li Yiming has fallen asleep in a tree again. You need to come and handle it. All right, I understand. This was hardly the most auspicious news to receive at such an early hour. With no time to spare, he hurriedly washed his face and rushed towards the dormitory building. Soon, under Sister Wu's guidance, he spotted Li Yiming hanging upside down from a tree, sound asleep. Sister Wu had been alerted by passing students. As Li Yiming's face was turning an alarming shade of purple from the blood pooling there, concerned for his safety, she had felt compelled to report the situation. Despite her repeated calls, Li Yiming remained oblivious, leading to Su Yang being summoned. As Su Yang approached and lifted Li Yiming's nightgown, he was taken aback to find Li Yiming's face was indeed a deep purple, yet he seemed blissfully unaware of his precarious position. A quick glance around the vicinity revealed the likely cause. He was engaged in a form of dream cultivation. Without further contemplation, Su Yang carefully brought him down from the tree and carried him back to the dormitory. How can he sleep so soundly? Su Yang mused, astonished by Li Yiming's remarkable slumber quality. Upon reflection, he surmised that the dream cultivation had likely exhausted Li Yiming's physical faculties, necessitating a forced rest. However, upon entering Li Yiming's dormitory, Su Yang was left speechless. The room was in utter disarray, with not a single intact item in sight. Everything had been scattered and destroyed. Even the bed was overturned. Rolling his eyes in exasperation, Su Yang sighed. The dream cultivation was beyond their control, and thus, he couldn't place the blame solely on them. For the time being, he decided to tidy up the bed and allow Li Yiming to continue his slumber, while he ventured downstairs to retrieve the scattered items. As he collected the belongings, several passing students kindly offered their assistance. Although Su Yang was unsure if the items belonged to Li Yiming, he figured it was best to gather everything. Noticing that Li Yiming remained in a deep sleep, Su Yang felt a twinge of frustration. It seemed that from now on, the entire 5th class would be practicing dream cultivation, which meant he would likely have to rise early to collect wayward classmates. The practice was unavoidable, and he had no means to prevent it. Glancing at the open balcony of Li Yiming's room, he recalled that the window had been shattered last time, and the door frame was all that remained of the entrance. The door itself lay downstairs, now in 2 pieces, rendering it unnecessary to retrieve. Su Yang was not concerned about potential damages. If the school sought compensation, they would naturally approach Li Yiming. His primary worry was where Li Yiming might decide to sleep next. Hanging from a tree was one thing. But what if he ended up crashing into an electrical box next time? There were several such boxes nearby. Should that occur, the aftermath would be catastrophic. Finally, around 7:30, the alarm clock rang, prompting Li Yiming to groggily open his eyes. Upon noticing Su Yang sitting beside him, he was jolted awake. What the heck? Old Su, why are you here? Turning his head, Li Yiming was confronted by the chaos in his room and instinctively exclaimed, "Did you wreck my dormitory? Is it possible that you did it yourself?" Su Yang retorted. Huh? Li Yiming blinked in confusion. I sleepwalked again. Yes. The dormitory supervisor called me, and I had to retrieve you from the tree. Li Yiming instinctively checked to see if he was dressed, relieved to find he was still in his pajamas. Thank goodness. At least I wore my pajamas this time. Embarrassed, Li Yiming scratched his head. Old Su, I'm really sorry. I keep causing you trouble. It's nothing, Su Yang replied dismissively, though a frown crossed his face. But I am genuinely concerned about you crashing into an electrical box outside. Li Yiming, upon hearing this, felt a surge of panic. What should I do, Old Su? After a moment of contemplation, Su Yang suggested, you could find a chain and lock yourself up while you sleep. What if I accidentally choke myself? Are you out of your mind? Why would you lock your neck? Su Yang rolled his eyes. Why not just secure one of your legs? You don't need a metal chain. A durable synthetic rope would suffice. The stronger, the better. To prevent you from wandering off during your dream cultivation. Wouldn't that be uncomfortable? If it bothers you, just install a set of reinforced steel doors and windows on your balcony. Li Yiming, still apprehensive, replied, All right, I understand. I'll take care of it today. Good. I've gathered your belongings. You can sort them out when you have time. As soon as Su Yang left, Li Yiming immediately contacted a manufacturer of reinforced steel to customize steel windows and doors for his dormitory. He had ample connections in the business world. Although dream cultivation bore its advantages, the risk of crashing into electrical boxes was too great. Li Yiming resolved to implement double security measures. Replacing his balcony and amp, Oppo's windows and doors with reinforced steel, while also acquiring specialized safety ropes. The necessary procedures posed no issue for him. As a student paying out of pocket for the upgrades, the logistics department had no grounds to refuse his request, especially considering his family's stature. As long as he provided sufficient funds, efficiency would not be a problem. The call was made at 5:30, and by the afternoon, Li Yiming had completed the renovations in his dormitory. Not only had he installed reinforced steel windows and doors, but he had also requested that steel rings be embedded in the walls specifically for securing safety ropes. Now, whenever he slept, he could simply attach the safety rope, ensuring his cultivation remained uninterrupted. Though sleeping in such a manner might be somewhat uncomfortable, the prospect of enhancing his strength and skills rendered any discomfort trivial in Li Yiming and Amp, Oppo's eyes. In the office, after a thorough process of selection, adaptation, and modification throughout the afternoon, Suyang finally settled on a suitable cultivation method for Sun Zhao. Indeed, it was the Golden Toad Technique, originally consisting of 7 levels. The method had been streamlined to 4 levels suitable for entry into the 7th rank of martial arts, with the compatibility skyrocketing from 97 to an astounding 422. This was significantly higher than Li Yiming's compatibility rate. However, given that Sun Zhao also possessed the flaw of being somewhat dull-witted, Suyang maintained a relatively stable demeanor. As for the training method of the Golden Toad Technique, it stood apart as a unique approach within the realm of mind-body techniques, mimicking the actions and luck of a toad. The technique was aptly named the Golden Toad Technique because, upon reaching the final level, the practitioner and amp, Oppo's skin would take on a golden hue when the technique was activated. This transformation required a rare plant known as the Golden Valley Orchid, which had long been extinct, to be consumed in large quantities during the cultivation of the 6th level, enabling one to ascend to the 7th level. However, after the modifications, this requirement was no longer necessary, and thus the technique had been reduced to merely the Toad Technique. Suyang found himself puzzled. Why did the mind methods adapted for the 5th class all possess such peculiar angles? Chapter 97. Caught red-handed. That evening, Suyang stealthily approached Sun Zhao and Amp, Oppo's door and knocked lightly, cautious of being discovered by other students from Class 5. Who is it? Guess. The door was swiftly opened by Sun Zhao, and Suyang hurriedly slipped inside, closing the door behind him. Upon seeing Suyang's furtive demeanor, Sun Zhao felt a jolt of excitement. As soon as Suyang turned around, he found Sun Zhao sitting upright on the bed, his voice barely concealing his eagerness. Old Su, are you going to teach me the body refinement secret technique? There's no body refinement secret technique. But how about enlightenment instead? Sun Zhao's eyes widened in astonishment. Enlightenment? No way. I was wondering why Zhu Tao's strength surged so dramatically. It wasn't Oppo's some miraculous body refinement secret technique, but rather that old Su helped him attain enlightenment directly. Wait, isn't enlightenment reserved for those at the martial emperor level? Why ask so many questions? Do you want it or not? Yes, I want it now. First, let us establish some ground rules. Suyang reiterated the terms he had previously set with Li Yiming. It was necessary to lay down the law from the outset. After discussing the rules and confidentiality, Sun Zhao quickly inquired, Old Su, do I need to prepare anything? To add an air of seriousness to the so-called enlightenment, Suyang decided to introduce some ritualistic elements. Lie face down, grab your feet tightly, and pull. Like this? The pull isn and Oppo's strong enough. Apply more force. Sun Zhao strained to tug harder, grimacing in pain. His lack of training resulted in poor flexibility in his back and legs, and his limbs ached terribly. Ugh. Old Su, how long is this going to take? It hurts. I can end Oppo's hold on much longer. Good pain is expected. Without some sacrifice, you might think enlightenment is trivial. Hold on. Close your eyes. I will assist you in attaining enlightenment, and you cannot open your eyes until it and Oppo's over. Okay. Sun Zhao gritted his teeth, enduring the stretching pain as he closed his eyes. Suyang then placed his hand on Sun Zhao's head. Reaching into his bag, he retrieved a small water pouch, broke it open, and sprinkled its contents over Sun Zhao before stowing the pouch back in his bag. He waited until Sun Zhao's body began to tremble, clearly on the verge of giving up before retracting his hand. All right. Sun Zhao immediately released his grip, collapsing back onto the bed, gasping for breath. Huff. Old Su, did I successfully attain enlightenment? Besides the pain, he felt nothing else, and doubt crept into his mind about whether Old Su was deceiving him. However, when Sun Zhao turned to look, he saw Su Yang slumped on the floor, drenched in sweat, leaving the ground beneath him soaked. What? What an alarming amount of sweat. Sun Zhao and Appo's eyes widened as he struggled to rise. Old Su, what happened to you? Just a bit of exhaustion from the enlightenment process, a minor issue. Su Yang feigned difficulty in speaking. I just need to rest for a moment. Seeing Su Yang's exhausted state, Sun Zhao felt a wave of guilt wash over him. Old Su must have expended tremendous energy to help him attain enlightenment. He might have even shortened his own lifespan. How could he have doubted Old Su's intentions? It was utterly shameful. The effects of enlightenment vary from person to person, Su Yang said slowly. Moreover, one must cultivate specific mental techniques to fully manifest its benefits. While speaking, Su Yang retrieved a mobile disc from another bag and handed it over. Take this. Sun Zhao quickly accepted the disc, filled with gratitude, but as he regained his composure, he realized, Old Su, is this a new mental technique? Do I need to cultivate dual techniques? Since you've already attained enlightenment, dual techniques should not pose a problem for you. Su Yang took a moment to rest before gradually rising. I've noted everything you need to know. Now it's up to your own fortune. I am too drained to continue. I'll rest now. Oh, Old Su, I promise I won and Appo's disappoint your expectations. Su Yang merely grunted in acknowledgement and staggered away. Once Su Yang had departed, Sun Zhao, suppressing the soreness in his legs, leaned against the wall as he made his way to the desk. He plugged in the mobile disc and began to browse its contents. Golden Toad Technique? Or is it the abridged version? Sun Zhao paused, puzzled. Why does it differ from Zhu Tao's? Had all his efforts been in vain? However, he quickly dismissed the thought and immersed himself in the study of the abridged Golden Toad Technique and the differential cultivation method. Zhu Tao's sudden surge in strength spoke volumes. He had waited a long time for this day. After finishing the study of the Golden Toad Technique, Sun Zhao immediately began preparing to cultivate. He called the school's supermarket owner, inquiring if they had inflatable pools. The owner, bewildered, responded, "Where would we sell such things at school? Then bring me the largest basin you have. I'll pay double." All right. The owner, eager to do business with affluent families, may have had an unfriendly demeanor but was quick to comply when money was involved. Soon, a basin with a diameter of 1.5 meters was delivered. Sun Zhao inspected it, finding the quality satisfactory. After paying, he filled it with cold water, changed into shorts, and lay down in the basin, mimicking the posture of amphibians. Unbeknownst to him, night had fallen. The students of Class 5 on the 6th floor continued to suffer through the torment of 500 questions on martial arts fundamentals. Their frustration grew as an incessant croaking sound from frogs disrupted their focus, making it impossible to concentrate on their assignments. Where on earth are these frogs coming from? It's not even the season. The croaking was audible not just to Class 5 but to the entire 6th floor. The sound was strange, fluctuating in distance, making it impossible to pinpoint its source. As time passed, the croaking grew louder, spreading further. Many students, unable to concentrate on their cultivation, flocked to the balcony in search of the source of the noise. Once outside on the balcony, the sound became even clearer. Ribbit, ribbit. The croaking sounded deep and muffled, almost as if it could penetrate the soul. It felt as though the sound emanated from both the left and right, creating an illusion of a 3D surround sound experience. Unable to bear it any longer, many students descended the stairs, forming groups to hunt down the culprit. Some even speculated whether a monstrous frog had taken refuge within the school. Upon reaching the balcony, Class 5 was met with the sight of numerous students, phones in hand, using flashlight mode as they frantically searched for the frogs. They had indeed caught them red-handed. Chapter 98, Sparring. The following day, the members of Class 5 had regained their physical capabilities. Although their legs still ached intensely, they had no choice but to head to the classroom for their morning exercises and lessons, as Su Yang had only permitted a 3-day rest. On their way to the classroom, each of them gritted their teeth in frustration. Damn it, who knew where that cursed frog came from? Croaking incessantly until after 2 in the morning. It was impossible to get a single wink of sleep. Amidst the chorus of grievances, Zhu Tao and Li Yiming exchanged glances. Was that truly the case? They had been completely oblivious. After finishing their training, they had collapsed into bed, utterly exhausted, and heard nothing at all. The only one feeling somewhat guilty was Sun Zhao. Perhaps, maybe, it could have been his voice. Yet aside from guilt, he was filled with excitement and exhilaration. Old Su had indeed enlightened him. He had trained through the night, and the Golden Toad Technique had become second nature to him, flowing with an ease that was astonishing. In just one day, he had grasped the foundational principles, which was nothing short of miraculous. Even more incredible was that as soon as he had entered the practice, he felt the long-standing bottleneck that had plagued him for years begin to loosen. He finally understood how Zhu Tao had experienced such a meteoric rise in strength. enlightenment, and a reversal of fate. In an instant, Sun Zhao and Amp, Appo's gratitude towards Su Yang was akin to Shiman Qing encountering Pan Jinlian, overwhelming and uncontrollable. Before long, they arrived at the classroom for their morning exercises. Su Yang was in his office, chuckling at the work group chat. Many teachers were lamenting about the incessant croaking from the student dormitory that had persisted until the early hours, disturbing countless students and preventing them from focusing on their training or finding peace in sleep. The logistics department was perplexed, wondering where such croaking could come from in mid-October. As Su Yang perused the chat records, he surmised that it was likely the commotion caused by Sun Zhao. The compatibility with the Golden Toad technique was remarkably high, and it was no surprise he had mastered the basics in one night. The first level of the technique was called Toad's Croak, which served as its foundation. Mimicking the croaking sound was essential for gathering energy. When mastered, the abdomen would move with the precision of a gas chamber, expanding instantly during combat to absorb and dissipate force. One could not help but admire the ingenuity and creativity of the ancients. However, the disturbance was indeed a nuisance and could easily expose one's practice. Thus, as soon as the general studies class concluded, Su Yang summoned Sun Zhao to his office. Upon entering, Sun Zhao's face was brimming with excitement. "Old Su, the effect of the enlightenment is astonishing. I grasped the technique in just one night." "Calm down." Su Yang gestured for him to settle. "This is merely the beginning. Maintain a balanced mindset." Yes. Sun Zhao's enthusiasm was palpable. "Did you know that the entire building was filled with croaking sounds last night? I only found out this morning. I couldn't control it." "I'm not asking you to control it. After all, this is your method of training," Su Yang replied hastily. "Consider implementing some soundproofing measures for your dormitory, so you won't disturb others while practicing." "Okay, I'll get on it today," Sun Zhao eagerly responded. Su Yang nodded slightly. All students in Class 5 had this capability, so he refrained from meddling further, especially since his salary was less than their monthly allowance. "Focus on your training when you return. As for the energy issues, I will assist you when the time is right." Sun Zhao nodded vigorously before departing. Su Yang was not surprised by Sun Zhao and Appo's high level of cooperation. After all, he had already been pummeled by Zhu Tao, providing him with a clear understanding of Zhu Tao's strength. His desire for the body-tempering secret technique was stronger than that of others. However, these were merely objective factors. The true key was Class 5's fervent yearning for power. With such an opportunity before them, they were bound to cherish it immensely. What concerned Su Yang now is whether their sudden surge in power would lead to arrogance and hubris. The role of a teacher was indeed exhausting. He feared that students might become complacent in their studies or, conversely, develop an inflated sense of self-importance after achieving success. In the martial arts realm, arrogance was the gravest sin. Strength was significant, but mindset held equal weight. This required constant vigilance. Su Yang had no intention of resting. He planned to take leave next Monday for a buffet outing, so he headed straight to the library to continue his work with the 4th-ranked Fuyan High. Meanwhile, the members of Class 5, feeling bored in the classroom, noticed a continuous stream of students passing by the door. What was going on? Was there something exciting happening outside? I don't know. They were puzzled and hurried outside to investigate, discovering that the diligent students who typically practiced hard in the classroom were all heading downstairs in unison towards a specific direction. Sun Zhao called out to a passing student. "Curious, where are you all going?" The student, taken aback by Sun Zhao's sudden inquiry, replied, "You don't know? Zhu Tao is going to spar with Xie at the martial arts arena. We're going to watch." "What?" The members of Class 5 nearly had their eyes pop out in disbelief. "Zhu Tao is going to spar with Xie." "Yes." The student blinked. "Isn't Zhu Tao from your class?" "Yes." "Then you should know what's happening in your own class. The agreed time is approaching. I have to hurry, or I won't get a front row spot." The group was even more bewildered. What the hell? Has Zhu Tao lost his mind? How dare he challenge Xie? Sun Zhao's pupils dilated, and without a second thought, he rushed towards the martial arts arena, with the others quickly following suit. Before long, they arrived near the martial arts arena, only to find a crowd gathered in the adjacent square, teeming with people. It was impossible to see what was happening inside, as the throngs of spectators blocked their view, making it difficult to squeeze in. Just as they were feeling flustered, Sun Zhao's phone suddenly vibrated. He picked it up to see a message from Li Yiming. "Look up, to the left. I've reserved a spot for you." Sun Zhao looked up to the left and spotted Li Yiming waving at them from atop a nearby gazebo. "Li Yiming found us a good spot," Sun Zhao pointed. And the others, feeling somewhat dazed, made their way to the gazebo. "Li Yiming, what's going on?" "I don't know either." Li Yiming shrugged. "I just got the news and rushed over to watch." Once the members of Class 5 climbed to the top of the gazebo, they had a clear view of the situation in the square below. They saw two figures seated cross-legged in a vacant space, meditating. One was Xie and the other was Zhu Tao. Class 5 was utterly shocked at the sight. No way. Taozi, I know you occasionally indulge, but how many drinks did you have to be in this state? You actually dared to challenge Xie? Chapter 99. Take your time. The members of Class 5, witnessing the unfolding scene, felt an overwhelming sense of impending festivity. Should they weep outright or merely follow the customary protocol? Why on earth was Tao challenging Xie to a duel? Fu Yunhai widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "Didn't old Su already resolve this matter?" Sun Zhao's gaze was sharp as he replied, "Because he is no longer the Zhu Tao of the past." Li Yiming couldn't help but cast a glance at Sun Zhao, sensing a shift in allegiance. Just as Class 5 was grappling with the inexplicable reason behind Zhu Tao's challenge to Xie, they heard an uproar from the crowd, compelling them to peer into the depths of the square. Xie and Zhu Tao had completed their preparations and rose to their feet. Xie wielded the silver death spear, his eyes ablaze with fierce resolve. In stark contrast, Zhu Tao displayed no fear. His gaze burned with intensity. He had awaited this day for far too long. The previous skirmish at the martial arts arena had been mere trifles. Today's battle was the true turning point for him. With this thought, Zhu Tao advanced decisively, executing the Dragon Coil Divine Fist Technique. In an instant, an overwhelming aura surged forth, enveloping his fists in a misty glow, as if shrouded in an invisible armor. The Dragon Coil Divine Fist, a manifestation of concentrated energy. Countless onlookers were astounded as they beheld this spectacle. The Zhu family's Dragon Coil Divine Fist was rare to master beyond the 4th level and among the new generation. Only a handful could achieve the manifestation of concentrated energy. These 3 individuals frequently graced the top 10 at Donghai Martial Arts High School, a veritable gathering of prodigies. Now, the once labeled underachiever Zhu Tao had also attained this extraordinary state. A new prodigy was born. Xie, sensing the relentless, dominating aura radiating from Zhu Tao, felt his blood boil. At last, the moment had arrived. He raised the silver death spear, a fierce smile adorning his face. "Come, let me witness the disparity between you and Zhu Yuan." Zhu Tao held his head high, drawing back his fist. "I am stronger than him. I shall only grow stronger." With a thunderous sound, Zhu Tao surged forward, propelling himself towards Xie. The essence of unity surged within him as he unleashed the Dragon Coil Divine Fist. Xie felt a shiver run down his spine, and as he brandished the silver death spear, he barely managed to block Zhu Tao's strike, only to be sent sprawling several meters back by the overwhelming force. The silver death spear scraped the ground, kicking up dust as he struggled to regain his footing. Disbelief etched across his face. This power surpassed even Zhu Yuan's. Splendid. It had been 3 years since the last family competition, and Zhu Yuan's strength must have advanced significantly. Now, with Zhu Tao's might, even if he did not surpass Zhu Yuan, he was certainly not far behind. If he could defeat Zhu Tao, he would undoubtedly prevail against Zhu Yuan in the next family contest. With a fierce cry, Xie charged at Zhu Tao, spear in hand. The speed of a mid-tier 7th grade martial artist far exceeded Zhu Tao's expectations. Within mere moments, Xie was upon him, launching a thrust. Zhu Tao deftly shifted his weight, using his right foot as leverage to evade the spear's point, only to find himself confronted by a downward strike from the silver death spear. Zhu Tao sidestepped, the sound of the spear slicing through the air reverberating in his ears as he swiftly closed the distance. "You wish to engage me in close combat?" Xie abruptly twisted the silver death spear, breaking free from Zhu Tao's grasp, and retaliated with a sweeping motion, forcing Zhu Tao back. Zhu Tao lamented the missed opportunity. The difference in their realms was a slight one, yet he possessed the advantage of the unity of essence. However, the disparities in other aspects were glaringly apparent. His reaction speed was evidently inferior. Moreover, relying solely on the Dragon Coil Divine Fist Technique, he could only unleash 70% of his true strength, leaving a significant portion untapped. For a time, the two figures clashed fiercely, locked in combat. The spectators atop the pavilion were left speechless. "What in the world? Tao, are you even human? Have you deceived us for so long? We agreed to slack off together, yet you have already achieved the manifestation of concentrated energy. You can even hold your own against Xie." The crowd was momentarily dazed, save for Li Yiming and Sun Zhao, whose eyes burned with fervor. Zhu Tao's newfound strength was undoubtedly a result of old Su's enlightening guidance. They too had received similar enlightenment, and thus, it wouldn't be long before they achieved similar prowess. The mere thought ignited their spirits. They yearned to showcase their talents amidst the crowd and vindicate their names. With this resolve, Li Yiming lost interest in the duel. The outcome was of little consequence. Zhu Tao had already displayed the manifestation of concentrated energy, marking a complete turnaround in his standing within the Zhu family. Winning would be splendid, but losing would bear no shame. Moreover, Li Yiming understood that Zhu Tao was still concealing his true potential. The Dragon Coil Divine Fist Technique was not his trump card. His true ace was the Celestial Repairing and Cloud Stitching Technique. Realizing this, Li Yiming could no longer afford to be a mere spectator. He needed to hasten his training to break through his bottleneck and ascend to the 8th grade high tier. Just as Li Yiming leaped down from the pavilion, he landed beside another figure. Turning, he found it was Sun Zhao. "Where are you off to?" "To the restroom." "Oh, me too." Li Yiming was uncertain whether Sun Zhao had already begun cultivating dual practices and refrained from revealing too much. Sun Zhao, entirely unaware of Li Yiming's early foray into dual practices, merely feigned a need for a lengthy bathroom break, seeking an opportunity to slip away. The two entered the restroom of the martial arts arena, only to discover they had both headed for the individual stalls. You two? You two?" They spoke in unison. Momentarily stunned, to avoid arousing suspicion, they both entered their respective stalls and sat silently, waiting for the other to finish. After nearly 10 minutes of waiting, there was still no sound of flushing from the adjacent stall. "Are you still not done? Hurry up. You're not finished either?" "I think I might have eaten something unsanitary." Silence descended once more in the restroom. Li Yiming felt frustrated. Why was it that he had to suffer food poisoning at such a crucial time, impeding his path to cultivation? Sun Zhao was equally vexed, lamenting that Li Yiming's procrastination was hindering his own training. Ultimately, it was Sun Zhao who could no longer contain his impatience, rising with a furrowed brow to press the flush button. "All right, I'm done. Take your time." "Okay, what?" Chapter 100. Yielding on the rooftop of a distant office building. Old Lu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, eyes closed as he sensed the commotion at the martial arts arena. After a prolonged moment, he opened his eyes, his expression one of perplexity. Fearing unforeseen incidents, the higher-ups of the school had summoned Old Lu to oversee the situation directly. However, what he witnessed left him utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that the duel would be between Zhu Tao and Xiezhen. In Old Lu and Appo's eyes, the young scion of the Xie family displayed commendable aptitude. In fact, he stood out prominently among his peers at the 3rd middle school. With diligent practice, he should have no trouble ascending to the realm of martial sovereign. Yet, his character was somewhat flawed, often stirring up trouble. In stark contrast, Zhu Tao bewildered Old Lu. Had and Appo's this young man merely possessed mid-level strength as an 8th-rank martial spirit? How could he have achieved 7th-rank entry-level prowess in just a month and a half? He even exhibited signs of qi condensation, and he was holding his own against Xiezhen, a member of the distinguished Xie family? If Old Lu recalled correctly, aside from his family's Panlong Divine Fist, Zhu Tao had been misguidedly practicing acupuncture techniques under Su Yang's influence, initially thinking this misguided teaching would lead to failure. He was astounded to discover that Zhu Tao's strength had surged unexpectedly. It was simply inconceivable. Old Lu's first thought was that this development must be connected to Su Yang. Yet, he quickly realized that personal cultivation ultimately depended on the individual's own fortune. A teacher's influence was limited. Old Lu acknowledged that Su Yang was indeed exceptional in martial theory, possessing unique insights into the manipulation and understanding of qi. Having been specially recruited as a martial theory instructor, he must have imparted considerable theoretical knowledge to Zhu Tao, illuminating his path and enabling his rapid progress. It was a fortunate turn of events, allowing Zhu Tao, that unrefined gem, to shine without the dust of ignorance. However, Old Lu couldn't shake the feeling that Zhu Tao's qi was far more robust than that of an ordinary 7th-rank martial mystic. Was it due to the dual cultivation technique? No, that couldn't be right. Even with such a method, one wouldn't exhibit such a formidable aura. Old Lu found it perplexing. He had encountered many practitioners of dual cultivation techniques, but had never felt such a powerful presence emanating from Zhu Tao. Clearly, it was unlike any dual cultivator he had ever met. Pondering this, Old Lu remained baffled. Could the Zhu family have misjudged their own talent? Was this young man truly a martial genius? On the plaza, as time wore on, Zhu Tao began to feel overwhelmed. Xiezhen, though madcap, was undeniably strong. His spear technique was exceedingly refined, with unpredictable moves that denied Zhu Tao any opportunity to close the distance. The advantage of a spear over a fist remained glaringly apparent below the 6th rank. Xiezhen exploited this advantage to its fullest, maintaining a 2-meter gap from Zhu Tao at all times. The 7-killing spear and Appo's ferocity was notorious. Even a single hit would be excruciating. Zhu Tao evaded and maneuvered, his agility serving him well. But what was he dodging? Xiezhen, having noted Zhu Tao and Appo's initial strength had waned, felt a surge of irritation. Did you not just claim to be stronger than Zhu Yuan? Stronger in what way? Zhu Tao maintained a stoic demeanor, silent. He had witnessed the family competition a few years prior, and the memory of Zhu Yuan's overwhelming dominance over Xiezhen remained vivid. Zhu Yuan had completely suppressed Xie Zhen, never allowing him a moment to strike, and even when Xie Zhen had tried, Zhu Yuan had deftly countered with the Panlong Divine Fist. At that time, both were merely recent entrants into the 7th-rank martial mystic realm. Now, Zhu Yuan was likely even stronger. Seeing Zhu Tao's silence, Xie Zhen snorted derisively, suddenly retracting his spear with a swift motion that positioned its tip dangerously close. You've lost. Zhu Tao was momentarily taken aback, yet before he could fully process it, Xie Zhen executed a swift kick, sending the spear into Appo's S-base flying. Whoosh! The silver-killing spear hurtled through the air, aimed directly at Zhu Tao and Appo's chest. There was no escaping this. Disappointed, Xie Zhen had anticipated a thrilling bout but was instead confronted with Zhu Tao's apparent inadequacy. Although the Panlong Divine Fist was indeed formidable, Zhu Tao lacked the capacity to fully unleash its power. As the silver-killing spear approached, Xie Zhen prepared to ensnare its tail. Yet, in that critical moment, Zhu Tao swiftly raised his hand, concentrating all his qi into his thumb and middle finger, coiling his fingers to unleash a counter against the spear's tip. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out as the silver-killing spear was unexpectedly deflected, skimming past Xie Zhen's grasp and embedding itself firmly into the ground, quaking violently. A profound silence enveloped the arena. What had just transpired? The silver-killing spear had been repelled. Xie Zhen stood frozen, his expression rigid, staring at the wound inflicted by the spear's tip on his hand, momentarily blank. What did you do? Zhu Tao offered no explanation, his countenance cold. He had indeed managed to execute the needle technique, but he had no choice. He absolutely could not afford to lose this pivotal battle. I told you, I am stronger than him, and I will only grow stronger. Xie Zhen, where's your spear? Pick it up and come again. Gradually regaining his senses from shock, Xie Zhen stared at his injury, tearing a piece of cloth from his garment to bind it. Approaching the silver-killing spear lodged in the earth, he marveled at how deeply it had penetrated, disbelief washing over him. Had Zhu Tao just deflected his spear with nothing but 2 fingers? And how could he possess such terrifying strength? Are you afraid? Zhu Tao and Appo's voice cut through Xie Zhen and Appo's thoughts, prompting the latter to question, what was that? Does the Panlong Divine Fist have such a technique? In the gaze of the onlookers, Zhu Tao appeared composed, raising a hand in a beckoning gesture. This time, ensure you hold onto the spear. Xie Zhen's expression darkened as he gripped the silver-killing spear anew, pacing back and forth, hesitant to advance. The earlier maneuver had genuinely rattled him. From that deflection, he had sensed an inexplicable terror emanating from Zhu Tao. Zhu Tao moved casually, his demeanor exuding an unshakable calm, as if the situation lay entirely within his grasp. Witnessing this, Xie Zhen gritted his teeth in frustration. He could almost see Zhu Yuan's condescending visage reflected in Zhu Tao. This time, let us see how you respond. Xie Zhen shouted in fury, channeling all his energy. In an instant, the silver-killing spear trembled, an intense aura radiating from his entire being. This spectacle startled the surrounding students, causing them to recoil in fear. Oh no, Xie Zhen is about to unleash the 7-killing flash. Get back. Zhu Tao's expression shifted dramatically. Instinctively, he wanted to evade, but he ultimately steeled himself and remained stationary. During the family competition, Zhu Yuan had evaded this very attack. I will not dodge. I will withstand this blow, even if it costs me my life today. I will surpass Zhu Yuan. Zhu Tao closed his eyes, swiftly clearing his mind of distractions. He had reached the 3rd layer of the Butian Shoyunju, mastering the art of finger manipulation. This marked his true encounter with the needle technique. Gaining insight, Zhu Tao felt he was beginning to grasp the essence of the Butian Shoyunju. Ultimately, whether needle or thread, they were merely mediums for channeling qi, extending the distance and range of attack. The crucial element lay in the concept of rebound. It was not merely the finger that rebounded, but rather the qi. As Zhu Tao remained with his eyes closed, Xie Zhen readied himself, his expression fierce. With a swift strike, the ground beneath erupted with a resounding explosion. Xie Zhen, engulfed in a shower of debris, propelled himself forward with great force. Zhu Tao, eyes still closed, sensed a menacing aura rapidly approaching. It has arrived. In an instant, Zhu Tao and Appo's eyes flew open, unleashing a formidable aura that surged forth. Harmonious energy, finger flick technique. Poised to unleash, his finger pointed directly at the tip of the gun. Clang! An invisible shockwave erupted instantaneously. Xie Zhen's movement was abruptly halted, his breath thrown into disarray. The violent pressure sent a deafening roar through his mind, causing both him and his weapon to be hurled backward, arcing through the air before crashing violently to the ground, rendering him unconscious. The arena fell into an eerie silence, as if time itself had paused. Zhu Tao stood proudly at the center, hands clasped behind his back. I concede. Chapter 101. Fame in battle. The atmosphere was rife with astonishment. Xie had suffered a resounding defeat, one that was utterly complete. Zhu Tao stood firm, unwavering, as he absorbed the formidable 7 kills flash from the Xie family. Witnessing this spectacle, nearly all the students from the 3rd high school present could scarcely believe their eyes. Several teachers from the senior year rushed into the arena upon seeing Xie lose consciousness, quickly confirming his condition. Fortunately, his injuries were not severe, and he was promptly taken to the infirmary. Out of respect for the martial practitioners, the observing teachers refrained from intervening, genuinely awed by Zhu Tao and Appo's prowess. Though Xie was not the most powerful martial artist in his grade, he was certainly among the top 10. His talents, foundational skills in martial arts, and comprehension of the discipline were exceptional. At this age, his strength, positioned at the mid-level of the 7th grade martial Xian realm, marked him as a first-rate contender. No one had anticipated that he would fall to Zhu Tao today, and fall he did, decisively. Yet, a lingering question plagued the onlookers. What was this technique Zhu Tao had employed? Wasn't he training in the Panlong Divine Fist? How could he have unleashed such a terrifying finger technique? There had been no prior mention of such a variation within the Panlong Divine Fist. Regardless, Zhu Tao had achieved renown in battle. As he strode away, hands clasped behind his back, the throng parted in awe. While he felt the envy directed towards him from the multitude, Zhu Tao found no joy in it. Victory came at a price. The cost of enduring the 7 kills flash was excruciating pain in his fingers. The slightest movement sent sharp pangs through him, compelling him to seek private treatment for his injuries. However, as Zhu Tao exited the crowd, members of Class 5 had already cornered him, their eyes brimming with excitement and fervor. Tao, brother Tao. Fu Yunhai was the first to speak, hesitating to address him as Appo's, Taozi and Appo's. Now, is your sudden surge in strength due to that? All eyes were fixed on Zhu Tao, eagerly anticipating a definitive answer. That in question was, of course, the secret body forging technique. While others might have remained oblivious, those from Class 5 were already in the know. After all, when Zhu Tao first entered the school, their strength disparity was minimal. A prodigy? Impossible. They would never believe that it was unrelated to old Su's body forging technique. Zhu Tao offered no explanation, merely stating, first, finish your 500 multiple choice questions. I'm tired and need to return to the dormitory for a rest. As the crowd watched him depart, their gazes were intensely fervent. His non-answer was, in essence, an affirmation. Indeed, it was due to old Su and Appo's body forging technique. In the library of the 3rd high school, Su Yang was perplexed by the unusually sparse attendance. Stretching lazily, he wondered why so few people were present today. Typically, while the library was not overcrowded, it certainly had its share of visitors. Yet, this morning, it felt as if he had the place to himself, with only a smattering of individuals scattered about. Had the school organized some event? But why had he received no notification? Scratching his head in confusion, Su Yang pulled out his phone to check the workgroup, only to find it eerily quiet, devoid of conversation. He sent a message inquiring, is there an event organized today? The responses from his colleagues were filled with question marks, leaving him utterly bewildered. What is going on? Why all the question marks? Xiao Su, you don't know? What am I supposed to know? Su Yang was increasingly baffled, having spent the morning after the general studies class ensconced in the library. You, as the homeroom teacher, are unaware of Zhu Tao's sparring match with Xie outside the martial arts hall. Su Yang was taken aback, shortly receiving a video clip of the sparring match from a colleague. After watching, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. Old habits die hard. I knew Zhu Tao and Appo's penchant for showboating would never change. He still puts on airs in front of me, though he has toned it down a bit. What surprised Su Yang was Zhu Tao's direct decision to spar with Xie. He quickly typed into the workgroup, who won? Your student Zhu Tao. Su Yang couldn't and Appo's suppress a raised eyebrow. I suspected he had and Appo's visited me for a while for needle practice because he was busy enhancing his strength. To defeat Xie, he must have endured considerable hardship. Yet, his colleagues were equally perplexed. Isn't it a bit absurd that you, as the homeroom teacher, had no inkling that your class was engaging in a sparring match? I truly didn't know. My head is spinning, Su Yang quickly added. He usually keeps to himself and rarely communicates with me. The teachers soon found this entirely reasonable. They had indeed noticed Zhu Tao's solitary demeanor over time. Moreover, the unique circumstances surrounding Class 5, comprising a group of elite students, meant they could not be judged by the standards of ordinary classes. Thus, Su Yang distanced himself from any association with Zhu Tao's achievements, returning to his work on adapting Fu Yunhai's mental cultivation method. After all, no one would attribute Zhu Tao's prowess to his role as a teacher, eliminating the need for excessive explanations. Over-explaining might even raise suspicions. Furthermore, Zhu Tao had already achieved a state of mixed unity, minimizing the risks associated with revealing his dual cultivation methods. Allowing the child to forge his own path was crucial, as long as he did not stray. Returning to the task at hand, Su Yang realized that after a morning of hard work, he had finally narrowed down Fu Yunhai's mental cultivation direction. However, unlike the previous 3 cases, it seemed that Fu Yunhai's compatible methods could be categorized into 2 types, defensive and mobility techniques, both exhibiting a compatibility of approximately 50. A random selection of several methods yielded similar results. This indicated that the intensity of the filtering process had doubled. It was impractical to attempt to integrate all of them. Thus, it would require 3 methods. Theoretically, chaotic energy could also be consolidated into a state of mixed unity. But that would be a torment for both Fu Yunhai and himself. Moreover, with Fu Yunhai's limited aptitude and unstable foundation, a choice had to be made. Of course, Su Yang was not devoid of thoughts regarding the amalgamation of mental methods. Perhaps by piecing together the 2 most closely aligned methods through selective reduction, he could achieve a higher compatibility. Yet, upon practical consideration, he soon abandoned the notion. The sheer volume of foundational methods made the filtering process exceedingly time-consuming and labor-intensive. If he were to amalgamate, he would need to scrutinize each method individually, assessing whether their training approaches could be fused. The timeline for successfully integrating a single method was uncertain, and even then, the results might not surpass those of a singular, streamlined version. Thus, Su Yang resolutely dismissed this impractical idea and diligently continued with the filtering work. Chapter 102. The test upon returning to the classroom. The first task for Class 5 was to tackle the daunting 500 multiple-choice questions. Even if one was at a loss, they had to persevere. After acquiring the secret method of body refinement from Master Su, Zhu Tao experienced a remarkable transformation, defeating Xie Zhan with ease. From this point onward, Zhu Tao's standing within the Zhu family would surely rival that of Zhu Yuan and others. Allowing him to hold his head high without fear of anyone daring to disrespect him, including them, Master Su was not merely spinning tales to mislead them. He genuinely possessed the means to elevate their abilities. This revelation left the members of Class 5 utterly envious. Today, anyone who hindered their study would face their wrath. However, no one dared to approach Su Yang for a nudge, fearing his impatience might lead him to withhold his teachings. Particularly, when Su Yang had visited them previously, he had made it clear that the body refinement method needed to be tailored to each individual and oppos, as circumstances, varying from person to person, and that it required time. As for the order of who would receive it first, that was left to fate. This further discouraged any attempts at urging him, as they understood that pestering Su Yang could sever their chances of receiving the body refinement method altogether. Observing his classmates deeply engrossed in their questions, Sun Zhao quietly withdrew to his dormitory. Stimulated by Zhu Tao's prowess, he now yearned solely for cultivation. However, Master Su had advised him earlier that morning to soundproof his room to avoid disturbing others during his practice and to keep his dual cultivation efforts discreet. Always to adhere to Master Su and Appo's instructions. Once back in his dormitory, Sun Zhao made his way to Li Yiming and Appo's room, knowing that Yiming had connections in this regard. Yet, when he arrived, he discovered that Li Yiming had vanished after claiming he would step out for a moment. A phone call yielded no response, leading Sun Zhao to suspect that Yiming had sneaked back to his own dormitory to engage in dual cultivation techniques. He needed to confirm this promptly. After knocking for a considerable time, he received no answer from Li Yiming, which left him frowning in confusion. At that moment, the door to Zhu Tao's room swung open. Upon seeing Zhu Tao, Sun Zhao's confidence waned significantly, and he refrained from addressing him as he usually would. Tao, brother Tao. Zhu Tao poked his head out. Puzzled. You've been knocking for ages. What's the matter? I need to ask Li Yiming something. What is it? After a moment of hesitation, Sun Zhao whispered. I need him to help soundproof my dormitory. Although Master Su had not explicitly mentioned it, Sun Zhao was certain that Zhu Tao had also been enlightened by Master Su and was now practicing dual cultivation techniques. Especially considering the formidable finger techniques Zhu Tao had displayed, Sun Zhao immediately recalled the incident on the rooftop where Zhu Tao had been sewing. It was undoubtedly connected. Therefore, they must be on the same journey. Zhu Tao paused for a moment before realization dawned upon him. So last night, that was you making all the noise? Sun Zhao nodded. Since you have passed Master Su's test, you may enter. Test? What test? Sun Zhao was bewildered but stepped into Zhu Tao's room nonetheless. Upon entering, he was taken aback to find the entire room lined with steel plates. Brother Tao, what on earth happened in here? As you can see, Master Su was concerned about my steel needles piercing through the walls, so he had me cover everything with steel plates. Piercing through walls. Steel needles? Sun Zhao and Appo's eyes widened. So, you weren't sewing on the rooftop? You were cultivating? To be precise, sewing is part of my cultivation. My dual cultivation revolves around needle techniques. Zhu Tao frowned. Could you help me tend to my injury? I'm having trouble doing it myself. Sun Zhao rushed to Zhu Tao's side, noticing that his middle finger was severely swollen and filled with bruising, causing him to gasp in shock. This was undoubtedly the result of blocking a lethal strike. Not daring to ask too many questions, he hesitantly accepted the steel needles Zhu Tao offered, feeling uncertain. Isn't this a bit serious? Shouldn't we go to the infirmary instead? It's a minor issue. I've had worse injuries before. Once I drain the blood and apply this special ointment, I'll be fine in 2 to 3 days. After saying this, Zhu Tao stuffed a towel into his mouth, signaling Sun Zhao to proceed. I've never done this before. Sun Zhao exclaimed nervously. Will there be no lasting consequences? No. I know what I'm doing. Sun Zhao understood Zhu Tao's pride all too well. At that moment, Xie Zhan was likely still in the infirmary. If Zhu Tao went there for his finger, it would surely diminish the significance of their sparring match. Hurry up. All right. Sun Zhao reluctantly took the steel needle and, with a firm jab, pressed to release the congealed blood, working in tandem with Zhu Tao's exertion. Zhu Tao bit down on the towel, his other hand gripping the table tightly, his face flushed yet silent. Sun Zhao was pained to witness his suffering and couldn't help but admire his resilience. Incredible. Most people would have been writhing in agony by now. Before long, the blood was nearly all extracted. Sun Zhao hastily applied the special ointment to Zhu Tao's injury. Such ointments were common among large clans, typically passed down through generations. And most were concocted from rare herbs and the blood of fierce beasts, proving highly effective for injuries common among martial artists. However, the sensation upon application was excruciating. Zhu Tao had managed to endure the bloodletting, but as soon as the ointment was applied, he could not suppress a groan. Once the treatment was complete, Zhu Tao felt utterly drained, collapsing onto the bed, drenched in sweat. For safety's sake, you should still go to the infirmary for a checkup, Sun Zhao expressed his worry. There's a chance of infection. Let us observe for 2 days, Zhu Tao replied after a moment. I've expelled most of the blood. It's not a significant issue. Sun Zhao then inquired, by the way, what was this test from Master Su? As for the specifics of the test, I don't know. Master Su wouldn't disclose that. However, since you've been granted the opportunity for dual cultivation, it indicates you've passed the test and gained Master Su's approval. Sun Zhao was taken aback. Isn't it the case that not everyone receives this chance? If you possessed even a modicum of sense, you wouldn't ask such questions, Zhu Tao replied exasperatedly. How could everyone possibly have a share? But Master Su promised that everyone could learn the body refinement method. Zhu Tao rolled his eyes. If you can catch Master Su's attention. The body refinement method equates to dual cultivation techniques. If you can't, the body refinement method merely consists of 5,000 squats a day. Do you understand? Sun Zhao's expression shifted. Now it made sense. Although I am unaware of the precise content of Master Su's test, it likely revolves around assessing one's integrity, steadfastness, and extraordinary willpower. Zhu Tao explained thoughtfully, at the very least, you've passed that threshold. Upon hearing this, Sun Zhao felt a rush of relief and could not help but say, thank goodness I haven't done anything wrong. Reflecting on this, Sun Zhao felt compelled to thank Li Yiming. If not for Yiming's eagerness to inform them to perform 1,000 squats, showcasing their exceptional willpower, Master Su might not have been inclined to teach them. Chapter 103. The meeting now that you have passed old Su's test. We can truly consider ourselves comrades of the Su school. I was the earliest to join, which would have made me the elder brother in the past. But such titles are no longer in vogue, Zhu Tao remarked casually. Should you encounter any troubles in the future, feel free to seek my assistance. I will do my utmost to help you resolve them. If I am unable to do so, we can discuss it together. Sun Zhao nodded, acknowledging Zhu Tao's formidable strength. After all, Zhu Tao's prowess was evident, and it was hard not to be impressed. Moreover, after his decisive victory over Xie Zhan, he was bound to rise within the clan, elevating his status significantly. With Zhu Tao's protection, many troubles could indeed be avoided. So, am I the second? No. You are the third, Zhu Tao replied, shaking his head. Li Yiming ranks ahead of you. He is currently in training. I knew there was something unusual about that guy. Sun Zhao thought to himself, realizing that during the time spent at the martial arts arena, he too had sought excuses to sneak away for training. However, being third ISN and Oppos, so bad. Early arrivals reap early rewards. When will he finish? Sun Zhao eagerly inquired as he awaited Li Yiming's assistance in soundproofing his dormitory. Otherwise, he could not train without risking exposure. Wait here, I will call him over, Zhu Tao replied. After a brief moment, Zhu Tao made his way to the balcony and swiftly leaped over to the neighboring unit. Soon enough, Li Yiming followed suit and joined him. I knew you were just pretending to be me while using the restroom. Li Yiming exclaimed, half amused and half exasperated. I was puzzled by how long you took today. What restroom? Zhu Tao asked, confusion evident. Oh, never mind. Li Yiming waved his hand dismissively. It was a misunderstanding. Sun Zhao paid no mind to the exchange, especially since he had a request. Can you find someone to help with the soundproofing in my dorm? I cannot train otherwise. Sure, that's a minor issue. Let me look into it, Li Yiming replied. Known for his efficiency, he quickly secured the arrangements. With triple insurance, not only would the soundproofing boards be installed, but a custom 2-square-meter soundproof room would also be delivered to the dormitory for assembly. Additionally, the balcony would be refurbished with specialized steel doors and windows. Upon hearing about the steel replacements, Sun Zhao was perplexed. Isn't soundproofing sufficient? Why replace the doors and windows, especially with specialized steel? It's for your own good. Li Yiming said with a hint of exasperation. I have learned this lesson the hard way. What do you mean? You must have experienced the rapid progress of training, right? Sun Zhao nodded vigorously. The sensation is exhilarating. A day of training feels like a month's worth. Training is indeed swift, but it comes with side effects. What side effects? Simply put, it leads to sleepwalking, Li Yiming explained. We are training even while we sleep. Huh. Sun Zhao was bewildered. How can one train while sleeping? Just ask Tao Gu. Sun Zhao turned to Zhu Tao, who nodded slightly and affirmed, indeed, it is true. However, the training methods differ for each individual, resulting in various manifestations during sleepwalking. In any case, trust my word, Li Yiming urged. All right, Sun Zhao acquiesced. How much will it cost? I will transfer the funds later. What are you talking about? Given our relationship, discussing money feels rather cold. Li Yiming said with a wave of his hand. From now on, as fellow disciples of the Su school, we ought to support one another. Since I joined before you. As your elder brother, it is only natural for me to look out for you. Initially, Sun Zhao felt slightly resentful about Li Yiming being the second. Considering Li Yiming was not even from a prominent family and held a lower status than himself. However, seeing Li Yiming's generosity and thoughtfulness, he quickly accepted the title. The second elder brother is indeed magnanimous. What cultivation method are you practicing? Sun Zhao asked without hesitation. I am using the abridged version of the golden toad technique, he replied. We are quite similar, Li Yiming said eagerly. I practice the abridged version of the heavenly mysterious leg technique. Only Tao Gu possesses the complete version of the sky-mending embroidery technique. Both Sun Zhao and Li Yiming fell into contemplation, unsure about the implications. The teacher likely modified your methods because the subsequent content was either unsuitable for your training or could not be practiced, Zhu Tao explained, dismissing their concerns. The two nodded slightly, choosing not to dwell on it any further. What matters is strength. The specifics of the technique, whether abridged or complete, are inconsequential. With Li Yiming having made the arrangements, Sun Zhao prepared to return to his training. Today's encounter with Zhu Tao had profoundly motivated him, fueling his desire to enhance his abilities. Wait, don't rush off just yet. Li Yiming called from the balcony. Sun Zhao was puzzled, but shortly thereafter, Li Yiming returned holding a rolled-up paper tube. What is this? Li Yiming unfurled it to reveal a map of Donghai City. Upon closer inspection, Sun Zhao noticed that the map was divided into 10 sections by black lines, 2 of which were marked with the names Tao and Ming. What does this mean? From now on, we are destined to become strong, and we will undoubtedly lead the clan towards greatness, Li Yiming declared, handing a pen to Sun Zhao. To avoid future discord among comrades, let us delineate our territories and partnerships clearly. The early bird gets to choose, while those who come later will have fewer options. Rest assured, the differences among these 10 territories are minimal. I have already assessed them as I divided them. The sections marked are taken by me and Tao Gu. You can choose from the remaining 8. Sun Zhao's expression shifted. Thank goodness I arrived early. Otherwise, all the prime locations would have been chosen. Can you explain the distinctions between these territories? I want to select a prime spot. Li Yiming promptly elaborated on the existing commercial structures, future development prospects, and the familial powers in control of each area. Sun Zhao was left in awe. How do you know all this so well? If I hadn't encountered Old Su, I would have had to inherit the family business. Understanding such basic commercial intelligence is imperative for any entrepreneur. With Li Yiming's guidance, Sun Zhao swiftly chose his territory and inscribed his name on it. This marks our blueprint for the future. We shall realize it and achieve greatness. As Sun Zhao exited Zhu Tao's dormitory, he walked with his head held high, exuding confidence. The thought of becoming the clan leader and guiding his kin to the pinnacle of the world filled him with an overwhelming sense of ambition. Chapter 104. Entering dreams. It must be acknowledged that Li Yiming's efficiency was indeed remarkable. Before 2 hours had even elapsed, the workers Li Yiming had arranged were already arriving to commence the installation. Even the formalities had been handled by Li Yiming, further solidifying Sun Zhao's respect for his second senior brother. Swiftly, The room was transformed, with the walls entirely covered in soundproofing panels and a secluded soundproof booth erected in one corner. The balcony and Appos' doors and windows were replaced with specialized steel. Sun Zhao placed the large basin inside the soundproof booth, where it fit perfectly. Upon closing the thick, soundproof door, all external noise was effectively eliminated. At last, he could cultivate in peace. Without hesitation, Sun Zhao disrobed, and after a moment's pause, donned a pair of roseate underpants before immersing himself in the basin. Assuming a frog-like posture and entering a meditative state, the expansion of his abdomen grew increasingly pronounced, accompanied by a profound resonance with each contraction. Unbeknownst to him, night had fallen. Zhu Tao, temporarily suspending his cultivation due to a hand injury, stood on the balcony, a myriad of thoughts swirling through his mind. Today's battle had marked a decisive turning point for him. He anticipated that news would soon reach the Zhu family. Upon returning home during the end-of-month holiday, he would finally be able to hold his head high among his kin, a moment he had long awaited. However, before long, Zhu Tao faintly detected muffled thuds emanating from next door. Slightly puzzled, he peered over the balcony and through the gaps in the specialized steel window, discerning a dark figure frantically spinning and crashing about the room. It was evident that Li Yiming was engaged in dreamwalking, though the safety rope and reinforced steel doors and windows mitigated the risk of another escape. Amused, Zhu Tao returned to his own balcony to continue contemplating the future. As his gaze drifted, he noticed Su Yang's figure across the way. Taken aback, Zhu Tao leaped from the third floor. Teacher? You're still awake? Su Yang asked, surprised by Zhu Tao's sudden appearance. It's 1:30. I couldn't sleep. Su Yang smiled knowingly. Defeating Xie Zhen, quite the spectacle. Aware that Su Yang was aware of the situation and not displeased, Zhu Tao replied with a hint of embarrassment. I'll try to be more discreet in the future to avoid causing you trouble. Just be mindful, Su Yang responded. He detected a faint commotion and glanced towards the third floor with a puzzled expression. What's that noise? Li Yiming is spinning around in there. Unbelievable. Su Yang chuckled. Truly a congenital gyroscope physique. Teacher, what brings you here so late? Su Yang shrugged. I came to check on Sun Zhao. I've been busy all day adapting a cultivation method for Fu Yunhai, and it kept me occupied until after 1 a.m. I was about to go to bed when I remembered that Sun Zhao had already begun dual cultivation. I was afraid he might end up like Li Yiming and cause a social catastrophe, so I thought it prudent to take a look. He had previously observed Zhu Tao's dreamwalking cultivation, which typically occurred between 1 and 3 a.m, the period of deepest sleep, and usually lasted no more than half an hour to an hour. Rest assured, teacher. Li Yiming and I spoke with him about it today, Zhu Tao said, recounting the day and Appos' events to Su Yang. Upon hearing this, Su Yang felt gratified that he had not taught these children in vain. They were already anticipating his needs and alleviating his concerns. My esteemed disciples, I am deeply heartened. May you continue to support each other in this manner. With Sun Zhao's situation seemingly under control, Su Yang prepared to return to rest. Exhausted from studying cultivation methods all day. It's getting late. It's some rest. Yes, teacher. Farewell. Su Yang nodded slightly and was about to turn away when a remarkably deep sound echoed through the air. Croak. Su Yang paused, exchanging a bewildered glance with Zhu Tao. Didn't we soundproof the room? Yes, we did. Zhu Tao exclaimed, equally perplexed. There shouldn't be any noise. Su Yang and Zhu Tao promptly moved to the other side of the dormitory and looked up to see that the balcony door on the 6th floor, where Sun Zhao resided, was ajar. Upon seeing this, Zhu Tao rolled his eyes. That guy forgot to close the door. Could he have already run off? Zhu Tao scanned the surroundings, hearing only the croaking of frogs and unable to pinpoint the source of the sound. Suddenly, Su Yang interjected, he and Appos' not in the dormitory. He's already out. He's by the pond. Zhu Tao was taken aback. Teacher, how do you know? I can't even determine the direction of the sound. Su Yang could hardly reveal that he could see the attribute panels above their heads, which transformed into directional arrows when they were out of sight, allowing him to ascertain their precise location. Zhu Tao, go and stop him. Don't let anyone else approach the pond. Su Yang was concerned that Sun Zhao might injure someone while dreamwalking, so he instructed Zhu Tao to keep people away while he quickly made his way towards the pond. Before long, the croaking grew louder and more penetrating. Lights began to flicker on in many dormitory rooms as awakened students emerged onto their balconies to locate the source of the noise. It's that damn frog again. I thought it wooed and Appos. TB croaking today? It and Appos. Disturbing my sleep. I and Appos am going to catch it and stir-fry it. Some students, unable to endure it any longer, rushed out of the dormitory to find the culprit. However, upon reaching the entrance, they found Zhu Tao standing there with his hands behind his back, looking agitated. Go back inside. I have a score to settle with this damn frog. No one interfere. I and Appos am going to catch it myself. Seeing Zhu Tao and Appo's enraged demeanor, the students retreated, wary of becoming collateral damage. Meanwhile, Su Yang had reached the vicinity of the pond. Cautiously peering out from the trees, he couldn't help but face palm. There, in the pond, was Sun Zhao, clad only in shorts, assuming a frog-like posture, his abdomen rhythmically contracting and emitting croaking sounds, occasionally using his arms to rub his head. Thank goodness I decided to check on him. If other students had seen this, it would have been difficult to explain. Su Yang emerged from the trees, intending to retrieve Sun Zhao and return him to the dormitory. However, as he approached the pond, Sun Zhao abruptly turned towards him, and the croaking suddenly became more rapid. What does that mean? Before Su Yang could fully comprehend the situation, he heard a splash as Sun Zhao suddenly lunged towards him. Is he mistaking himself for a toad in his dream and exhibiting territorial behavior? Chapter 105. I can't perform this move. In a fleeting moment of distraction, Su Yang found himself confronted by Sun Zhao, who had charged at him headlong. Rather than evade, Su Yang raised his hand to meet the oncoming force, grasping Sun Zhao's head firmly, nullifying the momentum with his indomitable mastery. In one swift motion, he slammed Sun Zhao to the ground, his hand pressing down like a mountain, rendering Sun Zhao's struggles utterly futile. Indeed, there is a sense of territorial instinct. It's fortunate I didn't T-summon anyone, or this fellow might have indiscriminately attacked everyone in sight. Su Yang, wary of time slipping away, was anxious to avoid any encounter with patrolling guards that would require a convoluted explanation. He promptly lifted Sun Zhao from behind, but the latter was anything but compliant. Kicking his legs wildly in an attempt to escape, Su Yang chuckled in exasperation. Fortunately, his mastery kept Sun Zhao firmly restrained as he hurried towards the dormitory. Before long, Zhu Tao, stationed at the dorm entrance, heard Su Yang call out, "Zhu Tao, come here for a moment." Zhu Tao snapped back to attention and hurriedly dashed into the dark thicket. Upon encountering Su Yang, he was greeted by the sight of Sun Zhao, legs flailing in a manner reminiscent of a frantic frog trying to break free. Zhu Tao was momentarily taken aback. Why has our class's dynamic become so absurd? We need to devise a way to discreetly return Sun Zhao. Su Yang urged, "You go ahead and scout for any onlookers." "Sure. But I don't have the key to Sun Zhao's dorm." "I do." Su Yang produced a large set of keys and tossed them to Zhu Tao. "Here." Zhu Tao, bewildered by the hefty bunch of keys, asked, "Where did you get these, teacher?" "I had them made specifically for this situation," Su Yang replied, shrugging. "Initially, I intended to use them to sneak firecrackers into your dorm to encourage morning exercises." Zhu Tao, not lingering on the details, quickly made his way through the dorm, ascending to the 6th floor. After confirming the coast was clear, he poked his head out from the stairwell and signaled. Without delay, Su Yang sprinted with Sun Zhao in tow, rushing into the dorm and shutting the door behind them. "Done," Su Yang exclaimed to Zhu Tao, raising a hand. "Unity between master and disciple brings unparalleled strength. Excellent teamwork." Zhu Tao grinned, instinctively raising his hand for a high five. Oh, the following morning, as Class 5 assembled for their morning exercises, they became the center of attention, particularly Zhu Tao, who walked with his hands behind his back, exuding a commanding presence. The surrounding first-year students gazed at him with a mix of awe and admiration. Zhu Tao strode confidently, his posture regal, while the members of Class 5 observed with a mix of amusement and envy. "I wish I could carry myself like that." At the rear of the group, Sun Zhao appeared puzzled. Upon waking that morning, he had discovered a pronounced mark on his chest, as thick as an arm. Curious, Sun Zhao sidled up to Li Yiming and asked, "Can I ask you something?" "What is it?" "During training, do you ever get any marks on your body?" Li Yiming paused. "What kind of marks?" Seizing the moment while everyone else was focused on Zhu Tao, Sun Zhao quickly pulled down his collar to reveal the mark on his chest. "Ah, this?" Li Yiming rolled his eyes, lifting his own shirt to reveal numerous marks from safety ropes. "I woke up bound by safety ropes, and it took me ages to untangle myself." "That's not the same." Sun Zhao replied hurriedly, "Yours is clearly from ropes, but mine looks like someone held me tightly from behind." "That, I can't say," Li Yiming shook his head. "If you feel anything unusual, consult old Su. Don't keep it to yourself, otherwise, your training could go awry." Sun Zhao nodded and waited until the general studies class concluded before seeking out Su Yang for clarification. "Oh, that must have been me," Su Yang said nonchalantly. Last night, you didn't and Appo's closed the door properly, and you jumped into the small pond across from the dorm. You even exhibited territorial instincts, attacking any creature that entered your domain. Luckily, Zhu Tao and I arrived just in time to bring you back." Su Yang shrugged. "Didn't Zhu Tao and Li Yiming inform you about dream training?" Sun Zhao looked bewildered, scratching his head. "You and Appo's, LL get used to it," Su Yang advised. "In the future, ensure that all doors and windows are securely closed during training." "Okay," Sun Zhao mumbled, leaving the office in a daze, feeling as though Su Yang had concocted a tale to placate him. Upon returning to the classroom, he found Zhu Tao and Li Yiming absent, prompting him to head straight to the rooftop. Pushing against the windproof door, it resisted as always. Sun Zhao quickly messaged Zhu Tao, requesting to ask something. Moments later, Zhu Tao opened the door. Is anyone following you? No. What do you want to ask? Sun Zhao recounted the events of the previous night, inquiring if they were indeed true. Absolutely, Zhu Tao confirmed. I witnessed it myself. The marks on your chest are from when old Su held you tightly to prevent you from escaping. Sun Zhao chuckled. Is it really that ridiculous? At least you're fortunate. Zhu Tao winked. You haven't seen Li Yiming during dream training, have you? Sun Zhao shook his head. When he engages in dream training, he turns into a spinning top, crashing into everything. Sun Zhao suddenly felt less absurd about his own situation. Confirming the existence of dream training invigorated him even more. No wonder Zhu Tao's strength had progressed so rapidly. Dream training must be a crucial factor. Brother Tao, I'll head back to the dorm to train now. Zhu Tao nodded slightly. Remember to lock the doors and windows. Of course. Sun Zhao felt a bright future ahead and hurried back to his dorm to continue his training. Though he had just begun, he could already sense a profound transformation within himself, particularly as the barriers to his progress began to loosen. It seemed he would soon break through to the advanced 8th rank of martial spirits. As night fell, Sun Zhao drifted into slumber, not seeing his own form, but instead witnessing Su Yang traversing through the woods. Suddenly, a massive beast sprang from the underbrush. Su Yang and Appos' expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly hurled a starry sphere. You and Appos, re the one, he shouted. Sun Zhao. In an instant, Sun Zhao emerged from the starry sphere. Release the flying leaf blade. Su Yang commanded. Yes, the flying leaf. Wait. Old Su, I can't perform this move. Chapter 106. Perseverance is victory after an arduous and relentless search. Su Yang finally discovered an appropriate cultivation method for Fu Yunhai from the vast libraries of defensive and agility techniques. The technique is called the Celestial Gang and Earthly Fiend Steps. The name, as ostentatious as ever, belies its actual status as a second-rate technique within the entire agility repertoire. The training regimen primarily involves mastering the art of hand-walking in an inverted position, followed by developing leg strength. Upon achieving mastery, the practitioner can seamlessly combine hand and foot movements, resulting in a versatile agility technique. However, the content had been so truncated that it now solely consisted of hand-walking in an inverted stance. Unsurprisingly, Fu Yunhai's situation mirrored that of Sun Zhao and Li Yiming, with compatibility limited to the initiation of the 7th-tier martial profound realm. This left Su Yang quite perplexed. It seemed as though the remaining content had rendered them akin to peculiar beings. Su Yang found himself somewhat troubled. Aside from Zhu Tao, whose demeanor was relatively normal, the eccentricities of the others were increasingly absurd. At this point, Su Yang could ascertain one thing. Their lack of aptitude was likely the reason they could only match to the 7th-tier martial profound realm initiation. The omitted portions were perhaps too intricate, unsuitable for their capabilities, rendering them incomprehensible. Only Zhu Tao, possessing superior aptitude, could fully learn the entire technique. Nevertheless, Su Yang believed this was not a significant issue. He could assist his students in blending their inherent family techniques with the Celestial Gang and Earthly Fiend Steps, as this amalgamation would enhance their compatibility. Consequently, their potential could be elevated to the Martial Emperor realm, effectively addressing future challenges and seeking advanced techniques. As for how the amalgamation would evolve during the integration phase, that was beyond the scope of present considerations. Now that Fu Yunhai and Appos' technique had been determined, the next step was to initiate his dual cultivation. Su Yang prepared a small water pouch and, for good measure, brought along 2 packets of ketchup. The following day, after the general studies class concluded, Su Yang summoned Fu Yunhai to his office. Upon witnessing Su Yang take Fu Yunhai away, the members of Class 5 felt a pang of envy. Wasn't and Appos' this a clear indication that he was about to impart the secret method of body refinement? Fu Yunhai, brimming with excitement, soon entered the office and directly inquired, Old Su, are you going to teach me the body refinement secret method? Lock the door, Su Yang replied. Yes, indeed, I am about to impart a personalized body refinement secret method to you, he said after a brief pause. However, we must first establish 3 rules. Following the basic procedures, Su Yang instructed Fu Yunhai to assume an inverted position against the wall and then commence the second phase. Initially, Su Yang had been apprehensive about his deception being revealed, but he now felt far less concerned. After Zhu Tao's impactful demonstration, the yearning for the body refinement secret method among Class 5 had reached a fever pitch. At this juncture, they would not question anything he asked of them, including the enlightenment process. Old Su, how long do I need to persist? Fu Yunhai asked. Maintain the position for half an hour. Then I will assist you with your enlightenment, Su Yang responded. All right. After the half-hour mark, Fu Yunhai sat cross-legged, ready for the so-called enlightenment. I must insist that you do not open your eyes until I say so. Otherwise, all progress will be undone. Then. Old Su, just wait a moment. Su Yang paused momentarily. What is it? My curiosity is quite intense. I might not be able to control myself. Please allow me to blink for a few minutes. Fine. Fu Yunhai blinked rapidly, his eyes becoming slightly dry and red after several minutes. Old Su, I should be good now. Actually, you could have kept your eyes closed, Su Yang remarked. Why didn't it oppose? You say so earlier. I hesitated to disturb you, seeing how absorbed you were in blinking. Determined, Fu Yunhai wrapped his head with his clothing and settled into a cross-legged position, declaring, ready. Su Yang shrugged, then placed his hand atop Fu Yunhai and Appo's head, commencing the process. He broke the water pouch and sprinkled it around, but when it came to the ketchup, he reconsidered, deciding the strong scent might expose his ruse. Hurriedly, he stowed the ketchup back in the bag and began to move his hand slightly. Who has brought you to my side? He stifled the urge to hum and quickly withdrew his hand, leaning against the desk and plopping down onto the floor. With practice, it all flowed effortlessly. All right, it's done. Hearing Su Yang's feeble voice, Fu Yunhai hastily removed his clothing, his eyes widening as he saw Su Yang sprawled on the floor, half-conscious. Old Su, you. The expenditure was substantial. I need a moment to rest. Su Yang waved dismissively, feigning difficulty. I have successfully imparted the enlightenment to you. Here, take this. It is the cultivation method I prepared for you. The so-called body refinement secret method is essentially a dual cultivation technique. You have already received enlightenment from me. The dual cultivation technique will pose no challenge for you. I have conveyed all necessary instructions. Do not be overly excited. And remember the 3 rules we established. Do not disclose this to any classmates who have not yet undergone enlightenment until you reach the 7th tier. Fu Yunhai felt immensely frustrated. How could old Su predict everything he wanted to say? At least let me have a word. By the way, before you start your practice, seek out Li Yiming or Zhu Tao. They will provide you with important dual cultivation tips. If they are not on the rooftop, they will be in the dormitory. Sneak away to find them. Okay. All right, off you go. I need to rest. I'm utterly exhausted. Yes. Fu Yunhai exited the office, his expression brimming with excitement. Just as he prepared to seek out Li Yiming, he was abruptly pulled into the classroom by Class 5. Old Su taught you the body refinement secret method. Fu Yunhai blinked. Yes, but I cannot disclose anything. Did old Su mention who was next? Fu Yunhai shook his head. Disappointment flickered in the eyes of his peers. What are you going to do now? I cannot say. Seeing they could extract no information from Fu Yunhai, the classmates reluctantly let him go. Looking around, only 6 of them remained in the classroom. Wasn't it evident that the other 4 had already been taught the body refinement secret method? When will it be my turn? I can hardly wait. Just be patient. He Weiwei replied helplessly. Being anxious one and Oppos, help. Do you dare to rush old Su? The group exchanged glances, and they genuinely did not dare. Stay calm. After waiting for so many years, what is a little longer? I believe this is old Su testing our temperament. We must remain composed. Perseverance is victory. Chapter 107. Not recommended following Su Yang and Oppos' guidance. Fu Yunhai stealthily made his way to the rooftop. Upon pushing against the windproof door, he discovered it was obstructed by an unknown object and could not be opened. What could be the situation? Confused, Fu Yunhai hurriedly knocked on the door, calling out, "Is anyone there? Please open the door." However, there was no response from the other side. He could faintly hear sounds emanating from outside. After a moment's contemplation, Fu Yunhai gathered his courage and, with a resounding crash, forced the door open. As he stepped onto the rooftop, preparing to search for Li Yiming and Zhu Tao, he suddenly heard Li Yiming's panicked voice nearby. "Watch out. I can't stop." Instinctively turning his head, Fu Yunhai caught sight of a spinning blur approaching him too quickly to evade, leaving him with no choice but to cross his arms defensively over his chest. Boom. In an instant, it felt as though he had been kicked multiple times in succession, causing a turbulent sensation within him, and he was propelled backward, nearly teetering off the edge of the rooftop. Just then, 2 black threads with steel needles shot out, slicing past Fu Yunhai's shoulder. With a sharp thud, the needles embedded themselves into the concrete railing, snapping taut to halt Fu Yunhai's perilous descent, forcibly anchoring him to the ground. As he landed, Fu Yunhai curled up, clutching his abdomen in discomfort. Meanwhile, Li Yiming, having barely regained his balance, crashed against the windproof door and collapsed to the ground, holding his nose in pain, tears streaming down his face. Observing this scene, Zhu Tao couldn't help but grimace, swiftly retracting the black threads. The recoil of the release made Zhu Tao wince, prompting him to shake his hand and grumble. Fu Yunhai, why did you come up here? Old Su sent me to find you. Fu Yunhai exclaimed. Ouch, that hurt. Li Yiming, was that intentional? You kicked me dozens of times right off the bat. Intentional, Li Yiming protested. His nose reddened from the impact. You suddenly dashed in and blocked my path. Zhu Tao interjected. All right, as long as nothing serious happened, it was just an accident. It took them a moment to compose themselves. Old Su sent you up here? Zhu Tao inquired. Yes, Fu Yunhai replied, still feeling discomfort in his abdomen. Old Su has already passed on the body refining secret technique to me. He told me to come find you both and that you would provide some relevant precautions. After saying this, he cast a gloomy glance at Li Yiming, whose nose was still red. I was just happily pushing the door open when you inexplicably kicked me several times. Thankfully, I managed to block it in time, otherwise. Why did you turn into a spinning top? Li Yiming asked. And a frog as well? Fu Yunhai was momentarily bewildered until Li Yiming clarified. Old Su must have given you the movement disc, right? Yes. Fu Yunhai quickly produced the disc to show Zhu Tao and Li Yiming. Upon inspection, they confirmed it was indeed the same one they were using. The fact that Old Su had sent Fu Yunhai directly to them signified an absolute trust. The two exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with pleasure. Once their identities were confirmed, Li Yiming laughed as he put his arm around Fu Yunhai's shoulder. That was just an accident. From now on, we are all comrades in the Su sect. We cannot hold a grudge over such trivial matters. I and Appos, am not that petty. Fu Yunhai waved his hand, feeling somewhat disoriented. You and Tao Ge. I and Appos, am a bit confused. Give me a moment to sort this out. Tao Ge practices the Panlong Divine Fist, but you just used threads to stop me. You practice the ground shaking technique, but why did you start spinning? Does the ground shaking technique have such a transformation? Li Yiming replied, just tell me if it's strong or not. Strong. Fu Yunhai snapped back to reality. Disbelief etched on his face. You kicked me dozens of times upon first meeting. I couldn't even react. It was too fast. Li Yiming thought to himself how fortunate it was that he had not yet broken through, remaining at the mid-level of the 8th rank martial spirit. After diligently practicing in his dreams, he had finally managed to control the airflow, or else he would have been begging Fu Yunhai not to let him die. You should thank Tao Ge. If not for his timely intervention, you would have fallen. Fu Yunhai quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Tao Ge. Zhu Tao waved his hand. I know your mind is in a jumble right now. It and Appos, that's fine. In a couple of days, you and Appos, LL get used to it. Just follow Li Yiming and Appos, S arrangements from now on. All right, Fu Yunhai agreed. As they walked back, Li Yiming noticed Fu Yunhai's scattered thoughts and chuckled. Don't overthink why we suddenly changed. Once you begin your training, you'll understand how it works. Li Yiming had not anticipated Fu Yunhai would come to them seeking advice before even starting his training. While it could indeed save him from many detours, it also meant that many things could not be clearly explained. Only through personal experience would he grasp the reality of it. Any questions could wait until after he began his training. Okay, I'll have workers go to your room to help you replace the doors and windows with specialized steel. As the saying goes, it is better to be prepared than to be caught unawares. Since all student dormitories were alike in size, Li Yiming had already arranged for the manufacturer to custom-make 8 sets of identical specialized steel doors and windows. It was, after all, his family's business. Fu Yunhai was taken aback. Why do we need to replace the doors and windows? Don and Appos, T asked. You and Appos, LL find out soon enough, Li Yiming replied. Fu Yunhai did not dwell on the matter, his face alight with excitement. The thought of having received enlightenment and soon experiencing a surge in power filled him with exhilaration. Seeing Fu Yunhai's beaming expression, Li Yiming couldn't help but pour cold water on it. Do you think you can show off like Tao Ge? Fu Yunhai blinked, unfazed by the revelation of his thoughts, and retorted, aren't you? Don't get too excited. I've been training for almost half a month and still haven't broken through to the high tier of the 8th rank. Fu Yunhai was stunned. Are you sure you and Appos, re-speaking human language? Is breaking through really that easy? Normally, transitioning from mid to high tier takes a year or more, right? Moreover, considering our class's foundation is largely compromised, the time required for advancement will likely double. Forget it, we'll see once we start training. When you understand the effects of Old Su and Appos, S enlightenment, you and Appos, LL no. Li Yiming ceased to elaborate, as the workers had swiftly entered to begin transforming the room. The two stood by the door, and Fu Yunhai and Appos, S curious gaze wandered to Sun Zhao and Appos, S room across the way, prompting him to ask softly, is Sun Zhao training in there? Yes. Why? Should I go over and say hello? I would advise against it. Why? He currently has a sense of territory. Fu Yunhai was left speechless. Chapter 108, Collaboration? Territorial Awareness? Fu Yunhai found himself momentarily perplexed. Just make sure not to disturb Sun Zhaoxia while he is cultivating, Li Yiming urged in a hushed tone. You shouldn't interrupt anyone during their training. All right. The workers exhibited a remarkable efficiency, far surpassing their previous pace, swiftly replacing the standard doors and windows with specialized steel ones. After bidding farewell to the workers, Li Yiming followed Fu Yunhai into the room. Shouldn't you be leaving? Fu Yunhai inquired. No hurry. I need to observe what kind of mental cultivation you're practicing. Li Yiming replied eagerly. Old Su trusts me so much. Entrusting such an important matter to both Xu Tao and myself, we must take full responsibility. Fu Yunhai reflected on this and realized that since Old Su had sent him to find Xu Tao and Li Yiming, there was no reason for doubt. He decisively connected a portable drive to the computer and began to review the mental cultivation methods. After viewing the material, Fu Yunhai couldn't help but scratch his head. I understand the differential cultivation method, but this Tiangang Dija step. Why does it seem entirely unrelated to body techniques? Not only did Fu Yunhai find it absurd, but Li Yiming also thought it quite strange. ISN and Oppos. This a body technique? Why does it only involve inverted crawling? What about the rest? Did Old Su mistakenly give us the wrong method? Surely, Old Su wouldn't make such a trivial error. Li Yiming stated gravely, it's odd, indeed. But let us not question it. Just practice as Old Su instructed. A hint of bitterness crossed Fu Yunhai's face. This feels rather awkward. If I end up crawling before I even start fighting, isn't that a bit too embarrassing? Stop overthinking it. Just practice. Li Yiming insisted, if it feels too humiliating, then come up with some new moves on your own. Create new moves myself? Fu Yunhai was taken aback. Do I have that ability? Li Yiming pondered for a moment, arms crossed. Look, if I focus solely on leg training and you on hand techniques, if we can combine our skills, wouldn't that be invincible? Whether it's invincible or not, I'd probably faint first, Fu Yunhai replied. Let's discuss this later. After confirming that Fu Yunhai and Oppos' mental cultivation posed no risk of disturbing others, Li Yiming stated, then there and Oppos' no need for soundproofing. All right, I have nothing more to do for now. Focus on your training. Fu Yunhai acknowledged this, and once Li Yiming departed, he earnestly resumed his study of the materials provided by Su Yang, striving to avoid making any mistakes during his cultivation. Before long, having gained a clearer understanding, Fu Yunhai officially commenced his dual cultivation. The abdominal pain was unavoidable, but remained within tolerable limits. Once he gathered the energy from the crushing mountain technique, Fu Yunhai placed his hands on the ground and began to invert himself. However, the method required a rather peculiar inverted position, with his legs curled as tightly as possible, resembling a cross-legged handstand. After maintaining this position for a while, Fu Yunhai felt a sense of bitterness. If he mastered this, he would surely look like a beggar on the streets, and if he wore pants, others might mistake him for a disabled person. All he needed was a two-stringed instrument. Yet, the sharp pain in his abdomen quickly dispelled such absurd thoughts, compelling him to concentrate on officially practicing the dual cultivation method. Meanwhile, in the office, Su Yang stretched lazily. His work had reached a temporary conclusion. Such an intense screening process could easily lead to irritability, necessitating a couple of days of rest. Tomorrow was Monday. He could once again take a day off to enjoy a buffet. Since Lu Fangfei had left Donghai City, she should be safe. However, a more pressing issue had arisen. With 3 individuals now engaging in dual cultivation, to merge into a harmonious whole, he would require at least 2 years of energy reserves. Last time, he had spent 4 to 5 hours at a buffet, barely managing to eat enough for a month. He pondered whether there were any competitive eating contests, but ultimately decided against it. Eating excessively could lead to trouble. It was better to remain low-key. Su Yang thought it best to head out early the next day and eat as much as he could. Yet, plans often changed swiftly. That evening, just as Su Yang was preparing to retire early, he unexpectedly received a call from Qin Yao. However, it wasn't regarding the matters concerning the Qin family elder. Rather, it was the Donghai regional head of the Yunqing group wishing to meet with Su Yang. Qin team, what does the Yunqing group want with me? Su Yang was taken aback. Isn't that matter already behind us? They likely want to discuss a collaboration, Qin Yao explained. Collaboration? Su Yang was further puzzled. I'm merely a martial arts instructor. I know nothing of scientific research. What could we possibly collaborate on? Perhaps they want you to test the strength of a new machine? Qin Yao suggested. If you and Oppos re-interested, I recommend you meet with them. The Yunqing company seems quite sincere, and the compensation for collaboration is also quite considerable. Su Yang immediately felt a sense of intrigue. How considerable are we talking? That's a detail for an in-person discussion. Qin Yao replied with a smile. It's a business secret. I'm not privy to that information, just facilitating the connection. After a moment of hesitation, Su Yang realized this was an opportunity he couldn't afford to miss. He was in urgent need of funds, and if he let this chance slip, It might not come around again. The closed testing facility was equipped with surveillance and motion capture, so everything that transpired was likely known within the Yunqing group, albeit kept confidential under the request of the Kunlun Patrol. Moreover, the Yunqing group would never disclose such matters. Su Yang was uncertain about the specifics of the testing methods, but he was sure they were interested in his so-called transformative strength. Should he bring Li Yiming along? Although it might seem somewhat exploitative to profit from a student, where else would the earned money go but to Li Yiming? He reasoned that earning this money didn't violate his principles, so he decided to agree. As for what results they might derive from the tests, that was not his concern. With that thought, Su Yang replied, "All right. But I have one request. My student must be the tester." Qin Yao paused slightly. Why? He has a keen interest in the automated combat exoskeleton. The last time he tested it, an accident occurred, and I want to help him realize his dream. Besides, with me present, there is no need to worry about any issues. I can always control him again if necessary. Your student is fortunate to have a teacher like you, Qin Yao chuckled. All right, I'll explain the situation to them. Seeing that Qin Yao didn't mention the injury to her elder, Su Yang felt a slight sense of relief. Look at this, the parent of Xie Yuhan. I'm almost embarrassed to mention you. Just look at how Qin Yao handles things compared to you. She clearly knows how to avoid causing trouble. Both are female martial artists, yet the disparity is astounding. Chapter 109, Negotiation the following day. After obtaining a permit from Lu Jun, Su Yang summoned Li Yiming to his office. Old Su, what is the matter? Li Yiming inquired. Su Yang waved the permit in his hand. I intend to take you out for a while. Li Yiming paused momentarily. Out for what? Wherein and Oppos. You all eager to go out before? That was then. Circumstances have changed. Li Yiming hastily replied. Right now. I wish to focus on my training and elevate my strength as quickly as possible. A brief interlude would make no difference. Su Yang gestured dismissively. Yunqing Group is looking to collaborate with me, requesting assistance in testing their new machinery. And so? Li Yiming remarked, I wasn't particularly interested in such matters. Su Yang turned his head away, slightly embarrassed, however. Knowing your keen interest in their automated combat exoskeleton, I agreed to participate. On the condition that you serve as the tester. Li Yiming felt a surge of gratitude. Old Su truly cared for him. Though his enthusiasm for the automated combat exoskeleton had waned, such goodwill was hard to refuse. When do we set off? Now, discreetly. We mustn't let the others in Class 5 catch wind of this. Also, inform Zhu Tao to keep an eye on Class 5 during my absence, and to contact me immediately if anything unusual arises. Understood, Li Yiming replied readily. Then headed to the rooftop to explain the situation to Zhu Tao. Upon hearing the news, Zhu Tao's face reflected confusion. Why would Yunqing Group seek collaboration with Old Su? Some events transpired recently, Li Yiming replied quickly. I'll fill you in once I return. Rest assured, I will keep a vigilant watch over Class 5, Zhu Tao assured him. Given his recent finger injury, he could not train, so he settled into the classroom as Su Yang and Li Yiming left the school. The students of Class 5 were gathered, engaged in idle chatter. As Zhu Tao entered, they fell silent. Tao Gu, why are you in the classroom today? One of them asked. Zhu Tao casually took a seat, replying, just resting. The students promptly surrounded him, faces brimming with anticipation. Tao Gu, who was next in line? Zhu Tao shrugged. How should I know? They exchanged knowing glances. Tao Gu, we're trying to find a pattern. Zhu Tao furrowed his brow. A pattern? What pattern? The arrangement of the body refinement secret techniques. One student pressed. Zhu Tao nodded slightly. Indeed, there is a pattern. The student's spirits lifted. Tao Gu, do you have any insider information you could share with us? Waiting like this is unbearable. Want to know? They nodded eagerly. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Tao stated. I'm first, Li Yiming is second, Sun Zhao is third, and Fu Yuhai is fourth. The answer is rather obvious. Realization dawned upon the students as they grasped the sequence. Is it based on overall strength? Zhu Tao shook his head. No, it's likely based on intelligence. The students rolled their eyes. Why not say it's based on looks? That could work too. After Su Yang and Li Yiming left the school, they arrived at the designated location, the Donghai branch of Yunqing Group. Under the guidance of the staff, they quickly found themselves in a conference room. Please hold on for a moment, Mr. Su. All right, Su Yang replied. Once the staff member departed, Li Yiming leaned in, whispering, Old Su. What are the specifics of the collaboration? What is the price range? Su Yang shook his head. We haven't discussed that yet. I'm uncertain whether they operate on a per-test basis or a lump sum agreement. Typically, such collaboration testing projects charge by the number of tests conducted. A lump sum agreement is unlikely. Li Yiming whispered, the market rate for testing is generally between 50 to 100,000. You truly seem well-versed in everything beyond martial theory. Su Yang remarked. Hey, since they approached you, you have the upper hand. Aim to negotiate a better price. Su Yang had researched relevant information online the previous night. which aligned closely with what Li Yiming had just stated. You should at least propose double the quoted price. Su Yang rolled his eyes. Isn't that asking for too much? Not at all. Li Yiming insisted. 50 to 100,000 is the price for a martial master. They obviously know you are in T1. What they value is your transformative energy. That is far more valuable than being a martial master. Su Yang quickly shook his head. That would be price gouging. It's not appropriate. Old Su, you're not teaching now. You're conducting business. The marketplace is akin to a battlefield. One must not adhere to principles. Li Yiming argued. Being ruthless is often the path to greater profit. Besides, you haven't even started negotiations yet. They haven't given you a price. Just then, the door to the conference room swung open. Su Yang quickly stood, turning his gaze toward the entrance. A poised woman entered, tall and exuding a commanding presence. Mr. Su. Greetings. Hello. Young Master Li, it has been a while. Li Yiming raised his hand in greeting, smiling. Sister Zhao, you remain as enchanting as ever. Su Yang blinked, slightly taken aback by Li Yiming's familiarity. However, upon reflection, he realized it was not surprising that Li Yiming, a longtime client of Yinqing Group, knew the person in charge. Such sweet words, the woman replied. Mr. Su, please take a seat. She introduced herself. I am Zhao Yuan, the head of the Donghai branch of Yinqing Group. A pleasure to meet you. Once seated, Zhao Yuan presented a prepared contract to Su Yang. Mr. Su, this is our draft contract. The specifics of the collaboration and compensation are outlined. Please review it and feel free to voice any objections. Su Yang took the contract and began to read, while Li Yiming leaned in to examine it as well. The payment per test was set at 150,000. Su Yang struggled to suppress his inner excitement, maintaining a calm exterior. However, Li Yiming glanced at the document and frowned. Sister, this is too low, and your terms are rather demanding. Su Yang blinked, remaining silent. Zhao Yuan smiled, inquiring, Young Master Li, what insights do you have? Old Su, may I speak? Li Yiming asked, glancing at Su Yang's expression. Su Yang nodded slightly. Feel free. Surprised by this exchange, Zhao Yuan recognized their teacher-student relationship but hadn't expected Li Yiming to be so well-mannered under Su Yang's guidance. With Su Yang's consent, Li Yiming stated earnestly, my mentor prefers to operate discreetly and was initially uninterested in your collaboration. This time, his participation is primarily to satisfy his fascination with your company's product. The transformative energy he has comprehended is exceedingly rare, and the data is invaluable far beyond ordinary testing data. I presume that your invitation to collaborate stems from this very reason, yet the sincerity reflected in your contract is lacking. Of course, my mentor and I do not doubt your sincerity. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here. Regarding the contract. Chapter 110. An unavoidable purchase. Su Yang was taken aback by how Li Yiming transformed during the negotiation. He spoke with a remarkable eloquence that starkly contrasted his usual mischievous demeanor, now appearing rather serious. It was evident that the offspring of a business family possessed a distinct aura. Despite his lackluster martial arts aptitude, the moment he engaged in business, his mind became remarkably astute. He boldly demanded 300,000 without so much as a flicker of hesitation. After a vigorous round of haggling, the price rose from 150,000 to 220,000, at which point the contract was finalized. Su Yang affixed his signature, and as Zhao Yuan departed to manage the contract, he couldn't help but give Li Yiming a thumbs up. Truly, the pedigree of a business family was undeniable. I might be a tad inexperienced. Their psychological pricing likely hovered around 250,000, yet Zhao was quite difficult to negotiate with. Nevertheless, what I have is sufficient. Once Zhao Yuan completed the contract, she led Su Yang and Li Yiming to the company's underground testing area, which was significantly larger than the offline store's testing facility they had previously visited. The staff was well prepared, and as soon as Su Yang and Li Yiming entered, they promptly outfitted Li Yiming with the latest automatic combat exoskeleton. Li Yiming, still haunted by past experiences, anxiously inquired of Zhao Yuan. This time, it won't malfunction like last time, will it? Rest assured, this new machine features integrated data processing and independent signal transmission, impervious to external interference, Zhao reassured him. With that, Li Yiming felt a wave of relief, especially with Su Yang present. He harbored no concerns about unforeseen incidents. Once equipped, Zhao Yuan made her way to the control room, observing through specialized glass the activities within. Commencing automatic combat in 3, 2, 1 as the countdown concluded, Li Yiming, adorned in the exoskeleton, charged towards Su Yang and unleashed a powerful punch. Prepared for the encounter, Su Yang swiftly blocked with both hands, then seized the exoskeleton's arms, forcefully pulling them downward, pinning Li Yiming to the ground. No amount of strength exerted by the exoskeleton could alter the outcome. Zhao Yuan had specifically requested Su Yang to conduct this test, ensuring that Li Yiming experienced no semblance of control. Lying on the ground, Li Yiming sighed. Old Su. Your strength truly defies reason. Just get accustomed to it. Su Yang grinned. Indeed, it is quite unreasonable. In the control room, Zhao Yuan was taken aback as she witnessed Su Yang effortlessly subduing the automatic combat exoskeleton. She had not anticipated such ease. Meanwhile, the technical staff busily gathered data, engrossed in their tasks. Before long, the technical supervisor approached Zhao Yuan, observing the remarkable scene through the glass. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, "This data is utterly unbelievable." Zhao Yuan promptly inquired, "Have we reached a conclusion?" "Indeed," the supervisor replied, bemused. "Shall we review the specific data? I'm no technician and cannot comprehend it. Just relay the conclusions." He exerted no force at all. Zhao Yuan was momentarily stunned. "What do you mean?" The strength he applied to the exoskeleton was less than that required to twist off a bottle cap, at least according to the pressure feedback data. The technician was bewildered. But the pressure on the exoskeleton exceeded 20 tons. "This is beyond my understanding." The testing did not extend for long. Once sufficient data was collected, the automatic combat mode was deactivated. Zhao Yuan hastily exited the control room. "Thank you for your efforts, Teacher Su." "Not at all." Su Yang waved dismissively with a smile. "How did it go? Did we gather enough data?" Zhao Yuan replied affirmatively. "I look forward to our next collaboration." Agreed. The contract stipulated a fee per session, amounting to 220,000. After taxes, it came to just over 200,000, which was promptly deposited into Su Yang's account. As soon as he received the funds, he transferred 50,000 to Li Yiming. "Why are you sending me money?" Li Yiming questioned, perplexed. "To reimburse you for the battery expenses from last time," Su Yang clarified. Li Yiming dismissed the notion. "I told you it wasn't necessary. Let us keep things separate." Su Yang explained. "You're all still students without financial independence. You rely on your families. Just because you don't mind doesn't mean your families want. Better safe than sorry. You wouldn't want to see me lose my job over something trivial, would you? So just accept it." Su Yang patted Li Yiming on the shoulder and added with a smile, "When you're financially independent and able to gift me whatever you like. I won't refuse, on the contrary, I appreciate it." Li Yiming grinned. "All right, I understand. I'll accept it." With time still on their side, Su Yang decided to purchase some medicinal pills. "Ah, you're not considering that one you borrowed from Tao, are you? That was a gift I gave him." Li Yiming chuckled. "Isn't it just coming back to me? I intend to buy a couple for myself and prepare some formal gifts for your training, a small reward." Su Yang remarked, rolling his eyes. "Not that I am particularly insistent." Li Yiming laughed. "I can recommend a reliable medicinal store that often offers discounts." "That sounds promising. Let us go." Su Yang was primarily eager to experiment with extracting energy from the medicinal pills, as they were derived from the blood of fierce beasts or other potent substances. The energy contained within these substances was not only immense but also quite unruly, making it difficult for the body to absorb and convert, potentially causing harm. Therefore, milder pills that inflicted less damage on the body were more expensive, while those that were more harmful tended to be cheaper. However, even the cheaper options were not inexpensive, typically retailing in the thousands, with no upper limit for the more expensive varieties. Before long, Su Yang and Li Yiming arrived at Haichen Medicinal Pills. The store was vast, boasting a dazzling array of medicinal products. This establishment was renowned, a national chain with its parent company being Haichen Biotechnology Group, a titan in the medicinal realm. Li Yiming, clearly a regular, was immediately welcomed by the manager upon entering, who escorted them to the VIP room. "Master Li, what can I assist you with today?" "I'm here with my teacher," Li Yiming replied quickly, "but we'll just browse for now." "Of course." Manager Wu responded courteously, promptly bringing over 2 tablets. "Master Li." "Mr. Su, feel free to call for anything you need. If you find any pills you like, simply place your order, and we will deliver them." "Much appreciated." Su Yang replied. "Not at all," the manager said before departing. Once he was gone, Su Yang began sorting the pills by price, starting with the most affordable options. To his surprise, he stumbled upon a buy one get one free offer priced at 799. This pill is quite affordable, and they're running a promotion, he noted. Li Yiming glanced curiously. "The land pill?" "Old Su, that one has a potent after effect. I've heard it can leave you feeling hungover for 10 days to 2 weeks. Is the after effect really that severe?" "Absolutely. Then I must purchase it. I'll try 2 for a taste. I have a penchant for such things." Li Yiming raised an eyebrow. "Really?" Chapter 111. Liquidation of inventory with unwavering resolve. Su Yang placed his order. Shortly after scanning the payment, a delivery robot arrived at the VIP room. Observing Su Yang intently scrutinizing the 2 Baolin Dan in his hands, Li Yiming exclaimed, "Old Su, are you truly going to consume this elixir?" Although he was aware of Su Yang's impressive ability to harness energy, having previously witnessed him drink a lethal amount of citric acid and a lemon passion fruit beverage without consequence. He understood that the nature of elixirs and milk tea was fundamentally different. While milk tea posed no threat to life, overindulgence in elixirs could indeed be perilous. The balandan was derived from the essence of a fierce beast known as the black-scale serpent, renowned for its formidable properties. Upon ingestion, it would significantly bolster one and oppo's vitality, yet it carried the risk of inducing reactions akin to a hangover, often leaving one incapacitated for a fortnight. Nevertheless, Su Yang was prepared to consume two at once. Unperturbed, he assured Li Yiming, "Rest assured, I am fully aware of what I am doing." He handed the two balandan to Li Yiming, instructing, "The taste is quite overpowering. Please pour them into 2 cups of water so I may drink them down." Li Yiming, eyes wide with surprise, questioned, "Are you eating them now?" "It's nothing to worry about," Su Yang waved dismissively. "If I can withstand an electric shock." "Do you think I would fear this?" Realizing the strength of Su Yang's training regimen, Li Yiming hurried to prepare warm water to dissolve the elixirs. Moments later, he returned with 2 cups of pungent balandan solution. Su Yang, seated in a meditative posture, instructed, "Just a moment, when I am ready, pour it directly into my mouth." After a brief wait, Su Yang opened his eyes, signaling Li Yiming to proceed. As the first cup was poured into his mouth, the potent flavor was indeed intense, yet it remained within Su Yang's tolerance. Almost immediately, he felt a surge of formidable energy gradually unfurling within him. He instinctively activated his chaotic energy to absorb and transform it. Approximately 4 to 5 minutes later, when he opened his eyes once more, a hint of elation washed over him. The balandan, no larger than a thumb, contained an astonishing amount of energy, equivalent to nearly 200 pouches of nutrient solution. This signified that the buy one get one free offer at $799 was effectively providing him with 2 weeks' worth of energy reserves. Damn it, what a loss. Had I known, I would have skipped the buffet and simply purchased the elixirs. "Old Su, are you all right?" Li Yiming inquired. "Quite well, continue." After fully absorbing the energy of both balandan, Su Yang picked up his tablet and proceeded to place another order. However, with limited stock available, he could only secure 48 elixirs under the buy one get one promotion, which amounted to nearly a year's worth of energy reserves. Upon witnessing Su Yang's extensive order, Li Yiming was struck with confusion. "Old Su, are you buying these balandan as gifts? There are only 10 people in our class. We want to need so many." "Not for gifting. They are for my own consumption," Su Yang replied. Li Yiming nearly choked on his words. "You bought so many in one go. Do you think it's food? The energy expenditure for enlightening and awakening you all is substantial. I urgently require this energy replenishment," Su Yang stated earnestly. "This is my personal cultivation method. Do not attempt to imitate it. Who would mimic your method of consuming elixirs?" Li Yiming retorted incredulously. "Normal people wouldn't indulge in elixirs like this. It's as if you were courting death, having already consumed 2 balandan without issue." Su Yang appeared poised to ingest the remaining elixirs. "Old Su? Yes? Are you truly unaffected? Are you certain you are human? Your actions resemble those of a humanoid beast, rather than a person." Su Yang chuckled lightly. "Otherwise, do you think I would have cultivated such formidable energy, capable of assisting you in your enlightenment? Then why is your strength only at the 8th tier? Do not apply the logic of ordinary individuals to comprehend my cultivation methods, nor gauge my strength by conventional standards." Li Yiming pondered that perhaps in a past life, he had significantly aided Su Yang, possibly rescuing him after a fall or purchasing him from captors, leading to Su Yang's present visit to repay the favor. However, it was not Li Yiming who was bewildered, but the staff at the elixir shop. They hurriedly summoned Manager Wu, reporting that a guest in VIP room 207 had cleared their inventory of balandan. "Manager, is this for delivery or not?" "Of course it is," Manager Wu replied swiftly. "Regardless of the inventory status, since he is paid, we must deliver it. What he intends to do with them is his own affair. It has no bearing on us. He can't be planning to consume them all, can he? What are you thinking?" Manager Wu replied exasperatedly. "Who would eat so many elixirs at once? He must be gifting them. Even if he intends to consume them, he would only need one at most. Who would risk their life for such folly?" Upon reconsideration, the staff agreed and proceeded to package all the balandan, placing them into the delivery robot, which soon made its way to VIP room 207. As Li Yiming prepared the elixirs, he chuckled wryly. "Old Su, are you truly going to consume them all at once?" "Fear not, I am unfazed," Su Yang replied nonchalantly. "I want to perish. Why does your cultivation make me anxious? Just don't attempt to emulate me. Rest assured, no one would dare. Those who are desperate for relief wouldn't consume as much as you." Su Yang raised an eyebrow. "Once I have converted the medicinal energy, I will assist you with your chi issues." Li Yiming's breath quickened with excitement. "Really? Didn't you say you would only help me once I reach the 7th tier? Given your current pace, reaching the 7th tier could take quite some time. Let us expedite the process so you can focus on your training. What are you searching for? I need a basin to pour it all in at once. Su Yang rolled his eyes, but was relieved that Li Yiming was merely jesting. He would still have to pour the elixir into Su Yang's mouth cup by cup. After a relentless half-hour of pouring, Su Yang finally declared, "Lock the door. We must prevent any unforeseen incidents." Understood. Let us strike while the iron is hot. At this moment, the abundance of energy within Su Yang's dantian assured him that aiding Li Yiming in harmonizing the primordial energy would be more than sufficient. With previous experience assisting Zhu Tao, Su Yang felt even more confident this time. The process would undoubtedly be painful. Su Yang cautioned, "Do not interrupt, otherwise all previous efforts will be in vain, and you will be unable to harness energy for an extended period." How painful will it be? Perhaps to the extent of blurring your consciousness. Li Yiming's eyes widened. Did Tao Gu endure such pain? Yes, he remained silent throughout. I fear I may not withstand it. Let me bite your hand. Very well, I will wash up first. After meticulously preparing himself, Li Yiming received assistance from Su Yang, mirroring the procedure undertaken for Zhu Tao, albeit with nuances owing to Zhu Tao's more intricate circumstances, which demanded a greater temporal investment. Li Yiming's cultivation of the sky, profound leg, and earth-shaking force shared an affinity, facilitating a more seamless integration. However, Li Yiming's fortitude paled in comparison to Zhu Tao's, as he soon began to whimper. Observing Li Yiming's body racked with pain, Su Yang, apprehensive that he might falter, promptly cautioned, "Endure, this is merely the inception." Li Yiming grunted, his countenance contorted in agony. Su Yang, abstaining from further discourse, channeled his concentration into the amalgamation of primal chaos qi. Aiding students in the fusion of primal chaos qi held profound significance for Su Yang. Setting aside the feedback from student advancement, Su Yang and Appo's mastery over the chaos aura burgeoned, consequently augmenting the efficiency of his celestial circulation. Following the successful fusion of primal chaos qi for Zhu Tao, Su Yang's celestial circulation time plummeted from 18 minutes to a remarkable 15 minutes. The enhancement in celestial circulation efficiency manifested across various domains, most notably in cultivation velocity. Although Su Yang lacked direct insight into his cultivation efficiency, observation suggested it surpassed that of Zhu Tao by a considerable margin. Drawing parallels with Zhu Tao and Appo's current cultivation efficiency of over 500, Su Yang surmised his own to be at least 700 or 800, if not higher. The distinction lay in the students' and Appo's capacity for spontaneous meditation, even dream-induced cultivation, as their cultivation efficiency was intrinsically linked to the fervor of their cultivation methods. Whereas his own hinged on the chaos aura. The culmination of primal chaos qi fusion for Li Yiming promised another surge in celestial circulation efficiency, precipitating a state wherein Su Yang teetered on the brink of a breakthrough, necessitating forceful suppression. Not yet, I must persevere. Mediocre talent necessitated a distinct cultivation paradigm. Armed with chaos aura and extraordinary meridians, a bottomless dantian, coupled with 7 daily iterations of peak efficiency, celestial circulation, suppressing his realm resembled an inexorable compression of a spring, perpetually accumulating kinetic energy. The day of automatic ascension would herald the zenith of kinetic energy, unleashing an unstoppable torrent akin to a breached reservoir. Provided sufficient energy reserves, he could disregard bottlenecks, forcefully ascending to the pinnacle of the 7th rank in a single surge. Augmented by the system-bestowed realm-breaking pill, he would achieve mastery of the martial venerable realm in one fell swoop. Why bother with the 7th rank of martial profound realm when he could directly ascend to martial venerable? Inside the establishment, while Manager Wu was engrossed in elucidating the virtues of elixirs to a patron, a staff member urgently approached him. "Manager, I sense something amiss." Manager Wu furrowed his brow, inquiring, "What is it?" "Earlier, as I traversed the 2nd floor VIP suites, 207 emitted a continuous stream of groans," the staff member divulged, his countenance tinged with unease. "I eavesdropped for a considerable duration, and it sounded as though someone was injured." Again with 207? Manager Wu's complexion shifted, and he hastened after the staff member to the threshold of 207. Pressing his ear against the door, he discerned the faint yet unmistakable sounds of agonized moans. Given that Li Yiming and Su Yang had previously depleted the entire stock of 100 scale pills from 207, it was difficult not to harbor suspicions. Fearing the worst, Manager Wu promptly rapped on the door, inquiring, "Young Masterly, Mr. Su?" After a protracted pause, Su Yang's voice resonated. "What is it? Is there anything I can assist with?" "No, thank you." Manager Wu persisted. "Mr. Su." The staff perceived sounds from within that seemed rather peculiar. "Oh, Merely watching videos. Manager Wu chuckled. Then I shall refrain from intruding. Very well. Once out of earshot, Manager Wu immediately instructed the staff member, contact the authorities at once, and summoned the Kunlun patrol team. The staff member balked. Huh? Why alert the authorities? Didn't and Oppos, do you say they were watching videos? Young Masterly did not respond. And I could vaguely discern his voice, which sounded dire. Manager Wu retorted, his expression grave. If something untoward transpires, I cannot bear the responsibility. Hurry. Understood. As the staff member hastily departed to alert the authorities, Manager Wu remained vigilant outside, meticulously monitoring the sounds emanating from within the room. A 7th-rank martial artist. His auditory acuity was exceptional. After a brief interval, he ascertained that he had not misheard. The sounds of anguish originated from Li Yiming. However, the precise nature of the events unfolding within remained elusive, and Manager Wu hesitated to force entry. Unfamiliar with Su Yang's realm and capabilities, he surmised that anyone capable of garnering Li Yiming's accompaniment and deference, addressed as teacher, must possess considerable strength. A rash intrusion could jeopardize his own safety. Moments later, the Kunlun patrol team, dispatched by the command center, arrived at Haichin Elixir. The staff member promptly escorted the officers to the 2nd floor, where they rendezvoused with Manager Wu. What is the situation? One of the Kunlun patrol team members inquired. Manager Wu swiftly apprised the officers of the circumstances, adding, Young Master Li's demeanor suggests that the individual within possesses considerable strength. Exercise caution. Very well, leave this to us. Step back. Understood. The two officers, one in the vanguard and the other in the rear, brandished high-pressure telescopic batons and rapid shock needles, exchanging glances. They prepared to breach the door when a cacophony of sounds erupted from within the room. Their expression shifted, and they swiftly retreated. In the ensuing instant, the door shattered with a resounding crash, sending fragments flying. A high-velocity, rotating black silhouette hurtled out. The two Kunlun patrol team members recoiled in alarm. And as the high-speed black figure hurtled toward them, they hastily propelled themselves off the wall. Unable to discern the figure and Oppos as features, it whizzed past them. Bang, bang, bang. As the high-speed, spinning figure careened into the corridor, it careened wildly, leaving a trail of densely packed, indented footprints on the walls with each impact. The spectacle left the two patrol team members dumbfounded. What in the world? A top that has become sentient. At that moment, Su Yang emerged, leaning wearily against the wall, surveying the scene of devastation. With the walls adorned with a dense array of footprints and deep indentations, he chuckled wryly. Turning around, he noticed the two Kunlun patrol team members standing there, and his expression turned bewildered. One of them, upon spotting Su Yang, exclaimed in astonishment, Mr. Su? Su Yang paused momentarily. Officer Zhang? This was a member of Qin Fan and Oppos' 7th team, whom he had met during the automatic combat exoskeleton incident. Upon hearing the appellation Mr. Su, the other Kunlun patrol team member immediately recognized Su Yang. 8th rank, yet possessing transformative power. Who is this spinning top? A student of mine. Su Yang replied with a wry smile. Please refrain from approaching for the time being to avoid accidental harm. Chapter 113. I will stir the world. Su Yang did not anticipate such a significant commotion. He had successfully completed the fusion of the primordial qi, but following this, it was imperative for Li Yiming to restart the circulatory process and activate the mental cultivation method. In simpler terms, it was akin to a software update that required a reboot to allow the primordial qi to take effect officially. However, he was unprepared for Li Yiming to burst through the door like a spinning top immediately upon restarting. Yet, this was not an accident, but rather a part of the adaptation process of the primordial qi. Fortunately, the end of the corridor was blocked by a wall, which contained Li Yiming's chaotic movements. Teacher Su. So, is your student in training? Sort of, but the situation is somewhat peculiar. Why does it feel like externalized qi flow? The two patrolling officers, both at the pinnacle of the 7th-tier martial mystic realm, observed closely and soon discerned the crux of the matter. It was indeed externalized qi flow. Su Yang made no attempt to refute this, explaining, it's his self-created cultivation method. Self-created? The two patrolling officers exchanged glances, silently sheathing their weapons. It was evident that a student brought out by teacher Su was exceptional. He's still in an adaptation phase. It's nothing serious. Su Yang hastily added, let him spin a while longer. He'll stop soon enough. By the way, Brother Zhang, did you come here on a mission? A misunderstanding, Brother Zhang chuckled, recounting the sequence of events to Su Yang. After hearing, Su Yang felt a twinge of anxiety. The main concern was that Li Yiming could hardly endure the process, groaning in agony the entire time. Manager Wu's decision to call the authorities was entirely reasonable. Thankfully, Li Yiming's condition was not as complicated as Zhu Tao's and took even less time. Otherwise, if the patrolling officers had barged in and interrupted, all would have been in vain. Next time, I should choose a different location for the fusion of the primordial chi. Su-Yang promptly apologized to Manager Wu. I'm sorry for the trouble, Manager Wu. It's no problem. Manager Wu waved his hand, gazing at Li Yiming, who was still spinning erratically at the end of the corridor, somewhat bewildered. Teacher Su, how long will this young master of the Li family continue spinning? I'm not certain of the exact time. Just as Manager Wu was about to speak, his eyes widened in alarm. Pointing ahead, P.S. coming this way. Everyone immediately turned to see Li Yiming suddenly changing direction and charging toward them. I'll handle it. Su-Yang feared that Li Yiming might injure the two patrolling officers, forcibly interrupting his adaptation process, or worse, that Li Yiming might inadvertently harm someone. He stepped forward, arms outstretched, positioning himself in the corridor. As Li Yiming barreled toward him, Su-Yang instinctively pushed forward. Upon contact, it felt as though his palm had been struck multiple times, producing a series of muffled thuds as the recoil propelled Li Yiming backward. The two patrolling officers exchanged glances, astonished. Even at the peak of their 7th-tier martial mystic realm, they were unable to discern Li Yiming's swift leg movements, the speed overwhelming them. Externalized chi flow. Can it be used this way? Brother Zhang, my student's situation is rather unique. His self-created technique holds no reference value. Su-Yang let out a wry smile. I cannot dissuade him. Not only Li Yiming, but the cultivation methods of anyone from Class 5 would also lack reference value. Others would face mishaps, especially given the prerequisite of dual cultivation methods. After being repeatedly pushed back by Su-Yang 10 or so times, the originally rampaging spinning top suddenly came to a halt, spinning in place. Just as they were puzzled, they noticed Li Yiming's rotation speed had suddenly surged. The air swirled, and even the scattered debris in the corridor was drawn into the vortex. What is happening? The two patrolling officers stared in disbelief as Li Yiming's speed escalated, rendering him barely visible, accompanied by a buzzing sound due to the rapid rotation. It's all right. Su-Yang silently exhaled, relieved. The adaptation of the primordial chi was complete. Sure enough, the high-speed rotating figure abruptly ceased, and the disturbed debris scattered across the floor. Li Yiming revealed himself, facing away from Su-Yang and the others, raising his head, eyes filled with excitement and exuberance, declaring, "Ha ha ha. I, Li Yiming, shall turn this world upside down." The two Kunlun patrolling officers instinctively reached for their weapons. Li Yiming hastily apologized to the two officers. "Uncle, please let me explain. I'm not antisocial. I just had a moment of youthful exuberance. I acknowledge that I was a bit loud. If given the chance, I would like to apply to Kunlun Martial Arts University." In truth, the two stern-faced patrolling officers were merely teasing Li Yiming, not taking the matter to heart. As who among the youth had not experienced a phase of exuberance? Manager Wu, regarding the damages. Li Yiming quickly raised his hand. "I'll cover all the costs." "All right, then we have no further business." The two Kunlun patrolling officers nodded to Su-Yang and turned to leave. Li Yiming secretly sighed in relief, only to receive a light tap on the back of his head. Floating away? No. Li Yiming awkwardly scratched his head. Regaining his composure, "Old Su, that was incredible." Su-Yang gave a knowing glance, and only then did Li Yiming realize Manager Wu was still present. He turned to Manager Wu. "Manager Wu, please arrange another room for us. I'll cover all expenses. Rest assured, I won't cause you any more trouble." Upon hearing that Li Yiming would shoulder all costs, Manager Wu had nothing further to say. He arranged for some staff to come and clean up while preparing a new room for Li Yiming and Su-Yang. Strike while the iron is hot. Li Yiming felt that his realm had genuinely loosened this time. Seizing the moment of having just fused the primordial chi, he was eager to attempt a breakthrough. He promptly purchased a pill costing 30,000 and sat cross-legged on the ground, preparing to challenge his limits. Since it wasn't his money, Su-Yang felt no pain in spending. While waiting for Li Yiming to push through, he approached Manager Wu. "Manager Wu, I need to ask you something." "Of course. Is there still stock of the 100 scales pill?" Manager Wu hesitated slightly. "Didn't you already purchase 50 of them?" Su-Yang replied with a smile, "Indeed. But it's not enough. I require a large quantity. Are you responsible for school procurement?" Su-Yang, not wanting to admit it was for personal use, nodded and added, "The school intends to introduce students to the fundamentals of pill theory. Overly expensive pills are not suitable due to high costs. Let me check with the warehouse." "Please hold on." Manager Wu called the warehouse and soon received a reply. "The EC warehouse is out of stock. We can only transfer from other warehouses." "How many do you need?" 300. With ample funds at hand, he aimed to procure everything necessary for the remaining 8 individuals to fuse the primordial chi in one go. The excess would be for personal use. Preparing for the challenge of becoming a martial sovereign. Chapter 114. The push. Su-Yang swiftly placed an order for 300 Baoan pills, which would arrive at the school in 3 days. Since it was a buy-one-get-one-free offer, the discount was not particularly significant, and the final price settled upon was 115,000 yuan. Additionally, he prepared a small gift for each member of Class 5 to aid their breakthroughs, transferring 50,000 yuan from the 200,000 he had just received from Yunxin Group to Li Yiming. The remaining 150,000 yuan was nearly spent before it even warmed up in his hands. He felt that this expenditure was not wasted at all. On the contrary, he considered it a tremendous bargain. Upon returning to his room, Li Yiming had already consumed the pills and was attempting to break through to the next realm. Su Yang glanced at Li Yiming's attribute panel. Name, Li Yiming. Age, 16. Realm, 8th rank martial spirit. Mind method, Earth-Shattering Technique. Compatibility adjusted to 368 due to the infusion of primordial chi. Celestial Leg, revised. Compatibility 368. Martial skills, none. Defects, unstable foundation, dull talent. Characteristics, fanatical about mind methods. Innate talent, primordial chi, training efficiency 487. Overall rating D. Guidance suggestion, unstable foundation. Reforge. Despite the innate talent, the burden of having a dull talent meant that even with the enhancement of innate gifts, Li Yiming's training efficiency still lagged behind Zhu Tao's. Lacking any means to resolve this issue, Su Yang chose not to dwell on it, silently guarding Li Yiming to ensure that his breakthrough would proceed smoothly. The amalgamation of primordial chi was quite exhausting for Su Yang, though he was not so fatigued as to collapse as he had when aiding Zhu Tao. He could still hold on for a while. However, using a 30,000 yuan pill to attempt a breakthrough felt excessively extravagant. After all, primordial chi was not the same as chaotic energy and could not store excess energy in the dantian. Suddenly, a surge of pure energy manifested out of nowhere. Su Yang remained unperturbed, quietly guiding the energy into the dantian. He glanced at Li Yiming's state and noted that Li Yiming seemed intent on continuing, evidently wishing to ascend in a manner similar to Zhu Tao. Su Yang refrained from interrupting, continuing to observe. After a while, another surge of pure energy responded, and he could faintly sense that Li Yiming's aura had become more robust than before. He was at the peak of the 8th rank, just a step away from breaking into the 7th rank. Li Yiming, keep pushing. You must believe before Su Yang could finish his encouragement. Li Yiming suddenly opened his eyes and exclaimed, "Awesome." Huh? Is that it? Su Yang asked, bewildered. Li Yiming was momentarily taken aback. What? No, what else would it be? Keep going. Break through to the 7th rank. Li Yiming looked confused. I don't feel any loosening of the bottleneck. I don't even know where the bottleneck is. How can I break through? Besides, I've already broken through 2 small realms. I'm at the peak of the 8th rank. As realization dawned, Li Yiming's face lit up with joy. I can hardly believe it. I've suddenly reached the peak of the 8th rank. The primordial chi truly is extraordinary. I never imagined I could break through continuously. I can't stop now. Hey, old Su, why do you look like you're not very happy? Li Yiming remarked. Su Yang snapped back to reality, feigning shock. Continuous breakthroughs were terrifying. Li Yiming felt that old Su's demeanor was somewhat perfunctory, but he paid it no mind, silently reveling in his transformation as if in a dream. Old Su, the effects of the primordial chi are simply absurd. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yiming couldn't help but exclaim, the Celestial Leg and Earth-Shattering Technique can actually share the same energy. There was plenty of time to savor this. Su Yang slowly got up, appearing weary. It's getting late. We should head back to school. Guiding you through the primordial chi is mentally taxing, and I need to get some sleep. All right. The two took a taxi back to the school, but as soon as Li Yiming stepped out, he noticed that Su Yang had already fallen deeply asleep in the car. Old Su? Li Yiming called out a couple of times, but there was no response. He felt a surge of emotion. It was clear that Su Yang had exhausted himself to help him with the primordial chi. Without further thought, Li Yiming carried Su Yang to the school gate, where he saw old Lu meditating nearby. He quickly said, Grandpa, please open the gate. Old Lu glanced over, revealing a peculiar expression. What is going on? Why is he sleeping so soundly? Li Yiming opened his mouth to explain. He went out to take care of something and accidentally fell asleep from exhaustion. Taking care of something? Old Lu and Appo's expression grew even more peculiar. What kind of business could tire him out like this? We were pushing a car. What? On the way, a beautiful lady's car broke down, and no matter how much we tried, it wouldn't start, so the teacher helped push it all the way. I couldn't stop him. Old Lu's lips twitched. Pushing a car could tire someone out this much? How heavy was it? Very heavy, are you joking with me? Seeing old Lu raise his hand as if to strike, Li Yiming quickly ran away with Su Yang on his back. Old Lu smirked and silently closed his eyes, sensing the situation. When Li Yiming got out of the car, he had vaguely sensed an unusual aura, thick and murky, reminiscent of Zhu Tao's. Moreover, It was evident that Li Yiming had indeed reached the peak of the 8th rank, causing old Lu to furrow his brow. Not long after, Li Yiming successfully carried Su Yang back to the dormitory. Old Su, he should be fine, right? Seeing Su Yang asleep like a log, Li Yiming felt a twinge of unease. However, he reassured himself that Su Yang had previously helped Tao Gu achieve the same amalgamation, so he should be alright. Besides, Su Yang was adept at using the Thunder Needle for cultivation and treated Balin pills as mere sustenance. He must be fine. He was just overthinking. Sitting cross-legged, Li Yiming quietly felt the primordial qi within him, still marveling at its wonders. With the infusion of primordial qi, the speed and power of his spiral wind leg had increased exponentially. Of course, the greatest change was that he had never felt such mastery over the primordial qi before, which meant he seemed capable of controlling his spiral wind leg now. However, due to space constraints, Li Yiming suppressed the urge to experiment and hurriedly pulled out his phone to message Zhu Tao. Before long, Zhu Tao arrived at Su Yang and Appo's dorm and met Li Yiming. "Where's old Su?" "He's in a deep sleep," Li Yiming quickly explained. "Tao Gu, old Su has already helped me achieve the amalgamation of primordial qi, and the effects are extraordinary." "You've reached the 7th rank?" "Not yet. I'm at the peak of the 8th rank." Li Yiming chuckled wryly. "My strength hasn't improved much. And I guess old Su was anxious, so he helped me complete the amalgamation ahead of time." "Peak of the 8th rank?" Zhu Tao raised an eyebrow. "Once I recover, we should spar." "Sure." Li Yiming eagerly anticipated this, quickly adding, "But you have to go easy on me. Don't worry, I want to use the needle technique. I'll help you solidify your strength as soon as possible. By the way, I need to tell you something." "What is it?" Old Su consumed 50 Balin pills in one go. Zhu Tao's pupils dilated, his expression shifting dramatically as he exclaimed, "What? Then why the hell did you take him to the dorm? He should be in the hospital." Calm down. Li Yiming thought about it. Sending someone who had taken 50 Balin pills to the hospital would be too late. If they were to send him, it would be straight to the crematorium. Not only was old Su unharmed, but he had even ordered 300 Balin pills ahead of time. Chapter 115. The inevitable. Li Yiming recounted the events from his 2 outings to Zhu Tao. As fellow students from the same school, they were like grasshoppers in the same boat, naturally inclined to keep secrets. After hearing the tale, Zhu Tao could only feel that Lao Su's behavior was indeed quite peculiar, almost monstrous in nature. Whether it was practicing with the Thunder Needle or consuming 50 scale pills in one go, each act was more outrageous than the last. Li Yiming couldn't and Appo's help but glance at the slumbering Su Yang, lamenting, regardless of whether it's about enlightenment or the harmony of primordial essence. Lao Su has certainly expended a tremendous amount of energy. Enlightenment? Zhu Tao paused. What kind of enlightenment are you referring to? Is it the same as what I think it is? Upon seeing Zhu Tao's bewildered expression, Li Yiming was equally taken aback. "Tao Gu, you don't know." Zhu Tao and Appo's expression was a mixture of disbelief and confusion. "I don't know. How is that possible?" Li Yiming stared in astonishment. "If Lao Su hasn't helped you with enlightenment, how did you manage to cultivate your dual cultivation technique?" "I just directly practiced the dual cultivation technique." Zhu Tao furrowed his brows. "You mean to say you've never experienced any enlightenment? That shouldn't be the case. I, Sun Zhao, and Fu Yunhai have all undergone enlightenment. How come you haven't? You're the first to practice dual cultivation." The two were momentarily at a loss, exchanging information. Li Yiming couldn't and Appo's help but let out a wry smile. "So, you really didn't receive any enlightenment and just went straight to dual cultivation?" "Indeed," Zhu Tao nodded. "There was no step where Lao Su placed his hand on my head to assist with enlightenment. It's no wonder your progress is so rapid." Li Yiming remarked with a bittersweet expression. "You didn't even require Lao Su's enlightenment to directly practice dual cultivation. Meanwhile, we can only do so after receiving enlightenment. Your innate talent surpasses ours by a considerable margin, doesn't it?" Zhu Tao initially felt puzzled as to why he was the only one who hadn't experienced enlightenment. But upon hearing Li Yiming, he realized the truth. Indeed, enlightenment was often sought due to poor innate talent. If one had sufficient talent and understanding, there would be no need for it. Hearing Li Yiming's resigned laughter, he mused, "Is the gap between us really that vast? Even after enlightenment, I have been stuck at the mid-level of the 8th rank for quite some time, struggling through numerous breakthroughs without success. If I hadn't received enlightenment, I doubt I would ever hope to surpass the mid-level of the 8th rank in this lifetime." Zhu Tao promptly patted Li Yiming and Appo's shoulder. "But isn't Lao Su already helping you merge with the harmony of primordial essence? You've smoothly reached the peak of the 8th rank. With the support of the harmony of primordial essence, reaching the 7th rank is merely a matter of time. Talent, after all, is not something we can control, so there is no need to dwell on it excessively." "Tao Gu, that is true, but you can't hide the pride in your smile." Noticing the smugness on Zhu Tao's face, Li Yiming couldn't help but chuckle. You're clearly quite pleased with yourself. Is it wrong for me to take pride in having better innate talent than you? Zhu Tao waved his hand dismissively. All right. Lao Su has already exerted his utmost to enhance our talents. I believe the gap between us has narrowed significantly. Raising an eyebrow, Zhu Tao inquired, so, how does it feel to have the harmony of primordial essence? Absolutely exhilarating, right? Exhilarating indeed. Li Yiming beamed. Moreover, the enhancement to my technique is remarkably evident. Frankly, I can hardly resist the urge to test the power of my spiral wind kick at the martial arts arena. I want to send the training robots flying with a single kick. Upon hearing this, Zhu Tao immediately objected, that won't do. Huh, why not? In the future, at Sanzhong, only I can show off. You all must refrain. Zhu Tao insisted. Others aren't fools. If our class S strength suddenly increases, it will be obvious something is amiss. Li Yiming snapped back to reality. I almost forgot about that. Wouldn't that render my enhancements useless? Zhu Tao pondered for a moment and replied, just show off when you return to your family. If anyone gets on your nerves, just let them have it. But that still carries the risk of exposure. Li Yiming protested. If the two of us show off, won't the others be left without a leg to stand on? Can they keep it under wraps? Zhu Tao rested his chin in thought. That is indeed a problem. Did Lao Su not provide any guidance? We and Oppos, we're only just getting started. Li Yiming waved his hand dismissively. There are only 4 of us in our class who have begun cultivating. The remaining 6 haven't made a peep yet. Lao Su probably didn't think that far ahead. Besides, he surely instructed us to conceal our strength. He did mention that we should only reveal it in dire circumstances, right? We need to figure out how to navigate this issue so we can show off without implicating Lao Su. Claiming that we practice dual cultivation is simply too far-fetched. Suddenly, Li Yiming had an epiphany. I've got it. What? I can say you taught me. Zhu Tao blinked, pointing at himself in disbelief. Me? Yes. Li Yiming replied eagerly. After all, your reputation has skyrocketed. The whole school knows you defeated Xiezhen. Once you return to your family, they will undoubtedly groom you as a candidate for clan leader. With your talent, no one will question your claim of having comprehended the dual cultivation method on your own. I'll just say it's your technique that I learned. Li Yiming continued. Lao Su is only at the 8th rank. No one would suspect him. Zhu Tao contemplated for a moment and said, but what if the clan leader asks me to present the dual cultivation technique? How would I respond? Just make something up? Zhu Tao rolled his eyes. The clan leader is a martial king. Do you really think a flimsy excuse would suffice? Li Yiming scratched his head. How about we call Sun Zhao and Fu Yunhai over to brainstorm this together? We can all discuss and find a way to navigate this situation. All right. They're both in their dorms practicing. Well, I can't reach them by phone, so I'll just go get them. Wait a moment. Zhu Tao wandered around Su Yang's dormitory and quickly spotted a set of keys on the table. The keys are here. Lao Su prepared them earlier. Lao Su certainly thought this through, Li Yiming remarked as he grabbed the keys and promptly headed to the student dormitory, making his way to the 6th floor. He unlocked Fu Yunhai and Oppo's room and swung the door open, only to find Fu Yunhai with his eyes closed, meditating in a headstand, moving at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he had already climbed onto the steel frame of the wardrobe. Ahai, ahai, Li Yiming called out, closing the door behind him. But Fu Yunhai did not respond. He hurried forward to wake him, but as he reached out, Fu Yunhai swiftly climbed onto his shoulder and suddenly rolled off, tugging Li Yiming down with him. Li Yiming felt as if his waist was about to snap. Without a second thought, he channeled his energy and began to spin rapidly. With a loud crash, Fu Yunhai slammed against the wall, his head hitting the ground, instantly waking him up. Yiming, what are you doing here? Fu Yunhai exclaimed, only to feel a sharp pain in his face. Why does my face hurt so much? I feel like I've been kicked a dozen times. You were sleepwalking and almost crawled out. I had to spin like a top to kick you back. With a bruised face and blood trickling from his nose. Fu Yunhai looked relieved. I see. Thanks. We're in the same class. No need to be so polite. It's the least I could do. Chapter 116. Likewise, Fu Yunhai's dormitory quickly descended into chaos. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Did you kick me on purpose? It was unintentional. Li Yiming retorted while evading. You nearly wrenched my waist. I had no choice but to kick you away. Don't come any closer, or I might spin like a top. If you get hurt, don't blame me. I'm currently at the pinnacle of the 8th rank. Fu Yunhai exclaimed, wide-eyed in disbelief. What? You're at the 8th rank? Indeed. I don't believe it. Fu Yunhai feigned a strike, launching a powerful punch directly at Li Yiming's face. Li Yiming, resigned, simply lifted his leg and swept aside Fu Yunhai's fist. Fu Yunhai tilted his body, feeling a sharp pain in his palm, his expression one of horror. Now do you believe me? Moreover, I only used 30% of my strength. Fu Yunhai, looking dejected, lamented, This is outrageous. Everyone else has enlightened themselves, yet you advance so rapidly. Meanwhile, I and Oppos, VE faced multiple breakthroughs without success. Li Yiming empathized with Fu Yunhai and Oppos' anxious state. Although his cultivation speed was remarkable, the repeated failures could easily lead to a collapse in mindset. This was even more frustrating than the previous stagnation. However, he could not reveal the matter of the primordial unity. Otherwise, it might lead to reliance on old Su's assistance, fostering a sense of dependency that could ultimately harm both. Li Yiming smiled. After all, I've been cultivating dual techniques longer than you, so it's only natural that my advancement would be swifter. This is quite reasonable, isn't it? Besides, this situation is perfectly normal. He shrugged. The more anxious you are, the harder it is to break through. You must maintain a proper mindset. Let things unfold naturally, understand? Fu Yunhai pondered this and realized it was indeed true, but the more he thought about it, the more he felt at a loss. No way. I've taken several kicks for no reason. You have to let me hit you back. My face is killing me. I hardly exerted any force. Li Yiming chuckled. If I truly put in effort, you'd be incapable of speaking right now. Am I just going to suffer in silence? You'll owe me one. Li Yiming quickly added. But first, we need to address the main issue. What main issue? Tao Ge wants us to discuss something important. Oh, all right. Upon hearing it was Zhu Tao who called, Fu Yunhai hurriedly changed his clothes. Don't keep Tao Ge waiting. Li Yiming couldn't help but smirk. Isn't this a bit unfair? I'm still your second senior brother. Why are you so accommodating to Tao Ge, yet not to me? Can you defeat Tao Ge? I can and Oppos. Although I and Oppos am strong now. If it came to a death match with Tao Ge, I'd probably leave in peace. Then there you have it. Fu Yunhai rolled his eyes. When you can defeat Tao Ge, I'll be polite to you. That's unlikely. Li Yiming sighed. Tao Ji's talent far exceeds ours. After Fu Yunhai tidied up, they arrived at Sun Zhao's dormitory door. You go in, Fu Yunhai said without hesitation. If I enter, I'm bound to get knocked around again. Fine. Li Yiming, feeling helpless, cautiously retrieved the key. As he opened the door, both Fu Yunhai and Li Yiming instinctively pressed against the wall, fearing Sun Zhao would charge out at any moment. However, the dormitory remained silent. Fu Yunhai quickly urged Li Yiming, get in. Don't rush. Let me see what's going on. Li Yiming leaned in to peek inside, only to find Sun Zhao engrossed in his cultivation within the soundproof room, seemingly unaware of their presence. In the next moment, Fu Yunhai wore a mischievous grin and kicked Li Yiming in the rear, but much to his surprise, Li Yiming reacted even faster, grabbing Fu Yunhai's shirt and pulling him inside. Bang! Fu Yunhai, caught off guard, inadvertently closed the door behind them. Clear the accounts. Li Yiming opened his mouth, but fell silent. The two turned to gaze into the semi-transparent soundproof room, observing Sun Zhao, whose belly bulged as he lay in a basin, leaving them momentarily speechless. Fu Yunhai couldn't help but exclaim, he really does resemble a frog. How bizarre. You have no room to criticize others, oddball. Likewise, Li Tua. Both fell silent, their eyes drawn to Sun Zhao's pink underwear. Has he always been this risku? Who knows? His taste is quite unique. As they spoke, they discreetly took out their phones to capture the moment, then quickly stowed them away, exchanging glances and asking, what should we do? What else can we do? We just push the door open and shout. Will he attack us? Uncertain, Li Yiming replied hastily. Old Su only mentioned that he has territorial awareness while in the dream state, but it's unclear if he has it otherwise. Whatever, worst case. You'll spin like a top. As they conversed, Fu Yunhai had already pulled open the door to the soundproof room, and the entire space erupted with deep, resonant croaking sounds, as if penetrating the soul. Li Yiming began to prepare himself to spin, only to find Sun Zhao still lying in the basin, unresponsive. It's fine. He should only possess territorial awareness when immersed in the dream state. Normal cultivation should and Oppos have that. Fu Yunhai shouted, Sun Zhao, hey, wake up. Tao Ge needs us for something. However, Sun Zhao remained unresponsive, still lying in the basin. This won't do. Watch me. Li Yiming suddenly pointed into the void. Sun Zhao. Look, a mosquito. Yet Sun Zhao continued to lie there, unperturbed. That is not working. Just kick him. We can't waste time. Tao Ge might get angry. You kick him. Why should I? Rock, paper, scissors. Fine. Fu Yunhai lost miserably and had no choice but to kick Sun Zhao's backside hard. In the next moment, he quickly retreated, only to hear Sun Zhao yelp in surprise, awakening instantly, clutching his rear in anger. Who the hell kicked me? In an instant, Li Yiming and Fu Yunhai pointed at each other. It was him. They glared at each other. Well, Fu Yunhai, can you act like a decent person? I'm just glad I anticipated that. Otherwise, I might have fallen into your trap. Wow. Li Yiming, you're so devious, trying to frame me. Sun Zhao, seeing them point fingers at each other, fumed. Who let you two in here? Sun Zhao, Tao Ge urgently needs to discuss something important with us. Upon hearing this, Sun Zhao grumbled as he rose. I and Amp, Oppos, LL settled the score with you two later. Looking down, Sun Zhao finally noticed he was wearing pink underwear, and his face fell. Don't worry, we're on the same side. I want to breathe a word about this. Likewise. Chapter 117. Go away shortly after. The trio finally arrived at Su Yang and Oppos' dormitory. As Zhu Tao opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of Fu Yunhai's battered face, momentarily taken aback. What happened to your face? It was Li Yiming who kicked me. Fu Yunhai replied, still seething with anger. I suspect this guy has it out for me. He must have kicked me at least 20 or 30 times. Li Yiming chuckled awkwardly. It was an accident. Sun Zhao was even more irate. Tao Ge. These two rascals kicked me while I was meditating, and now they want to even admit it. All right, quiet down. This is a teacher's dormitory. We wouldn't want to disturb the other instructors. Zhu Tao urged as he ushered the three inside. Upon entering, Fu Yunhai and Sun Zhao noticed Su Yang lying motionless on the bed, their expressions shifting to alarm. What happened to old Su? He's merely sleeping. He didn't even react to all this commotion. He's just tired. Zhu Tao waved his hand dismissively. No need to ask so many questions. Just sit down. Though they complied, concern still etched on their faces as they glanced at the sleeping Su Yang. There's truly nothing wrong. Li Yiming reassured them. If there were, we wouldn't be meeting here. After a moment of thought, the two relaxed slightly. Tao Ge, what did you call us here for? Zhu Tao turned to Li Yiming. Yiming, you explain. All right, here's the situation. Li Yiming laid out the facts. We know what kind of trouble Class 5 is in, so to avoid implicating old Su, we need to devise a reasonable explanation. Let us brainstorm how to handle this. Zhu Tao surveyed the others. All the intelligent ones from our class are here. We can't count on anyone else to avoid making things worse. Li Yiming and the others nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom of Zhu Tao's words. After all, old Su had the foresight to have them practice dual cultivation techniques in advance. Sun Zhao chimed in. I actually think Li Yiming's idea is feasible. After all, Tao Ge, you're currently in the limelight as a martial arts genius. It's reasonable that we've been influenced by you. The only hitch is whether the clan leader will demand you hand over the dual cultivation techniques, Zhu Tao added. We need to anticipate any potential oversights. That's indeed a tricky situation. Zhu Tao continued. If our powers surge, it'll be hard to explain. If you refuse to comply, the clan leader might become displeased, and that could spell trouble for us. I can handle the trouble, Zhu Tao replied earnestly. What I fear is the clan leader directing his ire towards old Su. Until I reach the martial sovereign level, my influence within the clan will be tenuous. Even upon attaining that level, I may not have much say. The clan prioritizes interests above all. Martial sovereign. The other three exchanged glances. If Tao Ge was already aiming for that level, they were still languishing at the 8th grade. If we can't figure it out, then Zhu Tao's expression hardened. I may have to resort to drastic measures against my own companions. If anyone dares to act pretentiously, I'll give them a steel needle. Wait. Let us think this through. Tao Ge, don't be so impulsive. Zhu Tao adjusted his demeanor. That's merely a last resort. What Li Yiming suggested might only be a secondary option. The dorm fell into silence, with Fu Yuhai cautiously raising his hand. I have a thought. But I'm unsure if I should share it. The three looked at him curiously. What is it? Why should I even need to explain? Fu Yunhai scratched his head. If you think my explanation has loopholes, can't I just avoid explaining altogether? His words left the three contemplating in silence. If someone asks me, must I tell them? Why should I? Fu Yunhai continued, puzzled. I never see the talents of our clan sharing their cultivation methods. Besides, don't all cultivation practices vary? Their methods might not even suit me. I wouldn't ask, nor would they tell me. The room fell silent again. Zhu Tao, Li Yiming, and Sun Zhao exchanged glances, struck by a sudden realization. That does make some sense. But how do we explain the phenomenon of the entire class as power surging? Why do we need to explain? Fu Yuhai asked, his confusion deepening. Old Su said we are all dual cultivation geniuses, just a bit late to mature. Isn't that sufficient? If we all have increased power, doesn't that make us geniuses? What if the clan leader notices your dual cultivation and presses you for an explanation? I'm a dual cultivation genius. Then, don't ask. If questioned, I'll simply say I've always been a genius. Your inability to see it is your own shortcoming. That's how I respond to the clan leader too. Let us see if he can refute that. His words struck a chord, awakening the others from their contemplative state. They had been so fixated on their perceived shortcomings as martial arts failures, forgetting that it was old Su's guidance that transformed their fates. Suddenly, they realized, being too cerebral can be a disadvantage. Overthinking had complicated a straightforward issue. Sun Zhao couldn't help but pat Fu Yuhai on the shoulder. I really envy your simplicity sometimes. Indeed, Zhutao replied with a wry smile. If it weren't for your reminder, we might have been trapped in our own thoughts. Li Yiming couldn't help but exclaim, my brother Hai is truly remarkable. The principle is elegantly simple. Just declare I am a genius, and all absurdities become rational. As they spoke, Li Yiming rose. All right, then I have nothing to worry about. Farewell, my friends. Wait, where are you going? To the martial arts arena. Li Yiming was eager to depart. I'm leaving old Su in your capable hands. Sun Zhao looked puzzled. What is he going to the martial arts arena for? What else could it be? Fu Yinhai replied with a hint of envy. This guy has already reached the peak of the 8th grade. Wait, when did he reach the peak of the 8th grade? Li Yiming's figure soon appeared in the martial arts arena, drawing the attention and curiosity of many. He approached the counter to obtain a number and requested paper and pen from the staff, directly queuing for a spot in the public martial arts area. Just as he settled down to recuperate, someone approached him. Li Yiming, you arrived at the perfect time. I happened to forget my money. Could you please reserve a private room for me? Li Yiming glanced up at the person, his tone icy. Get lost. Chapter 118. The Great Unity of Heaven and Earth. The newcomer was Li Quan, Li Yiming's cousin from the senior year. In front of a large crowd, Li Yiming disdainfully told him to leave, instantly shaming Li Quan. Are you looking for a fight? Li Quan glared angrily. How dare you speak to me like that? I am your elder. Do you need a lesson? As Li Quan reached out to grab Li Yiming's collar, intending to teach him a lesson, Li Yiming forcefully shook him off. Do you dare to stand in my way? You've gone too far. Li Yiming rose abruptly, his voice cold. I will count to 3. If you do not leave, I will take action. Li Quan was momentarily stunned, unable to believe his ears. What did you say? 3. With a fierce shout from Li Yiming came a powerful kick. Caught off guard, Li Quan was sent flying, crashing into the wall. Bang! When Li Quan regained his senses, he curled up on the ground, clutching his stomach, unable to utter a word due to the pain. Another one from class 5 of the first year. The surrounding students, witnessing the altercation, quickly dispersed, not wishing to be caught in the crossfire. Li Yiming remained expressionless, unable to suppress his emotions as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back. I had told you to leave. You refused to listen and dared to speak arrogantly in my presence. You brought this upon yourself. However, Li Quan was too pained to respond, his heart filled with disbelief. Despite being at the pinnacle of the 8th rank, he had been completely unprepared for the force of Li Yiming's kick. Unbelievable. How could Li Yiming possess such strength? Even I, at my peak, cannot withstand it. Meanwhile, Li Yiming's heart was in turmoil as well. The 8th rank pinnacle Li Quan couldn't even endure 70% of my strength. I haven't even unleashed my full technique yet. No wonder Tao Ge could defeat Xie Zhan, who was at the mid-8th rank, with his 7th rank entry level. The enhancement of the mixed origin technique is indeed astonishing. Does this mean I am invincible within my rank and can easily surpass my opponents? Just then, Li Quan finally found his footing, gritting his teeth as he rose from the ground. When did you become so powerful? I was always this strong. I simply did not wish to tear our family apart, Li Yiming retorted angrily, but enough is enough. You have gone too far. Time and again, you have provoked me. Today, I will make my stand. Li Yiming looked around, his emotions boiling over as he shouted, listen well, all of you from my clan. Out of respect for our kinship, I will give you 3 days to repay your debts and come to my dorm to apologize. After 3 days, I will begin to settle accounts. As he spoke, Li Yiming leaped onto the main control platform. The senior students on duty, sensing the impending trouble, hurriedly vacated the area. Li Yiming wasted no time and maxed out all parameters, the display panel above flashing the words pinnacle of the 7th rank martial Xian realm, leg techniques, alongside the specific parameters. With a flick of his wrist, he pressed a paper onto the chest of the combat robot, which simply read, dead unpaid. As the countdown began over the intercom, Li Yiming stepped back several meters, hands behind his back. When the countdown ended, the combat robot sprang to life, swiftly lunging at Li Yiming with a powerful kick. The speed of the 7th rank robot startled him. How slow. It seems that the results of my training under old Su have finally manifested. My motion capture vision and reaction speed have improved tremendously. I don't even need to use the spiral wind kick. Li Yiming's gaze sharpened. Mixed origin technique. Activate. The energy within him surged wildly, akin to an engine roaring to life, fueling his fervor. Bang! Just as the combat robot's kick came within inches of him, Li Yiming launched himself into the air, narrowly evading the strike. Everyone gasped in astonishment. How fast? The robot raised its head. Too slow. Get down. A fierce stomp struck the robot's face, the tremendous force causing it to lose balance and crash to the ground. However, due to its rubber exterior, the rebound sent it bouncing back up. As Li Yiming landed, he swiftly leaped back several meters, his gaze ablaze with determination. The great unity of heaven and earth. The ground trembled as invisible waves of energy erupted beneath him, and in an instant, he appeared before the rebounding robot. Down. Bang. In that fleeting moment, the robot was sent hurtling off the combat platform, crashing into the wall, motionless upon impact. Challenge successful. Time, 12 seconds and 64 milliseconds. The arena fell into an eerie silence. The only sound echoing was the announcement. As Li Yiming landed, he could not help but stand tall, composed, and calm. You have only 3 days to comply. After that, the consequences are yours to bear. Striding down from the platform, he cast a cold glance at Li Quan, who was still on the ground, clutching his stomach and struggling to comprehend what had just transpired. Li Quan's eyes flickered, unable to meet Li Yiming's gaze. His previous arrogance completely vanquished. Heh! Li Yiming sneered disdainfully, hands behind his back, swaggering out of the martial arts hall, leaving only his silhouette behind. After a long moment, the senior students gradually regained their senses, disbelief plastered on their faces. This scene felt oddly familiar. Not long ago, Zhu Tao had also defeated a 7th-rank combat robot right here. The senior students exchanged bewildered glances, filled with confusion. What was going on? Didn't they say Class 5 of the first year was filled with family failures? How could Li Yiming have followed Zhu Tao and Appo's performance so closely? Moreover, he had maxed out his parameters from the start. Among the crowd, the Li family members wore expressions of disbelief and darkened faces. Was this really the Li Yiming they knew? How could his strength have surged so dramatically? Or was it true that he had concealed his power all along? A sense of dread settled in their hearts. Things did not bode well for the Li family. If Li Yiming rose within the clan, their lives would become quite troublesome. Of course, the most displeased were the senior students on duty this month, grumbling as they cleaned up the aftermath. What is wrong with Class 5 of the first year? Their family disputes should be handled internally, not engaging with the combat robots. Every time they kicked a robot off the platform, it took us half a day to clean up and inspect. Next time we see them, let us just run off with the robots. Let us see how they flaunt their strength without them. Chapter 119. Are your legs not sore? Upon leaving the martial arts academy, Li Yiming felt as though his spine had finally regained its strength. I have grown stronger. I am no longer the timid Li Yiming of the past. Having completed his debut at the martial arts academy, Li Yiming hurriedly returned to Su Yang's dormitory, his mind racing. When Fu Yunhai opened the door and saw Li Yiming's return, he was momentarily taken aback. Ah? You finished so quickly? Li Yiming limped into the room, finding a place to sit, his face contorted with pain as he exclaimed, Quick, help me. I've cramped up. Sun Zhao rolled his eyes and swiftly approached Li Yiming to assist him. How did you cramp up again? Zhu Tao, observing the scene, quickly deduced the cause. The internal structure of the martial combat robot is made of specialized steel framework. It's evident you overexerted yourself. Didn't I warn you? Li Yiming offered a bitter smile. In that situation, who could think of that? After a while of Sun Zhao's massage, Li Yiming finally began to recover and gratefully said, Thanks, I and Appo's am better now. Next time, make sure to prepare yourself mentally. Fu Yunhai, standing to the side, was filled with envy. When will it be my turn? Soon enough. Just focus on your training. Zhu Tao chuckled. None of you will be left out. Sun Zhao and Fu Yunhai exchanged glances, a sense of anticipation filling their hearts. I didn't even spin like a top the entire time, Li Yiming reminded them. I only used the earth-shaking technique. Though everyone had come to accept Fu Yunhai's perspective, it was merely a means to address the exposure of the dual cultivation methods. Before that, it was imperative to remain undisclosed. That's easy to explain, Sun Zhao said, his expression gloomy. Your dual cultivation focuses solely on leg techniques. Others wouldn't notice anything. Once old, Su helps you resolve the issue of your two energies. Li Yiming teased, you'll be in the know. Zhu Tao nodded slightly. Indeed, don't rush. Remember, Xie Yuhan and the others haven't even started their dual cultivation yet. At Zhu Tao and Appo's reminder, Sun Zhao and Fu Yunhai suddenly felt much better. Hey, those 6 can only wait idly. At least we and Appo's begun our dual cultivation. Li Yiming, now more composed, exclaimed, Oh, right. I almost forgot to mention something important after my outing with old Su today. What is it? I'll be right back. Before long, Li Yiming returned, and Zhu Tao and Sun Zhao immediately understood as they saw the map he was holding. Fu Yunhai looked puzzled as Li Yiming unfolded a map of Donghai City before him. What is this? Dividing the cake, first come first served. When Su Yang awoke, only Zhu Tao and Li Yiming remained in the room. Sun Zhao and Fu Yunhai had returned to their dormitory to train. What time is it? 8:30. Su Yang glanced outside, surprised. After aiding Zhu Tao in merging the primordial qi, he had only needed a few hours to regain his energy. Evidently due to the enhanced efficiency of his circulatory system following the successful merging of the primordial qi. I was merely sleeping. There's no need for both of you to stay and watch, Su Yang said, amused. Why did you both come here to guard me? Old Su, there's something we need to discuss. What is it? Zhu Tao and Li Yiming promptly relayed the results of their earlier discussion to Su Yang, who felt a sense of satisfaction upon hearing it. My teachings were not in vain. Fu Yunhai and Appo's idea is indeed correct. Su Yang smiled. You should express this more often. Zhu Tao frowned slightly. However, I still feel it's precarious. Rest assured, if it truly cannot be concealed, I have my own methods to handle it. Su Yang reassured them. Focus on your training without excessive worry. Old Su, I just returned from the martial arts academy. Li Yiming grinned. I kicked the martial combat robot out. Aside from my legs cramping, there are no significant issues. The primordial chi is too formidable. Su Yang rolled his eyes. Was and Appo's Ti helping you merge the primordial chi to contend with the martial combat robot? However, upon reflection, he realized these individuals had been holding back their strength for so long, and now that they had finally improved, they needed an outlet for their pent-up energy. If they weren't kicking the martial combat robot, they would resort to kicking someone else. In that light, it was indeed better to compete against the martial combat robot. After all, it was constructed of specialized steel. It wouldn't be easy for a martial artist to cause any trouble. All right, return to your training. Su Yang waved his hand. I, too, must begin my training. The two promptly took their leave. Su Yang commenced timing the circulation of his energy, and upon opening his eyes, he swiftly stopped the timer. Upon inspection, he couldn't help but inwardly marvel. The duration of a single energy circulation had dropped from 15 minutes to just 13. By comparison, the circulation of a martial god is under 10 minutes, as supported by ancient texts, while that of a martial venerable ranges between 18 to 20 minutes. The enhancement brought about by merging the primordial chi was astonishing. Although it was evident that the efficiency gained from assisting Zhu Tao in merging the primordial chi was greater, the recovery speed was indeed over twice as fast as before. If this trend continues, once I assist the entire class in merging the primordial chi, there is genuine hope of breaking the 10-minute barrier, rivaling the martial god. I can and amp, Appo's help, but wonder how outrageous the enhancement will be when that time comes. The thought of achieving a martial god level of energy circulation is immensely exhilarating. This bolstered Su Yang and Appo's confidence in pushing toward the martial venerable stage. With the planned 300 scales pills set to arrive in 3 days, Su Yang intended to utilize this interval to prepare the next student for dual cultivation. The 5th student in Class 5 with the next highest training efficiency is the Petite Yuhan, in the student dormitory on the 3rd floor. Upon returning to the dormitory, Li Yiming did not engage in training, for he found a group of his cousins from the Li family waiting in the corridor. There were a total of 8 individuals, all of whom had previously borrowed money. Zhu Tao, who returned with him, was puzzled and murmured, "What is going on?" "They're here to repay the debt," Li Yiming sneered. "I gave them a taste of a warning." Zhu Tao nodded, choosing not to intervene, and walked toward his own dormitory. The group of Li family cousins quickly parted to make way, all the while wearing forced smiles, their hearts racing. Li Yiming is actually close friends with Zhu Tao? As soon as Zhu Tao entered his room, Li Yiming could not help but stand tall, striding confidently to his own dormitory door. "Yiming, I've been meaning to return your money for a long time, but I've been busy with my training. I only remembered today. We are family. We must not harm one another." Li Yiming glanced around, his expression indifferent as he replied, "Is it just the 8 of you?" "Yes, we've been waiting here. We haven't seen anyone else." Li Yiming smirked coldly. "Then don't blame me if I decide to visit the family's ancestral hall directly. Are your legs not sore?" Chapter 120. The peerless martial god. The Li family, being a minor clan, possesses but a few formidable individuals. Among the 13 members of the family in the 3rd division, only 8 have arrived, while one, Li Yuandong, has already repaid his debts, leaving 5 others to account for. However, with 2 days remaining until the deadline given by Li Yiming, there is no rush. In truth, rather than merely reclaiming the debts, Li Yiming yearns to thrash them. Kinship? That is a mere farce. Li Yiming harbors no sense of familial bonds, for these individuals have never shown him any respect. What sentiment is there to discuss with those devoid of compassion? Were it not for old Su's stipulations, he would have long initiated a thorough reckoning across the entire school. The Li family members, having repaid their debts, dared not linger and swiftly departed. Before long, Li Yiming found 8 bank cards before him, amounting to nearly over $1 million in outstanding debts reclaimed. At that moment, Zhu Tao leapt in from the balcony and, glancing at the stack of cards, remarked with a smile, "They repaid so readily?" "Indeed, quite readily," Li Yiming replied, stowing the cards away while smirking coldly. "At the end of the month, when we return to the clan, they will most likely turn against me. I know these rascals all too well. Have you devised a plan to counter them?" Zhu Tao inquired. "To strike," Li Yiming replied. Zhu Tao nodded slightly. In a few days, once I recover, we shall engage in a thorough sparring session, and I shall lend you my strength. However, with the enhancement of the primordial qi, even if you are only at the peak of the 8th rank. Among the Li family contemporaries, aside from Li Zihao and Li Jian, you should have no rivals. Li Yiming felt a twinge of insecurity. I'm not too confident about facing those two. Li Zihao and Li Jian are the only two members of the Li family attending the prestigious academy and are the family and Appo's most notable figures, having grown up alongside them. Li Yiming is well aware of their prowess, which is comparable to that of Xiezhan. You underestimate yourself, Zhu Tao chuckled. You are far stronger than you realize, especially with the augmentation of the primordial qi. Have you not noticed how the power of both the Tianxin leg and the Hanju has surged? Now that you mention it, Li Yiming replied, realization dawning upon him. The might of my Hanju rivals that of the Tianxin leg. It's astonishing that after neglecting the Hanju for over a year, it possesses such destructive capability. That is the true marvel of the primordial qi. Zhu Tao stated earnestly. The Tianxin leg and the Hanju share the same source of energy. By cultivating one technique, the other naturally strengthens as well. Moreover, do not forget, your Tianxin leg was modified by Old Su, limiting its adaptation to the entry level of the 7th rank. Before the primordial qi, we needed to seek higher-level techniques to bridge the gap. Otherwise, our progress would stagnate. Yet now, once you master the Tianxin leg, you can seamlessly transition to the Hanju, ascending to the martial emperor, while the power of the Tianxin leg will continually amplify during this process. The most terrifying aspect is, Zhu Tao continued earnestly, you can attempt to cultivate the Hanju. Li Yiming was taken aback. Huh? Cultivate the Hanju? You will find out once you try, Zhu Tao encouraged. Without hesitation, Li Yiming replied, wait. I haven't practiced the Hanju for over a year. I've nearly forgotten the technique. Give me a moment to recall it. Take your time. After a brief pause, Li Yiming steadied himself and began to channel the Hanju's energy. What is happening? Li Yiming exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock. Why is the speed of cultivating the Hanju identical to that of the Tianxin leg? Moreover, the sensation of control feels almost indistinguishable. Now you comprehend the extraordinary nature of the primordial qi, don't you? Zhu Tao remarked. Goodness. With such a cultivation speed, it seems I may truly aspire to become a martial emperor within my lifetime. Theoretically, yes, Zhu Tao replied with a knowing smile. As long as you do not encounter any bottlenecks. Li Yiming awkwardly scratched his head, reflecting on his previous failures to break through to the mid-8th rank, which had left him feeling unsettled. I've absorbed a wealth of martial theory in recent days, Zhu Tao mused, unable to suppress his astonishment. The more I learn, the more I realize how much effort Old Su has poured into us. Whether it be enlightenment or the melding of the primordial qi, the toll on him is immeasurable. Yet he often dismisses it with a smile, never revealing the hardships he has endured. What I cannot comprehend is, Zhu Tao lowered his voice, why Old Su would invest so much effort in us. This question left Li Yiming momentarily bewildered. This. He initially thought to say that it was natural for a teacher to guide his students. Yet, upon reflection, how many teachers would expend such effort on their students' enlightenment and the merging of the primordial qi? Even one's own kin might hesitate to invest such capital. Now that you mention it, I am also somewhat perplexed, Li Yiming admitted. So, do you suspect that Old Su has some ulterior motive in nurturing us? Zhu Tao nodded slightly. There must be some purpose behind it. Li Yiming felt a weight settle in his heart. Does Old Su aspire to mold us into the heads of various families, seeking to usurp our clans in the process? Zhu Tao's lips twitched. Do you find that plausible? If he possesses the ability to confer enlightenment and merge the primordial qi, would he truly care for such trivial family interests? Li Yiming chuckled nervously, scratching his head. Well, I'm not certain. Regardless, I believe Old Su is not exploiting us. For I can't fathom what value we possess to be of use to him. Besides, while Old Su may be somewhat shameless, his character is undoubtedly sound. My doubts do not lie there. Zhu Tao waved his hand dismissively. Do not think in such negative terms. Is it that Old Shun requires an heir for his legacy? Li Yiming scratched his head, unable to contain himself. I'm not suited to be a teacher. Broaden your perspective, Zhu Tao replied with a sigh. Look at the world. Li Yiming was taken aback. Old Su is seeking a future for humanity, and we have caught his eye. Li Yiming blinked in disbelief. Humanity? His eyes widened. ISNT that a bit. Through my recent studies of martial theory, I can assert that both enlightenment and the merging of the primordial qi are means to defy fate, Zhu Tao articulated clearly. He is diligently striving to cultivate us into individuals capable of standing on our own. Do you believe he does this for personal gain? Absolutely not. Li Yiming replied with conviction. He even refuses to accept money from me. Thus, what Old Su aims to cultivate is Zhu Tao and Amp, Appo's voice resonated powerfully. A peerless martial god to vanquish ferocious beasts and protect humanity. Chapter 121. Ironclad Garb. The following morning, as soon as the general studies class concluded, the remaining 6 individuals held their breath, their gazes fixed upon Su Yang. They harbored a fervent hope that he would suddenly call out for someone to accompany him to the office. However, that moment never came. Su Yang merely finished his lecture and turned away, heading straight into his office. Once again, it was an excruciatingly tedious day. The 6 sat at the doorway of the classroom, casting longing looks at Su Yang's office, sighing heavily. That place had long ceased to be merely an office for them. It had transformed into a sacred realm of martial arts. When would it be my turn? I too yearned to confront the martial combat robots. I wished to pin Xiejin down and teach him a lesson. But Xiejin? Let us forget about him. He is still lying in the infirmary. The group fell silent, instinctively turning their gazes to He Weiwei. Xiejin isn't recovered yet. Indeed, I overheard someone muttering about it today, He Weiwei replied hastily. It is said that he needs to rest for 10 days to half a month to recuperate. What? He was merely struck by Tao Gul. How could his injuries be so severe? It's not a physical injury. It's his qi. He Weiwei explained. It is said that his qi was completely thrown into disarray by Zhu Tao, swirling chaotically within him. He dares not move for fear of damaging his meridians. He requires constant adjustment. The group collectively inhaled sharply. Although their theoretical knowledge of martial arts was lacking, they still possessed the fundamental understanding that errant qi within the body is exceedingly perilous. Has old Su's body tempering secret method reached such an extraordinary level? They were all astonished. Just a single strike from Tao Gu has left him in this state. Alas, when will it be my turn? While Class 5 lamented in despair, Su Yang was diligently working in his office, assisting Xie Yuhan with her mental technique adaptation. He was acutely aware of the impatience of these youngsters. Upon entering the classroom, he could feel their eager gazes nearly blinding him. Yet, this process cannot be rushed. Each individual must be attended to one at a time to minimize errors. Su Yang had spent the night at the library, remaining awake until now, and surprisingly, he felt invigorated despite having had no sleep. Normally, a martial artist's sleep duration correlates with the efficiency of their circulatory cycle. Su Yang had previously calculated his sleep needs, discovering that about 4 hours of sleep daily sufficed for complete recovery. Yet now, after only 2 hours, he was still wide awake after an entire night. During this time, he also needed to allocate moments for circulating his qi, and he found that the maximum frequency of his circulatory exercises could be adjusted upwards. There was an abundance of feedback to process, requiring careful sensation and analysis. Following continuous filtering and adaptation, the dual cultivation direction for Xie Yuhan was determined. The protective mental technique was identified, with the specific method still under selection. Su Yang could hardly believe that Xie Yuhan was suited for a protective technique, prompting him to directly adapt the first 2 layers of his 9 refinements body technique. Although he had yet to learn the subsequent mental techniques due to time constraints, even 2 layers could suffice for adaptation since the core of the 9 refinements body technique lies within the initial layers. The compatibility was somewhat lacking, standing at only 67. However, it was evident that Xie Yuhan exhibited a notably high compatibility with protective techniques. After 2 days of relentless work, Xie Yuhan's mental technique was finally confirmed, the ironclad garb. Being an ancient technique, its terminology was densely populated with references to metals like iron, copper, and steel, symbolizing resilience. This truly marked the initiation of body tempering practice. Su Yang found himself both amused and exasperated. The ironclad garb still required modification, reducing its 8 layers to merely 4. Yet achieving a compatibility of 7 ranks at the entry level. Compared to Li Yiming and others, this approach posed the least risk, being a common body tempering method that enhances impact resistance. This brought back memories of his high school years, where he had removed the sandbags from the classroom to serve as his own punching bags. He barely scraped by for 3 years, just managing to meet the passing criteria for martial arts. Yet, it felt somewhat incongruous for a young girl to practice such methods. But seeing the high compatibility of Xie Yuhan with the modified ironclad garb, which reached an exceptional 488, made Su Yang believe she could certainly manage it. Moreover, when combined with the 7-kill spear, the ironclad garb would provide a true synergy of offense and defense, completely addressing the spear's vulnerability in close quarters. Should anyone dare approach, Xie Yuhan could charge forward, delivering a crippling blow to their knee. Having discovered the compatible mental technique, the next step was to arrange for enlightenment. The following morning, immediately after the general studies class, Su Yang scanned the room and called out, Xie Yuhan, please come to my office. With that, he turned and left the classroom. Xie Yuhan sprang to her feet, her face alight with excitement. At last, it's my turn, she exclaimed, bidding farewell to her classmates amidst their envious glances. Do you really need to bring the Wolf Fawn Club? Absolutely. Old Su, this is my beloved companion. We share a deep bond, Xie Yuhan replied, lifting the club proudly. She has been with me for 10 years. I vow to carry her with me for life. Su Yang felt a pang of sympathy. From what he had learned from Li Yiming and others, Xie Yuhan had likely faced significant hardships within the Xie family due to her background. The Wolf Fawn Club, for her, might represent a form of emotional support. What truly impressed Su Yang about the children of Class 5 was their resilience in the face of such oppressive familial pressure. Their mindsets remained unwarped. And they thrived exceedingly well. He doubted he would have been able to endure such conditions. Does it have a name? Absolutely. Xie Yuhan replied eagerly. Allow me to introduce you. She held up the Wolf Fawn Club, declaring, her name is Man-Man. Ah, she certainly seems like a clingy little creature. Isn't she? After ushering Xie Yuhan into the office, Su Yang proceeded with the usual protocol, setting rules, confidentiality agreements, and the enlightenment process. However, considering she was a girl, the enlightenment process was simplified without excessive preparatory steps. In no time at all, Xie Yuhan emerged from the office, excitedly brandishing her Wolf Fawn Club. Farewell. I'm off to train. The group rolled their eyes in exasperation. They were already feeling miserable, and now she comes to rub it in. Thank you so much. No need for thanks. Chapter 122. Showcase today, Li Yiming chose not to practice. Last night, Su Yang had sent a message, stating that he would let Xie Yuhan enter the sect today, and that an additional 300 Baijin Dan had already been delivered, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. He requested Li Yiming's assistance. Early this morning, Li Yiming had already contacted the construction team, eagerly awaiting Xie Yuhan's arrival. Before long, a knock echoed through the door. Upon opening it, Xie Yuhan entered, wielding a Wolf Fawn Club. Old Su sent me to find you, saying everything is to be arranged by you. All right. Please wait for a moment. Li Yiming promptly took out the intercom. All set for construction. The intercom crackled to life. Yes, young master. Xie Yuhan looked puzzled. Construction? What are we constructing? The first step in your training involves renovating your dormitory and replacing your balcony with specialized steel doors and windows. Oh, I see. Xie Yuhan nodded, smiling playfully. You're quite nice. Li Yiming blinked in surprise. Aren't you curious why? Old Su told me to listen to you, so I will. Xie Yuhan replied. Whatever you say goes. I don't bother to ask. Very well. I assure you everything will be arranged perfectly. During the construction period, Li Yiming had Xie Yuhan connect the mobile disk to his computer to confirm if any adjustments were necessary. Iron bone attire? This is indeed a body-tempering secret technique. Upon discovering it was a defensive type of mental technique, Li Yiming couldn't help but chuckle. Xie Yuhan was taken aback. What else would it be? Didn't Old Su tell you? No, he didn't. Xie Yuhan, her expression filled with concern, exclaimed, Old Su helped me achieve enlightenment. And he was covered in blood. It terrified me. How could I dare to ask? He insisted he was fine. But the amount of blood he lost certainly didn't appear to be trivial. Well, it should be. Fine. Despite his words, Li Yiming felt a weight in his heart. It seemed that Old Su's enlightening had indeed taken a toll on him. Brother Tao was right. Whether it was enlightenment or the fusion of primordial energy, both were perilously transformative techniques with immeasurable costs. Old Su was operating beyond his limits, gambling on their future. As for Xie Yuhan's iron bone attire, it didn't require soundproofing, but it clearly needed impact training. The first level involved honing head impact resistance, followed by subsequent layers, with leg training only commencing at the 4th level. How will you conduct this impact training? Well, Xie Yuhan promptly raised her Wolf Fawn Club. Can I just hit myself? Li Yiming's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you sure? You just had specialized steel doors and windows installed. Xie Yuhan quickly replied. No need for the Wolf Fawn Club. I can just run into things. Isn't that rather simple? Does it not hurt? Xie Yuhan questioned in confusion. Is there any training that doesn't hurt? That is true. Very well, I'll still arrange for soundproofing, but take it easy. Pay close attention to the notes Old Su provided. He specifically emphasized a gradual approach. Don't give yourself a concussion right off the bat. Don't worry. I'm not foolish. Li Yiming noticed that Old Su's notes were notably more extensive than usual, likely due to his experience with defensive techniques. Once the construction team completed their work, Li Yiming escorted Xie Yuhan to the 6th floor, stopping at the rooms of Sun Zhao and Fu Yunhai, cautioning her. Don't force your way in while they're practicing. Understood. With the necessary instructions conveyed, Li Yiming bid farewell to Xie Yuhan and hurried to Su Yang's dormitory. Upon entering, he was greeted by a multitude of boxes. Such a large number of boxes? 300 is no small amount. Su Yang handed Li Yiming a bucket, who stared at him in astonishment. Old Su, we're using this. Yes, it saves time. Su Yang picked up a funnel from the table. Just pour it in. Otherwise, we won't finish consuming these 300 in a day. Is this really necessary? For you, perhaps not. However, for others, each passing day is an ordeal. Su Yang replied. Li Yiming's heart sank as he felt his eyes redden. Old Su Yu, you won't be in trouble, will you? I heard from Xie Yuhan that you were covered in blood when you helped her achieve enlightenment. Su Yang sighed, feeling frustrated. The blood was merely a prop he had accidentally overused while online shopping, resulting in a messy situation. Xie Yuhan had been terrified, her face pale, trembling in fear. He had to comfort her for quite a while to help her regain her composure. It was just a bit of blood. It's not a big deal. Su Yang waved his hand dismissively. I simply lost control for a moment, causing some qi to overflow. It's a minor issue, no need to worry. Seeing Su Yang's nonchalant attitude, Li Yiming's emotions were a tumultuous mix. You really can't be in trouble. You must witness us become strong. Of course. It's a promise. Why are you being so sentimental today? Su Yang questioned, puzzled. I didn't see you being this sentimental when you shocked me with the electric door. Li Yiming refrained from elaborating, for he understood that regardless of his inquiries, Old Su would simply respond with I'm fine, not wishing to burden them with worry. However, upon reflection, while Old Su and Appo's consumption was substantial, it should be replenishable. The previous 50 Baijin Dan and the current 300 Baijin Dan indicated that Old Su must have means to sustain his bodily functions, and his absorption efficiency was far beyond imagination. Old Su was likely not as fragile as he and Zhu Tao had presumed. It must be said that the rapid ingestion of 300 Baijin Dan did indeed leave Su Yang feeling somewhat nauseated, not from fullness, but rather from the overwhelming richness. Thankfully, he had prepared drinks in advance, quickly downing them to suppress the urge to retch. After storing the energy of all 300 Baijin Dan in his dantian, Su Yang felt no unusual sensations. Old Su, are you all right? A bit overwhelming, Su Yang grimaced at Li Yiming's concern. Still manageable. Suddenly, Li Yiming felt he had indeed been overreacting. If one could consume 300 Baijin Dan without issue, he saw no signs of impending doom in Su Yang. Even the king of hell would likely have to remark, bring me the cow-headed horse-faced emissaries. I'll have them crack a walnut for my brother Su. The judge would likely be at a loss on how to record Old Su's fate, ultimately settling for showcase. Chapter 123. Rebirth after consuming 300 Baijin Dan. Su Yang wasted no time and prepared to assist Sun Zhao in merging the primordial qi. With no further tasks at hand, Li Yiming hurried back to his training, eager to break through to the 7th rank. Shortly thereafter, Su Yang arrived at Sun Zhao's dormitory door. After knocking for a while without response, he took out his key and opened the door himself. Upon entering the room, he found Sun Zhao in deep meditation, immersed in a large basin within the soundproof chamber, completely oblivious to the outside world. Su Yang tapped on the glass of the soundproof room, but there was still no reaction. He opened the door to the chamber, and the profound croaking of the toad resonated deeply within him. With each croak, Sun Zhao's abdomen visibly expanded, indicating that he had made some progress in the golden toad technique. Unlike other martial arts that emphasize specific aspects, the golden toad technique is balanced in both offense and defense, comprehensive yet not exceptional. Of course, the martial arts method does not solely determine the effectiveness in real combat. It largely depends on the individual's comprehension of martial arts and their ability to develop techniques. The most typical representative of Class 5 is Li Yiming. Due to his innate talent and imaginative nature, he invented the gyroscope training method using the phenomenon of external flow of qi. Neither the Tianjin leg nor the earth-shaking technique includes such a move. It is truly a product of Li Yiming's exploration. Stubbornness and talent clearly cannot stifle the imaginative ideas of youth. Another exemplary figure is Zhu Tao. Su Yang knew that Xie Zhen was still resting in the infirmary. Having sustained only minor physical injuries, the real damage was to his qi, free from the constraints of inadequate talent. Zhu Tao and Appo's understanding of martial arts had ascended to a new level, having officially begun to engage with the use of qi, fully qualifying to step into the realm of martial venerable. The rapid growth Zhu Tao exhibited in such a short time surprised Su Yang. Naturally, he held high expectations for the future development of these two disciples. Glancing down at Sun Zhao, who remained in the basin, an idea struck Su Yang. Sun Zhao, look. There's a cockroach on the floor. Hurry and eat it. However, seeing that Sun Zhao showed no reaction, Su Yang felt a bit helpless. He couldn't just kick him. That would be too presumptuous. He hesitated, contemplating whether to exert the authority of a mentor to forcibly interrupt him. The main concern was that he was uncertain how the release of such authority would affect the normal flow of qi, as he had never experienced it himself. Whether in meditation, dream cultivation, or executing techniques, qi operates according to the laws of qi pathways. Forcing an interruption could lead to chaotic qi, and without the technical skill to control it, could result in qi and blood surging outward, potentially harming the meridians. After much deliberation, he decided to seek out Li Yiming. Li Yiming was preparing to train when he saw Su Yang arriving, looking puzzled. "What's up, old Su? I need your help to test something." "What?" "Try to circulate your qi." Li Yiming responded with an "O" and began to focus. Su Yang and Apos. Gaze sharpened. Mentor S authority. In an instant, Li Yiming and Apos' expression changed dramatically. He felt an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from Su Yang, making it hard for him to breathe, while an involuntary feeling of reverence surged within him. As time passed, this reverence intensified, causing him to avert his gaze from Su Yang, lowering his head in submission. However, the pressure quickly dissipated without a trace. "Did your qi feel affected?" "No, not at all," Li Yiming replied, slightly flustered. "I was so startled that I immediately withdrew my qi back to my dantian." "What did it feel like?" It felt like I couldn't and amp. Apos, to catch my breath." Li Yiming stammered, still recovering from the pressure. "I didn't and amp. Apos, to even dare to move." "Oh, old Su. What kind of technique is this?" "A secret," Su Yang grinned. "All right, I have a general understanding now. You can continue your training." Okay. With that, Su Yang left. Now certain that the mentor's authority should have a calming effect on the mind, with no adverse impact on qi. Feeling relieved, he turned back to Sun Zhao's dormitory and activated the mentor S authority in the soundproof chamber. "Sun Zhao, wake up," with a sharp call. Sun Zhao abruptly opened his eyes, instinctively drawing in his qi, then leaped to his feet, hands pressed firmly against his thighs, his body rigid and unmoving, present. The familiar sensation of pressure surged back, but vanished in an instant. After catching his breath, Sun Zhao turned to see Su Yang standing before him, a wry smile crossing his face. "Old Su, you almost scared me to death. Apologies. But you seemed so engrossed in your training that I had to employ a bit of a technique." "Change your clothes first," Su Yang said seriously. "I will assist you in resolving two qi disturbances." Sun Zhao's hands moved in a blur, mimicking the act of pulling up his trousers. "I'm ready." After enduring another 3 seconds of the mentor's authority, Sun Zhao hurriedly changed clothes. This child was still a bit mischievous. "Let me clarify, this process will be exceptionally painful. Prepare yourself mentally." Su Yang surveyed the room, noting that Sun Zhao's dormitory was soundproofed. He continued, "If it hurts, you can yell, but you must not move recklessly." Sun Zhao nodded decisively without hesitation. "No matter how painful it is, I can endure it." The thought of becoming as strong as Zhu Tao filled him with anticipation. The entire process concluded in under an hour. As the number of merges increased, Su Yang and Amp, Apos' technique became increasingly refined. After successfully merging the primordial qi, it was necessary to restart the circulatory process. Displaying signs of fatigue, Su Yang sat on the nearby bed, silently observing Sun Zhao's condition. Originally seated in a meditative posture, Sun Zhao suddenly collapsed onto the ground, eyes tightly shut, clearly in the process of restarting. With rapid croaking sounds echoing, the frequency of Sun Zhao's abdominal contractions increased. Su Yang frowned. Apart from Zhu Tao and Apos' relatively smooth restart, the others had experienced some irregularities, likely due to not having entered the 7th rank of martial Xian. Su Yang could faintly sense that as the croaking frequency escalated, a certain energy was accumulating within Sun Zhao. The rapid croaking served as both a signal and a warning. Just as Su Yang pondered this, a sudden explosive sound erupted. Sun Zhao and Apos' figure shot forth, careening against the wall, then propelling himself off again. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, Sun Zhao resembled a spring, bouncing throughout the room at increasing speed, to the point of becoming a blur, making it impossible for Su Yang to track his movements. In the blink of an eye, the dormitory was left in disarray. Only when the ground trembled slightly did Sun Zhao reappear, still in a frog-like position, but the floor bore a deep dent. The merging of the primordial qi was complete. Chapter 124, So embarrassing. When Sun Zhao opened his eyes once more, feeling the seamless flow of the primordial energy within him, he could hardly believe it. The profound energy had already signaled to Sun Zhao that his qi had undergone a qualitative transformation. From this moment forward, he would no longer need to adjust his differential cultivation methods. With a face full of excitement, Sun Zhao turned to Su Yang, only to find him lying on the bed, saying, "All right, calm down. Seize the moment and attempt to break through your realm." As he spoke, Su Yang pulled out a small box from his clothing and handed it directly to Sun Zhao. "This is a medicinal pill I prepared for you. Its effects are relatively mild, and the energy contained within is sufficient for you to surge to the pinnacle of the 8th rank." Overwhelmed with gratitude, Sun Zhao accepted the box, noticing that Su Yang had already closed his eyes. "I'll take a short nap. You can break through on your own." Understanding that Su Yang must have exhausted himself, Sun Zhao felt a surge of determination. Since Su Yang had invested so much effort into his training, He was resolute in becoming a formidable force, vowing not to let his mentor down. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Zhao sat cross-legged, consumed the medicinal pill given by Su Yang, and immediately began his pursuit of breakthrough. The marvels of the primordial energy finally revealed themselves at this moment. The previous bottleneck that had thwarted his continuous breakthroughs could no longer hinder his ascent. In a brief span, Sun Zhao's aura shifted, and he shattered the bottleneck of the mid-8th rank, advancing into the high 8th rank. Yet, the momentum of his breakthrough did not cease there. The accumulated energy from his prior training surged forth, and soon he sensed another barrier. This realization filled Sun Zhao with exhilaration. He had never imagined he could achieve consecutive breakthroughs. He quickly suppressed his excitement, holding his breath and focusing, ready to charge towards the pinnacle of the 8th rank. Unbeknownst to him, 10 minutes had already passed when Su Yang awakened from his brief slumber. Glancing at his phone, Su Yang noted that he had rested for less than 15 minutes, yet felt completely revitalized, which struck him as rather astonishing. Have I recovered this quickly? Seeing that Sun Zhao was still striving to reach the 8th rank and Appos as pinnacle, Su Yang felt he had ample time. He considered the possibility of assisting 2 students in blending their primordial energies today, given Li Yiming's standards. It was improbable that Sun Zhao could leap to the 7th rank in one go. His innate talent was one matter, but the accumulation of experience had been insufficient. Zhu Tao and Appos' situation contrasted starkly with Class 5. Zhu Tao feigned indifference while others genuinely slacked off. Zhu Tao, though claiming not to practice, was diligently honing his skills in private, ensuring his Dragon Fist technique did not go to waste. In contrast, others had squandered a year, or even 2, without committing to true practice. While Sun Zhao was in the midst of his breakthrough, Su Yang opened the door and entered Fu Yunhai's dormitory. Upon entering, he was startled by what seemed like a large rat darting past him. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Fu Yunhai, who was practicing a handstand crawl with astonishing speed. His climbing ability was remarkable, and the most striking aspect was how effortlessly he ascended the steel frame, seemingly defying gravity. Moving as if weightless, Su Yang could not help but marvel at this scene. Fu Yunhai had progressed remarkably in just a few days, exhibiting grace in his movements. Although he displayed somewhat eccentric behavior, it was insignificant. Once he integrated the primordial energy, this achievement could enhance his technique significantly. However, in his moment of astonishment, Su Yang felt a weight on his pant leg and saw Fu Yunhai climbing up his leg. Instinctively, Su Yang quickly shook him off. But Fu Yunhai landed lightly and scurried away to another spot. Feeling slightly awkward, Su Yang scratched his head, relieved that it was daytime. Otherwise, he would have been terrified if caught off guard at night. Fu Yunhai, wake up! At Su Yang and Appos' gentle command, Fu Yunhai abruptly halted, straightening up and instinctively exclaiming, "I'm sorry. I want to do it again. Please don't make me write a self-reflection." The atmosphere in the room grew tense. It seemed the last display of the teacher's authority had left a significant impact. Fu Yunhai, quick-witted as he was, even offered 3 consecutive apologies. Turning to see Su Yang before him, he felt a twinge of embarrassment and scratched his head. "Old Su, when did you arrive?" "My apologies for intruding after knocking for so long without a response," Su Yang replied. "No need to be so formal." Fu Yunhai hurriedly fetched a chair and placed it in front of Su Yang. "Old Su, please sit. Would you like something to drink? I can get it for you right away." "There's no need for such formality," Su Yang waved his hand. "I came specifically to assist you with the 2 energies you're struggling with. Let us head to Sun Zhao's dormitory." "All right." Fu Yunhai did not ask further questions and promptly followed Su Yang into Sun Zhao's dormitory. Upon seeing Sun Zhao seated in meditation, Fu Yunhai could not help but inquire, "Old Su, what is he doing?" "He is attempting to break through his realm. Just ignore him," Su Yang replied. "Initially, I intended to assist you after you reached the 7th rank, but seeing your current plight, I can't bear to delay any longer." "Old Su, I'm sorry for disappointing you." Fu Yunhai bowed earnestly. "I've been working diligently on my training, but I can't seem to progress. And the bottleneck has been incredibly frustrating. I never expected that even after gaining enlightenment, my talent would still be so lacking." A look of bitterness crossed Fu Yunhai's face. "It's so embarrassing that I can't bear to tell you. I fear disappointing you. Don't dwell on it. There is no need to feel ashamed." Su Yang reassured him, warming Fu Yunhai's heart. "You'll get used to it eventually." Chapter 125 Sparring. Unbeknownst to him, night had fallen. While immersed in his training, Li Yiming was abruptly awakened by the sound of an alarm clock. Regaining his senses, he found himself on the balcony. A glance to the side confirmed that Zhu Tao was indeed standing there, hands clasped behind his back, gazing up at the moon. Today marked the day Li Yiming and Zhu Tao had agreed upon for their sparring session, and naturally, Li Yiming was filled with anticipation. Zhu Tao and Appos' His formidable prowess was well known among the members of Class 5, especially after they had witnessed his resounding defeat of Xiaxin, which left no doubt about his strength. Li Yiming believed that honing his skills under Zhu Tao's guidance would significantly enhance his combat abilities, no matter how swiftly one trained or how elevated their realm. Without the ability to apply it, it held little value. Only through actual combat could a warrior's true fighting capability be tested. "Are you ready?" Zhu Tao inquired. "Ready. Let's warm up first," Zhu Tao grinned. "Let us see who reaches the martial arts hall first." As soon as he finished speaking, the two figures leaped from the third floor in swift succession. Li Yiming felt that Zhu Tao perhaps underestimated him a tad. After all, his training focused on leg techniques. And with the enhancement of the Hunyuan Ichi, his speed had increased. Zhu Tao's confidence in a speed contest seemed a bit misplaced. However, to Li Yiming's astonishment, as soon as he landed, Zhu Tao shot past him from midair with incredible swiftness. Upon closer inspection, Li Yiming realized that Zhu Tao was wielding a fine black line, the other end embedded in the trunk of a robust tree. "Spider-Man, is it? Using a needle to travel?" As Zhu Tao landed and swiftly retracted the line, Li Yiming caught up, exasperated yet amused. "Tao Ge, don't show off so casually." "It was just a quick test," Zhu Tao replied with a smile. "It definitely appears to be a viable method of travel." Li Yiming scratched his head. "I didn't expect it could be used this way. Just a trivial skill. Not worth mentioning." Zhu Tao remarked. "Why do you sound more and more like an ancient scholar?" "Do I?" "Indeed. At this rate, you might start speaking classical Chinese soon. Just get used to it." No sooner had Zhu Tao spoken than he took off several meters ahead. "Keep up." Li Yiming couldn't help but chuckle. Zhu Tao was becoming quite the show-off. "No way. I must show off too." Gathering strength in his left leg, Li Yiming leaped onto a tree branch, calculating the distance to another branch before launching himself with great power. Boom. Zhu Tao heard a dull thud and turned to see Li Yiming stuck in a fork of the tree, looking both amused and bewildered. "What on earth are you doing?" "Nothing, nothing." Li Yiming flipped down from the tree, immediately adopting a more subdued demeanor. After all, as his specialty was not agility, navigating between branches posed significant difficulty for him at this stage. However, with practice, he was confident he could master it. "If I can't do it, I'll just transform into a tornado and wipe out this grove." Before long, the two arrived at the martial arts hall. Although it was already 8 p.m., the hall was brightly lit and bustling with activity. Senior students were sweating it out in pursuit of their dreams and futures. The appearance of Zhu Tao and Li Yiming naturally drew countless gazes. They instinctively held their heads high, puffed out their chests, and clasped their hands behind their backs. Once they secured an independent training room, they strode confidently into the corridor. One must always put on a facade when stepping outside. Identity is something one creates for oneself. In no time, they had entered the training room. After confirming the door was locked, Li Yiming temporarily set aside the martial arts robot on the platform. "Tao Ge, you want to be using the needle technique, will you?" "Of course not." Zhu Tao rummaged through his waist pouch and produced a handful of rubber pellets. Li Yiming was taken aback. "You can use these too?" "As long as I desire, anything can be utilized," Zhu Tao replied softly. "You need to broaden your thinking. Any martial art does not have to adhere to a specific form. The needle technique need not only involve needles. It is merely a tool that happens to complement your energy quite well." Zhu Tao stated earnestly, "All transformations stem from the essence. The foundation of a warrior lies in their energy. Below the martial sovereign, energy resides within the body. Below the martial sovereign, energy exists externally." "Tao Ge, when you speak like this, I find it a bit." Li Yiming scratched his head. "I'm not sure I fully grasp it." "That is all right. Just take your time to comprehend." Zhu Tao smiled. "Let us commence our sparring." The two immediately distanced themselves, bowing respectfully to each other. Zhu Tao assumed a firm stance, his left hand in a horizontal block, while his right hand drew to his abdomen, softly stating, "Let us first spar using our respective family martial arts." "All right," Li Yiming replied, stepping forward into a bow stance. "Tao Ge, I'll strike first. Come." As soon as he spoke, Li Yiming darted forward, closing the distance to Zhu Tao and executing a powerful sweeping kick. Zhu Tao swiftly adjusted his stance, his feet firming as a formidable aura erupted around him. Boom. With a muffled sound, Li Yiming's sweeping kick missed its mark. As his left foot landed, he transitioned from a sweep to a kick. To his surprise, Zhu Tao had already thrown a punch aimed at his abdomen. Boom. Li Yiming did not dare to underestimate it. He quickly retracted his leg to block. Though he managed to deflect the powerful punch, the force still knocked him back several steps, causing him to stumble slightly. "Tao Ge, your Panlong Divine Fist carries quite a punch. I'm impressed that you could withstand this punch. Your reaction speed is surprisingly quick." I was ready to absorb the impact. After all, both possessed the enhancement of Hunyuan Ichi, making their techniques significantly more powerful and defensive than before. After a brief pause, Li Yiming felt the pain in his leg diminish considerably. "Let us go again." "All right," Zhu Tao replied. "Once we've warmed up, we can go all out. I'm eager to see just how formidable your tornado spiral leg has become. I assure you, you won't be disappointed." Li Yiming grinned, raising his right knee and spreading his arms wide. "Tao Ge, here I come. Bring it on." In an instant, Li Yiming erupted into a spinning whirlwind, becoming a blur of motion. The air whirled around him. Zhu Tao felt a chill of trepidation. The speed was markedly greater than before. Whoosh! A sound of slicing air resonated, and in the blink of an eye, Li Yiming was upon Zhu Tao. Zhu Tao's expression changed drastically. The speed was so rapid he had no time to react and could only raise his hands to brace himself. In that moment of contact, the force of several dozen powerful kicks surged forth, violently pushing Zhu Tao back, his feet sliding several meters across the ground before he barely regained his balance. Truly, the innate tornado Saint body recognized by Old Su. Zhu Tao grinned through the pain in his hands, his eyes blazing with fervor. "Come, let us fight." Chapter 126. Shocking energy on the martial arts stage. Li Yiming transformed into a high-speed gyroscope, executing rapid serpentine maneuvers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Zhu Tao, who was also swiftly evading, noticed Li Yiming had closed the distance and suddenly stomped his feet, leaping into the air. Unexpectedly, Li Yiming abruptly halted his spinning motion and delivered a powerful inverted kick. Bang! Zhu Tao had no choice but to block forcefully, being sent flying several meters before finally stabilizing himself on the ground. Raising his head, he wore a broad smile. "I told you not to underestimate your own strength. Yiming, you are indeed formidable. In terms of speed, I have no advantage whatsoever." Zhu Tao grinned. "If I were only using the Panlong Divine Fist, I would have already lost this battle. Brother Tao, you are still holding back." Li Yiming's face bore no hint of arrogance, but rather a deeper understanding of Zhu Tao's prowess. "You have relied solely on the Panlong Divine Fist from start to finish. You haven't even unleashed the needle strike, not using it because you fear you cannot withstand it." Zhu Tao had taken a rubber ball from his bag. "Now I can unleash my full strength." "All right." Li Yiming swiftly turned, closing in rapidly. Zhu Tao immediately threw a rubber ball. "Hunyuan Ichi needle strike." Whoosh! The sound of the ball slicing through the air erupted as it struck directly towards Li Yiming's spinning form. In an instant, upon discerning the trajectory of the rubber ball, Li Yiming executed swift lateral movements to evade, saying, "Brother Tao, I'll pretend these rubber balls are all steel needles. I want to choose to endure them head-on." "A wise choice," Zhu Tao suddenly remarked. "Do you want to try the true needle strike?" After a moment's hesitation, Li Yiming replied, "Bring it on. If there is no high-pressure environment in our sparring, I want to be able to hone my skills. Rest assured, I will exercise restraint." Li Yiming ceased his hesitation and advanced towards Zhu Tao. Zhu Tao retracted the rubber ball, narrowing his eyes as a steel needle shot out from his sleeve. Propelled by a black thread, Li Yiming deftly dodged, and in a fleeting moment, found himself before Zhu Tao. To his surprise, Zhu Tao suddenly yanked the black thread, executing a backward glide. Li Yiming was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Zhu Tao had driven the steel needle into a corner of the martial arts stage. "Wow, that is quite impressive." Regaining his composure, Li Yiming hastened to pursue. As Zhu Tao swiftly maneuvered while continuously launching steel needles, Li Yiming evaded, closing the distance rapidly. Just as Zhu Tao was nearly within reach, he did not attempt to dodge. Instead, he raised his hand, clutching all the black threads, grinning. "From here on, you may find it difficult to move an inch." As Li Yiming stood perplexed, he discovered he seemed unable to move, spinning in place. Looking down, his scalp tingled with shock. Unbeknownst to him, the martial arts stage had been divided into several small areas by the black threads, and he was ensnared within one of those confined spaces, unable to escape, and these threads had already been infused with Zhu Tao's energy, possessing remarkable resilience, rendering them nearly impossible to break. "Brother Tao, you want to trap me so easily." Li Yiming leapt on one leg, bouncing off the ground, continuing to approach Zhu Tao. "Is it possible that I'm just waiting for you to leap?" Li Yiming's heart raced as he suddenly saw Zhu Tao leap into the air, aligning perfectly with him, his needle strike poised to unleash. "Yiming, how will you evade in midair?" As they both landed, Li Yiming couldn't help but chuckle. "Wow, Brother Tao, isn't this tactic a bit too? You mean despicable?" No. Li Yiming spread his hands helplessly. "I am simply outmatched and willingly concede. Our purpose in sparring is not to determine a victor, but rather to identify our weaknesses." Zhu Tao waved his hand dismissively. "Your weaknesses are now quite evident. During the suspended phase, you are unable to move at high speed. I merely need to seize that opportunity, and you'll have to endure. Indeed, if the needle strike lands, I would undoubtedly be finished." Moreover, your high-speed movement is restricted at lower stances. If your opponent targets below your knees, evasion may prove difficult, leading to a loss of balance. This issue is quite lethal. Zhu Tao pondered seriously. In your future training, you should endeavor to rectify these two critical flaws. All right. Li Yiming spread his hands helplessly. The gap between us is still too vast. Then acknowledge the disparity. Zhu Tao shrugged. It is entirely normal for there to be strengths and weaknesses within a class. Besides, my level naturally surpasses yours, and we both possess Hunyuan Ichi, so it is only to be expected. Brother Tao, do you think I can defeat Xiejin now? Zhu Tao contemplated for a moment and replied, no. He practices the 7 kills spear. Do you intend to face his silver killer spear with your legs? Moreover, he will not sit idle. With the 7 kills spear in hand, he can easily maintain a safe distance. However, against those without weapons, your chances of victory are quite high. Their means are limited and cannot constrain your movements. Zhu Tao smiled. Among the major clans, only a few cultivate weaponry. Thus, your current strength is already considered top tier among the offspring of great clans. What about you, Brother Tao? Below the martial sovereign, I should have no rivals. Seeing Li Yiming's half-doubtful expression, Zhu Tao grinned. Don't believe me? It feels somewhat pretentious, doesn't he? Extending his hand, he offered a small demonstration. Li Yiming blinked and decisively reached out his hand. Zhu Tao raised his hand and flicked Li Yiming's palm. Li Yiming immediately let out a muffled groan and staggered to the ground. It felt as though his Hunyuan Ichi had been struck by some intense force. His head buzzed, and his internal energy surged wildly. After a considerable time, Li Yiming finally managed to stabilize his Hunyuan Ichi, gazing at Zhu Tao in utter astonishment. What? What was that? Shocking energy. Zhu Tao quietly retracted his hand. Otherwise, do you think Xiejin is still lying in the infirmary? I directly dispersed all his energy. Well, now I truly believe it. With this technique, who beneath the martial sovereign could possibly contend with you? Li Yiming hastily rose, excitement evident on his face. Brother Tao, how is this achieved? Zhu Tao shrugged. It relates to the cultivation method of the Butian Xiaoyu needle, which holds no reference for you. Li Yiming scratched his head, feeling both confused and impressed. Chapter 127. In one breath, while Zhu Tao and Li Yiming were engaged in a heated spar, 2 new faces arrived at the martial arts hall, drawing the attention of numerous senior students. The on-duty seniors, upon recognizing that the newcomers were from Class 5, immediately wore expressions of dismay. Why did they have to come in pairs? Who else could they be but Sun Zhao and Fu Yanhai? However, the two did not linger to observe their surroundings. They directly approached the staff to request a private room. The senior students on duty were prepared to carry away the robots but were perplexed as the two hurried toward the independent room. Just as Sun Zhao and Fu Yuhai entered the corridor, they coincidentally encountered Fu Dongming exiting from the private room. What are you two doing here? Fu Dongming asked, wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel. Why aren't you practicing in your dormitory at this hour? Fu Yanhai, feeling a strong sense of kinship with his cousin, quickly replied, Dongming Ge, we plan to spar a little. Upon hearing this, Fu Dongming couldn't help but roll his eyes. You two? What's wrong? Chickens pecking at each other, take it easy. He added, it's rare to see you both so motivated. Work hard. Strive to be like Zhu Tao. Bring honor to our family. Understood. Fu Yuhai responded eagerly, while Sun Zhao quickly urged, hurry up, don't waste time. Old Su is waiting. Oh, right. The two hurried to the window, seizing the moment when no one was around to call out, Old Su, no one is here, come in. Su Yang stealthily climbed through the window, cautiously surveying his surroundings before waving his hand. Let us go. Before long, the trio slipped into the private room. Old Su, is it really necessary to be this cautious? People think our relationship is antagonistic. We should maintain that impression. Su Yang replied, in this situation, it's best if I don't act alongside you. Both Zhu Tao's strategies and Su Yang's plans were precautionary measures against potential exposure risks. It was wise to exercise caution before any incidents occurred. However, Su Yang understood that the dual cultivation techniques they were practicing could not remain concealed from beings of a higher level like martial sages. They possessed the ability to perceive energy, and an astute observer would easily discern the truth, depending only on their willingness to investigate further. Unless Zhu Tao and his companions could control their internal energy to prevent it from leaking or disguise the chaotic energy as something else, it would be impossible to shield their activities from the perception of a martial sage. It was clear that Zhu Tao and his group lacked the capability to achieve such mastery, as they had yet to reach that level, which required an extraordinary degree of control over their energy. Su Yang, however, was fully capable of such feats. His command over chaotic energy was now unparalleled, enabling him to disguise it as any known form of energy. Currently, he emitted the aura of the 9 refinements horizontal body technique, making it impossible for even a martial sage, let alone a martial emperor, to discern its true nature. Exposure was inevitable, yet Su Yang had his countermeasures in place. That night, he brought along Sun Zhao and Fu Yunhai, who had just merged their chaotic energy, to the martial arts hall. His intention was to provide them with theoretical support in martial arts, allowing them to quickly harmonize their abilities. They could not afford to stumble through the process like Li Yiming, especially since neither of them possessed an innate talent for martial arts, making it easy for them to stray from the right path. However, recalling how these two often dozed off during theoretical classes, Su Yang realized mere lectures would be futile. Thus, he decided to combine theory with practice and engage them in combat drills at the martial arts hall. First and foremost, it was essential to clarify that the ultimate goal of the dual cultivation technique was to enable them to transcend their limitations and attain higher levels of power. Therefore, both needed to start from their individual circumstances. The techniques I provide are merely foundational, a tier below your family's inherited methods. Once you reach the 7th rank of martial mysticism, you must focus your cultivation on your family's techniques. Find a way to integrate the two methods, creating your unique combat style. The two nodded, partially understanding. Let us proceed step by step, starting with you, Sun Zhao. Su Yang fixed his gaze on Sun Zhao and said, your family's technique is the 7 elements cloud-splitting palm, which emphasizes explosive power. What do you think are the characteristics of the golden toad technique? Fu Yunhai chimed in, like a frog. Fu Yunhai was promptly punished for his lack of decorum and sent to the corner. Seeing Fu Yunhai reflecting in the corner, Sun Zhao couldn't help but smile secretly, but quickly composed his expression and replied earnestly, Old Su, I feel it should be quite comprehensive, with both attack speed and defense, yet lacking a specific focus. Indeed. It seems you have seriously contemplated this matter, Su Yang smiled. Now, considering your circumstances, how do you think we should integrate them? Go for an explosive style. Yes. That is currently the most suitable approach for your cultivation, though it is not absolute. You must assess how it performs in actual combat. Any technique that cannot be executed in practice is meaningless. Sun Zhao nodded eagerly. Let us focus on your 7 elements cloud-splitting palm as the primary technique. Using the golden toad technique as a supplement. Start by practicing the golden toad technique, aiming to control your energy without making a sound. Su Yang had meticulously reviewed each of their techniques. Alright. Sun Zhao quickly positioned himself, channeling energy throughout his body. Hold that stance. Good. However, when Sun Zhao turned his head, he noticed Su Yang had also dropped to the ground, mimicking his posture perfectly. Old Su, you can also perform the golden toad technique? Su Yang remained silent. With chaotic energy at his disposal, advanced techniques were not necessarily within his reach. But foundational techniques posed no challenge to him. He could activate them without any prerequisites. Are you only at the first level? Yes. Sun Zhao was momentarily taken aback, while Fu Yunhai, who was still in the corner, nearly had his eyes pop out in surprise. Wow. 2 frogs. After approximately 10 minutes of focused practice, Su Yang began to formulate a plan and turned to them. Concentrate. Let an amp. Oppos. Begin regulating your breathing. Yes. Draw your legs inward. Gradually gather your energy, stabilize your breath, and finally tense your lower body, like this. As Su Yang adjusted his own position, his legs moved inward, allowing his upper body to expand comfortably. This adjustment provided ample space for movement, broadening his field of vision and facilitating the execution of strikes. Since this emphasizes explosiveness, speed is paramount. The following actions must be performed in an instant during actual combat. I will substitute your family technique with a basic palm technique for demonstration. Pay close attention. After momentarily retracting his energy, Su Yang inhaled deeply and suddenly propelled himself off the ground, executing a flip while activating the golden toad technique. As his legs bent and expanded outward, he swiftly readjusted his center of gravity, allowing his legs to land first before unleashing his power. Boom. Before the frog stance could fully manifest, Su Yang had already darted several meters forward, delivering a powerful palm strike. That's the essence of it. You can adjust or modify the moves based on your circumstances, but the key is to ensure seamless transitions between the two techniques. This way, you can harness the explosive power of the golden toad technique without revealing your stance. Do you understand? I understand. Good. Now you take a turn. I cannot. Chapter 128. Is it not difficult? Seeing Sun Zhao practice repeatedly, failing to execute even once after 20 or 30 attempts, Su Yang couldn't oppose. help but slap his forehead in exasperation. Could this action truly be so challenging? It hardly seems to pose a significant difficulty. Sun Zhao, bewildered, responded. Are you even speaking coherently? You merely need to lie down, and you will instantly master the golden toad technique. Within 10 minutes, you would have discerned the pattern, and you could seamlessly switch between mental techniques to execute combos. And you dare claim it is not difficult? Fu Yunhai, who was standing aside as punishment. Kuden and Oppos, T hold back and interjected, Old Su, from my perspective, this appears exceedingly difficult. Moreover, how do you manage to switch techniques so effortlessly? Can you really exchange breaths that quickly? Ah, indeed. Su Yang, realizing belatedly, almost forgot that his efficiency in circulating energy had far surpassed that of a martial sovereign and was now nearing the level of a martial king. Coupled with his mastery of chaotic energy, seamlessly switching techniques was truly a trivial matter for him. Meanwhile, Sun Zhao and Fu Yunhai had only just begun to blend the primal unity, and they had yet to become familiar with it. Thus, achieving seamless transitions in mental techniques was, in reality, quite unrealistic. My apologies. It seems I have set the bar too high for you. Let us take our time. There is no rush. We have ample time to practice, and once you become proficient in the primal unity, you will be able to attempt seamless transitions in mental techniques. Have faith in your abilities. Sun Zhao, feeling disheartened, opted for silence and silently turned in place. All right, Fu Yunhai, your turn now. Come here. With a wry smile, Fu Yunhai approached Su Yang, saying, Old Su, please refrain from presenting me with overly complex techniques. I may not be able to grasp them. I will do my best. Old Su, don't tell me you can also perform the celestial and terrestrial steps. Enough chatter. Get moving. Reluctantly, Fu Yunhai settled into a cross-legged position and began to practice an inverted stance, only to realize that Su Yang was also in an inverted position beside him. What on earth is this monster, Old Su? Why does he know our mental techniques too? Sun Zhao, utterly confused, asked, Old Su, how many levels have you attained? Don't ask. Focus on your own practice. Su Yang turned his gaze toward Fu Yunhai. You should already understand the focus of this mental technique, right? It's all about body movement. Fu Yunhai muttered under his breath. Aside from being somewhat disrespectful to those with disabilities, your family's inherited technique, the mountain-shattering fist, is quite similar to Zhu Tao and Oppos' dragon-wrapping fist. The only difference lies in the former and Oppos' explosive power through pinpoint strikes, while the latter relies on overwhelming force. Old Su, I cannot fathom how to combine these two techniques. You must allow me a moment to ponder, and do not use my techniques as a standard. I merely provide you with a theoretical direction. If you find this method feasible, expand upon that foundation and do not confine yourselves. Understood. Su Yang closed his eyes again, silently feeling the energy pathways of the celestial and terrestrial steps within him. The energy pathways dictate where the energy circulates when it reaches certain points, and how to adjust one's force without disrupting the flow, ensuring the primal unity operates at high speed within the body. The primal unity is a highly simplified version of chaotic energy, thus transitioning between two mental techniques is entirely achievable, though it requires practice, a relatively lengthy accumulation process. However, every member of Class 5 possesses an exceptionally high adaptability to mental techniques, and their cultivation speed far exceeds that of ordinary individuals, ensuring a significant reduction in the time required. To become a formidable warrior, one must endure hardship. This time, Su Yang took considerably longer to contemplate. After all, this simplified version of the celestial and terrestrial steps was peculiarly intricate, especially the cross-legged position, which posed a challenge in conjunction with the mountain-shattering fist. Nevertheless, the problem was manageable. The cross-legged stance in the celestial and terrestrial steps was the most challenging aspect, making it difficult to conceal. Hence, why not embrace it? What to do then? Quite simple. Su Yang grinned. Just wrap him up. Huh? Fu Yunhai looked utterly perplexed. Wrap? How do I wrap? I'll demonstrate briefly. Let's head to the martial arena. With a puzzled expression, Fu Yunhai followed Su Yang to the arena, where Su Yang instructed. Just use the mountain-shattering fist to attack me. Understood. Fu Yunhai immediately activated the mountain-shattering fist and charged forward, but as he threw a punch, he noticed Su Yang simultaneously lunging forward, raising his legs just in time to evade the blow before swiftly wrapping his legs around Fu Yunhai's arm. Wait, what just happened? Seeing Su Yang entangled around his arm without any discernible weight, Fu Yunhai was taken aback. Well, is this how it works? Don't dawdle. This was merely a basic demonstration. You can wrap arms or legs. If the opportunity arises, you might even wrap around the opponent and Oppos' waist like this. Su Yang loosened his legs, executing the celestial and terrestrial steps while his hands deftly navigated Fu Yunhai's body. He shifted his stance and clamped his legs around Fu Yunhai's waist, adding, you must fully utilize the grace of your movements. Once you close the distance, wrap around him, constantly changing your posture. During this vacuum period, your hands are entirely free. Su Yang raised his fist for emphasis. As long as you can wrap around your opponent while seamlessly transitioning techniques, a single punch will undoubtedly incapacitate them in an instant. With that, Su Yang released his legs and landed gracefully. What do you think? That and Oppos. That's incredible. Fu Yuhai exclaimed, still in disbelief. I thought my legs were useless. Su Yang rolled his eyes. How could they be useless? It's just that your leg strength isn't as formidable as your arms. Rapping is not the goal. It's merely a distraction. I understand now. Fu Yuhai said eagerly. I want to try it right away. All right, let's practice together, step by step. Yes. After creating some distance, Su Yang charged toward Fu Yunhai, throwing a punch. Fu Yunhai leaped into the air, spreading his legs wide, attempting to replicate Su Yang and Oppos' earlier move. Su Yang rolled his eyes, swiftly bringing his hand down, catching Fu Yunhai off guard and pinning him to the ground. Old Su, you're cheating. Now I am your enemy. How could I let you wrap me up? Find an opening, and remember, you don't always have to start with your legs. You can also begin with your hands. In battle, you must learn to be flexible and adaptable. All right, let's go again. Chapter 129, Gradual Progress after providing Sun Zhao and Fu Yuhai with a clear direction for their cultivation. Su Yang and Oppos' subsequent task was to continue selecting suitable techniques for the remaining students. He Weiwei ranked 6th in training efficiency. Xia Yuhan had just begun her practice and was not in a hurry to merge the primordial essence, seizing the opportunity when no one was around. Su Yang stealthily slipped out of the martial arts hall and headed straight for the library. Meanwhile, in the student dormitory, Xia Yuhan had just entered when she took a deep breath. With a loud exclamation, she collided headfirst into a specialized steel plate. Moments later, she crouched down, clutching her head, tears streaming down her face. Woo-woo, it hurts so much. No, I must persevere. Only by becoming stronger can I prevent others from bullying me. After a considerable amount of time, the pain in her forehead subsided significantly, and she slammed her head against the specialized steel plate once more. Thus, she repeated the cycle, crying and colliding. The next morning during practice, as Su Yang entered the classroom, he immediately noticed that Xie Yuhan and Oppos' forehead appeared to be swollen, a small bump hidden beneath her bangs. Su Yang was taken aback. What on earth happened? As soon as the general studies class concluded, he hurriedly called Xie Yuhan outside, asking, what happened to your forehead? Why is it so swollen? Training. Xie Yuhan replied, trying to adjust her bangs to cover the bump as much as possible. I bumped it all night. Su Yang quickly inquired in a hushed tone. What did you bump it against to cause such swelling? Isn't your iron bone armor already initiated? Puzzled, Su Yang recalled the energy feedback he received after Xie Yuhan initiated the iron bone armor. Logically, if she had already begun her practice, there should be no reason for her to suffer such an injury. The forehead should be relatively hard after initiation. Colliding with a wooden board should not result in such damage. Wait a moment, he urgently asked. What did you collide with? Specialized steel. Su Yang and Oppos' eyes widened in disbelief. Are you out of your mind? Did you not read what I wrote? I clearly stated to proceed gradually. How could you jump straight into colliding with specialized steel? It's a wonder if it doesn't hurt. You should start with a wooden board, practice sufficiently, then gradually increase the hardness. Is that how it works? Did you think otherwise? I thought it was about starting slowly and then increasing the speed. Why didn't you tell me sooner, Lao Su? This is killing me. Su Yang Kuden and Oppos' helped but slap his forehead in exasperation. How could I know that you were so utterly ignorant about martial arts? Are you all right? That bump looks quite swollen. How could I be fine? It hurts like hell. Su Yang initially wanted to say serves you right for not taking the martial arts general studies class seriously. But upon realizing how pitiful Xie Yuhan was after struggling with specialized steel for an entire night, he refrained from adding salt to her wounds. Wait a moment. Su Yang reluctantly returned to his office, soon returning with a bottle of medicine, which he handed to Xie Yuhan. This is a special remedy for bruises. Apply it 3 times a day, and it should subside in 2 to 3 days. Lao Su, you are truly kind. But please, do not challenge specialized steel again. Start with a wooden board, practice until you feel capable, and then switch to harder materials. Understand? Xie Yuhan, still a bit disheartened, replied, you didn't write it down. And you know I can only score 20 in the martial arts general studies. All right, my fault. I overestimated your understanding of martial arts. Next time. Should I just write it from the beginning of creation? Su Yang waved his hand in resignation. Go rest for now. Once you recover, you can resume your training. Otherwise, that bump will never heal. Okay, I understand. As soon as Xie Yuhan returned to the dormitory, she heard Li Yiming calling her. Xie Yuhan, come to my dorm. Seeing Li Yiming waving at her from the 3rd floor balcony, she responded and made her way over. However, upon entering Li Yiming and Oppos' dorm, she was surprised to find Zhu Tao, Sun Zhao, and Fu Yunhai already present. Xie Yuhan was taken aback. What are you all doing here? Arin and Oppos, to you training? Li Yiming looked at her in confusion. What happened to your forehead? Did you not practice the iron bone armor? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Xie Yuhan decided to change the subject. Why did you call me over? Of course, to discuss some matters with you. What matters? Just as Xie Yuhan was filled with curiosity, Li Yiming produced a piece of paper and handed it to her. Here, sign it, and then press your fingerprint. Xie Yuhan focused on the contents of the paper, all handwritten. Regulations for Su Min disciples. 1. No betrayal of teachers or harm to fellow disciples. Violators will be expelled. 2. Disciples must support one another and remain united. Those who disrupt unity will face Zhu Tao's wrath. 3. Do not easily reveal dual cultivation techniques. If discovered, concoct your own excuse, but do not implicate Lao Su. Those who slip will face Zhu Tao's wrath. 4. Showing off is permissible, but should be done moderately. Excessive displays will face Zhu Tao's wrath. 5. Protect humanity and eradicate ferocious beasts. Those with narrow minds will face Zhu Tao and Appo's wrath. 6. To be supplemented. The reverse side of the regulations bore the signatures and fingerprints of Zhu Tao and the others. Li Yiming asked, do you have anything to add? Xie Yuhan looked at the regulations in bewilderment. What is this for? To ensure our friendship lasts forever. Li Yiming exclaimed. Once signed, we will be bound by these rules, making us think twice before acting. What does it say to face Zhu Tao's wrath? Sun Zhao and Fu Yunhai exchanged glances and hurriedly urged, Xie Yuhan, extend your hand for a flick from Tao Go. Why? Don't ask, just extend your hand. Xie Yuhan complied, instinctively extending her hand towards Zhu Tao. But I'm practicing the iron bone armor. You might not be able to hurt me. Is that so? Zhu Tao gently flicked her hand, and in an instant, Xie Yuhan found herself on the floor, nearly spitting blood, feeling dazed for quite some time. What just happened? Will you sign? You can skip it. But first, take a hit from Tao Go. If you can withstand it, you need to sign. Xie Yuhan's eyes widened in shock. Surviving a flick from Zhu Tao, she quickly got up and signed her name, pressing her fingerprint. All right, what is next? Zhu Tao turned to Li Yiming, who then spread a map of Donghai City before Xie Yuhan. Now, you are officially a disciple of Su Min. Choose one. Chapter 130. The symposium. Xie Yuhan was still trying to comprehend the situation when Li Yiming escorted her out of the room. That's it for you. Return and focus on your cultivation. Oh, what are you all doing? We're holding a symposium. Would you like to listen? As Xie Yuhan was about to speak, she decisively shook her head at the mention of a meeting. Then forget it. In a hurry, she clutched her Wolf Fong club and ascended to the 6th floor to continue her training. Meanwhile, in Li Yiming and Appo's dormitory, for individuals convened for a symposium on the harmony of primordial qi. As per tradition, they began with an exclamation of the harmony of primordial qi is utterly astonishing. The next proclamation was, Old Su is even more remarkable. Yesterday, Old Su helped me and Fu Yiming complete the integration of the harmony of primordial qi. And then he took us to the martial arts arena. Sun Zhao said with an air of mystery. Can you two guess what happened next? Zhu Tao and Li Yiming exchanged puzzled glances. Fu Yunhai quickly added, Old Su can actually perform the Golden Toad technique in the celestial steps. However, Zhu Tao and Li Yiming remained unfazed. Hey, aren't you two the least bit surprised? Why no reaction at all? Fu Yunhai exclaimed, Old Su, aside from the 9 practices of the horizontal body technique, can also perform the Golden Toad technique in the celestial steps. This means he is a triple cultivator. Don't you find that absurd? Zhu Tao and Li Yiming shared a knowing glance, completely unperturbed, finding it quite ordinary. After all, such feats were rather commonplace for Old Su. Do you think this is outrageous? Absolutely outrageous. Sun Zhao replied incredulously. Isn't being a triple cultivator quite extraordinary? It seems you know far too little about Old Su. Li Yiming cleared his throat. Allow me to reintroduce our esteemed mentor. Fu Yunhai and Sun Zhao were taken aback. Currently, the one teaching us the fundamentals of martial arts in class is our mentor, Su Yang, who cultivates using the Thunderbolt Needle technique, casually sticking his hand into an electric socket, and can consume 300 scale pills in one go without feeling overwhelmed. Moreover, he possesses the mastery of the Great Transformation Energy, has trained his physique extensively, and has aided us in achieving the integration of the harmony of primordial qi, all while exuding a mysterious energy that devours vitality. Adding to what you mentioned, he also practices the Celestial Needle and the Heavenly Leg technique. Given all this, let me pose a question. What rank of martial artist is Old Su? Fu Yunhai scratched his head. Isn't Old Su an 8th rank martial artist? Do you see any of my descriptions resembling an 8th rank martial artist? Martial sovereign? Zhu Tao shook his head. You overestimate the martial sovereign too much. Surely he cannot be a martial emperor? That doesn't seem right either. Martial. God. Doesn't seem likely. Fu Yunhai felt his mind was about to overheat. Then I have no idea. Sun Zhao pondered with his arms crossed. Old Su's situation can't simply be defined by our understanding of ranks. Indeed, He has mentioned this to me personally. Could old Su be a reborn individual? Perhaps a martial god reborn, betrayed by a girlfriend or wronged, with parents slain, embarking on a path of vengeance? Let us not dwell on such thoughts. Zhu Tao stated seriously. The true purpose of this symposium is not to investigate the secrets surrounding old Su, nor to indulge our curiosity about his personal matters. That is his private domain. He will share when he chooses, and if he decides not to, we should simply remain unaware. This is the decorum we, as students, must observe. The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging this principle. The genuine aim of this symposium was singular. Zhu Tao asserted, our experiences are quite similar. Which means that once we attain strength, our mindsets will inevitably transform. As the first disciple to enter, I am concerned that you may stray from your path and lose your direction. No. Tao Ge, you're overthinking this. I want to stray from my path because I'm already on the wrong one. Be serious. Tao Ge is addressing serious matters. Do you want me to knock some sense into you? Fu Yuhai quickly closed his mouth. Joking aside, as the eldest disciple, I have the responsibility to guide you. Zhu Tao continued. Thus, the true purpose of this symposium is to clarify what kind of individuals we aspire to become, ensuring we remain clear-headed and rational at all times. Did old Su invest such effort in training us merely to make us clan leaders? The trio fell silent. Zhu Tao spoke gravely. Yes. No. Tao Ge. To suddenly say something so solemn in this serious symposium has left us bewildered. Becoming a clan leader is merely a step along our journey. Once we become formidable, the title of clan leader will be within our grasp. Even if we do not wish to assume that role, the entire family will perceive us as the leader. Becoming a clan leader does not conflict with our direction. It is merely a facet of our path. What is crucial is that once we possess the capability to become clan leaders, we must determine where our ambitions should lie. For at that stage, the clan may become a burden, hindering our true potential as formidable beings. Power may blind you, and desires can lead you astray. The more you possess, the greater your greed will grow. Can you withstand these temptations? The three exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. Can't we just enjoy ourselves for a moment? Of course we can. Zhu Tao shrugged. I never said you shouldn't enjoy yourselves. I haven't had the chance to indulge myself yet. So I certainly want to enjoy as well. I'm merely asking if you can resist these temptations, and after experiencing such things, can you still maintain your direction? Isn't this a bit premature to discuss? Sun Zhao awkwardly rubbed his nose. We haven't and oppose, to even reach that point yet. I have no idea when I will become a clan leader. Li Yiming, with unwavering conviction, asserted, you will definitely become one. It is a must. You must believe in your abilities. If you don't believe in yourself, at least believe in old Su. If we can't even become clan leaders, how can we claim to aspire to be strong? Fu Yuhai looked puzzled. Tao Ge, after all this, what exactly is our direction? You haven't clarified that for us. Sun Zhao was rendered speechless by Fu Yunhai's comment. Slapping the rules on the table, he said, didn't you just sign it? Didn't you see the fifth point? Oh, that. Zhu Tao sighed helplessly. Being the eldest disciple is quite exhausting. Chapter 131. Cheating. Zhu Tao was not primarily concerned about misguiding others. Rather, his profound understanding of Class 5 necessitated a meeting to ensure that everyone's thought processes remained synchronized. No one comprehended the unique cognitive pathways of Class 5 better than Zhu Tao. A moment's inattention could lead their thoughts astray into unpredictable territories. Thus, it was imperative to convene a discussion to unify their ideas and direction, while simultaneously exchanging experiences related to martial arts cultivation. As the saying goes, 3 cobblers with their wits combined equal zhuge liang. Engaging in collective deliberation would undoubtedly yield more fruitful outcomes than solitary contemplation. After the meeting concluded, upon hearing that Li Yiming was currently sparring with Zhu Tao, Sun Zhao and Fu Yunhai immediately expressed their desire to join Zhu Tao for practice. Training alongside formidable opponents is a fundamental understanding shared by all martial artists for continuous self-improvement. I think you two should hold off for now, Zhu Tao replied, shaking his head. Follow old Su's methods diligently first. Once you've mastered what he has taught you, then you may seek me out for sparring. Otherwise, it would be of little significance. That seems rather dull. Sun Zhao interjected. Training through practical combat should yield better results, right? Fu Yunhai quickly nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Li Yiming chimed in. You could always spar with the second senior brother. Sun Zhao and Fu Yunhai exchanged glances, then promptly shook their heads in unison. Sparring with you is pointless. Li Yiming felt a pang of indignation. What? Do you look down on me? Ask Brother Tao how strong I am. It's not that we look down on you. Fu Yunhai waved his hand dismissively. But how can we even compete? Your speed is already astounding. Now that you've integrated the Hunyuan Ichi technique, your swiftness is beyond comprehension. You could easily unleash 70 or 80 kicks in a flash. Could I withstand that? Exactly. Your spinning technique is akin to a cheat. There's no real opportunity for sparring. Sun Zhao shrugged helplessly. How can I grow if I'm just getting kicked around? I'm not practicing defensive techniques. Besides, I doubt I'll encounter another spinning opponent like you in my lifetime, so it hardly qualifies as practical experience. Sun Zhao and Fu Yuhai did not harbor any disdain for Li Yiming, as they had witnessed his spinning prowess firsthand, a spectacle that was utterly insurmountable. If one could not match Li Yiming's speed, finding an opening was impossible, even if one could keep up. Surpassing his speed was unfeasible unless their prowess was significantly greater than his. Moreover, once Li Yiming began spinning, he might not be able to control his strikes. I believe there is someone well-suited for you to spar with, Sun Zhao suggested. Who? Xia Yuhan, he exclaimed. Wait until she has perfected her iron bone garment. Then you can both practice together, as she needs combat resilience training. We should stick to sparring with Brother Tao, Sun Zhao concluded. Very well, as you wish. Li Yiming shrugged, extending an invitation. Whenever you wish to spar, I am at your service. Zhu Tao maintained that sparring at this juncture was of little value, insisting that the two should focus on mastering the techniques old Su had imparted before considering further practice. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door. Li Yiming paused, momentarily believing it to be Xie Yuhan, intrigued by the meeting. However, upon opening the door, he was taken aback to find Li Quan and 3 other Li family members who had not attended the previous day. Seeing them approach, Li Yiming couldn't help but smirk. Oh, only now do you remember to collect your debts? Debts? Li Quan retorted coldly. Is this about money? You brazenly ambushed me in public without warning, and now you expect me to let you off the hook? Li Yiming, you are truly arrogant. Another cousin pointed an accusing finger at him. You are bringing shame upon the Li family. You will face dire consequences when you return home. Li Yiming scoffed dismissively. What do you intend to do about it? If you have the guts, let us settle this at the martial arts arena. One-on-one. Li Quan replied in a chilling tone. If you lose, you will apologize respectfully, and our previous debts will be annulled. And if I win? Laughter erupted among the group. We all know your reputation, so don't think we are oblivious. Who in the Li family is known for employing armed technology? Do you truly believe we are unaware of your use of exoskeletons at the arena? You may fool others, but not us. You have further incriminated yourself, not only for your treachery among kin, but for cheating during practice. The 4 Li family members firmly believed that Li Yiming had cheated, having thoroughly deliberated the matter the previous evening. They were well aware of Li Yiming and Oppo's penchant for technological enhancements, particularly exoskeletons, and even his penchant for keeping thunder needles at the ready. Most importantly, if he truly had concealed his abilities, he would not have set a 3-day deadline. Given his temperament, he would have exacted revenge the same day, never allowing for such a delay. Seeing the attitude of Li Quan and the others, Li Yiming eagerly responded, All right, you spoke of a duel, but ensure you don't back down. Let us go to the martial arts arena for our one-on-one. Li Yiming and Oppo's enthusiasm left the 4 somewhat bewildered. This was not how they had anticipated things would unfold. Why was he so confident, even eager? While they found his demeanor somewhat unsettling, Li Quan was confident in his abilities and replied sternly, We shall meet at the martial arts arena. The 4 turned to leave, exchanging wary glances. This attitude of his is rather disconcerting. Is he genuinely confident, or merely pretending? Li Quan scoffed. If he were truly confident, he wouldn't have ambushed me yesterday. Upon reflection, they agreed that he had indeed taken them by surprise, and Li Yiming's underhanded tactics left much to be desired. They had agreed to count to 3, yet he had launched his attack immediately. It was clear he lacked the confidence to confront Li Quan directly. Ensure you wear your martial attire for our encounter. Without the exoskeleton, let us see how he begs for mercy. Chapter 132. Outsiders not allowed to intervene. Li Yiming was certain that his kick would instill fear in the Li family members from the 3rd high school, preventing them from troubling him henceforth. Yet, he felt a slight discomfort within. After all, these individuals had bullied him for years, humiliating him when they couldn't borrow money. Initially, he did not mind their antics, but over time, it became a habitual pattern. They would approach him to borrow money, only to insult him if he complied. And if he refused, the humiliation would be even more severe. Li Yiming had attempted to resist, purchasing the Thunder Needle in hopes of standing up for himself, but the outcomes rarely met his expectations. Even with the Thunder Needle, they still sought to borrow money from him. If, by chance, he used the Thunder Needle and it resulted in their humiliation, he would face reprimands from his family and even be required to compensate for emotional distress. Ironically, the humiliation intensified as they hoped he would use the Thunder Needle on them again, allowing them to claim greater compensation, which, in essence, was not a loan but a reimbursement that they did not have to repay. This unfortunate cycle continued until Li Yiming arrived at the 3rd high school, where circumstances finally began to improve. One could only imagine the resentment he harbored towards such despicable relatives. Now, with Li Quan refusing to repay his debt and even challenging him to a duel, Li Yiming felt an unexpected thrill. This was a challenge he yearned for. There could be no backing down. He saw an opportunity to vent his frustrations. As soon as Li Quan and his companions departed, Li Yiming returned to his room, only to find Zhu Tao and others hiding behind the door, shrugging and spreading their hands. This is the situation. I have already given them a chance. Yet, the enemy not only refuses to surrender but dares to retaliate. Zhu Tao interjected, "Wait, don't be so hasty. Something feels off." After a moment of thought, he continued, "Li Quan has just taken a kick from you. He should understand your strength. Moreover, you kicked a pinnacle-grade martial arts robot in front of him. Even if he isn't afraid, he shouldn't proactively seek a duel, right? Suspecting that you're wearing an exoskeleton seems illogical." Li Yiming decisively waved his hand. "Tao Gu, no, you are overthinking it. They genuinely believe I'm in an exoskeleton." "Is that so?" Zhu Tao mused. "It must be, for apart from me, the Li family members are either cowards or foolish." Given that matters had escalated to this point, it was no longer Li Yiming looking for trouble. After all, the challenge had been issued, and they were now openly confronting him. Having just learned the Hunyuan Ichi technique, he could not bear this indignity. Without further ado, Li Yiming set off for the martial arts arena. After some contemplation, Zhu Tao and the others decided to follow, while also notifying Su Yang. Since they intended to engage in a duel at the martial arts arena, it was tantamount to a public exhibition of skill. Upon hearing the details, Su Yang considered for a moment and instructed, Sun Zhao and Fu Yunhai, return and train diligently. Zhu Tao, you alone should oversee the situation. Additionally, do not allow the situation to escalate. Should any unexpected incidents arise, you must act swiftly. Understood. If there is a risk of Li Yiming being exposed, I will ensure to contain him. Why do you need to control him? Su Yang and Appo's voice turned serious. I meant unexpected incidents involving other members of the Li family attempting to ambush him. You must help Li Yiming handle them. Since it is a duel, no outsiders should intervene. A martial artist must uphold the dignity of a martial artist. If you dare issue a challenge, be prepared to face the consequences. Yes. Zhu Tao's lips curved into a smile as he turned to send Sun Zhao and Fu Yunhai back to their training. Why can't we go and watch the excitement? The teacher has instructed you to return to your training. If you have any objections, take them up with the teacher. Sun Zhao and Fu Yunhai were left feeling dejected, but they had no choice but to obediently head back to their training. Before long, Zhu Tao arrived near the martial arts arena. The small square outside the arena had become an unofficial venue for public duels. This designation arose because the school, on the surface, did not endorse such open competitions, failing to provide a proper stage for students. It was unclear which two students first chose to duel in the square, but over time, it evolved into the primary spot for third high school students to settle disputes. Typically, there were not many spectators during these duels. However, this time, due to the involvement of Class 5 and the fact that Li Yiming had kicked a martial arts robot, students from the senior year practicing inside the arena flocked outside to watch. By the time Zhu Tao reached the square, it was already bustling with people. After contemplating for a moment, he approached the gazebo where Li Yiming and his companions had previously stood. Upon seeing Zhu Tao arrive, the few individuals seated atop the gazebo quickly vacated, leaving a space for him. Zhu Tao clasped his fists in gratitude. "Thank you." The individuals, amused by Zhu Tao's courtesy, smiled and departed without further words. With a leap, Zhu Tao effortlessly ascended the gazebo's roof, surveying the activity within the square. Just then, Li Quan suddenly stood up, shouting at Li Yiming, "Change into your martial arts uniform. Let us engage in a fair fight today." However, before Li Quan could finish speaking, Li Yiming had already removed his outerwear, revealing his fitted martial arts uniform, also known as a nano-combat suit. The suit, featuring a matte black surface crafted from carbonized composite materials, boasted excellent resilience and protective features for vital joints, providing a degree of impact resistance and wear resistance. More advanced suits offered enhanced flexibility and defense capabilities. Seeing that Li Yiming was already in his martial arts uniform, Li Quan felt a sudden pang of anxiety. He had anticipated that by demanding Li Yiming to wear the uniform, he would back down and concede. Yet, the situation unfolded entirely contrary to his expectations. "All right, I am ready," Li Yiming exclaimed, his voice tinged with eagerness. "May we begin?" But as his words fell, a gasp erupted from the crowd, and they instinctively parted to create a pathway. Li Yiming turned instinctively, only to see a figure, hands clasped behind his back, approaching him. After scanning the surroundings with an icy gaze, an overwhelming aura radiated from him, enveloping the area with a palpable intensity. With an imposing presence, Zhu Tao declared, "Today is my brother's battle. His posture exuded dominance, an unmistakable threat in his voice as he continued coldly, "No outsiders are permitted to intervene. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences." A wave of shock swept through the crowd, leaving many bewildered. "Brother." Li Yiming felt his lips twitch uncontrollably. "No, Tao Gu. While I appreciate the sentiment, how can I maintain my facade after your display?" Chapter 133. A single leg suffices. Li Yiming felt an indescribable discomfort within. He had been poised to make a grand impression when unexpectedly, Tao Gu emerged to seize the spotlight. His emotions were indeed stirred. For Tao Gu had openly declared his allegiance as a brother, thereby solidifying Li Yiming's standing in the Li family. Any adversaries would now have to reckon with the connection to Zhu Tao. However, the timing of Tao Gu's declaration was far from ideal. Could he not have waited until Li Yiming had made his mark? This left Li Yiming feeling quite disconcerted, especially as the gaze of the crowd converged on Zhu Tao. After speaking, Zhu Tao leaned in to whisper to Li Yiming, "I apologize for unintentionally upstaging you. It and oppos. It and oppos. Fine," Li Yiming replied. Zhu Tao continued. "My teacher instructed me to keep an eye on things and prevent outsiders from interfering in your battle. I feared these individuals might resort to underhanded tactics, and I might not be able to react in time, hence my appearance now. Could you not have come a bit later?" "No, if I waited too long, my entrance would lack flair." "All right, I've said all I needed to. Now it's your turn to shine." Li Yiming rolled his eyes internally. "You've scared them all like quail. How am I supposed to fight?" "Thank you. We are brothers. No need for formality," Zhu Tao replied before turning to leave. The crowd instinctively parted to create a path. An idea sparked in Li Yiming and Appo's mind. "Next time when Fu Yunhai or Sun Zhao wish to spar, I shall adopt a similar approach." However, upon glancing at Li Quan across from him, he noted the latter's expression was a tumult of emotions, clearly hesitant to engage. They were evidently intimidated by Zhu Tao and Appo's warning. It was inevitable. Zhu Tao had already begun to gather his energy, having defeated Xie Zhun and returned to the Zhu family. He would undoubtedly become a candidate for clan leader. Even if he did not ascend to that position, he would be one of the authoritative figures within the Zhu family. With such a backing, it was hardly surprising that Li Quan and his associates felt apprehensive. Impatience welled up in Li Yiming as he urged, "If you're going to fight, do it quickly." What with all the hesitation? Li Quan and his companions wore grim expressions, their teeth clenched in frustration. What audacity! Where does this guy get the confidence to act so brazenly before us? So it turns out Zhu Tao is backing him. He thinks we won't dare to make a move. The audacity of a petty person. Just look at that infuriating expression. If Zhu Tao weren't here, he would be nothing. What should we do? Engage or not? The others turned their eyes toward Li Quan, the strongest among them. Li Quan hesitated, casting a glance at Zhu Tao, who stood observing from a distance. Finally, he declared, "Let us fight." But what if Zhu Tao decides to cause trouble afterward? Li Quan scoffed, as if conceding now would spare us from his wrath. If we allow Li Yiming to become arrogant, he will torment us even more. We must fight. If we don't, he will only grow more arrogant, and soon he won't regard us at all. Moreover, this is a public spar, one-on-one. Zhu Tao will not intervene. Li Quan stretched his limbs, asserting, as long as he doesn't interfere, dealing with Li Yiming will be a piece of cake. Without any external support, how could he possibly stand against me? As soon as he finished speaking, Li Quan stepped forward, looking toward Li Yiming with a disdainful snort. "What with the rush? It's a simple matter to deal with you." Seeing Li Quan finally step up, Li Yiming felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thank goodness, he hasn't backed down. Otherwise, I would be the only protagonist in this spectacle. As the two prepared to engage, the onlookers instinctively retreated. Li Quan began to warm up while keeping a keen eye on Li Yiming, secretly gathering his energy. He intended to repay the kick he received from Li Yiming yesterday, and he had to establish dominance right from the start. Let this audacious fellow experience the stark realities of the world. With that thought, Li Quan clasped his fists together. Li Yiming raised an eyebrow, reciprocating the gesture. However, as soon as Li Quan lowered his hands, he suddenly lunged forward, closing the distance with a swift, powerful side kick that was nothing short of terrifying. Li Quan's kick came as a shock, yet to Li Yiming, it felt agonizingly slow. In his perspective, time seemed to halt. Every move of Li Quan was crystal clear to him. Too slow. With a deft motion, Li Yiming sidestepped, allowing Li Quan to glide past him unimpeded, nearly crashing into the crowd. Fortunately, Li Quan managed to regain his footing, turning back to the calm, poised figure of Li Yiming. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Just moments ago, Li Quan's kick had been lightning fast, leaving a blur in its wake. Yet Li Yiming had evaded it. Li Quan was equally shocked, unable to fathom how Li Yiming had eluded his strike despite exerting all his strength. How had he managed that speed? To Li Quan's surprise, Li Yiming made no attempt to pursue, merely standing his ground, then slowly raised his right hand, beckoning Li Quan again. Li Quan gritted his teeth. Let us see how long you can maintain that arrogance. Once more, Li Quan surged forward. But just as he was about to land a kick on Li Yiming, the latter sidestepped again, causing Li Quan's strike to miss once more. In an instant, the onlookers could only see Li Quan darting around Li Yiming, who stood with hands behind his back, effortlessly dodging each attack while maintaining an air of calm. Within 2 minutes, Li Quan had launched dozens of kicks, yet each one was deftly evaded by Li Yiming, often just barely grazing the fabric of his martial arts uniform. This left Li Quan flushed with anger, feeling utterly humiliated as if he were being toyed with. After failing to land a single hit despite his relentless assault, he finally halted, panting heavily, his eyes burning with a desire to devour Li Yiming whole. Suddenly, Li Yiming sighed deeply. To practice the Earth-Shattering Technique to this degree truly disgraces the Li family's ancestors. I do not wish to bully the weak. Using both legs against you is clearly an overestimation of your capabilities. A gentle breeze stirred the dust around him as Li Yiming gradually lifted his knee, standing on one leg with an air of arrogance. A single leg suffices. Chapter 134. Know thyself and thy enemy. At the moment when Li Yiming lifted his knee in a posture reminiscent of the golden rooster stands on one leg, Li Quan truly felt the sting of profound humiliation. It was as if he had delivered a resounding slap to his own face in front of all the senior students. Rage obliterated Li Quan and Appo's rationality in an instant. This fellow is utterly arrogant. Without hesitation, Li Quan activated the earth-shaking technique and charged swiftly towards Li Yiming. Abandoning his earlier intention to intimidate him, he was determined to eliminate this braggart. Thud, thud, thud. As Li Quan closed in, Li Yiming slightly leaned forward, his breathing gradually slowing. The primordial energy within him surged rapidly into the trajectory of the heavenly mysterious leg. The spiral wind leg, while a secret weapon, was currently his last resort for survival. Yet, this did not imply that Li Yiming lacked other means of combat. Especially after a night of sparring and honing his skills with Zhu Tao, Li Yiming had gained a clearer understanding of his own capabilities. Even without the spiral wind leg, I am still incredibly strong. Here he comes. Li Yiming and Appo's eyes narrowed as he immediately bent his knees. Primordial energy, super speed kick. Boom. In an instant, the stone pavement shattered beneath them. The sound of the impact reverberated, leaving many bystanders clutching their ears in shock. A fierce wave of energy erupted, sending spectators reeling, some toppling over in surprise. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Li Quan, who was rushing towards Li Yiming, had yet to comprehend the situation when a powerful gust struck him squarely in the face, causing his features to ache painfully. He froze in place, terror etched in his eyes. He failed to perceive how Li Yiming had vanished before him. It felt as though something had suddenly zipped past him, the explosive sound of the air pressure ringing in his ears. In sheer panic, Li Quan turned his head, his expression twisting in disbelief. All eyes were drawn to the direction where Li Yiming had disappeared, catching sight of a shadow darting out of the small square, landing effortlessly against a marble pillar. In the blink of an eye, Li Yiming's figure appeared behind the pillar, sliding several meters forward before finally stabilizing himself. Crash! The 1-meter-thick marble pillar suddenly shattered, cleaved in half, with the upper portion disintegrating into countless fragments that shot skyward. As Li Yiming landed, the heaviest section struck the ground, causing a slight tremor beneath their feet. What? The onlookers were left aghast, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets, their minds momentarily blank. What kind of terrifying power was this? Such a robust marble column had been severed with a single kick. If that kick had landed on a person, they would have surely perished on the spot. Within the small square, Li Quan watched in horror, his face pale as he struggled to swallow, his throat parched. The fierce wind that had just assailed him was Li Yiming. If that kick had struck him, Li Quan and Appo's legs trembled with fear, and he involuntarily dropped to his knees, hands pressed against the ground, feeling as though every ounce of strength had been drained from him. When he regained his senses, all that remained was a profound sense of relief at having survived. Li Quan, you have lost. From a distance, Li Yiming's voice echoed, out of respect for our kinship. I shall spare you today. I have no desire to harm my own kind, but that does not mean I am willing to be bullied. Take heed. With a cold snort, Li Yiming swiftly vanished into the greenery, leaving behind an enigmatic silhouette for all to ponder. Zhu Tao soon located Li Yiming, who was leaning against a tree, too afraid to move. Brother Tao, this. Upon seeing Zhu Tao approach, Li Yiming waved his hand. Zhu Tao, noticing Li Yiming's pallid complexion and the sweat beading on his forehead, remained silent, gently placing Li Yiming's hand on his shoulder, whispering, Can you endure? I can. Li Yiming forced a smile. Am I not handsome? Unexpectedly impressive than subtle. Zhu Tao raised an eyebrow. That's worth my learning. Li Yiming beamed, but the smile soon twisted into a grimace of pain. I think my leg might be broken. I'm taking you to the infirmary, Zhu Tao insisted. No, no. Li Yiming quickly replied, just take me back to my dormitory. With your injury so severe, how can we possibly treat you in the dormitory? Zhu Tao reassured him. Don't worry, I've already arranged for a medical team on the way here. They should be waiting in my dormitory for us. We can treat you right away. Before long, Su Yang hurried to Li Yiming's dormitory. Zhu Tao opened the door, and as soon as Su Yang entered, he found Li Yiming lying on the bed. One leg encased in a cast and splint, suspended in the air by safety straps. Seeing Su Yang, Li Yiming didn't forget to greet him. Old Su. How is your injury? No problem. The medical team I arranged has already treated me. My leg isn't broken, just fractured, Li Yiming replied with relief. I thought I had broken my leg, but it turns out I was just lucky. Su Yang's expression turned serious. The momentary humor in Li Yiming and Apos' demeanor vanished, replaced by earnestness. From the work group, he had learned that Li Yiming had shattered the marble pillar with a kick. And it was clear to him that even if Li Yiming's leg was not broken, it must be fractured. Were you not just sparring? Yes. Then why on earth did you kick a marble pillar? Do you think your leg is made of special steel? Are you out of your mind? What if you had accidentally crippled yourself? Would you want to live the rest of your life limping? Just as you were starting to show promise. You let it go to your head. Su Yang glared. I didn't say you couldn't show your strength. But you must be mindful of the circumstances. Do you not have a clear understanding of your own capabilities? Why must you show off? What if that marble pillar had a core of special steel? Do you honestly think your leg would have survived today? Li Yiming dared not speak further, while Zhu Tao stood silently by. Acutely aware of Su Yang's growing anger, unwilling to interject. Old Su, I acknowledge my mistake. And where did you err? My mindset inflated, I got ahead of myself. And I was not humble enough. Is that all? Huh. Is there more? Su Yang replied curtly, Know thyself and thy enemy, and you shall never be defeated. You do not even know what lies within that marble pillar, yet you kick it recklessly. Understand the structural integrity and material composition before you strike. Chapter 135. Bathed in sweat, Su Yang expressed profound dissatisfaction with Li Yiming's reckless act of kicking a marble pillar. How impulsive. Fortunately, this time luck was on their side. The marble column constructed by the school was merely a decorative structure, devoid of the reinforced steel typically found in martial arts arenas. Otherwise, Li Yiming might have ended up severely injured. From the perspective of Class 5, Su Yang could genuinely empathize with the children and Apos' feelings. After enduring such frustration for so long, they would not squander a chance to vent their emotions. In simpler terms, they were eager to show off. However, unlike others, the students of Class 5 did not seek to flaunt for the sake of vanity. Rather, they yearned for recognition through their actions. Even if it meant paying a hefty price. Su Yang and Apos' greatest concern was that, in their fervor, these children might inadvertently inflict lasting harm upon themselves. With their already unstable martial foundations and lackluster talent, any loss of limbs would undoubtedly lower their martial potential even further. Nevertheless, upon witnessing Li Yiming's fracture, Su Yang ultimately decided to show him leniency. After a straightforward hour of criticism, Su Yang coldly remarked, were it not for the fact that you are already injured, I would have mandated a 5,000 word reflection from you today. Li Yiming, paralyzed with fear, widened his eyes in trepidation. Old Su, I have deeply recognized my mistakes. Beside them, Zhu Tao felt his scalp tingle. He had stood by, listening to Su Yang's relentless admonishment for an entire hour without a single breath taken. The discourse ranged from the importance of valuing one's health as a form of filial piety to the pitfalls of arrogance in martial arts, all while expressing regret and emphasizing humility and the understanding that there are always greater talents beyond oneself. Zhu Tao's mind buzzed from the barrage of words. Suddenly, recalling the 4 ominous characters on Su Yang's back that still lingered, cold sweat trickled down his forehead. If Su Yang had unleashed such a torrent of criticism on Li Yiming for merely breaking a marble, what would happen if he discovered the 4 characters emblazoned on Zhu Tao's back? Good heavens! Would he have to endure a day and a night of reprimand? Surely. A minimum of 100,000 words in reflection awaited him. After an hour of lecturing, Su Yang felt parched and turned to Zhu Tao. Zhu Tao, pour me a glass of water. Why yes. Zhu Tao hurriedly filled a cup and offered it to Su Yang, only to realize his hands trembled uncontrollably. What are you shaking for? I'm not scolding you. And no, Apos, that's nothing. Su Yang accepted the cup and noticed Zhu Tao perspiring profusely, his expression becoming peculiar. Why are you so tense? The weather is a bit warm. After taking a sip of water, Su Yang shot another cold glance at Li Yiming. Consider yourself fortunate this time. Rest well and recover. Then you can attempt to kick the marble again. Why yes, I won't do it again. With a slight curl of his lip, Su Yang exited the dormitory, only to find Sun Zhao and Fu Yunhai waiting by the door. Upon seeing Su Yang, they stiffened like mice spotting a cat. Why aren't you two practicing diligently? Old Su, we heard Li Yiming was injured, so we came to check on him. Perfect timing. Come inside. Sun Zhao and Fu Yunhai's eyes widened, and they were promptly ushered into the room by Su Yang. Upon seeing Su Yang return, Li Yiming and Xu Tao felt a wave of dread. Wait, there's a second act? I warn you both, if I catch you behaving as recklessly as Li Yiming, prepare to write a 10,000 word reflection. If there's even a single word missing, just wait and see how I deal with you. Sun Zhao and Fu Yunhai nodded vigorously, their eyes wide. Yes, yes. Old Su, please don't be angry. We would never be so reckless as Li Yiming. Only someone bored would kick a marble. Good. Just don't make me repeat myself. With that, Su Yang left, and the others breathed a sigh of relief, exchanging glances filled with concern. Xu Tao chuckled softly. When did you two arrive? About an hour ago, Sun Zhao replied, a nervous edge in his voice. We could hear old Su scolding Li Yiming from outside. Li Yiming looked bewildered. So, you both listened for an entire hour? I almost ran away, but Sun Zhao couldn't move. He said his legs were weak. The group turned their puzzled gazes toward Sun Zhao, who looked embarrassed. I have a fear of old Su. I can hardly move when I hear his voice. Fu Yunhai and Li Yiming seemed to understand, exclaiming, that makes sense. You've been on the receiving end of old Su's wrath multiple times. Xu Tao, however, was left puzzled. What is going on? Why does it sound like being criticized by old Su is akin to facing a tribulation? That's not an exaggeration. Fu Yunhai chimed in. Being scolded by old Su truly feels like a trial. It leaves me trembling. Xu Tao remained skeptical, even somewhat incredulous. If you don't believe me, you shut up. Who was trying to provoke me? I'll give them a taste of my fist. Returning to the office, Su Yang resumed his work on He Weiwei's martial arts adaptation, with Li Yiming as a cautionary tale. He hoped that Sun Zhao and Fu Yunhai would seize this opportunity to learn from the experience and avoid unnecessary confrontations with the marble pillar. As for the commotion caused by Li Yiming, it seemed the school administration had no intention of pursuing him for compensation, which was indeed a positive sign, indicating the school and Oppo's broader perspective. After all, the third high school had limited standout students, and with Xu Tao and Li Yiming emerging, the administration was likely pleased rather than seeking trouble. Of course, the backgrounds of the students from Class 5 played a significant role in this leniency. Perhaps some had already sensed the unusual circumstances surrounding Class 5, but no one inquired, and Su Yang preferred to focus on his work without unwarranted worries. Having worked tirelessly since the previous night, he had made considerable progress in adapting He Weiwei's martial arts. To his surprise, he discovered that the approach was quite compatible with He Weiwei's family martial arts. He Weiwei practiced the He family's 8 trigrams mysterious wind palm, which was swift and intricate, while the direction of the selected techniques leaned towards finger techniques. These finger techniques were similarly versatile. Xu Tao's finger technique was designed for launching hidden weapons, while He Weiwei and Oppo's adaptation leaned more towards direct, offensive techniques. However, specific martial arts still required further refinement. Let us hope it is a legitimate finger technique. Chapter 136. The incompetence of the younger generation. While Su Yang was preoccupied with selecting suitable cultivation methods for He Weiwei, a call from team leader Lu Zhen came through. Team leader, what is it? Come to the office. All right, I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Su Yang wore a perplexed expression. Had he begun to attract the school's attention? In no time, he arrived at Lu Zhen's office. Team leader, come in and close the door. Okay. Upon entering the office and closing the door, Su Yang was about to inquire about the matter when Lu Zhen hurriedly stood up and opened the soundproof door of the adjacent meditation room, respectfully announcing, Mr. Lu. Young Su has arrived. Su Yang was taken aback, and the next moment, he heard Mr. Lu and Oppo's voice from the meditation room. Let him in. Yes. Lu Zhen quickly gestured for Su Yang to enter the meditation room. Team leader, what is going on? How would I know? Mr. Lu specifically requested to see you. Lu Zhen murmured. Did you do something to upset Mr. Lu? He looked pleased at all. Su Yang shrugged and shook his head. No. Lu Zhen, disinterested in further questioning, urged Su Yang to step into the meditation room. Upon entering, Su Yang saw Mr. Lu seated cross-legged in meditation. He immediately bowed in greeting. Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu glanced at Lu Zhen, who promptly closed the soundproof door with discretion. Sit down. Yes. Su Yang sat on the floor, and Mr. Lu spoke, his tone tinged with displeasure. The dual cultivation method. You dare to teach it, and they dare to learn it. Indeed, Su Yang was already aware that Mr. Lu had learned of the dual cultivation method from Xu Tao not long ago. It was clear that Mr. Lu had noticed the unusual aura surrounding the students of Class 5. Ultimately, It was something that could not remain hidden. Nevertheless, Su Yang maintained his composure. Mr. Liu, this matter is quite complicated. Then don't speak of it. This old man was as proud and sharp-tongued as ever. Mr. Liu scoffed. Did you inform them of the consequences of the dual cultivation method? Su Yang nodded. What cultivation method did you employ? Su Yang resolutely replied, the differential cultivation method. Incorrect. Mr. Liu and Amp, Oppos, S. gaze turned cold. Young man, you are not being honest. Su Yang was uncertain whether Mr. Liu was testing him or had genuinely sensed the presence of the primordial qi, but he did not hesitate. It is the differential cultivation method. However, I assisted them with the transformation qi. Oh, Mr. Liu suddenly paused. What did you just say? Transformation qi. Su Yang remained calm, nodding slightly. I am not worthy, but I have comprehended transformation qi. Mr. Liu's eyes nearly bulged out. Are you joking with me? Not at all. Su Yang's expression was serious. Whether it is true or not, Mr. Liu can verify with a test. Mr. Liu's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly extended his hand to strike Su Yang and Oppos' shoulder with a measured force. Yet, the moment his palm made contact with Su Yang and Oppos' shoulder, he felt the strength dissipate rapidly. More astonishingly, at the point of contact, there seemed to be an intense suction, causing Mr. Liu to feel as if the energy within him was involuntarily drawn towards Su Yang and Oppos' palm. Mr. Liu and Oppos' expression shifted slightly as he quickly withdrew his hand, shaken by the experience. Good heavens! This is indeed transformation qi. An 8th-tier cultivator has actually cultivated transformation qi. The meditation room fell into a profound silence. Su Yang remained unruffled. This was not mere bluster. He had indeed comprehended transformation qi. This was precisely why he felt so confident. Transformation qi is not exclusive to the martial king realm. It is fundamentally an advanced application of energy. Only when one's understanding and application of energy reach a substantial height can transformation qi be cultivated, and the martial king realm represents a relatively mature point in cultivation. Before this, Su Yang had been concerned about the potential exposure of the student's dual cultivation practices. He was not one to sit idly by, naturally seeking a solution. However, when attempting to devise a reasonable excuse to explain an entirely unreasonable fact, he found that any rationale would inevitably bear fatal logical flaws, making it impossible to form a perfect logical loop. A single lie requires countless others to support it, and eventually, there will be a moment of exposure. Ultimately, the crux of the issue lay in his inadequacy as a teacher. When he becomes sufficiently powerful, all doubts will dissipate, and any irregularity will appear justifiable. The existence of the chaotic qi is too extraordinary to be revealed to the public. Su Yang only wished to advance steadily in his cultivation and had no intention of forcing a breakthrough. After much contemplation, Su Yang could only seek alternative methods. After reviewing a plethora of relevant materials and martial arts theories, he concluded that while his cultivation level had not yet reached that of a martial king, his mastery and application of energy were already exceptional, comparable to those at the martial king level, and his circulatory efficiency was undoubtedly among the top tier within that realm. The prerequisites for cultivating transformation qi had long been fulfilled. It was time to give it a try. However, to Su Yang's astonishment, he succeeded in forming the initial stage of transformation qi on his very first attempt. To elaborate, it was transformation qi within his palm. By concentrating energy within his hand and maintaining the chaotic qi in rapid rotation, once the rotational speed reached a certain threshold without dissipating, it would ultimately form a vortex. When an opponent and Oppos' strength and hidden energy struck the surface of his body, he could absorb it through the vortex, temporarily trapping their power and hidden energy within, before expelling it outward. This is the fundamental application scenario of transformation qi. Subsequently, he would need to practice continuously, attempting to form vortices at the surface of his body and even within. As the faster the vortex formed, the lesser the damage he would sustain. Truly adept practitioners of transformation qi could even create linear vortices within their bodies, theoretically akin to tornadoes in nature. When struck in the chest, they could connect the chest to the palm through a linear vortex, swiftly redirecting the impact and hidden energy back at the opponent. However, this scenario underwent some local adaptations in Su Yang's case. For instance, in the case of Mr. Liu and Oppos' current strike, when Su Yang generated a vortex of chaotic qi, the hidden energy was consumed entirely the moment it entered his body, leaving only the physical impact. Moreover, Su Yang had cultivated a defensive technique, the 9 refinements horizontal body technique, achieving a robust physique. Mr. Liu's strike, delivered with only 30% of his strength, was nothing more than a mere tickle to Su Yang. This strike was entirely absorbed. Chapter 137, Boundless Gratitude. At present, Su Yang has, through his diligent practice, achieved the ability to swiftly construct cyclones at the surface of his body, signifying his mastery of the transformation of strength. However, possessing this skill does not render one invincible. It merely allows for the redirection of most damage through the cyclone. If faced with an opponent whose strength vastly surpasses his own, he would still meet his demise. There is no remedy for the disparity in levels. Su Yang assesses that he possesses the capability to contend with a martial sovereign. Yet, this assessment may not be entirely accurate, as the strength variations among martial sovereigns can be considerable, compounded by differing cultivation methods. Once he fully masters the transformation of strength, Su Yang believes he could potentially inflict severe damage upon a martial sovereign under extreme circumstances. The training room had been enveloped in silence for quite some time, when Elder Lu slowly spoke. You, young Su, when did you cultivate the transformation of strength? Noticing the shift in Elder Lu's tone from displeasure to a hint of respect, Su Yang maintained his humble demeanor. In truth, I accomplished this quite some time ago. Then why did you not reveal it? Elder Lu inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face. With your aptitude, why not aspire to the first academy instead of the third? I did not pass the entrance exam. Su Yang added, as for the transformation of strength, I prefer to keep it known to as few people as possible to avoid attracting undue attention. I hold great respect for you, Elder Lu, and trust that you will keep my secret, hence my choice to be candid. Elder Lu nodded slightly, understanding. To comprehend the transformation of strength at the 8th tier indicates that Su Yang must have devoted a significant portion of his time to that practice, potentially hindering his martial arts cultivation. Such dedication indeed requires immense willpower. As the saying goes, a tree that stands out invites the wind and oppose as destruction. This young man's discretion and caution are commendable. Elder Lu's gaze towards Su Yang was now devoid of any displeasure. Instead, it was filled with admiration and respect. So, the murky aura I sensed from them was indeed the result of your cyclones merging their energies? Elder Lu, well-versed in martial arts, quickly discerned the underlying principle. Su Yang nodded slightly. That is essentially accurate, though the specifics are more intricate. There was no need for concealment on this matter. Martial sovereigns possess an understanding of martial arts that far exceeds that of ordinary practitioners, especially someone as seasoned as Elder Lu, whose ability to perceive energies makes unraveling such mysteries relatively straightforward. To achieve this requires an absolute mastery over energies. However, I have one more question. How did you resolve the issue of energy repulsion? By achieving sufficient speed, one can confuse the attributes, allowing the two energies to coexist. Can you truly accomplish this? If you doubt it, Elder Lu, you may attempt it yourself. Elder Lu promptly fell silent. The prerequisite is that I must first comprehend the transformation of strength. Su Yang was not fabricating tales. Theoretically, if one could attain sufficient speed, the merging of energies could indeed be achieved, even without the aid of chaotic energy. Yet, this remains a theoretical assertion. In reality, few could achieve such a feat. Anyone with a foundational understanding of martial theory knows that addressing this issue entails significant personal cost. Moreover, to reach the theoretical merging velocity, one must first master that speed and ensure the opponent can survive it. While Su Yang claimed he could do so, and indeed demonstrated such effects, others cannot verify or dare to test it. Consequently, the ultimate authority rests solely with Su Yang. Does Elder Lu harbor any further doubts? I am ready to clarify for you, as it would be an honor to aid your cultivation. Then why did you advise that young man from the Zhu family to pursue needle techniques rather than others? Any method could suffice. But I believe needle techniques suit him best, as they can temper his character, and the same applies to others. Elder Lu suddenly understood. Can you endure such expenditure? I must endure, even if it proves difficult. Su Yang replied with a wry smile. Their foundations are shattered, their talents lacking, with no path left in martial arts. Within their family, they are subject to bullying and humiliation. Their lives are shrouded in darkness, and they resort to arrogance to mask their own insecurities. My heart aches for them. They are my first class, and I cannot turn a blind eye. Since they have acknowledged me as their teacher, I cannot abandon them. Their growth ultimately depends on their own fortunes. In any case, I have done all I can. I owe them the duty of a teacher. Elder Lu was deeply moved, filled with guilt upon hearing Su Yang's words. He had previously thought Su Yang was leading the youth astray, but now he realized Su Yang was sacrificing himself to be a guiding light for these children. Elder Lu felt a sudden sense of shame in facing Su Yang. Observing the complex expression on Elder Lu's face, Su Yang thought it unlikely that there were any issues. All the logic and theories were supported by the transformation of strength, and he had privately deduced them many times without overlooking any details. If there were doubts, Elder Lu could learn the transformation of strength himself and see for himself. Continuing to fabricate would lead to complications. Su Yang felt it would soon be inappropriate if he did not hold his own funeral. Elder Lu need not worry. The younger generation is aware of their responsibilities. Su Yang added, after all, I am still young and must live on. I wish to witness these seeds blossom and bear fruit. That is well and good, but... Elder Lu pondered, his expression turning serious. Does anyone else know of this matter? The Kunlun patrol team is aware of my transformation of strength. Oh? The patrol team knows? Su Yang then recounted the earlier incident with Li Yiming, as he now had the transformation of strength and could speak openly about it. I see. Then there is no need for concern, Elder Lu replied. However, this matter will ultimately come to the attention of family members. Do you have a plan to address this? Indeed, I do. I shall heal the elder of the Qin family, securing their support for a time. Once I advance to the realm of martial sovereign, I will have the capacity to handle these issues independently. However, noticing Elder Lu's demeanor, which suggested he had a plan, Su Yang quickly said, I humbly seek your guidance. Elder Lu raised an eyebrow. I can provide some guidance to those two young ones. Su Yang was momentarily taken aback, then overjoyed. Wow. Elder Lu is willing to help me cover my tracks. When Zhu Tao and Li Yiming return, they can simply say it was Elder Lu who directed them. Thus the trouble will only ensue for Elder Lu. Yet Elder Lu is an official figure of Kunlun, with a status that is anything but ordinary. The gatekeeper is retired and seeking purpose in guarding the entrance. Su Yang immediately stood and bowed deeply. Elder Lu, your kindness is greatly appreciated. Chapter 138. Why didn't Apos you say so earlier? As Su Yang departed from Lu Zhan and Apos' office, Lu Zhan, with a perplexed expression, opened the soundproof door and whispered, Fifth uncle, why did you specifically summon Xiaosu? You haven't shared a single detail with me. Why so many questions? Lu Zhan then slowly rose and remarked, this young man is quite impressive, exhibiting a remarkable sense of responsibility and extraordinary capabilities, far surpassing your own prospects. What on earth is happening? Lu Zhan was momentarily taken aback. No one knew Lu Lao better than Lu Zhan, as he was, after all, his uncle. Lu Zhan had often been a victim of his uncle and Apos' sharp-tongue, having never heard him utter a word of praise throughout his childhood. Good heavens! Now he is lauding Su Yang. How on earth did you flatter my fifth uncle, Xiaosu? Teach me, I wish to learn. Stunned, he added. Why are you standing there? Focus on your work. Yes, understood, fifth uncle. Lu Zhan quickly nodded like a chick pecking at grains, rest assured. Very few people at Sanjiang know of our familial connection. I understand you're concerned that others might misinterpret my ascension to the position of grade leader as a result of your influence, which could lead to negative repercussions. Lu Lao immediately looked dismissive. I fear others might think I'm so inept that I can only elevate you to the position of grade leader. How embarrassing. Lu Zhan nodded slightly in agreement. Indeed, such sharp words are characteristic of my fifth uncle. By the way, I heard that when Xiaosu took on the role of class teacher for class 5, you promised him a bag of body refining liquid? Yes. Upon hearing the mention of body refining liquid, Lu Zhan instinctively glanced at his marble desk, feeling conflicted. He was still unsure how to consume it. He had already gauged the upper echelons and knew there was no chance of approval. You think you can secure it? Lu Lao said, visibly displeased. Are you issuing empty promises? Lu Zhan couldn't help but smile wryly. I'm in the process of applying, but I need time. Why promise what you cannot deliver? Lu Lao scoffed. What will you do if you can't produce it? Should I present Xiaosu with a piece of marble instead? Lu Zhan hurriedly lowered his head in submission, realizing that his uncle was preparing to assist him. He was even more puzzled about how Xiaosu managed to flatter him so effectively. How did you manage to charm such a sharp-tongued person as my fifth uncle? Lu Zhan had resolved to seek Su Yang's counsel on the art of flattery. I will personally discuss this with Xiao Yuan. Xiaosu deserves that bag of body refining liquid. Get lost. You have a knack for creating chaos, and in the end, it's always me who has to clean up your mess. Lu Zhan felt slightly embarrassed and fell silent. As for the Xiao Yuan mentioned by Lu Lao, that referred to the principal of Sanjiang, a rather unreliable fellow. Lu Lao shot a glare at Lu Zhan, waved his robe, and departed. Once the man left, Lu Zhan felt elated. Finally, I won't have to contend with the marble anymore. Upon returning to his office, Su Yang promptly called Zhu Tao, urging him to come by at once. Before long, Zhu Tao arrived, observing that old Su had donned his glasses and was engrossed in recording something on the computer, leaving him puzzled. Old Su, what are you up to? Filtering mind techniques for others, Su Yang replied, glancing back. Just have a seat for a moment. All right. Zhu Tao quickly found a spot to sit. After Su Yang applied some eye drops, he said, I have good news for you. What is it? Su Yang recounted the general course of events to Zhu Tao, omitting specific details meant solely for Lu Lao's ears, such as the remarks made to enhance his image as a teacher. You understand what can and cannot be shared, right? Zhu Tao nodded vigorously, knowing that there was no need for Lu Lao to be aware of any trivial matters concerning old Su. When you and Li Yiming received guidance from Lu Lao, Be sure to approach him with humility. This is a tremendous opportunity. Cherish it. Understood. I will earnestly seek Lu Lao's advice on martial arts training. You should also cultivate a good rapport with him. Though Lu Lao's words may be sharp, he possesses a kind heart beneath that exterior. Just let his criticisms flow through one ear and out the other. Remember to explain the situation thoroughly to your group of friends. Yes. Zhu Tao swiftly conveyed the good news to Li Yiming, who was bedridden and unable to move. Upon hearing it, Li Yiming was taken aback. Seriously, couldn't old Su have shared this good news earlier? If he had, I wouldn't have had to kick the marble. I could have just unleashed a tornado kick. Zhu Tao rolled his eyes. Clearly, your commotion while kicking the marble drew Lu Lao's attention, prompting him to summon old Su for a discussion. During my last spar with Xie Zhen, Lu Lao was watching from a distance as well. Li Yiming remained sullen. I'll need at least 10 days to recover. Not necessarily, Zhu Tao replied. Let us see if you can still perform tornado kicks tonight. If you can, then 10 days won't be enough. Li Yiming's expression shifted, and without hesitation, he said, Tao Go, could you please tie me up with safety ropes while I sleep tonight? Bind me tightly. If all else fails, hang me up. Not to that extent. Let us observe before making any decisions. Sun Zhao and Fu Yunhai arrived shortly after, equally astonished upon hearing the tale. How did old Su manage to persuade that gatekeeper? Zhu Tao shook his head. The specifics weren't disclosed to me, but I suspect Lu Lao was moved by our teacher, though he seldom voices it. We all know he expends tremendous effort to assist us without seeking any return, which is likely why he was willing to provide cover. The dormitory fell silent. Without a second thought, Sun Zhao turned to leave. What are you doing? I'm heading back to practice flips. I can't let a day pass without flipping 1,000 times in honor of old Su. Fu Yunhai paused, scratching his head, and also prepared to leave. I'll return to organize the wardrobe then. Farewell. Chapter 139. He really made me cry with the assistance of the elder Lu. Su Yang was able to put a lingering concern to rest. It must be said, Lu is truly a remarkable person. Now, he could proceed without excessive worry. However, having Lu and Apos as protection did not imply that Zhu Tao and his companions could freely practice their dual cultivation techniques. Discretion was still paramount, as the family and Apos, as circumstances remained evident. Dual cultivation techniques were ultimately seen as unconventional, particularly since Zhu Tao and his companions were merely in a developmental stage, with one still undergoing prenatal education. A prudent and low-profile approach to their growth was essential. Unbeknownst to them, the night deepened. Upon returning to the dormitory, Su Yang diligently sifted through suitable cultivation methods for He Weiwei. The final selection, he could not ascertain whether it was entirely appropriate or not. The technique was named Yin Jianxi. This particular technique was known for its lethal intent among its category. Once mastered, a mere finger could penetrate an opponent and Apos as flesh, targeting their vital points and shattering their protective energy, each move aimed at inflicting fatal harm. Originating from ancient assassin organizations, this technique was designed to take lives without offering any chance of survival. After Su Yang and Apos revisions, the cultivation method was reduced to just the first 4 levels. Still suitable only for those at the 7th rank of martial arts. Practicing finger push-ups with each hand, one could gradually develop the ability to penetrate, progressing step by step. However, due to the rather naive but endearing precedent set by Xie Yuhan, Su Yang resolved that future introductions to cultivation methods must be exceedingly detailed. After all, Su Yang arranged his students in order of their cultivation efficiency. The further down the list, the lower the efficiency and the more limited the aptitude. This matter was, to some extent, influenced by their intellect. This endeavor consumed the entire night, and the next morning, after the general studies class concluded, he summoned He Weiwei to his office. Upon hearing it was her turn, He Weiwei was so elated that she began to dance in excitement. The other 4, startled, quickly retreated, fearing she might unleash her gossip whirlwind once more. The last time, they had all received unexpected slaps for merely being bystanders. He Weiwei, feeling slightly embarrassed, smiled and hurriedly exited the classroom, making her way to Su Yang's office. For the remaining 4, this was an agonizing wait. Well, it's just the 4 of us now. This is truly tormenting. Should we come up with a group name? What name? I haven't even heard old Su call us by name. Then let us call ourselves the Nameless Quartet. Previously, when assisting Xie Yuhan with her enlightenment, Su Yang had inadvertently splattered blood everywhere. Therefore this time, while preparing for He Weiwei's awakening, he meticulously reviewed the instructions for the blood bags. Su Yang mused that if he ever ceased teaching, he might just find a role as an extra in film sets, portraying injured righteous characters. He would certainly impress directors, demonstrating that art is derived from life. Subsequent tasks were delegated to Li Yiming, who, unable to practice while bedridden, would manage the situation. Shortly thereafter, He Weiwei arrived at Li Yiming's dormitory with the mobile device Su Yang had provided. Upon entering, she found Li Yiming reclining on his bed, his leg encased in a cast and splints, leaving her momentarily bewildered. Why didn't you come for morning practice? How did you end up incapacitated again? Why do you keep injuring your leg? Don't ask, Li Yiming replied, clutching his chest with a glum expression. Just thinking about it makes me uneasy. Why? Damn it. I kicked too early. He Weiwei. All right, old Su has briefed me. Just follow my lead from here. What should I do? First, bring over my laptop and connect the hard drive. I need to see your cultivation methods. He Weiwei complied, quickly retrieving Li Yiming's laptop. After examining the hard drive, she showed him her cultivation method. Li Yiming scrolled through, becoming increasingly confused. While others' method introductions were succinct, his own was a mere few hundred words. Whereas He Weiwei and Appo's explanation extended to nearly 4,000 or 5,000 words. Due to the archaic terminology, Su Yang had expanded the content, clarifying every word and translating them thoroughly, detailing the cultivation process extensively. After reading, Li Yiming could vividly imagine Su Yang's urgency while composing the introductory guide. He even noted that Su Yang had marked some particularly obscure terms with their pinyin pronunciations, clearly concerned that this group of illiterates might struggle to comprehend. Did you understand? I can read. Old Su has written it out plainly. Just follow the instructions, and if you have any confusion, come to me for clarification. Do not assume your interpretation is correct. He Weiwei frowned. That statement doesn't and amp. Appos. Sit well with me. Everyone else failed the martial arts general studies course. Why should I have to heed your words? What score did you get on the entrance exam? He Weiwei turned away with a huff. I submitted a blank paper. Oh. So you scored 0. I did better than you. You didn't do that much better. Just say it plainly. Did you or did you not? Li Yiming waved his hands. All right, no need to dwell on this. You need soundproofing. I'll arrange a professional team to install specialized steel doors and windows in your room. Just let them in when they arrive, and once the work is complete, you can begin your cultivation without disturbances. You are so considerate. He Weiwei exclaimed, her face lighting up. Everything is well prepared. You'll surely find a girlfriend in the future. Li Yiming raised an eyebrow. Is there anything else you need? Could you get me a larger refrigerator? Consider it done. Also, I want a bigger wardrobe. Arranged. And I'd like to purchase a few high-end nano combat suits, the kind with skirts, and I want them in custom colors. All right, that's enough. I'm not a wishing well. Chapter 140. Seeking guidance that evening, Zhu Tao arrived at the north gate as instructed by Su Yang, spotting old Lu seated in meditation from a distance. After a moment's hesitation, Zhu Tao approached and bowed respectfully, addressing him as grandfather. Upon opening his eyes, old Lu noticed only Zhu Tao and furrowed his brow. Where's the other one? He fractured a bone and cannot come. It will take at least a week for recovery, Zhu Tao replied. Old Lu, clearly aware of the situation, remarked with irritation, foolishness. Why must he challenge the marble pillar? Never mind. Let him come find me once he recovers. Yes, Zhu Tao nodded. From now on, if anyone inquires about the dual cultivation techniques, even if it is your closest kin, simply say that I guided you. Do not reveal any connection to your teacher. Zhu Tao nodded again, though a hint of confusion lingered. Grandfather, what if my family comes to ask? Old Lu snorted disdainfully. In my lifetime, I owe no explanations to anyone. Let them believe what they wish. Were it not for your teacher and Appo's face, I wouldn't Appo's bother with such trivialities. With a wave of his hand, old Lu added. In the future, if you have any doubts regarding martial cultivation, do not come to me. I cannot teach. I do not enjoy teaching. And what I can impart, you are unlikely to grasp. Conversely, what you wish to learn is beyond my capability to teach you. However, he gestured with his sleeve. Yet if you wish to spar and seek a few techniques, I may indulge you for a while. Old Lu's assistance to Su Yang was not without ulterior motives. His admiration for Su Yang was one reason, but more importantly, he recognized Su Yang's potential. After all, to achieve the transformation of energy at the 8th rank was a feat of insight and determination that old Lu had only witnessed in Su Yang throughout his life. Given the series of changes occurring within Su Yang, old Lu quickly realized that Su Yang's comprehension of martial arts was equally formidable. Until now, Su Yang had remained low-key, never seeking to elevate his power, instead dedicating all his time to the study of martial theory. It was only after taking on the 5th class and feeling a sense of compassion that he began to enhance his abilities. His progress was remarkably swift. Having taken over the 5th class for a short time, he had already achieved the peak of copper bones and advanced to the 8th rank. It was evident that his cultivation was skyrocketing, yet despite mastering transformation and reaching the pinnacle of copper bones, Su Yang continued to act modestly and never boasted of his accomplishments. This was what old Lu truly admired about him. At less than 30 years old, Su Yang had a long road ahead. Old Lu believed Su Yang had a real chance of reaching the martial emperor realm within his lifetime. Even if he did not attain the martial emperor status, he was destined to become a martial king at the very least. Old Lu was more than willing to extend a helping hand to those he admired, especially since the troubles faced by this young man were trivial in his eyes. Upon hearing that he could seek guidance from Old Lu, Zhu Tao, and Appos, his eyes lit up with fervor. He was eager to test the limits of his abilities. However, facing Old Su, who had mastered transformation, would clearly not reveal his true potential. Training with others, Zhu Tao found himself unable to unleash his full power. Only when sparring with the gatekeeper could he fully express his skills. "Grandfather, I shall humbly accept your guidance," Zhu Tao said, clasping his hands together. Seeing Zhu Tao and Appos' impatient demeanor, Old Lu chuckled. "Ah, the audacity of youth. Very well, let us commence. Do we need to change locations?" "Not at all." Old Lu waved dismissively, appearing relaxed and at ease. "You may unleash your full strength." "Understood." Zhu Tao ceased his chatter, and a domineering aura erupted from him. His hands shimmered with energy as he charged forward with a fierce momentum, right elbow bent, and struck out with great force. Yet, Old Lu simply raised a hand. And with a muffled thud, Zhu Tao and Appos' punch was effortlessly blocked. Zhu Tao was taken aback. This was his full strength. The manifestation of energy was not to be trifled with. As Old Lu lifted his hand, Zhu Tao felt his body pushed back by an unseen force. He quickly steadied himself and inquired, "Grandfather, how is that done?" "When you reach the martial venerable realm, you will understand. For now," Old Lu replied nonchalantly. "Even if I tell you, you won't be able to learn it. However, your strength is commendable. It suffices against those of your own rank. But against a martial venerable, you would be too inexperienced." Zhu Tao nodded slightly, not perceiving Old Lu and Appos' words as mockery but rather as sound advice. "Grandfather, may I attempt something else?" Old Lu raised an eyebrow. "You may. It matters not if others see. Just say I guided you." "All right." Zhu Tao inhaled deeply and suddenly flicked his wrist. Whoosh. The sound of air splitting filled the air, and Old Lu narrowed his eyes, swiftly pinching 2 fingers to catch a steel needle mid-flight. "Interesting." Zhu Tao grinned, launching another steel needle from his sleeve, and with a flick of his finger, sent it soaring. "Quite adept at concealment," Old Lu observed without flinching. He extended his hand, creating afterimages as he intercepted all the incoming needles with such speed that Zhu Tao could hardly comprehend it. In an instant, Old Lu yanked all the black threads together and casually tossed them back at Zhu Tao's feet. "Not bad. You have not wasted your teacher's efforts. You've learned to channel energy, and your talent is decent. However, for one below the martial venerable rank, it is rather extravagant. Put it away." Zhu Tao stared at the tangled mess of black threads, a hint of frustration crossing his face. The gatekeeper was clearly doing this on purpose. He removed the specialized dart launcher from his sleeve and discarded it on the ground, fixing his gaze on Old Lu. "Grandfather, I will now get serious." Old Lu nodded slightly. "Let me witness the technique you used to defeat the young man from the Xia family." "Very well." Zhu Tao wasted no time and surged towards Old Lu. "Grandfather, be careful." Old Lu chuckled, noting that this lad had little understanding of the martial venerable's power and was too lazy to move. In a blur, Zhu Tao arrived before Old Lu, stabilizing his left hand on his right wrist, with his right index and thumb poised at Old Lu's forehead, ready to unleash. Shockwave. Clang. Old Lu's head jolted as if struck, his mind buzzing slightly. Chapter 141. The Monster. After unleashing the burst technique, Zhu Tao swiftly retreated, shaking his hands as he regained his footing. He understood that a shockwave might not inflict harm upon a martial master. Indeed, the reality was stark. His full-force strike had been effortlessly thwarted by Old Lu and Appos' protective aura, failing to breach his defenses. However, Zhu Tao remained undaunted. Recognizing this was the pinnacle of his current capabilities, it was evident that confronting a martial master was a futile endeavor. He could only await his fate. After a brief moment of bewilderment, Old Lu gradually collected his thoughts and looked at Zhu Tao with a hint of curiosity. "What was that technique just now?" "Shockwave." Zhu Tao hurriedly explained. "It's a technique I comprehended while practicing acupuncture, the same one I used to defeat Xie. Unfortunately, my current strength is insufficient to pose any threat to a martial master." "Well, that's acceptable." Old Lu nodded slightly. "Just continue your training." Zhu Tao promptly bowed in gratitude. "Then I shall return to my training. When my strength improves, I will surely seek your guidance again, grandfather." Old Lu nodded again before sitting cross-legged, choosing not to utter another word. Zhu Tao did not wish to intrude further and turned to leave. It wasn't Appos' until Zhu Tao had distanced himself that Old Lu discreetly opened his eyes, unable to resist the urge to touch his forehead. Although he had not sustained any injuries from Zhu Tao's earlier strike, he distinctly felt a tremor within his internal energy, leaving his mind momentarily blank. Alarmingly, his protective aura had nearly been breached. A mere novice of the 7th rank in martial arts had almost compromised my aura. This is merely the beginning. Should his strength truly ascend, he could indeed break through my defenses. What sort of monster has Hua Xia nurtured? Zhu Tao soon returned to his dormitory. But before engaging in training, he stopped by Li Yiming's room. Due to his fractured bones, even after a day of rest, Li Yiming felt as though his limbs were rapidly deteriorating. I wish I could spin like a top. Upon seeing Zhu Tao, Li Yiming quickly inquired, Brother Tao, what is the situation? That old man didn't he intentionally make things difficult for you, did he? Zhu Tao shook his head. I sought his advice on a few techniques, but the disparity in strength is monumental. Even with my shockwave, I couldn't breach his defenses. Isn't that quite normal? Li Yiming pondered. If you could breach his defenses, that would be truly outrageous. After all, he is a martial master, and a seasoned one at that. While I'm unsure of his exact stage, he must be at least mid-tier, not merely a novice. His power is formidable. It seems the texts were not mistaken. Martial masters have indeed undergone a profound transformation. Zhu Tao mused. None of my other techniques pose any threat to him. His speed is so astonishing that I can scarcely react. It feels as though we inhabit entirely different realms. It said that only upon becoming a martial master does one truly embark on the path of martial arts. Enough of this. I shall return to my training. For safety's sake, should I bind you first? Bind me. I just want to recover quickly. Agreed. After securing Li Yiming with ropes, Zhu Tao returned to his own room. Observing the dormitory walls plastered with steel plates, riddled with numerous tiny holes, Zhu Tao quickly adjusted his mindset. He sat down and began to untangle the chaotic threads of his sewing materials. Although today's encounter with old Lu held little significance for review, the initial glimpse of a martial master's power left Zhu Tao deeply shaken. While his family boasted several martial masters, he had never truly experienced their might firsthand. His understanding had been shaped solely through others' accounts and descriptions in books. He knew martial masters were strong, yet he lacked a concrete grasp of just how formidable they were. Zhu Tao couldn't help but chuckle bitterly, recalling how he had witnessed 2 martial masters from his family engage in a quarrel, completely losing sight of their movements. In the past, his insufficient strength had rendered him incapable of comprehending the intricacies of their battle. His eyes could not keep pace with their actions. During martial confrontations, he could not observe closely, only hearing the sounds from a distance. Now, Zhu Tao had finally acquired a preliminary understanding of the true nature of martial masters. Their strength was profoundly exhilarating. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Tao endeavored to calm his racing thoughts. He was merely at the initiation of the 7th rank in martial arts, still some distance from becoming a martial master. The more he recognized their might, the more he needed to stabilize his mindset. I must progress steadily, taking one step at a time. I cannot afford to be hasty. Such impatience will only disrupt my mental state. After a while, Zhu Tao finally managed to organize the threads, yet his inner turmoil remained unsettled. Having glimpsed a higher realm, he found himself utterly dissatisfied with his current abilities. This was a yearning for greater strength, an instinctive drive that rendered him restless. I must train. Zhu Tao shook his head slightly, immersing himself in the practice of sewing. In the adjacent room, however, Li Yiming could not find sleep. After nearly a day of lying down, he felt well rested, yet his condition rendered training impossible. Bursting with energy, he needed to find something to occupy his time. Having clarified his weaknesses during the spar with Zhu Tao, he contemplated how to compensate for them. The spiral leg, while powerful, possessed 2 critical vulnerabilities: low positioning and suspended movement. Li Yiming pondered how to address these shortcomings. After a moment of contemplation, an idea struck him. What if I could rotate like a wheel? Li Yiming closed his eyes, envisioning himself spinning like a wheel. He imagined executing a backflip, using his legs to propel himself into a high spin, culminating in a swift downward strike. Not quite right. The first to land might not be my feet, but my head. Let us reconsider. I don't necessarily have to hug my legs. What if I spread them apart? Li Yiming envisioned this new approach before shaking his head. No, that could lead to injury. After much contemplation, he felt none of his ideas were quite suitable, either posing too much danger or being ill-suited to his abilities. Moreover, even if he conceived a solution, its practical application remained questionable. Wait, I've been thinking in the wrong direction. The issue lies in my lack of speed. If I can enhance my mobility, my opponent won't have time to react, thus eliminating my weaknesses. By combining my rapid kick with the spiral leg, I create a supersonic spin? Perfect. Ouch. Chapter 142. Wit. The following day, after attending his general studies class, Su Yang made his way directly to the library. With Li Yiming assisting him in resolving subsequent issues, Su Yang no longer had to worry about encountering situations akin to that of Sun Zhao. Relieved of his concerns, He promptly arranged for the remaining 4 students to practice their dual cultivation techniques. It was essential to begin with the basics. In Class 5, the 7th-ranked student, Tang Yuanlang, was practicing the Tang family's Lian Yunju. Essentially, Lian Yunju was quite similar to He Weiwei's Bagua Xianfeng Palm, both belonging to the Yin attribute and emphasizing rapid and dense strikes, delivering an intense barrage of attacks in a short span of time. However, the distinction in their techniques was considerable. While the Bagua Xianfeng Palm expanded outward, favoring group attacks without fear of encirclement, the Lian Yunju concentrated on single-target assaults, delivering multiple strikes to a solitary target. Su Yang hoped to adapt a more serious cultivation technique. After all, he had genuinely achieved the transformative energy and was now qualified to compete for the title of Outstanding Teacher of Donghai City. However, the situation was somewhat awkward. When the evaluations commenced, the other teachers would present students whose demeanor was rather solemn, each appearing to be a promising hope for the future of martial arts. Yet, when it came to Class 5, there was a tailor, a top spinner, a frog, an anomaly, and a small mallet. Su Yang couldn't and amp, oppose, he helped but shake his head and chuckle ruefully, pondering how he would even pen his acceptance speech should he win an award. Well, he decided to cross that bridge when he came to it. While Su Yang was preoccupied with selecting the appropriate techniques for Tang Yuanlang, the dormitory administrator suddenly called him. He hurried out of the library to answer. Sister Wu, what's the matter? Little Su, the resident of room 603 is Sun Zhao from your class, isn't he? Surprised, Su Yang quickly replied, yes. Could you please have a word with him? The students in room 503 are nearly at their wit's end. The noise from the rooftop every night is unbearable, making it impossible for them to sleep. With a bitter smile, Su Yang responded, of course, I will speak to him. After hanging up, Su Yang felt a headache coming on. He knew well that Sun Zhao was likely making all that noise while cultivating in his dreams. Now it was no longer just shouting, but also thumping on the floor. He was probably practicing the technique he had taught him, even in his sleep. It was indeed strange that the downstairs residents were not suffering from the commotion. It was unreasonable to expect Sun Zhao to change his habits. He could hardly control his dream cultivation. Whether he could manage it in the future was another matter entirely, but Su Yang knew he had to address this issue swiftly. It was imperative not to disturb others during their cultivation. After some contemplation, Su Yang promptly made his way to Lu Zhen and Appo's office. Team leader, I need to discuss something with you. Lu Zhen was taken aback by Su Yang's sudden visit. What is going on? Is it possible to arrange for all the students in our class to be placed on the first floor? Lu Zhen replied, puzzled. Why the sudden need to move everyone to the first floor? They're too noisy. They don't behave well at night and have already disturbed the normal routines of others. Su Yang explained hastily. So I thought it best to relocate them all to the first floor, where they won't disturb anyone. For Lu Zhen, making such adjustments was not particularly troublesome. The challenge lay in the fact that there were already students residing on the first floor. We can arrange that, but we need to consider if the current residents are agreeable. If they consent, it's a minor issue. All right, I will discuss it with them. Su Yang then approached the dormitory administrator to acquire the list of students on the first floor, complete with their names and classes. Each floor housed 20 dormitories, and Su Yang decided to request a swap with the last 10 rooms. Fortunately, as all the students were first years whom Su Yang had previously taught in his martial arts general studies class, he encountered no difficulties in securing agreement from 10 students, each of whom decided on their respective dormitory exchanges. The exchanges were scheduled for the following day, and after resolving this matter, Su Yang immediately informed Li Yiming to relay the news to the others. Old Su, why the sudden dormitory change? Li Yiming inquired. The commotion you all create is too much. By concentrating everyone on the first floor, it will prevent disturbance to others' cultivation. Understood. I will ensure everything is arranged perfectly, Li Yiming assured him. Su Yang smiled. Well done, my dear disciple. I trust you completely with this. After hanging up, Li Yiming swiftly contacted a professional construction team. However, upon learning that they would need to handle multiple rooms simultaneously, the supervisor became somewhat distressed. Young Master Li, the workload is quite substantial this time. We are somewhat short-staffed. I'll double the wages for this month, and if the finance department refuses to pay, have them call me directly. Should we bring in additional help? The supervisor asked. Yes, have them all come according to this arrangement. Understood, I will arrange it immediately. As the saying goes, money can make things happen. That same day, Li Yiming informed all the students in Class 5 about the dormitory change, urging them to pack their belongings while adding, this is old Su's arrangement. If anyone has objections, take it up with him. With that, the students fell silent, realizing they had no choice but to comply with old Su's directive and prepare for the move. The following day, nearly 100 construction workers arrived at the dormitory. commencing their work only after the students had left for class. Due to the construction, Sun Zhao and the others could not practice in their dormitory and gathered in room A120 on the first floor. However, all eyes were inevitably drawn to Xie Yuhan. "Xie Yuhan, are you all right?" one of them asked. "I'm fine," she replied. "You don't look fine at all," they observed. Noting that she had wrapped her head in bandages, appearing as though she had suffered a severe head injury, they exchanged glances, puzzled. "Really, I'm fine," Xie Yuhan insisted, hastily unwrapping the bandage from her head to show them. "See, there is nothing wrong." Upon closer inspection, they indeed found no wounds or blood, and they collectively sighed in relief, though their confusion only deepened. "If you're all right, then why wrap your head like that? You look like a mummy," one teased. "I need to protect my hair," Xie Yuhan explained quickly. "When I bumped my head, it could easily pull my hair out. It hurt so much. So, I had to wrap it up." "You're quite clever," someone remarked. "Of course." Xie Yuhan proudly lifted her chin. "I've always been very smart." Chapter 143. Frantic confirmation. Once it was confirmed that Xie Yuhan had merely covered her head to protect her hair, the group turned their attention to He Weiwei. "I heard your cultivation method is called Yin Jinshi?" He Weiwei nodded in acknowledgement. "What of it?" Sun Zhao couldn't help but interject. "Doesn't that sound a bit chilling?" "Quite normal," replied Li Yiming, leaning on his cane. "This finger technique comprises lethal strikes, targeting vital points to claim one's life." The crowd instinctively took a few steps back, maintaining a safe distance from He Weiwei. Her Bagua Xianfeng palm was not yet mastered. Once unleashed, it was uncontrollable. If even a few moves of Yin Jinshi were mixed in, it could indeed lead one directly to the underworld. "Is it really that serious?" He Weiwei rolled her eyes. "I've only just started practicing. I'm still a novice." Yet her face lit up with joy and excitement. "I never expected my cultivation speed to increase so dramatically after being enlightened by old Su." Xie Yuhan nodded in agreement. "I feel like my mind is sharper than before." The other four exchanged glances, remaining silent. Enlightenment through guidance was merely the foundation. The true prowess lay in the subsequent integration of Hanyuan Ichi. Once this fusion was achieved, their strength would undergo a significant transformation, allowing for rapid advancement in cultivation levels. However, the conversation between the boys and girls seemed to diverge at times. While waiting for the construction to finish, Xie Yuhan and He Weiwei engaged in a side discussion. "He Weiwei, we need to come up with a plan." "Huh? What kind of plan?" Although their cultivation speed was astounding, neither was particularly graceful or attractive. He Weiwei whispered, "They are shameless. We must take what we can." Xie Yuhan nodded slightly, unable to resist touching her own head, hastily agreeing. "Yes, the iron bone garment is too harsh on my hair. I've already lost quite a bit these past few days. If I keep practicing like this, I might end up bald. And I don and oppos. T want to use my head to charge at people. I also don and oppos. T want to poke at anyone with my fingers." He Weiwei shuddered. "Just thinking about it makes me uncomfortable." After some contemplation, He Weiwei suggested, "What if we ask old Su to switch our cultivation methods?" "Huh? ISN and oppos. See this method tailored specifically for us by old Su? Can we even change it? If old Su has the ability to customize it for us, surely he can also replace it?" "I don't know." Xie Yuhan quickly responded. "If we could switch, I do want a method that helps me grow taller. I do like a beautiful method as well." The two exchanged glances, but soon dismissed the thought. It felt far too selfish and inconsiderate. Their teacher had already gone above and beyond to assist them. To make further demands seemed excessive. Besides, if the teacher had chosen this method for them, it must hold deeper significance. "Let's think of ways to make ourselves more attractive." Xie Yuhan pondered how to make her moves appear more elegant. "How can we do that?" "You could wear a cute mascot headpiece, like a bear or a rabbit, which would make you look adorable. If you charge at someone, they might not retaliate because they find you cute. Plus, it would protect your hair, far better than your current hairstyle." "Ah, that's a brilliant idea," Xie Yuhan exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon her. "What about you? How will you change?" He Weiwei contemplated before responding. "I'll definitely wear gloves, 2 layers. Why 2 layers? The outer layer will be lace gloves, which look very feminine. The inner layer? Medical gloves, so my fingers won't get bloody during a poke. That way, I won't feel nauseous." "Wow, that is a fantastic plan." Xie Yuhan had always admired He Weiwei's sense of style. "Could you get me a nice headpiece? It should be made of good material. I'm afraid it might break if I bump into someone." "Sure, no problem." Meanwhile, Zhu Tao and the others listening to their exchange couldn't help but twitch their mouths in disbelief. "You two are even weirder than us." Xie Yuhan in a rabbit headpiece, looking adorable, yet the next moment she could shatter someone's kneecap. He Weiwei, who loved to dress up, varied her outfits daily, especially favoring dresses. Now with lace gloves, she could deliver a heart-piercing jab in a fight. "Your styles are even stranger than ours." "Clearly, You two are not on the same wavelength as us. The group nodded slightly, especially aware that girls and oppos' tempers were often unpredictable. One sudden outburst could catch anyone off guard. Just then, a knock echoed through the room. Expecting a completion of their construction, they opened the door only to find Tang Yuanlang. Hey, why is everyone here? What brings you here? Seeing the wary looks directed at him, Tang Yuanlang became flustered. Old Su sent me to find Li Yiming. Li Yiming quickly reassured, it and amp, oppos, as fine. It's fine, he's one of us. Old Su has already informed me. The group finally relaxed, realizing that until they signed an agreement, they were not truly considered part of the Su family. Caution was still warranted. Old Su was quite prompt. Li Yiming remarked, come here, Tang Yuanlang. Let me see what cultivation method you are practicing. Tang Yuanlang's expression shifted, and he hastily retreated. No, you can't. As Sun Zhao stretched out his hand to grab him, Tang Yuanlang ducked just in time. Sun Zhao raised an eyebrow, glancing at Fu Yunhai. This kid seems a bit anxious. Let and amp, oppos, catch him. Wait, don't come any closer. I want you to hold back if you do. Tang Yuanlang and oppos' frantic demeanor only fueled the curiosity of the fifth class. Clearly, he harbored some secret. Before long, Tang Yuanlang was subdued, and his hard drive was seized. No. Don't look. You're not allowed to see. Tang Yuanlang and oppos' desperate protests piqued Zhu Tao and oppos' curiosity, urging someone to plug in the hard drive. Tang Yuanlang and oppos' cries became shrill. No. Yet, when the group glimpsed the contents of the hard drive, silence enveloped them. The refined version of the Jade Maiden Soaring Technique. Chapter 144. Stunning. What did I expect to find? Fu Yunhai, standing at the forefront, glanced over the contents and couldn't and amp, oppos' help but roll his eyes. Is this it? Supposedly the Jade Maiden Soaring Technique, yet it has been stripped down by Old Su to merely the hip swing and waist twisting methods, more akin to a form of movement. Fu Yunhai deemed it far less intriguing than his own unusual techniques. Mediocre at best. Sun Zhao echoed this sentiment, finding it utterly unremarkable, preferring his golden-toed technique instead. Xie Yuhan shot a glance, puzzled by the term soaring, but hesitated to ask, fearing it might reveal her ignorance. He Weiwei felt the Jade Maiden Soaring Technique and amp, oppos' emphasis on swaying hips was overly provocative, unsuitable for a pure-hearted girl like herself, shaking her head in mild disdain. Li Yiming, leaning on his cane, felt disdainful. In any case, it and oppos' useless to me. Zhu Tao remained unfazed, addressing Tang Yuanlang, it's just a standard cultivation method. There's no need for such an overreaction. Tang Yuanlang observed the expressions of those around him, which seemed unfazed and even somewhat dismissive, leaving him perplexed. Upon learning from Old Su that he was to practice the so-called Jade Maiden Ascension technique, he felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. However, having achieved enlightenment, he realized he had no choice but to practice, otherwise he would certainly become a target of ridicule. Yet, the reactions of the crowd left Tang Yuanlang momentarily bewildered. Was this entirely normal? Li Yiming shrugged. What else could it be? You'll understand in due time. For now, just wait until the renovations are complete before you begin your training. Oh, well, that seems acceptable, Tang Yuanlang replied, scratching his head. Observing the group's demeanor, he felt an inexplicable sense of alienation, as if their normalcy was too much for him to integrate into. Li Yiming contemplated that since everyone's rooms would eventually undergo renovations, it would be more efficient to revamp all 10 rooms at once, ensuring soundproofing for everyone's space. Naturally, Li Yiming, who still resided next to Zhu Tao, decisively chose to line Tao's room entirely with specialized steel, including his own. He believed that given Zhu Tao's aptitude, his progress would far outstrip theirs. Thus, it was prudent to prevent any potential mishaps involving steel needles penetrating walls. With a professional construction team consisting of nearly 100 members, the renovations were completed with exceptional efficiency, taking less than 3 hours. Subsequently, everyone returned to their respective rooms to resume their training. Sun Zhao and Fu Yunhai still occupied rooms opposite each other. However, as Fu Yunhai prepared to enter his room, he quickly waved at Sun Zhao. Sun Zhao, come here for a moment. What is it? Once the door was closed, Fu Yunhai eagerly suggested, shall we spar a bit? I think I might have mastered the technique Old Su taught us. Oddly enough, I feel like I've also learned it, and was just about to look for someone to practice with, Sun Zhao replied, glancing around. But this place is rather cramped for that. Let's head to the martial arts arena. Come on. The two exited their dormitory and rented a private space at the arena. After a brief warm-up, they climbed onto the sparring platform. Are you ready? Absolutely, bring it on. As soon as the words left his mouth, Sun Zhao executed a swift dodge, followed by a spectacular backflip. As soon as he landed, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball. closing in on Fu Yuhai in an instant. Just as Sun Zhao was about to unleash a 7-element cloud palm, Fu Yuhai unexpectedly lunged forward, skillfully pulling Sun Zhao and Appo's chest with both hands, effortlessly wrapping his arms around Sun Zhao and Appo's waist. I win. Hey, hey, hey. Slow down. I can't stop. With a thud, both collided against the wall, collapsing to the ground. One held his head, gasping, while the other groaned in pain. After a while, they managed to regain their composure. Fu Yuhai, looking frustrated, turned to Sun Zhao. What just happened? That move requires full force, Sun Zhao replied with a wry smile. I just didn't adjust my angle well. If no one is in the way, I can easily overshoot. It only travels in a straight line. It's a one-way charge. Fu Yuhai rolled his eyes. So if someone dodges, you just crash into something? Not necessarily, Sun Zhao quickly clarified. I've grasped the essence of the technique, but I still need more practice. The only headache is, what? I have no idea how I learned it. Sun Zhao said, exasperated. I woke up feeling like I knew it, but my dorm was a complete mess, so I suspect I picked it up while dreaming. Sounds familiar. Fu Yuhai nodded. I learned the cross-legged position after a nap, but it's slightly different from what old Su taught. How so? Let me demonstrate. Go ahead. Fu Yuhai hurriedly climbed onto the sparring platform and suddenly dropped to the ground. Watch closely. All right. Then, Fu Yuhai began to crawl rapidly on the floor, his speed increasing until he completed a full lap around the platform and returned to Sun Zhao. Look, I realized I can crawl without sitting cross-legged. Stick to the cross-legged position, Sun Zhao said, facepalming. Your technique seems rather pitiful. Fu Yuhai, with a look of frustration, held up his pants, which were dangerously close to slipping down. I don't know how this happened. It just came to me as I practiced. Why is it getting weirder? Maybe you should rethink your approach. Yeah, it's more suited for begging on the streets. Fu Yuhai rolled his eyes. Suddenly, Sun Zhao looked up at the independent space, scanning the surroundings while contemplating something. What is up? I'm conducting an experiment. An experiment on what? Sun Zhao remained silent, leaping onto the sparring platform again. After surveying the area, he declared, step back. I'm going to test if this move works. Fu Yuhai, puzzled, complied and moved away. Sun Zhao concentrated his energy in his legs and executed another backflip, propelling himself forward. As he neared the wall, he quickly adjusted his balance, leaning forward, and managed to plant his feet against it. Golden Toad Technique, Level 2. Toad Legs. As his feet landed on the wall, the immense recoil surged through him. In an instant, he channeled all his energy into his legs and released. Boom. An explosive sound echoed. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, the independent space was filled with a series of explosive sounds. Fu Yuhai could only vaguely see a shadow bouncing around the martial arts arena, until finally, he lost sight of Sun Zhao completely, his face filled with astonishment. He shouted, wow, that is incredible. Stop shouting. Hurry and call old Su to save me. Sun Zhao's panicked voice echoed back. If I don't use the toad legs, I might turn into a puddle of mush. But with the toad legs, I can't stop. Chapter 145. Air leak. Fu Yuhai's complexion shifted dramatically, and he hurriedly exclaimed, hang in there. I will find old Su immediately. Move quickly. I can't hold on much longer. The speed is increasing. At this moment, Sun Zhao was in a state of utter panic. He never anticipated that his training would nearly lead to his demise. The energy generated from the incessant bouncing was accumulating with increasing intensity. In his fear, Sun Zhao dared not entertain any further thoughts, desperately adjusting his trajectory. If he were to land incorrectly, he was certain he would meet his end. In the conference room, Su Yang soon received a call from Fu Yuhai. Upon learning of Sun Zhao and Appo's predicament, he sprang to his feet in alarm. Lucian, witnessing Su Yang and Appo's sudden movement, was momentarily taken aback. Su, do you have any objections? Group leader, I have a stomach ache. I need to step out. Lucian rolled his eyes, thinking it unnecessary to announce such a trivial matter. Why not just slip out quietly? Disregarding the opinions of his fellow teachers, Su Yang dashed out of the conference room, skipping the stairs and leaping directly from the 6th floor. This spectacle left the assembled faculty in bewilderment. Was it really necessary to make such a fuss over a bathroom break? Upon landing, Su Yang felt a slight numbness in his legs, but paid it no mind. Drawing on his inner energy, he activated the Songyin technique and sprinted towards the martial arts arena. Along the way, many students and teachers noticed Su Yang racing past. Upon spotting him from afar, the teachers quickly ushered the students aside, exclaiming, quickly, step back. Su has reached a significant breakthrough. If he collides with you, you won't be able to withstand it. In a state of confusion, the students hurriedly moved aside, unsure of the situation. In a flash, they heard a whoosh as Su Yang zipped by them. Before long, at the entrance of the martial arts arena, amidst flying dust and debris, Su Yang came to a screeching halt, turned, and rushed into the independent training room rented by Fu Yunhai and Sun Zhao. Fu Yunhai was anxiously awaiting by the door. Upon seeing Su Yang arrive, his worried heart finally eased. With a teacher present, there was no way anything could go wrong. Fu Yunhai quickly opened the door, ushering Su Yang inside. Yet upon entry, Su Yang could not see Sun Zhao's figure, only hearing the sound of explosive energy reverberating throughout the room. "Old Su, help. Stay calm." Su Yang quickly scanned the surroundings and instructed, "Try to circulate the first layer of your inner technique." "I can't. The speed is too fast. I and Oppos. I'm afraid my stomach will burst. I and Oppos. I'm not telling you to land directly. Just start circulating it." "All right." In the midst of his continuous bouncing, Sun Zhao hastily initiated the Chanming technique, causing his abdomen to swell, stretching his clothing significantly. Meanwhile, Su Yang ascended the martial arts platform and urged, "Have you begun circulating?" "Yes, what's next?" "Just charge towards me. Can you aim?" "Old Su, are you certain?" "Trust me, just come at me." "Okay, I'll give it a try." Su Yang immediately adopted a horse stance, preparing to brace for Sun Zhao's impact. The sound of explosive energy continued to thunder in his ears, and Su Yang felt as though something was whizzing past him at every moment, too swift to grasp. "Don't rush. Take your time. Adjust your mindset." "Yes." Sun Zhao attempted several times, narrowly missing Su Yang, which heightened his anxiety. However, upon hearing Su Yang and Oppos' voice, he felt considerably more reassured and pressed on. "Old Su. Here I come." Hearing Sun Zhao and Oppos' call, Su Yang steadied his stance. In the next moment, Sun Zhao suddenly appeared, landing squarely on Su Yang and Oppos' chest. The terrifying energy that had been building up surged back like a tidal wave. Su Yang quickly extended his hand to support Sun Zhao, who trembled upon landing, his face still bearing a look of shock. "Are you all right?" I'm fine." Sun Zhao managed a wry smile. "Old Su, thank goodness you arrived in time. Otherwise, you wouldn't and amp, Oppos, see me tomorrow. Quickly, sit down and rest." Su Yang pondered for a moment and chose not to admonish Sun Zhao, noticing how he was still quaking. He swiftly guided Sun Zhao to a nearby seat. Fu Yunhai rushed over, relieved. "It's good that you're okay. What caused such a sudden turn of events?" "I merely wanted to experiment to see if I could seamlessly execute your technique. However, as I trained, I found myself unable to stop." Su Yang fell silent for a moment. "So, you have learned the technique I taught you?" "Yes." Sun Zhao nodded. "I learned it, but it's not completely mastered." "Really?" Sun Zhao promptly explained the specifics to Su Yang, while Fu Yunhai quickly added, "Old Su, I'm experiencing the same thing. I can execute it. But only when utilizing the techniques you taught us can I seamlessly switch my inner technique. Otherwise, I can't manage it on my own." Su Yang began to understand the situation, recognizing it as a result of their preliminary training. This phenomenon had already manifested in Zhu Tao and Li Yiming. So Su Yang was not overly surprised. "You were too hasty," Su Yang said solemnly. "The reason for this occurrence is that both of you have not fully acclimated to your current levels of power. Advancing too quickly can lead to complications. Do you understand?" Yes. Sun Zhao nodded earnestly, his face reflecting his lingering trepidation. "I will return and solidify my foundation." "Good." Su Yang nodded slightly before turning to Fu Yunhai. "As for your situation, demonstrate it for me once more." "Understood." Fu Yunhai promptly ascended the martial arts platform, once again dragging his legs along the ground as he swiftly crawled. Su Yang observed in silence for a moment. Fu Yunhai's condition was evidently unusual. Perhaps the fervor of the inner technique had induced a mutation in his Tiangang Disha step? Since the unaltered portion of the Tiangang Disha step fundamentally required sitting cross-legged to execute, essentially acting as a trigger, Fu Yunhai's ability to crawl without this position was perplexing, though the manner in which he did so was rather disrespectful to individuals with disabilities. "Old Su, what is happening to me? Show me your original Tiangang Disha step." "Okay." Fu Yunhai quickly flipped into a cross-legged position and crawled back, his speed markedly surpassing that of dragging his legs. "Old Su, what's the issue? This isn't a new technique at all." Su Yang sighed. "Your foundation is unstable. During execution, you experienced an air leak." Chapter 146. Lowering one's stance. As the strength and realm of Class 5 began to ascend, the repercussions of their unstable foundation gradually revealed themselves. Although Sun Zhao's techniques were exceedingly formidable, he was unable to master them. A failure attributable not only to a lack of proficiency but also to the inherent instability of his foundation. Fu Yunhai exemplified the consequences of such instability in its purest form. The so-called leakage of qi is to be taken quite literally. The breath escapes uncontrollably, a phenomenon often observed in martial artists with a shaky foundation. Currently, this situation is beyond control. It is a natural outflow of breath that, to some extent, hampers the execution of techniques. Unless Class 5 can attain a level of qi control akin to that of Su Yang, they remain at a disadvantage. At present, Su Yang lacks the means to rectify their unstable foundations and can only hope that the system will eventually provide a solution to this issue. However, this is not an insurmountable problem, at least not one that poses a fatal threat to Class 5. With the fervor of their mental discipline, as long as they practice in accordance with the appropriate methods, the leakage of qi can be mitigated. For instance, Fu Yunhai's practice of the Tiangang Dijiao step requires him to sit cross-legged. As long as he maintains this position, there will be no leakage. Should he neglect this posture, however, the power of his techniques would diminish significantly. This leakage is not indicative of a new technique. Rather, it stems from a failure to adhere to the established mental discipline. The techniques I have imparted to you are fundamentally based on your practiced methods. You may only extend and modify within that framework. Any other techniques will inevitably be influenced by the leakage of qi to some degree. Maintain your cross-legged position diligently. Failure to do so will lead to qi leakage, causing your legs to drag along the ground. Sun Zhao is in the same boat. If you stray from the practice of the Jinshin craft, you will similarly experience qi leakage. This is something you must both remember. The two nodded in agreement. Ultimately, it was merely a false alarm. After imparting the necessary instructions, Su Yang departed, allowing the two to continue their training. A mentor leads one to the door. But the journey of cultivation relies on the individual. Now, both must rely on their own arduous efforts to compensate for the foundational skills they had previously neglected. As Su Yang could offer little further assistance. However, just as Su Yang was preparing to leave the martial arts hall, a voice suddenly called out from behind. Teacher Su. Wait. Turning in confusion, he found a stranger, a student he did not recognize. What is it? Teacher, I am Sun Shuafei, Sun Zhao's cousin. Su Yang paused, taken aback, as he had no recollection of such a person. Oh, hello? Is there something you need? I have always been grateful for your care of Sun Zhao, Sun Shuafei expressed. Su Yang found this unexpected. Based on his understanding of Class 5, their relatives seldom showed concern, often resorting to ridicule and derision. He had not anticipated that Sun Zhao's cousin would come to express gratitude. There's no need for thanks. As Sun Zhao's homeroom teacher, it is my duty and responsibility to look after him. Teacher Su, I am currently in my final year of high school and soon to take the college entrance examination. I know that your martial arts theory is regarded as the finest in our school. May I seek your guidance privately? That may be overstating it. Su Yang quickly waved his hand. Many teachers here possess a deeper understanding of martial arts theory than I do. They simply lack the eloquence and expression that I might possess. As for extra lessons, let me check my schedule for availability. I am quite busy at the moment and may not be able to spare the time. Then could you leave me your contact information? That is acceptable. Su Yang provided Sun Shuafei with his contact details. After expressing his gratitude, Sun Shuafei returned to the martial arts hall. This left Su Yang scratching his head in bewilderment. He had not expected Sun Zhao's cousin to be so eager to learn. He was far more amiable than Xie Yuhan's cousin, Xie Zhen. Not dwelling on it further, Su Yang hastened to the conference room to continue his meeting, and afterward, he would assess the compatibility of the next student, Chao Hanyu, with the appropriate mental discipline. In the infirmary, on the third floor, Xie Zhen sat cross-legged on the hospital bed, meditating, his forehead glistening with sweat. After several days of recuperation, he had managed to regain control over some of the energy that had been scattered within him. After a considerable time, he finally opened his eyes, only to see Sun Shuafei entering the room and settling down on a nearby sofa. Xie Zhen's voice turned somber. What brings you here? As classmates, is it not natural for me to check on you? Sun Shuafei replied languidly. It seems your recovery is going quite well. You should be discharged within a few days. There and Oppos. No need for concern, Xie Zhen scoffed. I have no interest in acquiring a subordinate, nor do I require one. You underestimate me, Sun Shuafei retorted, a hint of sarcasm in his smile. I am here to be your friend. That is even less necessary. Xie Zhen sneered, dismissing him with disdain. You are not worthy of being my friend. You really are something. Sun Shuafei felt his temper rising, but managed to keep his composure. I got Su Yang's contact details for you. Help? Xie Zhen's expression darkened. When did I ask for your help? And why would I want his contact information? To become a powerful individual, you must learn to lower your stance, Sun Shuafei replied, furrowing his brow. Do you think Xu Tao and Oppos' newfound strength is solely due to his own efforts? ISN and Oppos, Tiet? Xie Zhen retorted. When has he not been strong? Why did he only begin to improve after Su Yang took over Class 5? Does that not strike you as odd? Sun Shuafei rolled his eyes, exasperated by the simplicity of Xie Zhen's reasoning. Of course it is related. Su Yang's identity is far from ordinary. I have told you this time and again. Yet Xie Zhen's expression only grew more peculiar. What connection could there be? That guy Su may have some skills, but could those skills truly elevate Zhu Tao's strength? Do you think just a few pointers could result in such a dramatic increase in power? I refuse to believe such a thing. Xie voice turned cold. Zhu Tao must have been hiding his strength all along. Sun Shuefei sighed, finding it exceedingly difficult to communicate with someone so straightforward and physically inclined. Doubts began to creep into his mind. Was it truly wise to place his bets on this individual? There must be some undeniable correlation, he asserted seriously. I have further investigated Su Yang's background, and he achieved a perfect score in martial arts theory during his college entrance examination, and even during his university years. All his courses in martial arts theory were nearly perfect. After graduation, he applied to several schools, scoring first in the written exams. But he was eliminated due to insufficient strength, leaving only San Zhong to accept him. Xie confusion deepened. What does this imply? Does strong martial arts theory translate to practical strength? Sun Shuefei replied earnestly. He may have transformed certain theories into practice. And it is precisely this practical application that has resulted in Zhu Tao and Li Yiming and Amp, Oppos, as tremendous growth. An opportunity lies before you. If we can foster a good relationship with Su Yang, he may be willing to teach us these principles. This is a splendid chance to enhance our strength. Are you willing to lower your stance? Chapter 147. Arrangements. Su Yang stealthily returned to the conference room to continue the meeting. This session focused on the work arrangements for the 2 days off at the end of the month and the upcoming practical activities scheduled for the following month. The practical activities are divided into 2 categories. One involves exchanges and discussions with other schools, while the other entails genuine combat training at a training base established by the Martial Arts Association. The school provides an environment for martial arts cultivation and theoretical guidance during the training process, yet it cannot offer a true combat environment to test the students' progress. Therefore, every region has specially constructed training bases where students can confront ferocious beasts, providing them with an authentic opportunity to face these challenges. Engaging in combat with humans and battling ferocious beasts are 2 distinctly different concepts. Simply put, it is akin to individual combat versus group combat. Although this distinction is not absolute, it is essential to clarify that all martial artists cultivated by the schools are primarily trained for real combat against ferocious beasts. Martial arts exchanges are secondary. The true aim is to equip students to survive amidst the onslaught of these beasts. As the first-year students have been in school for 2 months, they have preliminarily developed the prerequisites to participate in real combat. The purpose of this meeting is to determine in advance whether each class will engage in exchanges with other schools or head to the training base, allowing the school to arrange the necessary logistics. With that said, the teachers are to gather students' opinions, adhering to the principle of majority rule, and report back to me within 3 days. After concluding his remarks, Lu Zhen declared the meeting adjourned. Su Yang decided to return and have a thorough discussion with Class 5, although deep down, he was more inclined towards the idea of exchanging experiences with other schools, as it posed a lower risk. Moreover, Class 5 currently lacked the capability for teamwork. Unfortunately, other classes had followed the standard teaching process after enrollment, and by the 2nd month, they had begun to learn the essence of group collaboration, while Class 5 had only just started their training. The gap in teaching progress was quite significant. The next day during the general studies class, Su Yang naturally sought the opinions of Class 5. The school mandates participation in practical activities at least once a month, but considering the unique circumstances of their class, he suggested that they opt for exchanges with other schools. Suddenly, Zhu Tao raised his hand. Teacher, if we choose to go to another school, which one will it be? Can we specify the school? Indeed. You may choose which school you wish to visit for exchanges. One high school. Zhu Tao exclaimed. Teacher, Li Yiming is injured and could not come, but I believe he would certainly want to go to one high school. Su Yang said nothing further and turned to write one high school on the blackboard, embellishing it with a few strokes. What about the others? He inquired. The rest of the class exchanged glances, uncertain. Sun Zhao and Fu Yuhai quickly raised their hands. One high school. Su Yang added 2 more strokes. All right, we now have 4 votes for one high school. What about the others? Once again, the students looked at each other, hesitant. Isn't it too soon? I've only just begun my training. If we go to one high school, it will be a direct class-to-class competition. He Weiwei exclaimed anxiously. You can't just think of yourselves. You must also consider the others. The remaining students. Tang Yuanlang and Chao Hanyu nodded in agreement. Exactly. You all have received Teacher Su's body tempering secrets and started your training, while we have barely begun. Plus, what kind of place is one high school? Any class selected from there has an average combat strength at the 7th rank of the martial profound realm. If we go there right away, wouldn't we just be asking to get beaten up? He Weiwei quickly added, I want to go to 2 high school. Xie Yuhan also raised her hand. 2 high school. The rest of the group, including Tang Yuanlang and Chao Hanyu, also expressed their preference for 2 high school. All right. Let us tentatively decide that we will go to Tu High School for our exchanges. In truth, Su Yang also leaned towards Tu High School. One high school's individual and collective strength was simply too formidable, as it gathered the best talents from the entire EC region. Su Yang did not believe that Zhu Tao and the others were being overly ambitious. Having integrated the primordial essence, their strength surged. Even if Li Yiming and others were merely at the peak of the 8th rank, their combat capabilities were exceptionally strong. In their current situation, there were essentially no opponents in Class 3 aside from the top 10 students. To enhance their skills, they could only engage in internal class sparring. As the top 10 students were rarely seen, dedicating themselves to rigorous training. Even Skejin, ranked 7th among the top 10, was hard to find, as he was also deeply engrossed in his training. Currently, Class 3 could boast only these 10 students. And Su Yang had heard that the top 3 were already attempting to break through to the pinnacle of the 7th rank of the martial profound realm, which would qualify them for guaranteed admission. One high school could not monopolize all the best talents. However, most of the elite students indeed gravitated toward one high school, given its resources and historical achievements. Other schools could only strive to attract resources, which led some promising students to opt for other institutions, where they could access even more resources and receive better treatment than at one high school. In the realm of martial arts education across the East Sea, aside from one high school, the resources of other schools were relatively comparable. Tu High School could attract slightly more promising students than Class 3, but overall, the quality of students was not significantly different. Ultimately, Su Yang considered that aiming for one high school was too conspicuous and inappropriate at this juncture, making Tu High School the perfect choice. Following the principle of majority rule, it was settled that they would go to Tu High School. Zhu Tao and the others felt that He Weiwei's argument was sound, as they were indeed a collective. Venturing to one high school would undoubtedly hinder the others. Even if they were to go, they should wait until everyone had completed the integration of primordial essence before proceeding. Now, on to the second matter. The holiday is approaching the end of the month. Who plans to return home, and who intends to stay at school? Zhu Tao quickly spoke up. Teacher, I need to go home for a while. All right, what about the others? Stay at school. The remaining students shared a unanimous sentiment. They must remain at school to train. What was the point of going home? They would only face ridicule upon returning. So it was best to focus on their training at school, especially for Fu Yuhai and Sun Xiao, whose foundational skills were currently lacking. They needed to solidify their basics before contemplating a return home. As for Li Yiming, well, with his fracture, he likely couldn't go back. Thus, aside from Zhu Tao, all others decided to stay at school for training. In the dormitory, Li Yiming lay on his bed, lost in thought. Oh, another day where I long to transform into a spinning top. Chapter 148. Young Master, this cannot be after the General Studies class concluded. Su Yang specifically summoned Tang Yuanlang to his office. When Su Yang had previously assisted Tang Yuanlang in filtering through the mind techniques, he was also quite bewildered. It seemed rather incongruous for a fine young man to be paired with the Jade Maiden Ascension technique. Anyone in his position might feel a twinge of reluctance. However, after some refinement, the technique had shed its association with the Jade Maiden, leaving only the essence of the Ascension. Now that he had received energy feedback, it indicated that Tang Yuanlang had indeed begun to grasp the technique, but Su Yang deemed it necessary to engage in further dialogue with the youth. You must have commenced your practice yesterday? Su Yang inquired. Tang Yuanlang eagerly nodded, his expression brimming with excitement. Old Su, the effects of the enlightenment are astonishing. I was able to easily enter the threshold in just a day. I feel my movements are far more graceful than before. Seeing Tang Yuanlang and Apos' enthusiasm, Su Yang felt he had perhaps overestimated the boy and Apos' initial reluctance, realizing it was not as pronounced as he had feared. That is splendid. The enlightenment I provide certainly yields significant results, Su Yang replied with a smile. I initially thought you might have reservations about this technique, but it seems you have embraced it. Upon reflection, I believe the technique's only connection to the Jade Maiden lies in its name. Beyond that, it bears little resemblance. Tang Yuanlang remarked. That's a healthy perspective, Su Yang responded. Moreover, I have noticed, my demeanor appears to be far more serious than that of my classmates. Is that so? Su Yang replied, somewhat amused. Indeed, Tang Yuanlang insisted. At least I look like a proper person. Every one of the others seems to lose all semblance of decorum. Su Yang could only agree with a chuckle, realizing that Tang Yuanlang had indeed come to terms with the Jade Maiden Ascension technique. Very well, then. Return and dedicate yourself to your practice. Oh, and summon Xiaohan you to come over. Is it his turn now? Tang Yuanlang asked. Indeed, Su Yang nodded slightly. Having discovered a technique to expedite the filtering process. Previously, he could only filter through the techniques one by one, even with the aid of a clicking device. Just a couple of days ago, he realized he could conduct multiple batches simultaneously. By minimizing the screen, he could accommodate several techniques on one display, allowing for bulk adaptation. To this end, Su Yang had even taken the initiative to learn some basic scripting online. This was merely the initial screening process. So it did not require Su Yang to scrutinize the content of each technique in detail. He would filter for those with high compatibility afterward. Now, he was capable of determining suitable techniques within half a day. The only remaining hassle was to rewrite the introductory descriptions of the foundational techniques to avoid a repeat of the mishap with Xie Yuan. Before long, Su Yang heard hurried footsteps outside, followed by a knock on the door. "Old Su, is it finally my turn?" Chao Hanyu exclaimed. "Yes." Su Yang gestured for him to approach. "We shall adhere to the 3 rules: enlightenment, swift execution, and seamless completion." Su Yang felt increasingly familiar with this process and had grown adept at controlling his micro-expressions. However, the reality was not as favorable as Su Yang had anticipated. Currently, only Li Yiming had exhibited the innate talent of heavenly gift, while others had yet to demonstrate any distinctive traits beyond their fervor for mind techniques. Such phenomena could not be forced. If they manifested, it would be a boon, but their absence was equally inconsequential. As for the emergence of new traits in the future, Su Yang remained uncertain. Upon completing the enlightenment for Chao Hanyu, Su Yang trembled slightly as he handed over the hard drive. For the next steps, consult with Li Yiming. Follow his guidance. "Teacher, are you truly all right?" Chao Hanyu asked, concern etched on his face. "Do not worry. I am merely fatigued. A brief rest will suffice." Su Yang waved him off. "Go now. Do not delay your practice." "Yes." Chao Hanyu bowed deeply, touched, before resolutely departing. Once he left, Su Yang stood up with a pat on his backside. Regardless of the type of mind technique created by ancient masters, they typically encompassed both offensive and defensive capabilities, albeit with varying emphases. The technique Chao Hanyu was pursuing was the Chao family's mysterious snake steps, which was currently the most focused agility technique in Class 5. The manifestation of agility is not solely characterized by speed or grace. In essence, it can also serve as a means of attack, possessing characteristics akin to form and intent. When the mysterious snake steps reach perfection, the unleashed energy resembles a giant serpent, capable of inflicting significant damage through mere impact. In truth, both the Heavenly Gang Earth Fiend steps and the Jade Maiden Ascension technique can also inflict harm when fully realized, yet the damaging aspects had been excised by Su Yang, rendering them unsuitable for the cultivation of Pu Yunhai and Tang Yuanlang. According to the previous adaptation patterns in Class 5, Su Yang had initially presumed that Chao Hanyu would adapt to a different type of technique. However, to his surprise, he found himself aligned with another agility technique. The dragon subduing tiger suppressing steps, while modest within the realm of agility techniques, was akin to the Heavenly Gang Earth Fiend steps and the Jade Maiden Ascension technique, basic yet seldom practiced. In ancient times, there were not only prominent martial families, but also various martial sects. The Jade Maiden Ascension technique served as the introductory method of the Jade Maiden sect. With more advanced techniques, like the Jade Maiden swordplay, either lost or destroyed over time, making them nearly impossible to practice due to the vast temporal and contextual differences. The dragon subduing tiger suppressing steps was passed down from the Buddhist tradition, and its written content is rife with specialized Buddhist terminology. Su Yang speculated that the obscurity of this technique stemmed from its high entry threshold for comprehension. This presented a challenge for Su Yang, who, while perusing Buddhist texts to supplement his knowledge, endeavored to translate the content into layman and Apos terms for Chao Hanyu, ensuring it remained comprehensible. After notifying Chao Hanyu, Tang Yuanlang returned to his dormitory to continue his training. As he activated the Jade Maiden Ascension technique, he leaned forward, raised his rear, and began to move his feet forward. With each step, he twisted his hips, and the amplitude of his movements increased significantly. As his body grew lighter, his steps became increasingly erratic. Suddenly, he swayed to the left at a 45-degree angle, only to pivot sharply to the right at a 90-degree angle. This dance continued, resembling a weeble, with his movements becoming more exaggerated and his form increasingly elusive, to the point of almost skimming the ground. However, his arms felt somewhat cumbersome, leaving him unsure of how to position them. Each time, his hands swung in opposing directions, from both the front and the back. Tang Yuanlang exuded an air reminiscent of an ancient, alluring maiden coyly rebuffing advances. "Young master, this cannot be Chapter 149, the assassin?" As Tang Yuanlang was immersed in his training, Hua Xia sat at the table nearby, in high spirits as she meticulously groomed her nails. It is said that to excel in one's craft, one must first sharpen their tools. Indeed, the heart method prescribed by Yin Jianxi required long nails that needed constant care. The nails served as lethal weapons, particularly after mastering the technique of channeling energy, rendering them harder and sharper than ever. Hua Xia suddenly realized how well-suited this heart method was to her inclinations. A desire for beauty is inherent to all, especially for a young maiden. Once she had finished trimming her nails, Hua Xia spread her hands to admire them. Splendid. What beautiful hands. After carefully organizing her nail care tools, she placed them back in their rightful spot and retrieved hand cream from the side, applying it diligently to both hands. Only then did she take out 2 pairs of gloves from the drawer. The first layer consisted of decorative lace gloves. After admiring them for a moment, she donned a second pair of white medical gloves to prevent her fingers from coming into direct contact with anyone in Appo's blood. One could never be sure if the other party harbored any contagious diseases, so it was better to be cautious. Although the gloves were somewhat uncomfortable and not particularly attractive, for the sake of hygiene, Hua Xia chose to wear them. Prepared and ready, she approached the full-length mirror in the corner. Dressed in a pink long gown, she appeared exceptionally elegant and demure. After turning around to confirm her beauty, she pivoted and walked to the corner where a large wooden board hung, pockmarked with countless holes. Her training method was similar to that of Xia Yuhan, requiring a gradual approach, starting with the wooden board. Hua Xia donned a mask, took a deep breath, and closed her eyes to begin channeling her energy. Moments later, her eyes flew open, and she stepped forward into a horse stance, thrusting her finger forward. Yinjianqi. Her finger punctured the wooden board instantly, shards flying everywhere. Hua Xia retracted her hand and quickly jabbed again. Her fingers began to alternate rapidly, her gaze growing increasingly fierce. The board echoed with thuds, and the ground was soon littered with falling debris, mingling with plaster and cement dust from the wall behind the board. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Chao Hanyu, preparing for his own training, heard the thuds emanating from the wall and felt a tinge of confusion. What is Hua Xia up to? The noise is quite disruptive. Fortunately, it wasn't too loud, and he quickly returned to his own practice. He had just finished reading the fundamental heart method and differential training technique written by Su Yang and was now seeking the sensation of energy. With his palms pressed together, Chao Hanyu lifted his right foot, resting it on his left knee, and slowly descended into his squat. He halted when his left leg was parallel to the ground, then closed his eyes, enduring the pain in his abdomen as he searched for the energy sensation. Unbeknownst to him, the sky had darkened. After maintaining this posture for a while, he suddenly opened his eyes, glancing at the clock on the wall. His face filled with disbelief that he had only spent 7 hours discovering the energy sensation. Entry accomplished. Overwhelmed with excitement, Chao Hanyu lowered his legs to the ground and began to attempt his first true dragon suppression step. He slightly raised his right foot, tapping his toes on the ground and drawing a circle before stepping to the right, repeating the process with his right foot. Throughout this process, his hands remained pressed together, the curvature of his palms parallel to his shoulders, while his upper body maintained an upright posture. After several attempts, he quickly grasped the rhythm. The speed of his footwork increased, left foot tracing circles while the right foot mirrored, and vice versa, during which Chao Hanyu's figure became increasingly elusive. He gradually immersed himself in the experience, his mind fully engaged. Unbeknownst to him, as he alternated drawing circles, his hands pressed together, his form seemed to split into two, exuding an air of solemnity. As dawn approached, the student dormitory's first-floor corridor remained quiet, yet the 7 rooms at the back were bustling with activity. In one room, a certain individual was restless, intent on spinning like a top. Zhuang Tao, in his dreams, shot steel needles that landed on a steel plate with a sharp clang, bouncing back only to be skillfully pinched between his fingers. In Sun Zhao's room, the sounds of croaking filled the air as he bounced around the room. In Fu Yunhai's room, a figure moved like a ghost, scurrying about, even gliding across the walls with ease. Xia Yuhan curled at the foot of her bed, swinging her spiked club while repeatedly tapping her forehead with it. The club had a knob mechanism at the base, allowing her to switch between spiked and unspiked forms. Stay back. I possess Iron Head skill. I fear not even my own spiked club. Come closer, and I shall fight you. Meanwhile, Hua Xia had already slipped into slumber. In her dreams, she walked alone down a dimly lit alley, clad in a flowing white dress, pursued by a group of faceless, lecherous men, their laughter echoing ominously. Little beauty, don't run. Join us for a drink. Stay away from me. Hua Xia cried out in a panic as she ran forward. Just then, a tall man in a black suit appeared before her, and in her haste, she collided with his chest. Beautiful maiden, do you require assistance? There are people chasing me. Fear not, leave it to me. The tall man strode forward, confronting the lecherous men with a fierce shout. Get lost. Come closer, and I want an amp. Oppos, hold back. You dare ruin our fun? Seeking death. As he spoke, the lecherous men charged forward, but the tall man swiftly collided with them, sending them sprawling to the ground. Groaning in pain. Rest assured, beautiful maiden, you are safe now. Thank you. He Weiwei gazed up with gratitude, eager to discern his features, though she could not clearly see. His towering stature and handsome demeanor captivated her. However, the man abruptly pushed her aside, clutching his chest in terror. Yet, He Weiwei wore a cold expression. Her earlier panic dissipated. You are the legendary #1 beautiful assassin. Indeed, that is I. Do you have any last words? At that moment, a figure descended from the sky. How dare you? He Weiwei, I trained you to become a beautiful assassin? Startled, He Weiwei straightened up, quickly pleading for mercy. Old Su, I was wrong. I won't dare again. As she spoke, Su Yang slammed a wooden board in front of her. Use Yin Jinshi to write a 5,000-word reflection. Miss a single word, and you shall see how I deal with you. Chapter 150. Hemorrhoids. The following day, Su Yang finally approached the conclusion of the first phase of his work. Having endured another sleepless night, he completed the adaptation of the 9th-ranked mental technique just in time for morning practice, with only the final adjustment for Jiang Chenfeng remaining. The 9th-ranked individual, Cheng Bang, inherited the family's martial art known as the Tiger Roar technique. This particular technique excels in fist fighting during its early stages, and when cultivated to perfection, allows the practitioner to unleash the tiger's roar that can terrify enemies to their core, a rare sound wave-based martial art. However, rarity does not equate to superiority. It merely signifies its infrequency. Sound wave techniques are notoriously challenging to master, requiring not only breath control, but also specialized training in sound manipulation, thus doubling the difficulty. Cheng Bang's chosen mental technique remained consistently niche and obscure, yet in certain respects, it harmonized well with his family's traditional practice. The white cat claw technique, although not inherently obscure, was uniquely adapted by Cheng Bang. The term Shiyu in ancient times specifically referred to a white cat, rendering this claw technique as the white cat claw. The creator of this technique was undoubtedly a cat enthusiast. This mental technique also belongs to the category of form-intense styles. However, compared to the golden toad technique practiced by Sun Zhao, it appears less focused on form and more on offense, with a weaker emphasis on defensive capabilities. Nonetheless, as both techniques pertain to felines, they should complement each other reasonably well. Shrugging, Su Yang was not overly concerned. The choice of mental techniques for the 5th class was beyond his control. After the general studies class concluded, most of the 5th class members departed, presumably returning to their dormitories to practice, leaving only Cheng Bang and Jiang Chifeng exchanging glances in the classroom. However, this time, Su Yang lingered. Cheng Bang, come here. Cheng Bang sprang to his feet, brimming with excitement. Yes. Su Yang cast a glance at Jiang Chifeng and softly reassured him. I know you're anxious. Don't worry. Tomorrow will be your turn. Jiang Chifeng's face lit up with joy as he nodded eagerly. Su Yang felt compelled to hasten the process. He understood that waiting could be excruciating, particularly when witnessing others begin their cultivation and enhance their abilities while feeling stagnant. No one could empathize with that discomfort better than Su Yang himself. Yet, during his high school years, he had never encountered a systematic homeroom teacher. Nevertheless, he held deep gratitude for his former high school homeroom teacher. Although he had always been at the bottom of the class, the teacher never abandoned him, continually guiding him. It was during moments of near despair that the teacher would offer support, allowing him to regain his composure. Su Yang, if you cannot become a powerful martial artist, then strive to be a learned scholar. You possess the determination, and I believe you can become a great scholar. Hard work does not guarantee rewards, but without effort, you shall achieve nothing. The encouraging words of his former teacher resonated in Su Yang's mind, serving as the catalyst for his aspiration to become an educator. In a moment of distraction, Su Yang collapsed to the side, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Cheng Bang, witnessing Su Yang and Appo's sudden transformation, felt his pupils constrict with alarm, instinctively lifting Su Yang onto his shoulder. Hey, what are you doing? Old Su, I'm taking you to the infirmary, Cheng Bang exclaimed, panic evident in his voice. You're bleeding. No, put me down. Su Yang was taken aback by Cheng Bang's sudden action, especially as his shoulder pressed against the concealed blood pouch in Su Yang's pocket. Oh no. As soon as Cheng Bang set Su Yang down, he noticed the lower half of Su Yang's body drenched in blood, his shoulder stained crimson. Cheng Bang's complexion drained of color as he stammered, Old Su, please, don't die. Su Yang glanced at the blood-soaked area and found himself at a loss for words. I can't just say I'm on my period. No, you can't be serious. Does this look like I and Appo's am fine? Cheng Bang, filled with urgency, attempted to lift Su Yang again, his eyes brimming with tears. Old Su, don't force yourself. I'll take you to the infirmary right now. I and Appo's am. I'm fine. Really, Su Yang insisted, forcing himself to speak. I just have a hemorrhoid flare-up. Cheng Bang blinked in surprise. Huh? It was during the enlightenment process that my energy surged unexpectedly, causing the hemorrhoids to act up and bleed. This amount of blood is not typical, but the pressure from the enlightenment caused a significant increase in the bleeding. Su Yang extended his bloodied hand and grasped Cheng Bang's arm, simultaneously shoving a hard drive into his hand. You must not tell anyone about this. I have my dignity to uphold. Is it really just hemorrhoids? What else could it be? Should I drop my pants for you to check? Cheng Bang quickly shook his head. There is nothing seriously wrong. It's just a bit taxing, and your sudden action disrupted my energy flow. Su Yang shot Cheng Bang an annoyed look. At least let me finish speaking before you do something rash. You've made quite the spectacle of me. Feeling sheepish, Cheng Bang scratched his head. Old Su, I promise I won't do it again. Go clean yourself up, and then find Li Yiming. Remember, this must remain a secret. Yes. Old Su. Are you really okay? Do you want me to lie here and die? No. I'm just relieved you're fine. Cheng Bang hurriedly stood. I'll take my leave now. Go on. Once Cheng Bang exited, Su Yang promptly locked the door. Thankfully, the fake blood prop was quite convincing, reeking of a metallic scent. Otherwise, the situation would have been utterly embarrassing, although Cheng Bang might not have been able to detect the ruse. Moreover, Su Yang had not anticipated Cheng Bang's sudden reaction. Concern can lead to confusion. This fellow's grasp of basic knowledge was alarmingly deficient, even more so than Xie Yuhan. Xie Yuhan had refrained from moving when witnessing him cough up blood. In normal circumstances, one must never move someone who is bleeding, as it could exacerbate their injuries. Fortuitously, the enlightenment process was merely an act. Had it been genuine and resulted in such a situation, Cheng Bang would have undoubtedly whisked him away. No, to be safe, I must add another class. Beyond the martial arts general studies, I must enroll in a course on basic knowledge to remedy the ignorance of these individuals. Chapter 151. Crying is also time well spent. Fortunately, Su Yang had prepared in advance, leaving several sets of change of clothes in the office. After changing, he quickly tidied up the office and turned back to the classroom, where he found Jiang Chifeng sitting alone, looking despondent. The sight elicited a peculiar expression from Su Yang. Everyone else had returned to their dormitories to cultivate, so what was he doing here? I don't know what to do if I go back. Jiang Chifeng's words were laced with profound sorrow. No one wants to play with me. They and Amp, Oppos, all busy practicing. Staying in the dormitory is no different from being here. Su Yang waved his hand. Come with me. Where to? The library. Without hesitation, Jiang Chifeng followed Su Yang to the library. Old Su, it and Oppos. It's my turn tomorrow, right? Unless something unexpected happens, it should be your turn. Su Yang glanced at Jiang Chifeng beside him. Don't let me down. Of course not. Su Yang said little. Ever since the students of Class 5, except for Xu Tao, had faced the stern authority of their teacher, they had all become much more subdued in his presence. This was the outcome Su Yang had hoped for, as such a demeanor would greatly assist his educational endeavors. However, he was also acutely aware that while they may appear obedient in front of him, their true nature was not easily altered. To others, Class 5 might seem notoriously unruly, a notion he shared before assuming the role of their homeroom teacher. Even now, Class 5 maintained a reputation as a rebellious group within the school, merely subdued by Su Yang's firm hand. Yet, upon closer interaction with these students, one would realize they were simply mischievous and fond of humor, albeit sometimes to an excessive degree that could easily provoke annoyance. The previous 3 homeroom teachers had indeed reached their limits with the pranks, as entering the classroom was akin to stepping into a minefield of traps. The steel spikes were well known, a familiar adversary for Su Yang. They were even remotely controlled. When not in use, they resembled ordinary iron plates, but with a simple command. They would spring forth unexpectedly. Li Yiming was responsible for that contraption. However, despite being termed steel spikes, they were not sharp. Their tips had been smoothed out, rendering them harmless, yet an unexpected encounter could be quite uncomfortable. The various traps included mouse traps hidden under the podium and a powerful magnet cleverly concealed beneath the weightlifting area, all designed to ensnare unwary teachers. It goes without saying that these were all devised by Li Yiming, who thrived on such antics. He even had a construction team transform the cabinet opposite the podium into a powerful spring-loaded device, also remotely controlled, ready to launch unsuspecting individuals at the press of a button. Nevertheless, these contraptions posed no threat to Su Yang, who stood impervious, his presence radiating an unparalleled authority. Contrary to the chaotic reputation he bore outside, Su Yang discerned a flicker of kindness within these children through their intricate pranks. Yet, such kindness was scarce. This incessant tormenting of teachers was truly a mark of rebellion. If not for his unyielding authority, he likely would not have lasted long among them. The remote control traps could strike at any moment, fostering a perpetual state of vigilance that, over time, could easily spiral into paranoia. During his university years, Su Yang had specialized in educational psychology, enabling him to understand the mindset of these children. At the root lay a sense of inferiority, followed by a self-protective instinct born from that insecurity. Their mischievous behavior was largely a defense mechanism, designed to drive away those they did not trust, crafting an image that starkly contradicted their true selves to deter bullying. If such students were not guided properly, their personalities could warp further, potentially leading them down extreme paths. Nevertheless, Su Yang felt that he had managed to steer these children onto the right track. In the blink of an eye, Su Yang had led Jiang Chifeng to the library. "Is our school's library really this vast?" Jiang Chifeng exclaimed, astonished. Su Yang, hearing his words, responded quietly. "You've never been here before? If it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't have stepped foot in here even upon graduation." "Huh, as if you will graduate." Su Yang chided. "Keep up, and remain quiet. This is a library. No need for theatrics." "Okay." Jiang Chifeng hastily followed Su Yang into the electronic library, where Su Yang instructed him to sit beside him. "What can I help you with, old Su?" Jiang Chengfeng asked eagerly. Su Yang raised an eyebrow. "Did I say you could help me?" Jiang Chengfeng froze momentarily. "Aren't and amp. Oppos. To you bringing me here to assist? My tasks are beyond your capability. You appear idle. So I and amp. Oppos. I'll find you a book to read." Seeing Jiang Chifeng and amp. Oppos. S bewildered expression, Su Yang blinked. "Are you that delighted? Which eye do you see me looking happy with?" Su Yang swiftly located a book titled 100,000 Whys of Martial Arts, a general knowledge tome. Jiang Chifeng noticed the cover indicated it was suitable for ages 5 to 8, causing his mouth to twitch in indignation. Old Su, do you think so little of me? My apologies. Perhaps I underestimated you." "That's more like it. Find me a book for ages 3 to 5 then." Su Yang retorted. "You dare be picky. Hurry and read. Your martial arts knowledge is even below that of primary school students. If you dare doze off next to me, I'll give you an hour to finish the 20 pages, and then I'll randomly quiz you. Fail to answer, and prepare to write a reflection." Jiang Chengfeng and Oppos' face contorted in a mix of grievance and the urge to cry. Crying? Well, crying counts as time too. Chapter 152, Breaking Legs. Jiang Chifeng sat beside Su Yang, immersed in the introductory version of the 10,000 Whys of Martial Arts, feeling as though life had turned bleak. "Family, who understands? Our homeroom teacher is utterly inhumane. He tricked me into coming to the library, only to deceive me into reading the 10,000 Whys. And there are random questions. If I can't answer, I must write a reflection. This is infuriating." As Jiang Chifeng fumed inwardly, he was suddenly tapped on the back of his head by Su Yang. "What are you doing, old Su?" "I'm concentrating. I'm genuinely trying to read." Jiang Chengfeng protested, holding his head in a display of grievance. "I suspect you're cursing me in your mind, but I'm not certain, so I'll just tap you back, and that makes us even." "Reading? Why are you looking at me?" Jiang Chengfeng turned back to the screen, feeling utterly unfortunate. Why was he dragged to the library to read? It was tormenting. This was no place for a human. Meanwhile, Cheng Bang, having gained enlightenment, hurried to Li Yiming's room. Upon opening the door, he found Li Yiming already capable of hopping on one leg. "Plug the hard drive into the laptop. I can tell everything from just a glance," Li Yiming stated while performing single leg squats. "Wow, your recovery is impressively swift. You can move so soon? If I don't move, I feel like I might go insane." Li Yiming gritted his teeth, his emotions visibly heightened. "Do you know? 3 days. 3 days. I haven't spun like a top for 3 days." Cheng Bang was taken aback. "Stop dawdling. Let me see your martial arts technique." "Oh, all right." Cheng Bang pursed his lips, sensing an oddity among the members of Class 5 after their enlightenment. At first glance, they seemed the same as usual, but during a general studies class, he quickly noticed the discrepancies. For instance, Tauga sat rigidly, listening attentively to old Su's lecture, yet beneath the table, he was secretly stitching. Sun Zhao was clutching his stomach, and it was evident that his belly occasionally bulged. Fu Yunhai sat with both legs crossed on the chair, a position that had recently shifted to draping over the table's edge. Xie Yuhan continued to doze during class, her head thumping against the desk, only to be roused by old Su, standing to listen while teetering on the edge of writing a reflection. He Weiwei remained as vain as ever, now grooming her nails beneath the table daily. The Anonymous Four disbanded shortly after their debut. The day after Tang Yuanlang was summoned by old Su, he too began behaving oddly, unable to comprehend why he had to arch his backside during class, a posture that made one want to kick him from behind. Chao Hanyu also appeared somewhat dazed, sitting with his hands clasped beneath the table, opting for a half squat on one leg instead of using a chair. However, Cheng Bang did not dwell on these peculiarities, knowing he would soon be similarly affected. Yet, he looked forward to it. Old Su and Amp, Oppos' enlightenment was so potent that its side effects were certainly bearable. In Class 5, any semblance of normalcy was a disrespect to old Su. Cheng Bang soon approached Li Yiming with his laptop, squatting alongside him. Have you got it? Wait, let me take a closer look. Scroll down. All right. As Cheng Bang squatted and scrolled, he sensed something was amiss. The two of them continued their squats, and after a considerable time, Li Yiming finally said, Got it. Just follow the training, as old Su wrote. I'll arrange for some specialized training equipment for your dorm. Cheng Bang was elated. Thank you, Brother Ming. Just a small matter, Li Yiming replied, his eyes gleaming. Hurry and train. You'll soon realize the extraordinary nature of old Su's enlightenment. Sure. Cheng Bang, already eager, rushed back to his dorm to begin his training. He first practiced the differential training method, compressing the essence of his original tiger roar technique into his dantian. After feeling a sharp pain in his abdomen, the entire class began to follow the introduction to the Shiyu claw technique. Lying on the floor with fists clenched and palms facing down, arching their waists as much as possible, Cheng Bang suddenly realized, this posture resembles a cat. Yet, he dismissed it. What mattered was whether he could train. Soon, he closed his eyes, seeking the sensation of qi. After about half an hour, Cheng Bang finally located the qi, swiftly guiding it into his body's veins for the first cycle of circulation. Upon completing the circulation, he gradually formed qi tracks, suddenly opening his eyes, filled with sharpness. The initiation was complete. Meanwhile, Su Yang, sifting through suitable techniques in the library, soon received a surge of energy feedback. Skillfully guiding the energy to his current position, he continued his selection, glancing at Jiang Chengfeng, who was diligently focused on the screen, his eyes occasionally darting towards Su Yang. Old Su, why are you looking at me like that? I'm honestly reading. Su Yang sighed silently, recognizing that these students, aside from their lack of aptitude, possessed a fatal flaw, an aversion to learning. It was merely that the system did not display situations unrelated to martial arts. The mere act of reading felt like a matter of life and death to them. Su Yang found himself troubled, given their current state. Achieving admission to a reputable university would be quite challenging. Their abilities were undoubtedly adequate, but their intellect was lacking. Never underestimate the fact that the Martial Arts General Studies course accounts for only 20 of the score. The Martial Arts College entrance examination is akin to a narrow bridge, where a single point can mean the difference between securing a place at a prestigious university or not. Whether Class 5S students could gain admission to a good university would indeed determine Su Yang's salary and professional title. At this rate, it seemed only Zhu Tao and Li Yiming might pass. The rest were unlikely to even come close. Su Yang calculated briefly. The Martial Arts College entrance examination had a perfect score of 600. Even if the other two subjects scored full marks, that would only yield 480 points. They had just barely touched upon martial arts, and the remaining 120 points could at best yield 20 points. Bringing the total to 500, just a mere 10 to 20 points above the first-tier threshold. Not to mention the top 10 martial arts universities, whose admission scores exceeded 550 points, too far out of reach for Class 5. Only those scoring above 500 could gain admission to the Southwest United Martial Arts University, which was Su Yang's minimum requirement for Class 5. If they could not secure a first-tier place with the system's assistance, he would be inclined to break the legs of these rebellious students. Of course, if they were granted direct admission, that would be a different matter. Chapter 153. The Scoundrel. The National College entrance examination was still 3 years away for Class 5, providing ample time to solidify their foundation in martial arts theory. Su Yang felt optimistic. Securing a recommendation for direct admission, however, presented a greater challenge than the examination itself. The quotas were limited and the competition fierce. To vie for a spot meant contending with exceptional students, each a prodigy in their own right. While Su Yang's system offered assistance, its capacity to aid students was finite. Their future progress hinged on their own aptitude. Direct admission was, of course, the ideal outcome. A single successful recommendation would cement Su Yang and Appo's reputation as an outstanding teacher at Third High. Multiple successes would all but guarantee him the title of Eastern Sea's Teacher of the Year. Shaking off these thoughts, Su Yang refocused on the present, his gaze settling on Jiang Chengfeng, who appeared to be suffering immensely. With a touch of compassion, Su Yang added another advanced text to his stack. Since you have nothing else to occupy your time, you might as well immerse yourself in these books. If you are diligent, I might even initiate your training tonight. Jiang Chengfeng, whose mind had been a whirlwind of thoughts, was suddenly overcome with elation. Oh really? That depends on your performance. I'm watching. I'll read these books even if it kills me. Such dedication is commendable. Su Yang, pleased by Jiang Chengfeng's newfound enthusiasm, shrugged and resumed sifting through cultivation methods. Jiang Chengfeng and Appo's family heirloom cultivation technique. The Jiang family and Appo's tumultuous seize palm was a palm technique unlike any other in Class 5. It involved the merging of both hands, sacrificing the agility of a single hand for the amplified power of two. At its pinnacle, the practitioner could transform into an unstoppable whirlwind, capable of overturning seas and shattering obstacles. After careful consideration, Su Yang narrowed down the potential paths for Jiang Qinfeng and Amp, Oppos, as cultivation, leaning towards leg techniques. He braced himself for the possibility of encountering unconventional styles, having grown accustomed to the unexpected. As the clock approached 9:00 p.m., Su Yang stretched, signaling the official culmination of the first phase of his work. He placed his glasses in their case, unplugged the hard drive, and nudged Jiang Qinfeng, who was fast asleep and drooling on the desk. Sleeping soundly, I see. Jiang Qinfeng, initially disoriented, paled upon seeing Su Yang's ambiguous smile. Wipe your drool. Oh. Jiang Qinfeng hastily wiped his mouth. Su Yang sighed. Your enthusiasm lasted all of half an hour before you dozed off. Did you absorb anything? I did. Did you retain anything? All right, I understand. Su Yang rose to his feet. That's 5,000 words of self-reflection you owe me. I'll keep a running tally. And if you repeat this behavior, we'll settle the debt later. Jiang Qingfeng's face fell. Mr. Su, at least ask me a question first. I might surprise you. You read 3 pages in half an hour before falling asleep. Are you sure you want me to quiz you? Jiang Qinfeng was silent for a moment. Just keep it on record for now. I'll write it all at once later. Fine. Head back to your dorm and wait. I and Amp, Oppos, LL come find you in 10 minutes to formally impart the body-tempering secret technique. Yes, sir. Jiang Qinfeng bolted towards the dormitory. Su Yang chuckled, returning to his office to retrieve his props. Once he concluded this final act, the first stage of his plan would be complete. Approximately 10 minutes later, Su Yang arrived at Jiang Qingfeng's dorm, knocking on the door only to find it unlit. Asleep already? Unlikely. Su Yang knocked again, but there was no response. Frowning, he wondered what was amiss. He hurried to Li Yiming and Oppos' room. Li Yiming, upon opening the door and seeing Su Yang, was taken aback. Mr. Su? Su Yang, noticing Jiang Qingfeng's absence, felt a knot of unease in his stomach. Have you seen Jiang Qingfeng? And no. What's wrong, Mr. Su? Li Yiming asked, puzzled. Nothing. Carry on. Su Yang, refraining from further explanation, turned and left, activating his student locator, which he usually kept concealed to avoid obstructing his vision. Scanning the area, he discovered a signal emanating from a distance, indicating Jiang Qingfeng's location. A sense of foreboding washed over Su Yang, and he immediately activated the Azure Genesis Sutra. Sprinting towards Jiang Qingfeng's coordinates, Li Yiming, witnessing Su Yang's grim departure, sensed that something was amiss. He rushed to Zhu Tao's room across the hall and pounded on the door. Tao. After a moment, Zhu Tao opened the door. What is it, mister? Su looked troubled. He asked if I had seen Jiang Qingfeng. Zhu Tao's expression changed, and he exchanged a knowing glance with Li Yiming. They both realized that Jiang Qinfeng was in danger and simultaneously exclaimed, Jiang Wu, should we call for backup? Unnecessary. I'm sufficient, Zhu Tao stated firmly. Mister, Su wouldn't resort to force easily, and as a teacher, he'd be hesitant to strike a student. It would cause complications. Li Yiming interjected. That scoundrel Jiang Wu is even more ruthless than Xiejin. He always beats Jiang Qinfeng half to death. We used to ignore it to avoid trouble. But now he's our classmate. Which direction did the teacher go? To the right. I suspect he's headed towards the small flower garden. I've seen Jiang Wu and his cronies drinking there before. Let's go. Zhu Tao charged out of the room, with Li Yiming hobbling close behind. At the small flower garden, Jiang Qinfeng lay on the ground, his face covered in blood, his mind reeling. Shards of glass littered the ground around him. I told you I'd beat you every time I saw you. Yet you dare show your face before me. A young man picked up a broken bottle and smashed it over Jiang Qingfeng's head. He grabbed Jiang Qingfeng by the hair, reeking of alcohol, and snarled. Your dog of a father dared to report my dad to the clan leader, forcing him into prison and ruining my family. He stabbed his own kin in the back. Isn't your father a scoundrel? Jiang Qingfeng, I asked you a question. Jiang Qingfeng spat out a mouthful of blood, his mind fading. Your father was going to drag the whole clan down with him. Your father is the, scoundrel. Jiang Wu's eyes narrowed, and he slammed Jiang Qingfeng's head into the ground, raising his hand to deliver a fatal blow. Chapter 154, Wake Him Up. As Jiang Wu's palm was about to descend, it was suddenly seized by an unfamiliar youth. Enough. Jiang Wu turned his head, realizing it was a teacher, and without a second thought shouted, Get lost, or I'll strike you too. With that, he exerted force in his arm and attempted to deliver a blow, only to find his strength dissipated upon contact. An invisible force seemed to adhere his palm to the stranger's chest, jolting Jiang Wu's senses back to clarity. Su Yang, suppressing his fury, pushed Jiang Wu away. Qingfeng, Can you hear me? Sorry, Lao Su, I flaked out. As long as you can speak. Su Yang hurriedly lifted Jiang Chengfeng into his arms. Hang in there. I'm taking you to the infirmary. Just as Su Yang was about to leave with Jiang Chengfeng, Jiang Wu had already closed in from behind, cupping his hands together, aiming directly at Su Yang's spine. Killing move. Su Yang's steps faltered, and he turned with a furious glare at Jiang Wu. I warn you once more as a teacher. If you dare to strike again, I have ways to sober you up. Seeing that his attack had no effect on Su Yang, Jiang Wu was momentarily dumbfounded, glancing at his hands in confusion, unable to comprehend the situation. How could you withstand this move? Su Yang remained silent, hastening his departure. Yet Jiang Wu swiftly pursued, raising his hand to strike Jiang Chengfeng on the head. In an instant, a loud bang resonated from afar as a figure rushed forward. Jiang Wu, how dare you lay a hand on my teacher? Bang! A swift kick landed squarely on Jiang Wu's abdomen. Taken by surprise, he was sent sprawling backward, crashing into the woods. Li Yiming executed a mid-air flip, landing on one leg, his other leg encased in plaster. Upon seeing Su Yang cradling the bloodied and unconscious Jiang Chengfeng, his expression darkened. Lao Su, leave this to me. You hurry and get Chengfeng to the infirmary. Save your strength, Su Yang replied sternly. Wake him up. If the school demands accountability, I will bear it. Worst case, I'll forego my salary this month. Understood. Without further words, Su Yang pressed ahead. Zhu Tao, waiting nearby, rushed over upon seeing Jiang Chengfeng's unconscious state. Lao Su, I'll accompany you to the infirmary. Leave this to Yiming. Su Yang nodded slightly, carrying Jiang Chengfeng alongside Zhu Tao as they swiftly made their way to the infirmary. After a while, a disheveled Jiang Wu emerged from the thicket, only to be met with the sight of Li Yiming, one leg raised in defiance and the other in plaster. That kick had thoroughly banished Jiang Wu's drunken stupor, his gaze turning icy. Li Yiming, you pathetic wretch. Dare you lay hands on me? You truly have a death wish, don't you? Li Yiming, arms crossed, disdainfully spat on the ground. If you can't even handle a scum like me, you're even lower than scum. I'll take you on with just one leg. Come on, you cur. Jiang Wu was instantly furious. Seeking death, he gathered his strength, bursting forth with a thundering sound, palms clasped together, aimed squarely at Li Yiming's chest. As Jiang Wu charged forward, Li Yiming suddenly leapt, executing a back kick that crashed down. Bang! Jiang Wu's palms opened, and he instinctively pushed upward, only to be met with overwhelming force that pressed him down. Alarmed, he pushed off the ground with his right leg, barely managing to stabilize himself, his expression darkening significantly. Useless. Don't dodge. If you have the guts, face my kick. Jiang Wu gritted his teeth. Previously, he had seen this guy submissive to others. Yet now he dared to speak so insolently to him, igniting Jiang Wu and Appo's rage. You're looking for. Before Jiang Wu could finish, his pupils constricted. Shadows enveloped his vision. The sound of a sonic boom filled his ears. Li Yiming's face twisted in fury as he charged forward, unable to contain his rage. He had witnessed Jiang Wu's lethal strike on Su Yang's spine. If not for Lao Su's resilience, he would have faced severe injury, or worse today. Whoever dares to harm Lao Su, I will fight to the end. Hunyuan Qi, Tianxian leg. Bang! Jiang Wu's abdomen was struck with tremendous force, an unprecedented agony consuming his consciousness. A mouthful of blood erupted from him as he uncontrollably crashed into the dark thicket, severing numerous small trees in his wake, ultimately vanishing into the night. Ugh, damn it, my leg hurts from the anger. Li Yiming felt the pain in his plastered leg, stepping back as his fury intensified. Despite his anger, he retained a modicum of rationality. If someone were truly injured, it would cause trouble not only for him, but also for Lao Su. Thus, he had held back on that last kick, only using 50% of his strength. After all, Jiang Wu was merely a novice in the 7th tier of martial arts. He wouldn't die from it. However, he might need to recuperate in the hospital for 10 to 15 days. Li Yiming didn't run away, but instead shouted, Grandpa guard. We've got a situation here. Come quickly. After several calls, a figure appeared silently behind him. What happened? It was another gatekeeper, having approached after hearing the commotion. Grandpa, do you handle fights? No. The gatekeeper frowned. We're not here to babysit you lot. That's the school's disciplinary office's concern. Let them handle it. Though he said this, he still inquired, where is the fight? I fought him. I kicked him into the woods, and he is probably seriously injured. Please take him to the infirmary. The gatekeeper glanced at Li Yiming's plastered leg, furrowed his brow, and suddenly vanished, seemingly entering the woods. Li Yiming watched the gatekeeper disappear without a sound, scratching his head in disbelief. The martial sovereign is utterly unscientific. His speed is so fast, yet there is no sound at all. Even Newton's coffin can't contain this. Chapter 155. Are you a devil? As Su Yang and Zhu Tao arrived at the infirmary, they noticed another guardian hastily carrying the unconscious Jiang Wu, who was promptly tossed into the medical room with a casual remark about a broken rib before the guardian turned to leave. However, upon seeing Su Yang, the guardian abruptly halted. "Old Wu, I apologize for not being able to pay my respects," Su Yang said. "Not at all," the guardian replied, casting a lingering glance at Zhu Tao before vanishing from their sight. Su Yang exchanged a knowing look with Zhu Tao, realizing that this guardian likely harbored some insights. Yet, his thoughts were elsewhere as he hurriedly brought Jiang Chifeng into the infirmary. The attending physician was assessing Jiang Wu's condition when he was taken aback by the sight of Su Yang entering with the bloodied Jiang Chifeng. "Dr. Li, please check on my student," Su Yang urged. "Hold on, let us get him on the bed first," Dr. Li replied. Once Dr. Li confirmed Jiang Wu's status, he turned to examine Jiang Chifeng. After a thorough inspection, he stated, "Minor injuries, no damage to muscles or bones, and his pulse is relatively normal. A few days of rest and some medication should suffice. However, the situation with your other student is considerably more serious. It seems he has 2 broken ribs." "Dr. Li, his face is covered in blood," Su Yang pointed out. "Ah, there's a wound on his head, but it's not deep. We can stop the bleeding easily. Just some minor injuries. I'll attend to this first, and if you're still concerned, we can arrange an MRI tomorrow," Dr. Li assured. "Understood." Dr. Li quickly summoned a nurse to take Jiang Wu for an MRI, while another nurse treated Jiang Chifeng's wounds and cleaned his face, before prescribing some oral medication. "Don't worry, Su Laosher, it's just minor injuries," she reassured. Su Yang nodded slightly, finally feeling a sense of relief as he carried Jiang Chifeng back to the dormitory. "Old Su, you needn't worry too much. Jiang Chifeng has been through worse before, and after a few days of rest, he usually bounces back," Zhu Tao comforted. "He has a high tolerance for pain." Su Yang remained silent, ensuring Jiang Chifeng was settled before heading to Li Yiming's dormitory. Upon entering, he found Li Yiming still engaged in single-leg squats. "Old Su back so soon?" Li Yiming asked. "Yes, the guardian Wu brought Jiang Wu, who has 2 broken ribs, to the infirmary," Su Yang relayed. "Are you all right? If I were to get injured by someone like Jiang Wu, that would indeed be embarrassing," Li Yiming chuckled. "Besides, I'm only training 1 leg. How could he possibly defeat me? I went easy on him, merely breaking 2 of his ribs. He should consider himself lucky." Su Yang refrained from further discussion, saying, "If the school decides to investigate, just say got it. I know what to say," Li Yiming interjected. With that, Su Yang departed, mentally preparing for potential repercussions from the school. Not long after Su Yang left, Zhu Tao approached Li Yiming's dormitory. "Old Su, didn't he say anything, did he?" Li Yiming smirked. "I knew he'd want me to take all the blame." "Don't worry, he is unlikely to speak up since it was you who hit him," Zhu Tao affirmed. "Even if he did, I would just say that I did it." "I want to involve Old Su," Li Yiming scoffed. "Let us see how he feels about admitting it." The two had already devised their plan on the way to the small flower bed. It was clear that Zhu Tao could not be the one to strike. It had to be Li Yiming. The rationale was simple, despite Li Yiming's demonstrated capabilities. He remained viewed as a lesser scion among the esteemed families, and that perception would likely linger. This family hierarchy ensured that as long as Li Yiming's lineage remained modest, he would face disdain from the prominent clans. Even if he were to ascend to a prestigious lineage, remnants of this hierarchy would likely persist. Thus, allowing Li Yiming to act ensured that as long as he did not cause fatal harm, the victim would be hesitant to reveal his assailant. The honor of a prominent family was paramount. The disgrace of being bested by someone from a lesser lineage would be a matter of shame, both publicly and within their own family. In the realm of martial artists, fractures were commonplace. One would hardly dare to claim martial prowess without experiencing a couple of breaks each year. If Jiang Wu were to disclose the incident, it would present an opportunity for Li Yiming to showcase his abilities, a prospect he would welcome. Should the Jiang family pursue retribution against Li Yiming, Zhu Tao would serve as his guarantor. They had meticulously considered the implications of their actions, ensuring that the situation would not escalate. Above all, they were determined to keep Old Su uninvolved. Nevertheless, Li Yiming harbored a concern. "Tao Go, what if he claims that it was Old Su who attacked him?" Zhu Tao paused, deep in thought. "That is a possibility. Did the guardian witness your altercation?" Li Yiming shook his head. "In that case, if he insists that Old Su was the aggressor, it could spell trouble for Old Su," Zhu Tao remarked, his expression darkening. "We cannot dismiss this likelihood." Li Yiming's gaze hardened. "Eliminate the witness?" Zhu Tao's eyes narrowed in response. "Who would do it?" Li Yiming rolled his eyes. "Tao Go, I was joking. You took me seriously." "I was joking too." "No. Your demeanor did not suggest jest. You genuinely seem prepared for such drastic measures." "If it comes to that," Li Yiming contemplated before stating, Let us ensure he doesn't regain consciousness. If he remains unconscious, he cannot lodge a complaint, thus averting further complications. Zhu Tao blinked. Isn't that still eliminating the witness? No. You could just use your shockwave technique, right? Zhu Tao looked puzzled. What do you mean? Just hit him every 3 days, knock him out for 3 days, then repeat until we graduate high school. It's a perfect plan, Li Yiming exclaimed. Plus, you could use him to hone your skills. A veritable 2-for-1 deal. Are you a devil? Chapter 156, The Scheme. The following morning, Jiang Qingfeng awoke to find the faces of his classmates from Class 5 surrounding him. You're awake? How do you feel? I hope you haven't lost any parts. One of them quipped. I heard that Jiang Wu gave you a beating last night. The barrage of questions left Jiang Qingfeng bewildered. The group had only just learned from Li Yiming about the incident with Jiang Wu and had hurried over to check on Jiang Qingfeng and Appo's condition. Aside from the pain. There's nothing serious, he replied. That's good to hear. You should thank Li Yiming for this. Last night, he broke 2 of Jiang Wu's ribs. And now he and Appo's lying in the infirmary, another chimed in. Jiang Qingfeng paused, glancing at Li Yiming, who coughed and proudly declared, no need to mention it. After all, I am the second senior brother. I could never just stand by while my juniors are bullied. The others exchanged knowing looks, rolling their eyes at Li Yiming's theatrics. You're only a few days ahead of us in terms of seniority. Regardless, everyone acknowledged Li Yiming's loyalty in avenging Jiang Qingfeng, and they accepted him as a reliable ally. Even with broken bones, you still rush to fight. One of them remarked, our second senior brother is truly dependable. Soon, Zhu Tao arrived at Jiang Qingfeng's dormitory and, seeing that Jiang Qingfeng was doing well, turned to Li Yiming and asked, your foot isn't injured, is it? Not too bad, Li Yiming replied quickly. Tao Ge. What's the situation? That guy didn't frame old Su, did he? Concerned that Jiang Wu might slander old Su upon awakening. Zhu Tao had gone to the infirmary early to gather information. If the circumstances were dire, Zhu Tao planned to issue a warning first. If Jiang Wu remained obstinate, he would follow Li Yiming's suggestion and confront him directly. However, the reality unfolded as Zhu Tao and Li Yiming had anticipated. Many people from the school inquired about what had transpired with Jiang Wu, but he insisted he had simply fallen from the stairs after drinking too much. He maintained this story regardless of who asked. Li Yiming smirked, realizing their predictions were correct. Jiang Wu was too ashamed to admit the truth. If the Jiang family discovered he had been beaten by Li Yiming, he would be subject to ridicule and disdain. What a cunning scheme. Before long, Su Yang also visited the dormitory to check on Jiang Qingfeng. He was in good spirits, having prepared himself mentally for potential repercussions. To his surprise, when the school questioned Jiang Wu that morning, he continued to insist he had merely fallen due to intoxication, absolving anyone else of involvement. The school had easily discerned that Jiang Wu had been assaulted, but since he refused to admit it, they decided not to take further action, allowing him to recuperate. While drinking was indeed against school regulations, given his broken ribs, the administration opted for a humane approach and did not pursue the matter further. Thus, the situation passed quietly. Su Yang was relieved to find his salary for the month remained intact, lifting his spirits. He instructed the members of Class 5 to return to their respective dormitories to focus on their training, as he intended to initiate Jiang Qingfeng into the next phase of his journey. Once they had all departed, Su Yang inquired, so, can you still move? Absolutely. Jiang Qingfeng replied earnestly. I didn't expect to recover so quickly after just a night's rest. I'm ready to train hard. Very well, I shall guide you in enlightenment. But first, we must establish some ground rules. After approximately half an hour, Su Yang left Jiang Qingfeng's dormitory, appearing somewhat fatigued, with blood at the corner of his mouth. He trudged to Li Yiming's room. To maintain the ruse, one must commit fully, he thought. Upon opening the door, Li Yiming hurried to assist Su Yang in sitting down. The taste of the fake blood was less than pleasant, so Su Yang took a sip of water and rinsed his mouth before asking, did Jiang Wu say anything? Did you and Zhu Tao get involved? Absolutely not. Li Yiming quickly waved his hands. Old Su, I swear on my life, neither Zhu Tao nor I did anything. Nor did we threaten him. Su Yang frowned. Then why did Jiang Wu remain silent? He has 2 broken ribs. How could he swallow his pride? Even if he can't, he must. Li Yiming insisted. Old Su, this is an inescapable scheme. Inescapable scheme? Su Yang prompted, and Li Yiming proceeded to explain the situation thoroughly. That and Appo's. That's why I was the one to take action. If Zhu Tao had intervened, Jiang Wu would have confessed. However, since I was involved, he cannot disclose the truth. It's not just about shame. If the Jiang family learns of this, he would face scorn and possibly lose their support. Understanding the intricacies. Su Yang nodded with a smile. You two are truly my beloved disciples, demonstrating such thoughtful consideration. Li Yiming tapped his chest with his fist. Even if you were to speak up, I would ensure you remain uninvolved, old Su. You are my mentor and savior. To implicate you would be ungrateful and disloyal. Those words please me, Su Yang responded with a grin. I haven't taught you in vain. How is your leg healing? Pretty well, in 2 or 3 days. I should be able to walk again, Li Yiming replied. Su Yang nodded. Now that all 10 of you have formally embarked on your training journey, you must support one another and resolve any conflicts through discussion. Li Yiming reflected that there would likely be no conflicts in Class 5, as any issues would result in severe penalties, starting with a 5,000 word reflection. Absolutely. I will ensure everyone is informed. He affirmed. Good, I'm feeling better now. Su Yang stood up. I plan to merge Xiang Yu and He Wei into the essence of the universe soon. While I'm away, you and Zhu Tao should keep a close eye on their progress, as you both have adapted more quickly. Li Yiming nodded vigorously, though concern creased his brow. Old Su, you just helped Jiang Chenfeng achieve enlightenment, and now you're about to merge the essence of the universe? Won't that be too taxing? Rest assured, I can handle it. Chapter 157. The fluttering heart. Su Yang soon arrived at Xie Yuhan's dormitory door. Upon hearing his arrival, Xie Yuhan quickly opened the door, revealing herself adorned with a deer headpiece. Her face covered in dust, looking somewhat bewildered. What are you doing? Practicing. You don't need to wear that headpiece while practicing, do you? It protects my hair and scalp. Su Yang Kuden and Appos. T helped but chuckle. You're quite particular about this. May I come in? Of course, but it's a bit messy. No problem. However, upon entering, Su Yang discovered that the dormitory wasn't Appos. T merely disorganized. Rather, the corner was piled high with shattered stone slabs, almost forming a small mountain. Hastily donning a mask, Xie Yuhan grabbed a broom to sweep the scattered debris, causing a cloud of dust to fill the room. Cough, cough. Within moments, Su Yang felt his nostrils inundated with dust and waved his hand in front of his face. Xie Yuhan quickly handed him a mask, saying, Sorry, Su Yang. Su Yang said nothing further. Putting on the mask. Given that the doors and windows were soundproofed, they had to remain closed during the practice, which compromised air circulation. Xie Yuhan's iron bone cloak indeed required a significant amount of stone slabs. Why do these slabs look so familiar? Su Yang pondered. They're identical to the ones piled outside your dormitory. That and Appos. S because Li Yiming prepared them for me. Xie Yuhan explained. I saved those slabs for my practice. Su Yang raised an eyebrow, impressed by Li Yiming's thoughtfulness in providing even the materials needed for Xie Yuhan and Appos' training. Li Yiming is helping you so much. You must not bully him in the future. Absolutely not. He is such a good person. How could we possibly bully him? Xie Yuhan quickly clarified. Besides, I've never bullied him. I only had him run a few errands, nothing more. That is for the best. You should cherish and support each other. Yes, in reality. As Xie Yuhan stated, Class 5 had not truly bullied Li Yiming compared to others. They merely had him run errands occasionally. Li Yiming himself had mentioned that Class 5 treated him quite well, viewing him as a little brother and enjoying his company. Unlike others who treated him as less than human, bullying him as they pleased. This was precisely why Li Yiming was willing to assist Class 5 so readily. After a short while, Su Yang shared the essential points regarding the fusion of mixed Yuan Qi with Xie Yuhan. Upon hearing it would be quite painful, she nonchalantly replied, Su Yang, it's fine. You can proceed boldly. I can definitely endure. All right, I believe in you. Now, let us meditate and begin. I shall lend you my support. Thanks to prior experience with the fusion process, Su Yang's proficiency had improved, significantly reducing the time required for fusing mixed Yuan Qi. What once took several hours could now be compressed to about half an hour, depending on the individual's circumstances, but never exceeding an hour. This also notably decreased the energy Su Yang needed to expend. The longer the process lasted, the more energy he would require. Su Yang sensed that if this trend continued, once all students completed their fusion of mixed Yuan Qi, he would still possess enough energy to strive for the martial sovereign rank. However, he was astonished by Xie Yuhan and Appos' extraordinary endurance. She remained completely silent throughout the process. This had little to do with the cultivation method. As the fusion of mixed Yuan Qi was inherently painful within the meridians, it purely relied on one's personal endurance and willpower. In comparison, Xie Yuhan's resilience was on par with Zhu Tao and far superior to that of Li Yiming, Sun Zhao, and Fu Yuhai, who had been vocal with their cries of agony. Yet Xie Yuhan displayed minimal facial expression changes, leaving Su Yang quite astonished. Given her remarkable endurance and willpower, my disciple Xie Yuhan possesses the potential of a martial god. About half an hour later, Su Yang withdrew his hands. This time, the fusion did not leave him fatigued. On the contrary, with each fusion, the efficiency of his energy circulation improved, and his recovery strength intensified. Su Yang sat beside her, awaiting Xie Yuhan to restart the mixed Yuan Qi fusion. Suddenly, he noticed her body convulsing violently. What is happening? Suyang's expression shifted drastically. Why does it look like she is having a seizure? This sight startled Suyang. As he had inquired whether any of his students had underlying conditions or considered how the fusion process might affect any special ailments. However, he had never heard of Xie Yuhan having seizures. Xie Yuhan, you? Suyang sensed something was amiss and was about to intervene in her fusion process when, before he could utter a word, Xie Yuhan suddenly propelled herself upwards like a firework, slamming into the ceiling. With a loud thud, the ceiling was dented, and as soon as her feet touched the ground, she sprang up again. In an instant, the room was engulfed in a cloud of dust. Xie Yuhan finally landed steadily, her eyes wide open. Suyang, I've become. Cough, cough, cough. She inhaled a significant amount of dust, causing Suyang to squint, prompting him to quickly exit the room. Xie Yuhan followed closely behind, both of them now covered in dust. Exchanging bewildered glances. Hearing the commotion, Li Yiming opened the door to investigate. Upon seeing Suyang and Xie Yuhan, both dust-covered and dazed, he exclaimed, "Why is there so much dust?" He jumped over to peek inside, but as he did, a cloud of dust hit him, prompting him to fan his face. He vaguely observed that the dormitory looked as though it had been bombed, with items strewn about, the wooden bed split in two, and debris everywhere, while the ceiling was riddled with holes. Glancing at Xie Yuhan, still wearing the deer headpiece, Li Yiming remarked, "Ah, so that's what fluttering heart means." Chapter 158. Silent endurance. After the chaos caused by Xie Yuhan's flustered state in her dormitory, Li Yiming had no choice but to contact the construction team to restore order. Suyang, appearing disheveled, went to Li Yiming's dormitory to conduct a brief cleaning. Meanwhile, Xie Yuhan sat to the side, immersed in the wondrous experience of merging the primordial essence, unable to regain her composure for quite some time. Only then did Suyang breathe a sigh of relief. He had feared it might be epilepsy, given how much her convulsions resembled it. It was merely a reboot, a false alarm. After reaching a certain level in the Iron Bone Garment training, there indeed existed a technique to break through to the next realm by harnessing energy for a significant burst of speed, allowing one to charge at an opponent with the head. This was precisely why the Iron Bone Garment training began with the head. That phase resembling epilepsy was likely. Charging? Suyang couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. It was quite alarming. Those in the know would anticipate a powerful move, while the unaware might think she was about to foam at the mouth. Xie Yuhan? Xie Yuhan? Suyang called out a couple of times before she abruptly returned to her senses, her excitement rendering her somewhat incoherent. Old Su, this. Calm down, Li Yiming interjected hastily. There is plenty of time to savor this. Quickly take action and push for a breakthrough. Suyang had expected Li Yiming to seize his words. However, it was indeed the optimal moment to attempt a breakthrough after just merging the primordial essence. Suyang promptly handed Xie Yuhan the prepared elixir. After consuming it, begin your breakthrough immediately without pause. Understood. Xie Yuhan eagerly accepted the elixir and commenced her ascent. Yiming, monitor her closely. If anything happens, seek me out at Yi Weiwei's location. I need to continue merging the primordial essence with her. Li Yiming nodded vigorously. All right, old Su. She won't crash into me, will she? During the breakthrough, she makes me somewhat uneasy, Suyang replied, patting Li Yiming's shoulder with a smile. My dear disciple, I leave it in your capable hands. With that, Suyang turned to continue his work with Yi Weiwei. But Li Yiming felt a tinge of anxiety as he watched Xie Yuhan. Old Su seemed uncertain about whether any unusual occurrences might arise during the breakthrough, especially since no one in Class 5 had a typical training experience. To be on the safe side, Li Yiming decided to prepare. After pondering for a moment, he took a screwdriver and dismantled his specialized steel door, propping it in front of Xie Yuhan before hiding behind it to observe. Suyang swiftly arrived at Yi Weiwei and Appo's room to merge the primordial essence, but just as Yi Weiwei settled down, he paused and said, Wait, the teacher isn't ready yet. Huh? Old Su, what's missing? Just wait here a moment, I'll be right back. Suyang hurried out of the dormitory, returned to his own room, and fetched a new set of clothes before coming back. Old Su, what's this? Just a new outfit. Focus your mind. We are about to begin merging the primordial essence. All right, based on the current training pace of Class 5, Suyang decided that each merging session would involve 2 students at a time. The shorter the duration, the better, not only for the system's evaluation but also to allow ample time to impart further knowledge. Having successfully concluded the introductory phase, the upcoming second phase would be more intricate. Apart from merging the primordial essence with the students, he also needed to provide them with a combat strategy that aligned with their respective mental techniques. For instance, the combat style employed by Sun Zhao and Fu Yunhai was a relatively fitting plan that maximized the strengths of their 2 techniques, allowing for a significant display of combat prowess without appearing overly unconventional. Given the poor foundational skills of Class 5, Su Yang felt compelled to present them with a relatively clear strategy. Li Yiming, endowed with innate talent, was naturally more agile in thought, allowing him to develop techniques suited to himself. Moreover, his spinning stance was based on the Tianxian leg, which explained why he did not experience issues with energy leakage. Of course, mastering the spinning stance so quickly indicated that Li Yiming had likely practiced diligently behind the scenes. He even dreamed of spinning. It would be strange if he hadn't. However, others lacked such innate advantages, and thus they encountered similar challenges along their training journey. Su Yang had to intervene promptly to provide guidance. If everyone were as adept as Zhu Tao or Li Yiming, Su Yang would find himself at ease. I could become a martial deity while lying down. Unfortunately, the reality was that without timely intervention, students might train themselves into a corner. Rapid ascension in power without sufficient foundational skills could lead to situations akin to Sun Zhao's. Thus, the third phase of work revolved around solidifying their fundamentals. However, Su Yang did not intend to train each student individually. Rather, he planned to gather them all for collective practice, fostering class unity and camaraderie while promoting well-rounded character development. These children, though outwardly obedient, harbored a restless mentality. It was essential to address this. Even Zhu Tao exhibited fluctuations in attitude after merely a few sparring sessions with Lu Lao. Half an hour later, He Weiwei successfully merged her primordial essence. To be cautious, Su Yang retreated to a corner, as he truly could not predict what might unfold during the reactivation process. Yet, he could make some basic assessments based on the students' learned techniques. As anticipated, He Weiwei, who had been seated calmly, suddenly unleashed a frenzy of uncontrollable strikes with her hands, creating a whirlwind of palm shadows in all directions. The speed at which she moved rendered Su Yang incapable of catching her specific movements. During this chaotic flurry, He Weiwei's body was propelled by the force of her strikes, and in a matter of moments, she found herself near the wardrobe, causing the specialized steel panel affixed to its surface to rattle noisily. The recoil then hurled her violently against the opposite wall, where a wooden training board hung. In an instant, the board shattered, splintering into countless wooden shards. As her speed continued to escalate, Su Yang watched the scene unfold with a resigned sigh. It seemed there was no escaping this. Until he confirmed whether the merging of primordial essence had proceeded smoothly, he could not leave. Shortly thereafter, Su Yang emerged from He Weiwei's dormitory, his clothing riddled with holes from her strikes, looking quite disheveled. Ultimately, the teacher bore all in silence. Chapter 159 for reference only that evening, at the martial arts hall of the 3rd high school, having assisted Xie Yuhan and He Weiwei in merging their qi, Su Yang promptly indicated the path for their cultivation to prevent any missteps. He also summoned Sun Zhao and Fu Yuhai to assess their foundational training progress. The four gathered in a private room, whispering among themselves. So, you two have already merged your qi? Sun Zhao responded softly to He Weiwei's inquiry. We did so quite some time ago. Did you two just achieve that today? He Weiwei and Xie Yuhan nodded vigorously, unable to contain their excitement. What level have you reached? Peak of the 8th rank. Sun Zhao and Fu Yunhai exchanged glances in astonishment. So, everyone in Appo's S levels are quite similar. Are we really that far behind Brother Tao? He leaped straight to the 7th rank. He Weiwei and Xie Yuhan were taken aback. A consecutive breakthrough? Indeed. Initially, the two girls thought reaching the peak of the 8th rank was remarkable, yet they were astonished to learn that Zhu Tao had advanced directly to the 7th rank. Such a feat seemed utterly preposterous. At that moment, Su Yang approached them, inquiring, "What are you murmuring about? Old Su, Brother Tao has broken through to the 7th rank?" Su Yang nodded. That's not surprising. Just look at how long you all have neglected your training. At least a year and a half without diligent practice. Zhu Tao, on the other hand, has been consistent. His foundational skills are far more robust than yours, so it's only natural for him to reach the 7th rank. If you put in the same effort as he has, entering the 7th rank would be quite simple for you. In truth, Su Yang understood that the disparity in their foundational skills was not the sole factor. The difference in their martial aptitude played a significant role. However, as a teacher, it was his duty to inspire and motivate his students. Your innate talents are actually quite comparable to Zhu Tao and Appo's S. The only distinction lies in the strength of your foundational skills. The four exchanged glances. Old Su, are our talents truly similar? Su Yang, with a serious expression, affirmed, yes, quite similar. It's merely that his foundational skills are superior, allowing him to surpass you. Therefore, you must diligently work on strengthening your fundamentals. I believe it won't be long before you also step into the 7th rank. Could I possibly deceive you? The group nodded eagerly, invigorated by his words. Their current peak at the 8th rank was indeed somewhat lacking, especially within their respective families, where they still ranked lower. Yet, their overall strength was undoubtedly commendable. After all, Li Yiming could easily handle Jiang Wu, who was at the 7th rank, indicating that they too could manage opponents at that level with relative ease. I can do it too. Su Yang then turned his attention to He Weiwei and Xie Yuhan. You two have just completed the merging of your qi today. Take your time to comprehend it. No amount of explanation can replace your personal experience. I called you here primarily to guide you toward a proper method of developing your techniques. First, let Fu Yunhai demonstrate an incorrect application method. Su Yang glanced at Fu Yunhai, instructing, Fu Yunhai, show them. Fu Yunhai's face fell. Old Su, do I have to? It's embarrassing. Exactly. It's that embarrassment that makes it necessary for you to demonstrate. Su Yang waved dismissively. Hurry up. No need to worry about your classmates. If anyone dares to mock you, I will make them write a reflection. With a raised eyebrow, Fu Yunhai perked up, leaping onto the martial arts stage. He sprawled on the ground, quickly crawling in a rather pitiful manner. He Weiwei and Xie Yuhan exchanged incredulous glances at Fu Yunhai and Amp. Oppo's awkward movements. Did you see clearly? Yes, we saw clearly. Fu Yunhai, please demonstrate the correct application method. Fu Yunhai then regained his composure, adopting a proper inverted sitting crawl, instantly increasing his speed. He Weiwei and Xie Yuhan shared another glance. The contrast between the correct and incorrect methods was painfully evident. The proper technique allowed the heart method to function correctly, while the incorrect one, though operational, clearly lagged in speed. Su Yang stated earnestly, similarly, there will be a significant disparity in the power of your techniques based on whether you utilized the heart method correctly. Do you understand? The two nodded quickly. Good. Now, I will provide each of you with a reference for your respective paths. Xie Yuhan and Amp. Oppo's situation was somewhat unique. Her family and Amp. Oppo's ancestral heart method focused on the 7-kill spear. Yet the Xie family prohibited her from wielding a spear. Xie Yuhan, may I inquire if you intend to use spear techniques? If you wish to use spear techniques, I will strive to combine them with your iron bone garment heart method. If not, I will use the iron bone garment as a template for guidance. Yes. Xie Yuhan nodded eagerly. The 7-kill spear was taught to me by my father. I must use it. However, they won't allow me to use the silver killing spear or any other spear. Old Su, is it possible to use another weapon as a substitute? The silver killing spear is a unique weapon exclusive to the Xie family. Each descendant is typically assigned one, but Xie Yuhan is the exception. Su Yang refrained from probing further, wary of upsetting Xie Yuhan. After a moment of contemplation, he focused on the wolf-tooth club in her hand. Theoretically, you can utilize the wolf-tooth club to execute the 7-kill spear techniques. The others looked on in astonishment. Old Su, how is that even possible? The wolf-tooth club is a short weapon, and the distinction between long and short weapons is significant. There is indeed a considerable difference, which is why you can attempt to extend the wolf-tooth club, perhaps by adding a telescopic feature or welding a steel pipe to its end. Su Yang pondered before concluding. It's up to you to decide. Fu Yunhai scratched his head, but extending it would just make it a longer version of the wolf-tooth club, which is still a blunt weapon, right? With proper integration, it can be effective. Once Su Yang had a concept in mind, he quickly retrieved a long staff from the weapon rack, along with a long whip, and tied the wolf-tooth club to it. Xie Yuhan, watch as I demonstrate. Yes, there are numerous branches to spear techniques, and since I am not well versed in the 7-kill spear, I will use some similar techniques as a substitute. The 7-kill spear emphasizes thrusting and lifting, but the weight distribution of the wolf-tooth club is at the front, so you cannot apply the spear techniques indiscriminately. Instead, you must leverage this weight distribution to transform lifting into smashing. Su Yang grasped the end of the staff, resting the wolf-tooth club against the ground. Suddenly, he kicked with one foot, simultaneously gripping the staff to thrust upward, then pivoted his body, executing a horizontal smash. As the wolf-tooth club descends, utilize its gravitational pull and slight centrifugal force to switch directions freely, making your assault exceedingly fierce. Fu Yunhai immediately clapped his hands in applause. What are you standing around for? Clap. The other three snapped back to reality and joined in the applause. Once the noise subsided, Su Yang raised his hand for silence and continued, in summary, be adaptable in your techniques. Next, I will provide a reference for a combined technique utilizing both heart methods. Su Yang returned the elongated spiked club to its original position, then executed another upward thrust. Following this, he suddenly slammed the spiked club down onto the ground, using the force to propel himself into the air. As he soared, his hand glided along the length of the staff until he firmly grasped the end of the spiked club, performing a somersault before crashing down once more. This was a fundamental technique, a consecutive strike, transforming a long weapon into a short one, catching the opponent off guard. From this foundation, one must derive further techniques. Su Yang resumed his stance and leapt into the air again, abruptly positioning the spiked club horizontally in a defensive posture before forcefully bringing it down. This variation served to divert the opponent's attention towards the spiked club or to expose a flaw when they attempted to block it, allowing for the execution of a powerful overhead strike, directly targeting the opponent's crown. Well, merely for reference. Beside him, Sun Zhao's lips curled in a wry smile. Old Su, you might as well describe it as a professional maneuver. Please do not attempt this at home. Your myriad of variations and seamless transitions are beyond what any mere mortal could hope to master. Why are you looking at me? I am but a frog. Chapter 160. An accidental incident. After Su Yang concluded his demonstration, he descended from the martial arts platform and turned his gaze towards the somewhat bewildered Xie Yuan. Xie Yuan, did you observe clearly? Why, yes, I saw clearly, she stammered. Recognizing the dazed expression on her face, Su Yang refrained from asking her to replicate the moves, understanding that it would be rather improbable for her to execute them. Now that you've seen it, train in this manner. Do not rush, take your time. Xie Yuan nodded eagerly. All right. Su Yang then directed his attention to He Weiwei. As for you, I trust you do not require guidance and know how to integrate the two techniques? He Weiwei promptly nodded. I'll use the Hua Xia Feng Palm while executing the Yin Jianqi? Precisely. The only challenge lies in the seamless transition between the two mentalities that requires your diligent practice. He added, currently, you face a problem. Once you initiate the Hua Xia Feng Palm, you are unable to retract the technique promptly. Su Yang spoke sternly. This issue cannot even be resolved by the Hunyuanichi technique, as it fundamentally stems from your lack of solid foundational skills and insufficient control over your energy. This necessitates practice. When you can execute your palm technique with fluidity and precision, your foundational skills will be deemed solid. Understood. Good. I'll step out for a moment. You four should engage in a fruitful exchange and refrain from squabbling. Yes. Each independent training room was equipped with its own restroom. Once Su Yang entered, Xie Yuan hurriedly approached the martial arts platform, repeatedly mimicking the moves Su Yang had taught her, seemingly trying to recall the techniques. By the way, Xie Yuan, what did old Su mean by endapos, Changshending endapos? It's a technique from the Iron attire. I've never seen it. Can you demonstrate it for us? That is not possible. We haven't seen you perform your techniques either. He Weiwei remarked, glancing at Sun Zhao. We've seen Fu Yunhai's, but yours remains unseen. Fu Yunhai replied with a smirk. No need to watch his. Have you seen a frog before? Yes. When he performs the golden toad technique, he resembles a frog perfectly. Sun Zhao rolled his eyes. There is still a distinction, all right? What distinction? Is your frog particularly intelligent? Get lost. You still have the audacity to criticize me? You're the odd one. Sun Zhao kicked out, and Fu Yunhai swiftly dodged, laughing heartily. Show us then. Without delay, Sun Zhao leapt onto the martial arts platform, slammed his palms down onto the ground, slightly raised his head, and began to inflate and deflate his abdomen with each breath. This spectacle left Xie Yuan and He Weiwei utterly astonished. So it was you making all that noise these past few days? Indeed. Well, you infuriated me. I couldn't sleep a wink until 3 in the morning. I'm sorry, I want to do it again. At that moment, Xie Yuan, who was still practicing the moves, interjected, please don't disturb me. I'm almost done memorizing old Su's actions. The two exchanged glances, realizing she hadn't even fully memorized the moves yet. Honestly, you might as well just practice directly. Sun Zhao urged, you'll get it as you go. True. And what about your Changshending? Show it to me. All right, keep your eyes peeled. Xie Yuan looked up at the ceiling. Let me show you what Changshending truly is. She placed the wolf tooth club on the ground, raised her hands to her chest, took a deep breath, and began to gather energy. The three below watched curiously, but suddenly, Xie Yuan's body began to convulse. The trio froze, alarmed as Xie Yuan's convulsions intensified. Xie Yuan. When they received no response, their faces turned pale with fright, and they dashed onto the martial arts platform. Quick, hold her down. It looks like she's about to have a seizure. You too. Grab her hands. They hurried to Xie Yuan's side, with Sun Zhao and Fu Yuhai quickly seizing her arms, forcing her down onto the ground and holding her firmly. He Weiwei swiftly retrieved her gloves. Quick, pry open her mouth. She might bite her tongue off. Fu Yunhai pressed down on Xie Yuan's arm with one leg and hurriedly forced her mouth open, while He Weiwei quickly stuffed her glove inside. Just then, Su Yang emerged from the restroom and was taken aback by the scene before him. Stop. But it was too late. With a loud crash, Xie Yuan burst forth, taking the three down with her. Bang, 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 bang. The four figures collided against the wall, with Sun Zhao suffering the worst as he was head-butt by Xie Yuan, collapsing to the ground while clutching his stomach and retching. The other two were dazed, while Xie Yuan quickly regained her senses, scrambling to her feet and exclaiming, what was that for? I told you I was demonstrating Changshending. You came up and pinned me down. Su Yang, bemused, approached and helped Sun Zhao up, asking, "Are you all right?" Sun Zhao, looking utterly miserable, replied, "Thank goodness I instinctively used the toad call. Otherwise, I might have broken a couple of ribs." Old Su. Let me recover for a moment. Old Su, what just happened? That was Chang Shinding, but when Xie Yuhan attempts it, she needs to gather energy. However, due to her poor foundational skills, her energy is unstable, causing her body to exhibit seizure-like convulsions. Once her foundational skills improve and her energy stabilizes, this issue will be resolved. Why didn't you mention this earlier? I didn't get the chance before you all interrupted her. Are you not aware of how scatterbrained Xie Yuhan can be? Fortunately, it was merely a minor mishap. Even if she sustained injuries, it would be a normal occurrence. Thankfully, Sun Zhao reacted swiftly, employing the toad call to mitigate some of the damage. Otherwise, Xie Yuhan would likely have sent him to the medical room, perhaps to share a ward with Jiang Wu. Just as Su Yang finished speaking, his phone rang unexpectedly. Upon seeing it was Li Yiming calling, he paused momentarily before answering. "Oh, Old Su." Noticing Li Yiming and Appo's hesitant tone, Su Yang raised an eyebrow. "What's wrong?" I accidentally sent someone to the medical room again. They broke 3 ribs." Who is it?" Sun Zhao's cousin, Sun Shuefei. Chapter 161. A threat? Upon hearing the news, Su Yang was utterly bewildered. How could this happen by mere accident? "Where are you now?" he inquired. "I and Appo's am still in the dormitory. Tao has already taken him to the infirmary." "Old Su, this is truly a case of mistaken injury," Li Yiming hastily insisted. "I did not instigate this. I naturally believe you on that front. Just wait in the dormitory. I will come find you." "All right." Su Yang trusted that Li Yiming was not the type to create trouble for no reason. After hanging up, the 4 of them gathered around him. "Old Su, what is going on? You look a bit off." Putting away his phone and glancing at Sun Zhao, Su Yang said, "Your cousin, Sun Shuefei." Li Yiming accidentally broke 3 of his ribs with a kick. He has been sent to the infirmary. Sun Zhao and Appo's expression suddenly brightened. "Well done." No, I mean, that kick was too vicious. How could he break 3 ribs? Sun Zhao pondered deeply, realizing his second senior brother was genuinely in trouble. "When I return, I must sincerely thank Li Yiming. You 4 focus on your training here. I will go handle this." "Understood." As Su Yang exited the private room, he cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Once he confirmed no one was in sight, he swiftly leapt out through the window across the hall and hurried towards the dormitory. Before long, Su Yang arrived at Li Yiming's dormitory, where he found Li Yiming scratching his head sheepishly. It was an accident, truly an accident. Su Yang couldn't help but wear a peculiar expression. He certainly remembered Sun Shuefei, who had recently sought his contact information and appeared to be quite decent. However, he was unaware of the exact nature of the relations within Class 5. What exactly transpired? Su Yang pressed. Li Yiming quickly recounted the events. About 10 minutes prior, he had been practicing single-leg squats in his dormitory when he felt increasingly uncomfortable. He longed to transform into a spinning top, yet due to his injury, he could not. He knew that attempting to do so would only exacerbate his condition, so he endured the discomfort. The squats no longer sufficed for Li Yiming, prompting him to consider alternative training methods. After careful deliberation, he decided to practice his jumping and balancing abilities in his room. As he trained, he entered a meditative state, bouncing around the room with remarkable speed. Unlike Sun Zhao, whose speed escalated to the point of losing control, Li Yiming maintained a relatively balanced pace. However, during this continuous bouncing, he inadvertently stepped on the doorknob, leaving the door ajar. At that moment, Sun Shuefei unexpectedly arrived and pushed the door open, directly colliding with Li Yiming. When Li Yiming finally regained awareness, he discovered Sun Shuefei had been propelled across the room, unconscious with blood trickling from his mouth. Meanwhile, Zhu Tao, who had been meditating, was startled awake by the commotion. Upon opening the door, he found Sun Shuefei lying at his doorstep, unresponsive. "This is the situation," Li Yiming lamented. "Why did he have to come when I was training? When I enter a meditative state, I am less attuned to my surroundings. And by the time I reacted, it was too late. My kick had sent him flying. Old Su, I assure you, it was not intentional. You must believe me." Li Yiming continued. "This guy has always humiliated us. I have been holding back my anger. If I truly sought revenge, it wouldn't have been just 3 broken ribs." "All right, I trust you." Li Yiming breathed a sigh of relief. He had no fear of Sun Shuefei seeking retribution, rather. He was concerned that Su Yang might think he was causing trouble for no reason, which could tarnish his reputation and even lead to punishment. "Is he in the infirmary now?" Su Yang asked hurriedly. "Yes. Tao has already taken him there. I will go check on him." Wait. Li Yiming quickly grasped Su Yang's arm. "You must not go. Isn't that tantamount to admitting guilt? Why not? If you don't go, Sun Shuefei won't say anything. Just like Jiang Wu, He will only claim he fell, not that anyone kicked him. But if you go, who knows what will happen? Besides, this matter has nothing to do with you. What if you encounter school officials? You wouldn't be able to explain. If you say nothing, the matter will remain small. Your presence may complicate things. After contemplating, Su Yang found Li Yiming and Apos' reasoning quite sound. If he appeared, the situation would undoubtedly become more intricate. Therefore, it was best to act as if he knew nothing. If all else fails, I will buy some fruit or something to apologize. That could work. Su Yang was momentarily at a loss for words. By the way, why did he come to find you? I have no idea. Perhaps he was looking for Sun Zhao and, upon not finding him, decided to come to me? Li Yiming shrugged. In any case, it was not intentional. Even if it were, would he admit it? He wouldn't dare. Zhu Tao had escorted Sun Xuefei to the infirmary and knocked on the door before hastily leaving. Doctor. Li was on duty again, and upon seeing another patient with broken ribs, he was taken aback. He quickly arranged for an examination. Realizing that the situation bore a striking resemblance to a previous case from a few days ago. Both students had suffered significant external trauma resulting in broken ribs. And most crucially, both displayed a red, even bruised, footprint on their lower chests upon disrobing. Dr. Li noted the similarity in the size of the footprints. Sensing something was amiss, he promptly contacted the administrative office, informing them that Jiang Wu and Sun Xuefei were likely injured by the same individual. The staff on duty at the administrative office arrived at the infirmary and waited until Sun Xuefei regained consciousness before inquiring about the incident. Nothing happened. I fell by myself. It has nothing to do with anyone. Sun Xuefei and Apos' attitude mirrored that of Jiang Wu, leaving the administrative staff utterly perplexed. Student, that doesn't seem like a simple fall. Why do you care how I fell? I can fall however I wish. Are you being threatened by someone? You need not fear. What do I have to be afraid of? I've said it was my own fall, and I was not threatened by anyone. Please leave me alone. Chapter 162. Did you just collide with him? The personnel from the guidance office, witnessing Sun Xuefei's defiant silence, ultimately decided to refrain from taking any action. However, once they departed, Sun Xuefei was consumed by a profound sense of frustration. His intention for the day was to forge a closer bond with Sun Zhao, hoping to subsequently cultivate a rapport with Su Yang. Yet, upon reaching the 6th floor and knocking on the door, he was taken aback to find it open not by Sun Zhao, but by other students. It was then that he learned the entire class had relocated to the dormitory on the 1st floor. Rushing down, he arrived at Sun Zhao's dormitory only to find the lights extinguished. Turning around, he noticed another room with its door ajar, from which faint noises emanated. Driven by curiosity, Sun Xuefei pushed the door open and, upon recognizing Li Yiming, was met with a swift kick to the abdomen, rendering him unconscious. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in the infirmary, where a doctor informed him that 3 of his ribs were fractured, and he would need to rest there for at least half a month before he could stand again. Sun Xuefei and Apos' mood was beyond description. Knowing who had delivered the blow yet feeling powerless to retaliate was a bitter pill to swallow. This incident only reinforced Sun Zhao's suspicions regarding Li Yiming and Zhu Tao's sudden surge in strength, which he believed was inevitably linked to Su Yang. He was determined to uncover the truth behind this connection. However, the pain in his chest made it evident that he would be incapacitated for some time. Reluctantly, he pulled out his phone and contacted a subordinate, requesting a change of clothes. Moments later, the subordinate arrived at the infirmary's 3rd-floor ward. Astonished to find Sun Xuefei lying in bed, bewildered. Brother Fei, what happened to you? He inquired. I accidentally fell from upstairs. How could one be so careless as to fall from such a height? I have no desire to explain. Where are the clothes? Here. The subordinate quickly revealed the garments he had brought. Just leave them. Sun Xuefei added. Remember, this matter is known only to the heavens, the earth, you, and me. Do not disclose it to anyone else. Otherwise, you shall see how I deal with you. All right, all right. The subordinate was puzzled as to why Sun Xuefei could not reveal the truth about his fall. However, he dared not question further. After leaving the clothes, he was hastily dismissed. Yet, just a few steps away, he was suddenly halted. Stop. The voice belonged to Xiezhen, causing the subordinate to shudder involuntarily. He turned to see Xiezhen standing at the entrance of another ward. Jingu, if I recall correctly, you are a subordinate of Sun Xuefei, aren't you? Why yes. What are you doing here? The subordinate had intended to explain that he was delivering clothes to Sun Xuefei, but, remembering Sun Xuefei and Apos' request for secrecy, instinctively covered his mouth. I have a stomachache and came to get some medicine. If you have a stomachache, why cover your mouth? The subordinate quickly lowered his hand to his abdomen. I know nothing. Having said that, he hurriedly made his exit. Xiezhen frowned, sensing something was amiss. Following the direction the subordinate came from, he proceeded onward. Having regained most of his composure, Xie walked slowly. But soon he noticed Jiang Wu lying in a hospital bed. Xie furrowed his brow, recognizing this individual. Jiang Wu, irritated by the attention, shouted, "What are you looking at? Seeking death?" Startled, the subordinate quickly averted his gaze and left in haste, internally lamenting his misfortune. However, he had barely taken a few steps when he was called back. "Stop!" Hearing Xie's voice sent a shiver down his spine. And he turned to see Xie standing at the entrance of another ward. "Zhen Ge, if I recall correctly, you are a subordinate of Sun Xuefei, right?" "Why, yes. What brings you here?" The subordinate hesitated, wanting to mention he was delivering clothes to Sun Xuefei, but remembering the need for confidentiality, he instinctively fell silent. I have a stomachache and came to get some medicine." "Why cover your mouth if you have a stomachache?" In a flurry, the subordinate moved his hand to cover his abdomen. I know nothing." With that, he hurried downstairs. Xie frowned, sensing something was off. He glanced in the direction the subordinate had come from and continued walking. After passing several empty wards, he soon spotted Sun Xuefei lying in a bed. Aware of being observed, Sun Xuefei turned to face away from the window, but the door swung open. "Why are you also lying here?" Hearing Xie's voice, Sun Xuefei wished he could disappear into a hole. Of all people, it had to be him. If Xie discovered he had been kicked by Li Yiming, it would forever extinguish any chance of collaboration. With a forced demeanor, Sun Xuefei replied, "I fell." Xie paused for a moment. "You fell? Did you also get drunk and tumble from upstairs?" "Why do you ask?" "Jiang Wu is in the adjacent ward. He claimed he fell after getting drunk." "What kind of fall is yours?" Sun Xuefei was taken aback, unaware that Jiang Wu was next door. Moreover, how could their excuses be so eerily similar? What height must one fall from to end up in the infirmary? Wait. Suddenly, Sun Xuefei realized something and instinctively asked, "How is he injured?" "How would I know? All I can say is that his bandaging looked similar to yours." Xie frowned. "Don't change the subject. How did you fall?" Indeed, Jiang Wu had also been kicked by Li Yiming. As Sun Xuefei contemplated how to explain, Xie interjected, "Oh, so Jiang Wu fell from upstairs and coincidentally collided with you? No wonder you both ended up in the infirmary together." Chapter 163, A Brotherhood Beyond Measure. Zhu Tao swiftly returned to the dormitory, where he encountered Su Yang and Li Yiming. "Teacher, I have delivered the individual to the infirmary and personally witnessed the doctor carry him inside. It was an unfortunate incident. I can attest to that." Su Yang nodded slightly, choosing not to dwell on the matter, and advised, to prevent a recurrence of such events, ensure that you lock the door securely while you practice. Li Yiming promptly agreed. Turning to Zhu Tao, Su Yang inquired, "Have you tidied up everything?" Zhu Tao affirmed, stating that with the upcoming holiday at the end of the month, he was preparing to return home. Su Yang and Apos' brow furrowed with concern. "My sole worry is that during your homecoming, your dream cultivation may encounter complications. As it stands, you lack the ability to control your dream cultivation." He continued, "I have perused a considerable amount of literature on this subject, yet I have yet to uncover a satisfactory solution." Indeed, Su Yang had researched the relevant materials, but the documentation on dream cultivation was exceedingly sparse, lacking thorough analysis and discourse. Consequently, Su Yang could only analyze the situation based on the foundational principles of his martial arts theories. Presently, dream cultivation significantly aided Class 5 in accelerating their progress. Hence, Su Yang focused on creating an environment conducive to dream cultivation rather than resolving the existing issues. With Li Yiming and Apos' assistance, this endeavor progressed remarkably well. However, as their strengths escalated, the risks associated with dream cultivation grew ever larger. Particularly concerning was the prospect of Class 5 continuing their dream cultivation upon reaching the martial sovereign realm, which could lead to dire consequences, potentially endangering innocent lives and jeopardizing the entire dormitory building. Dream cultivation epitomizes the fervor of mental discipline, and Su Yang speculated that it likely falls into a state akin to losing control. Essentially, it appears to stem from Class 5's inadequate mastery over their qi, resulting in its autonomous circulation during slumber. From this perspective, Su Yang surmised that once Class 5's prowess ascended to that of the martial sovereign, and they achieved a proficient grasp of their qi, the complications of dream cultivation would likely diminish or even cease altogether. However, Class 5 was still far from attaining the martial sovereign level, and even if dream cultivation presented challenges, Su Yang felt confident in managing the situation without excessive concern. "Rest assured, Teacher Su," Li Yiming interjected. "I have already made all the necessary arrangements. Once Taoge returns home, we can remodel his room without any issues." "It warms my heart to see you two collaborating so harmoniously," Su Yang remarked, patting Zhu Tao's shoulder. You are likely aware of the significant events that may unfold during your visit to the family. Since old Lu is willing to assist you, simply follow his guidance. Understood. Su Yang possessed limited knowledge regarding Zhu Tao and Appo's family circumstances, so he refrained from offering further counsel. Given Zhu Tao and Appo's disposition, it was evident that his return to the family would undoubtedly stir considerable commotion. Nevertheless, Zhu Tao had demonstrated a commendable sense of perspective within Class 5, alleviating Su Yang's concerns. All right, enough of this. I must go check on Sun Zhao and the others. Su Yang smiled. As long as you are aware of your responsibilities. Have a safe journey, teacher. Once Su Yang departed, Zhu Tao and Li Yiming exchanged glances. Tao Ge, upon your return, you will be the candidate for clan leader. Li Yiming remarked, his tone laced with envy. The Zhu family held a tradition known throughout other clans. Anyone exhibiting signs of qi condensation qualified as a candidate for clan leader. A stipulation clearly outlined in the clan regulations. Zhu Tao's expression remained composed as he replied earnestly. More than that, I am currently in dire need of a grand battle. Li Yiming paused, taken aback. Why is that? Zhu Tao replied with conviction. I sense that I am on the verge of breaking through to the 7th grade intermediate level. I merely require a catalyst, a battle that compels me to unleash my full potential, allowing for a smooth breakthrough. Li Yiming's eyes widened in disbelief. 7th grade intermediate? Yes. I can faintly sense the impending bottleneck, Zhu Tao expressed, his frustration evident. Yet the gap between me and the martial sovereign is too vast. Being overwhelmed will not facilitate my breakthrough. Thus, I need to seek an opponent of equivalent strength. Why not wait for Xie Zhen to recover before seeking him out? Zhu Tao shook his head. No, he is no longer my match. Currently, my only contenders are Zhu Yuan and his 2 companions. Li Yiming's mouth twitched in disbelief. So, you plan to engage in combat with one of them during your return? Indeed, that is my intention. If I do not break through after one fight, then I shall challenge all 3, or perhaps seek out other formidable individuals within the family, Zhu Tao asserted. I will not stop until I achieve my breakthrough. Upon my return, I should be at the 7th grade intermediate level. Li Yiming, feeling somewhat disheartened, chose to refrain from further conversation with Zhu Tao, feeling a blow to his pride. You've barely just broken through to the 7th grade entry level, and now you are nearing a bottleneck again. Can't you wait for your classmates? Upon returning from the martial arts arena, Sun Zhao and the others gathered in Li Yiming and Appo's dormitory. I heard from the teacher that you broke 3 of Sun Xuefei's ribs. Li Yiming shrugged. An accident. Sun Zhao narrowed his eyes. Since we're all on the same side, there's no need to pretend. You clearly did that on purpose and merely framed it as an accident, right? It was truly just an accident. Understood, understood. Fu Yunhai interjected hastily. It was indeed an accident. Let us not overthink it. The group quickly grasped the unspoken understanding, nodding in agreement, and began to view Li Yiming, their second senior brother, in an increasingly favorable light. Previously, there had been some resentment, as Li Yiming was merely a minor clan member and did not hold the same status as they did. However, Li Yiming had proven to be genuinely righteous, avenging Jiang Chifeng and now aiding Sun Zhao and regaining his honor. He was the epitome of a true senior brother. Recognizing the atmosphere, Li Yiming understood he could not clarify the situation any further. Forget it. No need for explanations. Brother Ming, I admit I harbored some reservations about you in the past. I felt somewhat dissatisfied, Sun Zhao confessed, patting his chest. But from today onward, I hold you in complete esteem. I recognize you as my second senior brother. Fu Yunhai quickly added, I feel the same. I used to think you were somewhat indecisive, but now I realize. Li Yiming's mouth twitched. As time reveals a horse and amp, Appo's strength, a heart, and amp, Appo's true nature emerges. Indeed, I now see how noble you truly are. I also acknowledge you as my second senior brother. Xie Yuhan and He Weiwei exchanged glances and, in unison, exclaimed, Second senior brother is remarkable. Chapter 164, An Overture to a Gauntlet the subsequent morn. The denizens of Class 5 were apprised of Li Yiming and Appo's nocturnal feat, the fracturing of Sun Xuefei and Appo's ribs. A palpable reverence washed over their visages as they beheld Li Yiming. Doubts of his worthiness as the second senior brother and perceptions of him as a mere caretaker were instantly dispelled. He was now seen as a paragon of loyalty and valor. Their former biases evaporated, replaced by an acute awareness of his solicitous nature. The day marked the commencement of the month-end recess, yet the ambience at Third High School remained devoid of holiday cheer. Few students elected to depart, the majority opting to remain and further their cultivation. Zhu Tao, too, lingered beyond the general knowledge course, bidding farewell to Su Yang and the Class 5 cohort before venturing alone toward the north gate. Through the iron bars, a fleet of vehicles awaited, an array of black sedans accompanied by Zhu family members clad in somber suits. Old Lu, upon Zhu Tao's arrival, rose languidly, casting a fleeting glance before maintaining his silence. Zhu Tao responded with a profound bow before exiting the school. He surveyed the 9 ebony vehicles lining the roadside, each emblazoned with golden dragon insignias, and a wave of emotion washed over him. This was the zenith of familial transport. The 9 dragons procession. A middle-aged man in a black suit swiftly approached Zhu Tao, bowing deferentially. Young master, the elders await in the ancestral hall. These were the Zhu family's external chauffeurs, responsible solely for transporting the clan's patriarchal aspirants, a display of the family's might and grandeur. Zhu Tao offered a subtle nod, his countenance composed, and entered the vehicle with the man. The procession of dragon-emblazoned cars departed Third High School, drawing the gazes of passers-by, who marveled at the rare sight. Approximately half an hour later, the motorcade left the main urban area of the East China Sea and headed towards the suburbs. After another full hour, it arrived at a manor on a mountain. Looking around, the entire mountain was full of buildings of all sizes. The highest point was the Zhu family ancestral hall. After passing the gate with the Zhu family logo, the motorcade honked all the way to the Zhu family ancestral hall. The Zhu family members traveling along the road stopped and looked at each other when they heard the honking, with complicated expressions, either envious or surprised. Zhu Tao, sitting in the car, saw it clearly. He had seen Zhu Yuan and others enjoy this kind of treatment before, and had always fantasized that one day he would be able to enjoy the highest standard of homecoming treatment from Zhu Jiazhulangsing. But he did not expect it to be realized so quickly, so Zhu Tao looked a little dazed. When he came back to his senses, the car had stopped. Young master, we've arrived at the ancestral hall. Okay. Zhu Tao looked out the window. A couple stood at the entrance of the ancestral hall, their expressions quite excited. They were naturally Zhu Tao's parents. After Zhu Tao got out of the car, the couple hurried to Zhu Tao. Dad, Mom. Zhu Tao's father nodded slightly, his eyes full of comfort. Go to the ancestral hall first. We'll have a good chat later. Okay. Zhu Tao said no more and strode directly into the ancestral hall. Compared to the modern buildings along the way, the Zhu family ancestral hall retains its antique flavor. At a glance, you can see the dazzling ancestral tablets of the Zhu family on the walls. Many old men are already sitting on both sides of the ancestral hall. Each of them is not angry. Wei opened his eyes and looked at Zhu Tao, who had just entered the door. At the very front was an old man with his hands behind his back. He was the great elder of the Zhu family. When he saw Zhu Tao, he whispered, "Verify your identity." Yes. Zhu Tao responded, and a domineering aura exploded in an instant, and the arms were filled with condensation. The image of condensing energy. The elders on both sides did not move. There is no doubt about the image of condensing energy. The great elder glanced at Zhu Tao and said to the surrounding elders, "Does anyone have any questions?" "Brother, I have a question." An elder in the corner slowly said, "Why is his chi so turbid? It doesn't look like he only practiced the Panlong Divine Fist Technique." The great elder nodded slightly. "Zhu Tao, how do you explain this?" This grandson was instructed by the gatekeeper in Third High School. Zhu Tao hurriedly bowed and said, after being enlightened by that senior, he suddenly became enlightened and his strength increased by leaps and bounds. And he was lucky enough to cultivate the image of condensing energy. Gatekeeper? Another elder asked in confusion, "What's the gatekeeper's name?" Zhu Tao hurriedly responded. In response to the elder and amp, Oppos, S words, this grandson doesn't end amp, Oppos. He know what his name is, but he only knows that his surname is Lu, and the teachers usually call him Old Lu. The entire Zhu family ancestral hall suddenly became quiet, and they all looked at each other, their expressions becoming even more strange. The great elder looked around and said, "Does anyone have any doubts?" No one spoke. Zhu Tao was also wondering in his heart when he saw this scene. Is this Old Lu so capable? No one spoke when it was said that he gave the instructions. Okay, since there are no questions, then I will pay my respects on behalf of the patriarch in seclusion. The great elder turned around and bowed deeply to the dazzling memorial tablets. Today, another pride has been born in the Zhu family, which is a great fortune for the Zhu family. Thank you to all the ancestors for their spirits in heaven, and for blessing our descendants. Zhu Tao, kowtow to the ancestors and offer incense. Yes, Zhu Tao kowtowed 3 times and bowed 9 times. Then took the big incense stick handed over by the great elder and inserted it into the big incense burner at the front. The patriarch is currently in seclusion, and I will temporarily take care of family affairs. The great elder took out an exquisite wooden sign carved with dragon patterns from his sleeve and handed it to Zhu Tao. Today, I will pass on the Panlong token of the family on behalf of the patriarch. In the future, you must practice hard and guard against arrogance and impetuosity. Yes, this grandson will definitely keep it in mind. Zhu Tao took the Panlong token with a solemn expression, feeling extremely excited. Having the Panlong token in the Zhu family means that he has truly become one of the candidates for the patriarch. In the past, The Panlong token could allocate a certain amount of family resources, command the family members outside, and even have the power of life and death. However, times have changed and the entire family has been informatized. The entire family will soon know that he has become a candidate for the patriarch, and there is no need to verify his identity through the Panlong token. So the symbolic meaning of Panlong token is greater. Today, the Zhu family is holding a grand banquet to invite all major families to celebrate the birth of a genius in our Zhu family. Before the great elder could finish speaking, Zhu Tao cupped his hands and said, "Great elder, this grandson has an unkind request. It doesn't oppose matter." Zhu Tao took a deep breath. This grandson wants to set up a challenge arena and invite the great elder to preside over it. The elders in the entire ancestral hall frowned. This kid is so crazy, he wants to set up a challenge arena just after he has the image of condensing energy. The great elder narrowed his eyes. "Who do you want to fight?" Zhu Yuan. The following morning, the members of Class 5 were informed that Li Yiming had broken 3 of Sun Shuafei and Appo's ribs the previous night. The students immediately looked at Li Yiming with solemn respect. Previously, many people felt that Li Yiming was a bit unworthy of the position of second senior brother, and even felt that Li Yiming was a bit like a nanny in Class 5. Now I know that Li Yiming is simply a man of great loyalty. The previous prejudices disappeared, and everyone realized how much Li Yiming cared for them. Today happened to be the end-of-month holiday, but there was not much holiday atmosphere in 3rd high school. Very few people actually left the school, and most students still chose to stay at school to continue their cultivation. Zhu Tao did not leave directly early in the morning, but chose to leave after the general knowledge class was over. After saying goodbye to Su Yang and the others in Class 5, Zhu Tao came to the north gate alone. Through the iron gate, he could see a motorcade waiting outside, all black cars and many Zhu family members in black suits. When old Lu saw Zhu Tao coming, he slowly stood up, glanced at Zhu Tao, and said nothing. Zhu Tao bowed deeply to old Lu before leaving the school and looking at the 9 black cars parked on the roadside. The black cars were surrounded by golden dragon patterns, and he couldn't help but feel a lot of emotion in his heart. This is already the highest standard for the Zhu family to pick up and drop off their children. 9 dragons trip. At this time, a middle-aged man in a black suit quickly came to Zhu Tao and bowed and said, "Young master, the elders are already waiting in the ancestral hall." Those responsible for picking up Zhu Tao this time are all full-time drivers hired by the Zhu family, who are only responsible for picking up the Zhu family's patriarch candidates. After all, to show the strength and style of a large family, the pomp must be considerable. Zhu Tao nodded slightly, his expression still calm, and quickly got into the car with the middle-aged man. The 9 dragon-patterned cars then drove away from 3rd high school. Naturally, many pedestrians along the way paid attention, with surprised expressions. They did not expect that the Zhu family and Appo's S9 Dragons trip would appear in 3rd high school. About half an hour later, the motorcade left the main urban area of Donghai and headed towards the suburbs. After another full hour, it arrived at a manor on a mountain. Looking around, the entire mountain was full of buildings of all sizes. The highest point was the Zhu family ancestral hall. After passing the gate with the Zhu family logo, the motorcade honked all the way to the Zhu family ancestral hall. The Zhu family members traveling along the road stopped and looked at each other when they heard the honking, with complicated expressions, either envious or surprised. Zhu Tao, sitting in the car, saw it clearly. He had seen Zhu Yuan and others enjoy this kind of treatment before, and had always fantasized that one day he would be able to enjoy the highest standard of homecoming treatment from Zhu Jiazhulongsing. But he did not expect it to be realized so quickly, so Zhu Tao looked a little dazed. When he came back to his senses, the car had stopped. "Young master, we and Appo's V arrived at the ancestral hall." "Okay." Zhu Tao looked out the window. A couple stood at the entrance of the ancestral hall, their expressions quite excited. They were naturally Zhu Tao's parents. After Zhu Tao got out of the car, the couple hurried to Zhu Tao. "Dad, Mom." Zhu Tao's father nodded slightly, his eyes full of comfort. "Go to the ancestral hall first. We'll have a good chat later." "Okay." Zhu Tao said no more and strode directly into the ancestral hall. Compared to the modern buildings along the way, the Zhu family ancestral hall retains its antique flavor. At a glance, you can see the dazzling ancestral tablets of the Zhu family on the walls. Many old men are already sitting on both sides of the ancestral hall. Each of them is not angry. Wei opened his eyes and looked at Zhu Tao, who had just entered the door. At the very front was an old man with his hands behind his back. He was the great elder of the Zhu family. When he saw Zhu Tao, he whispered, "Verify your identity." "Yes." Zhu Tao responded, and a domineering aura exploded in an instant, and the arms were filled with condensation. The image of condensing energy. The elders on both sides did not move. There is no doubt about the image of condensing energy. The great elder glanced at Zhu Tao and said to the surrounding elders, "Does anyone have any questions?" "Brother, I have a question. An elder in the corner slowly said, why is his chi so turbid? It doesn't look like he only practiced the Panlong Divine Fist Technique. The great elder nodded slightly. Zhu Tao, how do you explain this? This grandson was instructed by the gatekeeper in 3rd high school. Zhu Tao hurriedly bowed and said, after being enlightened by that senior, he suddenly became enlightened and his strength increased by leaps and bounds. And he was lucky enough to cultivate the image of condensing energy. Gatekeeper? Another elder asked in confusion. What's the gatekeeper's name? Zhu Tao hurriedly responded, in response to the elder and Apos, as words, this grandson doesn't and Apos. He know what his name is, but he only knows that his surname is Liu. And the teachers usually call him Old Liu. The entire Zhu family ancestral hall suddenly became quiet, and they all looked at each other, their expressions becoming even more strange. The great elder looked around and said, does anyone have any doubts? No one spoke. Zhu Tao was also wondering in his heart when he saw this scene. Is this Old Liu so capable? No one spoke when it was said that he gave the instructions. Okay, since there are no questions, then I will pay my respects on behalf of the patriarch in seclusion. The great elder turned around and bowed deeply to the dazzling memorial tablets. Today, another pride has been born in the Zhu family, which is a great fortune for the Zhu family. Thank you to all the ancestors for their spirits in heaven, and for blessing our descendants. Zhu Tao, kowtow to the ancestors and offer incense. Yes, Zhu Tao kowtowed 3 times and bowed 9 times. Then took the big incense stick handed over by the great elder and inserted it into the big incense burner at the front. The patriarch is currently in seclusion, and I will temporarily take care of family affairs. The great elder took out an exquisite wooden sign carved with dragon patterns from his sleeve and handed it to Zhu Tao. Today, I will pass on the Panlong token of the family on behalf of the patriarch. In the future, you must practice hard and guard against arrogance and impetuosity. Yes, this grandson will definitely keep it in mind. Zhu Tao took the Panlong token with a solemn expression, feeling extremely excited. Having the Panlong token in the Zhu family means that he has truly become one of the candidates for the patriarch. In the past, the Panlong token could allocate a certain amount of family resources, command the family members outside, and even have the power of life and death. However, times have changed and the entire family has been informatized. The entire family will soon know that he has become a candidate for the patriarch, and there is no need to verify his identity through the Panlong token. So the symbolic meaning of Panlong token is greater. Today, the Zhu family is holding a grand banquet to invite all major families to celebrate the birth of a genius in our Zhu family. Before the great elder could finish speaking, Zhu Tao cupped his hands and said, Great elder, this grandson has an unkind request. It doesn't matter. Zhu Tao took a deep breath. This grandson wants to set up a challenge arena and invite the great elder to preside over it. The elders in the entire ancestral hall frowned. This kid is so crazy, he wants to set up a challenge arena just after he has the image of condensing energy. The great elder narrowed his eyes. Who do you want to fight? Zhu Yuan. Chapter 165. 70% Upon hearing that Zhu Tao was eager to challenge Zhu Yuan in a duel, the grand elder felt a wave of displeasure wash over him. After all, it was rather unsettling for Zhu Tao, who had just recently become a candidate for clan leader, to be so impatiently seeking a contest with Zhu Yuan. Have you thought this through? Zhu Tao nodded, his expression resolute. Zhu Yuan was not present within the clan at that moment. Even if a duel were to be arranged, it would have to wait until tomorrow, and I will certainly ensure that he is informed. Very well. Go home and rest well. Zhu Tao refrained from further words, bowing to those present before exiting the ancestral hall. However, as soon as he departed, one elder could not suppress a disdainful snort. This young man is exceedingly arrogant. He has just begun to cultivate the manifestation of qi and is already rushing to challenge Zhu Yuan. Does he truly understand his own limitations? Another elder chimed in, agreeing. He has just ascended to the 7th rank and is already intoxicated by his own success. Yet another elder, chuckling, attempted to smooth things over. He has just achieved the 7th rank. It is only natural that he feels spirited and youthful. If any of you were to reach the manifestation of qi at his age, you might be even more presumptuous than he is. Nonetheless, it is indeed a bit excessive. His qi is robust, nearing the mid-stage of the 7th rank, yet he remains somewhat inferior to Zhu Yuan. Another elder laughed heartily. I rather admire this young man and Apos' audacity. What is youth without a touch of recklessness? Moreover, he has the Liu family backing him. Who wouldn't he feel bold in his position? It strikes me as peculiar that someone who typically refrains from meddling in clan affairs has taken the time to guide Zhu Tao this time. This is not characteristic of his usual conduct. Suddenly, the grand elder raised his hand, and the entire hall fell silent. There is no need for further words. Soon, guests from various families will arrive. So let us prepare accordingly. Indeed, typically, with a new prodigy emerging, the entrance to Zhu Tao and Apos' home should be bustling with well-wishers, yet it stood desolately quiet, devoid of any visitors. Meanwhile, Zhu Tao's parents were feeling quite disheartened. Initially, they thought their son and Apos' cultivation of the manifestation of qi and acquisition of the Panlong order heralded an end to their struggles. But they never anticipated Zhu Tao and Apos' impulsive decision to challenge Zhu Yuan the very next day. Upon hearing of this development, the relatives who had intended to offer their congratulations immediately abandoned their plans. Zhu Tao had only just begun to cultivate the manifestation of qi, while Zhu Yuan had long since achieved it, his strength well established and respected within the clan. Zhu Tao's rashness in confronting Zhu Yuan led the clan members to align themselves with Zhu Yuan instead. To offer congratulations at this juncture would clearly disrespect Zhu Yuan's family, forcing them to distance themselves from Zhu Tao and Apos' family. Needless to say, Zhu Tao's parents were nearly driven to despair. Upon returning home, Zhu Tao's father could not hold back his wrath. Have you lost your mind? You have just begun to cultivate the manifestation of qi and you wish to confront Zhu Yuan. Are you not considering the consequences? Zhu Tao, it has only been a month since we last met, and you have become so arrogant. I thought our family and Apos' hardships were finally coming to an end, and yet you have doused me with cold water. No, this is not just cold water, this is liquid nitrogen. His mother quickly interjected, trying to calm the situation. Enough. Enough. There is no need to be so agitated. The Grand Elder has already spoken, and no amount of scolding will change the situation. The duel is inevitable, and it is too late to turn back now. Zhu Tao's father, seeing his son's silence, became even more incensed. You never consider the consequences of your actions. Look at what you've done. Who will dare to visit us after this? Faced with his father's fury, Zhu Tao remained silent. There was no point in arguing. He understood that his decision would be met with disapproval from everyone, including his parents. Father, may I have a moment to explain? Zhu Tao's father snorted. What more do you have to say? I did not make this decision on a whim. Zhu Tao took a deep breath and clarified. I had no choice. The couple exchanged bewildered glances. What do you mean you had no choice? I have sensed my own limitations. Zhu Tao looked up at his father. I am just one step away from advancing to the mid-stage of the 7th rank. Zhu Tao's father, taken aback, exclaimed, the mid-stage of the 7th rank? Yes. If I recall correctly, you were only at the 8th rank when you started school. And that was just 2 months ago. Zhu Tao nodded slightly and continued. During my cultivation, I have often dreamt of Zhu Yuan mocking and insulting me. Zhu Tao's father's expression darkened. Is it a mental block? Yes. Zhu Tao replied earnestly. Even during my training, such visions appear, causing disturbances in my mind that severely impede my progress. The longer I delay, each day becomes a torment for me. Therefore, I have no choice. This confrontation with Zhu Yuan must happen, and the sooner, the better. Zhu Tao's father remained silent for a long moment before asking, what are your odds of victory? 70%. Zhu Tao and Apos' father looked astonished. You have a 70% chance of winning. Zhu Tao nodded slightly, adding, the remaining 30% I shall not count for now. It may not be necessary, so I shall keep it as a trump card. Father, if you do not believe me, you may test me yourself. Zhu Tao's father hesitated for a moment. Let us go to the basement. Yes. The father and son soon arrived in the basement, a spacious area suitable for practice. Father, you have not forgotten your martial training, have you? Zhu Tao and Apos' father rolled his eyes. You doubt me? Even if I have grown rusty, my 7th rank mid-stage prowess remains intact. Your manifestation of qi alone cannot harm me. Zhu Tao nodded slightly, bowing to his father, and then both adopted the same starting stance. Father, be careful. You little. Zhu Tao's father suddenly changed expression, watching as Zhu Tao rapidly closed the distance. A massive fist hurtling towards him, leaving him speechless. Whoosh. The gust of wind hit his face, causing Zhu Tao and Apos' father to feel a sharp sting, as Zhu Tao's overwhelming presence bore down upon him. I told you, you have grown rusty. Zhu Tao shrugged, retracting his fist. You have not properly trained for at least 7 or 8 years. At that moment, Zhu Tao and Apos' father snapped back to reality, his expression dazed. Wait, was I just defeated in an instant? Chapter 166. The banquet. Zhu Tao's mother wore a face of worry, fearing that something unfortunate might occur. She contemplated checking the basement, but her strength was insufficient, being merely a 9th-tier martial artist. A battle at the 7th-tier martial realm could inadvertently affect her, so she had no choice but to wait in the living room. Soon, Zhu Tao and his father, who had gone to the basement, returned. Upon seeing them unharmed, Zhu Tao and Apos' mother breathed a sigh of relief. Mom, I'll head back to my room to rest, Zhu Tao announced. All right, she replied, her gaze shifting to Zhu Tao's father. Did you manage to test it? Zhu Tao's father appeared somewhat embarrassed. Didn't he manage to test it? Zhu mother was taken aback. What do you mean? Our son knocked me out with a single punch, Zhu father lamented, half amused. I didn't even have time to react before his fist was upon me. In a life-and-death battle, I'd probably last about 5 seconds. Ah, what? Zhu mother's expression was one of confusion. Your strength has declined so quickly? This question only deepened Zhu father's embarrassment as he patted his beer belly. I've been too busy with social engagements. Where would I find the time and energy to train? It would be more surprising if I hadn't regressed. The results of the test were thus rendered moot. Zhu father was completely oblivious to Zhu Tao's upper limits of strength, only aware that his own status as a mid-level 7th-tier martial artist had deteriorated significantly. Nevertheless, he had begun to believe in Zhu Tao's claim of a 70% chance of victory. He must have some confidence. Zhu mother questioned, you didn't even test it? How did you arrive at that conclusion? A tiger father does not beget a dog son, she scoffed. More like a gecko. Zhu Tao returned to his bedroom, gazing at the wall adorned with birthday photographs, each year marked without fail, stirring a myriad of emotions within him. The family's lack of standing among the larger clans was fundamentally due to their insufficient strength, yet other factors contributed as well. While many within these prominent families lacked strength, the Zhu family was rather unique. Most families in the Zhu clan engaged in unions with offspring from other noble families, adhering to the choices of their elders. However, Zhu Tao's father stood as one of the few rebels, choosing to marry the girl he cherished despite opposition from the family, nearly causing his grandfather to suffer a heart attack. Reluctantly, the family had to withdraw their proposed alliance, yet there was little they could do. After all, he was their own flesh and blood. Regrettably, Zhu Tao's grandfather, a martial master, had succumbed to severe injuries sustained in his youth from battles with fierce beasts, passing away shortly after Zhu Tao's birth. Without the protection of their martial master elder, the family was bound to suffer indignities. However, throughout his life, Zhu Tao felt the careful nurturing of his parents. No matter how busy his father became, he had never missed a birthday celebration. His mother, despite enduring her own hardships, always returned home with a smile and warmth. Zhu Tao yearned for strength, not solely for himself, but to ensure that his parents could live with dignity within the Zhu family. His mentor, Su Yang, had bestowed upon him this potential. Scanning his surroundings, Zhu Tao pondered where best to hang a photograph of Su Yang. At Donghai City's premier martial arts high school, Zhu Yuan, meditating in the tranquility of the meditation room, received word from the family regarding Zhu Tao's challenge for a duel the following day. Zhu Yuan accepted the challenge. Before long, the door to the meditation room opened, and a figure entered, nonchalantly sitting down with crossed legs, munching on an apple. I just heard from the family that Zhu Tao plans to challenge you tomorrow, he remarked. Zhu Yuan opened his eyes, slightly displeased. This is a meditation room, eat outside. Unfazed, the visitor continued to nibble at his apple. I heard he received pointers from the gatekeeper at the 3rd high, and his strength has surged, nearing the mid-level 7th tier. While specifics remain uncertain, his ability to defeat Xie Zhen suggests he possesses some merit. With a disdainful snort, Zhu Yuan replied, What? Do you think I cannot defeat him? That would be an interesting assumption. The visitor grinned widely. Xie Zhen's ferocity has been shaken. If you let your guard down, it could be quite embarrassing. Rest assured, I won't give him a chance, Zhu Yuan retorted coolly. You'll end up searching for your teeth one day. The visitor quipped, tossing the remnants of his apple into a distant trash bin with precision. Your punches are rather lackluster. You should practice more. I'll come to spectate tomorrow. It should be entertaining. Frustrated, Zhu Yuan clenched his teeth as the visitor, Zhu Hao, sauntered away, leaving him to curse under his breath. That rascal Zhu Hao is deliberately trying to rattle my composure. After a while, Zhu Yuan managed to calm his emotions. Regarding Zhu Tao's challenge, he did not take it too seriously. In truth, he had never regarded Zhu Tao as a threat. This was not a slight against Zhu Tao. Aside from the taunting Zhu Hao and Zhu Yang, he considered everyone else beneath his notice, mere trash. How could Zhu Tao harbor such delusions of defeating me? What gives him such confidence? Xie Zhen's encouragement? Zhu Yuan shook his head, finding the notion laughable. As night fell, the Zhu family's banquet hall was ablaze with light. Guests from various prominent families, having received invitations from the Zhu clan, arrived to extend their congratulations on the emergence of another prodigy from the family. The elders warmly welcomed them, inviting everyone to take their seats. However, the central figures of the evening, Zhu Tao's family, found themselves in a rather awkward position. Although they sat at the main table, the neighboring tables were conspicuously empty, with the gathered members of the Zhu family deliberately isolating them, filling the other seats to capacity. Yet, the trio bore smiles, betraying no trace of discomfort, whispering amongst themselves. Zhu Tao remarked, I knew this banquet would be uncomfortable, thanks to you. Zhu Yuan's father has always been petty and has never missed an opportunity to undermine me. Tomorrow, when you confront Zhu Yuan, it would be strange if he didn't stab you in the back. I've already lost face today. If you don't win tomorrow, I'll break your legs. With a smile still on his face, Zhu Tao replied softly, if I lose tomorrow, I won't mind being cast out of the family. What nonsense are you two spouting? If you lose, life goes on. Zhu mother interjected, exasperated. It's not like this is the first time we've faced embarrassment. What is all this fuss about? Someone is coming. Smile. The eldest elder. Leading guests from other families approached, prompting the trio to rise and greet them with beaming smiles. Chapter 167. A few more words. The banquet was not overly awkward for the Zhu family, thanks to Zhu's father's quick wit. He cleverly remarked that the seats beside the main table were reserved for esteemed guests, thereby compelling the other families who had come to offer their congratulations to remain, filling the area around the main table and diffusing any potential discomfort. Upon returning home, Zhu's father was already somewhat inebriated. Zhu Tao, your father has done his best to help you navigate today's situation, but tomorrow rests solely in your hands. The future of our family depends entirely on you. Yes, I understand. You can rest easy, Zhu Tao replied. How can I sleep? Just think about the battle with Zhu Yuan tomorrow. As your father, I cannot possibly rest. A few minutes later, the sound of snoring emanated from the sofa. Observing his father in deep slumber, Zhu Tao turned his gaze towards his mother. Father's beer belly has not been for naught. He can certainly hold his liquor. Zhu's mother chuckled. Zhu Tao, just give it your best tomorrow. There is no need to push yourself too hard. Winning would be ideal, but if you find yourself outmatched, simply feign defeat. Don't end oppos. Force yourself too much. She urged. Mother, I know my own limits. Zhu Tao reassured her with a smile. You are aware of my character. I would not speak lightly of matters where I lack confidence. Zhu's mother nodded slightly. It is getting late. You should rest. I will take your father back to his room. Zhu Tao acknowledged her with a sound, watching as his mother hoisted his father and led him away. Mother, please be careful not to bump his head again. No worries. He won and oppos. To even notice, she replied. Zhu Tao shook his head and smiled before returning to his own room. Taking advantage of the time during the banquet, his room had been nearly transformed. After locking his door, he pondered for a moment before dialing Su Yang's number. What's the matter? Teacher, I'm going to compete in the arena tomorrow against Zhu Yuan. Zhu Tao explained. Be gentle, Su Yang advised. After all, he is still a family member. If you were to injure him, things could become quite complicated. Understood. Zhu Tao responded. I will hold back. By the way, today at the Ancestral Hall, the elders noticed my potential in Hunyuan Qi. When I mentioned that it was due to Lu Lao and Appo's guidance, they fell silent. Zhu Tao expressed his confusion. Is grandfather truly that capable? To be honest, I and Appo's, am not quite sure, Su Yang admitted with a wry smile. I only know that the gatekeepers are mostly retired officials from Kunlun, so their previous status must have been significant. This was indeed unclear to Su Yang, as even at the school, only the upper echelons might know the true identities of these gatekeepers before their retirement. Since they did not question you too much, you can proceed with confidence. Su Yang encouraged. Once you emerge victorious, I shall host a celebratory feast for you. Great. What will we eat? My salary is limited, so please refrain from extravagant requests. Just having food will suffice. The next morning, at the Zhu family's arena, the dawn had barely broken, yet the surroundings were already bustling with spectators. Though a profound silence enveloped the crowd, the Grand Elder stood with his hands clasped behind his back upon the stage, awaiting the hour. After a considerable time, the chime of the Ancestral Hall rang out. Salute. At once, all present, men, women, and children alike, bowed deeply towards the Ancestral Hall. All done, the Grand Elder commanded. And the crowd shifted their focus back to the arena. As this was an internal family competition, no outsiders were invited to participate. The Grand Elder glanced left and right before proclaiming, family competition, martial arts sparring, keep it within limits. Zhu Yuan, who had been waiting on the left, stepped forward and clasped his fists in greeting. Zhu Tao advanced a step, also clasping his fists, to the stage. As the words fell, an overwhelming aura erupted from both sides. The spectators instinctively parted, creating two clear paths. Not far from the arena, Zhu Hao perched atop a rooftop and munching an apple. Since the formidable energies clashing and grinned, this is getting interesting. Zhu Tao's energy is indeed substantial. A good show awaits. Isn't that right, boss? Turning to see a figure standing nearby, Zhu Hao noticed Zhu Yang observing the arena with an indifferent expression. Hearing Zhu Hao and Appo's comment, Zhu Yang merely threw him a glance. Eating apples every day, Don and Appo's. Do you ever tire of it? If you were stranded in the wilderness for 10 days, you'd still have to worry about being devoured by wild beasts. Zhu Hao polished off the apple, discarding the core carelessly. Even if it were a fly, I'd savor it. How could I forget the taste of an apple? Your father is rather ruthless, Zhu Hao remarked with a smirk. That's why he passed away early. Zhu Yang replied tersely, redirecting his attention to the arena. Vaguely, he sensed something off about Zhu Tao's energy, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. In a blur, Zhu Tao and Zhu Yuan had ascended the stage. The Grand Elder cast a glance at both before announcing, body check. Two elders swiftly climbed onto the stage, confirming that neither carried any forbidden items before stepping down. To leave the stage is to concede defeat. Do you comprehend? Yes, they both affirmed, with a swift motion. The Grand Elder vanished from the stage. Begin. Zhu Tao and Zhu Yuan bowed to each other, adopting their stances, feeling Zhu Tao's formidable presence. Zhu Yuan couldn't and oppose. Help but smile coldly. This is getting interesting. It will become even more so, Zhu Tao replied. Let us hope, Zhu Yuan retorted, with a resounding crash. Both forces collided, creating a shockwave that reverberated through the arena. In the crowd, gasps of astonishment filled the air as the two figures struck with their fists. The air crackled with energy as their fists met, the dragon fist clashing with overwhelming force, stirring the spectators and oppos, hearts with trepidation. At this moment, an elder called out. Those below the 7th rank, step back 10 meters to avoid disturbance to your vital energy. The crowd stirred as those below the 7th rank hurriedly retreated, feeling a sense of relief once they were a safe distance away. On the stage, after a moment of fist colliding, both fighters stepped back, cautiously testing each other. No wonder you could defeat Xiezhen. You've indeed progressed. I wasn't particularly interested before, but now you pique my curiosity, Zhu Yuan noted. As they circled each other, Zhu Tao, maintaining an indifferent demeanor, remarked, let us exchange a few more words. Zhu Yuan raised an eyebrow. What? In a swift motion, Zhu Tao closed the distance, the pressure of energy erupting around him. If you don't speak, you'll miss your chance. Chapter 168, Shattered Shackles. As Zhu Tao relentlessly advanced, his fist hurtling towards him, Zhu Yuan's eyes narrowed. Confirming Zhu Tao's attack as the ascended dragon fist, he swiftly countered with his own, preempting Zhu Tao and Appo's move with superior speed, forcing him back. However, Zhu Tao, unfazed by the recoil, grinned at Zhu Yuan. You and Appo's, afraid? Zhu Yuan scoffed, his figure catapulting forward, retaliating with the ascendant dragon fist. Zhu Tao had clearly observed Zhu Yuan scrutinizing his movements, indicating that despite his outward disdain, Zhu Yuan had diligently prepared for the confrontation. Indeed, this was the case. Despite his arrogance towards Zhu Tao and his ilk, Zhu Yuan dared not underestimate him, especially after hearing about Xiezhen's disrupted qi at Zhu Hao's hands. Many students had recorded the entire battle, and Zhu Yuan had reviewed the footage of Zhu Tao's duel with Xiezhen the previous night, quickly discerning the anomaly. During his fight with Xiezhen, Zhu Tao had employed a peculiar finger technique in addition to the ascended dragon fist, a technique that appeared even more formidable and terrifying. Despite Xiezhen and Appo's improved skills over the years, Zhu Tao had managed to deflect Xiezhen and Appo's silver azura spear with his fingers. He had even disrupted Xia family's 7-kill flash technique, causing Xiezhen to faint. After meticulously analyzing the battle, Zhu Yuan knew he couldn't take Zhu Tao lightly. While he believed Zhu Tao wouldn't stand a chance against his ascended dragon fist alone, he had to be wary of that strange finger technique. The previous night, Zhu Yuan had questioned the elders about this, pointing out that Zhu Tao had used a technique beyond the ascendant dragon fist, resembling a dual cultivation art. However, the elders had dismissed his concerns, stating that Zhu Tao's techniques were taught by the gatekeepers of the 3 mountains, individuals best left undisturbed unless absolutely necessary. Zhu Yuan persisted, questioning the fairness of the arena match, but the Grand Elder silenced him with a single sentence. His ability to learn is his own merit. If you're dissatisfied, seek out your school's gatekeepers and learn a technique or two. That would be fair. Martial arts cultivation is about individual destiny, not fairness. If you're afraid, you can forfeit the match. No one is forcing you. Zhu Yuan, let your strength speak. Thus, Zhu Yuan's only recourse was to openly defeat Zhu Tao in the arena. In the arena, their domineering auras clashed fiercely, creating a temporary stalemate. Below, Zhu's father watched, elated that Zhu Tao could hold his own against Zhu Yuan. Despite his dislike for Zhu Yuan's family, he couldn't deny Zhu Yuan's strength among the younger generation, a prodigy on par with their own generation's elite. A level Zhu Tao couldn't possibly reach. He had mentally prepared for a loss, not because he doubted his son, but because Zhu Tao's progress had been too rapid, less than 2 months. Such rapid advancement usually made it impossible to properly integrate one and Appo's strength, making it difficult to even perform normally. Yet, Zhu Tao had given him a tremendous surprise, matching Zhu Yuan without being instantly defeated. The longer he persisted, the more Zhu Yuan's reputation would diminish. And he knew Zhu Tao's true goal, to shatter his own mental barrier, to prove to himself that Zhu Yuan was not invincible. The longer he lasted, the faster that mental barrier would crumble. Overwhelmed with emotion, Zhu and Apos, as father was about to cheer for his son when a nearby elder glared at him and warned, Zhu Sun, disrupt the arena, and you'll be thrown off the mountain. Zhu Sun recoiled, immediately silencing himself. Nearby, Zhu Hao and Zhu Yang watched the battle with little enthusiasm. Isn't that kid hiding a finger technique? Why hasn't he used it yet? Zhu Hao said, bored. Fist fighting is dull. These two kids are just brawling. It's so tedious. Zhu Yang remained silent, his face as stoic as ever. He too found it uninteresting. In his eyes, neither had mastered the ascended dragon fist. His interest lay solely in Zhu Tao's peculiar finger technique, wanting to witness the power of the technique that could disrupt the 7-kill flash. Time ticked by, and Zhu Tao fought with unrestrained joy. He could unleash every punch without worrying about Zhu Yuan withstanding it. Zhu Yuan, on the other hand, retreated after each exchange, clearly wary of his finger flick strike. Zhu Tao had anticipated this. He knew Zhu Yuan was holding back, afraid to use his full power. And that was exactly what he wanted. The more frustrated Zhu Yuan became, the more satisfied he felt. Although it appeared to outsiders that Zhu Tao was at a disadvantage, he was the one relentlessly pursuing Zhu Yuan, his expression growing increasingly ecstatic. Zhu Yuan, what are you afraid of? Zhu Tao taunted with a sneer, closing in on Zhu Yuan and launching another punch. Zhu Yuan's face darkened, swiftly countering with his own fist, repelling Zhu Tao once more, barely suppressing his anger. Donna and Apos, get too cocky. Seeing Zhu Yuan so discomfited filled Zhu Tao with immense satisfaction. After several exchanges, each time Zhu Yuan forcefully repelled him with the ascended dragon fist. The pain in his fists fueled his adrenaline, causing his blood to surge. Suddenly, Zhu Tao halted. Zhu Yuan, so you do no fear. I and Amp, Apos, LL give you a chance. For the next minute, I and Amp, Apos, LL only use the ascended dragon fist and nothing else. Zhu Yuan and Amp, Apos, S eyes narrowed. Trying to trick me? Zhu Tao didn't and Amp, Apos, T respond. His domineering aura abruptly receding. You have 1 minute. Boom. The sound of an explosion echoed as Zhu Yuan descended upon Zhu Tao. Then you're seeking death. His domineering aura erupted as he unleashed a devastating punch. Ascended dragon fist. Zhu Tao neither dodged nor blocked, bracing himself with crossed arms, directly confronting the attack. An immense force crashed down, instantly cracking the stone slabs beneath Zhu Tao's feet. His organs were violently shaken, causing internal turmoil. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. But Zhu Tao held his head high, a sinister grin plastered on his face. So that and Amp, Apos, S all you and Amp, Apos, V got. As he spoke, Zhu Tao and Amp, Apos, S eyes closed. His domineering aura suddenly vanished, and the mist on his arms silently dissipated. This sudden change startled Zhu Yuan, who hastily retreated. In the next instant, an even more domineering and ferocious aura erupted from Zhu Tao, as if breaking free from shackles, sweeping outwards. Even members of the Zhu family below the 7th rank, standing 10 meters away, paled, feeling their chi disturbed, causing discomfort in their chests. The disciples of the 7th rank surrounding the arena displayed expressions of astonishment, as if they could faintly perceive a voice roaring in fury. Even the more distant Zhu Hao and Zhu Yang felt the overwhelming aura, causing Zhu Hao, who had been utterly bored, to suddenly adopt a serious demeanor. He rose abruptly, his expression darkening. Below the stage, Zhu Fu and Zhu Sun wore ecstatic expressions, their bodies trembling with excitement. The knot in their hearts had been shattered. 7th rank intermediate. Chapter 169. A desperate gamble in contrast to the astonished expressions of the Zhu family and Apos, S young disciples. The elders observing the battle retained a semblance of composure. However, feeling the overwhelming and domineering aura emanating from Zhu Tao, which began to overshadow Zhu Yuan, they found it somewhat unbelievable. While it is indeed rare for one to break free from their limitations and ascend in rank during battle, seasoned elders who had weathered numerous storms were not easily perturbed. Yet, the fact that Zhu Tao, having just achieved a breakthrough, could exert such a forceful presence over Zhu Yuan was quite astonishing. Zhu Yuan had been entrenched in the mid-level of the 7th rank for nearly a year, his strength having been honed to a fine edge, though he still had a ways to go before reaching the high level of the 7th rank. In stark contrast, the newly ascended Zhu Tao was already approaching the high level of the 7th rank in terms of aura, surpassing Zhu Yuan as time progressed. This was a scenario the elders of the Zhu family had never encountered before. As Zhu Yuan sensed Zhu Tao and Apos' aura beginning to eclipse his own, a grave expression appeared on his face for the first time. He shifted his stance, preparing to approach Zhu Tao with the intent to deliver a devastating blow, potentially sending him back to square one. However, Just as Zhu Tao made a move, an overwhelming sense of pressure suddenly engulfed him, leaving his complexion pale and causing him to hastily retract his actions, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Exploiting another's vulnerability is not a mark of true valor. The figure of the Grand Elder materialized silently behind Zhu Yuan, his voice laced with a hint of coldness. Audible only to the two, "Do not disgrace your ancestors." "Yes, I acknowledge my mistake," Zhu Yuan replied, swallowing hard as the terrifying pressure receded like a tide, allowing him a moment of relief. Upon regaining his senses, he realized how foolish his previous actions had been. The elders were watching intently, and any sign of aggression from him would have been swiftly quelled. Engaging in fratricide was not an option. Yet, after the Grand Elder had spoken a few words, he suddenly halted, his expression turning to one of astonishment. The domineering aura from Zhu Tao surged unexpectedly, a subtle yet profound increase that the nearby Grand Elder could feel distinctly. Is he attempting to break into the high level of the 7th rank? The elders surrounding the arena, who had remained seated, were now startled, rising in unison with wide eyes, their usual decorum forgotten. Zhu Yuan, witnessing the Grand Elder's sudden shock, stood frozen in place, bewildered as he looked at Zhu Tao, feeling nothing unusual himself. Meanwhile, the younger members of the Zhu family observed the elders rising from their seats, bewildered yet awed. Zhu Fu, Zhu Sun, glanced at the elder beside him, who was fixated on Zhu Tao, and could not help but mutter, "Uncle 13, what is happening?" The elder did not respond, his gaze unwavering from Zhu Tao, his breath becoming noticeably rapid. Almost all the elders exhibited the same reaction, leaving the arena enveloped in silence, save for the sound of their breaths. Their eyes were wide, entirely at a loss as to why the elders had transformed so dramatically. Suddenly, the Grand Elder regained his composure and addressed one of the other elders, "Provide the elixir." With a swift motion, the elder produced a wooden box from his sleeve, which the Grand Elder caught. Without hesitation, he retrieved a pill from within and placed it into Zhu Tao and Apos' mouth, whispering, "Steady yourself. The elders will guard you." Zhu Tao did not respond, silently swallowing the pill, feeling a vast and gentle energy surge within him, revitalizing the chaotic energy inside. In the distance, Zhu Hao and Zhu Yang were intently observing the developments in the arena. "Oldest brother, what is happening? You possess a higher rank. Surely you can sense something," Zhu Hao remarked, sensing an odd shift in the atmosphere as he turned to Zhu Yang. Not entirely sure, Zhu Yang squinted. For a brief moment, his aura seemed to fluctuate. Zhu Hao's pupils dilated. Is he attempting to break into the high level of the 7th rank? A consecutive breakthrough? Zhu Yang raised a hand, signaling silence. He may not be able to achieve it, but having just ascended to the mid-level of the 7th rank, he is already nearing the threshold of the high level. Regardless of the outcome, it is remarkable. It seems you may have a worthy rival. In that moment, even Zhu Hao sensed the sudden intensification of the dominating aura around them, which swiftly receded. This time, everyone felt it acutely, their disbelief evident as they turned their gazes toward the arena. They finally understood the reason behind the elders' astonished expressions. Zhu Tao was indeed attempting to force his way into the high level of the 7th rank. Zhu Sun, witnessing the surge of power, nearly had his eyes pop out in shock. "What, son? Did you not promise to only aim for the mid-level of the 7th rank? Goodness, you are hiding this from your own father. Come quickly and witness your grandson and Apos' performance. A consecutive breakthrough into the high level of the 7th rank. If he succeeds, our family will stand tall within the Zhu clan." Meanwhile, Zhu Tao in the arena felt a tinge of frustration. Was he still lacking in some respect? Having failed twice in his attempts to break through, it seemed he had not accumulated enough momentum. Yet, in this moment, having consumed a Panlong pill, why was the Grand Elder so insistent on feeding it to him? He merely wished to attempt a simple breakthrough, and now he had been given a precious resource. If he failed, it would be an immense embarrassment. If he had not been fed the pill, failing to break through would not be as humiliating, but being offered it, and then failing would indeed be somewhat shameful. Zhu Tao felt the chaotic energy within him surging vigorously, especially with the immense power from the Panlong pill invigorating it. And he could distinctly sense the existence of a bottleneck, which had thwarted his previous attempts. Was it due to the inadequacy of his mental cultivation? Zhu Tao had already cultivated the Zhu family's Dragon Fist Technique to the 2nd layer of completion and the Sky-Mending Needle to the 3rd layer of completion. Based on the compatibility of his mental cultivation, he could only reach the mid-level of the 7th rank. However, Old Su had mentioned that mental cultivation would not significantly hinder the ascension of one's rank. It merely affected the manifestation of one's power. Enough. It is time to take a final desperate gamble. Chapter 170. The Entwined Dragon Shadows. The arena was enveloped by an overwhelming aura. The ethereal energy emanating from Zhu Tao and Apos' arms gradually began to extend to other parts of his body. With each surge of his dominating presence, the members of the Zhu family below the 7th rank started to feel dizzy and disoriented, instinctively retreating nearly 30 meters before they felt somewhat better. The Grand Elder stood beside Zhu Tao, casting a sidelong glance at Zhu Yuan, who appeared exceedingly pale, clearly realizing the absurdity of Zhu Tao's continuous breakthroughs. What was meant to be a contest had turned into a resounding slap to his face in front of everyone, leaving him powerless to respond. Forced to endure this humiliation in silence, Zhu Yuan gritted his teeth, clenching his fists as his aura began to stir restlessly. At that moment, the Grand Elder's voice echoed softly in his ear, urging him to steady his mind. Startled, Zhu Yuan struggled to maintain his composure, listening as the Grand Elder continued. Your talent is not lacking. Do not let him disturb your focus. Continuous breakthroughs do not necessarily indicate that his aptitude surpasses yours. It merely signifies that he has accumulated more and invested greater effort. You are well aware of this. Zhu Yuan fell silent. He and Zhu Tao were of the same age, having grown up together. From a young age, Zhu Yuan exhibited extraordinary talent, progressing rapidly in his cultivation, with comprehension levels far beyond Zhu Tao's capabilities. Yet, Zhu Tao was undeniably the most diligent among their peers, practicing relentlessly to the point of bloodied hands, never uttering a word. This was something Zhu Yuan could hardly bear. How can you, with such inferior talent, strive harder than I do? This left Zhu Yuan appearing as someone who relied solely on innate gifts among his contemporaries. Thus, through his actions, Zhu Yuan imparted a painful truth to Zhu Tao. Effort pales in comparison to talent. However, it now seemed that even his own talents appeared somewhat trivial in the face of Zhu Tao. Years of accumulation had reached a boiling point, and with the shackles lifted, the pent-up energy naturally surged forth. The Grand Elder, sensing the fluctuations of Zhu Tao's aura, whispered, if you can embrace others within your heart, the vastness of the heavens and seas will be yours to explore. Failing to embrace others is akin to being a frog at the bottom of a well. Zhu Yuan took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. Grandson acknowledges your teachings. The Grand Elder emitted a sound of acknowledgement, hoping his words had truly resonated. In a moment of distraction, the Grand Elder noticed the intensity of the aura's fluctuations escalating sharply. It was coming, the guardian spirit. You may not withstand it. Zhu Yuan took another deep breath, hastily steadying his mind. Suddenly, Zhu Tao's overwhelming aura retracted abruptly, the ethereal energy surrounding him becoming increasingly palpable, intertwining and wrapping around him. A silent roar reverberated in the ears of the spectators, sending tremors through their hearts. The 7th rank observers, heeding the elders and Appos' warnings, attempted to stabilize their minds, yet ultimately succumbed. The energy they had barely contained erupted, leaving them dizzy and breathless. Zhu Yuan's father nearly collapsed, only to be caught by an elder beside him, who shot him a disapproving glare. Meanwhile, the onlooking members of the Zhu family were falling like dominoes. Zhu Tao's mother was on the verge of fainting when several nearby women swiftly caught her. Sister-in-law, you must be careful. Little sister, take care not to harm yourself. If you feel unwell, lie down. I and Appos LL use my clothes as a cushion for you. On the stage, Zhu Tao suddenly opened his eyes, witnessing the numerous family members collapsing around him. He immediately reined in his overwhelming aura. Taking a deep breath and sensing the changes in his body, he felt surprisingly calm. There remained a considerable distance to reach the martial deity goal set by his teacher. Although he had merely broken through 2 minor realms, the proximity to martial respect revealed clearer changes within him. Most importantly, he could now vaguely perceive the auras radiating from those around him, appearing intermittently. Stealing his resolve, Zhu Tao promptly bowed to his surroundings and finally inclined his body to the Grand Elder. How do you feel? Just recently broke through. My sensations are not yet fully refined. It is natural. There is ample time to gradually comprehend, the Grand Elder replied, glancing at Zhu Yuan beside him. Your duel is not yet concluded. With that, the Grand Elder vanished from sight, reappearing at the edge of the arena. The contest continues. Zhu Tao raised his head to face Zhu Yuan, his mindset having already transformed. He couldn't, and Appos, T help but smile. Thank you. Zhu Yuan gritted his teeth in silence, retorting coldly. You and Appos, V just broken through. Do not celebrate too soon. You still require my assistance. Zhu Tao loosened his muscles, his body cracking and popping as he declared, Zhu Yuan. After this battle, let our past grievances be settled once and for all. Zhu Yuan remained silent, his aura coalescing into form as his dominating presence surged once more. Come, let us fight. With a furious shout, Zhu Yuan charged towards Zhu Tao, unleashing a ferocious dragon fist. A dull thud resounded as their fists collided. Zhu Yuan and Appos' expression darkened as he felt the formidable force behind Zhu Tao and Appos' punch, realizing it was no longer inferior to his own, stirring complex emotions within him. Zhu Yuan, Zhu Tao and Oppos. A slow call snapped Zhu Yuan back to focus. With a roar, Zhu Tao swung his fist again, sending Zhu Yuan staggering back several meters. Unleash your pride. I never bully the weak. Zhu Tao's aura soared. Either step down from the arena now, or give it your all. Zhu Yuan's gaze turned icy as he pulled his fist close to his body. Then let it be as you wish. His dominating aura retracted sharply. The ethereal energy accelerating its dispersal, coalescing throughout his body, gradually taking the form of a dragon shadow. Zhu family's ancestral martial art, entwined dragon shadows. This technique exacts a tremendous toll on the user. Once this battle concludes, Zhu Yuan would require at least 10 days to recuperate, remaining in a weakened state throughout. This was his final trump card. However, given the current circumstances, Zhu Yuan had no choice. As the dragon shadow took form, Zhu Yuan gathered his energy, his eyes narrowing. With a swift leap, he appeared before Zhu Tao, delivering a powerful punch. Zhu Tao heard a faint yet distinct dragon roar reverberating in his ears for the first time. Feeling an unprecedented power rushing towards him, the sense of crisis ignited a surge of adrenaline within Zhu Tao. Retreat? If I am to win, I shall do so decisively. He summoned his inner essence, his expression morphing into one of fierce determination as he stood firm, raising his fist to meet the challenge head-on. Inner essence, shock fist. Chapter 171. This temperature is quite acceptable. With a sudden burst of power, Zhu Tao unleashed a forceful punch. At the moment their fists collided, Zhu Yuan felt as though his previously stable and swiftly circulating energy was abruptly struck by an unseen force, leaving him utterly unprepared. The dragon-shaped aura enveloping Zhu Yuan suddenly shattered, dissipating uncontrollably. Blood erupted from his mouth, and in an instant, Zhu Yuan's mind went blank, consciousness fading away as his body was propelled backward. However, an elder swiftly appeared, catching Zhu Yuan as he fell, only to discover that he had completely lost consciousness. What was even more alarming to the elder was the realization that Zhu Yuan's internal energy was in complete disarray from the impact, prompting the elder to regard Zhu Tao with a gaze tinged with gravity. The arena fell into a hushed silence as the onlooking Zhu family members witnessed Zhu Yuan collapse, bloodied and unconscious from a single blow. Their faces were painted with disbelief. Zhu Yuan had unleashed the martial technique, spiral dragon entwining shadows, which should have significantly enhanced his strength in such a scenario. Yet, Zhu Tao, who had only recently advanced, had managed to shatter that technique with sheer force. On the arena, Zhu Tao silently withdrew his fist as the voice of the Grand Elder echoed around the venue, declaring Zhu Tao the victor of this bout. Shortly thereafter, at Zhu Tao's home, his father hurriedly examined Zhu Tao's injuries, only to realize an astonishing fact. You withstood Zhu Yuan's martial technique without sustaining any injuries? Dad, how could I not be hurt? Look, I've even scraped my skin. All right, truly, there's no issue. Zhu Tao moved his hands, confirming he was indeed unscathed. You both needn't worry. That shouldn't be the case. Zhu Tao's mother exclaimed, her eyes wide. Would you rather your son suffered a broken arm? I didn't mean it that way. Zhu Tao and Oppos' father looked bewildered, slowly coming to understand that the situation was more absurd than he had anticipated. In other words, throughout the fierce battle, Zhu Tao had engaged Zhu Yuan with such intensity. Wait a moment, Dad, let me clarify. Zhu Tao shrugged. It wasn't quite as intense as it appeared. While it seemed fierce, the actual intensity wasn't as great as you imagined. The true purpose of the bout was merely to assist Zhu Yuan in breaking through his bottleneck. Dealing with Zhu Yuan was merely a matter of convenience. I could have dispatched him instantly without needing to elevate my realm. Indeed, the outcome proved that Zhu Yuan could not withstand the shockwave. Or perhaps it was simply that those below the rank of martial sovereign struggled to endure such forces, excluding old Su, of course. After all, one could not comprehend the strength of a master like him with ordinary understanding. However, annihilating Zhu Yuan instantly held little significance. It might not truly resolve his mental barriers. Previously, Zhu Tao had inquired with Su Yang about how to overcome such mental blocks. Su Yang had provided a straightforward answer. From a psychological perspective, mental blocks are akin to psychological shadows. To conquer them, the simplest method is to fully express one's emotions. For instance, upon witnessing a heinous criminal commit unspeakable acts, one might feel that a swift execution is too lenient. Only a protracted and painful demise would suffice to quell the public's outrage. You see? Zhu Tao immediately understood. Old Su was advising him to torment Zhu Yuan, to strike at the heart. Following this arena match, Zhu Tao's reputation soared. He had broken through 2 realms, achieving the status of a 7th-tier high rank, and had utterly defeated Zhu Yuan. News of Zhu Tao and Oppos' exploits swiftly circulated among the prominent families, gradually spreading among the younger generation. That very evening, The members of Class 5 learned of Zhu Tao's remarkable breakthroughs and gathered in Li Yiming's dormitory, collectively feeling the weight of their emotions. The atmosphere in the dormitory was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The members of Class 5 felt an indescribable complexity within. They feared for their brother's struggles, but also envied his success. They knew that upon Zhu Tao's return to the Zhu family, he would undoubtedly bask in the limelight. However, breaking through 2 realms? What was he thinking? They were all fellow disciples of Su, yet now the gap in their realms had widened so significantly, leaving them uncertain on how to face old Su. What was even more absurd was that Zhu Tao had not even undergone the enlightening experience that they all had received from old Su. Old Su had bled profusely to impart wisdom, yet here was Zhu Tao, with a shaky foundation, ascending realms effortlessly. Li Yiming buried his face in his hands. How am I supposed to face old Su in class tomorrow? Sun Zhao replied bitterly, old Su probably doesn't know about this yet. But he will find out sooner or later. Fu Yuhai slumped in his chair. Damn it, just thinking about it is embarrassing. Old Su granted us all an advantage. Yet I can't even reach the 8th tier. Had Zhu Tao not advanced 2 realms, it might have been bearable, but now. They felt as though they were mired in mud, unable to rise, their spirits crushed. Xie Yuhan suddenly stood up, flung open the door, and declared, I'm going to go break through. Xie Yuhan, where are you going? To hit the wall. She responded resolutely. I need to break through to the 7th tier. Just don't hit a load-bearing wall. I'm not foolish. Seeing Xie Yuhan rush off to her dormitory to practice, the others exchanged glances and rose to their feet. They could not afford to slack off. It was time to train relentlessly. They had to swiftly ascend to the 7th tier to give old Su a satisfactory explanation. They hurriedly left, and Li Yiming closed the door behind them, stretching his legs. After 2 days of rest, he was finally ready to unleash his spinning top. The next morning, the members of Class 5 set out, prepared for their morning practice. Almost simultaneously, they stepped outside, only to turn and find Zhu Tao returning. Li Yiming paused. Tao Ge, when did you come back? Last night. While you were spinning, Zhu Tao smiled slightly, already striding ahead. Let us head to the classroom. Exchanging glances, everyone immediately fell into step behind Zhu Tao. Throughout the journey, Zhu Tao became the focal point for all. He remained composed, leading Class 5 forward. But unlike before, he seemed less pretentious. Previously, he had walked with his hands behind his back. Now, he walked freely. The members of Class 5 whispered among themselves. Quickly noticing Zhu Tao's transformation. He had reached the 7th tier. Did he still need to put on airs? Indeed. They soon arrived at the classroom. Finding their places to prepare for practice, the weather was slightly warm. Suddenly, Zhu Tao removed his outer garment, revealing the spiral dragon token hanging at his waist with a golden cord. Ah, this temperature is quite acceptable. Chapter 172. New traits in the past few days since Zhu Tao returned home. Su Yang's teaching schedule has remained uninterrupted. Tang Yuanlang and Xiao Hanyu have successfully completed the fusion of the Hanyuan Ichi technique, leaving only Cheng Bang and Jiang Chengfeng to catch up. The process of fusion has gone relatively smoothly, yet the aftermath has exceeded Su Yang's expectations. During the morning practice, as he glanced around the classroom, he noticed Zhu Tao's return but chose not to disturb him. Instead, his attention gravitated towards Tang Yuanlang and Xiao Hanyu, causing him to scratch his head in bewilderment. Su Yang had not anticipated that the completion of the fusion would give rise to new traits in these 2 individuals. Name, Tang Yuanlang. Age, 16, realm, 8th rank martial spirit. Mental method, Lianyan Ju, adaptation rate, for 77. Yanu Fuyao Ju, adaptation rate, for 77. Martial skills, none. Defects, unstable foundation. Dull talent, traits, mental method enthusiasm. Hanyuan Ichi, elegant heart, and orchid quality, a second trait derived from mental method enthusiasm. Significantly enhancing charm and affinity. Cultivation efficiency, 298, overall rating D. Suggestions, unstable foundation, rebuild. Su Yang silently withdrew his gaze, unable to restrain a frustrated gesture. This is troublesome. Even he, as a teacher, could sense a marked change in Tang Yuanlang's aura, an ineffable transformation that eluded verbal description. While Tang Yuanlang was not conventionally handsome, there was an inexplicable comfort emanating from him now, making others more inclined to engage in conversation. Yet, this phenomenon seemed to bear little relevance to martial cultivation. Moreover, Su Yang was completely unaware of how this trait had manifested. It was not only Tang Yuanlang who exhibited unexpected changes. When he turned to Xiao Hanyu, he observed that the latter radiated an intangible aura of authority during his practice, inspiring an instinctive respect from those around him. Name, Xiao Hanyu, age, 16, realm, 8th rank martial spirit, mental method, Mizong Yushibu adaptation rate, for 152. Xianglong Fuhubu adaptation rate, For 52, martial skills, none, defects, unstable foundation, dull talent, traits, mental method enthusiasm, Hunyuan Ichi, diamond authority, a second trait derived from mental method enthusiasm. Significantly enhancing authority, cultivation efficiency, 277, overall rating, D, suggestions, unstable foundation, rebuild. Xiao Hanyu's situation mirrored that of Tang Yuanlang. Among the 6 individuals who previously underwent fusion, only Li Yiming had manifested a new trait. One not derived from mental method enthusiasm, but rather a result of his own self-deception. The others had not developed the second trait from their fusion of Hunyuan Ichi. Suyang speculated that this might stem from the nature of their respective mental methods. The primary distinction between Tang Yuanlang and Xiao Hanyu's practices and those of their peers lay in the ancient foundational techniques they were trained in. The Yunfu Yaoju is a fundamental mental method of the Yunus sect, while the Xianglong Fuhubu is a foundational technique of the Shaolin sect. Both of these sects were formidable in ancient times, boasting rich heritages and investing considerable effort into their foundational mental methods. Crucially, both sects emphasized the cultivation of the mind, which was evident from the outset. Entering their teachings required one to cultivate their heart. The Yunfu sect focuses on the elegant heart, while the Shaolin sect emphasizes the Buddhist heart. Though the other students also practiced mental methods that involved heart cultivation, theirs were more centered on martial spirit, demanding great perseverance and courage, rendering them relatively pure in intent. The fusion of Hunyuan Ichi may have accelerated the process of heart cultivation, as, in many ways, the fusion process itself is akin to a trial. Did these two successfully transcend their tribulation, leading to a maturation of their character? Suyang was uncertain but did not dwell on it. As long as it did not lead to defects, he was satisfied. While it may not significantly enhance their martial prowess, Suyang believed it would greatly benefit their personal character. After the morning practice concluded, everyone awaited Suyang and Appo's arrival for the general studies class. During this interval, Zhu Taotu noticed a peculiar change in class 5. What is going on with them? Zhu Tao wondered aloud, directing his gaze toward Xiao Hanyu and Tang Yuanlang. In just 2 days, they seem quite different. Really? Li Yiming replied, puzzled. I don't feel much has changed. Did old Su complete their fusion of Hunyuan Ichi? Li Yiming nodded. Yeah, he finished it while you were away. That explains their significant transformation. Li Yiming scratched his head, observing Tang Yuanlang, who stood with his back arched, and Xiao Hanyu, who sat with his hands clasped in meditation. But what is different? They seem the same to me. Zhu Tao, have you grown a bit out of touch after being home for just 2 days? Has our class ever been and Appo's, normal and Appo's? Zhu Tao found himself beginning to doubt his own perception. Perhaps it's due to my enhanced realm. I can now vaguely sense the energy emanating from you all, Zhu Tao speculated. Oh, really? Li Yiming replied. Or maybe I'm just overthinking. He glanced down to see Zhu Tao diligently practicing embroidery under the desk while conversing. Zhu Tao also caught sight of Li Yiming, who stood in a peculiar pose. Suddenly, a series of thuds echoed, drawing everyone's attention to the source. It turned out that Xie Yuhan had dozed off, her head inadvertently colliding with the desk, bouncing like a ping-pong ball several times before coming to a stop. In the next moment, the others rushed to her side, calling out urgently, Xie Yuhan, what were you doing last night? You can't fall asleep like that. What if you inadvertently entered a dream while cultivating? Wake her up. Hit her with a club. Quick, splash her with water. He Wei moved swiftly, shaking Xie Yuhan's shoulders furiously, while others doused her face with bottled water. Amid the commotion, Xie Yuhan awoke, looking quite disheveled. Sorry, I accidentally dozed off. She exclaimed hurriedly, you all scared me half to death. What if I had slept and started wandering around? Zhu Tao and Li Yiming silently withdrew their gazes. Perhaps I was overthinking it. After all, it's quite reasonable for our class to exhibit any form of abnormality. Chapter 173, Bestowing Magical Power. Xie Yuhan's drowsiness stemmed from excessive mental exertion. Since integrating the primordial chaos chi and ascending to the pinnacle of the 8th rank, her physical fortitude had undergone a remarkable enhancement. However, due to her abridged version of the iron bone armor technique, which she diligently practiced from scratch, Xie Yuhan and Appo's cranial resilience had reached extraordinary levels. Wooden planks and stone slabs no longer sufficed for her training, as collisions offered negligible sensation and minimal assistance. Consequently, Xie Yuhan now opted to collide directly with specialized steel walls. Her chambers, akin to Zhu Tao and Appo's, had been renovated, with walls, ceilings, and floors clad in this specialized steel, providing the ideal intensity for her endeavors. Inspired by Zhu Tao's consecutive breakthroughs the previous evening, Xie Yuhan returned to her quarters, secured the door, donned her headgear, and commenced her relentless collisions. Recognizing the inadequacy of her fundamental skills, she prioritized cultivating her mental fortitude while simultaneously striking the steel, diligently controlling her breath. However, the consequence of this nocturnal dedication was inevitable physical strain, leading to her somnolence this morning. Su Yang observed Xie Yuhan's persistent dozing during the general studies class. The fifth-grade students, noticing Su Yang's gaze fixed upon Xie Yuhan, anticipated impending trouble. Predictably, Su Yang's countenance darkened on the podium as he sternly rebuked Xie Yuhan. His authoritative presence commanded attention. Xie Yuhan, jolted from her hazy state, instantly stood, her mind clearing. "Present. Stand by the wall," Su Yang instructed. "Yes, sir," Xie Yuhan responded sheepishly, moving to the wall to attend the lecture. Su Yang furrowed his brow and reiterated, "I must emphasize once more, cultivation necessitates a balance between exertion and repose. Do not trifle with your well-being. Your current training intensity is already excessive. Rest adequately when required. And refrain from clandestine intensification. Your foundations are precarious, and your qi unstable. Negligence may lead to physical complications. Understood?" The students straightened, replying in unison, "Understood." Another concern was the risk of inadvertently entering a meditative state during the general studies class. While Su Yang's invincibility as an instructor mitigated any personal risk, the students were likely to encounter difficulties. Upon the conclusion of the general studies class, Su Yang announced, to commemorate Zhu Tao's advancement to the 7th rank high stage, "I have arranged a celebratory banquet in the second-floor dining hall at 8 o'clock this evening." Li Yiming immediately applauded, and the others promptly echoed his enthusiasm. Zhu Tao merely smiled, offering no further comment. "Very well, I shall see you this evening," Su Yang said with a wave. "Those who need to cultivate should do so, and those who need to rest should do so adequately." The students responded affirmatively. Su Yang then returned to his office. Zhu Tao's dual breakthroughs had provided ample energy feedback, bolstering Su Yang's preparations for his own ascent to martial. Presently, 8 students in the 5th grade had completed the integration of the primordial chaos qi, leaving only Cheng Bang and Jiang Chengfeng. Once their integration was finalized, the efficiency of the celestial circulation would further improve. Su Yang sensed that the opportune moment for his martial breakthrough was approaching. However, he remained patient, allowing events to unfold naturally. That evening, at 8 o'clock, the entire 5th grade gathered in the second-floor dining hall to celebrate Zhu Tao and Appo's accomplishment. Life necessitates rituals, and martial arts cultivation is no exception. Su Yang could offer little, but a small celebration was within his means. Moreover, this banquet served as an opportunity to invigorate the others. As an instructor, he had numerous considerations, particularly the potential impact of Zhu Tao's consecutive breakthroughs on the confidence of the other students. Despite the initial surge of enthusiasm from the empowerment and integration of the primordial chaos qi, Zhu Tao's sudden acceleration may have been demoralizing. Therefore, Su Yang sought to provide psychological guidance to his students during the celebration. "Enjoy your meal. I have a few words to share." All eyes turned to Su Yang. Zhu Tao's consecutive breakthroughs are indeed cause for celebration. Let us applaud him. The students promptly put down their chopsticks and applauded. Do not harbor excessive thoughts or anxieties. Maintain composure. Do not feel as though you are unable to keep pace with Zhu Tao. I shall be candid with you all. Zhu Tao did not receive empowerment. Su Yang stated earnestly. His aptitude was superior, rendering empowerment unnecessary. Su Yang then shifted his tone. However, that was in the past. Now, all of you have undergone empowerment, and your aptitudes are comparable to Zhu Tao and Appo's. Zhu Tao merely progressed more rapidly due to his prior accumulation and stronger foundation. At this juncture, it is imperative to maintain composure and seek steady progress. Advancement will come in due time. Impatience breeds mistakes. Xie Yuhan quickly raised her hand. "Old Su, I have a question." "What is it?" "What rank can my aptitude reach?" Su Yang winced. "I am an instructor, not a fortune teller beneath a bridge." "Xie Yuhan, your question is somewhat absurd. Can one ascertain the rank one can attain through cultivation? Rank is determined by one and Appo's destiny. Your question is unbecoming of a martial artist." Xie Yuhan scratched her head. "But I have a feeling that old Su can discern it." The students exchanged glances, their attention converging on Su Yang. "It is not entirely impossible." "Very well, I shall bestow magical power." Su Yang gestured towards the air, then threw it towards Xie Yuhan. "There. I have bestowed magical power upon you. You shall attain at least the 5th rank. Does anyone else desire a wish?" "I shall bestow magical power upon you." The students hesitated, glancing at one another. Old Su, I do not ask for much. I desire a net worth of billions. I am of no assistance in that regard. Seek Sun Zhao. He is a golden toad, a symbol of wealth. Chapter 174. Unable to restrain emotions after the celebration banquet concluded late at night, Zhu Tao arrived at the northern gate and promptly bowed in greeting upon seeing Elder Lu. Elder Lu, who had been meditating, opened his eyes and appeared much less harsh than before. I have heard a bit about the happenings in the Zhu family. Achieving consecutive breakthroughs and advancing to the 7th grade high tier is commendable. You have indeed honored the dedication your teacher has invested in you. However, do not let pride take root. Yes, grandfather, I shall remember your guidance, Zhu Tao replied earnestly. Elder Lu's gaze toward Zhu Tao was noticeably more amiable than before, and he found himself speaking more than usual, having encountered numerous individuals with greater talent than Zhu Tao. Elder Lu had even met young warriors of the same age who had already reached the martial sovereign realm. Those were true prodigies. In his eyes, Zhu Tao's aptitude was merely acceptable. What truly piqued his interest was Zhu Tao's reckless endeavor that nearly shattered his own vital energy upon entering the 7th grade. Reflecting on it now, Elder Lu found it quite absurd. The disparity between those below and those within the martial sovereign realm was as vast as the sky and earth. Beyond the well-known attributes of steel-like bones and expanded meridians, reaching the martial sovereign realm signified a genuine mastery over one's energy. The pinnacle of 7th grade and the entry level of 6th grade may seem but a step apart. In reality, an entry-level martial sovereign could easily overwhelm a group of 7th grade peak warriors, rendering them utterly powerless. Yet, Zhu Tao's reckless attempt almost crossed that chasm. This suggested that Zhu Tao had begun to grasp advanced applications of energy, and with time, he would likely soon traverse that divide. If he could injure a martial sovereign with 7th grade power, it would indeed be a true challenge beyond his level. More astonishingly, there were 9 others in the 5th class with similar potential, albeit still in their developmental stages. Elder Lu was rather eager to see what kind of waves these young talents cultivated by Su Yang would create in the future. At this thought, Elder Lu glanced into the distance. Let that lad come over. Yes, Zhu Tao was not alone. He quickly called out to Li Yiming, who had been hiding nearby. Yiming, hurry and come pay your respects. Li Yiming promptly leaped from the greenery, running over to bow respectfully before Elder Lu. Hello, grandfather. How is your leg? Li Yiming patted his thigh. It's almost healed. Oh, do you wish to seek my counsel? Yes, grandfather. Li Yiming nodded eagerly. Very well, let me observe your skills. Zhu Tao, understanding the situation, stepped aside to watch, while Li Yiming distanced himself, raising his knee and lifting his leg. Grandfather, watch me spin. Elder Lu was taken aback. The next moment, Li Yiming transformed into a high-speed spinning top, buzzing as he whirled, his figure becoming indistinct in a mere instant. The scene before Elder Lu exceeded his comprehension, causing him to momentarily lapse into stupor. What is this? External energy sliding. Grandfather, you truly are remarkable. You noticed the issue at a glance. Li Yiming and Appo's voice rang out. This is my self-created whirlwind spinning leg using external energy. Elder Lu's eyes widened in disbelief. You can still speak. Aren't you dizzy from spinning so fast? In Elder Lu's view, he could indeed catch glimpses of Li Yiming, albeit in a blurry haze. This indicated that Li Yiming's rotational speed had surpassed the dynamic visual capture of a martial sovereign. Only occasionally could he discern Li Yiming's true form, captured in a single-legged spin, with the raised leg constantly shifting, seemingly to maintain balance. Most astonishingly, in every frame captured, Li Yiming's face remained directed toward him. Just as Elder Lu was in shock, Li Yiming's voice suddenly called out, Grandfather, here I come. In the blink of an eye, Li Yiming executed a high-speed serpentine maneuver, instantly closing the distance to Elder Lu. Elder Lu snapped back to reality, raising his hand to block, feeling an overwhelming barrage of impacts against his palm. In a breath, he counted 36 strikes, as he sensed immense resistance in his hand. Li Yiming was about to bounce back, but unexpectedly, Elder Lu reached out and seized his collar, effortlessly breaking his spinning whirlwind leg and tossing him aside. Li Yiming landed on the ground, dazed and bewildered. Grandfather, you can see me. Occasionally, Elder Lu replied, his expression turning increasingly peculiar. This technique. Who taught you? Your teacher? Not at all. I told you, it's my own creation. Li Yiming insisted. Grandfather, what do you think? Elder Lu remained silent for a long moment before finally saying, Indeed, it resembles a spinning top. Elder Lu had thought Zhu Tao to be quite peculiar, given his dual mastery of boxing and acupuncture, which was indeed unique. Now, he realized that Zhu Tao hardly merited the title of strange. Goodness, what sort of extraordinary beings has little Su nurtured, each one more astonishing than the last? Grandfather, I have another grand move. I just practiced it to a certain point. Please help me evaluate it. Elder Lu, whose martial worldview was beginning to show signs of collapse due to the antics of the 5th class, nodded slightly. Li Yiming decisively distanced himself again, raising his knee and leaning forward. His focus sharpened involuntarily. Mixed origin energy, supersonic spinning top. Boom. accompanied by the explosive sound wave. Li Yiming transformed once more into a spinning top, his super-speed maneuvers and explosive force stirring the air, causing dust and debris to fly as he rushed toward Elder Lu. This was several times faster than before. Elder Lu's eyes brightened. Seeing Li Yiming close in, he raised his hand and delivered a slap to Li Yiming's leg. Accelerate. Virum. Li Yiming, already spinning at an unbelievable speed, felt an immense force suddenly push against his leg, causing his body to spiral out of control. His rotational speed surged dramatically, and the stone slabs beneath him fractured, exposing the soft earth below, and he found himself drilling into the ground. Dust flew everywhere. Watching this scene, Zhu Tao felt as though he were witnessing a drill boring into the earth. It was only when Li Yiming's half-buried leg finally slowed down that he collapsed to the ground, retching uncontrollably, feeling as though the world were spinning around him. Elder Lu swiftly pulled Li Yiming from the ground. Apologies, I couldn't help but reminisce about my childhood days of spinning tops, and I lost control. Li Yiming finally regained his composure, feeling utterly frustrated. This old man is quite the rascal. How dare he toy with me, the spinning top? Chapter 175. The martial god Steel. Li Yiming took a considerable amount of time to regain his composure. Not only had the celebration banquet been a waste, but he had also inadvertently created a hole in the ground. Your self-created technique is quite intriguing. It is the first time in my life that I have witnessed the external flow of vital energy being employed in such a manner. If I am not mistaken, you must have cultivated dual techniques for your legs. Li Yiming was taken aback. Grandfather, how did you deduce that? You use your left leg as a support while exerting power with your right. If both legs utilize the same mental method, the external flow of vital energy would not rotate, it would merely disorient you. Only by cultivating distinct techniques for each leg can you maintain a delicate balance. And they must operate simultaneously. Am I correct? Li Yiming's eyes widened in astonishment. Grandfather, have you acquired the ability to see through things? Nearby, Zhu Tao hastened to inquire, Grandfather, did you perceive this through your sense of energy? Old Lu shook his head. One can sense the strength and purity of energy. And perhaps a martial sovereign could discern even more nuances. However, to perceive the internal conditions of another through energy, at present, I lack that capability. My judgment is based solely on your techniques. Every move has its own operational method. Old Lu continued, to counter an opponent's move. The first step is to understand their technique. He turned his gaze back to Li Yiming. Your rotational speed was remarkably swift. I could barely see you. However, if I can comprehend your method of rotation, countering your technique would not be overly challenging, just as I demonstrated earlier. Nevertheless, like Zhu Tao, you both struggle to find worthy adversaries at your current level. Your technique, the spinning wind kick, is difficult to counter unless your opponent is significantly stronger. Indeed, it may be deemed nearly impossible. Old Lu's unexpected affirmation dissipated any lingering dissatisfaction in Li Yiming's heart. Seeing such sincere praise from you, I shall not hold a grudge. Old Lu was genuinely in good spirits. He had witnessed numerous talents rise and fall, fleeting like ephemeral blossoms, yet these so-called geniuses had never stirred much within him. Initially, his intention to support Su Yang stemmed from his appreciation for Su Yang's potential. He did not particularly harbor fondness for Su Yang's students. His attitude softened only due to the presence of Su Yang as a filter. However, Zhu Tao and Li Yiming had provided him with an unprecedented delight. One could shatter energy while the other executed the spinning wind kick. The students nurtured by young Su were indeed extraordinary. Fascinating, exceedingly fascinating. Old Lu regarded Zhu Tao and Li Yiming with a rare smile. You two must diligently cultivate. If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek me out. Zhu Tao's expression brightened as he realized Old Lu had relented. He promptly bowed and said, Grandfather, please guide me on how to utilize the manifestation of condensed energy. Li Yiming, momentarily stunned, quickly followed suit and bowed. Grandfather, please teach me how to rotate faster. Old Lu shook his head. Aside from guidance, you may seek me for any other challenges. But as for guidance, the paths you have chosen are unprecedented. They are uniquely yours, and I cannot teach you. The journey must be yours to traverse. My methods are not suitable for you. Grandfather, is it that you truly cannot teach us, or do you simply not wish to? Old Lu shot a glare at Li Yiming. Have you considered the nature of what you are practicing? I cannot transform into a spinning top. How could I possibly teach you? I do not possess the dual cultivation technique. Even if I did, it would require a master at the 8th rank. One capable of merging energies at the cost of their own vitality to assist me. Your ancestors must have been extraordinarily fortunate. Old Lu's words betrayed a hint of envy. Had I encountered such a master in my youth, I might have achieved the rank of martial emperor by now. Grandfather, it is not too late for you to join us as a transfer student. I wouldn't mind. Go away. At my age, I cannot endure such turmoil. Your teacher would likely perish after assisting you tenfold in merging energies. Cough. In any case, do not squander his efforts. Enough. I must meditate now. You two should return and rest early. Zhu Tao and Li Yiming immediately bowed and withdrew. However, they had not traveled far when their expressions grew grave. They had certainly perceived the underlying meaning in old Lu and Apos' earlier words, clearly realizing the immense toll on old Su. This realization tightened their hearts. During the celebration banquet, old Su had presented them with a menu alone. The dining hour had been late, and the physical demands of martial arts practice were already substantial. Eating at 8 was hardly bearable, so everyone had filled their stomachs beforehand. Consequently, their attendance at the banquet was merely to sample the dishes, and they hardly touched their chopsticks. In the end, old Su had consumed nearly every dish at the table, leaving not a single grain of rice behind. While it hardly seemed the behavior of someone who would not last long, upon reflection, it was precisely because he might not have much time left that he ate so voraciously. After all, there would be no future opportunity. The two exchanged glances, their moods inevitably heavy. I truly do not know the current state of our teacher and Apos' health. He should be fine, right? Li Yiming spoke with a complex expression. After all, he can consume the 100-scale pill as if it were a mere meal. Though he said this, it was evident that Li Yiming lacked conviction. The two were genuinely perplexed by Su Yang and Apos' health. The emotional turmoil fluctuated. Sometimes they felt they might not see Su Yang the next day, while at other times, they believed that even in death, Su Yang would likely still be lively and energetic. After a long pause, Zhu Tao finally spoke. I believe it is best not to worry excessively about our teacher. Such concerns are ultimately futile. Indeed, he is nearing the end, Li Yiming replied with a bitter smile. Now we are merely waiting for Chengbang and Jiang Chifeng to complete their merging of energies. However, at the pace set by our teacher, it should happen within the next couple of days. We cannot predict when he might suddenly depart. All we can do is cherish every day we have with him, diligently cultivate, and not waste the effort he has invested in us. Li Yiming nodded firmly. I will absolutely not disappoint old Su. Our names must be inscribed on the martial god steel to honor the gratitude we owe our teacher. Chapter 176, Linear Cyclone as anticipated by Li Yiming, the following day. Su Yang commenced the fusion of Chengbang and Jiang Qingfeng's primordial essence. However, unforeseen events were inevitably on the horizon. Upon completing the fusion, Chengbang erupted into frenetic activity within the confines of the room, transforming into a swift-moving shadow, clawing at anything within reach. Thankfully, Su Yang possessed foresight. He promptly exited, leaving a narrow gap to silently observe the commotion within. This not only safeguarded his attire from being torn asunder by Chengbang, but also allowed him to react swiftly to any developments. Meanwhile, outside, Jiang Chifeng, intrigued by Su Yang's sudden emergence at the door, inquired, Old Su, what are you watching? As he spoke, Jiang too peered through the crack, only to witness a fleeting silhouette darting chaotically inside. Simultaneously, he discerned the grating sound of claws scraping against metal resonating in his ears. The room had already descended into disarray, with sheets and blankets shredded into tatters. Old Su, has he turned into a cat? Jiang Chengfeng speculated. Close enough. I've heard that when Sun Zhao falls asleep, he transforms into a frog, possessing territorial instincts, Su Yang replied. Jiang, lowering his voice, asked, is that true? Indeed. But when Chengbang dozes off, he might not catch mice, would he? Who can say? Su Yang murmured. That's why I've advised you all to remain in your dormitories to cultivate and develop the good habit of securing doors and windows while practicing. Jiang Chifeng nodded earnestly. Just then, silence enveloped the room, revealing that Chengbang had reappeared, stretching his body like a cat, arching high. He soon opened his eyes, excitement radiating from his face, only to catch Su Yang and Jiang Chengfeng peering at him from below the doorframe. Old Su, Chengbang exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. However, Su Yang wasted no time and presented a medicinal pill, urging Chengbang to attempt a breakthrough immediately. Given that the process of breaking through could be time-consuming, Su Yang had developed a habit of performing primordial essence fusion with another person while he himself advanced. To mitigate unforeseen circumstances, Su Yang led Jiang Chengfeng to his dormitory to begin the fusion process. The dual cultivation technique Jiang practiced was known as the depoke, a lesser-known and unconventional leg technique, differing from traditional leg methods that focused on kicking. Instead, Jiang and Apos' technique emphasized knee strikes, shortening the attack distance for greater impact. His training method bore resemblance to Li Yiming and Apos', both employing a stance reminiscent of a rooster standing on one leg. However, while Li Yiming lifted his knee with one leg, Jiang's technique required him to keep both knees parallel to his shoulders, alternating legs in a manner akin to a childhood game of rooster fighting. As Su Yang's proficiency increased, the duration of the primordial essence fusion once again diminished. The time taken to assist Jiang Chifeng and Cheng Bang in their fusion had now dropped to a mere 20 minutes, with the efficiency of their circulatory operations soaring to an astonishing 12 minutes. Su Yang was confident that with continued practice, he could achieve a duration of under 11 minutes. For reference, the efficiency of a martial deity's circulatory operation typically fell within the 10-minute range, while that of a martial emperor was recorded to be between 11 and 12 minutes. This indicated that Su Yang had reached the echelon of martial emperors in terms of circulatory efficiency. At this stage, each second gained was markedly evident in physical feedback. Having gone 3 days and nights without sleep, Su Yang had managed to perform primordial essence fusion with Chao Hanyu and Tang Yuanlang during this period, engaging in extreme circulatory training 8 times daily. Even after completing the fusion with Jiang Chifeng and Qing Bang, he felt no fatigue. His mind remained in an exhilarating and alert state. Su Yang was currently testing his limits, curious to see how long he could endure before succumbing to drowsiness. Upon completing Jiang Chifeng and Appo's primordial essence fusion, it was no surprise that he began to embody his technique, careening about the room with knee strikes. In such a scenario, Su Yang deemed it unnecessary to evade, as there was no harm posed to him. As Jiang and Appo's figure darted throughout the room, Su Yang assumed a seated position, introspectively examining his internal energy state. With each instance of assisting students in their primordial essence fusion, Su Yang and Appo's control over his energy became increasingly adept. Currently, Su Yang had achieved a minor mastery of energy transformation and was attempting to construct a linear cyclone. The frequency of practice significantly influenced proficiency. However, typically, martial artists could not train with the reckless frequency that Su Yang employed, enduring high-pressure conditions daily. Nonetheless, the challenge of constructing a linear cyclone was formidable. Su Yang had previously attempted this numerous times, only to meet with failure. The primary difficulties in constructing a linear cyclone lay in 2 aspects: ensuring the cyclone could operate stably and not disintegrate or expand uncontrollably upon completion, and guaranteeing that the operational speeds of the entire cyclone remained uniform. Lacking extensive references or training methods for linear cyclones, Su Yang was left to his own devices. His current strategy involved linking numerous linear cyclones together, ensuring they maintained the same speed to form a cohesive whole. As long as the head and tail operated at a consistent speed, theoretically, the 2 cyclones could connect. However, this required an extraordinary level of control over the energy. Connecting 2 cyclones was already an arduous task, but Su Yang was now challenging himself to synchronize 49 cyclones simultaneously. He believed this method, though seemingly rudimentary, was the most reliable way to cultivate the linear cyclone. It might be arduous, but he relished the challenge, utilizing this training approach to measure his own limits. Shortly thereafter, both Jiang Chifeng and Cheng Bang achieved breakthroughs, elevating their strength to the pinnacle of the 8th rank. Suddenly, the long-dormant voice of the system echoed in Su Yang and Appo's mind. Mission completed. The martial arts gift pack has been dispatched to your inventory. Please check for receipt. Chapter 177. Fundamental training. Upon hearing the system's notification, Su Yang's mind stirred as he entered the item inventory to inspect the martial arts gift pack. The martial arts gift pack promised the acquisition of 3 randomly graded martial techniques. 3 martial techniques. Su Yang felt a surge of delight. Even if the techniques granted by the system were of the lowest quality, they were still martial techniques. As long as they were martial arts, there was no notion of them being inferior. The system would even tailor the techniques according to his learned mental methods and various comprehensive factors. However, the martial techniques bestowed by the system could only be utilized by him. Yet, this was not entirely discouraging news. As long as Su Yang mastered them, he could potentially derive martial technique templates from his own insights and explorations, implying that there was a possibility for the students of Class 5 to learn these techniques as well. Just a possibility, though, for the foundation of martial techniques was built upon mental methods. For instance, the Shu family's technique, the Coiling Dragon Shadows, could only be unleashed by practicing the Coiling Dragon Fist method. Thus, Su Yang remained uncertain whether the techniques granted by the system could be imparted to his students. Nevertheless, he had no intention of utilizing the gift pack for the time being. Firstly, he needed to focus on cultivating his energy transformation and prepare for the foundational training of Class 5. Simultaneously, researching martial techniques demanded his full attention. Secondly, possessing martial techniques held little significance for Su Yang at this stage. In strict terms, for those below the martial sovereign level, the value of martial techniques was minimal. Practicing them would inevitably encroach upon the time needed for other forms of cultivation, leading to a misguided prioritization. All existing martial techniques were derived by formidable warriors above the martial emperor rank through reverse deduction, representing a process of transforming energy into force. This necessitated mastery and quality of energy, which implied that only those above the martial sovereign level could truly unleash the full potency of martial techniques. For those below this level, utilizing martial techniques would incur substantial physical tolls, thus limiting the effectiveness of their application. Ultimately, Su Yang pondered his current primary focus on the 9 practices of horizontal body technique, with the Tsongan technique serving as an auxiliary. Should the mental method self-adapt? It would likely use the 9 practices as a template, significantly reducing its applicability for Class 5. Therefore, until he ascended to the martial sovereign rank and experienced a qualitative transformation, Su Yang had resolved to refrain from using the martial arts gift pack. Moreover, he was now in a position to apply for the 3rd tier of mental methods at his alma mater, and with his copper bones fully developed. He had met one of the prerequisites for learning the martial technique, the diamond arm, associated with the 9 practices. The other requirement was a realm level of at least the 7th rank, albeit not strictly enforced. Soon, Su Yang's attention shifted to a new system task. Main task: all students in the class must achieve a C-level evaluation. Successful completion will yield a traits gift pack. Su Yang's pupils constricted sharply. A traits gift pack? Such a thing existed. It would directly enhance the student's attributes, and attributes surely implied positive effects. However, Su Yang quickly regained his composure. C-level evaluation. This signified that their realms must at least reach the mid-7th rank. Currently, only Zhu Tao had achieved a C-level rating. Previously at C, during his mid-level phase, while the others languished at D-. This was only possible due to the enhancement from the Hunyuan Qi. The path ahead was daunting. Nevertheless, Su Yang understood that these matters could not be rushed, and he maintained a steady mindset. It was time to officially commence the 2nd phase of training, which entailed basic exercises such as stance training and footwork drills. In high school, such courses were typically non-existent, having concluded in elementary school. By the time students reached junior high, they would usually begin advanced combat training. However, the situation in Class 5 was exceptional. Their foundational skills were deplorable. Worse than any other class, necessitating a restart from the very beginning. At the very least, 2 hours of practice would be allocated daily. And Su Yang decided on unified training. This would not only enhance camaraderie among classmates, but also foster mutual supervision. Su Yang did not expect the students of Class 5 to diligently practice their fundamental skills. Therefore, the following day, after the general studies class, he announced this news. Upon hearing Su Yang's intention to enforce unified training, the students were left bewildered. Old Su, I'm at the pinnacle of the 8th rank. Is it not somewhat humiliating to practice fundamental skills? Indeed, if others were to witness this, it would be utterly embarrassing. You are aware this is elementary school curriculum, right? Su Yang retorted. Have you even considered the deplorable state of your foundational skills? Zhu Tao was an exception. Li Yiming and Sun Zhao's basic skills were acceptable, barely passable, yet still lacking. Any student from other classes would surpass them significantly in foundational skills. Su Yang lamented, it's truly disheartening to behold. One must confront their deficiencies. To advance in strength, we must diligently rectify our foundational skills now while there is still an opportunity. 2 hours of foundational training daily, and I will supervise throughout. Do you hear me? Yes. You all head to the martial arts arena. I will join shortly. The students exchanged glances, and upon the conclusion of the class, they headed toward the arena. Though it was somewhat embarrassing for high school students to retake elementary martial arts courses, they understood that Old Su had their best interests at heart. Soon, the martial arts arena was filled with the entirety of Class 5. In that instant, whether seated in meditation or sparring with martial robots, all eyes turned toward Class 5. Zhu Tao and Li Yiming were naturally the focal points. The senior students on duty sensed the impending trouble and promptly prepared to relocate the martial robots. However, after Li Yiming entered a private room, all members of Class 5 headed directly into the corridor of the independent space, avoiding lingering in the public area. At this juncture, it was best not to attract too much attention. As soon as Class 5 entered the private room, Su Yang stealthily slipped in through the window. First, we will practice the horse stance. Line up, at least for half an hour. Following Su Yang's command, the students formed a line and began to assume the horse stance. As Su Yang's gaze swept across them, his blood pressure spiked. What on earth is this horse stance? Lower your legs. They must be parallel to the ground. Do not let your butt sag. Lift it up. Why are you shrinking as if your dantian was consumed? You can manage to produce all sorts of forms in the horse stance. Su Yang found it hard to suppress his urge to reprimand them. It was no wonder their cultivation was fraught with issues. With such poor foundations, it would be a miracle if they did not encounter problems. He could hardly fathom how these individuals had progressed to high school. With such foundational skills, they would have failed to graduate from elementary school. Their combat prowess was entirely reliant on resources. Once everyone adjusted their postures, Su Yang instructed, calm your minds, close your eyes, gather your energy, and sink it into your dantian. Slowly feel the traces of energy. Maintain your center of gravity. Anyone who speaks or fails to stabilize will be penalized with a 5,000-word reflection. Chapter 178. Record refresh after the conclusion of the foundational training. The group returned to their dormitory to continue their cultivation. Su Yang returned to his office and summarized the results of the tower training, assigning scores to himself and others. Zhu Tao demonstrated a solid foundation, earning a score of 90. His control over energy was exceptional, also scoring 90. There was little to critique, as he would excel in any class. Li Yiming had a foundational score of 60, barely passing, while his energy control was rated at 80. Likely due to his recent mastery over the external flow of energy. Sun Zhao's foundational score was 70, with an energy control score of 60, just managing to pass. The performance of the others was not worth mentioning, all failing with scores in the range of 1 or 2, akin to the lowest tier of elementary students. Fortunately, the discovery was timely, allowing for remedial training. The efficiency of each individual's cultivation has been forcibly improved, likely yielding results far superior to the norm for martial artists. However, this remains a relatively lengthy process, necessitating careful observation. Now, Su Yang finally found time to contemplate his own issues. He sensed that his level of mastery was still manageable, yet the frequency of his self-breakthroughs had significantly increased, nearing its limit, estimated at around 90. He was close to challenging the rank of martial sovereign. Soon, he sought a brief leave from Lu Zhan, intending to visit his alma mater. Upon reaching the northern gate and meeting with the esteemed Lu Lao, he bowed deeply, stating, "Lu Lao, I plan to step out for a while." Lu Lao nodded slightly, accepting the note from Su Yang and smiling. "I had the pleasure of meeting Zhu Tao and Li Yiming yesterday. They are quite interesting. It is an honor for them to catch my attention. How are the other students in your class faring?" With a wry smile, Su Yang replied, "Currently, they are somewhat underwhelming. Their foundation is exceedingly poor and requires gradual cultivation." Lu Lao did not elaborate further, simply advising, "Be cautious." Yes. Leaving the school, Su Yang made his way directly to his alma mater, East Sea Martial Arts Normal University. Utilizing the Tsangyan technique, he swiftly traversed the outskirts. Covering nearly 120 kilometers, he took this opportunity to test his endurance. Lacking professional testing equipment, he relied on his smartphone for navigation, using its satellite positioning to gauge his speed. Although not precise, it provided a rough estimate. After 5 minutes of warm-up, he had already reached a speed of 120 kilometers/h, moving effortlessly, far from his limits. He skillfully dodged pedestrians and overtook vehicles, stopping occasionally to feign exhaustion to avoid suspicion. This speed approached the upper limit for a 7th-tier beginner, with a 100-meter sprint nearing 120 kilometers/h. Yet such exertion drastically drained physical stamina. While a 7th-tier martial artist could maintain this extreme pace for several minutes, Su Yang seemed to possess boundless energy, remaining tireless. As long as he wished, he could sustain this speed indefinitely. His internal energy reserve was composed of refined pure energy, expending very little, almost negligible. And coupled with an efficiency of circulation nearing that of a martial emperor, his recovery surpassed his current understanding. Once he reached an uninhabited stretch of road, Su Yang unleashed his speed, pushing it to around 200 kilometers/h, but could not accelerate further. This appeared to be the current limit of his realm, as his dynamic vision began to falter. Although he had yet to reach his personal threshold, any further increase in speed would become unmanageable. After employing the Tsangyan technique at the mid-8th tier, he achieved a theoretical maximum speed comparable to the high 7th tier, aligning with his estimates. Nonetheless, Su Yang decided to reduce his speed back to 120 kilometers/h, a pace that incurred nearly negligible fatigue and offered exceptional efficiency. Shortly thereafter, Su Yang arrived at the entrance of East Sea Martial Arts Normal University. After verifying his identity with his alumni card, he navigated effortlessly to the library. Upon filling out the application form at the machines in the lobby, he awaited further instructions. Before long, a smart robot approached him, stating, "Please proceed with facial recognition." After confirming his identity on the robot's screen, he followed it through the halls until they arrived at a designated room. The robot announced, "You have arrived at the specified location. Please enter." Pushing open the door, Su Yang was greeted by an expansive testing area, where a young woman in her early 20s awaited at the control console. She smiled and said, "Senior, welcome back to your alma mater." Su Yang nodded. During his senior year, he had worked part-time as a testing supervisor at the library, thus he was well acquainted with the procedures. He approached the testing platform and began the assessment. Mechanical arms crafted from specialized steel extended from the walls, launching a series of attacks as the test commenced. Su Yang immediately activated the 9 transformations horizontal body technique, allowing the mechanical arms to engage him in a barrage of attacks, with data continuously relayed to the control console. After a considerable time, the mechanical arms ceased their assault and retracted back into the specialized steel walls. The young woman beside the console gazed at the test results. Her eyes filled with admiration and astonishment. East Sea Martial Arts Normal University offered a diverse array of advanced mental techniques, categorizing colleges based on these high-level practices. Su Yang belonged to the 9 Transformations Horizontal Body Technique College, known as the 9th College, which had the fewest students in the university, typically numbering only 3 or 4 dozen per graduating class, unlike other colleges which boasted hundreds. Within this cohort, few achieved the mastery of the copper bone, and even instructors struggled to attain such proficiency. Of course, mastering the copper bone was not a strict requirement. Achieving a lesser mastery was sufficient for cultivating the 3rd tier of mental techniques. However, the copper bone was fundamental to the 9 Transformations Horizontal Body Technique, necessitating ongoing refinement even at higher levels. Su Yang's comprehensive mastery and high-quality attainment of the copper bone was exceedingly rare. Upon reviewing the test data, Su Yang's copper bone quality ranked among the highest in the database, with a comprehensive score of 95.7, epitomizing a perfect copper bone. For reference, the previous top score was 84.6. Su Yang inquired of the young woman, "How did I fare in the test?" 95.7, she exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement. "Senior, your copper bone completion has shattered the historical record of the 9th College." Chapter 179, Direct Admission. Su Yang merely smiled at the junior, refraining from excessive conversation. The remarkable completion rate of the copper bone technique was largely thanks to Li Yiming and Appo's unwavering support. The requirements for the diamond arm technique regarding the copper bone were stringent, necessitating a completion score of at least 60. However, under normal circumstances, students graduating from the 9th Academy typically had completion scores hovering around the 20s or 30s. Prior to this, Su Yang had not conducted any tests, as the conditions had been limiting. Achieving a successful coating for both hands was already commendable. The boundary test was unnecessary, as Su Yang had brought copies of the Martial Arts Association's documentation to submit directly. After passing the copper bone test, he promptly proceeded to the 3rd floor to study the heart techniques and observe martial skills. Under the guidance of the junior, Su Yang quickly entered a small room that resembled a media center. She busily remarked, "Senior, all the documentation has been submitted. Please wait inside the room. Once the review is approved, you can proceed independently." Su Yang nodded with a smile. "I am familiar with it. Thank you for your hard work." The junior promptly clasped her hands in a gesture of respect. "I shall not disturb you any further. Wishing you great success in your martial endeavors." Su Yang returned her gesture. "The same to you." After sitting quietly in the room for a moment, a screen before him lit up. It was a touchscreen for self-operation. Su Yang first opened the content of the heart technique and, once seated, began to memorize it silently. The 9-practice horizontal body technique consisted of 3 layers: copper skin, copper bone, and copper gallbladder, extending from the surface of the body to the interior, now commencing the exercise of the internal organs. The heart technique content was brief, comprising no more than 4 or 5 dozen characters, which Su Yang swiftly committed to memory. Moreover, he did not intend to wait until he returned to practice. Given his current proficiency, using qi to temper his internal organs should be remarkably effortless. He directly assumed a meditative posture and began to regulate his breath, channeling the chaotic qi along the designated trajectory of the heart technique towards his internal organs. The tempering process was repetitive and characterized by a low intensity, emphasizing a gradual approach that allowed for increased intensity once adaptation occurred. The reason for the low intensity in the 3rd layer was due to the differing ability of individuals to control qi. Thus, it was advised to start from the lowest intensity and gradually increase. Initially, it could hardly be termed tempering. It was more akin to gentle caressing, primarily due to concerns that losing control could easily injure one's internal organs. However, Su Yang felt little need for such caution. He immediately began to circulate a substantial amount of chaotic qi into his internal organs, initiating the tempering process. Before long, Su Yang felt a peculiar sensation within his internal organs. His heart, in particular, began to race rapidly due to the intense tempering. There was little pain, merely a sense of discomfort, as if his internal organs were being inflated with water, causing a feeling of fullness. The significance of the heart technique lay in its ability to minimize physical harm by adhering to a specific operational trajectory. Deviating from this trajectory in self-study could lead to self-destructive practices. Currently, Su Yang was tempering his internal organs at maximum frequency and intensity, bypassing the entire gradual process. After maintaining this for approximately 10 minutes, the sensation of swelling in his internal organs gradually subsided. Su Yang opened his eyes, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. He had successfully mastered the third layer of the heart technique in a mere 15 minutes and 36 seconds. At this point, even if he were to be struck by a speeding vehicle, he would hardly feel it. When the copper bone technique reached its full potential, the impact would resonate through the internal organs. The vital qi, skin, and bones could only mitigate a portion of the damage, while some of the force would still affect the organs. Now, having tempered his organs, they had become considerably resilient, even without deploying his transformation energy. His current defensive capabilities were remarkable. In a true sense, standing before anyone below the martial sovereign level, he was virtually untouchable. Regrettably, the rapid progression of his training led him to abandon the idea of applying for the fourth layer of the heart technique, redirecting his attention toward the martial skill of the diamond arm. In the office of the Ninth Academy and Oppos, Dean, a call from the library soon reached the dean's ears. The monitoring staff quickly reported Su Yang's copper bone completion rate of 95.7. Upon hearing this figure, the dean and Oppos' eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. How much? 95.7. What is that person in Oppos' name? Su Yang, a graduate of the class of 2035. The dean paused. Su Yang. That name sounds remarkably familiar. Oh, I recall now. The champion of the East Sea Normal University Martial Arts Theory competition for 3 consecutive years. That's why it sounds so familiar. I was the one who presented the trophies. But wait, I remember this young man's cultivation level was rather lacking. Wasn't Oppos he in 9th grade when he graduated? The dean pondered for a moment, quickly searching the school records. He glanced at the 2035 cohort and Oppos' advisor and made another call. Teacher's son, may I ask you something? Certainly, what is it? If I'm not mistaken, Su Yang is your student? Yes, I remember him vividly. Why do you ask? He has returned to school, applied for the third layer of heart techniques, and is currently at the mid-8th grade with a perfected copper bone. Teacher's son on the other end was taken aback. He perfected the copper bone? That is wonderful. I always believed he had great potential. Did he exceed a completion rate of 60? His completion rate is 95.7. The monitoring staff personally informed me. There was a brief silence on the other end. Is that confirmed? There is no doubt about it. Mid-8th grade. How could the completion rate be so astonishing? That is why I called you. The dean replied, bemused. This completion rate is the highest in the history of the Ninth Academy. The previous record was 84.6, achieved by someone at the martial king level. I know he has always delved into martial theory, and his theories are often practical and feasible. I frequently sought his insights. Teacher's son speculated. Perhaps he has discovered a viable method that has led to a transformation within himself, though its applicability remains uncertain. Shall we invite him for a thorough discussion? Indeed. It has been a while since I last contacted him. He has been preoccupied with high school teaching exams. 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Teacher's son chuckled. I often tried to persuade him to pursue graduate studies at our institution, but it ultimately fell through. Why didn't he pursue it? He couldn't and Oppos. Pass. Teacher's son chuckled ruefully. The martial arts test was indeed too challenging for him. The dean was taken aback. Then why not opt for direct admission? Don't you have the qualifications for that? Upon uttering these words, the dean suddenly realized, with a resounding slap to his face. He recalled that teacher's son had indeed requested an extra quota specifically for Su Yang, which he had neglected to provide. Chapter 180. A bitter loss. The dean was momentarily filled with regret. On the other end of the phone, teacher's son remained silent upon sensing the dean's hesitation. When he comes out, you should meet him and have a chat, the dean urged. If he is still interested in pursuing graduate studies, I can facilitate it. We can discuss the possibility of part-time study. Teacher's son acknowledged this and proceeded towards the library, quickly locating a junior student responsible for the testing to inquire about the situation. Senior Su was in the observation room. The junior exclaimed, Teacher's son, I just realized. Is this the senior Su you've always mentioned? Teacher's son nodded slightly. Indeed. The junior and Oppos' expression shifted to one of realization as she remarked how familiar the name sounded. When she was a freshman, Su Yang was already a senior, a champion of the martial arts theory competition for 3 consecutive years. She had missed his final year due to internship and job hunting. Reflecting on this, she suddenly found it less surprising that Su Yang had achieved such remarkable proficiency in his copper bone technique, especially since he had even contributed to the mental framework of the 9 exercises horizontal technique. His name was still noted among the authors of certain supplementary materials at the Ninth Institute. It was said that whenever teacher's son was unable to attend class, Su Yang would step in to teach. Students from Su Yang and Appo's cohort referred to him with reverence as Yangshan. After half an hour, when Su Yang finally exited the observation room, he was greeted by his mentor from 4 years prior, Sun Weiman, prompting him to bow deeply. Teacher, what brings you here? I heard you returned to campus, so I came to see you, Sun Weiman smiled. Your skills have improved significantly. Su Yang replied modestly. I was fortunate to break through and successfully complete the copperbone process. I came today to observe the mental framework and martial techniques. I had intended to visit you afterward, but I did not expect you to come first. I am truly honored. The achievement of mastering the copperbone technique was not something he could hide, and he readily acknowledged it. During his 4 years at university, Su Yang had indeed benefited greatly from Sun Weiman's guidance, participating in numerous theoretical projects, which made his university experience exceptionally fulfilling and his resume quite impressive. This ultimately led him to be specially recruited as a teacher at the 3rd high school. He had always harbored gratitude towards Sun Weiman. Though their busy lives had limited their contact, Sun Weiman inquired, how was the observation? Su Yang smiled. I gained a wealth of knowledge. That is good to hear. Since it's rare for us to meet, shall we chat in my office? Of course, Su Yang replied respectfully. Once in the office, Su Yang updated Sun Weiman on his post-graduation circumstances. Upon hearing of Su Yang's repeated setbacks in the civil service exam, followed by his eventual successful entry into 3rd high school, Sun Weiman felt a sense of satisfaction. The 3rd high school has a keen eye for talent, he remarked. You flatter me, teacher. Su Yang refrained from mentioning his rejections from other institutions to avoid any awkwardness. The reality of skill levels as a prerequisite for employment made it clear that securing a respectable and stable job was no easy feat, regardless of one's theoretical prowess or impressive resume. Fortunately, he had navigated through numerous challenges. Are you busy with work? Sun Weiman asked. Not too much. I can manage for now, Su Yang replied. Do you remember when I suggested you pursue graduate studies upon your graduation? I do. Currently, the school has granted me several slots for recommended graduate candidates, allowing part-time studies. I have yet to find a suitable candidate. Sun Weiman smiled. Once I heard you were back, I knew you would be the ideal choice. What do you think? Would you consider it? Su Yang could not help but smile wryly. Pursuing graduate studies would indeed be beneficial, as it could lead to a salary increase and an elevation in his qualifications. Had it not been for his current commitments to a special class, he would have readily accepted. However, the circumstances of this class were particularly unique and required constant vigilance. He could not afford to be absent, even momentarily. I must politely decline, teacher. At present, I prefer to focus my energy on my work and my students. The implication was clear. Continuing his studies was not feasible. Is part-time study not an option? Sun Weiman asked, momentarily taken aback. Since you're in Donghai, surely taking a month off for classes shouldn't be a problem? Part-time study would involve taking a month off to attend classes before returning to 3rd high school, followed by another leave with at least 3 months dedicated to study. However, even requesting a mere 3 days off felt precarious given the situation in his class. The student's foundational skills were severely lacking, and any lapse in supervision could lead to chaos, much like the incident involving Sun Zhao. If he were not present, it could result in dire consequences. That is quite challenging, especially since I've just taken on this class, Su Yang replied with a weary smile. Seeing his expression, Sun Weiman did not press further and said with a smile, no worries, I'll wait. This slot has been reserved for you. Whenever you find the time, just come. Su Yang was deeply moved by his mentor's understanding. Indeed, as the hour grew late, Su Yang bid farewell to Sun Weiman and returned to 3rd high school. Once Su Yang departed, Sun Weiman informed the dean of the situation. Upon hearing that Su Yang had declined the offer, the dean felt a twinge of discomfort. Surely he isn't still holding a grudge from graduation? Dean, you know we at the 9th Institute have limited resources, and I had no choice back then. Sun Weiman explained. Recommending someone means the school must provide the majority of resources for 3 years of graduate studies, with the student bearing only a small portion. Even now, we still struggle to secure many recommendation slots. Nevertheless, it's worth fighting for another opportunity, especially for a student like Su Yang, who possesses an excellent foundation in martial theory. Sun Weiman had earnestly advocated for this, yet the dean had not budged, merely dismissing Su Yang. What excuse could there be now? As a dean, how could he fail to secure even a single slot? If necessary, he should compete with other deans to acquire one. Sun Weiman did not buy the dean and Appo's rationalizations. He just started working and has taken on a class, so he couldn't commit his energy, which is why he declined. Hearing this, the dean felt a wave of frustration wash over him. This was clearly an excuse for refusal. What a substantial loss for the 9th Institute. Chapter 181. There's no fever that evening. While cultivating in his dormitory, Su Yang was abruptly awakened by a knock on the door. Upon opening it, he found Li Yiming standing outside. "What is the matter? Why are you here at this hour instead of spinning like a top in your dorm?" Li Yiming replied with a hint of frustration. "Old Su, I've called you several times, but you didn't pick up." Su Yang picked up his phone from the table and realized he had forgotten to turn off the silent mode after returning to school that day. "I'm sorry. My phone was on silent. What is going on? I need to take a leave and go home. The person picking me up is waiting at the school gate." Su Yang's expression shifted slightly. "Is something wrong at home? I'm not sure. An elder from the clan wants to see me. I asked my parents, but they don't know the details. However, since the elder wants to speak with me, I have to go back." "All right, I'll take you to the gate now. I'll arrange for the leave note with the group leader tomorrow." Although he had a good relationship with Lu Lao, rules were rules. Students needed an approved leave note from their grade leader to leave school midway. Su Yang had already confirmed with Li Yiming's father over the phone, and everything was in order. The person picking up Li Yiming had been arranged by him. They soon arrived at the school gate, where Lu Lao was informed of the situation. Lu Lao nodded slightly and gestured for Li Yiming to step forward. "Grandfather, what is the matter? Little top spinner. Speak up if there is something." "Thank you, grandfather." Li Yiming quickly bowed and, after another deep bow towards Lu Lao, hurriedly got into the car, waving goodbye to Su Yang. Inside the car, Li Yiming maintained a semblance of calm. The sudden summons fell off. It should not be about Sun Shufa and Jiang Wu, as those two would likely not disclose what had happened. Could it be that Li Quan and others reported him to the family during the holiday at the end of the month? This was the only possibility that crossed Li Yiming's mind, but he dismissed it due to timing. If that were the case, they would have called him back during the holiday. Besides, Li Quan had nearly lost his nerve when he was kicked for speeding. Would he dare to go back and complain? Do they really think they can trouble me again now that my strength has increased? Have they forgotten the rules of school? He decided not to dwell on it. Let us see who is behind this mess. I'll teach him a lesson. Before long, the car entered the Li family villa, pulling up to a row of grand townhouses. As soon as Li Yiming stepped inside, he was greeted by the sounds of conversation and occasional laughter, causing him to pause. Upon entering the living room, he discovered not only his parents, but also two elders from the clan present. This only deepened Li Yiming's confusion. The atmosphere didn't seem like one meant for confrontation. He promptly bowed to the two elders. Grandsons pays respects to the two elders. One elder waved his hand dismissively. "No need for such formalities. Come, sit down." "Yes." Li Yiming, puzzled, glanced at his parents, who appeared to be in good spirits. Could it be that my parents are in a good mood? He quickly took a seat before the elders, and one elder spoke up. "Yiming, I heard from that rascal from the Far East that you were rather close with Zhu Tao from the Zhu family. Close is perhaps an exaggeration." The elder's expression darkened slightly. "I have become sworn brothers with Zhu Tao." The elder's demeanor brightened. "That is wonderful. Such a rare bond. You must cherish it." "Yes, I will certainly heed the elder's advice." Another elder interjected. "It's getting late. We shall take our leave." Li Yiming's parents quickly rose, feigning reluctance to see them go. The elders waved their hands, indicating no need for further farewells, and departed. Li Yiming was left bewildered. What just happened? They called me back for something urgent, yet they leave immediately after a brief conversation? Once the elders had left, Li Yiming's parents exchanged glances and approached him. "Yiming, please sit down." Upon hearing his father's voice, Li Yiming hurriedly complied. "Dad, didn't the elders call me back in haste? What is going on?" His father, Li Yunhan, appeared momentarily taken aback. "Didn't you hear what the elders said?" "I did hear, but why do they need me to come back for this?" Li Yiming's mouth twitched in disbelief. "They urgently called me home at this late hour, just to strengthen my relationship with Zhu Tao? What kind of nonsense is this? It could have been a simple phone call." His father, Li Yunhan, spoke sternly. "Yiming, do you know about Zhu Tao's recent victory over Zhu Yuan at the Zhu family arena?" Li Yiming thought to himself that he knew Zhu Tao hadn't returned home yet, and he was certain Zhu Tao was going to confront Zhu Yuan. Seeing Li Yiming's silence, his mother urged, "Your father is asking you a question. Speak up." Li Yiming, caught between laughter and tears, replied, "Of course I know. How could I not? Then you should understand Zhu Tao's significance in the Zhu family now. The two elders believe he is a strong contender for the position of the family leader, even if he doesn't become the leader. His influence in the Zhu family will be considerable." Li Yunhan placed a reassuring hand on Li Yiming's shoulder. "Yiming, you must cultivate a good relationship with Zhu Tao. The Li family and the Zhu family have not always been close, but now, by chance, you have become classmates and sworn brothers. This is an opportunity you must seize. Strengthening your ties with Zhu Tao will lend weight to your words in the Li family in the future. Ultimately, you will need to manage the family business, and success in business requires not just skill, but also connections and support. Li Yunhan sighed helplessly. Otherwise, you will merely be a pawn. Remember this. Li Yiming fell silent for a moment. Dad, can't I rely on strength instead? Li Yunhan and his wife exchanged surprised glances. Who are you referring to? Li Yiming straightened his back and patted his chest. I mean myself. Perhaps in the next life, I might have a chance, but this one is a lost cause. Li Yunhan waved his hand dismissively. Our family lacks the martial arts gene, but we do have a knack for business. Stop daydreaming. After you graduate high school, I'll be at the pinnacle of the 8th grade. Oh, then I will take you. Li Yunhan's voice faltered. What did you just say? I'll be at the pinnacle of the 8th grade, and promotion to the 7th grade will be imminent. Li Yunhan and his wife exchanged incredulous looks. The mother quickly reached out to touch Li Yiming's forehead. He doesn't have a fever, does he? Chapter 182. Accompany me observing his parents' lack of confidence in him. Li Yiming couldn't help but roll his eyes in exasperation. Never mind, I can't be bothered to explain. They probably wouldn't believe me anyway. Even better. I shall hold back something grand that will surely astonish everyone. As the hour grew late, Li Yiming was urged to retire early. Tomorrow morning, he would accompany his father to pay respects to the elders, hoping to ride on Zhu Tao's coattails. Li Yiming was well aware that his father intended to leverage this opportunity to bolster his standing within the clan, ensuring that when he eventually inherited the family business, he would possess a certain degree of influence within the family. The following morning, Class 5 arrived at the classroom only to find Li Yiming conspicuously absent, leaving them puzzled. They hadn't seen him since leaving the dormitory. Just as they were about to call Li Yiming to inquire about his whereabouts, Su Yang happened to enter the classroom. Old Su, where's Li Yiming? Where did he go? Su Yang replied. He had to go home last night due to an urgent matter. Don't wait for him. He won't be back until tomorrow. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances, and when they left the martial arts arena after their basic training, Sun Zhao promptly called Li Quan out from the crowd. As Li Quan emerged from the arena, he noticed Class 5 gathered there, with Zhu Tao staring intently at him, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Faced with the elite of the clan, he could only stammer, What do you want with me? Li Yiming took an unplanned leave last night, Sun Zhao said, gripping Li Quan's shoulder with a piercing gaze. Does that have anything to do with you? The members of Class 5 quickly deduced that Li Yiming and Appo's hasty return home likely indicated trouble, and the first thought that sprang to mind was Li Quan. The last time Li Yiming publicly challenged Li Quan, it had been a humiliating experience for him. Perhaps this fellow had gone home to lodge a complaint. Previously, Class 5 had been indifferent to such matters, but now they felt compelled to intervene. After all, he was their noble and valiant senior brother. However, upon hearing this, Li Quan appeared utterly bewildered. I have no idea about this. Still pretending? Sun Zhao's eyes narrowed. Did you go home to complain? Li Quan was taken aback. No? Why would I go home to complain? That guy is capable of shattering marble pillars with a kick. His strength has clearly surged. If the family finds out, Li Yiming's standing will undoubtedly rise. We'd prefer if the family remained oblivious. Let us keep this under wraps for as long as possible. That way, we can enjoy a little peace. Why would I voluntarily divulge anything? I swear, I absolutely did not. Li Quan gestured with 2 fingers. Otherwise, I would be devoured by a ferocious beast the moment I step out. But the elders are urgently summoning Li Yiming. Sun Zhao pressed. Do you think this is good or bad? Li Quan hesitated slightly. It's unlikely to be good. All right, let us go. Sun Zhao finally released his grip, allowing Li Quan to leave in a dejected manner. The gazes of the others converged on Zhu Tao. Tao Ge, what do you think? After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Tao replied solemnly. This is likely not related to Jiang Wu and Sun Xuefei. They wouldn't divulge anything. I suspect that it's a conflict between his family and the clan that has affected him. A heavy silence fell over the group. They were somewhat familiar with Li Yiming's circumstances. The entire economic backbone of the Li family stemmed from the business run by Li Yiming's parents. Ordinarily, one would expect his parents to hold a high position within the clan, considering their vital contributions. However, the reality was that Li Yiming and Appo's parents were intentionally suppressed in status, and he himself faced considerable bullying. The factors at play were quite complex. Some elders might believe that elevating Li Yiming's family status could undermine the authority of the martial clan, while others might fear a potential power grab. However, as outsiders, they could only speculate, as the true situation was likely far more intricate. Fu Yunhai asserted, Yiming is always so righteous. We must find a way to assist him. Let us discuss this together and come up with a plan. What kind of plan? We should rally support and go directly to the Li family to back our brother Yiming. Do you have anyone we can rely on? The group exchanged glances, realizing they were still mere small fries within their own families. The collective gaze turned involuntarily towards Zhu Tao. Zhu Tao nodded. You all stay here to train. I will go out for a while. Feeling helpless yet determined to help, they placed their hopes on Zhu Tao. Tao Gu, we entrust this matter to you. Rest assured. Zhu Tao added, do not inform Old Su about this. The group was taken aback. How will you go out without asking Old Su for leave? I have my own methods, Zhu Tao replied gravely. Since Yiming has not disclosed anything to the teacher, he naturally does not wish for him to worry too much. Without further ado, Zhu Tao set off towards the north gate. Soon, he arrived at the residence of Elder Lu, bowing respectfully, Grandfather. I need to go out for a while. Elder Lu, who was in the midst of meditation, did not open his eyes but softly replied, return before 6. Zhu Tao's heart leapt with joy, understood. With a powerful leap, he vaulted over the north gate and swiftly departed. Elder Lu glanced at the direction Zhu Tao had taken. Smiling knowingly, he could easily surmise that Zhu Tao was heading out to assist Li Yiming. Meanwhile, Zhu Tao hurried onwards and soon arrived at a boxing gym. The moment he appeared, the gym's manager hurried over to him, bowing slightly, young Master Zhu Tao, what brings you here? Which elder is currently in the city? The manager paused briefly before responding, 7th elder. Zhu Tao produced the Panlong, causing the manager's expression to shift. He hastily knelt and clasped his fists. Please. Allow me to escort the 7th elder. Yes. The manager, thinking something urgent must have arisen since the Panlong was displayed, rushed to inform the 7th elder on duty in the city. Upon hearing Zhu Tao's request to accompany him, the 7th elder was understandably puzzled. Minutes later, he appeared at the gym and Appo's entrance. Zhu Tao quickly approached him, bowing respectfully, grandson greets the elder. The 7th elder nodded slightly, the Panlong has been displayed. What urgent matter requires my company? I need to visit the Li family in Donghai. The 7th elder was momentarily taken aback. The Li family? Yes, Zhu Tao affirmed. The situation is urgent. I implore you to take me there at once. The 7th elder and Appo's confusion deepened. What purpose do you have at the Li family? To assist my sworn brother. Chapter 183. Take a few more circles early in the morning. Li Yiming accompanied his father, Li Yunhan, to pay respects to the family elders. Among the 2 elders who arrived the previous night, one was the paternal grandfather of Li Yuandong. Typically, this elder exhibited a lackluster demeanor towards Li Yiming's family, occasionally making sarcastic remarks. However, upon learning of the close bond between Zhu Tao and Li Yiming, his attitude shifted to one of respect. Zhu Tao had emerged as a rising star in the Zhu family and was a strong candidate for the future clan leader. If Li Yiming could cultivate a friendship with Zhu Tao, the relationship between the Li and Zhu families could strengthen, potentially leading to an alliance, an advantageous development for the Li family and Appo's future. Nonetheless, given this elder and Appo's usual indifference towards Li Yiming and Appo's family, the atmosphere remained somewhat awkward. To alleviate the tension, they invited another elder to accompany them. Many elders had not yet heard the news, prompting Li Yunhan and Li Yiming to make a special visit to inform them. They could not explicitly state that Li Yiming and Zhu Tao were sworn brothers, as that might come across as boastful. Instead, they approached with courtesy, adhering to proper etiquette, presenting gifts, and expressing gratitude for the elders' past care towards Yiming. Inevitably, the elders inquired about Li Yiming's progress in his studies. Li Yunhan, steering the conversation, casually mentioned that Yiming was doing well and had befriended someone as esteemed as Zhu Tao, attributing it to Yiming and Appo's fortune. Li Yiming attentively absorbed these exchanges, knowing he might need to employ similar rhetoric in the future. However, a sense of discontent lingered within Li Yiming. He had anticipated that Li Quan and others would report their grievances to the family during the upcoming holiday. But it seemed that no one was aware of the incidents at the 3rd secondary school. It appeared that the younger clan members lacked even the qualification to make headlines. In a fleeting moment, Li Yiming and his father, Li Yunhan, completed visits to most of the elders, with only a few remaining. As for the clan leader, he was a rare sight, likely appearing only 5 days a year, as he was usually engrossed in seclusion for cultivation. Presently, the clan leader of the Li family had reached the pinnacle of martial sovereign and had been in seclusion for nearly 7 years, only a step away from attaining the realm of martial king. Unless in extraordinary circumstances, most matters were managed by the eldest elder. At this moment, Li Yiming and Li Yunhan arrived at the residence of another elder for a visit. Just as they were conversing, a hurried figure appeared at the door, announcing, "Father, the eldest elder summons you urgently." The elder paused momentarily before promptly departing, leaving Li Yunhan and Li Yiming exchanging puzzled glances, uncertain of the situation and resigned to return another time. However, as they stepped outside, they witnessed a dozen elders from the Li family soaring through the air towards the family gate, the sound of rushing wind echoing in their ears. Li Yiming was taken aback, observing that the elders were heading towards the family entrance. What is happening? It's not something you need to concern yourself with. Li Yunhan reassured him, patting his shoulder. Come, let us return home. Wait. Li Yiming stood on the mountainside, peering intently at the entrance below. Although he could not discern the figures clearly from a distance, he noticed what appeared to be golden patterns on a vehicle, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Li Yunhan glanced over and, upon seeing the golden patterns on the car that had just parked at the manor entrance, was momentarily stunned. He quickly retrieved his phone, activated the camera, zoomed in for a closer look, and his expression shifted to one of astonishment. The Nine Dragons carriage? Suddenly, Li Yiming spotted a familiar silhouette emerging at the manor entrance and gasped, "Tao. Brother Tao." At the entrance of the manor, the gathered elders of the Li family were astonished to learn that the Zhu family's Nine Dragons carriage was en route to the Li family estate. While the carriage alone would not warrant such a grand display, it was accompanied by the seventh elder of the Zhu family, raising concerns among the Li elders about possible trouble. In the midst of their apprehension, a young man emerged from the lead vehicle, causing the expressions of many elders to change dramatically. Zhu Tao. Zhu Tao, noticing the surprise of the Li elders, clasped his hands in greeting. Junior Zhu Tao pays respects to the esteemed elders of the Li family. The eldest elder responded with a smile. "A distinguished guest graces us. What brings you here?" "I am merely here at the invitation of my friend, Li Yiming, to visit his home," Zhu Tao replied with a smile. "I initially intended to come alone, but my family expressed concerns, so they arranged for an elder to accompany me." The seventh elder discreetly cast a glance at Zhu Tao, but remained silent. "I apologize for disturbing the esteemed elders," Zhu Tao added. "No harm done," the eldest elder assured him, just as they heard Li Yiming call out, "Tao. Brother Tao?" Zhu Tao waved at Li Yiming and bowed to the Li elders, saying, "I will not intrude any further. Please excuse me." As Li Yiming approached Zhu Tao, still in a daze, he whispered, "Brother Tao, what brings you here? I noticed you were absent from class today, and I learned from old Su that you were urgently summoned back by the family elders last night." Zhu Tao replied softly, "I was concerned something serious had occurred, so I came to stand by your side. Sun Zhao and the others also intended to come, but given their circumstances, I could only represent them. Is everything all right?" Li Yiming felt a wave of gratitude. "Yes, all is well." Zhu Tao glanced at Li Yunhan, who stood nearby, and asked, "Is that your father?" "Yes. Let us go greet him." "All right." Zhu Tao promptly approached Li Yunhan, bowing respectfully, "Greetings, uncle." Li Yunhan was momentarily taken aback, responding, "You hello, uncle. I have come to visit and hope I am not a burden." "Not at all, not at all." Li Yunhan finally regained his composure, surprised by Zhu Tao's politeness, which contrasted with his preconceived notions. He glanced at Li Yiming, pondering how well this young man had concealed his plans. Clearly, everything had been arranged in advance. "I and Appos, LL lead the way," Li Yunhan said with a smile. "Since you are here as a guest, we shall extend our warmest hospitality." "Thank you, uncle." With that, Li Yunhan entered the vehicle. Zhu Tao turned to Li Yiming and whispered, "Would you like to experience the Nine Dragons carriage?" Li Yiming shook his head. "No. Your car is pitch black. No one would see me inside. My family's car can be transformed into a convertible. Let's take my car." Zhu Tao signaled for the convoy to follow, quickly joining Li Yiming in his vehicle, which soon transformed into a convertible. They boldly led the Nine Dragons carriage towards their destination. "Father, take a longer route. Let us circle the manor before returning. I want Brother Tao to see the scenery here." Li Yunhan twitched at the corner of his mouth. "Are you really going for the scenery?" While he recognized that his son had formed a close bond with Zhu Tao, it seemed rather blatant to take advantage of the situation. However, Zhu Tao interjected, "Uncle, taking a few extra circles before heading back is perfectly fine. I would like to see the scenery of the Li family manor." Chapter 184. A surprise. The convoy circled the Li family estate 3 times before finally heading to Li Yiming's residence. The members of the Li family, including the elders, were left in a state of numbness. They understood that with Zhu Tao backing Li Yiming, a single round would suffice. Yet, circling thrice seemed an exaggerated display, almost as if he wished for every member of the Li family to witness this spectacle. Li Yiming's father, Li Yunhan, was certainly perturbed by this ostentatious behavior, deeming it excessive and somewhat reckless. Upon returning home, he promptly summoned Li Yiming, whispering, "You have truly gone overboard this time. Once would have sufficed. Yet you circled 3 times. Li Yiming, taken aback, replied, "But, Dad, I only intended to go around once." It was Brother Tao who suggested taking in the scenery and making a few extra rounds. Li Yunhan hesitated for a moment. "You should have persuaded him otherwise." "I did try," Li Yiming shrugged, "which is why we circled 3 times. Had I not intervened, we would have gone around even more." "Don and Appos, worry, Dad." Li Yiming said nonchalantly, "Our family has endured for so many years, it is time we take a stand." With that, he turned and sought out Zhu Tao. Li Yunhan sighed in resignation. It was, after all, necessary to consider the bigger picture. Yet, he couldn't and amp, oppose, help but feel a sense of exhilaration. It was indeed quite refreshing. The individuals accompanying Zhu Tao were well taken care of by Li Yunhan. The seventh elder remained outside, meditating alone in the courtyard. Li Yiming's mother extended a warm welcome, saying, "Zhu Tao, please enjoy some fruit. Make yourself at home. There's no need for formality." "Thank you, Auntie," Zhu Tao replied. As Li Yiming settled down, he quietly asked, "Brother Tao, did you ask for leave from old Su?" "No leave was needed," Zhu Tao shrugged. "I assumed you wouldn't inform old Su if something had happened. So I sought out old Lu instead. He discreetly let me out." As he munched on fruit, he added, "I figured since I was here, I and Appos, prepare a little surprise for you." Li Yiming was puzzled. "What surprise?" "You and Appos. I'll find out shortly," Zhu Tao chuckled softly. Meanwhile, in the Li family ancestral hall, a group of elders had gathered, yet the atmosphere was unusually quiet. The Li and Zhu families had little in common, in a strict sense. The Li family barely registered on the Zhu family and Appos' radar. The East Sea was home to numerous small clans, most of whom were vassals to the larger families. However, there were distinctions even among the great clans. The Zhu family, being one of the foremost clans in the East Sea, attracted many aspiring vassals. While the Li family did not even make the cut, the Li family's resources were scant. Most of their 10 or so elders were at the entry level of martial respect, with the clan leader currently at the peak of martial respect, having been in seclusion for 7 years without breaking through to martial king. In contrast, the Zhu family boasted 20 to 30 elders, the majority of whom were at higher levels, not to mention the external elders and a martial king clan leader overseeing them. The disparity in foundations was stark. Below the martial respect level, differences between minor ranks were not overly pronounced, but above it, each small advancement represented a significant hurdle. The disparity in strength, while not insurmountable, made surpassing levels a challenge. Each elevation in rank marked a qualitative change. With Li Yiming's newfound connections, the Li family seemed to have the potential to form an alliance with the Zhu family. The saying goes, one flourishes best under the shade of a great tree. While competition among the great clans was not overly fierce, the struggle for survival among the smaller clans was indeed life and death. As the remnants left by the great families were limited, necessitating fierce competition for survival, the Li family was fortunate to have a business talent like Li Yunhan, who continually provided for the family's needs. Suddenly, the elders sighed. It is indeed a hardship for the Yunhan family. The other elders exchanged glances, sharing a collective sigh. The deliberate suppression of the Yunhan family was a necessary evil. The entire clan relied on Li Yunhan's business acumen, and the elders understood better than anyone the significance of his family. If other smaller clans recognized their importance, they could easily undermine the Yunhan family, thus eliminating a rival. Hence, they could not allow the Yunhan family to stand out too prominently within the Li family. They sought to create an illusion that the Yunhan family's contributions were insignificant, thereby dissuading other clans from targeting them. Only the clan leader, the elders, and the Yunhan couple were privy to this reality. The other clan members remained unaware. No one understood the grievances suffered by the Yunhan couple within the family better than they did, all the while betting on the clan leader's ability to break into the martial king realm during his lifetime. However, things had finally begun to shift. The relationship between Li Yiming and Zhu Tao had deepened significantly, and Zhu Tao is now a rising star within the Zhu family, poised to wield considerable influence. Should the Yunhan family receive Zhu Tao's support, it would undoubtedly be a boon. Li Yiming was indeed fortunate to have formed a brotherly bond with Zhu Tao. An elder who had visited the Yunhan family remarked, "With the commotion Zhu Tao has stirred, it's evident he intends to bolster Li Yiming's standing within the clan." Such a strong bond means the Yunhan family need no longer endure the same indignities as before, another elder noted. Just as the words left his mouth, the elder's phone rang unexpectedly. Frowning, he answered the call, and his expression morphed into one of bewilderment. "What is it, brother?" one elder inquired. "Another convoy from the 9 Dragons has arrived," he replied. The room fell silent as everyone processed the news. "What? Li Yiming has begun circling again?" "No, it's not him. Rather, a new contingent from the Zhu family has arrived, and it's quite impressive." The elders were left confused, yet the elder's phone rang once more. "What now?" he murmured, slightly dazed, as he answered again. Moments later, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. "What is happening?" another elder pressed. "In addition to the 2 9 Dragons convoys, there are other major families. Outside the estate, at least 7 or 8 major family contingents were heading toward the Li family, along with other carriages." The elders were utterly baffled. Without lingering in the ancestral hall, they hurried outside, only to find the entrance filled with vehicles and the palpable presence of several martial respect practitioners. Meanwhile, the 7th elder, sensing the atmosphere outside, approached the living room's large windows. They've arrived, Zhu Tao grinned, turning to Li Yiming. The surprise I prepared for you has finally come. Chapter 185. The stage. Li Yiming was utterly bewildered. Tao Gu, please don't keep me in suspense. What surprise? You'll know as soon as you step outside. Zhu Tao replied, leading Li Yiming out until they reached a spacious view where they could see the entrance of the villa. This is the surprise? Li Yiming focused his gaze and noticed that the area was filled with cars, most notably the 18 impeccably lined black Longwen sedans at the forefront. Li Yiming's eyes widened in disbelief. Why are there two teams of Zhulongsing here? Zhu Tao raised an eyebrow. Those are the Zhulongsing of Zhu Hao and Zhu Yang. Oh, wait a minute. Li Yiming's face was a picture of shock. Zhu Hao and Zhu Yang. Aren't they the two prodigies of the Zhu family? Zhu Tao nodded slightly. Not just them. I've invited every prodigy of Donghai City whose name is well known. Judging by the turnout, quite a few have accepted. Li Yiming stared at Zhu Tao in confusion. Tao Gu, what are you planning? Is this really a surprise? Of course it is. Zhu Tao clapped Li Yiming on the shoulder, gesturing with enthusiasm. Yiming, this is the stage I've set up just for you. Today is the day you will truly astonish everyone. Let your name resonate throughout Donghai. Let everyone know that the Li family has a Li Yiming. After today, no one will dare to underestimate you or treat you as a mere lesser clan disciple. Li Yiming felt a surge of adrenaline, but soon regained his composure. Wait, Tao Gu, you're not suggesting that I should challenge them one-on-one, are you? You didn't send out a challenge in my name, did you? However, as soon as he asked, he felt it was an inappropriate question. A disciple from a lesser clan like him sending invitations would likely be ignored by such prodigies. No, Zhu Tao shook his head. I've invited them to spectate. Spectate? Li Yiming was taken aback. Who is fighting whom? Of course, it's me versus you. Zhu Tao grinned. I sent you a challenge. Inviting them to watch the match, and they seemed quite interested. Li Yiming's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Are you certain? With everyone here, it's too late to back out. Zhu Tao grinned. Are you really that lacking in confidence? The second disciple of the innate gyroscope saint, trained by Su. Li Yiming narrowed his eyes. You don't need to use your aura, and it's not guaranteed that you'll force me to unleash my full potential. Zhu Tao chuckled. Don't worry, aside from your aura. With that, Zhu Tao extended his fist. Are you ready? Li Yiming took a deep breath, raised his fist, and bumped it against Zhu Tao's. Let us go. The two of them swiftly made their way towards the ancestral hall, soon arriving beside the elders who were observing the situation. Upon seeing Zhu Tao and Li Yiming, the elders were puzzled, and Zhu Tao clasped his hands. Esteemed elders of the Li family, I request a duel. What? A duel? Who do you intend to challenge? The only two capable disciples of the Li family are not present, and even if they were, they are merely at the 7th rank. You are already at the 7th rank high tier. How can you challenge them? Moreover, it is generally the case that lesser clan disciples challenge those of greater clans. How is it that you are reversing the roles? Zhu family young master, which disciple of our clan do you wish to challenge? Li Yiming. All the elders looked at Li Yiming in bewilderment, only to see him bowing respectfully. Esteemed elders, I accept the challenge. The elders stared in disbelief. Are you not aware of your own strength? It took them a moment to comprehend the situation. These young prodigies had come to watch the spectacle. Most likely, Zhu Tao had invited them to observe. Li Yiming added, I request the Grand Elder to oversee the duel. The Grand Elder of the Li family twitched his lips, utterly baffled by the thought processes of these two young men. Very well. Send my orders to set up the stage. Yes. At the entrance of the villa, a Li family elder was already leading the way. The stage is set. Esteemed guests, please follow me. Meanwhile, those who had been observing the situation from outside the Li family villa looked at each other, intrigued. Zhu Hao, who had been sitting cross-legged on the car roof, got down and followed the Li elder, accompanied by a Zhu family elder. After a moment's hesitation, Zhu Yang joined them. The other young prodigies invited by Zhu Tao, seeing Zhu Hao and Zhu Yang moving, naturally followed suit. When the invitations from Zhu Tao were sent out, many young elites were puzzled. What could his invitation to observe mean? A provocation? If it were a challenge, it should have been a direct confrontation. The invitation merely stated it was to observe, and the location was the Donghai Li family, with the target being a disciple of the Li family. Curiosity piqued. They decided to attend to see what Zhu Tao was up to. Meanwhile, the Li family members quickly received word that the ancestral hall was preparing for the duel, and numerous young prodigies from prominent families were gathering at the Li family. Each one wore a perplexed expression. The most bewildered were Li Yunhan and his wife, who were in the kitchen pondering how to host Zhu Tao. Upon stepping outside, they noticed Zhu Tao and Li Yiming had run off. Confused about their whereabouts, they received a message from an elder. This boy is challenging Zhu Tao. Hurry and persuade Li Yiming before the stage is set. Upon reading the message, the couple's heads buzzed. What? Li Yiming is challenging Zhu Tao? Is he out of his mind? isn't that pure self-inflicted suffering. They hurried towards the ancestral hall, but upon finally arriving at the entrance, they realized they were too late. Zhu Tao and Li Yiming were already on the stage, meditating in preparation for the duel to commence. Oh no. The couple quickly squeezed through the crowd to reach Li Yiming. Yiming, Li Yunhan called softly. But Li Yiming feigned ignorance, continuing his meditation. The Grand Elder stood at the edge of the stage, surveying the surroundings. Noticing that Zhu Hao and the others had settled in nearby to watch, he cast a glance at Zhu Tao and Li Yiming. In truth, the elders had known since early morning that Li Yiming had reached the pinnacle of the 8th rank. His aura was robust, but somewhat muddled. Nevertheless, they didn't think much of it, assuming it was merely a stroke of luck in his breakthrough. After all, the Li family's resources for training were ample. Producing an 8th rank pinnacle disciple was not particularly difficult. Yet, the cause of the muddled aura remained a mystery, and strangely enough, Zhu Tao's aura was also slightly muddled. However, dwelling on the clarity of their auras was pointless now. They were already on the stage. A group of Li family elders exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Chapter 186. The duel begins. In the guest seating area, the invited prodigies from various prominent families gazed curiously at the stage where Zhu Tao and Li Yiming stood, increasingly perplexed. Few among them recognized Li Yiming, for the Donghai Li family was hardly a notable name among these illustrious clans. Even during the elders' birthday celebrations, they were seldom invited. However, it was indeed baffling that Zhu Tao would choose to contend with someone from such a minor family, and the scale of the event was rather grand, drawing nearly all the elite from the Donghai region. Could it be that this obscure clan had produced an extraordinary talent? Not only were the spectators confused, but Zhu Hao and Zhu Yang were equally bewildered. They had come primarily to see Zhu Tao. Since the invitation had been extended, it would be remiss not to attend. Yet, upon glimpsing Li Yiming, a completely unfamiliar visage meditating on the stage, their confusion only deepened. They had heard no whispers of remarkable descendants emerging from the Li family. Zhu Hao, biting into an apple, turned to the elder accompanying them and inquired, "Elder, what is the realm of that Li family disciple?" Zhu Yang, ears perked and silent, listened intently. The Zhu family elder replied nonchalantly, "Peak of the 8th tier." "What?" Zhu Hao exclaimed, his apple stopping mid-bite, turning with a look of utter disbelief. "Not even at the 7th tier?" "Close to the 7th tier," the elder murmured, "but it is curious." "What is curious about it?" Zhu Hao pressed. "His aura resembles Zhu Tao's. Both possess a richness tinged with a hint of muddiness." The elder's expression shifted slightly. "It bears a striking resemblance to someone of the same school." Zhu Yang's countenance changed subtly. "Elder, are you suggesting that this Li family disciple has also received guidance from that gatekeeper?" "Perhaps." Upon hearing this, Zhu Hao and Zhu Yang immediately retracted their underestimation of Li Yiming. Zhu Tao had received the gatekeeper's mentorship, leading to his meteoric rise in strength. In their last confrontation, he had not only interrupted Zhu Yuan's martial technique, but had also shattered his energy completely. Now, Zhu Yuan lay at home recuperating. And even with the assistance of clan elders, it would take him at least half a month to recover. If Li Yiming too had been mentored, he could not be dismissed lightly. To have caught the eye of that gatekeeper surely indicated he was no ordinary individual. As the elder observed that the guest seating had filled considerably, he surveyed the surroundings and proclaimed, "Silence." The onlookers from the Li family fell into a hush. The hour had come. The elder turned to Zhu Tao and Li Yiming, who both opened their eyes and rose, clasping their fists in mutual respect. "Engage in a friendly exchange, but do not go overboard." With that, the elder of the Li family leaped down from the stage, declaring, "Commence." As his words fell, Zhu Tao let out a thunderous roar, and a dense aura rapidly coalesced around his fists, exuding a dominating presence. The disciples of the Li family changed color, sensing their own energy and blood surging uncontrollably, hastily retreating in alarm. This was no mere display. The 7th tier high level, the manifestation of condensed energy. As they backed away, they looked at Li Yiming with increasing trepidation, questioning his sanity for daring to accept the challenge. Yet on the stage, Li Yiming took a deep breath. Already on one knee, slightly leaning forward, both youths raised their heads, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Let everyone witness this. Their duel would be the pinnacle of martial combat among the Donghai elites. Boom. In an instant, a sound burst echoed, followed by a wave of energy sweeping outward in all directions. In the blink of an eye, Li Yiming had flashed before Zhu Tao. With a surge of unity and speed, he unleashed a kick. Bang! A muffled thud resounded as Zhu Tao attempted to block with both fists, but was immediately forced back several paces, a shared sensation coursing through his hands, igniting his excitement. Just as he steadied himself, he darted forward, charging toward Li Yiming with a rapid stride. His fists, wreathed in swirling energy, were already primed for action. As he closed in, he unleashed a powerful upward strike. The Dragon Fist of Chaotic Unity. As his fist struck, the ground trembled, accompanied by a resonant explosion. Li Yiming leaped into the air, executing a backflip kick that descended with force. The moment their strikes collided, Li Yiming sensed that Zhu Tao and Appo's strength had escalated dramatically. He opted not to clash directly. Instead, he kicked off Zhu Tao's arm, swiftly rebounding and sliding several steps before landing, a grin of exhilaration upon his face. At that moment, silence enveloped the arena. The Li family members watched in a daze, most utterly bewildered. In their view, they could scarcely perceive Li Yiming's movements. He had appeared before Zhu Tao with a deafening sound blast, forcibly pushing back the formidable Zhu Tao's concentrated energy. Those of lower realms were impressed yet confused, while the more experienced gazed in disbelief, particularly the elders of the Li family, who were left stupefied. Is this the earth-shaking technique? When did a technique beneath the martial sovereign level acquire such explosive power and speed? Li Yiming's initial kick had forcibly repelled the overwhelmingly powerful Zhu Tao. In the guest seating, the Donghai elites were equally astonished by Li Yiming's explosive display, maintaining a facade of composure. They privately assessed whether they could withstand such a forceful strike in a direct confrontation. Evading was out of the question. Even Zhu Yang, the highest ranked among them at the peak of the 7th tier, could barely catch a glimpse of Li Yiming and Appo's figure, let alone evade. The accompanying elders furrowed their brows, their expressions peculiar, while Zhu Hao and Appo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Elder, is this lad truly at the peak of the 8th tier? There is no doubt about his energy. He is indeed at the peak of the 8th tier, yet it is remarkably dense, almost indistinguishable from the 7th tier, the elder solemnly stated. However, that kick was astonishing, far exceeding his own realm's explosive power. Could it be? Zhu Hao turned, curiosity piqued. The elder remained silent. Let us continue to observe. Zhu Hao refrained from further questioning, his excitement mounting as he directed his gaze back to the stage. Meanwhile, Zhu Tao was swiftly maneuvering, seeking an opportunity to approach Li Yiming. Brother Tao has truly accelerated since advancing to the 7th tier high level. Li Yiming mused silently, observing Zhu Tao's speed now resembling that of a normal person, a stark contrast to his prior sluggishness akin to a snail. Noticing this, Li Yiming gradually lifted his leg, propelled by the sound of an explosion as he launched forward once more. Bang! Another resounding thud echoed as Zhu Tao once again blocked the forceful kick. Sliding back as his legs coiled with energy, he crouched and leapt forward, seizing the moment Li Yiming was airborne to unleash a dragon fist. Yet, Li Yiming midair extended his right leg, executing a rapid twist in the air, narrowly evading Zhu Tao's dragon fist, before delivering a powerful earth-shaking kick that descended forcefully. Zhu Tao swiftly crossed his arms to shield against the heavy kick, raising his chin to meet Li Yiming's gaze. Both warriors grinned, their eyes ablaze with the spirit of battle. Chapter 187. Phase 2. In an instant, two figures on the arena intertwined, engaging in a spirited exchange. Their movements fluid and dynamic. The intensity of their confrontation was remarkable, their footwork pushed to the limits. Observers such as Zhu Hao and Zhu Yang watched with rapt attention. It was evident that Zhu Tao was the dominant force, as Li Yiming refrained from directly confronting Zhu Tao's dragon fist, opting instead to evade each strike. What was truly astonishing was that nearly every blow from Zhu Tao was deftly sidestepped by Li Yiming. However, Li Yiming's movements did not appear to be graceful. They seemed rather clumsy. It was as if he sensed the impending attack and quickly utilized the force of his legs to propel himself away. This led Zhu Hao and the others to realize that Li Yiming was not relying on agility, but was instead evading purely through his astonishing reflexes. Unbelievable. Such reaction speed was clearly beyond what could be achieved at the peak of the 8th rank, surpassing his own limits entirely. Zhu Hao, momentarily bewildered, turned to the elder beside him and asked, "Elder, what is happening here?" "I'm not entirely sure," the elder replied, observing with greater scrutiny and an air of perplexity. When Zhu Tao raised his fist, Li Yiming already sensed it, instantly retreating to avoid the dragon fist. Yet there is no rationale for such reaction capabilities at his level. The elder then glanced at Zhu Yang and inquired, "Could you evade such an attack?" Zhu Yang furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before responding, "Not easily." The elder nodded slightly, "That aligns with my suspicions." Zhu Hao and Zhu Yang exchanged glances. And the elder continued, "Like Zhu Tao, he has also mastered chi manipulation, but it appears somewhat peculiar." Both were taken aback, eyes wide in disbelief. Chi manipulation. Isn't that something only a martial sovereign can master? Indeed, it was said that below the rank of martial sovereign, the guidance and control of chi were merely termed chi control, a basic and rudimentary application. Upon ascending to martial sovereign, one could reshape and expand their meridians, transcending personal limits, resulting in a qualitative transformation of qi. With diligent practice and insight, one could reverse the qi into energy and extend it outward, striking foes from a distance. This stage was termed qi manipulation. The elder solemnly explained, if one could alter the quality of qi before reaching martial sovereign, possessing extraordinary control over it, they could indeed manipulate qi without being a sovereign. However, in my lifetime, I have only witnessed these two achieving such mastery before reaching that rank. No, to be precise, what they possess cannot be classified as true qi manipulation. The elder frowned again. If they truly mastered qi manipulation, the power of their techniques would not be so feeble. That initial kick from Li Yiming bore the hallmarks of qi manipulation. Otherwise, given his level, such explosive force would be unattainable. He must have guided his qi to his left leg, instantly converting it into energy for propulsion. In contrast, Zhu Tao's final exchange with Zhu Yuan was undoubtedly a display of qi manipulation. The elder asserted he directly dispersed Zhu Yuan's qi, something only qi manipulation can achieve. Otherwise, Zhu Tao would have been injured rather than dispersing Zhu Yuan's qi. The reason they were not considered true masters of qi manipulation was due to a shared characteristic. Zhu Hao and Zhu Yang were left astounded, their expressions blank. They could only manipulate qi during specific techniques, such as that initial kick and Zhu Tao's last punch against Zhu Yuan. Otherwise, their movements appeared quite ordinary, no different from anyone else. Zhu Hao finally regained his senses, speaking with lingering disbelief. So both of them received guidance from the gatekeeper, acquiring a technique that allows for qi manipulation? That is the only interpretation, the elder replied gravely. This surpasses my understanding. The world is vast, and there are wonders beyond our comprehension. This is why humanity has been so devoted to the study of martial arts for millennia. The elder murmured, that gatekeeper has traversed the world. Once an extraordinary figure in his youth, and perhaps possesses some unknown technique. It seems these two have caught his eye, thus receiving such fortune. At that moment, Zhu Hao's gaze revealed a hint of greed, but he quickly felt an overwhelming pressure, causing his expression to shift to one of meekness. Do not harbor any ill intentions. The gatekeeper is not to be trifled with, lest it bring calamity to the Zhu family. Zhu Hao shivered at the thought, while Zhu Yang silently dismissed any such notions. Then why does he guard that dilapidated place in the 3rd division? Why not at the 1st division? Zhu Hao grumbled. The elder rolled his eyes. How would I know? Zhu Yang, curiosity piqued, inquired, Elder, what is the background of that gatekeeper? The elder evaded the question, just a retired old man with too much time on his hands. Do not chatter, focus on the spectacle, the elder insisted, his gaze fixed on the two combatants in the arena. This young man from the Li family will undoubtedly become a figure of equal stature to you all after this battle. Do not underestimate him. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy ensures victory in countless battles. Should the family face them in the grand competition, do not disgrace yourselves. Understood. In the arena, as fists and feet clashed, Zhu Tao once again crossed his arms to block Li Yiming's kick, using the momentum to thrust forward, sending Li Yiming sprawling several meters away. Upon landing, Li Yiming noticed that Zhu Tao did not follow up with an attack, his confusion evident. Tao, haven't we warmed up enough? Li Yiming grinned. I and Appos, been ready for ages, just waiting for you to say something. Facing the audience, Zhu Tao noticed the expressions of the gathered talents grew serious. He turned to Li Yiming and whispered, they seem to think this is our limit. Zhu Tao stretched his neck and removed his outer garment, tossing it aside. He then spread his palms and shook them. The main event is about to begin. Li Yiming smirked, stretching his legs in preparation. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback. What? A halftime break? The Grand Elder, bewildered by their sudden halt, asked, what are you two doing? Just warming up, Li Yiming replied. Grand Elder, we are about to enter phase 2. What? As the words left his lips, Zhu Tao crouched down, fingers poised above the ground beneath him. Together, they shouted, 3, 2, 1. Zhu Tao and Appos, gaze sharpened. Primordial Qi, bullet technique. Boom. The ground beneath them erupted, scattering debris in all directions. Zhu Tao and Appos, as hands became a blur, flicking each piece of rubble into the air with precision. The sound of shattering stones filled the air. At the same moment, Li Yiming raised his knee and extended his arms. Primordial Qi, spiral wind kick. Whoosh. The air swirled as Li Yiming transformed into a high-speed blur, executing serpentine maneuvers with lightning speed. Chapter 188. The flying top as the two individuals simultaneously entered what was referred to as the 2nd stage. The spectators surrounding the arena widened their eyes in astonishment. Some even rubbed their eyes, convinced they were witnessing an illusion. I can't be mistaken, can I? Hey, Top, is this even a human being? The murmurs of disbelief echoed from below the stage, while the audience in the stands rose collectively to their feet. Whether they were the scions of noble families or the esteemed elders of their clans, everyone instinctively stood, their gaze fixated on the figure of the top whirling with incredible speed on the stage. Zhu Hao was rendered speechless, his half-eaten apple slipping from his grasp and crashing to the ground. Hey, top! Not only Zhu Hao, but even the usually composed Zhu Yang wore an expression of shock. The martial arts spectators were profoundly shaken. As for the elder from the Zhu family positioned between the two, he was truly taken aback, while others were astonished by Li Yiming and Appo's top-like form. What shocked the elders most was their realization that their dynamic vision could not keep pace with Li Yiming's movements. The rapid rotation rendered them capable of merely catching fleeting glimpses of a few barely discernible frames, while the sixth-grade martial sovereigns from the Li family could barely perceive the blurred figure of Li Yiming. This, the Zhu elder exclaimed. How is this possible? The external chi is slipping away? At such a rapid rotation, it should have shaken his brain to pieces. Yet Li Yiming not only appears unharmed, but also completely masters this top-like stance with remarkable ease. It's simply unfathomable. Elder, is this truly a technique that a human can execute? Zhu Hao, returning to his senses, gazed bewilderedly at the elder beside him. The Zhu elder, jolted back to reality by Zhu Hao's inquiry, realized he had lost his composure. After clearing his throat, he sat down, his expression gradually returning to calmness, sinking into contemplation without providing an answer. Meanwhile, Zhu Yang, having regained his composure, could not suppress a dry swallow, taking a sip of water before speaking up. Elder, please enlighten us. I can hardly discern anything. All I see is a top spinning. The Zhu elder remained silent, deep in thought. I am equally perplexed. Below the stage, Li Yunhan and his wife exchanged bewildered glances. Have we given birth to a top, or has a top been reincarnated as our child? They found themselves at a loss for words to adequately describe the extraordinary spectacle unfolding before them. The sheer shock and absurdity were overwhelming. It was precisely because of Li Yiming's bizarre performance that everyone collectively overlooked Zhu Tao, who was continuously launching stones with his technique. On the stage, the tailor and the top engaged in a fierce battle. Having just shattered another stone slab beneath him with his, Zhu Tao saw Li Yiming suddenly dart towards him, quickly gathering his energy to unleash the defense. The sound of intense collisions filled the air as Zhu Tao let out a low shout, forcibly rebounding Li Yiming back. A faint ache coursed through his hands, yet this only heightened Zhu Tao and Appo's excitement. Raising his foot, he stomped down hard, sending all the stones on the ground flying. His hands became a blur, stones whistling through the air one after another, but Li Yiming effortlessly evaded them with his serpentine movements. Boom, boom, boom. Each of Li Yiming's serpentine maneuvers sliced through the air with a deafening sound, stirring up clouds of dust around the arena, making the scene even more difficult to capture. Unlike Li Yiming, who could simultaneously execute Zhu Tao had yet to devise a method to operate both techniques concurrently. Thankfully, through relentless practice, he had mastered the art of seamlessly switching between techniques. Otherwise, facing Li Yiming would have been challenging. Of course, he was not at his full capacity either, lacking specialized steel needles and black threads for assistance. His and Appo's power was limited, and without employing, he could only exert about 11/12 of his strength, leaving the remaining fraction pinned up. Fortunately, having recently advanced to the 7th grade high tier, his power had surged, enabling him to endure the confrontation. Similarly, Li Yiming was also holding back. His ultimate trump card had yet to be revealed. He had demonstrated before old Lu held a power that far surpassed them. Even though Zhu Tao had ascended to the 7th grade high tier, Li Yiming felt that Zhu Tao would struggle to withstand them. Neither of them had invested much in defense. As for the scene beyond the stage, it had long been captured in the eyes of the two combatants. Heightened by excitement, Li Yiming's rotation was faster than ever, kicking up a whirlwind of dust and debris, leaving him unable to halt his momentum. At that moment, Zhu Tao charged toward Li Yiming, and Li Yiming instantly understood. This bout was, after all, a stage for Zhu Tao to showcase his skills, a visual feast prepared for the esteemed guests in attendance. However, revealing his ultimate techniques indiscriminately was not a prudent choice. They were likely to encounter the distinguished guests in the future at the family competition. Therefore, it was wise to exercise restraint. Yet, as this was a performance, it would ultimately culminate in a grand finale. Under normal circumstances, a sparring match would result in a victor, with the winner taking center stage. However, neither of them intended to determine a winner. Leaving the outcome of this grand battle as a perfect question mark would undoubtedly leave the audience in suspense. In contrast to the traditional win-or-lose curtain call, the two harbored a more audacious idea. In fact, from the very beginning of the second stage, Zhu Tao had been preparing for a spectacular finale for his brother. In a moment of clarity, Li Yiming darted towards Zhu Tao. Just as their two figures seemed poised to collide, Zhu Tao's arms began to shimmer and coalesce, his outer garments having been shed, revealing his arms, which appeared slightly swollen. Bending his elbows to gather strength, he unleashed a, which struck forward, but with a resounding boom. Li Yiming and Appo's top-like form suddenly leaped upward, crashing down from above. Zhu Tao immediately adjusted his technique, raising his hands to block, just as Li Yiming hovered directly above him. In that instant, Zhu Tao grinned, channeling all his into action. With a thunderous shout, Zhu Tao and Appo's arms surged with power, propelling Li Yiming high into the air. Soaring to a height of over 10 meters, gasps of astonishment erupted from the spectators below. All eyes turned skyward. Zhu Tao beamed, recalling how, during their first spar, Li Yiming had revealed a vulnerability during his time in the air. Through countless hours of practice and exploration, they had finally discovered a way to address this weakness. Although it demanded tremendous energy, it proved effective. As Zhu Tao retreated, he found himself at the edge of the arena. Glancing down at the stone slab he had previously shattered with his, now riddled with countless cracks, causing him to smile. Indeed, he had utilized, but it was the arena that bore the brunt of the force. Meanwhile, in the air, Li Yiming harnessed the within him, channeling it entirely into his legs. To maintain high-speed rotation without losing balance, he required propulsion. That had evolved from the, but due to his training in the dream realm, Li Yiming had struggled to grasp its intricacies. After a few nights of slumber, he inexplicably mastered this skill, akin to a unique form of muscle memory. What if I practiced diligently and refined this muscle memory? He pondered. He believed that Zhu Tao had learned it in a similar fashion. They shared the same level of innate talent. There was no reason why Zhu Tao could learn what they could not. I am compelled to trust in old Su. Despite my own doubts, the evidence has proven that he indeed possesses the ability to learn. A thunderous roar echoed all around as the air burst forth. In midair, the shadow of Li Yiming transformed into a spinning top, accelerating rapidly towards the ground. The elders, who had only just settled down, were startled into standing upright, their eyes wide with disbelief at the astonishing spectacle. However, others remained oblivious to the situation, particularly Zhu Hao and Zhu Yang, who failed to react in time. They merely observed the Zhu family elder rise abruptly, his expression one of utter astonishment, momentarily rendered speechless. What on earth is happening? The elder's voice trembled with confusion. It should be the nascent form of qi manipulation. No sooner had the words left his lips than Li Yiming plummeted to the ground with a forceful descent. The arena, already weakened by Zhu Tao's earlier shockwaves, succumbed to the impact as profound fissures rapidly spread outward from where Li Yiming landed. With a resounding thud, the massive arena split apart in the center. Chapter 189. The collapse. As a colossal fissure tore through the arena, the previously extended cracks began to rip apart. And within moments, the entire platform lay in ruins, leaving no place to stand. Li Yiming's form suddenly halted, utilizing the momentum to spring forth from the debris of the arena, landing simultaneously with Zhu Tao, and they exchanged respectful salutes. Thank you for the lesson. A hush fell over the crowd, many still reeling from shock, including the proud youths of the East Sea. The sheer destructive force had left them astounded. Yet, the most astonishing fact remained that Li Yiming was merely at the peak of the 8th rank. Zhu Tao surveyed the crowd, observing their incredulous expressions, and felt a sense of satisfaction with the stage he had crafted for Li Yiming. Li Yiming then turned to the Grand Elder, bowing respectfully. Grand Elder, I apologize for inadvertently destroying the arena. Is it acceptable to declare this sparring match a draw? The Grand Elder, finally coming to his senses, nodded slightly. Of course. He then cleared his throat and proclaimed loudly, the result of this arena sparring is a draw. After the sparring concluded, the Grand Elder ensured the arena was tended to and accompanied several elders to see off the guests, with Li Yiming naturally following suit. As the East Sea's elite departed, they Kuden and Appo's helped but cast lingering glances at Li Yiming, their expressions devoid of arrogance or disdain, instead reflecting a profound seriousness. It was evident they had begun to regard Li Yiming as a formidable future rival. The accompanying elders congratulated the Li family elders, exclaiming, "What a remarkable prodigy your Li family has produced." To an outsider, it might have sounded like a jest. Li Yiming accepted their compliments with grace, bowing in response. I am humbled. After bidding farewell to all the guests, the elders of the Li family turned their attention to Li Yiming. His displayed prowess was sufficient to create considerable waves in the East Sea. It would not be long before the great families who had not witnessed the event learned of it. More importantly, the camaraderie exhibited between Li Yiming and Zhu Tao signified a deep bond. This arena match had granted the Li family significant exposure, allowing various clans to witness the potential and friendship displayed by Zhu Tao and Li Yiming. For the smaller clans, this served as a powerful deterrent. Henceforth, the Li Yunhan family would no longer have to endure humiliation within the Li family. After all, they had produced a remarkable talent. At the northern gate of the 3rd district, Zhu Tao and Li Yiming appeared simultaneously, glancing at the time, 5:30 in the afternoon. They were right on schedule. Knowing that Elder Lu had requested their return before 6 o'clock, and Zhu Tao dared not delay. "Grandfather, we are back." Elder Lu opened the door after a brief glance at the two of them. He resumed his meditative state, remarking, "You two certainly made quite a commotion." Zhu Tao and Li Yiming exchanged puzzled glances. Had Elder Lu already known what had transpired? Though they were aware of his extraordinary status, the specifics remained unclear. Yet, this information seemed to have reached him rather swiftly. Given that the family elders had not disclosed anything, they felt hesitant to inquire. As though they were not well acquainted with Elder Lu. Feeling somewhat guilty, Zhu Tao asked, "Grandfather, you and Amp, Oppos, re not upset, are you?" "Upset? Why would I be upset?" Elder Lu's eyes flickered. "Did you cause trouble?" "Well, not exactly trouble," Zhu Tao stammered. "Then why would I be upset?" Elder Lu continued. "As long as you do not invoke my name while causing a ruckus, I have no interest in your affairs. This time." He cast a sidelong glance at Li Yiming, softly adding, "Little prodigy, you performed admirably. Although you two are not my direct students, since you bear my name in your endeavors." Elder Lu remarked nonchalantly, "Just don't bring shame upon it." The two exchanged glances and hurriedly bowed to Elder Lu. "Yes. Now, go back and focus on your training." Elder Lu waved them off, and they proceeded towards their quarters. However, as they walked, Li Yiming felt a tinge of disappointment. They had staged such a grand spectacle, yet he still did not sense the existence of a bottleneck. It seemed that he was still far from entering the 7th rank. "Zhao Ge, given my strength, why can't I feel the bottleneck yet? You've reached the 7th rank high level, while our class comprises entirely of 8th rank peak cultivators. I thought this battle would grant me the opportunity to ascend to the 7th rank, yet nothing has changed." Zhu Tao scratched his head, sharing his own confusion. After all, their qualifications were on a similar level. After pondering, he concluded that it must be a matter of accumulation. Elder Su mentioned that their respective accumulations were different. Could that be the issue? "It must be," Zhu Tao inquired. "How long did you train each day in middle school?" Li Yiming paused. 2, maybe 3 hours? "I trained for 15 hours a day during my 3 years in middle school, apart from eating, sleeping, and attending classes. There were times I even trained through the night without rest." Li Yiming chuckled bitterly. "And you told us you were just slacking off." "No, I truly was slacking off." Zhu Tao quickly retorted, "I merely trained for 15 hours a day during middle school and occasionally played games." "What?" Li Yiming's eyes widened. "Is that what you call slacking off? What about us? What you did was hardly training." Zhu Tao rolled his eyes. "What effect do you think training for 2 or 3 hours has? Slacking off means you've completed your required training without adding extra hours. Yet you must at least ensure your fundamental training. In elementary school, I utilized spirit-enhancing pills and trained continuously for 24 hours a day for 6 years. Yet my progress was minimal. It left me feeling somewhat defeated, which is why I slacked off in middle school, training only 15 hours a day. With your regimen, it's no wonder you felt overwhelmed. Who could endure that? That's why I slacked off." Zhu Tao shrugged. "You see, I stopped taking spirit-enhancing pills in middle school. It was just regular training." "Regular? You're clearly the king of overachievers." Chapter 190, Direct Admission. The two swiftly returned to their respective dormitories and resumed their training. Upon learning that Zhu Tao had always practiced in this manner, Li Yiming felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had often wondered why everyone with similar potential seemed to struggle while Zhu Tao effortlessly advanced. After all, the notion of slacking off that Zhu Tao mentioned was entirely different from what the others experienced. "If only I had trained as diligently as you did in middle and elementary school, my breakthroughs would have come much sooner." With this realization, Li Yiming no longer felt conflicted. The following morning, everyone stepped out to prepare for their morning exercises in the classroom. Upon spotting Li Yiming, the members of Class 5 quickly surrounded him. "Is everything all right at home?" "Yes," Li Yiming replied with a smile. "I appreciate the concern from my junior brothers and sisters." Fu Yinhai threw an arm around Li Yiming's shoulder, saying, "We're all from the same school. There is no need for such formality." "Exactly. If we had fully developed, we wouldn't be just supporting Zhu Ge." Li Yiming felt genuinely touched. The trials and tribulations reveal true friendship. He enjoyed spending time with Class 5 not only because they were all from prominent families, sharing a sense of camaraderie, but also because they were straightforward individuals. Their likes and dislikes were evident, devoid of any ulterior motives. Although their intellects might not lend themselves to scheming. "Enough delay, let us head to morning practice." Zhu Tao chuckled, leading the group toward the classroom. However, as they walked, the members of Class 5 noticed something peculiar. Just days prior, many students had cast glances their way, but most of the attention had been directed at Zhu Tao, with only a few eyes on Li Yiming. This time, however, the tables had turned. No, to be precise, Every gaze was fixed upon Li Yiming. Some even took out their phones to sneak photos from a distance. Strangely, several female students rushed up to him, eager to take pictures together. The group stood in bewilderment, watching Li Yiming smilingly pose for photos with a throng of girls. Before their eyes shifted back to Zhu Tao. Zhu Ge, what is going on? Why are they asking him for photos? Zhu Tao shrugged, a smile playing on his lips. Who knows? The circle in Class 5 is small, and we've been engrossed in our training, hardly interacting with the outside world. So we have no idea what has transpired. Once Li Yiming finished taking pictures, he strode confidently, noticing the astonished expressions on his classmates' faces. He waved dismissively. It's just a small scene, nothing to worry about. Having said that, he approached Zhu Tao, locking eyes with him before walking side by side. Under the scrutiny of many, they were an impressive sight, leaving the others in Class 5 in a state of astonishment. After arriving at the classroom, they began their morning exercises. Soon, Su Yang made his rounds and, upon seeing Li Yiming safe and sound, returned to his office. Having spoken with Li Yiming the previous night and learned that all was well at home, he was unconcerned. Back in his office, he continued his training. However, not long after, he received a call from the vice principal. Seeing the call was from the vice principal, Su Yang felt a wave of curiosity but promptly answered. Principal Wu? Xiao Su, are you busy? If you have something to say, please go ahead. Could you bring Li Yiming from your class to my office shortly? Su Yang was taken aback, unable to inquire further, but quickly agreed, his mind rife with confusion. After morning practice concluded, Su Yang instructed everyone to study independently while he returned to teach their general knowledge class, then called Li Yiming aside. Lao Su, you haven't done anything wrong, have you? Li Yiming quickly shook his head. No, not at all. The vice principal wants you to come to his office. Su Yang hesitated. Just don't speak out of turn. Follow my cues. Okay. Li Yiming nodded, equally puzzled as to why the vice principal sought him out. Was it related to yesterday's arena incident? He was unsure, but soon followed Su Yang to the vice principal's office. To his surprise, there were guests present. Principal Wu? The vice principal warmly welcomed Su Yang and Li Yiming into the room, then introduced the guest. This is Director Yang, the admissions officer from Donghai Martial Arts University. Su Yang was taken aback, but quickly stood to shake hands. Director Yang, it's a pleasure to meet you. You're too kind, Su teacher, replied Director Yang, his gaze shifting to Li Yiming. Hello, Li Yiming. Greetings, Teacher Yang. The vice principal waved his hand. All right. Please take a seat. Xiao Su, Li Yiming, Director Yang is here with an important proposition. He explained the details. Director Yang smiled. We at the university hold Li Yiming's abilities in high regard and see great potential in him. Therefore, we are pleased to offer him a direct admission spot, allowing him to enter Donghai Martial Arts University after graduating from high school without taking the entrance examination. We promise to extend our utmost sincerity and won't disappoint you. You can discuss this with your parents at home. Su Yang stood there, utterly perplexed. What was going on? How did a direct admission opportunity suddenly present itself? Though Donghai Martial Arts University might not rank among the top nationally, it was still a reputable institution, significantly better than the Donghai Normal University Su Yang attended, offering more substantial training resources. Li Yiming then realized the situation. So Donghai Martial Arts University is offering me direct admission. But that is not acceptable. The school's standing isn't high enough. Zhu Ge has already stated that with Lao Su's intervention, our future universities must be among the top 10 in the country. My senior brother has made it clear, it must be the Hua Xia National Defense University. We've all agreed to go together. We're not considering any other schools. Failing to get in? That's not even on the radar for Class 5. It's impossible to fail. Nevertheless, Li Yiming did not outright refuse. Instead, he feigned excitement and said, Great, I'll discuss it with my family. Thank you, Teacher Yang. Chapter 191. The martial arts trial arena. As Li Yiming and Su Yang exited the office, Su Yang gazed at Li Yiming with a look of bewilderment. What did that Teacher Yang mean when he said that Donghai Martial Arts University recognizes your abilities? You haven't decided to transfer there, have you? Of course not. Li Yiming scratched his head, realizing Su Yang was unaware of the arena incident. Yesterday, Tao Gu and I set up an arena at our family home, and he invited many prominent families to spectate. Zhu Tao. Su Yang paused in surprise. Why wasn't Oppos Ti informed of this? Tao Gu thought there was an issue at my home and didn't Oppos Ti want to worry you, so he kept it from you, Li Yiming explained. Su Yang was about to inquire how Zhu Tao managed to leave school without a leave permit but quickly deduced that it was likely arranged by Old Lu. Since Old Lu had permitted Zhu Tao to leave, Su Yang chose to remain silent on the matter. I casually showcased my spinning leg technique in the arena. Su Yang snapped back to reality, incredulous. And then? Who won the match? Well, there was no winner. Li Yiming chuckled. We ended up destroying the arena. Without the arena, we couldn't continue the fight. Is your leg all right? Yes, it's fine. That's good to hear. Su Yang pondered for a moment before saying, regarding the recommendation from Donghai University, discuss it thoroughly with your family. I shall refrain from offering any advice on this matter. Li Yiming nodded eagerly. All right, I'll certainly discuss it when I return home. However, he had no intention of actually consulting his parents. He planned to simply say that they disapproved after a couple of days. It wasn't that Li Yiming looked down on Donghai Martial Arts University. Previously, it had seemed an unattainable aspiration. But now, circumstances had changed. People strive for greater heights. And the 5th class had already turned their fate around, aiming for the finest university. Moreover, if they were to go, they would go together. Other institutions were not even a consideration. As for the arena incident, Su Yang was too indifferent to elaborate. As long as they did not cause trouble, he didn't mind how they chose to flaunt their skills. After all, they were just a group of spirited youths. It was impossible to suppress their desire for display. Now that they had gained strength, they were bound to show it off. Such ostentation had its advantages, as it would deter individuals like Xiezhen from easily troubling the 5th class. Consequently, Su Yang experienced considerable losses. Besides, both Zhu Tao and Li Yiming acted under Old Lu's name, so Su Yang had little concern that this would negatively impact him. Since there was no significant issue, Su Yang naturally led Li Yiming back to class, also informing the rest of the 5th class about the upcoming exchange with the 2nd school. The school had already scheduled the practical activity for the 7th. Our class would be attending. The group nodded in agreement. However, they were not particularly interested in this practical exchange event. To be frank, they would prefer to spend that time honing their skills at school instead. Especially after learning from Li Yiming about Zhu Tao and Appo's rapid advancement, everyone felt a surge of motivation. They had previously thought their differences in aptitude were the cause, but now they realized it was merely due to insufficient training. Naturally, they aimed to dedicate as much time as possible to solidifying their foundations, enhancing their chances of breaking through to the 7th rank swiftly. This was their opportunity to rise within their families. Just then, Sun Zhao raised his hand and asked, Old Su, which class will we be sparring with? You will spar with whichever class you encounter, Su Yang replied. At that time, the 2nd school will open the trial arena, and some classes from the 1st school will participate simultaneously. The group fell silent in shock. Isn't it an arena fight? That changed suddenly yesterday. Originally, it was supposed to be an arena fight, but the 2nd school decided to switch to a trial arena format. And several classes from the 1st school are preparing to join. Zhu Tao and Li Yiming exchanged glances, sensing that this development was likely connected to them. It was almost certain that this was aimed at them. Zhu Tao's mind immediately conjured the image of Zhu Hao. That fellow relished hunting opponents in the trial arena. Every school typically has a trial arena, differing only in scale. The trial arena at the 2nd school is the largest in Donghai, accommodating thousands of participants simultaneously. The arena is constructed from specialized steel, primarily serving as a training and sports venue. When the school hosts martial arts trial events, the concealed steel walls underground are extended, creating a vast, enclosed maze with a single exit, which can be adjusted to various maze types, offering a comprehensive test of the student's strength and willpower. Typically, activities are conducted in units of classes, evaluated based on 2 criteria, completion time and number of participants. It can be an individual battle or a team battle, depending on how the class chooses to adapt. This situation arose unexpectedly, and several classes from the 1st school would participate, though Su Yang was unsure which classes. He frowned and asked, You all should be confident, right? Old Su, what position do you expect us to achieve? Position is irrelevant. Su Yang replied softly. Just don't beat the opponents too harshly. Everyone will need to follow Zhu Tao's lead. He is the captain, and that is not up for debate, right? Absolutely. All right, let us prepare diligently for the trial arena. Su Yang had no specific expectations for the class's ranking, given the 5th class's character. They probably wouldn't rank too low. This was a rare opportunity to showcase their abilities. Moreover, after these days of foundational training, Su Yang realized that the progress of these students was indeed remarkable. Just days prior, they struggled with basic stances, but now they exhibited considerable improvement after only 2 days of practice. Su Yang felt that these youngsters might even be able to meditate during foundational training, maintaining stances for an entire day in their dorms. If this trend continued, the issues they had previously faced would likely improve soon, since the system could not observe the specific effects of their training. Su Yang relied on the duration of Xie Yuhan's convulsions when she executed her soaring technique as a measure. Not to mention, the duration of her convulsions during the technique had noticeably decreased compared to before. This indicated a tangible enhancement in her control over her energy. Su Yang believed that once Xie Yuhan could perform her soaring technique without any tremors, It would signify that her foundational training had reached a sufficient level. Chapter 192. Design. It was only after the completion of their foundational training that the members of Class 5 learned about the previous day's grand duel between Zhu Tao and Li Yiming. The revelation left them feeling utterly deceived. Is that why other female students from different classes were so eager to take pictures with Li Yiming? They exclaimed in disbelief. All this time, it turns out you were just hiding a monumental surprise. Not only did they put on a show, but they did so right in front of many talented individuals from Donghai. They initially thought something serious had occurred at home, only to discover that the two had been showcasing their prowess behind their backs. Outrageous. Upon returning to their dormitory, everyone stormed into Li Yiming's room. Their expressions filled with indignation. Li Yiming, you have gone too far. Where has the basic trust between us gone? Did you even consider our feelings? Seeing the intensity of their emotions, Li Yiming quickly raised his hands to calm them down. Please, allow me to explain. What is there to explain? Sun Zhao retorted, visibly furious. We regarded you as our second senior brother, and yet you treated us like this. Fihai gritted his teeth after you've shown off. What has left for us? Exactly. The others chimed in, their faces etched with frustration. You've already taken the spotlight. At least leave us some opportunity. How can you just seize it all for yourselves? Their anger only intensified as they realized the magnitude of Li Yiming's actions, which even overshadowed Zhu Tao's brilliance. How could they possibly present themselves with any new heights when their turn came? Their efforts had been aimed at that moment of public recognition. As their frustration mounted, they recalled their pact as classmates, to share both fortune and adversity. Yet, here was Li Yiming, flaunting his triumph without a thought for those who stood behind him. Li Yiming internally rolled his eyes. I initially thought you were upset because you believed I had deceived you, but it turns out you're all furious over this? All right, calm down. He sighed, offering a wry smile. Here is how it actually went down. He recounted the events in detail, clarifying that the entire spectacle was orchestrated by Zhu Tao on his behalf. If you think about it, that's entirely Zhu Tao's style. Besides, there's no way you could have invited those Donghai prodigies. They wouldn't even acknowledge you. The group nodded, their emotions settling somewhat. In Class 5, no one could rival Zhu Tao when it came to showcasing their talents. His every gesture was meticulously crafted for effect. They had grown accustomed to his displays. It was only when he acted out of character that they found it unusual. However, one remarked, Zhu Tao has been rather unfair this time. He left us no room to shine. You both completely obliterated the stage. What can we do next? We want to achieve the same effect. Li Yiming scratched his head. Perhaps you should seek Zhu Tao for guidance? Or ask him to help design something for you. After all, in terms of showcasing talent, Zhu Tao is undeniably ahead of us all. This notion resonated with the others, and without further ado, they flocked to Zhu Tao's door, fervently knocking. Moments later, Zhu Tao opened the door, a bemused expression on his face. What's up? Fu Yuhai wasted no time. Tao Gu, I want to learn how to show off. Sun Zhao shoved him aside, exclaiming, how crude. Master brother, I wish to consult you on how to seamlessly exhibit our strength in a subtle yet powerful manner. The rest nodded in agreement, their eyes glinting with hope. Zhu Tao couldn't and Oppos. He helped but chuckle at their earnestness, but eventually welcomed them inside. He had indeed pondered this question before. Given his close relationship with Li Yiming, Hikuden, and Amp, Oppos, T favor one group of disciples over another, following the example set by their teacher. He felt obliged to treat all his juniors equally. First, I must ask what effect you wish to present? Something that astonishes everyone, of course. If it ain't Oppos, as merely shock you seek, he continued, then showcasing your individual skills would certainly achieve that. No, that's not the kind of astonishment we mean. Sun Zhao interjected. Tao Gu, our expectations aren't too high. We want at least a similar effect to second senior brothers. Zhu Tao blinked thoughtfully. Well, that's not entirely impossible, but with so many of you, the best way to showcase your talents would be one at a time. As for the order, I trust you all have an idea? Jiang Qingfeng's face fell. Why am I always last? Well, that's because you joined last. Zhu Tao retorted. Joining last means your resolve is the weakest among us. But don't fret. Typically, the final performance is the most impressive. The group exchanged incredulous looks. Is that really true? Li Yiming rolled his eyes. Of course. By then, your strength will have improved. You can't possibly still be at the pinnacle of the 8th tier after all this time. Given our training pace, we might even all become martial sovereigns by then. Just imagine how impressive that would be. As they glanced at one another, their gaze eventually settled on Jiang Qifeng. Then you shall go first. Jiang Qifeng and Oppos' eyes widened. Why me again? Because you joined last. Zhu Tao reiterated. Can't we change the wording at least? Do you know the story of Kong Rong sharing pairs? Jiang Qifeng retorted, sensing the inevitable disadvantage he faced. All right. Zhu Tao waved his hand with a grin. Leave the design to me. But the timing isn't right yet. Your second senior brother has just finished his performance, and the excitement is still high. Once it subsides, we can discuss it further. Besides, your current strength isn't sufficient to showcase a remarkable effect, so focus on your training for now. After passing my assessment, I will assist you with your design. Chapter 193. Interspecies transformation. As soon as Zhu Tao's words fell, Sun Zhao hurriedly inquired, Tao Gu, what test are you referring to? Naturally, it pertains to the foundational training that our teacher requires. It assesses whether you have diligently mastered the techniques he has imparted to you. Sun Zhao instantly raised his hand, exclaiming, I'm nearly ready. I can take the test. Zhu Tao smiled and turned to the others, asking, what about the rest of you? Fu Yihai shrugged, replying, I still need a bit more time. I estimate I must continue my training for a while longer. The others exchanged glances, revealing their mutual sense of helplessness. They had indeed learned the techniques taught by Old Su, but they had yet to master them with confidence. Unanimously, their gazes shifted towards Xie Yuhan. Old Su had mentioned that their training progress was relatively similar, and if anyone was uncertain about their own progress, they could gauge it by observing how long Xie Yuhan twitched during her explosive release. Upon noticing the collective attention on her, Xie Yuhan rolled her eyes and remarked, It's still early. I need to twitch for a while longer. Then we all have more time to spare. All right, return to your respective training, Zhu Tao commanded. Turning to Sun Zhao, accompany me to the martial arts arena for your test. Great. Sun Zhao nodded eagerly and followed Zhu Tao with excitement. As for Li Yiming, he was determined to seize the moment to enhance his skills. His current standing was unassailable, leaving him thoroughly satisfied. Now, he could wholeheartedly focus on advancing his training. Before long, the two arrived at the martial arts arena, where they entered a private training room. I've heard our teacher say that the power of your technique is quite formidable. If one is not cautious, they might inadvertently harm themselves. Sun Zhao responded somewhat awkwardly. That was in the past. I simply tried it out and found it hard to stop, necessitating Old Su's intervention. However, that is no longer the case. After rigorous practice, I have now mastered the nuances of the technique. Su Yang naturally supported the 5th class and amp, Oppos, S testing at the martial arts arena, with the only stipulation being that at least one person must accompany each individual. Should a situation arise, akin to what happened with Sun Zhao, it would be prudent to have someone on hand to alert him immediately. Training in the dormitory was constrained by limited space, so there was little to worry about in that regard. Zhu Tao, no longer jesting, inquired, have you given your technique a name? Sun Zhao hesitated, is it really necessary? It's merely the 2nd level of the Golden Cicada technique, Toad Leg. Will you shout Toad Leg in the heat of battle? Tao Gu, it's Golden Toad. Not just any toad. Your mental approach has already been dismissed by Old Su. Without the and Oppos, Golden, and Oppos, it's just a toad, and that is the truth you must accept. Just like how Li Yiming embraces his transformation into a top, you must accept it just as he does, perhaps even with a hint of joy. Zhu Tao stated earnestly, if others call me a tailor or seamstress, I wouldn't mind, as that is the nature of my practice. I must accept this reality to remain unaffected by others' opinions. I am not attempting to insult you. It is merely a reality you will eventually need to showcase. If you are overly sensitive to the term toad, your emotions may easily waver. Do you get upset when someone teases you? Fine, then I shall be the toad. Indeed, embracing this is essential. Moreover, in our class, what matters is not the appearance but the strength we possess. Zhu Tao continued, if you are weak, you are but a wretched toad. Yet if you're strong enough, you shall be the toad god. If you believe it, so will others. At that point, no one will dare mock or question your strength, and many will follow in your footsteps to learn the Golden Toad technique. Sun Zhao, you will become a symbol of an era. Sun Zhao felt a surge of enthusiasm from Zhu Tao's words. Tao Gu, I understand. But calling this move Toad Leg feels somewhat outdated. What about Toad God Leg? Let us not use and Oppos, God and Oppos. It's too ostentatious and arrogant. Old Su advises us to remain humble. Zhu Tao pondered for a moment, asking, do you conclude with a palm strike or a leg strike? Sun Zhao quickly replied, either is fine, but the leg strike delivers the most power. I have already tested it with the martial arts robots. Zhu Tao considered why the senior students on duty seemed eager to relocate the martial arts robots upon the arrival of the 5th class. It would likely take considerable time to clean and inspect the equipment, since your technique propels you throughout the space, gaining speed until your figure becomes elusive. Accompanied by the sound of sonic booms akin to thunder, when you finally appear, it will be like a flash of lightning, immensely powerful. Thunderous charge? Zhu Tao rolled his eyes. That name is overused and lacks individuality. How about Flying Toad Bolt? The term bolt itself suggests a flash of lightning, swift in nature. Upon hearing this, Sun Zhao remarked, it does sound quite impressive though. It's a bit of a tongue twister. Very well, take your time to ponder it, Zhu Tao said, choosing not to press further. He added, "For now, demonstrate this technique for me, so I can assess your level of training." "All right." Sun Zhao, brimming with confidence, ascended the martial arts platform. However, he noticed Zhu Tao already retrieving his phone, appearing ready to make a call. "Tao Ge, what is that for? If things don't go smoothly, I'll call the teacher immediately." Zhu Tao shrugged. "Just a precaution. Don't expect me to manage the situation. Rest assured, I have surpassed that phase." As Sun Zhao stepped onto the martial arts platform, he was filled with self-assurance. He immediately executed a somersault, launching himself off the ground with a whoosh, propelling himself directly against the opposite wall with a thud, then rebounding back onto the platform, continuing to bounce energetically. At first, Zhu Tao could track Sun Zhao's movements, but as the bouncing grew more frequent, Sun Zhao and Appo's figure began to blur, and the energy of his rebounds became increasingly formidable. Initially, there was a dull thud, which soon escalated into sonic booms. The noteworthy difference was that Sun Zhao had indeed learned to control the direction and distance of his rebounds, avoiding any loss of control. His figure continued to dart around the martial arts platform, bouncing with precision. Zhu Tao was utterly astonished that Sun Zhao had managed to transcend species, transforming from a toad into a spring. Chapter 194, The Ultimate Strike. As Sun Zhao and Appo's launch speed escalated, Zhu Tao found himself utterly incapable of capturing his figure. With explosive sounds reverberating around him and waves of energy sweeping in from all directions. This was Zhu Tao's first time witnessing Sun Zhao unleash his technique, leaving him momentarily speechless, even causing a tingling sensation on his scalp. Unlike Zhu Tao or Li Yiming, whose techniques emphasized instantaneous bursts, Sun Zhao's approach was evidently akin to a method of energy accumulation. With each successive launch, the pressure exerted transformed into energy stored within his legs, continually expanding. The longer the duration of the launch, the more energy was amassed. Once unleashed, the force would undoubtedly be terrifying. Even Zhu Tao felt a sense of trepidation before this technique. If he were to forcibly obstruct Sun Zhao now, the likelihood of being utterly crushed was high. The energy amassed was certainly beyond the capacity of anyone below the 6th rank to withstand. "Sun Zhao, are you certain you can control this?" Zhu Tao's anxiety was palpable, prompting him to retreat to a corner of the arena. Just a casual collision with Sun Zhao might result in catastrophic fractures. Yes. Amidst the cacophony of sonic booms, Sun Zhao's roar pierced through. In the next instant, he abruptly appeared, his abdomen visibly swollen. Taking a deep breath, not only did his belly expand, but his legs and arms began to swell as well, crashing into the arena like a cannonball, only to rebound. After several cycles of this up and down motion, the stored energy gradually dissipated. With a resounding thud, Sun Zhao slammed onto the platform, gasping heavily, his body swiftly returning to its normal state. Zhu Tao, astonished, approached Sun Zhao, noticing his fatigue. "Is this the frog call? Wait a moment. I have no strength left in my body," Sun Zhao replied. Zhu Tao nodded with a smile, surprised that it concluded in such a manner. It was indeed an astute choice to utilize the frog call to induce bodily expansion, effectively transforming himself into a balloon, thereby gradually releasing the accumulated energy through continuous buffering. After a while, Sun Zhao regained his composure, though he still felt weakness in his limbs, lying back and admitting, "I can only perform this technique once, and it requires a long recovery time afterward. That qualifies as an ultimate strike." Zhu Tao affirmed, "I believe no one below the 6th rank could withstand this move. Moreover, its power surpasses that of both me and Li Yiming. Our ultimate techniques pale in comparison to yours. Even a martial sovereign might struggle to endure it." "Really?" Sun Zhao questioned. "Indeed." Zhu Tao, however, had to temper his enthusiasm, "but it can only be used in life and death situations. You cannot employ this technique casually, as the energy you accumulate is too formidable. A mere brush could result in catastrophic fractures for those of lower strength. During sparring, you cannot simply kill your opponent. Can you? A slight collision could obliterate someone, turning them into mere pulp." With Zhu Tao's affirmation, Sun Zhao felt a surge of excitement. Fortunately, he had prepared recovery elixirs. After consuming 2, his stamina gradually returned, allowing him to regain some mobility. "This technique is tremendously taxing," Sun Zhao remarked solemnly. "It also has significant limitations. It can only be executed in relatively confined spaces. If deployed in an open area, I would be unable to unleash the frog leg's power." Zhu Tao nodded slightly, understanding this point, and inquired, "Have you attempted to control the power in your legs? For instance, maintaining a relatively constant speed?" "Very difficult," Sun Zhao frowned. "This technique was learned during my dream training, and the accumulated energy only grows stronger. I cannot modulate the power within it. At least, I cannot do so now." Zhu Tao resonated with this experience. The effects of dream training were indeed extraordinary, enabling them to master techniques in a short span, as he himself had inexplicably acquired the needle launch technique after merely 2 sleeps. The drawbacks, however, were glaring. They could not control the power of their techniques, relying solely on a specific muscle memory to execute them, and carelessness could lead to self-harm or even social death, as Li Yiming could attest. Old Su had remarked that Zhu Tao and Amp, Oppos, foundational skills were too lacking and required extensive training to achieve control. This was indeed the case. Zhu Tao acknowledged. I too gradually mastered the needle launch after some time, and now I can control its power. All of us possess similar talents if I can do it. So can you. Not the same, not the same. Sun Zhao chuckled bitterly. We aren't as driven as you. Our foundational skills are far inferior. Foundational skills can be gradually compensated for, and our training speed has significantly increased after merging with the primordial qi, yielding results equivalent to months of effort in just a day. This process is not short. Can you perform it again? Huh? Again? Sun Zhao was taken aback. At the very least, I need a few hours to rest. The elixirs I just consumed haven't taken full effect yet. Is it necessary to witness it again? It's not for my benefit. It's for the gatekeeper to see. Sun Zhao. As night fell, at the northern gate of the Third Academy, Zhu Tao led Sun Zhao to Old Lu, bowing respectfully. Grandfather. Sun Zhao felt a twinge of apprehension upon seeing Old Lu, his backside subtly aching. Yet he followed Zhu Tao in greeting. Old Lu and Oppos' eyes widened upon noticing a new face, prompting him to rise. This little fellow seems familiar. Grandfather. You should recognize everyone from our class, Zhu Tao chuckled awkwardly. You and Oppos, V kicked me once already. After saying this, he quickly gestured to Sun Zhao, who hesitated for a moment before saying, Grandfather, my name is Sun Zhao. Oh, and what are you? Sun Zhao? Why did it feel as though this old man was cursing? Nevertheless, Sun Zhao did not dwell on it and followed Zhu Tao's instructions. Frog. Frog. Old Lu paused momentarily. Xingyi? Yes. Having seen much of Xingyi, practitioners of the frog style were indeed rare. However, Old Lu appeared eager. Are you seeking to exchange a few techniques with me? Yes, but this location is inadequate for practice. Old Lu nodded slightly, pointing. You can go over there. Sun Zhao was perplexed. Where? Old Lu replied, Aren't you heading to the pond? Chapter 195. An attempt to assassinate the martial sovereign. Shortly thereafter, Sun Zhao and Zhu Tao followed Old Lu into the martial arts arena. The moment Old Lu made his entrance, the students in the arena fell silent for a brief moment before collectively bowing in respect, their hearts brimming with astonishment. They were bewildered as to how Old Lu had arrived alongside Zhu Tao and Sun Zhao. With a gentle wave of his hand, Old Lu motioned for Zhu Tao and Sun Zhao to follow him to a private chamber. He couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation for the technique Sun Zhao was about to demonstrate. Zhu Tao and Li Yiming had already provided him with considerable surprises, and he was eager to see what this group of youngsters from Class 5 could conjure up next. After bowing, Sun Zhao hurriedly gestured, Grandfather, please ascend to the martial stage. Old Lu nodded slightly and took his position on the stage, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. All right, you may begin. Grandfather, you must be cautious. This move, even a martial sovereign might struggle to withstand it. Just come at me. Very well. Old Lu's face remained impassive, yet inside a tinge of tension brewed. Were it any other class, he would have scoffed at such a statement. But this was the class led by Su Yang. The students in Class 5 were indeed beyond the bounds of ordinary logic. Just previously, Zhu Tao, who had barely reached the 7th rank, had almost shattered his own protective energy with shockwaves. Moreover, the techniques displayed by Li Yiming were not to be underestimated. The students of Class 5 had already begun to exhibit the nascent forms of energy manipulation. At that moment, Sun Zhao executed a somersault and landed with a resounding thud, his figure propelling forward. Old Lu did not evade. Sun Zhao did not charge directly at him. Instead, he zipped past Old Lu, and with a slight turn of his head, Old Lu witnessed Sun Zhao rapidly pivoting midair and gently alighting on the wall of the arena. In a frog-like stance, Sun Zhao curled his limbs together, his facial muscles undulating like waves. Then, with renewed force in his feet, he propelled himself once more. This time, his speed and explosive power were evidently greater than before. Boom, boom, boom. In a flurry, Sun Zhao began to use Old Lu as a launching point, continuously rebounding around him. Initially, Old Lu did not perceive anything particularly unusual, but as time passed, he realized Sun Zhao's speed was increasing exponentially, nearing the limits of his dynamic vision. A progressive surge. Old Lu and Amp, Oppos' heart raced, and he instinctively closed his eyes to sense the fluctuations in Sun Zhao and Amp, Oppos' energy. He initially thought Sun Zhao was augmenting his power through the consumption of his own energy, but he sensed no significant fluctuations. Old Lu's scalp prickled. This implied that the lad and Apos' legs could absorb and store energy. How was that possible? As old Lu grappled with his astonishment, Sun Zhao continued to accelerate. The sound of his movements soon replaced by explosive sonic booms. When he looked again, Sun Zhao and Apos' figure had become almost impossible to track, prompting old Lu to resort to his sensing technique. Closing his eyes, he felt a rush of alarm. The entire martial stage was enveloped in Sun Zhao's energy, rendering it impossible to pinpoint his exact location. Most terrifyingly, the boy was still gaining speed. Old Lu and Apos' expression shifted, and he shouted, "Boy, stop. If your speed increases any further, a miscalculation could cost you your life." Zhu Tao below quickly reassured him, "Grandfather, fret not. He can control it." "Of course. I know he can control it. If he couldn't and Apos' he would have already met his demise. The real concern is whether I can withstand it." This was a continuous process of energy accumulation, and it was evident that Sun Zhao had yet to reach his limit. Should he exceed old Lu's dynamic vision, it would mean surpassing old Lu's capacity to endure. In such a scenario, a collision at that speed would leave old Lu uncertain about withstanding it with mere flesh and energy. He would have to counter. However, if he intervened, it would undoubtedly spell doom for Sun Zhao. Without further hesitation, old Lu inhaled deeply and suddenly lunged into the air, grasping Sun Zhao and Apos' waist and propelling him forward. The stone slabs of the martial stage shattered beneath old Lu and Apos' feet as he surged forward, debris scattering. Just as they were about to collide with the wall, Sun Zhao's eyes widened in horror. Oh no! With the wall looming perilously close, Sun Zhao shut his eyes, his mind void of thought. After an agonizing wait, he opened his eyes to find his head a mere 2 centimeters from the wall. Old Lu had already planted one leg against the wall, leaving an imprint with his foot. Phew! Old Lu exhaled deeply, then tossed the frog-like Sun Zhao to the ground. "Must you risk your life like this? You rascal!" Zhu Tao rushed over. "Grandfather, please calm down. I and Apos' am not angry," old Lu replied, brushing off dust from his clothes and glancing at the still recovering Sun Zhao. Frowning, "If you were to fully unleash that technique, you would undoubtedly perish." Sun Zhao was taken aback. "Huh? I would die? Of course you would." Old Lu frowned. "Your intentions are clear. You aim to bring harm. Your opponent would show no mercy. I would certainly strike you down on the spot." Nearby, Zhu Tao inquired softly, "Grandfather, you can't withstand this technique either?" Old Lu responded nonchalantly, "If I were to take it head-on, I would be gravely injured, and he would certainly perish. However, no one would be foolish enough to take it head-on." Old Lu clasped his hands behind his back, casting a sidelong glance at Sun Zhao. "The operation of your energy follows a pattern, though I cannot see you. I can predict your position by sensing the flow of your energy. No need for full power. With merely 30% of my strength, I could easily strike you down. For safety and Apos' sake, I would employ 70% of my strength to ensure your demise." Old Lu spoke gravely. "This technique of yours, it should only be used against ferocious beasts, never against a martial sovereign, or you will surely be killed to save themselves. Grandfather, I am at the pinnacle of the 8th rank." Suddenly, old Lu snapped back to reality, a look of confusion crossing his face. "Oh, I just remembered you're only at the 8th rank, so it's improbable for you to seek trouble with a martial sovereign." Regaining his composure, Sun Zhao felt a surge of excitement. "Grandfather, so this technique, can it injure a martial sovereign if the opponent is unaware?" Old Lu hesitated for a moment. "If they are below the mid-tier of the 6th rank, he will perish. If they are mid-tier or above, you will meet your end." Both Sun Zhao and Zhu Tao couldn't and Apos' help but inhale sharply. "Goodness, this technique is extraordinary. It could slay a martial sovereign. What astounding power." However, old Lu's expression turned strange. "The conditions for executing this technique are exceedingly stringent, and if others learn of your lethal move, they will not afford you any opportunity to use it. Unless it's a life or death battle, do not unleash it." "Indeed." Old Lu nodded slightly, a satisfied smile creeping onto his face. "Apart from that, let me see what other techniques you possess." Sun Zhao scratched his head, chuckling nervously. I have no others." Old Lu and Apos' eyes widened in disbelief. "None." "Yes. Do you only possess deadly techniques?" Chapter 196, Enlightenment Dawn and Apos. "Do you know any other techniques?" "No, Grandpa. I do know some, but I can't Apos' perform them well." Sun Zhao chuckled awkwardly. "My foundational skills are too weak. I haven't mastered them yet. Even this technique was taught to me by old Su." "No, that's not right." Sun Zhao quickly performed a somersault and landed, executing a palm push. "This one is taught by old Su, and this other move is an extension of what he taught me." Old Lu immediately discerned the subtlety and looked somewhat bemused. "Wait a moment, show me that again." Sun Zhao hurriedly demonstrated it once more. After observing, old Lu inquired, This is what your teacher taught you. Yes, yes, Grandpa. Is there a problem? Your control is quite appropriate, old Lu mused thoughtfully. But, if I recall correctly, your teacher practices the 9 techniques of horizontal body cultivation, which has no relation to your practice Qingyi martial arts. As Sun Zhao was about to respond, Zhu Tao, with a sudden insight, interjected with a smile, Grandpa. Don't forget our teacher is a martial arts theory instructor who entered through the special recruitment program. This technique was developed based on Sun Zhao's practice of the Golden Toad technique. Sun Zhao snapped back to reality, drenched in cold sweat. He had almost instinctively revealed that Old Su also practiced the Golden Toad technique, which was one of Old Su's closely guarded secrets. Old Lu nodded slightly, smiling. Your teacher indeed possesses such capabilities. So, you are additionally practicing the Golden Toad technique? Yes. Sun Zhao replied hastily. This mental method, though rare with few practitioners. I have indeed seen someone demonstrating it, and they had mastered it to a high level. While it may not be a high-level technique, its power is not to be underestimated. A single croak can disrupt an opponent's breath. Sun Zhao blinked in surprise. Is that true? I had no idea. You seem to be oblivious to this matter, Old Lu observed, noting Sun Zhao's clear eyes. Isn't it written in your mental method? I recall that the 6th or 7th level corresponds to the croaking break. Suddenly, Sun Zhao realized that and oppos. That's why I was unaware of this. I truly don and amp, oppos, to know about any mental methods beyond the 4th level. Old Su only allowed me to practice to the 4th level. Eager to change the subject, Sun Zhao asked, Grandpa, what level has that senior reached now? Old Lu estimated. They should currently be at the mid or high stage of the 8th rank. Sun Zhao and amp, oppos, S eyes widened in shock. Only the 8th rank. Old Lu nodded slightly. He was devoured by a ferocious beast. When we found him, there were only bits of flesh left. I calculated the time. He should have been reincarnated for about 20 years, which aligns with this level. The atmosphere in the martial arts arena suddenly grew heavy. Old Lu noticed the 2 children had fallen silent and paused momentarily. It is indeed somewhat inappropriate to discuss this now. You 2 have probably never even seen what a ferocious beast looks like. Grandpa, the ferocious beasts at the training base. What are those? Old Lu shook his head. They are merely domesticated animals that have long been trained. Their wild instincts greatly diminished. They can only be considered pets and hardly qualify as ferocious beasts. True ferocious beasts are 10 times more savage when they swarm. There are at least 100,000 of them. Old Lu spoke solemnly. The world is filled with the shadows of ferocious beasts, some only a few meters long, while others can reach dozens of meters in height, blocking out the sun and shaking the earth. Just a distant glance can instill fear in your heart. However, discussing this is premature for you. If the day of the ferocious beast tide arrives, there is no need for concern. We old bones will pave the way for you. If the sky were to fall, we will bear the brunt, and you little ones need not sacrifice yourselves. Zhu Tao and Sun Zhao hurriedly bowed in respect to Old Lu. But you, young man, cannot rely solely on lethal techniques. Old Lu frowned at Sun Zhao. What will you do when you need to spar with others? If all else fails, you might as well learn some basic techniques or sewing. Sun Zhao gazed blankly at Zhu Tao, who seemed unperturbed, as if to say, you don't need to look. The little seamstress refers to me. Sun Zhao, however, was determined to hold on to his last bit of stubbornness. Grandpa, please call me Little Golden Toad from now on. Very well, Little Toad. Fine. Little Toad it is. I look forward to seeing how you will address Fu Yinhai then. Grandpa, I am still in training. Apart from the technique our teacher helped me develop, I am still researching the other techniques. Very well, then let us conclude for today. In the future, when you act, just mention my name. Old Lu turned to leave, but not before tossing back a parting remark. Little Toad, practice your breath control. Yes. As Sun Zhao bowed, he turned to Zhu Tao with a puzzled expression. Tao Ge, what is breath control? Clearly, this was a blind spot in Sun Zhao and amp, oppos, knowledge. Zhu Tao scratched his head. It's like the shockwave technique I use, or the super speed kick like Li Yiming. Please, teach me, senior brother. Zhu Tao and oppos, mouth twitched. I don't know how to teach it. It's a kind of special muscle memory that I learned while practicing in dreams. You should have some insight into it. Sun Zhao scratched his head in confusion. I don't have any insight. Aren't you also practicing in your dreams? When I practice in dreams, I'm just lying in a basin of water. If I hadn't locked the door, I would have been lying in a pond. Zhu Tao blinked. Territorial awareness? Suddenly, Sun Zhao experienced an epiphany. If that is the case, I think I understand a bit. Tao Ge, why don't you try it on the martial arts platform? Be sure to defend yourself. Just as Zhu Tao was puzzled, Sun Zhao returned to the martial arts platform, lying down and closing his eyes. Although Zhu Tao was confused, he stepped onto the platform and stood opposite Sun Zhao. After lying there for a while, he suddenly opened his eyes, feeling somewhat frustrated. I'm not quite used to this without a basin. However, I am amphibious. I should manage fine without water. Let us give it a try. Soon. Sun Zhao closed his eyes and activated the golden toad technique. Moments later, Zhu Tao saw Sun Zhao's abdomen rhythmically expanding and contracting. Goo, goo, goo. The familiar croaking sound resonated once more, penetrating the heart with an incredibly rapid frequency. Zhu Tao immediately felt a sense of foreboding and instinctively activated his breath control, crossing his arms in front of him for defense. In that instant, Sun Zhao's figure suddenly closed in. Zhu Tao's pupils constricted sharply, and with a thunderous sound, he was knocked back several meters by Sun Zhao's impact, his hands tingling. When Zhu Tao regained his bearings and focused his gaze, he saw Sun Zhao lying on the ground again, his abdomen continuing to swell, the frequency of the croaking still alarmingly high. As he curved his arms to rub his head, seemingly issuing a warning. Stay out of my territory, or this little toad might just cause some trouble. Chapter 197. Territory. After a considerable moment, Zhu Tao finally regained his composure. He immediately leapt down from the martial arts platform and made his way to a corner. There, he noticed that Sun Zhao's warning sounds had indeed slowed down. He lay motionless on the ground, his abdomen rhythmically contracting and expanding, producing a rhythmic croaking sound reminiscent of a toad. So, this is Sun Zhao's complete form? Zhu Tao called out to the martial arts platform, but Sun Zhao, still on the ground, offered no response. After several futile calls, Zhu Tao found himself in a mix of amusement and frustration. Sun Zhao's sudden and forceful impact was undeniably formidable, rivaling Li Yiming's accelerated kick. Yet, the distinction lay in the fact that Li Yiming's skill was an active one while Sun Zhao seemed to be passive. It appeared that having unleashed this move, Sun Zhao had entirely embraced the persona of a frog, evidently entering a meditative state. Despite Zhu Tao's incessant shouts, Sun Zhao remained unresponsive. In exasperation, Zhu Tao retrieved a few rubber balls from his bag and, aiming towards Sun Zhao, executed a flicking motion. With a swift motion, a rubber ball whizzed through the air. But just as it seemed destined to strike Sun Zhao, he unexpectedly leaped aside, deftly evading the ball. Upon landing, he casually rubbed his head with a bent arm. As if nothing had transpired, Zhu Tao narrowed his eyes and, in a flurry, tossed all his rubber balls into the air, his hands becoming a blur as he launched them all in one go. At that moment, Sun Zhao began to dart around the martial arts platform with astonishing speed, his figure becoming somewhat indistinct as he evaded all the rubber balls Zhu Tao shot at him. The golden toad technique was inherently a versatile martial art, integrating offense, defense, and speed. Sun Zhao's recent display evidently leaned more towards agility. Sun Zhao, Zhu Tao called once more, but again, Sun Zhao remained silent. This is hopeless. Realizing he could not rouse Sun Zhao, Zhu Tao resorted to calling old Su. Meanwhile, Su Yang, who was in his office honing his skills, received the call and paused. Perplexed, he can't wake up? Indeed, Zhu Tao replied, half laughing, and he possesses an incredibly strong sense of territory. I dare not approach him, as he dodged my flicking technique. Su Yang made his way to the martial arts hall, leaping through the window. Upon entering, he found Sun Zhao sprawled on the martial arts platform, rubbing his head and making a cacophony of sounds. Su Yang, bewildered, remarked, "It's not even time for sleep yet. How did he just fall into this state?" Zhu Tao chuckled awkwardly, "I am not quite sure myself." With a stern gaze, Su Yang invoked his teacher's authority and gently admonished, "Sun Zhao." In an instant, Sun Zhao sprang to his feet, responding, "Yes." Zhu Tao's eyes widened in disbelief. "Wait, how is it that I couldn't wake him, yet you call and he immediately responds?" Awakened and slightly embarrassed upon seeing Su Yang, Sun Zhao scratched his head. "Old Su, I was just sparring with Brother Tao." "Sparring or not?" Su Yang approached the platform with a puzzled expression. "How did you inadvertently enter this state?" Sun Zhao quickly explained, "I can enter this state on my own. But once I do, when I awaken is beyond my control." Su Yang, intrigued, asked, "You can enter this state by yourself? How do you do that?" "It's simple." Sun Zhao replied, "I just have to imagine myself as a frog." Su Yang's lips twitched in disbelief. "So why did you not respond to Zhu Tao's calls?" "I did respond." Sun Zhao insisted. "Huh, did I not croak? Who can understand that? I had turned into a frog. How could I speak human language?" Su Yang scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for words. "How can you truly convince yourself to be a frog? I am genuinely concerned about your mental state." Yet, after a moment's reflection, Su Yang considered that perhaps this had little to do with mental health. After all, there was someone who fancied themselves a spinning top daily, and there was nothing amiss in their actions. Unable to find clarity, they decided to attribute this phenomenon to fervor for the martial arts. Su Yang and Zhu Tao exchanged glances, rendered speechless. "So, you can actually hear Zhu Tao and Appo's voice?" "I can hear it," Sun Zhao affirmed. "I responded as well." Then why do you still attack? I already mentioned I transformed into a frog. As soon as he enters my territory, I instinctively perceive him as an enemy. This applies to you too, old Su. If you invade my territory, I would attack you without hesitation. Zhu Tao, slightly taken aback, inquired, can't you control it? Perhaps try opening your eyes? That is not possible. If I open my eyes, I revert to being human. Sun Zhao shook his head. It would break the spell. Regardless, he found it difficult to explain this state. Once he entered it, he could only see himself as a frog. His consciousness remained clear, and he could sense external movements. Yet, Su Yang interjected, is it akin to a dream? Half awake, half asleep? Exactly, Sun Zhao exclaimed, clapping his hands. Old Su, that is the sensation. It feels like I'm dreaming, yet not entirely. I can perceive everything around me, but I cannot intervene much. Similar to how one cannot dictate their actions in a dream. Zhu Tao seemed to grasp it, scratching his head. Your situation is indeed quite complex. Indeed, Sun Zhao sighed. Old Su, why does this technique occur? Could it be that I have become overly absorbed in my training? No, it's not related to obsession. Su Yang shook his head, momentarily unsure how to articulate his thoughts. The history of martial arts in China spans 5,000 years. Yet you are the only one of your kind. There is no reference point. The creator of the Golden Toad technique merely imitated. Can you truly transform into a frog? As time progressed, other characteristics of fervor began to manifest gradually. Zhu Tao then remarked, Old Su, Sun Zhao's technique could actually be used for sparring. Su Yang paused. How can that be? Wouldn't he be attacking indiscriminately? Not at all. He has a territorial range. Zhu Tao quickly explained, I just stepped out of his territory. And he ceased his aggressive actions. I estimated that at a distance of around 40 to 50 meters, Sun Zhao would not initiate an attack. Chapter 198, Lifelong Rivals Currently. The new state exhibited by Sun Zhao can be tentatively referred to as the Golden Toad form, a transformation that has emerged from his dream cultivation. Upon entering this state, Sun Zhao experiences a comprehensive enhancement in his capabilities, be it strength, speed, or defense. He perceives an area of 50 meters around him as his territory. Any individual who dares to intrude will be met with his aggressive expulsion. Should there be no other beings within this domain, Sun Zhao will enter a standby mode. The duration for which he can maintain the Golden Toad form remains uncertain, as he has scarcely utilized it on previous occasions. However, given that Zhu Tao and Li Yiming have gradually mastered their respective techniques post-dream cultivation, Su Yang believes that Sun Zhao should be capable of fully mastering the Golden Toad form, which currently appears to be in a transitional phase, a perfectly normal circumstance. Reflecting on this, Su Yang remarked, both Zhu Tao and Li Yiming, like yourself, have yet to gain control. They have honed their skills through persistent practice and exploration. Your subsequent task is to train your fundamentals while frequently employing this technique, striving to achieve complete mastery over your physical form, melding human and toad as one. Indeed, Sun Zhao affirmed, feeling that all necessary instructions had been conveyed. Su Yang then retreated to his office to continue his own cultivation of the transformation technique. As for the visit from Elder Lu, Zhu Tao had already clarified the matter, and Su Yang refrained from probing further, with Elder Lu providing cover. He felt no need to worry about other matters and could focus on his training. After a period of exploration, Su Yang had reached the capability to simultaneously manipulate 27 vortices, drawing ever closer to the formation of 49. Once he successfully constructs a linear vortex comprising 49 vortices, he would achieve mastery of the transformation technique. Of course, for Su Yang, the good news extended beyond mere mastery of the transformation. He exhibited signs of potential breakthroughs on 7 or 8 occasions throughout the day, indicating that the limitations on his progression were nearing his ideal threshold. And the countdown to his ascension to the rank of 6th grade martial master had commenced. Upon returning to his dormitory, Sun Zhao promptly followed Su Yang's directive to communicate with Li Yiming. Although each member of Class 5 practiced different techniques, they all shared the experience of dream cultivation. Zhu Tao and Li Yiming were currently in a relatively stable condition, making them suitable for further exchanges that might yield fruitful insights. Upon learning about Sun Zhao's state from Zhu Tao, Li Yiming decisively stated, "You are clearly lacking in your practice. You have not yet mastered the state we achieve through dream cultivation. I have experienced similar circumstances before, and Zhu Tao is the best witness to that. I, too, found myself unable to halt once I entered the transition. My body felt entirely beyond my control." Li Yiming continued earnestly. Zhu Tao nodded in agreement, confirming the situation. "What comes next?" Sun Zhao inquired. "The next step is to practice daily," Li Yiming advised. "Make sure to sleep well and avoid staying up late, as that will hinder our dream cultivation. So, when the time comes, go to sleep without practicing." After a moment and Appo's reflection, Li Yiming added, "In addition to that, you should conduct your own research. Beyond controlling your toad form, consider whether you can adjust the size of your territorial domain or regulate the force of your spring-like technique. With a serious expression, Li Yiming continued, "We have all been enlightened by Elder Su, and our aptitudes are equal. If I can achieve it, so can you." As for Zhu Tao, his foundational skills surpass ours, but our levels are comparable. Just as I have developed a rapid kick through the heavenly mysterious leg, you, too, can evolve more techniques from the golden toad skill. We each practice different methods, and neither Zhu Tao nor I fully comprehend how your golden toad skill operates. Elder Su has not undergone dream cultivation himself, and thus cannot guide you. You must understand this. Sun Zhao nodded eagerly, understood. I will return to my dormitory and ponder these ideas. Once back in his room, Sun Zhao began to contemplate deeply. After some time, he approached his desk, took a paper and pen, and began sketching. On the blank page, he drew a small black dot encircled by a larger circle, the dot representing himself. He then began to recall the sensations he experienced while in the toad form. Though my eyes were closed, I could indeed sense the presence of living beings nearby, perceiving them in some form. Is this what one might call clairvoyance? Sun Zhao scratched his head, momentarily perplexed. If it is sight, why is it limited to this particular range? He pondered, gazing around the black dot's perimeter. Why can I not see beyond this boundary? Before long, Sun Zhao felt a throbbing sensation in his head, overwhelmed by an abundance of knowledge. Days swiftly passed. Throughout this period, Su Yang adhered to a structured schedule, guiding his students through general education, foundational training, and allowing Class 5 to return for self-study. The majority of their time was dedicated to their personal cultivation endeavors. The progress observed was commendable during each foundational training session. Su Yang required Xie Yuhan to demonstrate her soaring peak technique. Apart from Zhu Tao, the others would time her performance on their phones. After several days of training, Xie Yuhan's twitching duration had decreased from 37 seconds to 30 seconds, nearing the significant milestone of 20 seconds. Su Yang was quite satisfied with this improvement. As Xie Yuhan completed her demonstration and was about to spring towards the ceiling of the martial arts arena, Su Yang swiftly intervened, pressing her back to the ground. Xie Yuhan felt a sudden heaviness, and upon opening her eyes, she wore a look of frustration. "Teacher, let me perform it just once. You always interrupt my casting." "Do not squander time," Su Yang replied. "Return and focus on your training. This afternoon, we will be visiting second high school, so everyone, remember to set your alarms." The students concurred and dispersed to their dormitories for further practice. In truth, Su Yang felt a degree of exasperation. The school and Oppo's logistics director had lodged complaints with him at least 17 or 18 times. Each time, he feigned ignorance to evade responsibility. The martial arts arena would only seek compensation from students in the event of significant damage. Otherwise, maintenance and repairs fell under the purview of the logistics department. However, Class 5's frequent use of the arena inevitably resulted in various blemishes, and each inspection by the logistics department left no doubt that Class 5 was responsible. Moreover, nearly every time Class 5 visited the martial arts arena, the logistics team found themselves working overtime to address the aftermath. In addition, the marble decorative pillar broken by Li Yiming required repair, which took nearly a week. Class 5 of the first year had become the eternal nemesis of the logistics department of third high school. What had once been a leisurely job now demanded daily overtime since Class 5 began frequenting the martial arts arena. I implore you all to graduate swiftly. Chapter 199. Around 2 p.m., Su Yang led the members of Class 5 onto the bus heading to number 2 high school. This time, a considerable number of students from number 3 high school were also attending the trial ground, at least 2 to 3 dozen classes in total. Typically, a single bus could accommodate 5 classes, including the accompanying teachers. However, Class 5 was allocated an entire bus to themselves. The moment other students learned they would be sharing a bus with Class 5, they outright refused. After all, from the perspective of others, Class 5 was infamous for its unruly reputation, with each member boasting a temper more volatile than the last. It was said that even a passing dog would be met with scorn from them. Moreover, with the presence of the formidable Zhu Tao and Li Yiming, there was an ever-present risk of provoking them, which could lead to trouble. Su Yang, however, was indifferent to this perception. Before he took over Class 5, his impression of them was quite similar to that of his peers. Their behavior was entirely consistent with the stereotype surrounding Class 5. Su Yang had no immediate plans to alter their external image, as doing so would only encourage others to engage with Class 5 students, keeping things uncomplicated. He believed they would have ample opportunities to reshape their image in the future. For now, it was best to avoid excessive interactions with others. Once aboard the bus, there was little communication between Su Yang and the students of Class 5. The goal was to cultivate an atmosphere that suggested a strained teacher-student relationship. Shortly thereafter, They arrived at number 2 high school. Yet, Su Yang quickly sensed something amiss. The number of arriving buses was astonishingly high. Number 3 high school had only 4 buses. While at least 20 to 30 buses had arrived simultaneously, it appeared that the students from number 1 high school were also present. Casting a glance at Zhu Tao and Li Yiming in the back, Su Yang realized why number 2 had opted for the trial ground. These two had garnered considerable attention within their families, and news of their impending visit to number 2 had likely spread. Consequently, the number of participants from No. 1 high school had surged. Faced with such a turnout, number 2 had no choice but to initiate the trial ground. The reason for the influx of students from No. 1 high school was straightforward. Those selected were the cream of the crop among their peers, each possessing a warrior's spirit. Such individuals did not shy away from battle. In fact, they thrived on it. Warriors are inherently driven to challenge their limits, and while students from other schools might choose to retreat in the face of stronger opponents, those from number 1 would confront challenges head-on. The ethos of number 1 high school was steeped in martial virtue. Its most expansive facility was not the martial arts arena nor the trial ground, but rather, the infirmary. The average monthly fracture rate among No. 1 students stood at 73.6, according to the infirmary and Oppo's records. In contrast, number 3 high school reported a mere 11.4. This data starkly illustrated the intensity of student interactions and the evident disparity. Zhu Tao and Li Yiming, currently rising stars in number 3, were exceptionally powerful, making them highly sought-after sparring partners for number 1 students. Indeed, upon Su Yang and Class 5 disembarking, they were immediately met with countless scrutinizing gazes. Turning his head, he spotted Zhu Tao and Li Yiming standing tall and proud at the forefront. Su Yang, disinterested in idle chatter, directed his gaze towards a vast open square ahead. This area typically served as a venue for various events at number 2 high school, capable of accommodating thousands. Just then, the loudspeaker crackled to life. Attention all departments. Attention all departments. The trial ground is about to commence. Please clear the square of all unrelated personnel. The square was devoid of any onlookers as the ground began to tremble slightly, and metal walls crafted from specialized steel slowly ascended, constructing an immense labyrinth. Simultaneously, the grooves atop the metal walls opened, sealing the structure. As the metal maze activated, Su Yang quietly addressed the members of Class 5. As I mentioned earlier, the trial ground is almost completely devoid of light, shrouded in darkness. You will only have a faint glow from a wristband, providing visibility of merely 1 or 2 meters. The trial ground simulates an underground labyrinth, the creation of the ancient beast known as the devouring worm. This creature weaves various paths underground, eventually surfacing to bask in the sun before retreating back to rest. Thus, there will invariably be an exit leading to the surface. According to beast scholars, this devouring worm is estimated to be over 30,000 years old, classified as an ancient beast, measuring approximately 32 kilometers in length. Its temperament is relatively docile. It spends most of its time resting below a kilometer from the surface, emerging once every century. Occasionally, its movements disrupt human activity, causing severe earthquakes and ground collapses that can engulf cities. The underground paths formed by this creature often become nesting grounds for specific parasitic or symbiotic beasts, with the most notorious being the metal-eating beast, which consumes metals to produce the raw materials for specialized steel. Many warriors, aspiring to become beast hunters, often undertake missions to eliminate these parasitic or symbiotic beasts, necessitating deep descents into the underground. Should one choose to enlist in the military, a significant portion of their time would involve cleansing these subterranean nests of potential threats. The environment simulated by the trial ground mirrors this underground maze, where the activity of beasts can easily sever logistical support, creating extreme conditions that test a warrior and Oppo's survival skills and willpower. Therefore, the trial ground is not focused on combat. Rankings are based solely on the time taken and the number of surviving students from each class. However, as Su Yang surveyed the surroundings, it was apparent that the students from number 1 had ulterior motives. Upon entering the trial ground, it was crucial to avoid reckless actions. Su Yang cautioned. Focus on finding your way. If possible, refrain from fighting, understood? The objective of the trial ground is to see which class can exit the fastest with the most members intact. Combat is not the goal. Nevertheless, Su Yang continued, casting another glance around before whispering, if you must engage in battle, then conclude it swiftly. The students nodded in agreement. Soon after, staff members approached Su Yang with a lottery box. He drew a number and opened it to reveal entrance number 44. The moment the others saw the number, their expressions soured. Did old Su's hand touch something unclean? Did he forget to wash his hands after using the restroom? This is not auspicious. Chapter 200. The trials commenced. The members of Class 5 swiftly followed the staff from second high school to the entrance number 44, where they awaited further instructions, each receiving a luminescent wristband. However, at that moment, Zhu Tao and Appo's expression was notably grave. He had caught a distant glimpse of Zhu Hao and Appo's figure, who was also fixated on him, his gaze akin to that of a predator stalking its prey. Zhu Tao and Zhu Hao had not had much interaction, their conversations being limited. Zhu Tao recalled that during their childhood, Zhu Hao was often absent, frequently sent by his father to remote areas plagued by ferocious beasts. On the days Zhu Hao did not return, it was a grim indication that he had fallen victim to one of those beasts. Consequently, the younger members of the Zhu family held a considerable amount of sympathy for Zhu Hao, including Zhu Tao himself. Having such a father was indeed a stroke of misfortune. Nevertheless, one could not deny Zhu Hao's remarkable resilience. He always returned, albeit disheveled and emaciated. Despite pleading with his father countless times, he was repeatedly cast into those treacherous wildernesses. It was only after the untimely death of Zhu Hao's father that this relentless ordeal came to a halt. However, Zhu Hao's demeanor transformed. He now wore a facade of nonchalance, yet beneath it lurked a ferocious beast. Often, his gaze bore an unsettling intensity, as if he were contemplating devouring someone. In that moment, Zhu Tao felt the unsettling sensation of being targeted by a predator, sending chills down his spine. Sensing Zhu Tao and Appo's silence, Li Yiming inquired with curiosity, "Tao Gu, what and Appo's wrong?" Zhu Tao snapped back to reality, straightening his posture. "Nothing. I have long since transformed. If Yu Hao seeks to trouble me, why should I cower? Let him come." Of course, Zhu Tao was not the only one to recognize familiar faces. The others in Class 5 had also encountered members of their esteemed families along the way. The presence of noble scions at second high school was substantial, which ignited a fervent eagerness in Sun Zhao and the others, eager to plunge into the trial grounds and engage in combat immediately. Noticing the palpable excitement among Class 5, Li Yiming felt compelled to intervene. Hey, did you not hear old Su's words? Fighting is merely a waste of time." He continued. "I understand you all harbor pent-up energy, but this is a maze. Once we enter, distinguishing front from back will be challenging, making it difficult to locate your adversaries." At this, the group was enlightened. Indeed, this was a maze, and it was likely they would not encounter their rivals even upon the trial and Appo's conclusion. Zhu Tao added, "Unless someone takes the initiative to strike, we should not squander our time. Our goal is to find the exit as swiftly as possible and depart." The scale of this trial was immense, encompassing both the venue and the number of participants. Zhu Tao stated solemnly, "At least 300 to 400 individuals have arrived from second high school, indicating that the intensity of the trial will be exceptionally high. Most are likely here primarily for me and Yiming, so they shouldn't and Appo's trouble you." He urged, "If you happen to encounter them, simply act as if you saw nothing and bypass them." In essence, their singular objective was clear. Zhu Tao declared quietly, "Achieve first place. Let us secure a raise for old Su." The group was filled with a fervent determination. This had been their ultimate goal since their arrival. Combat was secondary. "We must ensure old Su receives a raise. It's pitiful that old Su can only afford to treat us to cafeteria meals. Purchasing breakthrough elixirs likely consumes several months' worth of his salary, doesn't he it? His wardrobe is so limited, it's quite tragic. Securing first place should warrant a bonus from the school, right? Surely they will provide something." Li Yiming chimed in, "However, the bonus is a minor consideration. The real crux lies in the evaluation for the Annual Outstanding Teacher Award. If old Su can be named the Annual Outstanding Teacher of third high school, his salary will undoubtedly double. Securing this title also qualifies old Su for the Annual Outstanding Teacher Award of East C. Winning it would mean a spacious apartment within the third ring. Whether old Su can dwell in a grand villa hinges on our forthcoming performance. This trial must herald a successful beginning." The members of Class 5 shared resolute expressions. A small act of kindness should be returned with great gratitude, especially in regard to old Su's benevolence. They felt utterly indebted. Yet, no one understood old Su's principles better than they did. They knew he would never accept their offerings. Thus, securing victories in various competitions to earn him bonuses and a raise would bring joy to both him and them, a win-win situation. At that moment, an announcement echoed through the air. "Attention all participating classes, the trial grounds are about to open. Please prepare for entry." As the announcement resonated, the once closed metallic door at entrance 44 began to descend, revealing a dark, profound entrance. "Let us go," Zhu Tao urged softly, and the 10 figures swiftly vanished into the darkness. Students awaiting at other entrances also began to move. Moments later, the specialized metallic door sealed once more, severing the only source of light. The faint glow from the wristbands provided minimal visibility. Towering specialized metallic walls surrounded them, leaving only a single passage ahead. This was the first time Class 5 had encountered such an enveloping darkness, and they found it somewhat disconcerting, feeling a sense of oppression. Fu Yunhai raised his arm, attempting to navigate using the dim light, and upon turning his head, he was startled. The pale glow illuminated their faces, making it appear as though they were specters in a horror film. Wait, let us not rush ahead. Let us take a moment to acclimate, Zhu Tao urged. He then suggested, let us strategize our route. Before we arrived, Su Yang had shared as much information about the trial grounds as possible, and as the team leader, I am responsible for managing our group. Should we stay together or split up? Li Yiming quickly proposed. The trial grounds are vast, and without any hints or directions, moving as a group would be the least efficient approach. Sun Zhao frowned. But everyone's phones have been surrendered, and we lack reliable means of communication. Even if one person finds the exit, there is no way to inform the others. Therefore, we must make some sacrifices. Zhu Tao replied earnestly. I can only vaguely sense the presence of energy, but my range is quite limited, making it impossible to pinpoint your locations. It won't be of any use now. Then, let us rely on our own abilities. At that moment, Fu Yunhai spoke up unexpectedly. I have something to say. All eyes turned towards him in unison. What is it? Let us just take down everyone who enters, and in the end, we'll still be first, right? They won't be able to escape anyway. Besides, in this pitch blackness, who will know who struck whom? Chapter 201 Mischief? The idea proposed by Fu Yunhai received unanimous agreement from everyone except Zhu Tao, Li Yiming, and Sun Zhao. If they could take down all their opponents, wouldn't the first place be theirs for the taking? Sun Zhao's lips twitched. Fu Yunhai, may I pose a question? How many participants are there in the trial grounds? Roughly 2,000 to 3,000, I suppose. You expect 10 of us to defeat 2,000 to 3,000 people in this vast maze? Fu Yunhai patted his chest confidently. It's just a matter of taking down 200 to 300 each. I can handle a little more if necessary. Sun Zhao's eyes widened. Can you, a peculiar being, truly manage that many? I can strategize. All right, enough of this nonsense. Li Yiming interjected, signaling the two to cease their banter. Tao Ge, what are your orders? Then, let us each fend for ourselves and rely on chance. Zhu Tao shrugged. We'll move forward. Whenever we reach a fork, one of us will branch off. If combat is unavoidable, let us resolve it swiftly. One condition, don't recklessly unleash powerful moves that could be fatal. Don't expect old Su to swoop in and save us. Keep your wits about you. Understood? Yes. Without further ado, Zhu Tao led the group forward, soon arriving at the first fork in the path. Both left and right corridors extended before them. Yet no figures were in sight. Yiming, you're currently the fastest. You'll scout both directions while we proceed forward. Remember the route. If you encounter a dead end, press on. All right, Li Yiming exclaimed, spreading his arms. I take my leave. With a whoosh, he transformed into a spinning top and darted into the darkness. Zhu Tao continued guiding the group ahead, quickly reaching the end of the path, which branched left and right. Sun Zhao, choose one. The right. Very well, go. Without hesitation, Sun Zhao dropped to the ground and sprang into the shadows. The enveloping darkness was indeed advantageous, allowing them to unleash their skills without fear of observation. As Zhu Tao and his companions advanced, they gradually dispersed, with Zhu Tao being the last. However, instead of moving on, he halted in the middle of the last junction, sitting down and closing his eyes to meditate. There was no rush at this moment. In this rare environment, he could hone his sensory abilities. Meanwhile, in another part of the maze, students from a different class were clustered together, grumbling. Let us hope we don't run into the first class. They're all battle maniacs who will pick a fight at any opportunity. I had a classmate who went to the first class. He spent a third of his time in the infirmary. What is happening this time? Why are so many classes from the first class here? They must be after Zhu Tao and Li Yiming from the third class. Those two have been in the spotlight lately. And the battle maniacs from the first class are probably itching for a fight. Even if they lose, they'll get a chance to gauge their skills. If they win, they'll overshadow them. Just then, a girl leaning against the wall suddenly felt something crawl over her shoulder, causing her to shiver and let out a couple of startled screams. This startled the group, who quickly surrounded her. What's wrong? Something just crawled over my shoulder. She looked at the wall in fear, raising her arm to shine her wristband light, but found nothing. A bug? No, it wasn't a bug, the girl said, her face pale. It felt strange, like someone lightly tapped my shoulder with their fingers. The boys exchanged glances, bewildered. Who was standing next to you just now? The girl trembled. No one. I was just leaning against the wall while you all were talking. Who was playing tricks now? This isn't the time. The group exchanged uncertain looks. I swear, something crawled over me. She insisted. I promise. But there was no one beside you. Who touched you? I don't know. The corridor fell into an eerie silence, the darkness pressing in on them as goosebumps rose on their skin. It can't be something unclean, right? Stop saying nonsense. We are all warriors, filled with righteous energy. What unclean thing would dare approach us? I'll just knock it out. But what if someone really did touch her? How else can we explain this? Before anyone could respond, a loud slap echoed, and the student who had just spoken was suddenly struck, bewildered. Who? Who hit me? Everyone looked around in confusion. Who? Who hit you? No one moved. Stop messing around. What is with this horror atmosphere? The student covered his face, eyes wide with disbelief. I'm not joking. Someone really hit me. It was so fast I couldn't even react. Who did it? You? Or you? The terrified girl exclaimed. See, I told you there was something unclean. You didn't believe me. Stop exaggerating. Suddenly, the class leader spoke up. Everyone, spread out and keep your distance. Using the dim light from their wristbands, they quickly distanced themselves, barely managing to see that 11 of them had spread apart. The class leader scanned the group and began counting. Good, everyone. But his voice trailed off. How many of us are there? 10. The class leader's voice trembled as he recounted. I see. 11. Is there really something unclean here? Don't you dare call me unclean. I'm just passing by. Someone exclaimed, but just then, a loud thud resounded, and another student doubled over in pain. Others only caught a glimpse of a pair of legs swiftly moving past them. In that instant, everyone gasped, their skin crawling with fear, frozen in place. Don't move. Don't look back. The class leader whispered, This might be a vengeful spirit. There are indeed stories of past students encountering. His voice was cut short as he was suddenly struck in the abdomen, collapsing to the ground with a groan. Stop cursing. The echo of his voice reverberated down the corridor, sending shivers down everyone's spines. Is this really an uncouth ghost? Chapter 202. Do you still wish to launch a surprise attack on me? As time progressed, the students entering the trial grounds soon encountered others. However, instead of engaging in combat, the students from Class 1 inquired about the whereabouts of Zhu Tao and Li Yiming, or other members of Class 5 from Grade 1 of Class 3. Their sole purpose for venturing into Class 2's trial ground was to seek out Zhu Tao and Li Yiming. In truth, after Zhu Tao decisively defeated Zhu Yuan at the family arena, he received a plethora of challenge letters from Class 1 students, many of which were slipped under the door. Li Yiming, too, found himself inundated with challenges from Class 1. Nevertheless, both chose to discard these challenges into the trash bin, opting to ignore them. The sheer volume of challenges rendered any response unnecessary. If they were to face each one, it would be an endless endeavor, akin to engaging in duels with every student from Class 1. Such distractions would only hinder their cultivation, and moreover, these one-on-one confrontations offered little room for growth for either of them. At that moment, Li Yiming, transformed into a spinning top, careened about the labyrinth, focused solely on finding a way out. Whenever he collided with a wall, he utilized the rebound force to propel himself away, darting through the passages with remarkable speed. To avoid unintentionally injuring anyone, he secured his hand ring around his right leg. From a distance, he resembled a shimmering ring of light, zipping about. Before long, Li Yiming spotted a cluster of lights ahead, evidently the presence of students from other classes. Step aside. If you get hit, it's not my responsibility. The approaching group, upon noticing the rapidly approaching ring of light, instinctively pressed themselves against the wall. In the next instant, they heard a whoosh, followed by a powerful gust of air as the light ring zipped past them, quickly vanishing around a corner. It took a moment for them to regain their senses, their eyes wide with astonishment. What on earth was that? It was clearly Li Yiming from Class 3. One exclaimed in disbelief. Isn't that just a spinning top? Another remarked, incredulous. How can he spin so fast? Doesn't he get dizzy? No sooner had the words left their lips than they heard a buzzing sound nearby, prompting them to press against the wall once more. Sure enough, the ring of light swiftly returned. Ahead lay a dead end, the starting point for this class. Not dizzy. Thank you, Li Yiming replied, and with another whoosh, he vanished without a trace. Such bizarre scenes unfolded repeatedly within the trial grounds. One class, while navigating their way to an exit, noticed a glimmering light approaching them erratically, akin to a pendulum swaying from side to side. In the pitch-black surroundings, this spectacle unnerved the students, paralyzing them with fear. As the light drew closer, they felt a chill run down their spines. However, the most surreal moment occurred when the light, seemingly inches away, suddenly passed through their ranks, appearing at the back and continuing its erratic movement forward. As they recovered from their shock, their eyes widened in terror. Did I just imagine that? How did it pass right by me without me noticing? One gasped. I can't believe it. The instructors never warned us that the trial grounds could be this frightening. When did it become a horror show? The number of witnesses to the strange occurrences within the trial grounds continued to rise. In a certain corridor, a fierce voice thundered, "Get out of my way." A swift shadow darted through the passageway, heading straight for Class 1. Upon hearing the shout, all students immediately assumed combat stances, their eyes ablaze with determination. This voice was all too familiar to them, a highly coveted adversary. Zhu Hao? No one understood Zhu Hao's prowess better than the students of Class 1. His 7th grade advanced strength posed a formidable challenge. Block him. Zhu Hao, let's fight. They shouted. Zhu Hao, grinning wickedly as he sped towards them, scoffed. You think you can stop me? In an instant, one student launched a punch at Zhu Hao, but he deftly dodged, countering with a side punch that slammed into the opponent's abdomen, sending him crashing against the wall, gasping for breath. The others rushed forward, but they couldn't even catch a glimpse of Zhu Hao, who left a trail of thuds as he knocked each student against the wall, all clutching their stomachs, struggling to regain their breath. Perhaps you should train a few more years, Zhu Hao remarked coldly, wasting no time as he continued his rapid advance. While sprinting, he momentarily closed his eyes to attune his senses. Although his advanced energy perception was not as potent or precise as Zhu Yang's, he could still sense the presence of individuals within a broad range. To his elation, Zhu Tao's energy remained stationary, as if he were waiting for Zhu Hao to approach him. Is that little brat waiting for me? Zhu Hao's grin grew increasingly sinister, his body brimming with excitement. He recognized Zhu Tao's strength, even speculating that Zhu Tao might rival or even surpass him in Zhu Yang. Such a battle would be exhilarating. Zhu Hao's combat philosophy was simple and brutal. Those who cannot kill me will only make me stronger. He sprinted onward, turning several corners until he caught sight of a flickering light ahead. Yet, he paid it no mind. His sole focus was on confronting Zhu Tao. Just as Zhu Hao noted the distant glimmer, it suddenly shook violently. He hesitated for a moment but quickly dismissed it with a scoff. What a coward! Must be trembling in fear. However, as he dashed forward, Zhu Hao's pupils constricted when the flickering light surged toward him at an unimaginable speed. Unable to react in time, he felt a powerful impact to his abdomen, akin to being struck by a speeding car. With a resounding crash, Zhu Hao was propelled backward, landing painfully against the reinforced steel wall, gasping for breath, unable to utter a word. Do you still wish to ambush me? Thankfully, my reflexes are sharp, Xia Yuhan remarked, patting her head, and rather than pursuing, she dashed off in a different direction. Chapter 203, Unstoppable. Zhu Hao lay on the ground for a considerable time before he regained his composure. The impact he had just endured had stirred a tempest within him, causing him immense discomfort. The force was terrifying, shattering his protective aura. What on earth was happening? As he lifted his gaze, he found that the figure of his adversary had vanished without a trace, leaving him momentarily bewildered. The speed of that attack had afforded Zhu Hao little time to react. He could only instinctively attempt to block it. However, he had not anticipated that the opponent would charge directly at his abdomen, rendering him momentarily incapacitated. The sole consolation was that no bones had been harmed. Had there been any fractures, his combat prowess would have certainly suffered a significant decline. Was there truly a master among them in this trial arena? Which school did they belong to? Was it from the second high school or the third? Perhaps it was the second? Zhu Hao was perplexed, as he was not well acquainted with other schools, and even his understanding of his own was limited. To him, there were only a handful of worthy rivals, and now there was merely Zhu Tao added to that list. He had little interest in anyone else. As for Li Yiming, Zhu Hao did not even consider him a contender. That individual hardly qualified as human. His fighting style was far too peculiar. He spun around like a top at such speeds that it surpassed their ability to track him. There was little point in engaging with Li Yiming, as it would yield minimal enhancement for Zhu Hao, rendering it utterly meaningless. Now, the emergence of this enigmatic powerhouse excited Zhu Hao immensely. The force and velocity of that attack indicated formidable strength. Alas, the opponent had struck and then retreated, offering no opportunity for confrontation. If they were to cross paths again, he would ensure a proper bout. Regaining his focus and feeling considerably better, Zhu Hao resumed his dash towards Zhu Tao. The distance appeared to be diminishing. In a dark corner of the trial arena, Sun Zhao was crouched in a frog-like position, quietly regulating his breath. After several days of research and exploration alongside Li Yiming, Sun Zhao had finally achieved a personal breakthrough. He had begun to gain a measure of control over the golden toad form. Though he was still unable to entirely master it, further practice was required. What held true significance was that he had finally learned to regulate the strength of his legs. This achievement was largely thanks to the guidance of his second senior brother, Li Yiming. Being a master of leg techniques, Li Yiming possessed experience in adjusting leg power. After careful observation, he believed Sun Zhao's spring-like movements could indeed be controlled. However, Li Yiming was unable to articulate it as clearly as Lao Su. Thus, he opted to train Sun Zhao in jumping and energy control together, providing hands-on instruction. Though their training methods varied, and the pathways of their energy differed, the techniques of combat were universal. Li Yiming could also leap like Sun Zhao, yet he could not increase his speed further, maintaining only a relatively balanced pace. This was essentially an advanced foundation of leg techniques. He instructed Sun Xiao to practice without activating the golden toad technique or executing the toad leg. Relying solely on leg strength for jumping, to learn to sense the flow of energy and adjust his power. It was difficult to articulate. He simply had to feel it. Everyone had similar potential. What he could achieve, Sun Xiao could certainly attain as well, depending solely on the effort invested. Thus, they continued to leap, again and again. Suddenly, Sun Xiao, while meditating on the ground, opened his eyes wide as he heard a muffled bang. Instantly, he was propelled forward. Upon landing against the wall, he executed the toad leg, converting the reactive force into energy stored within his legs, rebounding back to the ground. Sun Xiao's legs slightly expanded, releasing part of the energy through cushioning. Nearly 70% of the energy from his previous leap was discharged. This process continued. And although the energy was still in a state of increase, the repeated cushioning allowed him to maintain it within a controllable range. In an instant, the initially dense, muffled sounds in the corridor transformed into sonic booms. As his speed reached a certain threshold, Sun Xiao began to adjust the degree of cushioning. If his speed was too fast, he would increase the cushioning. If too slow, he would decrease it, finally managing to stabilize his speed. Sun Xiao was exhilarated. Bouncing through the corridor like a spring, his speed so swift that he became nearly untraceable, moving at high velocity. The trial arena seemed custom-made for him. In a daze, Sun Xiao spotted a cluster of bright points ahead in the corridor, clearly colliding with students from other classes. However, Sun Xiao had already stowed away his wristband to avoid detection. He required no vision. He merely needed to jump. As long as he leaped long enough, he could directly escape the maze of the trial arena. The individuals approaching him belonged to the first high school, moving in a group. From a distance, they could hear the booming sonic sounds. Completely unaware of the situation, they could only quickly retreat. Yet, as the sound drew nearer, its speed left them with no time to react. They instinctively prepared defensive stances, scattering rapidly. However, just as their feet began to move, they felt as if they had been struck by a vehicle. With a resounding crash, a group of students found themselves slammed against the wall, feeling as though their bodies were about to disintegrate. As they turned around, they heard cries of pain, only to see another class, having just turned the corner, meet the same fate, with bright points flashing as they were overturned. Wherever he went, none could withstand him. As Zhu Hao was racing forward, he suddenly heard a sonic boom from his right, instinctively halting his steps. The memory of the previous impact lingered vividly, prompting him to proceed with caution. Listening to the approaching sonic booms, Zhu Hao attempted to discern the specifics, only to realize that a powerful force was reflecting through the corridor at an alarming speed. Sweeping forward, yet another master. Zhu Hao and Appo's eyes widened, instinctively pressing against the wall, employing the condensation of chi technique, fully circulating his energy as he crossed his arms to block. Just to be safe, he crouched down. In the next moment, the force surged closer, still offering him no opportunity to react. Zhu Hao felt an immense power upon his hands, comparable to the earlier impact. He let out a muffled groan but managed to withstand it. What on earth? How could there be so many masters inexplicably emerging in this trial arena? Chapter 204. A second bloom. As Sun Xiao propelled himself forward, he was astonished to find someone blocking his kick. Throughout his journey, he had faced little resistance, and now, encountering an opponent capable of withstanding his force was unexpected. He surmised that it must be a student from No. 1 High School, a place renowned for its hidden talents and skilled individuals. Moreover, given that his current technique had diminished in power, it was likely that many could counter his spring-like assault. However, Sun Xiao had no intention of returning to continue the fight. His primary goal was to be the first to find the exit. Hearing the sound of sonic booms recede, Zhu Hao slowly rose, his hands tingling from the sheer force of the kick, which had proven to be terrifyingly potent. Not to mention the opponent's extraordinarily peculiar attack style. From his observations, the adversary had moved in a manner akin to a spring, bouncing within the confined space. Zhu Hao involuntarily recalled Li Yiming. This unconventional combat style bore a striking resemblance to his. Were they from the same school? Zhu Hao's expression changed slightly as he thought of the enigmatic guardian from No. 3 High School. But since they had not initiated any provocation, he saw no reason to engage. Zhu Hao felt somewhat unfortunate. Just moments ago, he had been struck and nearly sustained a serious injury. And now he had been collided with again. Thankfully, he had reacted swiftly this time. The trial grounds were exceedingly strange, distinctly different from those of No. 1 High School. Zhu Hao found himself compelled to exercise caution, refraining from rushing forward as before, wary of unforeseen obstacles that could impede him in this obscure environment where even identifying others proved difficult. He slowed his pace, adhering closely to the walls to avoid being ambushed from behind. At that moment, Zhu Tao faintly heard commotion nearby, a buzzing sound. His expression shifted, and he quickly crouched against the wall for cover, only to witness a luminous ring darting around the corner. Move aside. I bear no responsibility if you collide with me. With a whoosh, the sound of rushing air filled his ears as the ring zipped past him, continuing on its path. Rising slowly, Zhu Hao recognized the unmistakable signs of Li Yiming's presence. Yet, he had no intention of confronting him. Ensuring his own safety, he extended his senses and confirmed that Zhu Tao remained in place. Without hesitation, he proceeded towards him. In a corner of the trial ground, a fierce melee was unfolding. Two classes from No. 1 high school clashed after previously harboring some friction and rivalry. It was the perfect opportunity for a brawl. Around 20 individuals were locked in a fierce struggle at the intersection, while students from No. 2 and No. 3 high schools, witnessing the altercation, wisely chose to divert their paths, eager to avoid entanglement. However, upon seeing the fight, the students from No. 1 high school were irresistibly drawn to join in. Do not obstruct our way. Yet, in the heat of battle, little consideration was given to distinguishing friends from foes. Anyone within reach was fair game. The students from No. 1 high school, initially intending to pass by, could not contain their reactions upon witnessing the aggressive engagement. It was one thing to lose, after all. In the world of combat, victory and defeat were commonplace. But to stand by while others fought? That was unacceptable. Thus, the battle at the intersection intensified, drawing in more and more classes. Shouts and cries echoed throughout the vicinity. In the midst of this chaos, Hua Xia, who had been acting independently, was electrified by the uproar and sprinted towards the source of the commotion. Ever since she had merged her abilities, she had not had the chance to truly test her skills. Typically, her only opportunity for practice came against her peers in Class 5. But the combat styles of her classmates offered little to learn from, aside from Zhu Tao, who was genuinely skilled. She was eager for a real-world confrontation to hone her experience, yet the vigilant presence of their instructor prevented her from instigating trouble. She awaited a challenge, hoping for the chance to retaliate. However, her cousin Hikuan, whom she found particularly irksome, would simply turn away and ignore her, deepening her frustration. Previously, he would have made some snide remark, yet now he offered not a word. How could she retaliate without his taunts? It was not just Hua Xia facing this dilemma. Others in Class 5 experienced the same. They were all waiting for their former tormentors to arrive, hoping for a chance to retaliate after enduring their humiliation. But to their dismay, those who had previously bullied them now kept their distance, avoiding any direct confrontation. It seemed the bravado of their seniors had intimidated their adversaries into silence, leaving them with no opportunity to settle scores. Finally, Hua Xia seized an opportunity when she heard that the commotion was caused by students from No. 1 high school. Although she was at the pinnacle of the 8th grade, her recent enhancements made her formidable enough that only 7th grade opponents would stand a chance against her. Thrilled to encounter students from No. 1 high school, she hastened toward the fray, eager for a genuine bout. Just as she was about to plunge into the melee, she suddenly heard the sound of sonic booms nearby. Hua Xia abruptly halted, sensing an ominous turn of events. In the next moment, she witnessed a chaotic scene as the students embroiled in the conflict were violently hurled against the walls. What is happening? Sun Zhao. In an instant, Hua Xia unleashed her full power, channeling her energy into the 8 trigrams whirlwind palm. A fierce wave of force surged forth, attempting to counter the sudden onslaught. But her attack could not be contained. Her body involuntarily surged forward, beyond her control. Get out of the way. I cannot stop. The students from No. 1 high school, still reeling from being slammed against the wall, barely registered the panicked voice of a woman before another overwhelming force struck them, sending them crashing back against the wall. Their spirits dazed and reeling. Just as they regained their footing, they were once again battered against the walls, a second bloom of chaos. Chapter 205, The Reckless Brute Who on Earth Possesses Such Audacity? A shameless scoundrel. If you have the courage, reveal your name. To launch a sneak attack? Once might be forgivable, but to attempt a second time? Are you here to perform a continuous combo? After what felt like an eternity, Hua Xia finally managed to rein in her moves. Upon turning around, she beheld countless flickering lights dancing upon the ground, accompanied by the exasperated shouts of the crowd. Feeling quite guilty, she slipped away. As she departed, she couldn't help but curse Sun Zhao for snatching her kill. After all, I finally stumbled upon an opportunity to engage in a proper battle, only to have Sun Zhao steal the glory. Meanwhile, Sun Zhao raced through the corridor, exhilarated to the point of being unable to stop. On his path, he was truly unmatched. No matter which class he encountered, he dispatched them with ease. With his mastery of the rebound technique, he was free from the worry of causing fatal harm. After all, those who entered the trial grounds were all martial artists, many of whom were students from Class 1. Though they possessed commendable strength and foundation, a mere kick from him would be unpleasant. Yet it would not lead to any loss of life. However, the scale of Class 2's trial grounds was excessively vast, with its myriad intersections and pathways, making it easy to inadvertently circle back. Sun Xiao had been rebounding for quite some time without any sign of finding an exit, the sound of sonic booms reverberating throughout. Zhu Hao crept along the wall when suddenly he heard the faint sound of sonic booms nearby, causing his expression to darken. Again, as the sound drew closer, Zhu Hao had no choice but to crouch down, employing the technique of condensing qi to brace himself against the wall. His heart was filled with frustration. When did he become so beleaguered in the trial grounds? As the sonic boom erupted near his ear, an overwhelming force slammed into his hands. Almost instinctively, he reached out with one hand, seizing Sun Xiao's right leg like a vice, and with a vigorous throw, sent him flying. Sun Xiao was momentarily stunned. Before he could comprehend the situation, he was hurled away. Regaining his senses, he hurriedly stabilized his position, only to feel a domineering aura locking onto him. Jump again if you dare. The fierce shout from his opponent sent a chill down Sun Xiao's spine. With a surge of power, he unleashed the technique of Hunyuan Qi and Cha-Ming. Boom. Just as Sun Xiao's body swelled with energy, he was struck by an overwhelming force that coursed through him. His body flew uncontrollably backward, crashing against the reinforced steel wall, the immense impact leaving him in considerable discomfort. In the dim corridor, Zhu Hao was exceedingly displeased. He had refrained from making a move, conserving his strength for an impending confrontation with Zhu Tao. Yet this fellow was pushing his luck. A single kick was one thing. But to come back for more? I will not battle Zhu Tao today. I will first deal with you. In an instant, a shadow darted forward. Sun Xiao, still reeling from the last encounter, felt his pupils constrict. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated Cha-Ming. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Hao was upon him, delivering a ferocious punch. However, when that punch landed on Sun Xiao's abdomen, it felt as though it had struck a balloon, leaving Zhu Hao momentarily dazed. Gritting his teeth, Sun Xiao took advantage of the moment to slip away from the punch. That sensation, Zhu Hao furrowed his brow when his fist made contact. It felt oddly hollow, as if the impact had been absorbed, diminishing his strength significantly. What a clever maneuver! Zhu Hao quickly pivoted. In the enveloping darkness, his vision proved of little use, so he closed his eyes and attempted to sense Sun Xiao's qi. Yet, the moment he detected it, he realized Sun Xiao was already crouched on the ground, resembling a frog. Before he could fully process this, a sudden explosion echoed as Sun Xiao, having transformed into the golden toad form, charged forward with astonishing speed. By the time Zhu Hao sensed the qi again, Sun Xiao was nearly upon him, leaving no room for evasion. Dragon Coil Fist. Zhu Hao and Amp, Oppos, S hand moved faster than his thoughts, his right fist already swinging out. The imposing force erupted. With a muffled thud, Zhu Hao was propelled backward several meters, while Sun Xiao was momentarily forced back to the ground, only to charge forward once more. Zhu Hao snorted coldly. Using his qi perception to confirm the direction, he swiftly ducked and planted his right leg firmly, evading Sun Xiao's reckless charge. As Sun Xiao's attack missed, he collided forcefully with the reinforced steel wall, his body swelling as he cushioned the impact, landing with a series of rapid croaks. What on earth is that noise? Is he truly a frog? Zhu Hao found the situation bizarre. What sort of chaotic elements lurked within this trial ground? The rapid croaking was clearly a warning. Yet, Zhu Hao remained unfazed, his fists already brimming with condensed energy, his domineering aura erupting once more. Come on. Boom. Another thunderous sound rang out as a shadow appeared. Zhu Hao and Amp, Oppos, S right arm shot out, deftly adjusting its trajectory the moment he sensed the qi. In the next instant, his right arm absorbed a tremendous impact while his left leg slammed into the ground, his body remaining steadfast. Raising his head, a sinister smile spread across his face. Though swift and powerful, the attack was patently linear. As long as he could capture the qi, defense would be effortless. That was a flaw. Zhu Hao's left arm, primed and ready, swung out, but he was a moment too late, striking nothing but air. In a fleeting moment, he sensed the qi moving away. As Sun Xiao resumed his frog-like posture on the ground, emitting a penetrating croak. Collecting his arms, Zhu Hao began to pace back and forth, disregarding the croaking warnings. After a brief exchange, he had gleaned the essence of his opponent and Amp, Oppos, as technique. Agile in both attack and defense, a trifecta of skills. However, the maneuvers were overly brutish and chaotic, riddled with flaws. Indeed, he was a formidable character, yet, Zhu Hao chuckled coldly. You are still too green to challenge me. Unbeknownst to Sun Xiao, Zhu Hao had stealthily maneuvered to the wall and Amp, Oppos, S edge. There, he should be safe, at least from reckless charges. Yet, just as that thought crossed his mind, the qi perception vanished in an instant. Zhu Hao and Oppos, expression shifted dramatically as he exerted force through his legs, scrambling to the side just as a violent crash resonated nearby. No way. What kind of reckless fool are you? I'm against the wall and you dare to charge. Are you playing with your life? Hastily, Zhu Hao withdrew and repositioned himself against the wall. In the next second, he sensed the chi vanish again. Boom. With a mighty push, he leaped against the wall, catching a glimpse of a shadow darting beneath him before crashing into the wall once more. His lips curled in a smirk as he unleashed a powerful punch downward. Dragon Coil Fist. The forceful blow landed squarely on the slightly inflated back of Sun Zhao. You still wish to absorb the impact? Zhu Hao roared, stay down. The explosive aura surged forth, propelling Sun Zhao violently to the ground. Chapter 206. You are bound to lose even though the form of the golden toad allowed the body to maintain a slight expansion to mitigate damage. Zhu Hao and Appo's punch was extraordinarily penetrating and powerful, delivering a tremendous impact that forced Sun Zhao and Appo's consciousness back to its original state. Primordial Unity, Toad Legs. Just as Zhu Hao planned to pursue his advantage with another strike, a deafening sonic boom erupted beside him. Sun Zhao propelled himself off the wall with a powerful kick, evading Zhu Hao's punch, which swung through empty air, and the shockwave from Sun Zhao's explosive leap disrupted Zhu Hao's rhythm, causing him to instinctively cover his ears and shake his head slightly. That was close. Sun Zhao had narrowly escaped, sensing that this unknown opponent's strength was truly formidable. His consciousness had been forcefully returned to his human form. Despite the toad and Appo's song absorbing most of the impact, he felt as though his entire body was about to fall apart. The power behind that punch was terrifying. Sun Zhao felt it was almost on par with Tao Ge. He had not anticipated that his first battle after merging with Primordial Unity would pit him against such a formidable foe, whose overwhelming aura and hard-hitting style resembled that of Tao Ge. Zhu family. Sun Zhao was uncertain. As many martial arts practitioners among the great clans of the East possessed a powerful demeanor, not solely the Zhu family. For instance, the Fu family's mound-breaking technique was also quite formidable, though Fu Yunhai had not mastered it completely. However, Sun Zhao was no longer concerned with identifying his opponent. He had a singular focus, to bring this adversary down. He could not afford to lose his first battle after his rebirth. You've changed your approach. Zhu Hao's voice echoed from the darkness. Do you have two sets of techniques? Sun Zhao did not respond. He could only vaguely discern Zhu Hao's direction through his voice, channeling the toad song to expand his body as much as possible. The opponent's strength was overwhelming, and their combat skills were frighteningly refined. When in the form of the golden toad, Sun Zhao's consciousness remained clear, yet he could not exert much control over his body. Nevertheless, from his perspective, he could see everything in the darkness. All of Zhu Hao's movements were within his sight. After only a few exchanges, this guy had already grasped his techniques and even began to counter them. Ultimately, that punch had sent him crashing back into human form, shattering his toad transformation. What kind of monster is this? How can he be so strong? Initially, Sun Zhao felt a twinge of fear, even contemplating a strategic retreat. If he executed a jump, his opponent would never catch up, and he could withdraw at any moment. But Sun Zhao clenched his fist. From the moment old Su helped me merge with Primordial Unity, I swore I would never run away again. If I retreat, how can I justify the effort old Su invested in me? With a powerful leap, Sun Zhao performed a backflip and landed, launching himself forward. Primordial Unity. 7 elements, cloud transforming palm. In the darkness, Zhu Hao began to sense the approaching aura of Sun Zhao. With a smirk, he assumed a horse stance, crossing his fists forward to meet the incoming attack, refusing to evade, directly bracing himself for the 7 elements cloud transforming palm. Upon their initial clash, Zhu Hao felt the overwhelming force emanating from Sun Zhao's palm. Though it was far inferior to his own strength, it was undeniably formidable. Zhu Hao recognized this technique. It resembled the 7 elements cloud transforming palm of the Sun family. He had fought against the elites of the Sun family before. Yet this particular strike felt different from those he had encountered. Zhu Hao found it difficult to articulate, as it touched upon the realm of energy, a field in which he was still a novice. So, is he from the Sun family? Zhu Hao dismissed the thought, as he deflected Sun Zhao's palm. His hands moved like a dragon swimming through the sea, swiftly curling inward and seizing Sun Zhao's wrist like iron pincers. Sun Zhao's expression changed dramatically as he activated the toad song, pulling back and leaping, his legs launching forward. Hey, just kidding. Zhu Hao's mocking voice rang out. In the next instant, he sidestepped and hurled Sun Zhao against the wall. Thankfully, the toad song shielded him, reducing the impact. Sun Zhao gritted his teeth, feeling that this opponent was exceedingly troublesome. He could hardly gain an advantage. Wait. However, Zhu Hao's ease in subduing him left him bewildered. Instead of continuing to attack, he questioned, your speed and explosive power are astounding, yet your techniques are completely mismatched. I am not one to insult my opponents, but I must say, while you possess tremendous explosive power, your techniques are simply appalling. Those words made Sun Zhao and Apos' face flush with embarrassment, not from anger, but from genuine shame. He had been neglecting his fundamentals for far too long. He had forgotten many techniques and skills he once knew. Thus, he was now focused on frantically reinforcing his basics. Even so, he was still among the top 3 in his class. The others would be utterly embarrassed if they were compared. Some struggled to execute even a single technique, while others failed to control their moves. Yet, Sun Zhao could not concede in this situation. He quickly calmed his mind and replied solemnly, "Do you know why?" "Why?" "Because whenever I strike, it is with lethal intent." Sun Zhao declared with conviction, "You are bound to die." Zhu Hao fell silent for a moment before suddenly responding, "I believe you have that capability. However, rest assured." In a swift motion, Zhu Hao closed the distance, grinning menacingly. "I will not give you the opportunity to unleash your power." Sun Zhao braced himself against a punch, unable to react in time. "Your spring-like strikes are terrifying, but they have not reached your limit." Zhu Hao pressed, relentlessly pushing back the beleaguered Sun Zhao with one punch after another. "If you are allowed to unleash your full potential, you could indeed deliver a killing blow. I might not be able to evade or even block it. Therefore, as long as I deny you the opportunity to strike, you will have no chance to utilize your skills. As for that toad-like stance of yours, it is of no use to me. I can easily break through your techniques." Thus, bang, Sun Zhao collided violently with the reinforced steel wall, his expression contorting in pain as the tremendous impact caused his internal organs to churn, forcing him to cough uncontrollably. "You are not my match. You are bound to lose." Chapter 207. Ruthless Kill. Within the inky blackness of the corridor, the sound of collisions echoed endlessly. Faced with Zhu Hao's overwhelming power, Sun Zhao found himself utterly defenseless. Even with the buffer provided by the toad's croak, he felt he could not endure for long. The opponent's strength far surpassed his own, and their combat techniques were nothing short of extraordinary. The moves he executed posed little threat to Zhu Hao. They were either effortlessly blocked or evaded, followed by immediate counterattacks that exposed Sun Zhao and Apos' vulnerabilities. Even with the existence of the primordial unity, he sensed a significant gap in their capabilities. Escape was not an option. His adversary would not afford him such an opportunity. However, Sun Zhao had no intention of retreating. Instead, he pondered how to unleash the potential of the primordial unity. Both Xu Tao and Li Yiming had mastered it to their advantage. Yet, despite his extensive training, he could not even control the golden cicada form. Where lay the problem? Except for Xu Tao, everyone had undergone enlightening initiation, indicating that their innate talents had reached a similar level, thus implying a vast reservoir of potential within all of them. If Xu Tao's rapid advancement stemmed from an exceptionally solid foundation, then Li Yiming's foundation could not be too different from his own. If Li Yiming could awaken the true potential of the primordial unity, then Sun Zhao should be capable as well. This was not merely a matter of talent or foundational skills. The crux of the issue lay in mindset. Sun Zhao began to reflect on whether his approach to cultivation was flawed. The direction of his golden toad technique was undoubtedly correct. It had been tailored specifically for him by his master, who had even omitted unsuitable aspects from other techniques. With the infusion of the primordial unity, his progress in cultivation had been swift, indicating no issues there. After much contemplation, enlightenment struck Sun Zhao like a thunderbolt. He finally discerned where he had gone awry. He had not embraced his identity as a toad sufficiently. Previously, when sparring with Tao Gu, he had been informed that once one practiced this technique, it was imperative to immerse oneself completely and accept the tenets of the method. If one could not even accept their own cultivation path, how could they expect to grow stronger? Sun Zhao had subconsciously resisted the notion of being a mere toad. After all, the golden toad was a divine beast, a harbinger of wealth. Yet, being referred to as an ordinary toad by others was a disconcerting disparity that he struggled to reconcile. Just as his master spoke of the union of man and toad, Sun Zhao realized he had yet to achieve this harmony. He remained distinctly himself, and the toad remained separate. There was merely a transformation of form. Ultimately, he was not a toad. He still instinctively identified as human. Taking a deep breath, Sun Zhao and Apos' gaze sharpened. Bang! With a dull thud, Sun Zhao crashed against the wall once more, the violent impact sending turmoil through his body. As he landed, he found himself prone on the ground, his legs instinctively retracting. Gritting his teeth, he closed his eyes. The corridor soon resonated with the profound croaking of the toad once again. Zhu Hao sneered, declaring it futile. With his aura fully attuned, he had already locked onto Sun Zhao and Apos' position, moving along the wall and bracing himself, anticipating Sun Zhao and Apos' collision. However, moments later, the croaking remained deep but lacked the urgency it had previously exhibited. Zhu Hao furrowed his brow, perplexed. Suddenly, the croaking ceased abruptly. Zhu Hao refocused his mind. His arms enveloped in a hazy aura, preparing to defend. But the next moment brought forth a prolonged croak. This croak resonated with even greater depth, penetrating Zhu Hao's very being, causing his breath to momentarily falter, as if he could hear the rhythmic beat of his own heart. Zhu Hao's expression shifted drastically, his confidence wavering. He crossed his hands defensively, channeling all his energy. An auditory assault. The earlier croak had rendered his hearing momentarily null. Simultaneously, a faint wave of energy surged outward, brushing against Zhu Hao's legs. Accompanied by another croak, the energy wave dissipated, replaced by an inexplicable pulling force emanating from the front. Zhu Hao felt a chill at the back of his head. A current was stirring. Faintly, he discerned a tearing sound emerging from the depths of darkness, akin to fabric being forcefully ripped apart. When he redirected his perception to investigate, his pupils constricted in alarm. He could indeed sense the opponent and Oppo's aura, albeit weakly. The aura subtly revealed the outline of the adversary, allowing him to anticipate their strikes. Previously, he had perceived an outline that suggested a human form, but now, the aura began to morph, gradually deviating from its human shape and seemingly reshaping into that of a toad. What in the world? Zhu Hao found himself momentarily lost, the situation exceeding his comprehension. Could the aura's outline truly alter on its own? Meanwhile, Sun Zhao, still prone, felt his body swell, his garments straining against his expanding form. In his consciousness, he found himself beside a picturesque pond, where a toad lounged, rubbing its head while croaking, reveling in the tranquility of the moment. This was his destination upon entering dreams, a recurring scene. Each time he dreamt, he arrived at this pond. Sometimes it resembled the small pond at Sanzhong. Other times it bore a resemblance to the family pond behind the mountain. The commonality was that each time he visited, a toad graced the pond's edge. In the past, Sun Zhao would unconsciously position himself beside the toad, mirroring its enjoyment of the rare serenity. However, this time, upon reaching the toad and Oppo's side, he chose not to recline but to crouch and extend his hands, cradling the toad in his palms before flinging it away with force. Go as far as you can. This is now the domain of this toad. Sun Zhao's eyes snapped open, a fierce light igniting within them. Gradually rising, he felt an unprecedented transformation within his body, and when he touched his arms, he found them swollen with muscle, veins pulsating, and the muscles in his legs brimming with explosive power. Are you prepared to face the wrath of this toad? Zhu Hao was taken aback. What is happening? Those who invade my territory shall be met with no mercy. Bang! The sound of an explosion reverberated in Zhu Hao's ears as a towering shadow loomed before him, causing his complexion to drain of color. A powerful hand stirred the air and struck downwards, forcing Zhu Hao to grunt in pain as his aura shattered, propelling him to the end of the corridor. In the dark corridor, the croaking of the toad reverberated, sending rippling waves of energy. Primordial Unity, the union of man and toad. Chapter 208. I am a toad. As Sun Zhao reveled in the sensations brought forth by his newfound form, a fleeting glance revealed Zhu Hao, recently cast aside, suddenly returning with unexpected ferocity. In the abyss of darkness, Sun Zhao perceived a figure charging towards him in a parallel stance to the ground. An overwhelming force surged forth. The dragon rapping fist. Sun Zhao and Oppo's hand moved like a fleeting shadow, swiftly raising his arm to intercept the blow. Zhu Hao, having charged back, felt as though his fist had struck a resilient mass of rubber. After a moment of yielding, the force rebounded violently, causing a sinking sensation in his heart as he quickly retreated, creating several meters of distance between himself and Sun Zhao. What has happened to your arm? Came Zhu Tao and Oppo's incredulous voice from the darkness. Why does it feel so utterly different from your previous techniques? The only response was the sound of a sonic boom. Zhu Hao's pupils constricted, and he immediately raised his fist in defense. In the next moment, a terrifying force propelled him backward as though struck by an overwhelming force, akin to a badminton smash. Moments later, Zhu Hao collided with the reinforced steel wall, feeling a tumultuous churn within, coughing slightly, yet his expression morphed into one of exhilaration. He was like a ferocious beast, relying solely on brute strength to send his opponent flying without the need for any technique. It was the thrill of hunting such prey that ignited the hunter's fervor. Upon landing, Zhu Hao's arm shimmered and coalesced once more. With a fierce roar, he surged forward again. He unleashed another punch, sensing that his opponent had already raised a hand to block. Zhu Hao swiftly altered his position, feigning a fall to the right, while simultaneously launching a powerful strike aimed at Sun Zhao and Oppo's abdomen. Bang! A dull thud resonated. Yet Zhu Hao felt as if he had struck rubber once more. The feedback was starkly different from before. It seemed as though Sun Zhao's abdominal muscles had been forcibly fortified, rendering Zhu Hao's strength ineffective. With his attack failing, Zhu Hao executed an uncanny maneuver, narrowly evading Sun Zhao and Appo's descending palm, and began to move frantically around Sun Zhao, invigorated by the thrill of battle. In Sun Zhao and Appo's perception, a strange scene unfolded. Zhu Hao moved not like a human, but rather like a cheetah, swiftly maneuvering on all fours around him. Slightly bending his knees, Sun Zhao suddenly propelled himself forward. Almost before the sound of the sonic boom erupted, he was upon Zhu Hao, striking down with a powerful palm. Bang! A fierce gust of air instantly sent Zhu Hao sprawling, forcefully disrupting his actions. Just as he regained his footing, the imposing figure of Sun Zhao filled his vision. Bang! A shiver ran through Zhu Hao as Sun Zhao delivered another powerful strike, causing the specialized metal plates beneath them to resonate with a violent tremor. Yet, Zhu Hao had somehow distanced himself, a hint of panic in his eyes. Had it not been for the extraordinary survival instincts he honed in the wild to evade ferocious beasts, coupled with muscle responses surpassing his mental faculties, he would have surely suffered grievous injuries from that blow. In this tense standoff, Zhu Hao sensed that his techniques might no longer pose any threat to Sun Zhao. Yet, he had no intention of fleeing. What does not kill me only serves to make me stronger. In an instant, the aura enveloping Zhu Hao's arms dissipated. His eyes sharpened, and he gathered his strength. Moments later, a surge of energy emanated from his body, coalescing around him, amplifying his dominating presence, creating ripples of force that spread outward. In an instant, a dragon-like form seemed to entwine Zhu Hao's body, his arms swelling to more than double their size. As he stretched his sleeves, veins bulged along his arms like serpents in motion. Martial arts. Dragon wrapping shadow. With a swift step, he unleashed a torrent of energy. Zhu Hao advanced first, closing the distance to Sun Zhao in an instant, delivering a fierce punch. Sun Zhao's brow furrowed slightly as he sensed the threat posed by this strike. His palm shot out, catching Zhu Hao and Appo's fist with a firm grip. Seeking death, the terrifying force penetrated Sun Zhao and Appo's arm, yet aside from the dull sound of impact, there was no further response. However, under the pressure of his energy perception, Sun Zhao's arm suddenly expanded, doubling in size. Zhu Hao's expression shifted dramatically. Had he just harnessed the full power of his previous technique? Evade. Reacting with instinctive speed, Zhu Hao sensed the impending danger and swiftly pulled back. Capitalizing on the enhanced physical capabilities granted by the dragon wrapping shadow. Boom. A wave of terrifying force erupted from Sun Zhao's arm. Although Zhu Hao was not directly in the path of the shockwave, he was still thrown against the wall by its residual power. Absurd. The power from that earlier punch had been entirely converted. This indicated that this individual possessed a technique that allowed him to temporarily store energy in his arms. Much like his legs, Zhu Hao could hardly believe it and exclaimed, "How can what you do with your legs be applied to your hands?" This time, Sun Zhao responded coldly, "Because I am a toad. This fellow must be out of his mind." As Zhu Hao felt the energy within him rapidly depleting, he realized that the dragon wrapping shadow technique was far too taxing for him at this stage. It could only be maintained for a few minutes before he would succumb to a period of weakness lasting over a week. He needed to end this battle quickly. Since both his hands and feet possessed this bizarre energy-storing technique, he would attack other areas. With a thought, Zhu Hao ceased to hesitate, swiftly moving forward, filling the corridor with a cacophony of sonic booms. The energy sensation sharpened, and Sun Zhao and Appo's outline became increasingly distinct. Noticing that Sun Zhao also bent his knees, seemingly preparing to launch himself, Zhu Hao felt a surge of alarm. Jump! His legs moved faster than his mind, propelling him upward. In midair, he quickly adjusted, landing atop the corridor. The overwhelming force exploded, and the dragon-like aura danced around him, soon wrapping around his right hand. With a bent elbow, he gathered energy. Dragon wrapping shadow, a punch that splits the heavens. Boom! This punch descended with a thunderous crash, releasing an invisible shockwave that struck Sun Zhao squarely in the back as he leaped towards him. Bang! The powerful impact penetrated Sun Zhao and Appo's body, forcibly creating a fist-sized indentation in the reinforced steel floor. Sun Zhao collapsed, momentarily still. Huff, huff, huff. Zhu Hao, having just landed, gasped for breath, feeling utterly drained, and stumbled to the ground. I won. His voice trailed off, watching the towering figure slowly rise and approach him. Zhu Hao could only muster a weary smile. What a freak. Slap. Zhu Hao was sent flying, crashing violently against the reinforced steel wall, unconscious. In the corridor, the deep croaking of a toad resonated, carried by the flowing air. Chapter 209, Malice in a Certain Part of the Trial Grounds. Li Yiming whirled like a top, racing through the corridors at high speed. He had been spinning for nearly half an hour and still had not found the exit. This trial ground was absurdly vast. With no hints provided, Escaping seemed entirely reliant on luck. Li Yiming mused about the luck of Class 5, which was notoriously poor. Old Su had drawn the number 44 in the lottery, clearly afflicted by Old Su's misfortune. As he continued to navigate, Li Yiming naturally warned anyone he encountered to make way. However, during his journey, there were a few foolish individuals who insisted on obstructing him. Several students from Class 1, upon hearing the commotion from a distance, intended to confront him rather than step aside. Li Yiming had no desire to engage in a fight with them. It was a waste of time. Moreover, to challenge him one-on-one was to underestimate his prowess as a top. With a swift motion, he charged forward, sending them all crashing against the walls. There was no need for a duel. They could all come at him at once. Anyone who could withstand his onslaught would be deemed victorious. Before long, Li Yiming heard a faint croaking sound, causing him to pause momentarily. Sun Zhao? No. Why are you croaking like a toad when I told you to find the way? Old Su is counting on us to secure the first prize in this trial and receive a pay raise. Why waste time here? With a wry smile, Li Yiming swiftly swam towards the source of the croaking noise. However, as he approached, he was taken aback to find a multitude of people lying at the end of the corridor, their wristbands emitting a dense glow, forming what appeared to be a small mountain of bodies. What on earth is happening? Li Yiming hurriedly emerged, rushing towards the group. Hey, is everyone all right? No one responded. Raising his gaze, Li Yiming could hardly fathom how many were sprawled out. The croaking had grown alarmingly clear. A chill ran down his spine. Sun Zhao must have entered his golden toad form, succumbing to territorial instincts and launching indiscriminate attacks. However, something felt off. The intensity of the croaking was different from before, and all those lying there seemed to have fainted. A sense of dread washed over Li Yiming as he began dragging the incapacitated individuals away to prevent further harm. Yet, during this process, he realized something was truly amiss. Bringing his damp palm closer to the faint glow, he discovered that some had coughed up blood. What the hell? How could they have been hit so hard? Observing the weakened breaths of the crowd, Li Yiming felt a tingle of apprehension. This was illogical. Although Sun Zhao and Appo's golden toad form was fierce, it should only be capable of body checking. How could it inflict such severe injuries? After considerable effort, Li Yiming managed to move the injured to the other side of the corridor. A glance revealed the entire passage illuminated by the faint glow, with everyone lying in a neat row, unconscious, and several had bloodied themselves without visible wounds, evidently injured by sheer force. This shouldn't have attracted so many people. They must all be the fools from Class 1. If they were students from other schools, upon seeing injuries, they would retreat immediately rather than press on. However, the warriors of Class 1 were only more invigorated by the sight of injuries. Today, it was either I hurt you, or you hurt me. As long as they were from Class 1, the situation wasn't too dire. After all, they were all above 7th rank, and with their foundation, it would be difficult for them to die easily. Nevertheless, having tidied the scene, Li Yiming crept to the corner at the end of the passage and peeked cautiously around. In the depths of the dark corridor, only the croaking persisted. But he could not ascertain Sun Zhao's location. Sun Zhao, it's your second brother. Can you hear me? Li Yiming yelled, and soon received a response. I can't hear you, but don't come over. Sun Zhao and Appo's voice echoed from the darkness. I've entered a new form, and my malice has intensified. I can't control my actions. If anyone enters my territory, I will attack without hesitation. Li Yiming couldn't help but roll his eyes, as if you ever had control. What are we to do now? Old Su was outside the trial grounds and had no way to notify him. I'm not sure if Old Su can help me return to normal. Sun Zhao's voice continued. For now, just hold that corner. Don't let anyone through. I might accidentally kill them. I've been trying my best to control myself. But it should be fine. I can tell these are all from Class 1, so there shouldn't be any serious issues. No, there will be problems. Sun Zhao's tone grew colder. My new form is too powerful. I could genuinely kill someone with it. What new form? Li Yiming was taken aback. If it comes to it, can I knock you out instead? You probably wouldn't be able to. Sun Zhao hesitated for a moment. Try it. If it doesn't work, you should quickly flee and find Brother Tao. Hey, this third brother has quite the audacity. He seems to underestimate you, the second brother. I'm coming. Li Yiming announced, spreading his arms wide, transforming into a top and racing into the fray. In a fleeting moment, a figure suddenly shot out from the darkness, accompanied by a rush of air. Li Yiming's expression changed dramatically. Although he could not see, he could certainly perceive a shadow approaching him at an alarming speed. This was the first time since significantly enhancing his dynamic vision that he felt he could not react in time. With a swift serpentine maneuver, just as the imposing figure closed in, he shifted his position. Bang! A metallic clash reverberated through the air, seemingly emanating from the fortified steel walls. What? You can even break through fortified steel walls? Li Yiming's face paled as he grasped the terrifying nature of Sun Zhao's new form. What an outrageous force. Quickly, evade. Li Yiming heard Sun Zhao's voice urging him, immediately executing a serpentine maneuver, darting unpredictably at high speed, making it difficult for Sun Zhao to track his movements. Sure enough, Sun Zhao fell silent the next moment, though he was crouching and gathering strength. He could not act without pinpointing a specific location. Second brother, find brother Tao. Tell him to use shock waves. Physical attacks 1T work on me now. Understood. Li Yiming ceased his attempts and swiftly retreated from the other end of the corridor. He also arranged the injured students in an orderly line on the ground. With the loss of a target, Sun Zhao fell silent as well, and the croaking began to echo softly once more, sending ripples of energy through the air. Chapter 210, Betrayal Among Peers. Not long after Li Yiming departed, a group of students distantly heard the croaking of toads, who released frogs into the trial grounds. Despite their confusion, the students pressed on, soon arriving at a fork in the path. However, upon turning, they were met with an extraordinarily eerie sight. To the right, an unbroken line of individuals lay sprawled upon the ground, each person's face drained of color, positioned in unnaturally uniform postures. The faint luminescence emanating from their wristbands cast a dim, sinister light throughout the corridor, accompanied by the persistent croaking, sending shivers down their spines and causing their hearts to race. A class of students halted abruptly, their breaths quickening in panic. Did you see anything ahead? I saw people lying down. What the hell? Are we trapped in some kind of illusion? Don't scare me. Someone exclaimed urgently. Act like you didn't see anything. Let us get out of here. Their breaths caught in their throats as they instinctively turned around, fleeing without a moment and Apos' hesitation, terrified of having witnessed some bizarre apparition. The spirits of the wronged demand retribution. Moreover, it was well known that the trial grounds had indeed experienced incidents before. Unbeknownst to them, several waves of students from the second school had come and left, all convinced they had encountered a similar wall of ghosts, fleeing in fear. Only the students from the first school, upon encountering this scene, were skeptical and approached for a closer look, only to be dumbfounded. Isn't that one of our own? Oh my, that is from class 8. And that one is from class 13. And the rest class 22. As they gazed, it became evident that all the individuals were from their own school, prompting a sense of foreboding as they began to assess each other's injuries. Students from the first school had received specialized training in medical knowledge, allowing them to identify injuries and administer basic first aid. Upon examination, they discovered that nearly all were suffering from fractured bones and severe injuries, with several in critical condition and their breaths faint, suggesting possible internal injuries. Fortunately, they all had learned first aid, and quickly began to channel energy to those with internal injuries. However, they were not able to protect the organs. Instead, they forcefully stimulated the recipient's internal energy to activate their formidable self-healing abilities. The longer the delay, the greater the potential harm to the body. But thankfully they had acted in time. Yet, they were puzzled by the circumstances. What was happening? Was there a meticulous mastermind behind this? Why were the injured arranged in such an orderly manner? Amidst their confusion, all eyes turned toward the end of the corridor. The croaking continued unabated. Should we go and see what is happening? We shouldn't. One person suddenly spoke up, their face ashen. If we go over there, we'll end up lying down too. What do you mean? Upon glancing down, they saw, it's Zhu Hao. The other students' eyes widened in shock as they rushed to inspect with the dim light of their wristbands, confirming that Zhu Hao lay motionless on the ground, having succumbed to unconsciousness. What the hell? Zhu Hao is injured too. Zhu Hao is renowned in their school as a prodigious talent, his strength terrifyingly formidable. At his peak, he had ranked among the top 10 in the entire school, even placing 9th. Even during his worst times, he never fell below the top 30. In an environment like theirs, those who made it into the top 100 were exceptional peers. Seeing Zhu Hao lying there without a stir sent chills down everyone's spines, prompting them to abandon their curiosity and quickly check on the others, forcefully activating the self-healing mechanisms of those in dire condition before hastily retreating. This was no place to linger. The trial grounds had a unique environment. After sustaining severe injuries, individuals could only lie in wait for rescue once the trials concluded, with no opportunity for assistance. Moreover, even the most basic of 9th-tier warriors could not easily perish. As long as they had breath, their body's self-healing abilities would be significantly enhanced. The stronger the individual, the more formidable their self-healing capabilities. As the students from the first school turned to leave, they noticed a shadow flitting through the corridor. The students furrowed their brows and instinctively prepared for combat. However, the shadow vanished in an instant, leaving no trace behind. This trial ground at the second school was somewhat unsettling. Let us move quickly. The group hastily retreated, unwilling to remain any longer. While the flickering shadow reached the end of the corridor, halting as it observed the line of individuals sprawled across the ground. What is going on here? Did Sun Xiao do this? Fu Yuhai scratched his head, pondering when Sun Xiao had developed such a compulsive obsession. The only one in Class 5 who seemed to have such tendencies was their second senior brother, Li Yiming. Hearing the croaking from the corridor's end, Fu Yunhai cautiously peered around the corner. Sun Xiao? It's me, Fu Yunhai. Can you hear me? I can hear you, but don't come any closer. I've entered a new form and can't control myself right now. Didn't Ti Tao Gu say to find a way? Why are you here, turning into a frog? Fu Yuhai asked, perplexed, and why have you laid everyone out so neatly? It was the second senior brother's doing. Oh, that makes sense. Fu Yuhai mused. But what if old Su isn't around? What will you do? The second senior brother went to find Tao Gu. I need to use my energy to knock myself out. Otherwise, I might lose control and start a massacre. Ah, what? Fu Yunhai was left utterly bewildered. A massacre? Unable to explain at length, Sun Xiao urged, either go find Tao Gu, or stay here at the fork and prevent anyone from coming near. All right, then I'll stay here. Fu Yunhai replied, your territorial instincts are quite troublesome. You might charge at anyone who comes close. But how did it get this bad? Everyone else lying around. I've merged with the frog form. No. That clearly isn't the case. Otherwise, you wouldn't be unable to control yourself. However, just as Fu Yunhai spoke, Sun Xiao urgently warned. Didn't I tell you not to move? Quickly step back. Fu Yunhai froze, realizing he had unconsciously taken 2 steps forward, his eyes widening in disbelief. Wait. Does this count? Yet, in the next moment, a towering, muscular shadow loomed over Fu Yunhai, accompanied by a deafening sonic boom. Sun Xiao struck down with a palm, but he struck nothing but air. Fu Yunhai's voice, filled with shock, echoed from behind. What the hell? You're harming your own kind. Chapter 211. Perception. A voice echoed behind Sun Xiao, belonging to Fu Yunhai. Yet the response was not verbal, but rather a sudden slap aimed at his back. However, it missed entirely. Fu Yunhai and Amp, Oppos' voice emerged from his waist. Damn. How can your slap be so powerful? Bang. Another explosive sound resonated as the air burst apart. Sun Xiao raised both palms and clapped them together at his waist, only to find the same emptiness. The erratic shadows momentarily disoriented Sun Xiao's perception, bringing a flicker of joy to his heart as he exclaimed, Ahai. Just hold on like this. Fu Yunhai cursed vehemently. If I make even a single mistake, it's over for me. You won't mess up. Accompanied by the explosive air, Sun Xiao's voice sharply cut through. You are a peculiar being. Your movements are bizarre. In that instant, Fu Yunhai was left uncertain whether Sun Xiao was praising or scolding him. Never mind. Let us assume it's a compliment. Yet, he was also genuinely alarmed. Shaken by Sun Xiao's strength, Sun Xiao's body had undergone a remarkable transformation in this new form. As Fu Yunhai crawled across him, he felt Sun Xiao had visibly bulked up, even appearing taller. This was not mere inflation. A body that expands typically becomes soft. After all, Fu Yunhai had sparred with Sun Xiao before. Now, Sun Xiao and Oppos' physique seemed to be filled with muscle, and he feared a single slap from him would result in serious injury. Goodness. Thank the heavens I practice agility, otherwise, that slap would have ended me. Just as he finished his thought, another wave of air exploded, and Fu Yunhai swiftly dodged. His Tiangang Disha steps emphasized lightness and stealth. Sun Xiao? He could hear him. Make sure Xia Yuhan doesn't and Amp, Oppos, TC you like this. Otherwise, she and Amp, Oppos, LL definitely want to turn into a frog. Fu Yunhai grinned. I'm just growing taller. Sun Xiao was left speechless but continued his rapid movements, delivering another swift slap. You deserve this. Be careful, I might change my technique. Oh. Sun Xiao suddenly bent his knees and exploded forward. Bang. The reinforced steel wall emitted a resonant sound upon impact, followed by Fu Yunhai's voice from his legs. What? What was that? Why did we suddenly hit the wall? Trying to shake you off, Sun Xiao replied. You didn't get thrown off? You managed to withstand this speed? You and Amp, Oppos, underestimating me. His voice shifted to his shoulder. I can handle the specialized steel rods in my dorm easily, tossing you as a piece of cake. Quite impressive. Bang. Another sound of metal colliding echoed, as Sun Xiao suddenly slammed into the wall above him, still missing the target. He vaguely sensed something crawling on his abdomen, but it silently shifted to his back. Then, Sun Xiao abruptly dropped to the ground, sending a shockwave through the air. What's wrong? Fu Yunhai's voice came again. Maintain your position. My aggression is intensifying. What do you mean? Fu Yunhai felt a growing frustration. I might start high-speed bouncing soon. You understand what I mean, right? Planning to throw me off? Perhaps. Then it's fine. Fu Yunhai responded, before he could finish. Fu Yunhai nearly lost his grip and was flung off. The sudden shockwave stung his cheeks. Damn, I thought you would launch me like before, gradually increasing speed to the limit. But I never expected such an outrageous velocity right at the start. He nearly got tossed out. Thankfully, he was gripping Sun Zhao's waist tightly. After managing to steady himself, Fu Yunhai clenched his fist and directed a powerful punch at Sun Zhao's waist. Fusion strike. Mountain breaker. Yet, as his fist struck, it felt as though he had hit a tire, bouncing back and leaving his hand tingling. This new form was indeed terrifying. Physical attack seemed ineffective. No wonder second brother Li Yiming had no way to handle Sun Zhao. Clearly, he could only turn to Tao Ge for assistance. Nevertheless, Fu Yunhai managed to maintain his composure. After all, he practiced diligently every day. While not a master, he had achieved a modest level of skill. He could barely withstand this speed. As Sun Zhao began to bounce continuously, he still managed to deliver slaps. Fu Yunhai, not daring to be careless, twisted and crawled around Sun Zhao and Appo's body, moving stealthily. If he hesitated even for a moment, he would be in trouble. What was most bizarre was that Fu Yunhai noticed Sun Zhao didn't and Appo's to even need to rotate his body. His hands were capable of executing frog leaps. Damn. How was he doing that? While Fu Yunhai held on to Sun Zhao, Li Yiming was frantically darting through the corridor, shouting, Tao Ge, Tao Ge, Tao Ge, Tao Ge. Li Yiming had lost track of where he was in the vast maze, calling out in an attempt to locate Zhu Tao. After about 7 or 8 minutes of shouting, his voice nearly hoarse, he finally heard Zhu Tao's response. Here. Li Yiming abruptly halted, his form revealing itself as he hurried toward the sound, spotting Zhu Tao standing at a fork in the path, his wristband casting a pale glow on his face. What is happening? Zhu Tao asked, puzzled as Li Yiming approached. Weren't you supposed to find your way? Sun Zhao lost control again. Li Yiming chuckled bitterly. And he and Appo's entered a new form, capable of producing sonic booms with his slaps. Zhu Tao paused. What do you mean he lost control again? I don't and Appo's, no. All I know is he's injured many people. Likely, all their bones are broken. Li Yiming hurriedly added, if he loses control, without old Su, I doubt anyone can wake him up. That's why I'm looking for you to knock him out directly. Zhu Tao hesitated for a moment. Where is he? Li Yiming fell silent for a moment. Damn, I forgot the way. Zhu Tao rolled his eyes and then closed them, attempting to extend his perception. As his awareness expanded, various auras and vague outlines appeared within his sensory range. With a gentle breeze emanating from Zhu Tao, his perception extended nearly 100 meters before halting. I cannot sense his aura. Can you determine a general direction? To the left, perhaps? All right, let's proceed left. Li Yiming nodded slightly, suddenly feeling something was off. Wait a moment, Tao Ge. What's wrong? What is it? Can you now accurately sense auras? I can only guarantee accuracy within a 100-meter range. Beyond that, I can't perceive clearly. It's quite vague. Chapter 212. Let us shake it up. Li Yiming no longer harbored doubts about everyone's equal aptitude. He chose to accept the fact that Zhu Tao had already developed perceptive abilities. After all, Zhu Tao had been diligent since childhood. With a foundational skill that was far ahead of the rest, it would be unreasonable if he were not stronger than them. The two navigated swiftly through the passage, with Zhu Tao extending his perception to locate Sun Zhao. After a brief moment, he finally caught a faint trace of Sun Zhao's aura, albeit still beyond 100 meters. Right. Just as Li Yiming was about to veer left, he paused in surprise. Why are we heading in the opposite direction? This indicated a miscalculation in his sense of direction. Zhu Tao replied quickly, already racing towards the right. However, after only a couple of minutes, a flicker of light appeared ahead, rushing toward them. As they drew closer, it vaguely resembled Zhu Tao's face, prompting an exclamation. Is that Zhu Tao ahead? What is going on? Perfect timing. Let us fight. No time. Zhu Tao recognized the voice as belonging to a student from Class 1. No time? That is not up to you. Zhu Tao remained silent as Li Yiming transformed into a blur, charging forward like a high-speed gyroscope. With a series of crashing sounds echoing, the Class 1 students quickly found themselves sprawled on the ground. Who? Li Yiming from Class 3. Damn. No wonder it felt like I was hit by a gyroscope. It really is Li Yiming. His speed is utterly outrageous. In just one encounter, I took 2 or 3 dozen of those earth-shattering kicks and ended up dizzy and disoriented, feeling as though the world was turning upside down. Once Li Yiming cleared the path, he continued to follow Zhu Tao at a rapid pace. If they encountered anyone blocking their way, Zhu Tao couldn't be bothered to waste words. Li Yiming would simply charge forward, using his gyroscopic technique to clear the obstacles. Who cared which school they belonged to? Their utmost priority was to reach Sun Zhao swiftly and stabilize the situation. If his new form went out of control, it could lead to a disaster. After all, the power of a single slap could create a sonic boom. However, as they rushed onward, they were suddenly called out to. Is that you, my senior brother and second senior brother? Li Yiming focused his gaze and spotted a flickering light in the distance, swaying erratically. Instantly recognizing the identity of the figure, he exclaimed, "Yuan Lang? It truly is you." The erratic light continued to advance, and as it drew closer, it revealed itself to be Tang Yuanlang. I heard a buzzing sound from afar, and guessed it must be my gyroscopic second senior brother. The ability to discern voices in Class 5 has been honed in the trial grounds. After all, when vision is compromised, one's hearing naturally becomes more acute. You have to practice, or you might get accidentally injured by a fellow disciple. What are you all doing? Didn't we agree to split up? There has been a problem with Sun Zhao, Zhu Tao replied solemnly. He has lost control. Tang Yuanlang was taken aback. What? How did he lose control? He was bouncing around like a spring earlier. Luckily, I dodged just in time. Otherwise, I would have been knocked down by one of his kicks. Li Yiming, puzzled, asked. You managed to evade? Come on, I am practicing body techniques too. Tang Yuanlang rolled his eyes. Second senior brother, is it really necessary to underestimate me? Even better. Come with us. Having more people increases our chances. Zhu Tao urged. Based on the information relayed by Li Yiming, he assessed that Sun Zhao's power in this new form was exceptionally fierce, with terrifying speed. Li Yiming's dynamic vision was so remarkable that he nearly missed catching a glimpse of Sun Zhao. Under such circumstances, approaching him was not an option. Zhu Tao could not yet release shockwaves from a distance. Physical contact was still essential. Tang Yuanlang, oblivious to the situation, decided to follow suit as soon as his senior brother spoke. Have you seen anyone else on the way? Yes. Tang Yuanlang replied eagerly. I saw Xie Yuhan wandering around aimlessly. She spotted me from afar and charged at me with a sudden leap. I could tell from the flickering light that it was her. Luckily, I dodged quickly, or I would have been hit. Tang Yuanlang couldn't help but feel exasperated. The real threat in the trial grounds was not the other school teams, but rather the fellow students from Class 5. In such darkness, accidental injuries were inevitable. Li Yiming whispered, Did she go far? Tang Yuanlang shook his head. I don't know where she went. We just exchanged greetings and parted ways. Never mind. If we run into her, we'll join forces. If not, it's fine. Zhu Tao urged, Let us go. The trio pressed onward, and after a few minutes, Zhu Tao finally sensed Sun Zhao's presence, though his brow furrowed in concern. What's wrong? Sun Zhao has begun to bounce again, and his speed is alarmingly fast. His aura seems to fill the entire corridor, Zhu Tao said solemnly. I can't pinpoint his location. I'll need you two to help me find an opportunity. Understood. After walking for a while, the three finally heard the sound of sonic booms, prompting them to quicken their pace. They reached a fork in the path, turning right to find a line of injured individuals laid out before them. This must be your doing, Tang Yuanlang glanced at Li Yiming. Only you could be so compulsive. Li Yiming scratched his head. This is also a warning for others to keep their distance. To be fair, it's quite effective. At least no one else has been hurt. Let us go see what's happening. The three moved forward, cautiously peeking around the corner. Little Taylor, Little Euro, Little Curvy. In the depths of darkness, nothing was visible, only the sensation of waves of energy crashing against their faces. The three silently withdrew their gazes, momentarily rendered speechless. Something off. Li Yiming and Tang Yuanlang exchanged worried glances with Zhu Tao. What's wrong? I feel as though I'm sensing the presence of others. Zhu Tao hurriedly closed his eyes, focusing intently. After a moment, he spoke in astonishment. It's Hua Xia's aura. That guy is crawling all over Sun Zhao. Moreover, Sun Zhao's aura seemed rather frog-like. Zhu Tao was momentarily bewildered, unable to grasp the situation. Hua Xia is here? Li Yiming quickly leaned forward, shouting, Hi, it's your second senior brother. Can you hear me? Huh? Is anyone there? Hua Xia's voice came through intermittently. I can't hear what you're saying. Is it second senior brother? Yes. Li Yiming shouted again, Come down. Stop playing around. Hua Xia's voice continued to sputter. What did you say? I can't hear you. All right. Li Yiming turned to Zhu Tao. It seems we can't stop now. Let us shake it up together. Chapter 213. Overload. Zhu Tao listened intently to the continuous sound of sonic booms echoing from the passageway, his expression growing increasingly solemn. Sun Zhao and Amp, Oppos, S condition was evidently alarming. Li Yiming and Tang Yuanlang exchanged glances. Brother Tao, isn't this stating the obvious? It has been a miss from the start. That is not what I meant by a miss. Zhu Tao replied gravely. His energy, it's as if it is ablaze, boiling, something that cannot be perceived with the naked eye. The two were momentarily taken aback. This was clearly beyond their comprehension. Brother Tao, what does this signify? Li Yiming inquired. I understand that martial techniques can manifest in such a way, essentially converting one's energy into a form of power or enhancing the physical body temporarily through some method. Zhu Tao continued in a hushed tone. You should know the consequences of releasing martial techniques. Doesn't that lead to a period of weakness? Lying down for 10 days to half a month? Tang Yuanlang interjected. Now, Sun Zhao is unleashing something akin to a martial technique, yet he cannot cease, and nearly half an hour has already elapsed. Li Yiming and Tang Yuanlang's expressions shifted dramatically. Oh no, this could truly lead to exhaustion and death, right? It could very well result in instant demise. Zhu Tao and Appo's tone deepened. Once his energy is entirely depleted and can no longer sustain itself, the burden on his body will be too great, potentially leading to the explosion of his internal organs. I have only one chance to intervene. Zhu Tao's expression darkened. If this strike fails or cannot disrupt his energy, you two must immediately rush out to find old Su. Understood. The pair, who initially thought the situation was manageable, now felt the weight of Zhu Tao's analysis and tension envelop them. Goodness. Sun Zhao's survival hinges on them. The gravity of the situation pressed heavily upon them. Observing their anxiety, Zhu Tao remarked, what I described was merely the worst-case scenario. Given the current situation, it should still last for a while longer. However, approaching Sun Zhao will not be easy. Presently, Sun Zhao was propelling himself at an astonishing speed, even within their perceptive range. They could merely sense a surge of energy racing through the corridor, far beyond Zhu Tao's reach. Yiming, you go in and see if you can capture Sun Zhao's attention. All right. Li Yiming took a deep breath. I'll give it a try. If it seems too risky, retreat immediately. We'll devise another plan. Without hesitation, Li Yiming transformed into a high-speed gyroscope and entered the fray, shouting, Sun Zhao, can you hear me? However, the sonic booms were deafening, and he had to maintain rapid, serpentine maneuvers to evade the projectiles. Moreover, the darkness of the environment made it exceedingly difficult for Li Yiming to track Sun Zhao's movements. Just then, beams of light began to flood into the corridor. As Zhu Tao and Tang Yuanlang tossed the wristbands of the injured onto the floor to provide illumination. Although the light was still faint, it was significantly improved. And Li Yiming finally caught sight of a massive shadow darting swiftly, albeit still somewhat indistinct. Hesitating for a moment, he turned to the other end of the passageway and quickly threw in several more glowing wristbands, finally gaining a clearer view. Brother Tao, this guy is becoming a monster. Li Yiming executed a rapid serpentine maneuver back, his face filled with astonishment. What a massive creature. This confirms my suspicions, Zhu Tao remarked urgently. Is he unaffected? No. Li Yiming shook his head. The noise is too overwhelming. Nothing can be heard, not even Fu Yunhai. Tang Yuanlang chimed in. Could it be that Fu Yunhai's entanglement is causing him to act so erratically? Perhaps, Zhu Tao nodded slightly. But at his current speed, Fu Yunhai cannot extricate himself. Li Yiming pondered for a moment before exclaiming, Yuanlang, quickly, retrieve all those wristbands. I'll cover you. Tang Yuanlang looked anxious. I might not be able to evade. Don't worry, if he turns directly towards you and you can't escape, I'll kick you out of the way. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuanlang gritted his teeth. All right. Let and amp, Appo's, let's go. Li Yiming once again transformed into a high-speed gyroscope as he entered the scene, while Tang Yuanlang, like a weeble, quickly maneuvered forward, his movements unpredictable. At times, he even glided close to the ground, swiftly picking up the scattered wristbands. Li Yiming provided cover, ready to kick Tang Yuanlang out if the situation turned dire. He was unafraid of collision. At the moment of contact, he would spring back. And if he absolutely could not evade, he could always activate the second phase of his berserker state, utilizing sonic speed gyroscopic movement to escape. Fortunately, Sun Zhao was preoccupied with entangling Fu Yunhai and paid no heed to Li Yiming and Tang Yuanlang. Soon, amidst the cacophony of sonic booms, the pair swiftly retracted, collecting a plethora of wristbands. Li Yiming urged, quick, let us form a jump. Zhu Tao immediately grasped Li Yiming and Appo's intent, and the three of them swiftly arranged the wristbands on the ground into a luminous formation resembling a jump. In unison, they shouted, Fu Yunhai, jump. While rapidly scuttling over Sun Zhao, Fu Yunhai could faintly hear the commotion. Turning towards the source of the sound, he could only vaguely discern a shimmering shadow that seemed to form letters, swaying erratically. The speed was so rapid that the characters were indecipherable. After a moment, Fu Yunhai finally heard them shouting jump. Huh, now you want me to jump out? Fu Yunhai thought, considering that doing so might result in being smashed to bits by Sun Zhao. However, he did not dwell on it, as he knew that only Brother Tao could currently control Sun Zhao. Sun Zhao had fallen silent, completely out of control. Prolonging this situation was futile. Gritting his teeth, Fu Yunhai seized the moment Sun Zhao launched into the air, immediately letting go. Hunyuan Qi, crumble mountain decision. He struck Sun Zhao's abdomen with a punch, using the recoil to swiftly withdraw. Here they come. Li Yiming instantly caught sight of Fu Yunhai and Appo's silhouette, promptly executing a golden rooster stance, leaning forward. Hunyuan Qi, supersonic kick. With an explosive sound, Li Yiming launched a flying kick, deliberately missing Fu Yunhai by half a body length. In that fleeting moment as they crossed paths, Li Yiming reached out to grasp Fu Yunhai's chest, and in that instant, Fu Yunhai understood, abruptly wrapping his arms around Li Yiming's body. The moment they exited, Sun Zhao crashed to the ground. Sun Zhao, over here, look at me. Sun Zhao's cold gaze was uncontrollably drawn forward, fixating on a flickering shadow ahead, exuding an extraordinary allure. Just as his attention was captivated, Zhu Tao's voice resonated in his ears. Shockwave. Chapter 214. Regulating breath. Taking advantage of the moment when Tang Yuanlang diverted attention, Zhu Tao unleashed a powerful punch, embodying the essence of Hunyuan Qi. In an instant, the turbulent energy within Sun Zhao surged violently, resulting in a spray of blood from his mouth. His body trembled uncontrollably, and his energy swiftly waned. Yet he did not lose consciousness. Sun Zhao, just rest for now. Do not overexert yourself, Zhu Tao's voice echoed in his ears. In his dazed state, Sun Zhao glimpsed a shadow approaching, a finger poised ominously at his forehead. A sense of relief washed over him. Bang! The energy within him quaked once more. And Sun Zhao's consciousness faded as he rolled his eyes back, succumbing to unconsciousness. Zhu Tao slowly retracted his hand, observing as Sun Zhao's body seemed to deflate, returning to its normal state while his energy became chaotically disordered, inducing a slight headache. Ah, Brother Tao, what in Oppos is going on? I feared my strength was insufficient to knock him out, so I exerted almost all my power. Zhu Tao sheepishly scratched his nose, but I have no knowledge of regulating breath. Does anyone here know how? Clearly, no one did. Sun Zhao lay still, his energy dwindling. Stop dawdling. Quickly find a student from class 1. Zhu Tao urged. We need someone who can assist in breath regulation. Brother Tao, you don't know either? I don't have time to learn that. The remaining 3 immediately dashed off in search of a class 1 student for help. Before long, Li Yiming returned, dragging along a group from class 1, each bearing bruised faces. Unsurprisingly, upon seeing Li Yiming, they were eager to brawl. If you want to help, you must first win the fight, Li Yiming lamented, having to subdue them before leading them over. This was class 21 from the 3rd year of high school. The class leader, having studied breath regulation, assessed Sun Zhao and Oppos as condition and was left dumbfounded. Why is his energy in such disarray? Don and Oppos, T asked too many questions, just help us. Please, I'll give it a try. The class leader, lacking confidence since he had never encountered such a dire situation, felt Sun Zhao's pulse and began to circulate his energy, attempting to stimulate the innate healing mechanisms while adjusting the pulse rhythm to assist Sun Zhao in regulating his breath in his unconscious state. This fell within the realm of martial medicine, utilizing external force to activate a martial artist and Oppos' formidable self-healing abilities. The students from class 1 were well experienced. Zhu Tao inquired anxiously, how is it? It's a bit difficult, the leader replied with a wry smile. This is my first time dealing with such a case. I can and Oppos, guarantee success, and will need to try several times. Thank you. No problem. Just be prepared to spar with me afterward. The class leader was quite enthusiastic. It's rare to have a chance to fight you. Sure, Zhu Tao agreed, familiar with the competitive nature of class 1. Freshmen were relatively tame, but by sophomore year, they began to exhibit a more combative spirit, and by their senior year, every student was practically a combat enthusiast. In such an environment, even the meekest would inevitably evolve into a fierce wolf. Each school had its distinct educational philosophy due to differing focuses. Zhu Tao had modest expectations. As long as they could stabilize Sun Zhao's vital points from harm, that would suffice. The shockwave he cultivated was not lethal. It merely incapacitated his opponent's fighting capabilities. Although the class leader had not dealt with such chaotic energy before, protecting the vital points was not overly challenging, as Class 1 frequently had students injured during sparring, providing ample experience. As Zhu Tao anticipated, the leader's efforts soon stabilized Sun Zhao's vital energy. I've managed to protect his vital points, the leader announced, drenched in sweat. Beyond this, I am powerless. Thank you. Zhu Tao and Li Yiming bowed in gratitude, and the leader waved them off. It's not practical to move him now. We must wait until the trial field concludes, which will take some time. You, handle it yourselves. Understood. Safe travels. The students from class 21 departed promptly. Meanwhile, Tang Yuanlang and Fu Yunhai had yet to return. Zhu Tao exchanged glances with Li Yiming and remarked, I'll stay here and keep watch. You continue searching for a path. The trial field ISN and AMP, Oppos, T over yet. We must strive for first place. It and AMP, Oppos, that's not a significant issue with one less person. All right, Brother Tao. I'll leave Sun Zhao in your care. Li Yiming said no more and swiftly darted away. Zhu Tao settled into a meditative posture, focusing on regulating his breath and honing his sensing abilities. Meanwhile, Fu Yunhai was searching for assistance, but had yet to spot a single soul after wandering for some time. Sun Zhao and Apos, S new form had decimated many from Class 1, and those from other schools had likely fled the scene upon witnessing the chaos. Fortunately, after some time, Fu Yunhai finally noticed a flicker of light in the passageway. However, the shadow remained still, only emitting muffled sounds. He hurried over and asked, "Are you all right?" "We and Amp, Apos, in trouble. We can and Amp, Apos, team move." "Which school are you from?" "Class 2. "Have you seen any students from Class 1? "I was just about to ask you." Cough, cough. One of them coughed before continuing. "Please send someone to assist us. Why are your injuries so severe?" Fu Yunhai leaned in closer, noticing one person and Apos' arm grotesquely twisted, his expression shifting to horror. What the hell? Who dealt such a brutal blow? Fu Yunhai was certain it wasn't from Class 5. None of them had learned such techniques capable of breaking bones. Such cruelty would undoubtedly warrant a severe reprimand from Old Su. "Is it Tang He? He hasn't gone far. You won't be a match for him alone. Run." Fu Yunhai paused for a moment. "Are you referring to Tang He from the Tang family?" "Yes." Fu Yunhai recognized the name. Tang He was one of Tang Yuanlang and Apos' cousins. Known for his ruthlessness, even more so than Xiezhen, Tang He had mastered the third layer of the Lianyun Ju, which included a technique known as Lianyun Chuangdu Shou. He had perfected it and was currently attempting to reach the fourth layer. This technique was originally intended for subduing opponents, yet Tang He would often break their bones before relenting. He was slightly stronger than Xiezhen but had been defeated by Zhu Yuan. 3 years prior, during the family competition, Zhu Yuan had triumphed in all 7 matches. With opponents being carried off the field, that victory had made him renowned. Tang He was likely searching for Brother Tao now. Chapter 215. Unrivaled in the same realm, whether Tang Yuanlang has ever been bullied by Tang He remains unclear to Fu Yunhai. At least in Fu Yunhai and Amp, Apos' perception. Not all individuals within his family are malevolent. He has certainly endured his share of grievances within his family. Yet there have been those who have encouraged and cared for him. Each family presents a unique dynamic, and Fu Yunhai believes it unwise to generalize and condemn all. Regardless of whether Tang Yuanlang has been subjected to Tang He's humiliation, Fu Yunhai has no intention of confronting him. Though Tang He did not enroll in the first high school, his prowess is not inferior to that of Xiezhen, placing him among the top ranks in the second high school. It is not that Fu Yunhai is intimidated, rather. Despite his significant increase in strength after merging the primordial essence, his primary focus is on agility. As an eccentric individual, he is not adept at combat. His family's signature technique, the crumbling mountain decision, is merely half-formed. Should it come to a fight, Fu Yunhai doubts his capacity to prevail and fears he might endanger himself. Moreover, the most pressing matter at hand is to swiftly find someone to rescue Sun Zhao. "Very well, if I encounter anyone from the first high school, I shall summon them to assess your condition." "Thank you." The other party acknowledged with a nod. Fu Yunhai chose not to elaborate further. With a swift inversion and a crawl, he quietly departed. A student from the second high school, leaning against the wall, was momentarily taken aback by the peculiar crawling posture. Fu Yunhai hurriedly navigated through the darkness, searching for the presence of first high school students. Just after rounding a corner, he spotted a figure racing down the corridor. Recalling the earlier warning from the second high school student, Fu Yunhai quickly deduced that it was likely Tang He. He decisively opted to feign ignorance and turned in another direction. However, the swiftly moving figure abruptly halted, instinctively glancing back as if sensing something pass by. Fu Yunhai circled around several times before finally spotting a group of moving shadows and called out, "Which school are you from?" The advancing figures suddenly came to a halt. On high alert, but upon turning their heads, they found the corridor shrouded in darkness. Who was hiding there? "Come out and fight if you have the guts." Fu Yunhai instantly recognized the voice as belonging to someone from the first high school. Wait, I'm not here to fight." He hastily revealed himself and implored, "Please, I need your assistance. One of my classmates is in grave condition. His vital energy is all in disarray. Is there anyone who can help stabilize his vital pulse until the trial concludes?" "Disarrayed vital energy?" came a voice of skepticism. "What happened? Is it that serious?" "He was injured by someone," Fu Yunhai replied, feeling ill at ease with the details. "Is there anyone who can help? I would be eternally grateful and repay your kindness in the future." The group of students did not immediately respond, but began to discuss among themselves in hushed tones. Could this be a ruse? Perhaps a trap around the corner? Who knows if those entering the trial ground possess any martial ethics? Noticing their hesitation, Fu Yunhai quickly interjected. "Are you looking for Zhu Tao?" The murmurs ceased. "Do you know where he is?" "I do. My classmate is the one he injured," Fu Yunhai urged. "Let me take you to him. I swear, if I'm lying, I'll be devoured by a ferocious beast." "All right, lead the way." Although Fu Yunhai did not recall the route, He had marked every corner on his way here to avoid losing his way upon exiting. Without hesitation, he guided the group of students forward but refrained from using his agility to ensure their safety. The markings were simple. He merely spat on his hand and smeared it against the wall, indicating that it was a mark he had made. As they navigated the winding passage, Fu Yunhai quickly brought them back to the second high school student they had encountered earlier, exclaiming, He had their arms brutally twisted off. Their injuries are severe. Please examine them. You can't do it? I cannot. Have you not learned? I cannot learn it. You were quite candid. The first high school students, uninterested in further inquiries, promptly began to assess the injuries, and it soon became apparent that the situation was dire. Who did this? How cruel. They literally twisted off someone's arm. Such a lack of martial ethics. Seeing the outrage among the students from the first high school, the class leader stated gravely, This must be the Tang family and Amp, Appos, twisting bone technique. It can only be Tanghi. He is the only one ruthless enough to act this way. 2 years ago, during an exchange at the first high school, he twisted someone's arm off. But was he in seclusion at the second high school, preparing to break through to the 7th rank? He must be targeting Zhu Tao directly. I heard he lost to Zhu Yuan in the family competition and, coincidentally, was eliminated from the martial arts entrance examination, which is why he ended up at the second high school. Recently, Zhu Tao defeated Zhu Yuan and gained renown. He is likely here to challenge Zhu Tao. Why not challenge Zhu Yuan? Zhu Yuan was injured by Zhu Tao and is currently recuperating at home. Didn't he the third high school also have a Li Tuo? I heard they are in the same class. Fu Yuhai stood silently as the first high school students engaged in urgent discussions, hastily tearing away the clothing obstructing the injured areas and gently adjusting positions to realign bones before channeling energy. Although Fu Yunhai was anxious, having promised to assist them, he refrained from rushing them, standing by helplessly. Once the injuries were addressed, as the group prepared to leave, they were suddenly alerted by the sound of footsteps echoing from around the corner. Damn, we've circled back. This cursed trial ground. One of them cursed. Glancing at the group, after a brief silence, the class leader coldly remarked, Tanghi, is your cruelty too excessive? Where has your martial ethics gone? The dim light from the armband illuminated Tanghi's indifferent face. Enough with the nonsense. Get lost. I'm not wasting time with you. Tanghi dismissed them with a wave, continuing on his way, but the class leader retorted, without martial ethics, a warrior will never become strong. Tanghi halted, turning with a menacing glare. Xining, who taught you to meddle? If you keep sticking your nose in, I'll twist your arm off. Xining scoffed. Do you have the ability to do so? Fu Yunhai's eyes widened in shock. No, please don't fight. I still need you to save my third senior brother.